5 years ago, I found a strange diary that said as long as I wrote down any wish, it could be fulfilled, but the prerequisite was that I had to keep writing for 5 years. At first, I thought it was a prank to fool the gullible, and with a skeptical attitude, I wrote down my first wish in the diary. I hope to be a super rich second-generation heir, and the 20 years of poverty were just a test from my billionaire father to train me. The moment I wrote down this wish, a system prompt suddenly echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host, you have bound the arbitrary life system. The system will be successfully activated in 5 years. Please work hard to complete the activation tasks. Hearing this voice, I was overjoyed. So for the next 5 years, I wrote down my wishes in the diary every day. Just now, the system was successfully activated. It not only transformed my body into the most perfect form but also cured my years of nearsightedness. At this moment, looking at my 8-pack abs, I swallowed hard and asked the system, I want to know what your functions are? The system's voice responded, spend extravagantly and enjoy a perfect life. The host only needs to use their own money for consumption to receive random multiples in return. When I wanted to ask about any beginner's welfare package, my phone on the bedside table vibrated. I picked up the phone and glanced at it. The contact was labeled baby, which made my thoughts drift back to 2 years ago. On a lonely night, I downloaded a mini-game app where I could play billiards, gamoku, and ludo. There, I met a female online friend named Cho, and we often played billiards and gamoku together. Over time, we fell in love online, and this love lasted for 2 years. During this time, I often boasted that I was tall and handsome, and also a wealthy second-generation rich kid. Although I felt ashamed every time I hung up the voice call, boasting online wasn't illegal, and I never thought about meeting in person. Thinking of this, I answered the call, and a cheerful voice came through. Hey, it's already May 15th, just a few days until 5:20. I was taken aback and asked, what's wrong? Didn't I tell you before? I want to celebrate this year's 520 with you, but you don't care about anything I say. Cho huffed. I had just woken up, my mind a bit foggy. While explaining, I was thinking about how to decline, but the next second I came to my senses and wished I could slap myself. I had already bound the system. How could I still be timid? Then I'll book the flight, I said. Cho's voice continued to sound, carrying a hint of expectation. I took a deep breath and said, I'll book it for you. I can still afford the $1,000 ticket, and it's a good opportunity to see if this system is reliable. Don't worry, I'll handle it myself. Cho's voice was very gentle. Your money doesn't come from the wind, so when I arrive, just be a good host. I heard that the spicy hot pot in Jiangcheng is quite delicious, so I plan to eat a few bowls when I get there. No problem, give me your information. I'll book the ticket. I won't miss this opportunity for the experiment, I said. Cho helplessly said, then book the ticket for the 18th. I'll come to play for 2 days on the weekend, and then rush back on Monday because I have class in the afternoon. I nodded, chatted for a bit, and then hung up the phone. After a while, Cho sent me her information, and I was stunned when I saw the message. Meng Qingqiu, born in 2005. We had been in an online relationship for 2 years, and it was the first time I learned her real age. Being born in 2005 means she is 20 this year, and 2 years ago, Meng Qingqiu was only about 17. No wonder she never told me her age before. Wow, when you come over, I'll treat you to some good food. A voice message came through, and from her tone, Meng Qingqiu seemed very excited and happy. I'll go ahead and book your ticket. I immediately opened an app and started booking the ticket for Meng Qingqiu. When I opened the flight ticket from the Magic City to the River City, I suddenly came to my senses. My online persona is that of a rich and handsome guy, and if I booked the cheapest economy class, wouldn't that be slapping myself in the face? So I glanced at my bank card balance, which was 7,852 yuan. Seeing this, I directly selected the first class option. Soon, the notification of the bank card payment rang out, and the next second, I heard the system's prompt in my mind. Congratulations, host, your purchase was successful, and you have received a tenfold cashback reward. Since this is the host's first purchase, officially stepping onto the path of a perfect life, the system additionally grants you an insight skill. I looked down and saw a text message enter my view. Your account 4399 was credited with 63,000 yuan on May 15th at 8:12 a.m., and the available balance is 64,552 yuan. It's real. I'm not dreaming. The system really exists. Immediately, I began to shout with excitement. A tenfold cashback. 300 yuan instantly turned into 63,000 yuan. This is beyond what can be described with just the word cool, means refreshing or exhilarating. It was simply an extreme level of exhilaration. At that moment, my phone suddenly vibrated, pulling me back from the blissful state into reality. I answered the call. Cho, sweetie, why did you book me a first-class ticket? Meng Qingqiu's astonished voice came through. I laughed and said, It's nothing, just a few thousand yuan. It won't cost much. As I said this, there was a hint of daze in my eyes. A few thousand yuan isn't a small amount? Meng Qingqiu's mood instantly dropped, her voice a bit hoarse. Sweetie, first of all, I'm not a materialistic girl. To me, the first-class cabin is no different from the economy class. The ultimate goal is just to see you. But I don't want you to spend so much on this. A few thousand yuan is not a small amount. It's the salary of many ordinary people for a month, or even the living expenses of many poor families for a year or even several years. Hearing this, I was taken aback. Sweetie, actually, what pains me more is you. In fact, I secretly came to Jiangqing to see you on last year's 520, when you were still delivering food. Meng Qingqiu's next words really stunned me, and I listened blankly as she continued. Although we are just in a virtual relationship, I, who have never been in love from childhood to adulthood, truly felt the taste of love with you. When I'm not happy, you stay with me, patiently listening to my complaints and ramblings, although sometimes you might make me angry. I feel that this is the true feeling of being in love. Be good. We haven't booked for long. Let's cancel this first-class ticket. Hearing this, I took a deep breath. Qiuqiu, actually that time was just me experiencing life. Although I'm not as tall and handsome as you imagine, I am indeed a rich second generation. If I hadn't bound the system, I would have confessed honestly. But now that I have bound the system, and it's very powerful, in just an instant, 6,300 turned into 63,000, and there are still a few days left to develop. Hearing my words, Meng Qingqiu was stunned. You're not lying to me, are you? I'm really not lying to you, I said with a bitter smile. I didn't expect you to secretly come looking for me last year. Really? Meng Qingqiu still seemed a bit skeptical. It's absolutely true. What car do you like? I'll come pick you up in it. I don't care about these things, Meng Qingqiu said softly. Qingqiu, I'm going to class now. At this moment, a voice rang out. I'll let my partner know and come right away. Meng Qingqiu responded on the phone, then said, be good, then I won't worry about you. I'm going to class now. We'll chat later. I nodded, and Meng Qingqiu shyly sent a kiss emoji before hanging up. I looked at my account balance on my phone. Although it was only 64,552 yuan, I believed that by the time Meng Qingqiu arrived, I would at least be able to break 7 figures. Just then, a system prompt sounded in my mind, detected the host's strong desire to consume. The system is offering a small welfare task. If you successfully spend 63,000 yuan within half an hour, you will receive a Mercedes-Benz E300. Spend 63,000 yuan within half an hour, and the reward is a Mercedes-Benz E300. Great, great, great. Hearing this task made me smile from ear to ear. A Mercedes-Benz E300 is worth at least 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. The timer starts now. Please complete the welfare task as soon as possible. Go for it. The system's voice echoed in my mind. I must go for it. I tidied up a bit and was ready to go out. But just after taking a couple of steps, my phone chimed with a notification. I instinctively looked over and saw, the little cutie you follow has started a live broadcast. Seeing this prompt, my eyes lit up. What a coincidence. It's like a pillow falling from the sky when you're sleepy. I asked the system, giving someone a reward definitely counts as consumption, right? The system replied, that indeed counts as a welfare task. The Mercedes-Benz E300 is within reach. I grinned and directly clicked on the live broadcast notification from Douyin. Welcome to the live broadcast. Welcome to Tuoba Zayaguden. Welcome, the host said. I just thought I would casually start and play around, but I didn't expect that there would be quite a few people this early in the morning. And suddenly more than 10 people came in. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, a voice immediately rang out. Jiang Nan looked over, and a high-color girl who looked to be around 18 years old was disliking her face in front of the camera with a surprised expression. Looking at the dozen or so fans that had flooded into the live broadcast room, my wife wants to kiss me, kiss kiss kiss. Little boy has such a top-notch face. I don't know why it just doesn't catch fire. No beauty filters, purely straight shots from the original camera. This face is indeed resistant. If I were to marry my little girl, I'd be willing to ride in a limousine and live in the great beyond. A pop-up screen came alive in the live room. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, retreated, and then directly began to recharge his batteries. In just a small amount of time, 630,000 shivering diamonds prompted a successful recharge. Immediately, he went back through the follow list to the little misbehaving livestream, opened the gift bar and scrolled right down. Soon, his fingers settled on a gift worth 30,000 jiggle diamonds. Smoky River South sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. Ha! At this time, the female anchor Little Good, who was tying her double ponytail in front of the camera, seemed to see something, and instantly widened her eyes, and then hurriedly came closer to look at the carnival that began to float on the screen in the live broadcast room. and a shocked color instantly appeared on her face. Carnival? Thank you Smoky River South for sending me a carnival. Wow, fun. Am I dreaming? I can't believe someone sent me a carnival. Goody's shocked voice rang out over the air. Immediately after, Smoky River South sent carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South sent carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South sent carnival *1 to the anchor. In just a moment, Gangnam gave away 21 carnivals. Boss is awesome. ******** and the good little boy is getting better. 821 Wazoo. How much is this? $63,000. Holy crap. Even if you fold it in half, Goody has actually earned $31,500 in just a little while. Big brother, send a lucky bag. Less people let me snatch to the little good wife to renew a light license. As Jungnan swiped out these 21 carnivals, not only was the female anchor little good boiling over, looking at the live broadcast room with an unbelievable face, it was the dozen or so viewers in the live broadcast room that were also boiling over. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successful consumption. Obtaining twice the consumption rebate. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Perfectly completing the small task of welfare handed out by the system. Triggering the Blitz reward, a Porsche Cayenne. While the anchor woman, little goody, as well as the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked beyond belief. A beep from the system also sounded in Zhang Nan's head. 126,000 to hand. And there's a Porsche Cayenne worth $1 million to start with. This system has not been a bit too powerful. When Zhang Nan looked at the 126,000 RMB transferred to his cell phone, and then when he heard about a Porsche Cayenne with a starting value of $1 million that he had obtained by completing the mission perfectly, his face immediately showed a shocked look. This feeling of getting something for nothing is a little too good to be true. Brother Smoky Jiangnan? Brother Smoky Jiangnan? Are you still there? This time, a sweet shout brought Jiang Nan back to reality from his joy. He looked towards the live broadcast room, has tied up the double ponytail and put on a black frame glasses. Looks quite cute. House attributes of the small good not good. Casually responded to the sentence I am after. Also recalled his first consumption of the time to obtain the insight art, and immediately asked, system, this insight art can be used on people, right? Yes. Okay. Throw an insight spell at me towards this little misbehave. Name, Lam Man. Age, 18. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Face value, 88 points. Favor, 20 points. Soon, an illusory 3D attribute panel then surfaced in front of Zhang Nan's eyes. After scanning it, he looked at the 88-point face value column and couldn't help but have a look of surprise on his face. A score of 88 on a percentage scale is really not that low, to be honest. At least, Zhang Nan thought to himself that in reality, only the school flower level could reach this level. Good. This insight technique was simply heaven-defying. With this, he would be able to easily distinguish whether a girl was innocent or just superficially innocent. There is also that favorability as well. With this visual representation, he will be extremely clear when facing any person whether this person is a person who has one thing on the surface and one thing behind the back. Chapter 4, Lin Man Man's Wear. Trivia Game Live Room. I'm so thankful to Brother Smoky Jiangnan for the 21 carnivals. Brother Jiangnan, I'm going to go out soon, so I'll open a live broadcast for my brother at that time. Okay. At this point, once again, the sweet voice of the female anchor, little goody Lin Man, came from the live broadcast room. This cry of brother came down, causing the dozen or so viewers in the live broadcast room to have a fit of goosebumps. Too sweet. Go on. Zhang Nan faintly sent out a pop-up, and then launched this live broadcast. Arriving at his homepage, he saw several private messages. Taku puppy egg, can I ask you for one thing? Lend me a few $100s for dinner? Zhang Nan dad, can you pop some gold coins for me too? I'm not asking for much, just $12 for a pig's foot meal. Can you add a green bubble? He saw this Lin Man's private message. 21 carnivals to this kind of small netizen to bring the shock is not too hard. Almost all pulled full. It wasn't an exaggeration in the slightest to say that. Not to mention these 21 carnivals, even if a few sports cars went down, a small anchor with over 1,000 followers like Lin Man would definitely come to the door of his own accord. Zhang Nan threw her own green bubble, while closing the private message, and then exited Shakeology. Arriving and sitting down on the living room couch, Zhang Nan opened the text message and checked it. $127. 552. Barta. Fishing out a cigarette, he lit it and began to gulp it down. Phew. Taking a long drag on his cigarette, a pained smile came to Zhang Nan's face. Don't ask him why he didn't immediately take advantage of the situation and get a couple of nice female anchors to brush up on as a way to keep getting cashback rewards. The question is that it has not yet slowed down this all of a sudden from a poor leap to a small rich brother with a six-figure deposit. At his age, honestly, savings up to $100,000 or so are really considered very good. At this time, a prompt came from the background of WeChat. John Nan directly clicked on it. Little goody goody. The avatar was a full-body photo of her. Double ponytails tied by a blue hairband, dressed a bit like a similar JK, with a blue bow at the neckline. Underneath those white pleated skirts was a pair of straight legs, without the embellishment of stockings, which by all accounts seemed to look less sensual in John Nan. But, this girl's legs are so unbeatable, so much so that Gangnam thinks bare legs are YYDS too. Indeed YYDS. The legs, more than playable years. John Nan took a deep breath and placed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. Soon, a voice message was sent. Brother John Nan, I have some things to do. Is it okay if I have a good chat with you later? John Nan listened to the past, directly hung her out to dry. Big exit WeChat. He did not click on the Jitterbug app, but clicked on the Tomato Novel app. With that, he clicked on a novel titled Who's Still a Licking Dog When They're All Bound to the Divine Hero System Urban Divine Hero type novel. The King of Gifts, valued at $500. Brush. John Nan didn't give it a single thought and directly swiped 10 King of Gifts worth $500 furiously. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the spending and receiving a quadruple cashback reward. 4 times $5, 000. That's $20, 000. Looking at the account with another 20, 000 yuan. John Nan's face immediately showed a satisfied smile. This was his previous promise to this author. He didn't brush much. Sometimes, it's pretty much just a matter of meaning. There's no need to cause any unnecessary trouble. Exiting the Tomato Novel app, John Nan tapped on Shake Shack again. Big brother welcome. Welcome to my place. A little heart stepping on the finger pressure board. Welcome big brothers to play games here in Xiaomei. Just entering Shakeology. I don't know if it's because he just swiped 21 Carnival, and it pushed stream to live stream directly to him. John Nan did not click in, just swept a glance. A masked girl is holding a sign that reads, a small heart step on the fingerboard. A big beer step on the fingerboard 3 times. Playing too small. John Nan shook his head, up to the extent of a sunglass. A sunglass's 99 shake drill is just $9.90, and the punishment is a minute of live foot on the shiatsu board. Better charge 100,000 first. John Nan arrived at his homepage, and then began to recharge. Soon, 1 million shake diamonds arrived. Returning to the recommended homepage, John Nan was about to slide down when he accidentally clicked into the middle of this live room. Welcome Smoky River South brother. Brother want to play a little game? He had just entered the live broadcast room, and the anchor woman immediately greeted him happily. In response, John Nan shook his head and smiled, since he had entered all the way in. Let's brush up a bit. Smoky River South gave the anchor sunglasses *1. Thank you brother Gangnam for the big sunglasses. Thank you so much. For the next minute, May will be standing on the shiatsu board live for all of you, saying thank you. The anchor woman also took off her shoes before stepping onto the shiatsu board, a slight frown visible in the camera. Not too easy indeed. John Nan shook his head while swiping 9 more shades, ready to put together a full 10 to leave. Thank you so much brother John Nan for the total of 10 big sunglasses. For the next 10 minutes Xiao Mei will be live on the shiatsu board for everyone. Everyone can give a little bit of attention to brother Smoky John Nan on list 1 and give him a boost of fans. The anchor woman's voice immediately rang out. Kinda gives emotional value. John Nan was ready to leave, but when he heard this he immediately gave her 100 consecutive shades. A total of 110 sunglasses, counted into the money that is 1,089 yuan, divided into the hands of no guild commission. The anchor woman is also able to hand about $544. 544 feet on a shiatsu board for 110 minutes is honestly not very good money if you pedal hard for that long. I'm going to go and thank brother Jiangnan for another 100 big sunglasses. My mama yeah. Xiaomei has really never received so many rewards before. I have to take a screenshot in a hurry. I'm really touched. Thank you brother Jiangnan. Kaka. Only a sound of screenshots rang through the broadcast. Thanking and bowing again, even wiping the corners of his eyes every now and then, despite knowing it was staged. What Gangnam got for this emotional value can be very good. Immediately, Jiangnan swiped another 300 shades. Chapter 5 Landlady Xia Jiqing's shock. Frogged out. Another 300 big sunglasses. The moment Jiangnan swiped out these 300 more large sunglasses, it was obvious that the eyes of the female anchors in the live broadcast room immediately widened. Ha ha ha, that's a total of 400 big shades or 400 minutes. 6 hours and 40 minutes. Come on, show. Spend the next 6 hours and 40 minutes on the shiatsu board. I just saw the anchor wiping his sweat. I don't think he's scared, is he? Ha ha ha, standing for 6 hours can kill you. Not to mention stepping on a shiatsu board for 6 hours. It's killing me. Good job big brother. This anchor has never been beaten into submission before. I'll see if he'll be convinced today or not. You've never been convinced? Seeing this pop up, John Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. At the time he was about to continue brushing his sunglasses, a voice immediately sounded in the live broadcast room. Convinced? This time is really convinced. Brothers, more than 6 hours of finger pressure board. Just let me finish this punishment first, okay? Hearing this, Jong Nan shook his head and smiled, directly leaving this live broadcast room. In the meantime, a system beep also sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host. Successful consumption. Obtaining a 5-fold consumption rebate. 400 shades is also $3. 960. And 5 times $3. 960 is $19. 800. In addition to the principal, just a small amount of effort to earn more than 10,000. Frankly speaking, this is playing while brushing money, is indeed quite tasty. Next, Gangnam also scurried east and west. After an hour, managed to spend $100,000 or 1 million shake diamonds in a hurry. And at this moment, when he watched the amount in his account arrive at 970,000, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Over. Jong Nan moved his fingers, and then slowly got up from the sofa, and swept a glance at the time, which was only just close to 10 o'clock. When I first woke up in the morning, I was just a miserable young man with a few $1,000s in savings, and now I'm directly approaching $1 million in savings on hand. This system is indeed very powerful. Not to mention, he was given a Porsche Cayenne worth millions to start. Yeah, system, where's my Porsche Cayenne? Jong Nan thought of this matter and immediately inquired mentally. Host, please look on the coffee table. The system's voice rang out. Jong Nan followed the indication of the voice towards the coffee table, only to see a file bag laying on it, and next to it was a car key, which made his eyes light up. Opened the file bag and scanned. No problem, he did not need to move at all. The system is simply fully automatic. Everything is arranged for him. Brother Unicorn, awesome. Jong Nan gave a thumbs up. Save trouble and effort. Where to find this kind of good system? If there was really a favorable feedback, then Jong Nan would have to give him a super 5-star review for this system. Go out and spend. Jong Nan tossed the car keys in his hand and strutted out the door. Bang! Gently closed the door to the room. Da-da-da-da. A sound of high heels colliding with the ground rang out as Jong Nan headed toward the stairs. He rented a room in the city of Jiangqing, an old city, where most of the small buildings, basically in the 6-story high. He lives on the 3rd floor. Weekdays up and down is quite convenient. At this moment, he heard the sound off a high-heeled shoe, and could not help but subconsciously look in the direction from which the sound came. Into purpose. From the corner of the building first stepped out a pair of legs, followed by a pair of high heels. Immediately following, half the body leaked out. Blue high-neck semi-shoulderless top. Just the side face alone is a dead center. Perfect to the extreme of the stunning face. Soon, the woman turned over completely. Her silver hair coiled high, 2 handfuls of bangs stretching around the corners of her ears and an airy bang on her forehead. Good. The moment Jong Nan saw it, he immediately widened his eyes. What a silver-haired extreme young woman. Especially, her black wraparound skirt is just wow-worthy. At the same time, he recognized who it was. The landlady, Jiqing Xia. Immediately, he then threw an insight spell at it. Name, Jiqing Xia. Age, 30. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Face value, 92 points. Favorability, 5 points. Surprisingly high face value score of 92? Jong Nan knew that the landlady's face value would be very high, but when he saw this attribute, a shocked look still appeared on his face. Da-da-da-da. The crisp sound of high heels continued. Soon, this extremely beautiful young woman had then arrived in front of Jong Nan, looking at him with a puzzled expression. At this time, Jong Nan also came back to his senses and immediately greeted. Sister Xia, you are? Xia Jiqing didn't recognize Jong Nan at first, and after looking at him for a couple more times, she immediately widened her eyes and said in surprise, Jong Nan? Yes. Jong Nan nodded. It's only been a few months. Why have you changed so much? Xia Jiqing looked at Jong Nan a few more times, and the color of amazement was all over her pretty face. She was still very impressed with this tenant of hers. After all, he had lived with her for almost 2.5 years. A young man, hard-working, and although he would drag out the rent for a few months from time to time, he eventually gave it. At this point, Xia Jiqing still felt that this youngster was quite truthful. She just came back from traveling, and today, when she saw it, she found that whether it was temperament or face value, this young man gave her a different feeling, with a kind of testosterone overflowing sense of vision. At least, if the Jong Nan in her impression before was merely a somewhat thin and handsome little man, the Jong Nan at this moment was a sunny man in her eyes. Been into fitness for a while now. Jong Nan said with a smile. Not bad, young, you should exercise more, relatively than before. You now look much more sunny and handsome. Xia Jiqing gave a heartfelt word of appreciation. Thank you Sister Xia. I remember I still owe you 2 months' rent, right? I'll transfer it to you here. Immediately, Jongnan took his cell phone out. At this time, Xia Jiqing also noticed the Porsche Cayenne car keys in his hand, but she didn't think much about it. What Porsche car key lighter? Ferrari car key lighter? It's too common in these youngsters. Good. Received. Xiao Jiang, if you have any difficulties if the rent will be delayed for a while is also okay. Your character sis can all see in the eyes. Xia Jiqing glanced at her cell phone and didn't receive Jiang Nan's transfer at the first opportunity. Sis, I've recently changed jobs, the salary is quite ideal, and with the money I saved before, it's not much of a financial problem at the moment. Jiang Nan laughed. Okay, then sis will take it. Xia Jiqing nodded, and then received the rent that Jiang Nan had been paying for the past 2 months. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successful consumption. Obtaining a 10-fold consumption rebate. In the meantime, a system beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head, which caused his eyes to light up. 2 months' rent is not expensive. Just $3,000. 10 times the consumer rebate. That is $30,000. Together with the few $1,000s he had fragmented before. That is to say, the balance inside his account nowadays had reached $1 million. Ding! Chapter 6 Benefit Mini-Quest, have a 90-point redhead. Ding! At this moment, the system's beep suddenly sounded in his head once again. Congratulations to the host, the deposit has reached 1 million. In view of the host's aggressiveness in spending, a small task of welfare is issued, to have a confidant of the opposite sex whose face value is up to 90 points or more, favorability of 90 or more. Quest reward, Jiangqing Tianfu 001 Villa, Global Limited Edition Pagani Wind Child. Aha! Upon hearing the system's beep, Jiang Nan froze in place on the spot. Nice guy, it's just a welfare mini-quest? Honestly, it's not that difficult. It is definitely not a good idea to come across a high-quality heterosexual man with a score of 90 or more. Moreover, even if we bumped into each other, how could this goodwill be so good to raise? Just like the landlady Xia Jiqing in front of him now. She only has 5 points of goodwill towards him, and I'm afraid that this 5 points of goodwill is just a more eye-catching roadie relationship. But having difficulty is also challenging. And, since the system has said that it's a welfare mini-quest, much less a time limit, it shouldn't be much of a problem for me to complete this quest. Jiang Nan instantly figured out the key, and the thought that he had been a little worried about not being able to complete this mission immediately dissipated. Xiao Jiang, then I'll go back first. At this time, landlady Xia Jiqing's voice rang out. Okay, Sister Xia. Jiang Nan nodded. Da-da-da-da. The crisp sound of high-heeled shoes heels touching the ground rang out in the aisle, and Jiang Nan took a deep breath before glancing back. The scenery of the black silk legs under that wraparound skirt was simply not too attractive. Retracting his gaze, Jiang Nan shook his head before heading downstairs. This level of women, in the eyes of once he, that is unattainable. A lifetime can only be in the nighttime fantasies manually operate a little bit of the very best. But now, with the system in place, it didn't seem that a woman of this caliber was necessarily high and unclimbable. First of all, it is still necessary to make oneself excellent. Otherwise, even if one is rich, one cannot really conquer a superb and high-quality woman wholeheartedly. The analogy played. Jiang Nan's wealth had reached an immeasurable point, and with his money he was indeed able to smash extremely most of the high-color heterosexuals into his bed. Even, the favorability will likewise increase. But, this kind of woman's favorability was merely attracted by money and became a slave to wealth. In a sense, this kind of situation, it would be impossible for her favorability to reach the level of 100 points in Jiang Nan's opinion. It is even highly likely that 90 points will not be reached. While consuming, I also need to enrich myself. Moreover, didn't the system say that it would hand out little welfare tasks from time to time, which would reward me with unexpected abilities and items upon completion? Jiang Nan could be very excited about his subsequent growth. Come downstairs. Jiang Nan followed the system's instructions, and not far away was a silver brand new Porsche Cayenne parked in a parking space. Handsome indeed. Jiang Nan came closer, and stroked the front of the car with his upper hand, his face showing a marvelous color. It's a good thing that when I was 18 I wanted to save up some money to become a dropshipping driver, or even run a yellow Ferrari, and thus learn to drive. Otherwise I would really feel like looking at 13 empty tears in my old age now. Jiang Nan laughed lightly and shook his head. While he was shaking his head, his afterglow was inadvertently seen not far away on a small donkey sitting sideways, the corners of his mouth hooked up with a faint smile of the youth. With the eyes of the two people met, the latter immediately walked over, and when he came to the front of Jiang Nan, he had already appeared in his hand with a Porsche's car keys. Love the car, little brother, don't you? The youth looked 27 or 18 and looked at Jiang Nan with a smile. Very much indeed. Jiang Nan nodded, before reaching out to stroke the front end of the car and spoke. This car is the dream of an extreme majority of men, and I'm no exception. Want to go up and sit down? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, this youth smiled and flung the Porsche car keys on his hand. Ha! Jiang Nan froze for a moment, and then turned back to see the youth waving the Porsche car keys on his hand with a smile on his face. This car is his? In response, he instantly took his Porsche car keys and pressed them twice. Jojo. As he pressed it, he saw the lights of this silver Porsche Cayenne in front of him flash immediately, followed by the sound of the door opening. That's right, it's his. Jiang Nan turned back to the youth whose face was like a dumbfounded chicken and laughed. Hearing you say that just now, I thought I had recognized the wrong car. I will go first, ha. With that said, he got right into the car. Buzz. The car started and drove slowly. When this silver Porsche Cayenne walked a few dozen meters later, the youth who froze in place, his face like a dull chicken, only then slowed down. Just for a moment, his face reddened with a burst of shame. Mud. I wanted to pretend to be AB. Who knew I'd run into someone really powerful? Wiped out. So shameful. The youth's hands trembled as he fumbled out a cigarette, which he then lit with his Porsche car key, barred 2 puffs, and quickly headed toward his little electric donkey. 10-minute drive time. Jiang Nan drove up to the largest shopping center block in Jiangcheng. A Porsche Cayenne in a new first-tier city like Jiangcheng was, frankly speaking, not too extreme a luxury car, but it would eventually attract the attention of some ordinary people. At least, the moment Jiang Nan sought a parking space and stepped down from the car, there were still quite a few passing passers-by casting glances towards his side. In this world, after all, ordinary people occupy 99%. Facing these sweeping gazes, Jiang Nan's inner coolness that was naturally self-evident. Scanning around, Jiang Nan's eyes looked toward the pedestrian street not far away. This was the largest and the most central point of a shopping center in Jiangcheng, and at a glance, all kinds of famous brand top luxury stores existed side by side in rows. Chanel, Gucci, LV, too much. Casually pick a store to buy 2 sets of clothes, pants, shoes on the line. Although people rely on clothing, but their own heritage, there are driving temperament that is the most important. Jiang Nan took a step towards a top extravagance. What's the saying? When the whole world knows what you're made of, even if you're wearing ground-up stuff, it's still trendy, and it's still a customized outfit made for you by some unknown guru. This world is so realistic. Compare the old saying, that is wearing a dragon robe are not like a prince. Without that underlying strength temperament, you wear the so-called top luxury, even if others will think you wear a goods. Big brothers, look carefully at the comments section. Lin Nan Man has a character map of the landlady also has a character map. Everyone look at the comments section. I sent out the picture. Everyone will look at the picture a little bit. Chapter 7, Mengqingqiu. The No. One school flower of Magic City University? An hour or so later, by the time Gangnam walked out of an Armani boutique, he was carrying several bags in his hands, and at the moment, he was kind of a bird in a cheap suit. The 2 outfits plus loafers cost about 30,000 in total. The average set is $15,000. Not too expensive, but just comfortable to wear. And the rebates received ended up being as much as $300,000. Not only that, but in the meantime he bought a watch that wasn't too expensive. A $128,000 Rolex Green Aqua Ghost. The cashback from this green water ghost wasn't much, just twice as much, but that's what it was. It still brought his deposit to over $1,040,000. Not bad. Jiang Nan took slow steps towards his car, arriving quickly, and after placing his things in the back seat, he too returned to the main driver. Handsome. Jiang Nan was about to start the car when a voice rang out. He inclined his head to look. Outside the car, a face value is okay, but nothing reveals the exhaustive technology of the girl smiling and holding a cell phone. Can you add a WeChat? Thanks. No. Jiang Nan shook his head and politely declined. You sure? After being rejected, the tech-faced girl frowned and incredulously yanked out a foreign language. Honestly, Jiang Nan's studies were indeed not good, but it wasn't so bad that he didn't know the meaning of the word, and said softly, I don't know you. Beautiful. You sure? Hearing Jiang Nan's response, this sister's tone increased a little, staring at Jiang Nan with wide eyes as she asked once again incredulously. Sorry about that, I've got something going on right now. I've got to go. Jiang Nan smiled politely while starting the car. Sure. Responding to him, there was another sure, and it was still an extremely strange accent, which made Jiang Nan's face darken, and he couldn't hold back any longer, and faintly said, I'm sure as well as sure. Please be careful, don't rub against my car. I'm afraid that you can't afford to pay for it. Even the best temper would have to be numbed by this Sure Sisters operation. Buzz. The car started and went straight out of the parking space. Car. Jiang Nan really shook his head vigorously. He had seen the horror of gold-digging women. Most of all, that sister sure just now could be really confident. Buzz off. At this time, the cell phone that he had left aside suddenly vibrated. Darling, it's almost noon. Oh, remember to eat lunch. It was Meng Qingqiu who called. I was just about to see about getting something to eat when you got out of class? Jiang Nan drove single-handedly, despite the fact that he got his driver's license at the age of 18, but he wasn't going to touch a few cars in the latter years, and thus was no stranger to cars. Well nah, getting ready to check out the cafeteria with my roommate now. What are you doing now? Meng Qingqiu inquired. Driving, Jiang Nan returned, and then turned on the amplification, and then took a picture of her on WeChat, and laughed. How about I drive this car to pick you up when the time comes? Which car? Meng Qingqiu opened WeChat and glanced at it, and then said in surprise, Koyan, shouldn't all girls have little interest in cars? I can't believe I recognized it right away. Jiang Nan was a bit surprised. Not bad. Meng Qingqiu's tone trailed off slightly as she hastily changed the topic. That said, about to run into the present. Aren't you nervous and curious, darling? Nervous is a little nervous. But what am I curious about? Jiang Nan asked strangely. Just curious about what I look like. If I'm ugly, Lu? Meng Qingqiu asked in a small voice. And fat, and short. Will you be like what the internet says, and run away on the spot after seeing me? No, Jiang Nan returned. It's true that this one won't, but it's not certain that it will be followed up by staying together. This world, after all, is a world of faces. You want to say he's heartless? Ask a normal person if this idea isn't commonplace. But, Qingqiu, don't scare this online love interest of yours. You're the one school flower of Mordor University. Which boy wouldn't be able to take a step when he sees you, and run away on the spot? It's not bad if he didn't eat you on the spot. A laugh rang through the phone. Yo, what are you talking about? Immediately after that, Meng Qingqiu's angry voice rang out. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. The number one schoolgirl at Mordor University? Ahem, darling, don't listen to Yo-Yo's nonsense. Really? Yo, you made me embarrassed now. Darling, I'm going to the cafeteria first. I'll contact you then. Toodaloo. After saying that, Meng Qingqiu hung up the phone. The first school flower of Magic City. Jiang Nan didn't put down his cell phone, and while concentrating on driving, he also opened Jitterbug and started searching for it. These days, there's basically no news that can't be found in a Shake Shack search. Meng Qingqiu. Jiang Nan directly searched for the name of this online love interest of his. In an instant, the keyword bar immediately popped up with a list of relevant keywords. The one school flower of Mordor University. Come and see the face photo of the one school beauty of Mordor University. Is Meng Qingqiu the number one school flower of Mordor University? Clicked on a random search phrase and went in. Instantly, a video popped up immediately. In the video, a high ponytail pretty girl wearing a brown sleeveless turtleneck sweater is sitting on a bench with a book, a small black leather skirt, plus a pair of long black silk legs. Simply attractive enough. Is this Meng Qingqiu? Jiang Nan clicked on the comment section and scanned it, clearing out the compliments. This is Qingqiu's senior sister. There is a say. She herself is considered not photogenic. The reality is even more beautiful a mess. I think it can really be called a fairy sister. Jiang Nan noticed a comment from a Mordor IP with an extremely high number of likes. If it's really my online love, Meng Qingqiu, then this face value is indeed explosive. Jiang Nan wanted to throw an insight spell over to see just how many points Meng Qingqiu could gain here in the system when he did. Host, this is not a live broadcast, nor is it something you've seen with your own eyes, so it's not possible to use the insight technique. The system's beep sounded in his head. Okay, Jiang Nan nodded, and after looking at Meng Qingqiu in this video a couple more times, he smiled and was about to throw the phone to the side. This time, WeChat a message alert came through. Jiang Nan clicked on it and glanced at it. It was sent from Lin Man aka the little misbehaving anchorwoman. Brother Jiang Nan, I just noticed that your Jitterbug IP address is in Jiangcheng. Such a coincidence? Seeing this message, Jiang Nan thought back for a moment. This little goody-goody seems to be the one he followed last year when he swiped the live broadcast in the same city. And both of them are indeed in Jiangcheng. Yes. Jiang Nan took his cell phone and replied succinctly with a voice bar. Chapter 8 First Meeting with Lin Man. In the meantime, at the entrance of a university in Jiangcheng, a youthful and beautiful JK beauty listened to the extremely young voice in the voice bar, and her face showed some hesitation. She did not want to throw herself at Jiang Nan, but for her own inexplicable earn more than 30,000 have felt some feel incredible. Therefore, she thought left and right, pondering whether to thank this big brother Smoky River South, who had swiped tens of thousands of dollars in her live room, in person while it was daytime. Brother Jiang Nan, thanks for swiping 21 Carnival for me today. It's like this, I thought you were also in Jiangcheng. Why don't you give me a favor at noon? I'll treat you to a meal, can I? After hesitating for a short while, Lin Man sent a voice bar over. After sending it, her pretty face flushed red. Don't look at her usually like a bit of a big talker, but in reality, she is a girl who is extremely easy to be shy. Otherwise, with her face value, really extroverted to let go a little, not to say become a million fans of the netizen, but a year of live down, at least can become a few tens of thousands or even 100,000 fans of the small netizen. Not to mention the fact that this kind of appointment with the rank one was something that made her very shy. Yes, soon. Lin Man then received the message, still with a simple response. Give me the location and I'll come get you. Immediately afterward, another voice was sent, quite a young voice. I'm still a bit impressed by the idea of Smoke and Rain Jiangnan, although I don't usually talk much in the live room. Basically every time I start a live broadcast, this idea is there. It shouldn't be anything like that, right? Lin Man scratched his head and gave him his position even after he muttered in a small voice. What does this Lin Man want to do? You can't let her take the initiative to throw herself at her for a few tens of thousands of dollars, can you? The moment. On Jiangnan's side, he navigated his way to where Lin Man was. It's a college town in River City. It would take him a while to travel there here. More than half an hour. Less than 10 or 20 minutes or so. You might have to wait for me for a half hour or so. It's going to take a while for me to come over here. Jiangnan thought about it, but still gave her a reminder. Don't let the woman not be able to wait and run away by then. Then he would really have made a trip for nothing. It's fine. I just happen to be heading back to my dorm for a bit. Lin Man replied in seconds. Is this ready to get all dressed up? Jiangnan shook his head and smiled. For this Lin Man whose face value score was as high as 88 points, honestly speaking, even if there was Meng Qingqiu as the object of his online love, if he were to say hard that he was not interested, that would inevitably be a lie. What man hasn't fantasized that he's eating out of a bowl and looking in the pot? Jiangnan was naturally no exception. 20 or so minutes later, the entrance to the university town, a Porsche Cayenne slowed to a stop. Porsche, what kind of car is this? It looks quite handsome. Cayenne, right. Starting is also more than 100 luxury car. This is which rich second generation drive over to catch girls. As this Porsche Cayenne stabilized at the entrance of a university, a voice immediately rang out, and there were several not bad-looking long-legged girls who had stopped their feet and looked this way. A starting value of 1 million cars. For 99% of the people in this world, are the top luxury car, at least, can afford to drive this class of car. 1 in 1,000 people can afford to drive is very impressive. The moment. A pretty girl at the entrance of the school wearing denim pants and a short white blouse, her hair tied into a pillhead also set her eyes on this Porsche Cayenne. At this time, the cell phone held vibrated, and then Lin Man hurriedly retracted her gaze on the phone. I'm here. It was a message from Gangnam. How come I didn't see you? Lin Man had just said a voice when she picked up her cell phone and saw a handsome man getting out of that Porsche Cayenne. Bang bang. At this moment, her heart beat extremely fast. It can't be him, can it? Lin Manhwa's eyes widened. Here. It wasn't until after Jiangnan waved at her that Lin Man was finally certain that this was the smoky Jiangnan who had swiped 21 carnivals for her in the morning. Asterisk 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 so cool. Which woman doesn't like handsome men? A bright light immediately burst out from Lin Man's eyes. Lin Man's favoritism +5. On Jiangnan's side, a system beep sounded in his head, causing him to faintly stare. This goodwill increase and decrease is even reported? Honestly, this is a great feature. When confronted with a girl, he can instantly react to which of his words are wrong and which are right. And even more so, when the girl refuses to meet him, he can clearly know whether he can make the next move. Overall, pretty nice. So handsome. Which rich kid is this? Who is that girl? Luck is so good that she has fallen for a handsome and rich second generation. Damn my face value is not bad How can I not evening this kind of high quality rich and handsome As Jiangnan met up with Lin Man, a murmur immediately rang out around them. Are you, Smoky Jiangnan big brother? Lin Man still asked in a small voice with some disbelief. Inexplicably, she felt a wonderful sense of an online friend she'd known for a year running into the present. Yes, Jiangnan nodded. Lin Man was originally live streaming without a beauty filter on, thus there wasn't much of a difference between her face value online and offline. Even Jiangnan felt that the offline Lin Man looked a bit more innocent. I can't believe you're so young and so handsome. Lin Man sneaked a glance at Jiangnan, her height on 165 centimeters. At the moment this angle to see the side of the person, that perfect jawline, which makes her cannot help but secretly, should wear shoes have 185 it. I drop a good boy. So a quality boys hide my live room to stay for almost a year. And how not to send the work Lin Man's favoritism +2. Thanks. Jiangnan smiled and said thanks. With that, the two got into the car, slowly traveling away under the gaze of a crowd of passers-by. What's for dinner? In the car, Jiangnan inquired. I'm treating you. Shouldn't you be the one who wants something to eat? Lin Manhwa pursed the corners of her lips, and her afterglow kept scanning up inside the car. Nice guy. This is what the interior of $1 million starting value luxury car looks like, huh? There's one thing to be said for it. It's really quite comfortable to sit on. Hot pot. I remember a hot pot around here that's pretty good. Jong Nan pondered for a moment, and then said, that hot pot you mentioned in the neighborhood is indeed good, but I'll take you to a better alley hot pot. Lin Man immediately said, it's economical and affordable, and there are many dishes. As she spoke, she suddenly thought of her treat today, and stopped, looking towards Jiangnan rather awkwardly, and whispered, actually, it's fine if you want to go eat at the one you mentioned. It's fine, just go to that alley hot pot you mentioned. Jiangnan smiled carelessly. I'm not treating you to that one just because I'm saving money. Rather, that hot pot is really good. Lin Man's eyes were bursting with light when she said this. Chapter 9, whose Porsche is at the door of the alley. Not long after, commanded by Lin Man, Jiang Nan drove the car and arrived outside a small alley. Is this business so bursting at the seams? Jiang Nan rolled down the window and swept a glance. Good guy, outside the alley is full of cars. There is no empty space. That's for sure. How can a place I recommend not have something? Lin Man raised an eyebrow and said proudly. Could be. Jiang Nan nodded, rather looking forward to it. He is a local Jiangqing people. To say Jiangcheng what food is the most famous? Hot pot said second. I'm afraid there is no food can be called first. Brother, please back off, so my car can come out. At that moment, a man in his 30s arrived and handed over a wazoo. Politely, brother? Hearing this voice of brother, Lin Man sitting on the co-pilot couldn't help but show an odd expression on her face. He's a lot older than Gangnam, isn't he? And he's still called brother? When really, in this real world, money is the symbol of status. You're welcome, just wait a moment Jiang Nan took the wazi and nodded with a smile, while starting to reverse up. His technique was okay, and he backed up very smoothly to make way for a parking space. Thanks. Shortly afterward, a blue BMW 5 Series drove by. It's okay. After this BMW had traveled by, Jiang Nan also arrived at his previous parking space. Pretty good luck, getting out of the car. Jiang Nan praised. Say, I still don't know your name. Big brother? Lin Man led Jiang Nan towards the middle of the alley while introducing herself. My real name is Lin Man. Gangnam. Jiang Nan returned. So you're kind of a real name internet user. Lin Manhwa laughed softly. Indeed. As they chatted, the two also arrived at an open-air dam, where one table was full. Good lord, that's some hot. Seeing this, Jiang Nan could not help but sigh. Right. Lin Man raised her eyebrows again and smirked. Hello, how many, please? A waiter came trotting in. 2. Lin Man compared a yay. This way. The waiter immediately brought the two to a table that had just been packed up, and then said, 2 customers, just scan the code and order. The dishes will be delivered one by one. Okay, it's not my first time, so go about your business. Lin Man smiled and waved her hand, while sitting down and picking up her cell phone to scan the code and order. Yellow throats to eat or not? Eat. Where's the pig brain? No food. Duck sausage? Eat. The two of them asked and answered each other's questions, and also quickly ordered all the food. Gangnam? Yo, it's really you. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the next table. Jiang Nan and Lin Man looked towards the side in unison, only to see that a yellow-haired young man with a spiritual young sister was looking towards the two of them, and that yellow-haired young man immediately showed a shocked color on his face when he saw Lin Man. Nice guy. Such a pretty chick? Who's this? Lin Manhwa asked in a small voice. A co-worker we delivered with earlier. Jiang Nan only nodded slightly to that yellow hair, and heard Lin Man's inquiry and returned a reply. Delivery? Hearing this, Lin Man froze for a moment, then scratched her head and spoke. It seems like you rich second generation. You all quite like to go down to the grassroots to hone your skills and experience life up. I saw a video on the internet before. It was also a takeaway boy, and he ended up buying a several $100,000 or whatever name table without blinking an eye while delivering food. My goodness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan just smiled without saying anything. If he hadn't bound the system, I'm afraid he'd still be stranded at home eating noodles and thinking about how to deal with Meng Qingqiu's request to run to the present. Honey, this friend of yours doesn't seem very interested in giving him about you. Next to it, the yellow-haired young man's girlfriend spoke archly as if she were on fire. Ha! Hearing this, the yellow-haired young man suddenly smiled coldly and stood up immediately. Excuse me, which customer's Porsche Cayenne outside the alley? And the moment this yellow-haired young man stood up, just as a voice rang out in the field. Swish swish swish. Moment. All eyes were on him. It's yours? Seeing the yellow-haired young man stood out, a waiter hurriedly jogged and politely said, Brother, there is a customer's car outside that can't get out. I want you to move it. I don't know if it's okay? What me? The yellow-haired young man froze for a moment. He a small electric donkey, not casually moved? the Porsche Cayenne outside the alley. The waiter said politely, "Do I look like I can afford to drive one of those luxury cars to you?" The yellow-haired young man was speechless for a while, and just as he was about to walk towards Jiang Nan's table, he saw Jiang Nan stand up, and under his stunned gaze, he spoke. "Mine. Yours." The waiter heard Jiang Nan's words, and immediately ran over again, muttering on the way to be heard by the yellow-haired young man, "You cannot afford to stand up to do what?" Holy! The yellow-haired young man nearly spat out blood. He stood up because he was ready to find Jiang Nan in trouble. But, what's wrong with this kid? Porsche Cayenne? Isn't he a poor man who came out of an orphanage? Why is he suddenly driving a Porsche? This way. While he was in a daze, the waiter had already respectfully led Jiang Nan toward the open-air dam beyond. Soon, arrived outside the alley. Still only see a man in his 30s is smoking a cigarette. Looking at the waiter leading Jiang Nan to come, immediately greeted. Embarrassed to hand over $12 of cigarettes, politely said, "Sorry, handsome, your car is a little too close to my car. I don't quite dare to move." Jiang Nan took the cigarette and smiled. "It's fine, moving a car doesn't take much time. Do not dare to move. The meaning has been very clear. At least is a million-plus car. Really rub off the car paint. For ordinary people, that can be a month's salary." Soon, Jiang Nan came to the side of the car, swept a glance over, could not help but a burst of dumbfounded laughter. That's quite a bit of distance between cars, to be honest. Really. However, he glanced at a car next to him, a used BYD car, and I'm afraid he would have had to panic a bit in his place. Don't think that the people in the new first-tier cities like Zhangcheng are not rich or expensive. Not to mention Zhangcheng, or Kyoto, the foot of the ancient imperial city. The gap between the rich and the poor is still horrible to the extreme. Soon, Jiang Nan also moved his car a large body length away. "Thanks, handsome." This old man gave a thank you and traveled away. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, and after getting out of the car, he was just about to head towards the middle of the alley, when a flash of beautiful scenery entered his line of sight. Ding! Chapter 10 Welfare mini-quests are here. In the meantime, a beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head. Ding! Detecting that there is a member of the opposite sex with a face value of up to 90 points in the host's vicinity, the system dispatches a small task of welfare, successfully obtaining Kongyun's green bubble. Quest reward, $1 million and master piano proficiency. Ha! Hearing this beep, Jiang Nan's face revealed a look of surprise. $1 million aside, it's pretty nice. This piano mastery proficiency is a much more nice skill. However, he knew, as a layman, that there were 10 grades of piano in all, and that there was no approximate general term above the 10th grade. This master-level piano proficiency skill, honestly speaking, not to say it's the most top-notch existence, a small world level shouldn't be a problem, right, Kongyun? Jiang Nan's gaze went toward the flash of beautiful scenery. Soon the two sisters came hooking their hands and laughing. His eyes rested on one of the girls with shoulder-length hair. The light makeup made her look pure desire, and the smile on that face was even sweeter. Name, Kongyun. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Face value, 92 points. Favorability, 5 points. Ha! What's with the 5 points of favor? After Jiang Nan read this Jiang Yan's attributes, his face revealed a bit of surprise. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Jiang Yan inadvertently also noticed Jiang Nan standing next to the Porsche Cayenne. What normal man doesn't like beautiful women? Ditto for what sane woman who doesn't like handsome men? Yen, that handsome guy can be good clothes, good face, long and tall. Do you think that Porsche is his? This way, Jiang Yan's good girlfriend, Li Lanlan, who was beside her, whispered, "I don't know, but it's certainly quite handsome, in a sunny boy kind of way. It's my kind of thing." Jiang Yan whispered back, and then her gaze crossed Jiang Nan's, and inexplicably her heart began to race, so much so that it caused her to hastily retract her gaze. He came over. I wipe. Close distance feel more handsome. Good three-dimensional features. And, it feels like he should be fitness. Definitely belongs to the kind of dress to show thin. Undressing have meat of the very best. Li Lanlan also spoke nervously. Ha! Kongyun immediately calmed her emotions before looking at Jiang Nan walking towards herself with an extremely sunny smile. Wow, fun. This guy has such an infectious, sunny smile. Kongyun's favoritism +5. In just a moment, this pretty girl with a face value of 92 points had 10 points of favorability towards Jiang Nan. Hello, Missy, can I add you on WeChat? Jiang Nan came with his cell phone and looked at Jiang Yan with a smile as he asked. The system had said that it was a welfare mini-quest. Jiang Nan didn't think that 10 points of goodwill wouldn't be enough to successfully add this girl's WeChat. Me? Kongyun pointed to herself. Jiang Nan took a look. This pretty girl's hand is also really good looking. Made a not too long and not too short sequins wearing diamonds manicure. Look carefully. The middle finger but did not do manicure. May I? Jiang Nan nodded and shook his cell phone twice. No problem. Jiang Yan nodded. On the contrary, she was the pretty girl who was actively asked for a WeChat was a little shy, took out her cell phone. The two also added a WeChat to each other. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the welfare mini-quest. Awarded $1 million in master piano proficiency. After successfully adding WeChat, Jiang Nan's mind immediately rang with the system's beep, which caused a happy smile to appear on his face. This system, though, was a bit slower to develop than the many fast-paced godly texts he had previously read on the Tomato novel app, but honestly, this point of slowly growing and developing, and incidentally improving to gain practical skills, was really quite to Jiang Nan's liking. Gangnam, that, talk to you later. Both of them had exchanged notes. Jiang Yan naturally knew Jiang Nan's name. Her pretty face flushed as she waved her hand at him, and her small steps moved quickly. Talk to you later. Jiang Nan smiled slightly and followed her moving gaze, and it was then that he noticed the girl's outfit. The upper half of her body was a versatile white short shirt, while the lower half of her body was a small pale yellow skirt similar to a wraparound skirt, and as for the pair of straight and perfect jade legs, they were paired with a pair of white stockings. Good. Moving down to the pair of small brown leather shoes, the overall outfit immediately became more three-dimensional in his mind. This outfit is just perfect. If Jiang Nan was Jiang Yan's dish, then this Jiang Yan was a true heavenly dish for Jiang Nan. Jiang Yan. Two women walked through the alley. It seems that the two college students who just came over here to hang out. Jiang Nan also returned to the middle of the alley. As soon as he sat down, Lin Manman's monkey voice rang out. Mao Ma, 7 on 8, wrapped in crispy. Jiang Nan glanced at her, shook his head and smiled, took the bowls and chopsticks out, and also began to enjoy the alleyway hot pot. Honestly, the flavor was really good. At least he had tasted many hot pot restaurants. He felt that the flavor of this hot pot could definitely rank in the top 3. An hour later. Yes, Lin Manman put down her chopsticks and shouted out in unimaginative happiness. It does taste good. Jiang Nan nodded in approval. That's right, a hot pot that I can miss must taste delicious. Lin Manman smiled and removed the apron, while then sniffed the smell of hot pot on her body and opened her mouth. Just the smell is too big. In a while, why don't I just take a taxi back to school? It's okay, I don't smell good on me too. Jiang Nan wasn't wearing an apron and got up. Come on, I'll take you back. Gangnam. At that moment, a voice rang out from the side. Immediately afterward, the yellow-haired young man from before came with his girlfriend, smilingly handed over a shot of huazi, and spoke. Where have you been recently? You're doing so well now. Quit. Jiang Nan didn't take the huazi and faintly said, currently unemployed. After saying that, he gave Lin Manman a look and the two left side by side. Mud. What a pretender. The yellow-haired young man looked at Jiang Nan's back and snorted coldly. This grizzled hair is probably where he rented a set of clothes and a car to catch a girl, walked out of the alley, got into the car. Jiang Nan did not say anything more with Lin Manman to go shopping. Give her consumption to see if she can capture her heart, as a way to get out of the stage of self-reliance as soon as possible. He's in no hurry. There's no need to rush at all. Gangnam, I can't thank you enough for all the carnival swipes today. On the way back to school, Lin Manman took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Extra. Chapter 11. Goodbye to the landlady. Gangnam's prospect. Been watching you live for a year now, and even though you're live as you go, it's still pretty funny. Jiang Nan laughed softly. It wasn't a momentary upturn. It was just an opportunity. It's rare to see such a low-key rich kid like you. Lin Manhwa spoke and stole a glance at Jiang Nan. There was another word she hadn't said, tucked away in her heart. That is, it's even rarer to see a rich kid with a good personality and high face value like Gangnam. It could almost be said that even if Jiang Nan hadn't swiped these 21 carnivals for her and hadn't driven a Porsche worth $1 million to start with to pick her up, really if he had wanted to pursue himself, Lin Manman really wouldn't have been the first to think of rejecting this. First impressions are so important. Oh, so you do see a lot of high-profile rich kids? Jiang Nan asked rhetorically with a smile. No, I read it all on the internet. Don't they say that when God opens a window for you, he will surely close a window for you? I feel like God didn't close a single window for you, but opened all the quality ones for you. Lin Manhwa also couldn't hold back her laughter as she spoke. Ha ha. Jiang Nan was also amused by her words. Two people you a word I a word. The car atmosphere is very cordial. Not the slightest bit of the first meeting of the strangeness. On the contrary, there is a kind of online chat for a long-time netizens run now general. It's almost here. When the car arrived and stopped at the entrance of Lin Manman's university, Lin Manman muttered in a somewhat dazed manner. What? Can't get out of the car? Jiang Nan teased. It just feels quite relaxing and fun to talk to you. Lin Manman spat out her tongue, and then loosened her seatbelt, pulled open the car door, and after hesitating for a moment, turned her head over to look at Jiang Nan and opened her mouth. That, when you're free can we ask you to have dinner again? Okay, just watch your time. Jiangnan smiled and nodded. Good. Lin Manhwa smiled and happily got out of the car. Bye-bye. The car door was closed behind her and she waved with a sweet smile hanging out the window. Bye. Jiangnan also waved his hand, and then slowly started the car to drive away. Lin Man's favoritism +5. On the way back to the old town, another beep from the system inexplicably rang in Jiangnan's head, which made him think back. If he remembered correctly, Lin Manman's favorability towards him had now reached a whopping 32 points. Good lord, this favorability spike isn't slow. 32 points of favorability is already considered close to the level of an ambiguous relationship. Jiangnan had learned about this goodwill value of the system. Generally speaking, 0 points is a stranger. 10 points or less, basically just have an impression. Arriving around 10 points, this impression has been considered very good. As for around 11:30 p.m. it's generally all about friendships. And more than 30 points, if it is the opposite sex, basically with a little bit towards the good sense between men and women friends. As long as Jiangnan want, occasionally ambiguous words, or body small touch, absolutely is able to accelerate Lin Manman's good sense of his degree of very quickly. That's why it's not just money that you have to have in this world, but also hardcore conditions in all areas have to keep up. Jiangnan swept a glance at himself in the car's mirror, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a nice-looking arc. By the time I got back to the downstairs of the old neighborhood I had rented in the old city, it was already about 2:30 in the afternoon. After parking the car, Jiangnan also carried a few pockets up to the 3rd floor. Coincidentally, when the corner of the building was turned, he met the landlady, Xia Jiqing, face to face again. Sister Xia, Jiangnan snorted. Ha! Xia Jiqing looked at Jiangnan at this moment, and a look of surprise came over her face. Nice guy, this dress is really handsome enough. Ah! Xia Jiqing's favoritism +2. The system's beep sounded in his head, and Jiangnan nodded in his heart. People rely on their clothes, and the ancients are true to their word. Is this going on a spending spree? Xia Jiqing then looked up and down a few eyes Jiangnan. A pair of beautiful eyes all show the color of amazement. Spoke, a few months do not see. Good guy, Armani, Rolex Green Water Ghost? Xiao Jiang, are you done with your life experience and ready to go home to inherit the family business? Nowadays Jiangnan is indeed the temperament is completely different compared to before. Control of the master piano proficiency, plus this decent dress, really give a feeling of noble gentleman. Sister Xia is joking. Jiangnan shook his head and smiled. Ha ha ha, but it's really a big change. There's one thing to be said for it. Sis is really a decade or so younger. Guaranteed to be mesmerized by you. Xia Jiqing covered her mouth and laughed. Her figure was not the plump kind, but Lei could not be small. Plus she was wearing a slightly slimming blue blouse. That laughed. Jiangnan only had 4 words to describe his heart at the moment. Flowery branch. You're embarrassing me a bit. Jiangnan returned to his senses and scratched his head with a naive smile. If he didn't know that Xia Jiqing's favorability towards him was also only 7 points, he was afraid that he would really take it seriously and then say something about a tiger and a wolf was not impossible. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +3. At this time, a system beep sounded in his head, causing Jiangnan to freeze for a moment. Nice guy, this surprisingly added 3 points of goodwill, coming to as many as 10 points at once. Well, I won't tease you anymore. Sis still has to pick up my daughter from the piano teacher. Talk to you later. Xia Jiqing waved her hand before crossing over to Jiangnan and descending the building. Piano? Jiangnan's eyes flickered for a moment. From time to time during the day when he was at home he did hear the sound of some simple piano keys ringing. So the landlady's daughter was learning the piano? Ah, wait. Jiangnan's mind flashed as if he had grasped some key point. He is now in control of a masterclass piano proficiency. Teaching a few years old little girl is not so unable to teach, right? The landlady's face value score is also a whopping 92, so it doesn't seem impossible to include her as one of the targets for completing that previous welfare mission. Jiangnan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. That welfare mini-quest is worth its weight in gold. Villa 001, Tianfu, Jiangcheng, Global Limited Edition Pagani Windjammer. He took the time to search it. The price of Jiangcheng Tianfu in Jiangcheng is not low, which has sea view houses, large flat floors, and a limited number of the most precious 9 villas. And this Villa 001, according to the internet, more than 500 million, less than 300 million to start. And a villa that can be called 001, is it so simple to be able to buy it with money? Therefore, just this Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 villa alone completely attracted Dao Jiangnan. Not to mention, a limited edition global luxury supercar, the Pagani Windjammer. This car start are tens of millions of dollars. Just a value of $1 million start Porsche Cayenne drive out are quite forced. If a start tens of millions of dollars of supercars Pagani Wind Sun drive out, that is not a pure bombing street. To attract the attention of all the people projected to come great. Suddenly a little more motivated goal. For the sake of my 001 Dabino, and for the sake of my luxury supercar, the Pagani Windjammer, make sure to complete this somewhat difficult little task of welfare as soon as possible. Chapter 12, Trivia Live. Wineglass legs. Back inside, Jiang Nan dropped a few bags in his hand onto the small sofa, while leaning back and lying down. He stared blankly at the ceiling, not having any reason to laugh out loud suddenly. None of this is a dream. Jiang Nan got up violently, then took out his cell phone to check up his balance. Over 4 million. In just a few hours, he jumped from a poor man with only a few $1,000s in savings to a millionaire. He wondered if the richest man in the world was now making money as fast as he was. But, in the future, there must not be a single person in this world who can catch up with him in terms of his speed of earning money. That's how confident he is. After slowing down, Jiang Nan opened Shakeology. Big brother welcome. A small heart to walk on the shiatsu board. A big beer to walk on the shiatsu board twice. A hot air balloon to live on the shiatsu board for a minute. Please feel free to come and order your brothers to give Xiaomei instructions. It might be the reason that Jiang Nan had brushed a gift to the small game anchor woman in the morning, and when he just clicked on Jitterbug, that small game live broadcast in the morning was immediately pushed over. Still live on the shiatsu board? Jiang Nan swept a glance and found that this anchor was still live on the finger pressure board, which made his face show a little surprised color to come. So trustworthy? Immediately, he entered the middle of the broadcast. Welcome. Wow, fun. Welcome Smoky Jiang Nan brother into the live room. Jiang Nan brother. I did not fail to keep my word yo. In addition to a few minutes delay when I took takeout at noon. But I did not renegade a little bit of time yo. As Jiang Nan entered the live broadcast room, he rose to the first position on the list in seconds. And the female anchors in this small game live broadcast room immediately gave a warm welcome. Seeing that he had risen directly to the first position on the list, Jiang Nan also understood that this female anchor had indeed never been off the air. Price increase. It was then that he noticed the cue card the anchor woman was holding had changed. A hot air balloon only adds a minute to the live shiatsu board. It can't be helped brother. More than 6 hours have not yet arrived. At this moment, although there is only 1 hour left, I feel like I am going to be wasted at this moment. The anchor woman commiserated. Don't say. This woman doesn't know what she looks like at the moment, but this voice sounds really soft and sweet. One thing that wins out though is that she has really nice legs. Not to say chopstick legs, not to say model legs, and not to say caricature legs, but it's the leg of the wine glass. This leg type, as the name suggests, is just like a wine glass, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. And although the thighs look more slightly muscular, the calves are actually still very slim. In the eyes of Gangnam, a bit of a leg man, the playable year was a given. Even Jiang Nan was a bit tempted to throw an insight spell at the small game hostess called Xiaomei Susu to see what her face value score really was. Forget it, there's no need. It was just supposed to be a way to get ordinary emotional value and find it fun. Jiang Nan shook his head and discarded the idea again. If he had been running for face value in the first place, he would have thrown the insight spell over there a long time ago. But he wasn't. Just simply found this little game interesting. Plus the emotional value given by this SOS is pretty spot on. And now, it's even extremely trustworthy to keep your feet on the shiatsu board for close to 6 hours in the live room. Honestly, Jiang Nan still admired her. Lose the insight spell, in case it's not ideal, and then there's really not much interest left. Jiang Nan shook his head. Play a net, just have fun. If you want to see pretty girls, Jitterbug isn't a bunch of them at all times. Is it still holding? Jiang Nan asked. Is it still holding up? Seeing this pop up from Jiang Nan, this female anchor named Susu hadn't yet spoken. A level 52 big brother snapped. What? You still want to brush up a bit? Seeing this pop up, Jiang Nan froze for a moment, and his brows were instantly furrowed. Ignoring him and continuing with a pop-up. If I can't hold out any longer, I won't renew it. Can hold. Seeing Jiang Nan's pop-up, this female anchor called Susu hurriedly said, Brother Jiang Nan, I can still hold on. Okay, I'll charge some. After Jiang Nan sent a message, he exited and started recharging up. It didn't charge much, just the odd $400,000. Soon, 4 million shake diamonds arrived. Jiang Nan was back on the air. The moment Jiang Nan swept a glance, that level 52 big brother was madly brushing hot air balloons, and in the time it took him to retreat and advance, he had already furiously brushed as many as 100 of them. One hot air balloon is $52, 100 is $5,200. This wave directly surpassed the 400 large sunglasses that Jiang Nan had previously swiped. Since you say you can hold on, I'll let you hold on a little longer. Keep it up for me. This level 52 big brother arrogantly posted a pop-up. Although this big brother swiped 100 hot air balloons for her, which amounted to a whopping $200, Susu in the live broadcasting room at the moment was smiling bitterly. 100 balloons is 100 minutes. another hour and 40 minutes. With the hour she still owed, that added up to 2 hours and 40 minutes. Tired. Too tired. Thanks to 100 hot air balloons from Dasha Arigato, I'm currently 2 hours and 40 minutes away from being live on the shiatsu board. Susu's breathless voice rang out, but she soon perked up as well and continued. Is there a boss who continues to add hours? Hearing this, Jong Nan's eyes couldn't help but flicker for a moment. Shaking his head with a light smile and typing, there is plus and minus. Anchor, I think how about reducing the gift by 1 minute by brushing the same reciprocal gift? Seeing Jang Nan's pop-up, Susu froze for a moment, then said, will this work? Okay, why not? Jong Nan laughed. Level 52 big brother. Oh, what do you mean? You want to fight me? Try. Jong Nan smiled faintly, and then began to look for a gift that could correspond to the value of the hot air balloon. Is the new book people read much? Good brothers, come here to gouge one to receive the perfect life system. 111. I come first. Chapter 13 Big Brother. No need to brush. The penis is scared away by you. At a casual glance, Jongnan saw a really love you gift, also worth $52. Immediately, Jongnan also nodded and brushed up, but in a little while, 100, 200 swiped out. At $52 apiece, 200 would be $10. 400. Thank you so much for the 200 really love yous from Brother Gangnam. Susu immediately thanked. Her voice had a slight tremor. It was clear that she was really especially excited. Because 2 hours and 40 minutes is only 160 minutes. And with these 200 really love you gifts down in Gangnam, that's 200 minutes off in an instant. Even, it was over 40 minutes. Dasha has sent a hot air balloon *1 for the host. Dasha has sent a hot air balloon *1 for the host. Dasha has sent a hot air balloon *1 for the host. This level 52 big brother also started brushing up hard. Likewise, he swipes his gifts extremely frequently. It was the same 200 that were swiped out in a little while. Asterisk. Two big brothers are at war. Ha ha ha. So lucky. Cool. Damn. It's like I'm so powerful to go on a brush bench too. It's not easy for a small game live room to encounter two big brothers sparring against each other. Big brothers, brush gifts tired. Tired. If you charge a good jittery drill to give me the account. Little brother to help you brush. Rest assured that do not want a hard work fees. A pop-up screen scrolled and swiped up in the broadcast room. Now the live room from the beginning of 100 or so people, probably because of the reason that the gift brush is too much, began to push the flow up, and gradually came to more than 400 people. Thank you so much for your support, both big brothers. Susu's voice trembled a little more. She is just a small game anchor with a few thousand fans. Where has she seen this battle? At this moment her heart is really not to say the complex emotions. Jong Nan didn't say anything, his fingers just kept clicking away. As he swiped a total of 1,000 gifts worth $52, he stopped. Not that he wasn't going to continue, but his hands were really tired. 52,000. At this moment, seeing the 1,000 really love you floating on the screen, the female anchor Susu's eyes widened in disbelief. This gift is so exhausting. After Jong Nan sent a pop-up, he directly clicked on Carnival, a pushy gift worth $3,000. Brush. Smoky River South sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. The gifts floated up on the screen once more. This time, it's still a $3,000 Carnival. He has 34,800,000 jitterbugs left in his account. A Carnival is 30,000 jitterbugs. Jong Nan didn't say much nonsense and directly swiped 100 Carnival first. 3,000,000 jiggle diamonds and $300. 000 was spent in no time at all. Asterisk. This big brother is really powerful. Mud. Ordering a Carnival is more of a put-on than me ordering a small heart. What do you mean more relaxed than you point small hearts? People big brother point Huazi, and we point praise is not much different okay? Big brother, stop brushing. That level 52 dick was scared off by you. Jong Nan's 100 Carnivals came down, instantly causing the entire live broadcast to boil over. Sense. Thank you brother Smoky River South for the 100 Carnivals. My mama yeah. I've never received a Carnival before. This 100 from you, brother, directly opens up a new world for me. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Anchorwoman Susu immediately folded her hands and bowed up to the camera one by one. Running away? That's so boring. Jong Nan couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast, and then it got its hands dirty and swiped all of the remaining 480,000 jitterbugs, or $48,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete, and you've received a 5-fold spending rebate. Ding! The phone rang once more with a text message. 400, $1,000,000 rebate quintupled. That's $2 million. Adding to his previous $2 million, that means he now has as much as $4 million in savings. Beautiful. Jung Nan snapped his fingers, a look of admiration coming over his face. Brother Jung Nan, I'll go off the air first. You can check the private message later. At this time, the voice of the female anchor in the live broadcast room rang out. Hearing the voice, Jung Nan returned to his senses while then tapping a follow for this female anchor. Soon, the live feed is closed. Jung Nan arrived on his homepage and a private message was sent. Thanks for your reward. Brother Jung Nan, can I add you a green bubble? Susu sent a message. Seeing this, Jung Nan hesitated for a moment, but quickly shook his head. Adding a WeChat won't do anything. This anchor woman, if it's just that her legs are not bad, and her face is really unattractive, delete it and be done with it. If you can see it, you can keep it. For a trustworthy anchor woman like this to earn this hard-earned money, honestly, Jung Nan was still quite admiring. Immediately, soon, it was almost a matter of seconds before a friend-adding tone came from the background of his WeChat. So requesting to add you as a friend. Jung Nan clicked in and agreed to the request. And then, subconsciously, he clicked on this Susu's friend circle and looked at it. The first image that came into his line of sight was the background picture of a friend's circle. A picture of a woman in her 20s holding a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. In the photo, the woman looks gentle and virtuous. Small family, face value, not to say that the first look gives people more stunning feeling, but with more stay a few eyes to see. But it is a surprise. Belong to the type of the more you look at the better type. Moreover, from the way she was dressed, she seemed to be an extremely good woman. Having a baby? Jung Nan was really a bit surprised to see that the woman in that photo was at most 27 and 28 years old, and that she had a 5 or 6 year old child. Wait, 27 and 28 doesn't seem too young, and having a 5 or 6 year old seems perfectly normal. Jung Nan shook his head and laughed, before scanning the rest of his circle of friends, most of which were just everyday life, and couldn't help but back out. Hello brother Jung Nan, I'm Su, the female anchor just now. A voice bar was sent. Thank you so much just now. I know that sometimes swiping gifts can be a bit on the nose. Do you think this is okay? Currently I don't have much money on hand. When the gift split comes down, I will return half of what you swiped today to you. Is that okay? As Jung Nan was about to reply, another voice was sent. After listening, he revealed a smile to this anchor woman, who seemed quite interesting. No need, Jung Nan replied. For me, hundreds of thousands of dollars is nothing more than loose silver. The money that is brushed out is the water that is poured out. Just accept it at ease. Signed, ask for free power for love. That thing is able to get 3 times by looking at the ads. Please everyone small support. It will take you a little while. Thank you. Chapter 14 Landlady, Xiao Jiang, are you there? In the meantime, in the middle of some small apartment in Zhangcheng, a woman wearing a floral dress, hair over her shoulders, wearing a mask to see clearly the face of the woman sitting on the living room sofa, looking at the WeChat. This big brother of their own sent the message. Her eyes for a moment are a little wet. Thank you brother Jung Nan. The woman typed a message and slowly took off her own gag to come, without any makeup, pure vegan state, that is, her face value is also very high. Moreover, at this moment, with her eyes slightly red, she looked even more broken in a way that I could not help but feel the urge to take her into one's arms and love her. That's okay, I'll just go ahead and get busy. Talk to you later. A message was sent, causing the woman to wipe the corners of her eyes before she obediently replied back with a good word, followed by her entire body collapsing onto the couch and letting out a long breath out. Relaxed state. Continuously standing on the shiatsu board on the live room for so long, she is also suddenly feel a pain in the legs and feet came, which makes her cannot help but to receive the legs on the sofa, and then slightly sideways began to knead up the pair of meat silk calves as well as jade feet. Today's income is more than $200,000 at once, so it seems like it's possible to add some food to the baby in Amarata. The woman's voice rang out. Really met a good big brother. And, this big brother hasn't made any demands on me yet. Isn't that what the internet always says? List a big brother usually like female anchors to put forward what requirements? Although I did not show my face, but a lot of live viewers have more than once private chat with me to ask out not out of socks. Thinking of this, the woman pursed the corners of her lips, then shook her head and murmured, this big brother shouldn't have this hobby, right? But there has to be a way to thank people. For him it might just be loose silver tails. For me, an ordinary family, that's almost 2 years of income. Jung Nan sighed. He stepped out of the bathroom, his hair not even blow-dried at the moment after he had just taken a shower and gotten dressed. Good boy, don't cry. Mom will find a better piano teacher for Ring. Our Ring is not stupid at all. It's the teacher who is stupid. She has no real material and still comes out to teach piano. Arriving in the living room, the sound of the landlady coaxing her daughter from the doorway rang out for reasons of not being particularly soundproof. 5:55. sobbing sounds. Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. It seems that opportunity is here? Squeak! The door suddenly opened, and Xia Jiqing and her daughter, who had just passed by Jiang Nan's entrance, were startled to the point that the little girl stopped crying. Ha! Sister Xia, hello, Jiang Nan, who was carrying a black garbage pocket in his hand, looked at the mother and daughter in surprise before placing the garbage pocket on the doorway, and then his gaze rested on the little girl, wondering, why are you crying? Are you, brother Jiang Nan? The little girl is also 5 or 6 years old, living on the same floor. The big and small have encountered each other from time to time, and even one day last year, he helped this little girl to drive away a few bigger bad kids. Thus, she still has a very strong impression of Jiang Nan. Yeah, why don't you recognize your brother? Jiang Nan smiled and squatted down, and after glancing at Xia Jiqing, seeing that she didn't seem to resent anything, he couldn't help but reach out and rub the little girl's head. It's just that my brother suddenly got better looking and didn't recognize him at first. Mom, I want my brother to teach me piano. The little girl enjoyed Jiang Nan's big hand stroking her little head, and then suddenly hugged him, looked towards her mom, and opened her mouth. Big brother taught me how to play the piano. I can definitely learn. You. Xia Jiqing was a little confused by her daughter's words, and then smiled bitterly and shook her head. Xiaoying good. Brother, he's not a teacher. And he doesn't know how to play the piano either. Yes, big brother just does. The little girl spilled her guts. You girl. Xia Jiqing frowned. Her face was full of helplessness, especially when she saw her daughter hugging Jiang Nan and not letting go. She was even more drunk and subconsciously squatted down, and at the same time, the angle at which she crouched down and the angle at which Jiang Nan crouched down, that was perfectly aligned. Instantly, seemingly sensing something, Xia Jiqing's face immediately turned red, and as she was about to get up, her afterglow was to notice that Jiang Nan immediately turned away from her eyes, which made her heart breathe a sigh of relief, and she also re-stood up without showing any trace. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +5. Ha! 5 favorability points for just being a gentleman? Jiang Nan was slightly surprised. Big brother, you sure know how to play the piano right. At that moment, the little girl's milky voice rang out. Will. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Xia Jiqing was slightly stunned, but soon she understood that this was following her own daughter's words next. At that moment she also nodded with a smile and spoke. Brother has something going on right now, so how about letting him teach you how to play the piano when he's free? Hurrah hurrah hurrah! The little girl immediately smiled happily. Jiang Nan also stood up, and he didn't directly state how hungover he was on the piano. When it was really necessary for him to show it, he only needed to harvest Xia Jiqing's favorability and that would be the end of it. So he didn't even bother to rush his performance. That sort of thing is just low-level maneuvering. The true masters of the game are the ones who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, giving unexpected shocks at critical moments. By big brother. The little girl was pulled away by Xia Jiqing. Bye. Jiang Nan also waved his hand with a smile. The landlady glanced at Jiang Nan and gave him a smile back. Watching a large and small group walk away, Jiang Nan also withdrew his gaze from the landlady's marvelous figure. Bang! The door to the room closed, and Jiang Nan didn't continue to spend money on shakeology, so he directly returned to his room and began to sleep up. Bang! 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 And I don't know how long I slept. In a daze, a knock on the door brought him back to reality from his dream. Opening his eyes, Jiang Nan looked out the window at the gloomy weather and couldn't help but get up from the bed in confusion. It's 6 all right. Jiang Nan glanced at the time. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. This sleep was really long enough. Bang! 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 That's when the knock came once more. Jiang, are you there? The landlady's voice rang out. Squeak! Soon, Jiang Nan got up and arrived to hold the door open, and saw the landlady, who breathed a huge sigh of relief. Sister Xia, what's wrong? Jiang Nan yawned and inquired. Just woke up? Xia Jiqing glanced at the somewhat sleepy Jiang Nan and couldn't help but smile. I just made some home-cooked food and wanted to ask if you had eaten yet. Chapter 15, Mrs. Walking out of a manga. Nope. Jiang Nan shook his head. Okay then, pack up and come over later. The landlady smiled and nodded. Yes. Jiang Nan finally came back to his senses at this time, went back to the house and washed up. While out the door, the place where the landlady lived was not far from him. It was an old neighborhood house with 4 or 5 tenants on one floor, while the landlady was in the innermost position on the 3rd floor. Jiang Nan quickly arrived. The gate was not closed, and he also walked straight in. After closing the gate behind her, the landlady's gentle voice came from inside. Xiao Jiang, just the shoes at the door. I've got them ready for you. Yes, Jiang Nan answered, and then looked at it. It was a pair of pink lady slippers, but it wasn't too small. At least he wore it in, and at this time, he also noticed several pairs of high-heeled shoes on the shoe cabinet next to him. Among them, a pair of Valentino heels with diamonds made him look twice. This landlady is also a high-heeled shoe person. Jung Nan retracted his gaze. It was not an exaggeration to say that if this shoe cabinet was placed outside, I'm afraid that the next day there would be no pears, and even then, there was a great possibility that something slimy would appear. This is the kind of thing that simply doesn't get reported out on the internet in the news. Big brother. As Jung Nan walked through the gate, the little girl immediately came jumping happily before jumping into the arms of the crouching him. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +1. Carrying the little girl up, the system's beep sounded in his head, which made him not help but look towards the front, only to see the landlady standing with a small apron tied on, and that absolutely beautiful face showing a bit of a trance color. Sister Xia. Jung Nan snorted softly. Come on, it's time to eat. Xia Jiqing slowed down and smiled. Dinner, dinner, dinner. The little girl cried out happily. After dinner and rice, handsome brother will teach Xiaoying to play the piano. Xia Jiqing aggravated her tone a bit. Didn't mom say? Brother is usually very busy. He may not be able to find the time to come out and teach you how to play the piano. Whatever. Won't handsome have time after dinner later? The little girl threw a tantrum, deflating her little mouth with a look of unhappiness. Okay, I'll teach you later. Jung Nan knew that the patting was almost done, smiled and reached out to rub the little girl's head as he opened his mouth. Xiao Jiang. Xia Jiqing looked toward Jung Nan in surprise. It's okay. Gangnam gave the landlady a look. That confident look caused Xia Jiqing to freeze for a moment before shaking her head and saying, let's not talk about this first. Come on, get on the table and eat. As she said that, she also took off her apron, and a pair of big thunders immediately entered Jung Nan's line of sight. That body, it does top. It does wow. Jung Nan hurriedly retracted his gaze, not daring to ogle more. Most of all, this landlady is silver hair, coupled with this invincible body. It really seems as if she came out from the manga of the Bakurai second-generation wife. Take your seat soon. The landlady also picked up the little girl and ate her meal in her arms. However, the little girl was full of unhappiness written all over her face, and it was clear that she wanted to eat in Jung Nan's arms. You little girl. At such a young age you like handsome men. Don't you want your mom? The landlady couldn't help but make a sour snort as she watched her daughter keep staring at Jung Nan. But brother Gangnam is really handsome. Already 5 or 6 years old. Nowadays children are not like the children of the previous era who don't know anything. And at this moment, they said this, so that Xia Jiqing and Jung Nan didn't hold back and laughed. Eat. Xia Jiqing hurriedly said, and then looked at Jung Nan with a faintly gentle smile on her face. How is it, little Jung? Is sister's craftsmanship still to your taste? Yummy. I just love Sichuan and Chongqing food. Spicy as hell. Jung Nan nodded in approval. It wasn't that he was trying to force a compliment in order to boost his favorability, but the landlady, Xia Jiqing's cooking skills were indeed very good. To your liking. Xia Jiqing pursed her lips. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +1. It only added a little bit of goodwill, but it was better than nothing, and some growth was so much better than no growth at all. And, if he remembered correctly, the current landlady wasn't exactly low on his good graces. 17 points. This level of goodwill is already considered to be progressing extremely fast. Give him another small amount of time to make contact, and taking that little task of welfare is already within reach. The meal took almost half an hour. Only then did Jung Nan put down his chopsticks. Shall I serve you another bowl? The landlady said happily. I can't eat it. It's too bloated. Jung Nan patted his stomach and shook his head. Honestly, it's been a really long time since I've eaten any of these home-cooked dishes. Ha ha ha. As long as it suits your taste. In the future, if there's any dish that you want to eat, feel free to tell sister. After adding another 3 points of favorability from one meal, the landlady already had 20 points of favorability towards Jung Nan, and the power of 20 points of goodwill was immediately apparent. Hearing this, Jung Nan scratched his head and laughed nervously. I ate a bit too much. How much of this can you eat? 2. The landlady said happily. It had been too long since Jung Nan had eaten a home-cooked meal, and likewise, it had been a long time since anyone had eaten a home-cooked meal prepared by her. Moreover, she could see that one of the dishes on the table was almost a CD-ROM, which was such a great silent compliment for a cook. I'll clean up. You play with Ing and just stay put. When the landlady saw Jung Nan trying to clean up the dishes, she immediately hugged her little girl and got up. Little Ing, go watch TV with your brother. Mommy will come to keep you company later. Okay, ta-da. The little girl immediately arrived at Jung Nan's side and leaned in with a smile. Sister Xia. Jung Nan glanced at the table. It's okay. Xia Jiqing smiled gently and waved her hand. Okay. Jung Nan didn't continue to waste more time on this issue, and then carried the little girl in his arms as he slowly headed towards the living room. Handsome, the piano room isn't in the living room. It's over there. The little girl's milky voice rang out. Yes. Jung Nan followed the direction of the little girl's finger, a small room. Hearing the exchange between the big and the small, The landlady of the restaurant couldn't help but shake her head and laugh, muttering, "Good thing too. It's just as well to let Xiaoying know that Xiao Zhang doesn't know how to talk about the piano, or else she'd really be pestering him all the time for him to teach to play the piano." As she spoke, she was also seeing several plates on the table again with just a bit of soup and chili left on them. Basically speaking, the dishes were finished, which made her purse her lips, and a happy smile appeared on her face again. Chapter 16, You Should Say We're Awesome. The moment. In the middle of the little girl's piano room, "Handsome brother, let me play you a tune I just learned." The little girl sat on Jiang Nan's lap and smiled. "I don't even like that piano teacher who teaches me. That's why I pretend that I can't learn how to do it. Humph, I'm actually good at it." "Yes?" Jiang Nan reached out and touched this girl's little head, smilingly saying, "Then play for brother to hear. I'll see how good little Ing is." "Yes." The little girl's little face, which had been giggling, suddenly straightened up, and then both of her little hands were placed on the little piano. The moment the first note sounded, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Immediately after that, a second and a third rang out. Jiang Nan was now a master-level piano proficient, and instantly associated a song from these few simple notes. Little Star, a very simple children's song. Soon, a small section was played and the little girl hummed softly, "The sky is full of little stars," and as she hummed, she played along with it in a line. In no time at all, an easy version of Little Star was played by her. "Awesome indeed," Jiang Nan quipped. Even though the song Little Star wasn't even remotely difficult to say the least, it was honestly a bit difficult for a small child of 5 or 6 to play without looking at the sheet music, which showed her proficiency in the piece. Hee hee, the little girl laughed happily. "Come on, I'll teach you another one that's even easier," Jiang Nan said with a smile. He was seen taking the little girl's tiny hands while playing on the piano keys. Two tigers, run fast, Gangnam hummed as he played. In the meantime, packing up the dishes in the dining room, Xia Jiqing, who didn't start washing the dishes at the first time, walked over while tying her apron. Just in time, she saw the image of Jiang Nan's big hand grasping her own daughter's small hand and playing, the two big and one small happily humming, and an unknown smile came to her face. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +5. The song Two Tigers ended, and a system beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head. "Sister Xia." Jiang Nan looked back and smiled in greeting. "I can't believe you really know how to play the piano." "Ha?" Xia Jiqing reached out and hooked her ear hair, not knowing why. She was rather afraid to meet Jiang Nan's gaze. "These are simple children's songs, very simple." Jiang Nan laughed lightly. "That's awesome too," landlady Xia Jiqing exclaimed. "Like me, I don't have any talent for musical instruments, and I thought about practicing piano when I was in junior high school, but I just don't have the talent. Ha ha ha, it's very simple. Do you want to try it, Sister Xia?" Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he opened his mouth. "Me, as well?" Xia Jiqing froze for a moment. "Mom, it sure is easy." The little girl jumped down from Jiang Nan's lap, and then bounced towards the door, pulling Xia Jiqing with a quick step, and opened her mouth. "Handsome brother surely knows how to play the piano, so let him take you to feel it. Maybe mommy you're actually very talented?" Gangnam's favoritism +10,086. If the little girl also had a system, then I'm afraid that the system's beep would definitely be heard in her head. At this moment, Jiang Nan looked at this little girl with eyes that were even more tender. "What a good boy. Sister Xia, sit down." Jiang Nan got up and moved out of the way. If Xia Jiqing's favorability towards him was above 40 points, then he was afraid that he would just let this landlady sit on his lap like a little girl. After thinking about it, it was only a mere 25 points of goodwill at the moment, a value that was not up or down. Jiang Nan still did not dare to go too far. "Yes." Xia Jiqing sat down expectantly, looking at the small piano in front of her. Her pretty face was slightly red, and she was more than a little nervous. When the little girl wasn't home, she occasionally sat down and tapped a few times, but really didn't know anything about it and was just tapping blindly. "What do I need to do next?" Xia Jiqing took a deep breath, and the moment she turned back over, she coincidentally also met Jiang Nan, who was leaning down, and the two of them were said to be close to each other. Poof, poof. Some studies have shown that when a man and a woman are alone in an extremely tense atmosphere, the body secretes a unique hormone that cannot be seen or felt, and this hormone will make people face the opposite sex. Will inexplicably heartbeat, there is thus, in this case, is very likely to have a kind of simulation of love with each other. At this moment, Xia Jiqing had been a little nervous, and now faced with such a close distance. Pores, heartbeat all clearly visible to hear the situation. A heart is even more rapid beating up. "Sister Xia," a gentle voice rang out. Next, two rather warm hands grabbed her hand, which scared her back immediately, just ready to subconsciously break away from her hand. But soon, a gentle voice once again rang in her ears. "Don't be nervous, I'm grabbing your hand to bring you a feeling of how your fingers feel as they beat on the keys. Xia Jiqing looked at the serious Jiangnan, found that his eyes are only on the piano. Feel her nervousness, towards her look when the soft smile hanging on the face, as if a bullet general bang hit her heart. Gollum. Xia Jiqing didn't have to swallow her saliva. Xia Jiqing's favorability plus 10. A system beep sounded in his head, causing Jiang Nan to freeze for a moment. Nice guy. He thought that the ambiguous atmosphere he created in this wave could add some goodwill, but he didn't expect it to directly explode by as much as 10 points. Ready? Jiang Nan looked straight at the landlady staring at him and asked in a soft voice. Nah. The landlady's pretty face slightly reddened and with some reluctance, she averted her gaze from Jiang Nan's face that made her heart beat faster, and answered in a long, trailing voice. Good, Jiang Nan softly said, and then grabbed the landlady's delicate hand and directly began to play. In a few moments, extremely light tunes resounded through the piano room, and as a bar was played and the tempo gradually picked up, a look of surprise came over the landlady's face before she spoke. I know what tune this is. It's called Kakujiro's Summer, right? Right. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. You're awesome, the landlady complimented by heart. No, Jiang Nan laughed softly. Sister Xia, you should say that we're really great. Xia Jiqing's favoritism plus 5. Jiang Nan this emotional value given. The landlady heart straight cannot stand. Chapter 17, I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Like the landlady, this beautiful chartered woman, in the middle of the new first-tier city like Jiangcheng has a few buildings to collect rent. Frankly speaking, despite the old city, this month down really is considered a rich woman level. Moreover, Jiang Nan had also heard that I was afraid that this landlady was more than just a chartered housewife for a few buildings in this old neighborhood. A rich woman like this one who has been widowed for several years is extremely empty inside without going out and fooling around. Once someone did force their way into her heart, there was absolutely no need for the other person to take the initiative. Xiao Jiang, thank you so much. The landlady looked at Jiang Nan with a slight pull in her eyes. What does Sister Xia think? Piano isn't actually that hard. Jiang Nan laughed. With you, it's not hard, the landlady whispered with a slight blush on her pretty face. The power of 40 points of goodwill was really not small, and the landlady with a slightly shy expression was really a bit too powerful to kill. Then how about I stop by and teach Sister Xia when I come to rub it in? Couldn't you have taught sis in passing when you didn't come to rub it in? No, I mean, the two of them talked to each other, which in turn gave an immediate feeling of flirting between a young couple. Mom, didn't Handsome teach me how to play the piano? The little girl crossed her arms and beamed her discontent from one side. Your handsome brother will be very busy on weekdays. Tomorrow Mom will take you to another teacher to see. She is very gentle, and the family but also has a cute little girl, about the same age as you. I think you should not feel bitter when you learn. Xia Jiqing smiled and said, don't you want to suddenly display in front of your brother to surprise him beyond measure after you've learned it well? Yes? The little girl's eyes fluttered and blinked. Yes. Xia Jiqing slowly got up and inadvertently glanced at Jiang Nan, her eyes carrying the ultimate hint of petulance, and whispered, I'll go wash the dishes first. Xiao Ying is counting on you. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded. Ying is going to learn the fingering from your brother, and in the future Mom hopes to see you perform on a big stage. Before Xia Jiqing left, she reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. Don't worry Mom, there will be this day. The little girl clenched her fists and nodded heavily. Thank you so much for today, Jiang. I haven't seen so many smiles come to Ying's face in a long time. Likewise, me too. At about 8:30 p.m. In front of the landlady's house, she looked at Jiang Nan with a soft face and whispered a thank you. Sister Xia, you're out of line to say that. Nowadays, Xia Jiqing's favorability towards him had arrived at 40 points, and although the follow-up did not continue to increase, Jiang Nan actually felt that it had already reached a peak. At least, it won't grow too much without too much attack effort. He wasn't in a hurry though. Good wine was meant to be savored slowly, swallowing it all at once. Isn't it no different from Piggy eating the ginseng fruit? Well, it's sis who's out of line. The landlady took a deep breath, and then softly looked at Jiang Nan. The aisle lights at night were a little gray, but it was such an ambient situation that it seemed to have a different feeling. At least, for the moment the landlady's heart inexplicably raced. Then, Sister Xia, I'll go back first. If there's anything you call me on WeChat. Jiang Nan was about to turn around and leave. Xiao Jiang, seeing that he was about to turn around and leave, the landlady subconsciously reached out and grabbed his arm, and by the time Jiang Nan suspiciously turned around and came back, under the gray light, a blush was all over her overwhelmingly beautiful face. Poof, poof, she could clearly hear her heart beating extremely fast. Phew, she let out a long breath as if she had made up her mind about something. Before meeting Jiang Nan's gaze straight on and speaking, you also know that sis is a survivor, and has also been living alone with Xiao Ying for so many years. Sister, Jiangnan immediately held Xia Jiqing's hand. Probably because of the night, it was icy cold. He couldn't help but rub it twice, and gently called out, "Sis doesn't see you quite the same today as she did before." Quite a shock, to be honest. Xia Jiqing softly said, "Sis doesn't know if you are the kind of rich second generation that experiences life. That's all irrelevant. But Sis told you a heartfelt word. Sis found that she seems to have so much like for you. Moreover, it's still quite the uptight kind of like." As she spoke, there was also a slight look of bewilderment on her face. She really hadn't been able to think that in just one day she'd become head over heels for a tenant who had previously been just a stranger in general. An unbelievable event that she wouldn't have been able to think of before it happened. "Sister, you." Jiangnan looked at Xia Jiqing in shock and just shouted, but did not answer at this moment. "Oops, what am I talking about?" See, Jiangnan did not give a response, which let Xia Jiqing on the top of the emotion slowly retreat. Fiercely reacted, shyly and hurriedly turned toward the house. The voice came, "Xiao Jiang, sister is not a hooligan, just is indeed sister's heart. Sis, this person can't hold back. What is there to say? If you are not happy, sis will no longer say this matter." Bang! The gate closed. The moment. House. Landlady Xia Jiqing chest up and down a burst of undulation, only to see her teeth gently biting the lower lip, leaning against the door breathing rapidly, listening to the door footsteps gradually far away. Her heart is even more extremely fast beating up. Covering her hot face, she gave an embarrassed tisk and murmured, "Xia Jiqing, you've really been lonely for too many years, and you can't stand it when you meet such a good and handsome young man like Xiao Jiang." Buzz off. The coffee table. Xia Jiqing's cell phone vibrated. "Mom, someone sent you a message." The little girl's voice rang out. "Who?" Xia Jiqing took a deep breath, calmed her affected emotions, and slowly walked towards the living room. "Let's see. It's brother Jiangnan." The little girl's voice rang out again, causing the landlady to hurry her steps much faster, receiving the cell phone handed over by her daughter. The landlady's breath held at this moment before she quickly arrived at the balcony, opened the dialogue box with Jiangnan, and tapped on the voice bar he sent over. Chapter 18, Sister Xia, are you asleep? Sis, I actually need to tell you something. Jiangnan's voice rang out. This serious tone made Xia Jiqing's breathing even tighter. Soon, the next day the voice sent came and she hurriedly clicked on it and listened. I actually have an online date, which is something I definitely want to make clear to you. Sis, hearing these words, Xia Jiqing froze for a moment, and then her held breaths loosened up in vain, and that look with some tension also became relaxed in an instant. She took it for what it was. As long as she didn't reject her outright, then it wasn't even a matter for Xia Jiqing. She was over 30 years old, but honestly, she still blew up the streets when she went out and attracted the attention of a crowd of men. It's just cybersex. Even if true reality had an object, in Xia Jiqing's opinion it was still irrelevant. She was a widow, and frankly, hadn't really wanted to pursue the whole nominal status thing anymore. It's okay, sis doesn't really care about that. Xia Jiqing's tone of voice had relaxed extremely, from Jiangnan's tone of voice, as well as her eyes when they were together just now. She was also able to feel that this handsome young man was definitely interested in her as well. At this point, Jiangnan, who had returned home, leaned back on the sofa and couldn't help but have a smile on his face when he heard these words from his landlady. He knew that the landlady was basically a takedown, and it would take opportunity to get to know her a little better. Granted, 40 points of goodwill is pretty high, but in reality, it might still be a little difficult to really stabilize a home run. There's no rush. Sooner or later it's all mine. Jiangnan chuckled lightly. Next, the two chatted for a short while. Neither of them talked in depth on this topic. Everything is in the words. Are adults, who still do not understand this thing. Around 9 o'clock, Jiangnan was just about to put his phone down to go wash up in bed to watch and then play on Shakeology. Buzz off. The cell phone suddenly rang and vibrated. That's quite a bit of work. Jiangnan scanned it. It was a voice call from Meng Qingqiu, his online love interest. Darling, in 2 more days' time, I'll be able to see you. Oh. Meng Qingqiu's subtle petulant voice rang out. That's something to look forward to. Gangnam Road. Yeah, a real first look. Meng Qingqiu whispered. I remember a certain guy seems to like white silk, right? Aha. Hearing this, Jiangnan froze for a moment. Ha. Meng Qingqiu just smiled and didn't say anything else. I actually like black silk. Jiangnan hinted. I've worn black silk, but basically nothing if it's white. Meng Qingqiu returned. Jiangnan said directly. Yeah, what's up? Look at the black silk. Look at the jade legs. Okay, darling, give me a minute. I'm going to go find Hess. After about a few minutes. First, a photo of a pair of glowing white jade legs showing under a pink nightgown was sent. Maybe it's the lighting. It feels a little shimmery. Meng Qingqiu sent a voiceover in embarrassment. Perfect. Jiangnan is not the first time to see Meng Qingqiu's legs. At least it is also online dating to reach 2.5 years long. Not to say that the private point of the photo, but the collarbone jade legs jade feet what black silk occasionally be able to see a few times. Soon, with a vibration, Meng Qingqiu's message was sent. Jiangnan checked it out. For once, it's not a photo. Instead, it's a short 10-second video. In the video, Meng Qingqiu lends to their own jade feet, slowly put on black silk. Mysterious black gradually flooded the perfect jade legs, but is to give people's senses more impact. Hey, how's it looking? Meng Qingqiu's smiling voice bar was sent. Burst of praise. Jiang Nan directly sent an emoticon over. Next, the two of them chatted idly, and every now and then Meng Qingqiu would send a few photos of her black silk jade feet over, even to the extent that, under Jiang Nan's strong request, her other foot was replaced with a white calf sock, one black and one white, forming a strong contrast. Without realizing it, the two had talked until 10 o'clock. During this period, Jiang Nan also thought about letting Meng Qingqiu open the video, but when he turned his head and thought that there were still 2 days before he would be able to see it with his own eyes, he did not open his mouth. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Nan also went to the bathroom to wash up. A message from the landlady was sent just as she returned to her bedroom. Picture. Jiang Nan's heartbeat accelerated a lot in vain. Tap on it. Nice guy. The landlady is photographed lying on her side in an extremely seductive position wearing a lacy little black dress. This landlady is a kind of comic out of Mrs. Bakurai's immediate sense of vision. This angle to look down. More than amazing. Lonely night. Sleep alone. A voice was sent. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. It was worthy of a 30-year-old sister. And once the words were out of her mouth, the fire-like enthusiasm was simply enough to keep people from being overwhelmed. Jiang Nan didn't say much nonsense and directly hit a video. It rang for about a few seconds. The landlady's side just got through. Only, it was pitch black and there wasn't a single bright light. Sister Xia, did you turn off the lights so soon? Jiang Nan was surprised. I am not going to sleep. And why aren't you wearing a shirt? The landlady's voice rang out sheepishly. Yes? Jiang Nan was about to open his mouth and say something. Xiao Jiang. Sis is really a bit embarrassed. And I'm also ready to sleep. Hang up first. The landlady slowly hung up the video call. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +5. After the video hung up, Jiang Nan's mind was ringing with the system's beep, and this 5-point increase in favorability was a bit puzzling to him. About 10 or so minutes later, the system's beep suddenly sounded again in the head of Jiang Nan, who was brushing his jitterbugs. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +5. Another 5 points? Doesn't that mean that with a full 100 favorability rating, the landlady is already more than halfway to him? 40 points of goodwill already has a fire-like passion. This 50 points of good will do something should not be a problem, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but exit shake, opened WeChat, thought for a moment, and sent a message over to the landlady. Sister Xia, are you asleep? Chapter 19, Confession. Wow. At this point, the sound of water came from the bathroom in the landlady's bedroom. A few minutes later, she walked out wrapped in a towel. That's some crazy. The landlady swallowed a mouthful of tangy juice, her pretty face blushing slightly as she got back into bed. Buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated. She couldn't help but pick up her cell phone and look at it. Sister Xia, are you asleep? It was a message sent by Gangnam. It's almost 10:30. Why is he asking me that? And, why does he act like he knows I'm not asleep? The landlady gulped down a little more of her aroma while replying. No, not yet. Feeling a little refreshed. Do you want to go out for a stroll? Xia. A message from Gangnam was sent. When she saw the message, the landlady's heart immediately skipped a beat. It's late at night. A man and a woman out for a stroll? Okay. She wanted to refuse, but for some reason, when she thought of Jiangnan's perfect mermaid line in the video just now, the landlady agreed to it by magic. And after agreeing, her face instantly rolled once more. She was 30 years old, not a 15 or 16-year-old girl who didn't know anything. Is this really just a normal night out for a stroll? 10 minutes later. Squeak. The landlady's door gently pushed open. A small black mom dress, a pair of high-heeled shoes, silver hair coiled up, a living Mrs. Bakurai who came out from the middle of the unsavory comics. Sister Xia. Jiang Nan's eyes went straight. Especially at this moment Xia Jiqing's pretty face is covered with red, that do not dare to look directly at Jiang Nan's gaze, but also appears to be shy to the extreme. This dress plus this demeanor, that gives a person's sense of visual impact is simply, Xiao Jiang, don't stare at sis like that. Sis is a bit embarrassed. The landlady felt Jiang Nan's blazing gaze and was very flattered, but at the same time, she was also very shy. After all these years, no one had been able to scan her perfect body with such reckless abandon. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +2. Sis, you're beautiful. Jiang Nan exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. No way. Sis is 30. The landlady pursed her lips, embarrassed, and returned. Sis, haven't you ever heard the saying? Jongnan moved closer to the landlady. A wave of testosterone instantly invaded between her nostrils, making her pretty face even more red, and even her eyes were a bit mesmerized by the general drunkenness. What? So much so that her voice was a little soft and mushy when she spoke at the moment. Not afraid of 18 pure schoolgirls playing ambiguous, just afraid of young women sister 30 years old. Jongnan moved a little closer to the landlady and whispered in her ear. Hot air attacked, so that the landlady a whole delicate body instantly hit a jolt, blushing to the roots of the years to go, and even with the neck are a little red up. Xiao Jiang, the landlady's body went a little soft, now that 52 points of favorability were in hand. Jiang Nan was naturally much bolder, reaching out and grabbing the landlady's jade hand. He spoke, just stroll around the neighborhood. I seem to remember that there's a small park next to it. Well nah, sis listen to you, go wherever you want. The landlady responded good-naturedly. May day night is still slightly cool, but however, at this moment for Jiangnan or Xiaojiqing, this is not a matter. The two strolled all the way under the moonlight to a small park a few hundred meters next to the neighborhood. At the moment, the two men settled down on a small bench by the river. The breeze blew, the hazy moonlight shone down. Jiangnan looked towards the landlady beside him. The bangs in front of her forehead fluttered slightly, and her silver hair was even with some sparkling spots. Sister Xia, you're so beautiful. Jiangnan couldn't help but sigh again. That little mouth of yours, it's so sweet and so good at coaxing people. The landlady glanced at Jiangnan in a flavorful manner, then moved a little closer towards him and whispered, don't say. The wind by the river still carries a few hints of coolness. Hearing this, Jiangnan, who still didn't understand, reached out and swept the landlady into his arms. Bang bang! At this moment, both Jiangnan and the landlady's heartbeat inexplicably sped up a lot. Gangnam! At that moment, the landlady softly called out Gangnam's name. Jiangnan looked towards her, and when he met the landlady's all-expectant gaze, he slowly lowered his head. A few dozen seconds passed. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +3. Gangnam, you. At that moment the landlady's voice rang out sheepishly. Oh, sorry about that, Sister Xia. Jiangnan reacted, and not knowing whether it was on purpose or because he was weak-minded, he touched his nose after he withdrew his hand and came back. No, it's fine. The landlady took a deep breath, then leaned her head on Jiangnan's shoulder and whispered, the two of us seem to be progressing a bit fast. Sis. Jiangnan froze for a moment, but Sis doesn't regret it. Sis is already 30 years old. If she doesn't go crazy again, then she will be really old. Sis doesn't want to leave regrets for her future life. Jiangnan, you should feel what Sis feels for you. The landlady softly said. Sis also knows that you have an online dating partner, so Sis won't ask for anything too much. The relationship between the two of us will remain like this. When you are free, accompany Sis more. Sis will be satisfied. Sister Xia. Jiangnan took a deep breath and hugged the 30-year-old sister a little tighter. Gangnam, don't talk. The landlady slowly closed her eyes and raised her head a little. It's late at night, and the wind is blowing colder and colder. It's time to go back. Xiaoying is alone at home. When she gets up in the middle of the night and can't find me, I'm afraid she'll cry a lot. The landlady whispered. Jiangnan, in a few days Grandma Xiaoying is going to come and pick her up to stay on her side for a few days. So come over and keep me company then. Okay. Chapter 20, Jiangnan's Character Attribute Panel. Life Encounters Tip. By the time I got home, it was midnight. Jiangnan looked at his hand with a look of awe on his face. Great. It's so big. Although the naked eye is already aware of how big the landlady is, it's only when you actually get your hands on it and measure it that you realize how big it really is. Back in his room, Jiangnan changed into a set of pajamas and lay on the bed. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he inclined his head to look at the nightstand next to him before rolling over and opening it, his brow furrowing. It had been almost a day since he had acquired the system, and he was just now remembering the journal he had kept for 5 years. Gone. The diary that was supposed to be in the cupboard disappeared into thin air, and there was a strange gleam in Inami's eyes. His memories were also back 5 years ago. 17 years old on his birthday past a flyover, saw a white-haired old woman squatting stall, and look at her poor look. Jiangnan casually buy something, and then the white-haired old woman gave him a diary, and told him, as long as you have been wishing for up to 5 years, there will always be a day of wishing for things to come true. From start to finish, he kept recording it as a joke though, and it didn't stop there. By now, having gained access to the system, this snapped into focus. The journal wasn't particularly thick, but after 5 years of keeping track he never seemed to have changed it. I'm the one with all the nerves. Jiangnan shook his head. However, he was also recalling the contents of a diary he had kept for 5 years without repeating himself. I wish I was a super rich second generation. 22 years of poverty is just a way for my unmasked richest father to hone my mind so that I can be a qualified heir. Perhaps in a sense, I did succeed in my wish. My unmasked richest father may be the system. Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. Host, the unbridled life system is just a little aid for you. At this time, the system's voice rang out. So did I get this wish? Jiang Nan inquired. Realized, the system's voice sounded in his mind. The system suggests that the host check his character attribute panel. Oh, you can also view your character attribute panel? Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment before calling out his character attribute panel. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21. Height, 182 centimeters. Wealth, $4 million. Ability, Insight, Master Piano Proficiency. Item, Porsche Cayenne. Life events, will receive a great gift on the day of his 22nd birthday. Aha! After looking at his character attribute panel, Jiang Nan's face showed some surprise. Unlike the landlady and their property panels, he ends up with one more life encounter. His birthday is on July 15th, which means that the wish he made will actually come true in 2 months. However, Jiang Nan now had the system, and honestly, he didn't care too much about this what's-his-name as a super-rich second generation anymore. But however, having a super-rich kid status might legitimize everything for him. Even being a super-rich kid, he will probably have more startup money to splurge on. Sure, this is only his guess. In the end how? Still have to 2 months later to see this so-called big gift is what level of big gift. Earn some money before you go to bed. Jiang Nan laid down an open shake. His purpose was very clear, and he directly charged $1 million into it. 10 million shivering diamonds immediately went into the account. Swipe a face anchor when you see one that looks good. Not to mention, it was only half an hour after all of these 10 million shivering diamonds had been swiped, and more of that half hour was spent looking for some anchors that looked good on face value. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the consumption and receiving a triple consumption rebate. $1 million became $3 million, and excluding the principal, a wild profit of as much as $2 million was made in just half an hour's time. That's how fast you make money. Ask anyone else? Sleep. Jiang Nan had a lot of time to spend to get rebates, and staying up all night or whatever was not necessary at all. A dreamless night. The next morning, a steady biological clock allowed Gangnam to wake up around 8 o'clock. The first time he opened his eyes, he first called out system in his head. The unbridled life system is at the service of the host. How may I help you? The system replies in seconds. No, I'm just making sure I wasn't dreaming yesterday. Jiang Nan took out his cell phone again and glanced at his account balance. 6 million. This brought a satisfied smile to his face. Just one day, he came from a few thousand deposits of small karami to the present deposit of 6 million small rich brother, during which has experienced extremely much he once did not experience the wonderful things. Yes, Jiang Nan jumped up directly from the bed with a carp. Now that my physical fitness seems to be twice as good, I wonder if I'll have a chance to show it off after Meng Qingqiu arrives in Jiangqing on the 18th. Jiang Nan changed into a set of Armani's casual clothes. May this season, honestly speaking, say cold is not cold, say hot is not so. Generally a short-sleeved or long-sleeved will be able to meet the travel. Standing in front of the washstand, looking at himself in the mirror, Jiang Nan's heart muttered for a while. If his online love object is that the first school flower Meng Qingqiu of the Magic City University Online, then whether it is the face value, body, or temperament is out of the ordinary level. Seriously, Jiang Nan does not eat her. All feel sorry for people not far from thousands of miles to run now. At the same time, Jiang Nan was also quite curious. The length of their online love reached as long as 2.5 years. What was Meng Qingqiu's favoritism towards him? From the usual attitude, it doesn't seem like it should be possible to reach 40 points, does it? Jiang Nan guessed. To be able to travel thousands of miles to initiate a run to appear. And, as early as last year Meng Qingqiu had secretly met him and initiated a second official run to appear. Seriously, when he thought about it, Jiang Nan felt afraid that it was more than just 40 points. 50 points, or even 60 points of goodwill are extremely possible. The way it looks, it seems like we'll have to place our hopes of completing that welfare mini-quest on Meng Qingqiu, who currently doesn't know the specific attribute panel data. Jiang Nan's eyes shone with a strange luster. Buzz off. At that moment, his cell phone, which he had placed on the sink, rang and vibrated. Jiang Nan picked it up and scanned it. It was a voice call from Meng Qingqiu. Darling, good morning. Just after connecting, Meng Qingqiu's yuanqi full of energy voice rang out, causing the corners of Jiang Nan's mouth to really go up like an unstoppable AK. Wildly. Chapter 21, Furious Brush Carnival. It's the 16th, 2 full days before the meeting with Darling. Meng Qingqiu laughed happily. From the sound of it, I'm afraid she's looking forward to this real first meeting more than even Jiang Nan is. Soon, Jiang Nan was also looking forward to it immensely. Darling, I'm going to class. Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out. Go on. The phone hung up, and Jiang Nan finished washing up, took the cell phone to the living room sofa and sat down, casually ordered a breakfast. The standard soybean milk donuts plus a tea egg, plus the delivery fee of about 15 yuan, to obtain 4 times the consumer rebate. The more I spend, the more money I have. If this continues, I'm afraid that it won't be long before I'll be able to become the richest man in Zhangcheng. Even when there is more and more money, I'm afraid I'll feel disgusted with the money I have. Jiang Nan understood very well that perhaps consumption could bring a momentary pleasure, but the pleasure continued all the time, and there would always be a dull day. Thinking of this, he recalled the little quests for benefits handed out by the system. Perhaps this is the check and balance that will temper his future numbness to money. Will he have any special powers in the future? I think, first of all, one has to deserve an adamantine kidney. Jiang Nan thought long-term, but was not drilling into the bullseye, generally thinking about long-term things all the time. Currently, he has surrounded himself with several high-caliber members of the opposite sex, taking Lin Manman and his landlady and his upcoming online love interest, Meng Qingqiu, as examples. You can't take care of these 3 extreme top beauties one day at a time, can you? So the need for an adamantine kidney is inevitable. Unico, I hope you give it a go. Jiang Nan said in his mind. Open WeChat. Jiang Nan looked up. Several messages. There's the landladies. There's Lin Man's. There's also Susu, the anchor woman of the mini-game livestream. Landlady, good morning. Sister's seductive little man. Lin Manman, Jiang Nan, do you want to make a dinner date this afternoon? I'll take you to a very good Sichuan restaurant. Susu, brother Jiang Nan, you are also in Zhangcheng? Reply one by one. For this message from Lin Manman, Jiang Nan did not agree first after pondering for a while, and just replied to look at it when the time comes. And Susu this message. Jiang Nan froze. This woman is also Zhangcheng's? Yes. Jiang Nan replied. After replying, Jiang Nan also leaned back on the sofa and quit WeChat to open Shake It. Welcome brothers into the live room. This live room is a small game live room. I'm the anchor Xiao Mei. A small heart step on the finger pressure board 1 time. A big beer step on the finger pressure board 3 times. A hot air balloon on the finger pressure board live room for 1 minute. A familiar voice rang out, causing Jiang Nan's mouth to open slightly wider. Nice guy. This anchor woman called Mei Susu is so hardworking. It's really like going live as if you're at work, and it starts at about 8 o'clock in the morning. After thinking for a while, Jiang Nan still charged $1 million in first. 10 million shivering diamonds arrived in an instant. Instantly clicked into the live stream. Welcome brother Smoky Jiang Nan to the live broadcasting room. Good morning brother Jiang Nan, have you eaten breakfast? Seeing Jiang Nan enter the live broadcast room, Susu immediately greeted him warmly. Ordered a takeout and just came on to take a look and saw you on the air. Jiang Nan swiped 20 carnival out directly after sending out a pop-up. 1 carnival is $3. 000. 20 is $60. 000. Wow. Thank you brother Jiang Nan for the 20 carnivals. Brother, there is currently no small punishment for giving away carnivals. Do you think it's okay to customize a small punishment? Susu's excited voice rang out in the live broadcast. This is still early in the morning. Her live room only 5 or 6 people. There is no pop-up live room, but to see these people have begun to buckle up pop-ups. Brother, make her change her stockings. Yeah. Big brother, have Sue change her meat silk to black and white. Big brother, 10,000 people's blood book angrily begs you to let Susu replace the shredded meat with some other kind of silk. Jiang Nan scanned the pop-up screen, and after thinking for a while, he typed up. You change the set of clothes that you think looks the best. Just meat silk, don't change other silk. Used to seeing black silk, white silk and even various colors of silk. This meat silk Jiang Nan really did not see enough. Moreover, the flesh silk on this Susu's legs is the type that is extremely light and thin, and it can almost be said that it is pasted on top of her jade legs, and the set that she has at the moment is just a very ordinary floral maxi dress, which is just able to look at her calves and that pair of flesh silk jade feet. Therefore, in Jiang Nan's opinion, it was still short of meaning, short of a set of wear that could reveal her thighs, in order to perfectly display the beauty of her pair of jade legs to the fullest. Okay, brother Jiang Nan, you wait a moment. Susu saw Jiang Nan's pop-up and immediately took the sign in her hand and covered her chest and bowed to the camera before trotting out of the camera. Jiang Nan was in no hurry, and in the time he waited, he began to brush up on the carnival. In just a small amount of time, with the previous 20, he had already swiped 100 carnivals. 100 carnivals are worth $300. 000. Another year or so of an average working man's salary. And here in Gangnam, it's just a few minutes of spending. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Receive a tenfold spending rebate, $3. 000. The system's beep sounded in his head, and this time the consumption rebate of up to 10 times caused a shocked look to appear on his face. I'll be damned. 10 times the consumer rebate. This is the first time he's gotten a rebate for spending at this multiple. Yes, Jiang Nan, happy, Clunked another 100 carnival swipes for this Susu. This time the luck wasn't as good as the last time. Just doubling the spending rebate and getting $600. 000. Looking at the 4 million shake diamonds left in his account, Jiangnan pondered whether he should just brush through and empty it when a crisp sound of high heels on the ground rang out in the live broadcast room. You've all waited long. Brother Jiangnan, I'm here. Susu's voice followed closely, and then Jiangnan's gaze was attracted over, and the first thing that entered the camera was a pair of Cheongsam flesh silk jade legs with some translucency. Soon, Susuchi's entire body was all in the picture. That body is kind of unbeatable. Jiangnan stared wide-eyed. At this moment in the middle of the live broadcast, Susu hand holding a small round fan, although it is wearing a mask cannot clearly see the face in the end how long. But, in front of her concave and convex, plump and fat invincible body, it is not an exaggeration to say that no matter how high the value of the face, the attraction brought about by the degree of attraction is absolutely not as big as the excellent body. This slightly see-through Cheongsam dress, the beauty of those flesh silk jade legs is really as I thought it would be displayed to the fullest. Playable year? More than playable year it's really a contemporary innate flesh silk saint body. Jiangnan admitted that just this extreme figure alone was enough to drive a bunch of people online crazy. Holy, this is so nice. Tongue typing for innocence. Asterisk. This anchor's body simply pulls off the charm of the style of meat silk with Cheongsam, which is called the ceiling of this type of wear. Although there is Jiangnan 200 carnival diversion influence, but at the moment this small game live room is with Susu. This lower half of the body slightly transparent Cheongsam meat silk were stunning debut of the moment. A whole live room and the people boiling emotions rose to an extreme. And at this moment, Jiangnan also took a deep breath and couldn't hold back any longer as he threw an insight technique over towards the Susu. Chapter 22, Deposit reaches 10 million. Welfare mini quest upgrade. Name, Su Yun. Age, 28. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charge, 1. Face value, 90 points. Favor, 30 points. 90 face points? The moment this Su Yun's attribute panel popped up, his eyes locked onto this woman's face value score. And when he saw that the face value was a full 90 points, his face immediately revealed a color of surprise. He had seen Su Yun's photo, and knew that the woman's face value was not low, and still belonged to the type that looked better and better. But how did he not expect to be able to reach 90 points? Moreover, the initial favorability reached as much as 30 points, which was what surprised Jiangnan even more. He felt it was too normal for him to have swiped hundreds of thousands of dollars, close to $1 million only to have only 30 points of goodwill. Online brush money. This set. Good sense is ultimately there is an extreme. Unless it is really encountered that kind of ultimate gold-digging women, that good sense is bound to rise exaggerated. And this Su Yun, from head to toe, honestly, Jiangnan felt that it was an extremely good family, and it was already very good to have 30 points of goodwill. Having a chance to touch base offline is the quickest way to grow goodwill. Jiangnan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. A total of 200 carnival swipes? This time, Su Yun's shocked and excited voice rang out in the live broadcast room. Brother Jiangnan, how many sets of clothes are you going to make me change for these 200 carnivals? I don't have so many. Ha 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 ha. Isn't that 200 carnival splits down the line enough for you to buy a couple hundred outfits that aren't the same? Right. Brothers, point attention. I think such a superb dress anchor really has a great upside. The future may not be we witnessed the birth of an innate flesh silk saint body, or innate Cheongsam saint body. Concerns have been ordered. Expect the anchor to rise to the top, all the way up to become a big anchor with millions of fans. Su Yun watched a pop-up screen scroll and brush up in the live broadcast room, and her face under the mask revealed a slight trance color before she placed her gaze on Jiangnan's avatar in the first position of the list and took a deep breath. She realized that everything she had was from this big brother. Without this big brother swiping gifts in her live room, how could she have all this traffic? According to her unchanging live broadcast style, 1 does not sell meat rubbers, 2 does not sell socks. Want to rely on this live broadcast to earn money? Really have to monkey years and months to go. And now, Jiangnan 1 person to her brush millions, which is divided down to pay the tax and so on. The minimum can also be able to get to 300,000 or 400,000, which is her past several years of income. Su Yun's favoritism plus 10. The system's beep sounded in his head, and in response, Jiangnan charged another 200,000 yuan into it, rounding it up plus the 400,000 yuan left over from before to once again brush 200 carnivals for Su Yun. And at that moment, another system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Get a 5-fold spending rebate, $3 million. Another 5 times consumption rebate, $3 million in the bank. Jiangnan's face immediately showed a satisfied smile. His savings have now come to an 8-figure sum. $11.6 million. that the average person would have trouble touching in a lifetime. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the deposit has reached $10 million. In view of the host's strong positive desire to consume, hereby upgrading the welfare mini-task currently accepted, having a confidant of the opposite sex with a face value of up to 90 points or more, favorability of 90 or more. Mission reward, Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 Villa, Global Limited Edition Luxury Supercar Pagani Son of the Wind, and Vidra's Unbreakable Kidney. And the moment Jiang Nan's deposit surpassed $10 million, the system's beep sounded in his head for the third time. Oh, hearing the system beep this time, Jiang Nan's face instantly revealed a look of surprise, followed by a look of excitement that he quickly turned into. The quests remain the same, upgraded only by the rewards, as long as he completed the welfare mini-quests. In addition to the Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 Villa and the Global Limited Edition Luxury Supercar Pagani Windy, he would be able to obtain the ability of a Vidra Unbreakable Kidney. Well, you're such a sweet little auxiliary to me. You can have anything you want. Jiang Nan immediately marveled. It is an honor for the unbridled life system to be able to serve the host. The system's voice rang out. It's also an honor to be your host. This system was simply too nice. Jiang Nan really couldn't help but frantically call and praise it. Thank you Brother Jiang Nan for another 200 carnivals. Does Brother Jiang Nan still want to customize any punishment? Su said anything is acceptable. Just mention it. At this time, Su Yun's voice rang out in the live broadcast room. There's no need for any kind of punishment. Go ahead and broadcast. I'm off. This Su Yun had brought him considerable gains. Jiang Nan could not afford to punish her. And, even if the punishment is set, it can't be set online. Face value score is as high as 90. Good sense is not before the meeting reached 40 points more. It is not difficult to imagine. Really two people meet the moment. Face value, temperament, body, and even young and more gold he will bring how much shock to this extremely good family. As Jiang Nan left the live broadcast room, at the same time, Su Yun also directly closed the live broadcast when there were close to 3,000 people in the live broadcast room. At this point, I was about to brush up on Jitterbug to see if there were any beautiful hostesses. Several beeps went off in the background of his WeChat. Clicking in, it was a message from Su Yun. Su Yun, Brother Jiang Nan. What a coincidence. I'm also from Jiangcheng. Su Yun, I really don't know how to thank you for all the gifts you've swiped for me. Su Yun, I wonder if I could buy you a casual dinner. Seeing these messages, Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment, and a very satisfied smile appeared on his face as he replied. Good. This time, instead of typing, he sent a voice note. At this point, River City, Old Town. In the middle of a small old apartment, the woman wearing a slightly see-through cheongsam with a pair of meat silks on her perfect jade legs took off her mask and put her cell phone to her ear and listened. Okay, when are you free? Hearing this voice note, Su Yun's eyes widened. Good. What a young voice. Jiang Nan Jitterbug does not have any photos or age, only a Jiangcheng IP location. Honestly, Su Yun had never really thought that her Smoky River South brother who had swiped over $1 million for her would be a youngster. Because, in her opinion, it was usually some older bosses who would be so generous with their gifts. Moreover, Jiang Nan's style of just brushing without making any demands was not at all like a young man's style, which simply should not be too composed somehow. So much so, Su Yun had always thought that this big brother Pengwan would be a middle-aged man, but now by the sound of it, it doesn't seem to be. It gave her heart no inexplicable feeling of surprise. Chapter 23 Brother, it's almost time to come to my house. Brother Jiang Nan, I'm free at noon. Su Yun replied. Give me the location and I'll come find you later. Jiang Nan's voice sounded once again. Okay, Su Yun hurriedly replied, and then after hesitating for a moment and glancing at the small apartment, she couldn't help but purse her lips and muttered, although the home is a bit small, it is better than clean, so it shouldn't be disliked by this big brother, right? Muttering, she also sent her location to Jiang Nan before taking a deep breath and returning to her bedroom to start changing up. When she heard Jiang Nan say that he would be coming to see her later, she naturally assumed that it was because he wanted to have a casual dinner at home, thus she was now ready to pack up and go out to buy some food. It's just as well that the little enamorada is at the nursery at noon, so it's not awkward. Su Yun gulped a bit, for the matter of bringing her rank 1 big brother to the house. Honestly, she said she was worried, but then for some reason, she somehow felt a bit of anticipation. I wonder how this Pengwan big brother looks like. Su Yun now has 40 points of goodwill towards Jiang Nan. Basically, as long as after the meeting, this big brother of list 1 is not purely missing an arm or a leg, blind or something, this 40 points of goodwill is definitely also able to let her have something indescribable with Jiang Nan. Su Yun was not a little cutie. Jiang Nan swiped more than $1 million for her. Try to ask. Really do not want to point her what? She is $1 million do not believe. A woman alone with a daughter for so many years. I have no choice. If I can really find a dependence, it is not a good thing to make a complete relief. If there hadn't been a big brother like Jong Nan who had given her wildly brushed gifts, perhaps this life Soo-yoon would have just gotten through it. But now, with a big brother like Jong Nan, you would have to say that she didn't want to have a dependency, and that would be absolutely false. Let's see, although I have a child, but whether it is face value or body, there are few young girls compared to me, not to mention, I also just that what once. Nowadays young girls, it is not possible to say that I have not that what. Speaking of which, Soo-yoon, who had just taken off her slightly see-through cheongsam at the moment, glanced down at her own granary and showed a little pride on her slightly red face. Despite the fact that she is about to run 3, she is still as young as a teenager. Heaven forbid, heaven forbid. This big brother Punji will definitely be a man worthy of my trust, even if it's as a lover. As long as he treats me well, then I'm willing. Having lived alone with her daughter for so many years, she understands better than anyone how difficult it is to be a lone daughter and mother. Now the little girl is still young, just kindergarten. Get over it. Really, when the time comes to go to elementary school, middle school, high school or even college, how much money will be needed? She is just an amateur piano teacher. There are acquaintances to find her help with 1 or 2 students. A month with her live broadcast of the meager income is able to have a more than $10,000, but it can't be that consistent every month. Between thoughts, she also changed into an ordinary floral dress, glanced at herself in front of the full-length mirror, and didn't know what came to her mind. Her face couldn't help but emerge with a slightly shy expression. Soo-yoon's favoritism +2. On Jong Nan's side, looking at the positioning that Soo-yoon had sent had just been saved on his cell phone, and at this moment, the system's beep suddenly sounded in his head, causing him to raise his eyebrows. Just more than $1 million makes an extremely good girl move her heart. It seems like money is the only thing that you can really do whatever you want. In a sense, Jong Nan, this is considered to be some fate with this Soo-yoon. Several times in a row, the main push to give him the homepage. Just open the jitterbugs pushed. This is not heaven arranged for him is what? Jong Nan shook his head. He was really incredulous about the thought he had just had. It was amazing how quickly his mind could change in just one day. This way, it looks like it is indeed normal for so many people to say that thugs are begging to be beaten up. I've just obtained the system, and I've gradually begun to swell up inside. In this world, there are currently too many people richer than me. Moreover, so what if I'm rich? Jong Nan took a deep breath. Rich can rival the country, this kind of words, but also only in ancient times to say just. Do not see Shinwan-san and other rich people, not also like to be karma leaks? The people do not fight with the government, and then how to say how rich you are. The word of power is ultimately a big head of the pressure on your money. Fortunately I get in the system here rebates are formal channels to get money rebates, no matter who cannot be found out. Otherwise, where to wait until my deposit comes to 10 million? I'm afraid that in the first income on the time has been a hat uncle to pay a visit to the door. Jong Nan took out his cell phone again while downloading several kryptonite handheld games. Yesterday he didn't think of the various money-burning games that he couldn't afford to kryptonize before. Today he's going to have a blast straight away. The next 3 or so hours, Jong Nan basically download the previous kryptonite cannot afford the handbook Wild Kryptonite. A game charge is not much, 100,000. Among them, a certain card drawing game. Jong Nan spent a bit more, charging an entire $300,000. And that's just it. This 300,000 went down and just drew a bunch of duplicate SSR cards. Not even managed to collect all the SSR cards. Garbage game. Jong Nan directly unloaded on the spot. The game's spending rebates aren't much worse than spending on live streaming bounties. Jong Nan calculated that he had spent a total of almost 3 million or so in those 3+ hours. That's an average of $1 million an hour spent. And the amount of rebate received, as luck would have it, was quite a bit more than $9 million. After deducting the principal of $3 million, pure income of $6 million. This speed is actually more than very fast can be described. Just a little more than 3 hours to earn the money that others could not earn in a lifetime or even several lifetimes. If this was known by others, I really do not know how they would think. With $17.6 million already on hand and a car currently readily available, shouldn't we buy a suite first? Jong Nan's eyes slightly narrowed. This room to buy does not necessarily have to live. As long as it is consumed, then he will be able to get consumption rebates. But where luck is good, burst a few times or even more than a dozen times, then his $17.6 million can be able to minutes on the hundreds of millions of dollars. Buzz off. As Jong Nan pondered, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Jong Nan looked over and it was a voice call from Soo-yoon. Is it, brother Gangnam? Don't look at Soo-yoon is a few years older than Jong Nan, but in Jang Nan's ears this woman shouted out brother. It is really quite comfortable. The voice is really sweet. It's me, Jong Nan responded. Brother, it's almost time to come to my house. Soo-yoon's slightly shy voice came from the phone. Chapter 24, Soo-yoon, why does it feel like I'm number 1 on the list? Hearing Soo-yeon's words, Jung Nan froze for a moment. Is 42 points of favorability all it takes to be that proactive? You didn't even meet him, and you're just asking him out to your house? Good. Jung Nan did not agree to be a little cutie, responded, and then simply cleaned up at home, and then went out the door. Soo-yeon sent to the location of his old neighborhood is not far away. Drive to the words at most is 7 or 8 minutes away, and that's at very slow speeds. Really driving faster would take about 4 minutes at most. While at a convenience store, Jung Nan hesitated and eventually walked in to buy a box of doo-doo just in case. Not long after, Jung Nan drove his Porsche Cayenne into the neighborhood where Soo-yeon was located. I'm here. Jung Nan sent a message over to Soo-yeon. Hold on, I'll be right downstairs. Hey, I thought it would be a while, but I can't believe it's so fast. Soo-yeon was a bit surprised. I'm in the neighborhood. Jung Nan returned a message, and then rolled down the window to survey up the environment of this neighborhood. Although it is an old neighborhood, but there should be green trees and small gardens. Fountains are still there. At a glance, it's easy to see a whole neighborhood possessing several buildings. For building, the intervals between buildings were not too tight, and at the moment his car was parked in a space in the centermost open space. Getting down from the car, Jung Nan also put a small box of doo-doo into his pocket while waiting quietly. Buzz off. Without waiting a short while, Gangnam's cell phone vibrated. I'm downstairs. Where are you? Soo-yeon's voice rang out. I'm in the clearing right in the middle. As Jung Nan spoke, he also walked around, his gaze scanning the surroundings. In the meantime, Soo-yeon's side also walked and quickly looked towards the open space in the very center. And in an instant, the moment the two people who were on the phone with their cell phones locked gazes, Jung Nan clearly heard the sound of swallowing saliva over the phone, and immediately afterward, a system beep instantly sounded in his head. Soo-yeon's favoritism plus 20. That handsome man, is that you? Soo-yeon's incredulous voice rang out. It's me. Jung Nan hung up the phone, and then waved his hand at the bewildered Soo-yeon who was not far away. Da-da-da-da. Moment. Soo-yeon reacted. The bewilderment on her face instantly transformed into a color of surprise, her feet stepping on a pair of normal high heels and trotting. Are you really brother Gangnam? The two of them met. Soo-yeon still staring unbelievably at Jung Nan, subconsciously approaching up and directly reaching out to hook his arm under the latter's slightly surprised gaze. Yes, Jung Nan really didn't expect Soo-yeon to be so proactive. Where did he know that the most powerful method of rating in this world, that was to let a woman carry out self-rating? There is no method that is as good as this one. As for Soo-yeon, she finished her self-cheat a long time ago. Not to mention, she also saw the incomparably handsome Jung Nan at this moment. So where could she top that? You're supposed to be a 0-0, right? Soo-yeon hooked Jung Nan's arm and the granary approached, causing the latter to not be able to help but get a little apoplectic. Yes, 22 years old. Jung Nan was also nonchalant as he reached out and wrapped his arms around Soo-yeon's thin waist. He could clearly feel that the moment his hand was placed on Soo-yeon's waist, the woman's delicate body instantly trembled for a moment, but only for a moment, relaxing in an instant. Soo-yeon's favoritism plus 1. The system's beep sounded in his head, and Jung Nan nodded with great satisfaction. Soo-yeon's initiative was very flattering to Jung Nan. Ask, which man is facing a sister-type woman with a high face value of up to 90 points and a perfect body? Simply irresistible. If Jung Nan did not have the insight technique, perhaps he would be a bit of a wimp in the face of Soo-yeon's initiative. But with insight, he was definitely able to sense the first thing when confronted with the so-called crazy babies online. A good family, what could happen? Just kidding. And unsurprisingly, Jung Nan felt that this woman was still extremely contrarian and virtuous. 22 this year, which means you're 02, right? Soo-yeon froze for a moment, and then her mouth opened slightly wider. Nice guy. Why do you suddenly have the feeling that she's the top one in Jungnan? What happened to 02? Jung Nan laughed lightly. Nothing. Just felt a weird feeling. Soo-yeon whispered. She secretly glanced at Jung Nan. This face value. Even that top stream face value boy of the entertainment circle is afraid that he is not half as good as him. It's so handsome. Jung Nan's handsome was the kind of handsome that made people stunned at a glance. And, for some reason, she always felt that his temperament was very noble, belonging to the kind of noble gentleman's general temperament. Did you originally think I would be a middle-aged, balding uncle? Jung Nan saw through Soo-yeon's thoughts in an instant and laughed lightly. Yes. Soo-yeon lowered her head and whispered. Disappointed you, I guess. Jung Nan stepped onto the stairs with his arm around Soo-yeon. No, how could I be disappointed? I couldn't be more pleasantly surprised. Soo-yeon hurriedly said. The power of 63 points of goodwill is not usually exaggerated. Now Gangnam was feeling it for real. In contrast, the landlady with 55 points of goodwill didn't show too much exaggerated initiative in front of him, and instead, Jung Nan was a bit more dominant. As for Soo-yeon, from the beginning of the meeting, without fail, she was taking the initiative. even from the time of the appointment, directly to her home. It's amazing how fast that progress has been made. Soon, the two went straight up to the 4th floor. Jeonnan's current physique should be secretly modified by the system. The 4 upper floors to go without a bit of gasping, and Soo-yeon is not sure whether it is a breath of air up to the 4th floor of the reason or what. To come to the door of the house when the pretty face is already a red. The moment she took out the key, she also glanced towards the surroundings with some embarrassment, and after not seeing anyone, she immediately opened the door and pulled Jeonnan in. Bang! The gate closed. The moment he entered, without even waiting for Jeonnan to react, Soo-yeon had already hugged him tightly, and after that, only a beep from the system sounded in his head. Soo-yeon's favoritism +1. Soo-yeon's favoritism +2. Soo-yeon's favoritism +3. In just a few seconds of work, Soo-yeon's favorability towards Jeonnan had once again skyrocketed by as much as 10 points. A few minutes passed. No, sorry about that, I don't know what's going on. As she spoke, she cupped her hands and rubbed the corners of her crumpled skirt together, looking a little flustered. She was obviously a woman who was about to run into her 3rd year and had a daughter by her side, but at this moment, her posture really had the immediacy of a little girl who had done something wrong and was punished for standing up and admitting her mistake. Chapter 25. Prepare to buy a house and snowball well. Jeonnan looked at Soo-yeon as a little girl general posture, reached out and picked up her chin, gradually raised his head, for eyes relative. Soo-yeon, this woman, teeth gently biting the lower lip. That small expression posture is really enough temptation. To this, he took a deep breath and spoke. What smells good? Did you fix dinner at home? Yes. The topic shifted and Soo-yeon nodded sheepishly. As it happens, I'm hungry too. Jeonnan lowered his hand and turned to embrace Soo-yeon in his arms. Nowadays this woman's favorability to him has reached a staggering 73 points. This favorability can be said to be very exaggerated. Don't you see how Soo-yeon took the initiative when she faced him? What's more, but whenever Jeonnan revealed the slightest idea now, there was no need for him to do anything at all, and Soo-yeon would definitely switch to her fully automatic form immediately. Soon, settled down at the living room table, Jeonnan swept a glance. 4 dishes and 1 soup. A very standard home-cooked meal. Sharp pepper chicken, scrambled eggs with leeks, corn rib soup. Jeonnan, brother, you will eat a little. When one day I prepare in advance, get you some big dishes. Soo-yeon served rice over. In the face of Jeonnan, who was several years younger than himself, now he was really a little embarrassed to call out the name of brother. This looks appetizing. Jeonnan took the chopsticks and nodded. Right, it seems like I still don't know your name. My name is Jeonnan. Offline you can just call me by my name, brother or something. It's inevitably a bit awkward. My name is Soo-yeon. Jeonnan is a really good name. Soo-yeon followed and settled down. Very well behaved beside Jeonnan. Did not eat by himself, but gave him food. As for the latter, what's wrong with eating with one hand? Never seen a person playing with their cell phone while eating? A meal. Dongnam eats with gusto. Soo-yeon, on the other hand, was very well behaved and didn't eat again the entire time after drinking a little soup. You're a little rusty. After eating, Jeonnan leaned back in his chair and looked at Soo-yeon with a smile. Nah, me. Soo-yeon nodded and whispered in response. It's okay, there will be opportunities to drink more. Jeonnan smiled. Yes, a meal. Soo-yeon's favorability towards Jeonnan had successfully broken through to 80 points. The rapid progress was such that even Jeonnan felt that it was a bit too unbelievable. I'll clean up. Gangnam, you go sit in the living room. Soo-yeon stood up and started to clean up the dishes up. It's okay, I'll help you. Jeonnan grabbed Soo-yeon's hand, and the two of them locked eyes on each other, as if there was an arc of electricity exploding between their eye spacing. Sister Rhyme, it seems like you haven't eaten much finally. Why don't you have some dinner? Don't be out of breath for the whole day then. Jeonnan said softly, then have some. Soo-yeon nodded shyly, and then was about to put down the dishes in her hands. Don't, Rhyme, go ahead and clean up your dishes. Jeonnan's voice rang out. Soo-yeon's favoritism +1. Soo-yeon's favoritism +2. Soo-yeon's favoritism +5. Barta. An hour or so later, in the middle of the bedroom, Jeonnan lit a cigarette, his face slowly revealing a bit of a trance. It's just shy of 1 point of favorability. Strange, why is it just not going up? For over an hour, Jeonnan received the increased favorability from Soo-yeon from time to time, and after reaching 89 points, it stopped as if it had reached its limit, which made him extremely puzzled. Could it be that Soo-yeon always still has a small bit of something that she hasn't completely let go of? Jeonnan's eyes flickered for a moment, looking at Soo-yeon who was sleeping due to exhaustion. He couldn't help but reach out and lift the bangs on her forehead a little. This face is truly awesome. It really gets better and better the more he looks at it. Buzz off. The moment the cell phone on the nightstand next to Jeonnan vibrated, he brought it over and scanned it. It was already about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Gangnam, where have you been? It's the landlady calling. I went out to run some errands. Jongnan glanced at Soo-yun next to him and spoke. What's wrong? Sister Xia. Not much, just thought. Ahem. I'd ask you for some piano fingering advice. The landlady's voice was also a little tinny and sounded shy when she talked about fingering. Evening, Sister Xia. I'll be busy for a while yet. Jongnan responded. Then talk to me tonight when you're free. The phone hung up. Jongnan finished a cigarette as well. Getting off the bed, he swept a pair of meaty silks off the floor and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh lightly. Young people do not know the good of meat silk. Wrong. Black silk, white silk as a treasure. At one time, he thought that black silk and white silk were the YYDS. By now, he realized that they were all silk, not so much to speak of, and they were all godlike. There's no such thing as meat silk being inferior to black and white silk. It's pure bull. After taking a shower in the small bathroom in his room, Jongnan only felt a burst of refreshing after walking out, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Finally, he was no longer that divine eagle warrior who had to fend for himself on lonely nights. Putting on his clothes, Jongnan looked at Soo-yun, who was still asleep on the bed, and lowered his head to kiss her forehead before leaving. Unbeknownst to him, after Jongnan left, Soo-yun, who had her eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened her eyes. Her face revealed an intoxicated color to her, pursed her lips, and muttered, Soo-yun. Soo-yun. Those who don't know really think that you're Jongnan's list one big sister. Taking the initiative like this, really not being shy, saying that about herself, but Soo-yun's heart did not regret it at all. She only hated why she hadn't met Jongnan earlier, so that she would have been able to enjoy it ages ago. How could she have known that even if she had met Jongnan earlier, the latter wouldn't have had the strength to enter her sight? Go buy a sweet. Jongnan opened his cell phone and searched up the properties in Jiangchang. He was not clear about the price of housing in Jiangchang, although the district he was in was called the Old City. But in reality, the location is not that bad, and it belongs to the gathering point for the arrival of out-of-towners. The minimum is 1.8W to start. Jongnan swept a glance and couldn't help but shake his head. This price is indeed reasonable, even as it has dropped a bit due to the somewhat depressed economy in recent years. Otherwise it would have started at 2W at least in his opinion. This shows how valuable the landlady's buildings are. If the old town were to be fully planned someday, these buildings alone would make it possible for her to spend more money than she could ever spend in her life. Jongnan muttered, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yeah, he waited until he had a little more money on hand, and then directly bought one building after another. At that point, how big can his snowball roll? Unimaginable. If you think the book is okay, please point a 5-star praise, which is very important for the book. Free of charge to urge more can also point. This way 15 also look at the book to see how many people. This way code word passion will be really very high. Chapter 26, Nantian Pavilion. A property with an average price of $55,000. Gangnam considers himself a man of action, decided to buy a house. Then, naturally, it's a straight shot to one of the properties close by. His side of town is an old town no less, but there are a lot of new developments. Nantenkaku. What he had arrived at was one of the top properties in the old part of Jiangchang. When Jongnan drove up to the entrance of the sales center, the two welcoming ladies who were standing at the entrance joking and laughing immediately got serious. Hi, I'm here to check out the room. This side of the parking space will work, right? Jongnan rolled down the window and asked with a smile. It's okay. The moment Jangnan's car window rolled down, these two welcoming ladies' eyes lit up big time, and then they stepped on their high heels and scrambled to be the first to arrive. This way. This is a nice parking space. You don't even have to back up when you want to leave. You can just drive away. The two welcoming ladies couldn't have been more enthusiastic. Jongnan's face value was too top-notch, not to mention that he drove a Porsche Cayenne. Even if he came in an ordinary small electric donkey, they would be happy to entertain this kind of handsome man. Thanks. After parking the car, Jongnan smiled and said thanks. Incidentally, he was also sizing up these two welcoming ladies. The faces are all around 72, which is not a bad score, at least in Jongnan's opinion. In exchange for his previous gaze, a girlfriend who could have this score would definitely wake up laughing. Moreover, the lady who can be a welcome guest has a really good figure. Professional suit, not a wraparound skirt, just a short mid-calf skirt to the knee, and those black stockings looked very appealing to the eye looking at them. You're welcome, it's an honor to help our guests. The two young ladies immediately laughed and looked at Jongnan with that lassie look in their eyes. Nowadays, Jongnan was not to say that he was a walking hormone, capable of attracting a bunch of women close to him anytime, anywhere. But, excellent temperament, excellent face value, the body is even more stylish. This for the very majority of women. Absolutely win a seduction poison. Soon, the two welcoming ladies led Jiang Nan into the lobby of the South Heavenly Pavilion Sales Center, and were immediately greeted by a staff member. The same as a black silk long legs girl, looks about 25 years old, face value is also a 78 points. Not exaggerating in the slightest to say that this score can already be considered an ordinary girl inside the ceiling. Seeing Jiang Nan, this girl immediately had a warm smile on her face and looked at him with the same slightly drawn eyes. There was no other way. Jiang Nan was just too handsome. In this fast-paced era, as a man, you can have no money, but you definitely can't have no face value, or even, to lower it down a few notches, among the high rollers, you always have to account for the word high, even if you're fierce, without any status bonuses. Then you can't let the fairies know you're fierce. This way please, my name is Zhang Lan. What's your name, sir? Zhang Lan brought Jiang Nan to sit on a small sofa. From time to time there are salesgirls towards the side. Obviously, such a big handsome man to see the house, is really some people cannot move the line of sight. It smells so good. My last name is Jiang. Jiang Nan returned. Hello Mr. Jiang, welcome to our Nantian Pavilion. Please believe me, Nantian Pavilion's properties will never let you down. After waving to a short distance away, Zhang Lan also settled down opposite Jiang Nan. She was obviously wearing a wraparound skirt professional suit, but she merely stretched her skirt and did not cross her legs. The mysterious blackness was hidden. Sir, please have some water. At that moment, another black silk sale arrived with 2 bottles of mineral water. Thanks. Jiang Nan took it, and inadvertently, gently scratched with the palm of this black silk sales hand. Moment. He then saw this black silk sales girl's whole body tense up for a moment, and even her little face swished red. In response, Jiang Nan smiled carelessly before looking at Zhang Lan, who was seated across from him, and spoke. I arrived today to prepare to buy a current home. Yes, Zhang Lan immediately said. Is there one of those already furnished? Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and inquired. Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangcheng on the 18th, and the environment of the place where he lived before was not bad, but it was also a little bit not quite in line with his blown-out rich second-generation status. So, it's best to buy an existing home that doesn't need anything added to it. Yes, Zhang Lan nodded, and then took out a file bag from behind her, from which she drew out a small photo album, and then got down from her seat and squatted on the floor. This squat of hers was a delicate one. The neckline was slightly open, and the black lace edge suddenly entered Jiang Nan's line of sight, with some tantalizing scenery. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this house type? Zhang Lan inadvertently glanced at Jiang Nan and realized that his gaze lingered on himself for a few seconds. The corner of her mouth suddenly curved up a trace of curvature, and she pointed her finger at the photo on the table and inquired about it. Jiang Nan looked towards the photo on the table. It was a small apartment, and it was clearly indicated that it was only 80 or so square feet. Moreover, the decoration style was not his favorite minimalist style. It didn't look fancy, but at least it would be visually tiring after looking at it for a long time. This set is a little too small. Jiang Nan shook his head and directly said, my psychological price is around $17 million for a packaged and ready-to-move-in house. You introduce me to a few sets against this standard before I choose. The average price of this South Skycourt is at 55,000, making it the top property in the old part of Jiangcheng. This price, not to mention in the old city, even in the entire Jiangcheng, is also considered to be able to rank the name of a property, with an average price of $55,000. That's $4,400,000 for any small 80 square foot home. This price is not only the ceiling for the ordinary people, but also some elite people who earn millions of dollars a year will have to save up for about 4.5 years without eating or drinking. Therefore, to be able to afford this southern heavenly pavilion house is naturally to be able to say that one has stepped into the rich class. $17 million? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zhang Lan first froze for a moment, then her eyes widened a bit. Quickly reacting, she immediately gulped a bit of saliva and hurriedly took back the small photo album in her hand into the file bag, then smilingly moved her body a bit closer to this handsome man with many golds and opened her mouth to say, let's do it this way. How about I take you to have a look? There's a visual impression. I think it's better. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded. For once he was not very interested in the scenery that this woman came up to him. The grooves forced out by padding things are not to be seen. It's not like he's interested in every girl nowadays. Not to mention that every one of them has to be 90 plus, but an 85 or higher is always the basics, right? Even some extreme 80-point beauties with buff attribute additions were not unacceptable to Jiang Nan. This one, Lan, still falls short of the feeling. Chapter 27, a small villa worth $15 million? Direct brush, South Sky Court neighborhood. The moment. In the middle of the front yard of a small independent cottage, This is one of the several small villas among the southern Heavenly Pavilion, one of them, currently priced at $15 million, with a total of 200 square feet and a bonus square footage of up to 120. Zhang Lan stood beside Zhang Nan and introduced himself with a smile. Oh, hearing this, Zhang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Total price is 15 million. 200 plus 120, that's a total of 320 square feet. Doing the math, it's actually closer to $47,000 a square foot. This small villa has a total of 3 floors, and the negative floor is even more unique, with not only an underground garage, but also a private theater, and even a gym and a recreation room. Zhang Lan continued to introduce. This little villa is just now getting everything ready and will be officially sold soon. About to be officially sold? Zhang Nan frowned. That's true, but if you have your eye on it, Mr. Zhang, you can buy it right away. Zhang Lan hurriedly said. Go inside. Zhang Nan took a step toward the first floor of the small villa. The decoration style of this first floor is inclined to European style. The overall, although not very minimalist, but it is very atmospheric. You see the parlor on this first floor. Zhang Lan introduced himself. Zhang Nan swept a glance and secretly nodded. This parlor was indeed large, and the style was indeed atmospheric. At first glance it was still quite pushy. Can this room be closed in seconds? Zhang Nan just casually looked at a set of price-suitable room. This small villa is not bad. Just to use it to live temporarily is also a good choice. Second not? Zhang Lan froze for a moment, not reacting at first. I took it straight away. Zhang Nan had never been a procrastinator, and said indifferently, there's no need to fix me up with anything fancy. You mean just pay without looking? Zhang Lan's eyes widened and a look of excitement immediately appeared on her face. Yes. Zhang Nan nodded. Here's the thing. The money is actually capable of being a little less. Zhang Lan hurriedly said. No need for less. Just this whole 15 million is a good bit of math. How much less can a cottage be at this price point? And, for how much less? He's even losing money. If the time comes when the consumer rebate multiplier is very high, then he can be said to be losing money. Gulp. Hearing Zhang Nan's words, Zhang Lan immediately gulped a bit of saliva. Good lord. This is the real super rich second generation. A $15 million villa. The kind you say you'll buy and don't haggle over. Are you prepared to pay full price or? Before Zhang Lan finished his question, Zhang Nan directly interrupted. Now, pay the full amount in seconds. This way please. I'll take you back to the sales center to sign the contract. Zhang Lan immediately humbled herself like a maid and bowed in front to lead the way up. It comes and goes. Not long after, in the middle of the finance room of the South Heavenly Pavilion Sales Center, Zhang Nan, who had filled out the contract, paid directly, and under the shocked gazes of several people in the middle of the finance room, the $15 million was swiped out. Which big young man is this? $15 million? Just straight up buying it in full? Zhang Lan watched from the side for a while, and even though she knew that Zhang Nan had already said that she wanted the full amount, the moment she actually paid, she still only felt a tingle in her scalp. $15 million, not $1,500. That's $15 million. That's more money than she'll ever earn in a couple of lifetimes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Completion of consumption. Get a 3x spending rebate, $45 million. Triple rebate, a wild $30 million. Cool. Zhang Nan listened to one of the beeps in his head. His face had little expression, but his heart was all bright smiles. It's logical to write it out and go ahead and buy 2 villas to put here. But, a property to buy one is about right. Zhang Nan understood this, and the golden house was bound to happen. It's not impossible to buy a few units in a property and encounter a fixer-upper in the future when it's empty and assigned to other rednecks. It's always right to leave yourself a maneuverable space for follow-up. Zhang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment. And, he has $47.6 million on this hand currently. By General Point Villa is not much interest. To buy better, more expensive, step by step to brush up. It's so much better to pay and take care of the rest. Such a large property, and a $15 million villa at that, has long had all the certificates ready. The process also went extremely fast, and soon Zhang Lan respectfully handed Zhang Nan a file bag with both hands. Mr. Zhang, take your time. If there's anything, you can contact me by WeChat. The entrance to the sales center. Zhang Lan had intended to send Zhang Nan off, but he waved his hand and left directly with the document bag. That's so efficient. Zhang Lan at the door looked at the distant Porsche Cayenne and couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. But soon, the bitter smile transformed into a smile of excitement that couldn't have been more euphoric. That's a $15 million villa. That's a lot of commission for her. If this goes on, I'm afraid that by the time Meng Qingqiu arrives in Jiangchang, I'll be able to reach $100 million in cash, or even more. In the car, Zhang Nan's eyes shone with a strange luster, and his face was more than full of smiles of anticipation for the future. As long as he wanted to, whenever he spent the $47 6 million on hand again to acquire anything of high value. With luck, this 6 million had a great possibility to make him directly leap into a billionaire. He was never afraid of what regulation his money would be subjected to as it grew larger and larger. With the system at his side, this whole world was his amusement park if he wanted it to be, and recklessness would run through his entire life. Buzz. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly vibrated. Jiang Nan swept a glance. It was a message sent by Lin Man. Lin Man, Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? Do you want to make a dinner date? Seeing this message, Jiang Nan glanced at the time. Without realizing it, it was already 3:30 p.m. This made him ponder for a moment, and when he was about to reply, the landlady's WeChat phone call came in. Gangnam, are you free this afternoon? The landlady's gentle, unmistakable voice rang out. Yes. Jiang Nan gave an immediate reply. Will you go to dinner with me this afternoon? The landlady beamed. Okay, just the two of us? Jiang Nan inquired. A good sister from my high school days just returned to Jiangcheng and asked if I was free to have dinner together. The landlady whispered. Okay, where are you now? Sister Xia? Jiang Nan asked. At home, putting on my makeup right now. The landlady spoke up. Do you want to come over to me first? Or, I'm coming. Jiang Nan immediately hung up the phone, and then casually gave Lin Man a prevarication before rushing back without stopping. Chapter 28, Landlady, you'll have a good time in a few days. Knock knock. In front of landlady Xia Jiqing's house, Jiang Nan gently knocked on the door. Da. After a few seconds of waiting, light footsteps sounded. Squeak. The door opens. Jiang Nan looked at the landlady at the door, and a look of shock came over his face. Today's landlady is extraordinarily different, not just in her outfit, but in that makeup. In her usual makeup, the landlady is very imperial and like mature woman style. But today, it was like makeup, to the point where it wouldn't even look like she was wearing makeup if she wasn't paying attention. That slightly curly silver hair cape was also turned into a high ponytail, looking very valiant and cool, and even more of a neighborhood big sister feeling. And then see the wear at the moment. A pair of high-waisted jeans, the upper half of the body is a white short hitting the top, leaking out some belly out. That no flabby waist, simply have enough to attract people's eyes to see. What? Can't you recognize sis? The landlady raised an eyebrow. Just such a small expression, but it made Jiang Nan a whole lot harder to move. Sis, your style is so versatile. Anything suits you. Jiang Nan was in awe. Yeah, you kid. The cool valor that the landlady had just put on immediately turned into softness, and whispered, in a few days when Xiaoying goes to her grandmother's place, sis will give you some good instruction on piano techniques. Isn't she still in kindergarten now? Jiang Nan was surprised. Indeed I am, but I'm in a difficult situation, the landlady in her arms embarrassedly said. At the same time, she also mentally sighed up Jiang Nan's boyfriend Strength of this Max, who had picked her up so easily. Jiang Nan whispered in her ear. More than half an hour later. What a brat! The landlady laughed and cursed. Within half an hour or so, the landlady's favorability towards him had come to 65 points. Buzz off. At that moment, a cell phone on the living room coffee table vibrated. Jiang Nan looked at it, and the docket name was Lin, so it must be the good sister from her high school days that the landlady was talking about. He shook his head and didn't answer the phone, noting the time at that point. It's already 4 o'clock, and that's a lot of time to go by. Jiang Nan leaned back on the sofa, his eyes slightly closed, and began to wander off into the heavens. A few minutes passed quickly. It was only then that he opened his eyes again when he heard footsteps. Sister Xia, someone just called you, Jiang Nan reminded. Good. The landlady glanced at the phone and spoke. Why don't you answer it? Not so good. Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. What's wrong with you? The landlady gave a petulant grunt while she reached for her cell phone and dialed back a number to go. Soon. Phone call connected. Lin, are we going now? The landlady asked softly. Yeah, we're at the River City Hotel. Come on over. Lin's voice rang out. The River City Hotel? You guys? Which you guys? The landlady frowned. Yeah, ahem, me and my husband. Lin hurriedly said. You're in the old city, more than half an hour away from here. Leave early to save yourself from hitting the rush hour after work and getting stuck in traffic then. Good. The landlady didn't think much of it, hanging up the phone and then holding it in her hand while she opened her hands and closed her eyes and beeped. Really not afraid of pure school flowers play ambiguous. Afraid of the next door sister 30 years old. Purity is just a sister to play the rest of the things. For the landlady this kind of extreme, what style cannot handle? At the moment that a touch of shyness style, and then with a sense of micro-maturity, that is the real visual impact and the impact of the mind. Gangnam got up. A few minutes later. You're going to get it in a few days. The landlady squinted her eyes and smiled. And it was only then that Jiang Nan noticed that the woman had two small shallow pear swirls at the corners of her mouth, which was quite a different kind of beauty. Sister Xia, shouldn't I be saying this to you? Jiang Nan laughed. Humph, I don't care. The 30-year-old sister was at the moment as if she was a young girl who had just fallen in love, beautiful and moving. 10 or so minutes later, Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around the landlady's thin waist and went out the door. Gangnam, can you drive? The landlady inquired as she hooked Jiang Nan's arm and snuggled into his shoulder. Will. Jiang Nan nodded. I'm a great god. I almost ran a yellow Ferrari before, and you know how good a driver must be if he can run a yellow Ferrari. Blah, 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 blah. Bastard. Old and immodest. The landlady reached out and gently squeezed Gangnam's waist. Ouch. It hurts. Sister, spare me. Jiang Nan immediately howled for mercy. Humph. Make you immodest again. The landlady grunted again, and then fished out a key from among the little Chanel purse she carried. Note that it's a key, which is a bunch of keys, not just one. Jiang Nan looked at the good guy. BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Porsche. The lowest grades are BBA. Even. Jiang Nan saw the keys to a Lamborghini. Good lord, that's a standard rich sister. Which one do you want to drive? The landlady smiled as she brought over a bunch of keys. Where's the car? Jiang Nan inquired. Where's the neighborhood underground garage? The landlady returned. Never mind. The underground garage is a bit of a walk. Just take my car. Jiang Nan shook his head, and then took out his car key and pressed it twice against the Porsche Cayenne not far from the vacant lot. Jojo. The landlady looked over only to see a very new Porsche Cayenne come into her line of sight. So this car is yours? The landlady was slightly surprised. She had seen this car yesterday and didn't expect it to be Jiang Nan's. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded. It seems that you are a little rich brother. Sister was thinking of saying that she would adopt you. Alas, it seems that there is no chance to be a rich woman. The landlady beamed up commiseratingly, and thinking of trying the rich lady wireball rumored to be on the internet. He. If you ask me, sis, you'd better be your little woman in peace. Strong wind, it doesn't suit you. Jiang Nan whispered in her ear. Chapter 29, Want to be with a rich woman. Do you understand what you're doing? Departure at 4 o'clock. Jiangcheng is a giant congested city though, but fortunately in the face of no rush hour, and therefore in the arrival of the Jiangcheng Hotel is only the usual half an hour or so. The moment a Porsche Cayenne slowly stopped in front of the Jiangcheng Hotel, instantly, a 20-something parking attendant immediately greeted him with a smile. The moment the window rolled down on the passenger side, this parker immediately looked stunned. It's so beautiful. Pardon me for letting go. The landlady was warm and gentle in front of Jiang Nan, but in front of the others, she was completely high and mighty. Despite the fact that the outfit at the moment was a gentle neighborly big sister style, the tone was cold and imperial to the core. Excuse me. The aura made this parking attendant immediately back off a bit. Soon, Jiang Nan and the landlady got off the car, only to see this parking clerk immediately arrived in front of Jiang Nan. Respectfully said, "Hello sir, I am the parking clerk of Jiangcheng Hotel. You will put away all the valuables in the car. I'll find a parking space for you. This is the hand tag. Please give it to me when you leave." Good. Labor. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, giving him the car keys, and then also took the hand tag he handed over. Labor. The landlady hooked Jiang Nan's hand, pulled out a LV wallet from among the small Chanel bag, from which she drew out $500 or $600 bills and handed them to the parking clerk. Thank you ma'am. Thank you sir. This parking clerk took these $500 or $600 bills with both hands, and his face was full of gratitude. That's not a bad tip. There aren't even many bosses who will tip. After all, this is where they work and the hotel will pay them. Gangnam and the landlady entered the hotel hand in hand. Jiqing. Just after stepping into the hotel, an excited shout immediately rang out not far from the side. Da. Immediately afterward, the crisp sound of high heels colliding with the ground rang out. Jiang Nan and the landlady twisted their heads to look, only to see an average-sized, average-faced woman with heavy makeup trotting in. Lin, it's been such a long time. Xia Jiqing smiled as she looked at this woman who ran closer and said hello. Yeah, I've missed you. Wan Lin happily wanted to hug Xia Jiqing, but at this time, she noticed Jiang Nan's presence, so tall and handsome and graceful. When Wan Lin saw Jiang Nan, she immediately blurted out a sentence. Ha. This made Xia Jiqing immediately smile happily and get a little closer to Jiang Nan, proudly saying, Lin, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan, this is my best little sister from high school, Wang Lin. Hello Sister Wang. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Wow, such a handsome aunt's brother. You really have a good eye. Wang Lin looked at Jiang Nan several times more. She really couldn't move her eyes. Which woman doesn't like handsome men? And still Jiang Nan, this kind of tall and handsome also thieves have the temperament of the 00 young. Ask which older women don't like, that's for sure. After all, I'm not so bad, am I? The landlady held her head high, confidently. Come on, let's go up, Wang Lin hurriedly said. And I need to talk to you about it. What? The landlady actually guessed something. This time was actually going to ask you out alone. But it turned out that Li Fei found out about it and pleaded with me that he was organizing a class reunion. As she said that, she was also full of embarrassment and whispered, Chi Cheng, I'm sorry, I didn't know you had a boyfriend. I thought, it's okay. The landlady didn't care, and it's just as well, as it's a straight showdown today. Sis has a date. Thinking of sis, think less of her, and in the future, it's best not to invite her to any of these parties thrown in her honor. After this one, I don't see anyone else shamelessly inviting you to a party like this, either, so maybe it's a good thing. Wang Lin whispered, indeed, a bunch of crooked people, compared to my man are off my little man's class. The landlady grabbed some of Jiangnan's arms and spoke proudly. She is now a whole heart is filled with Jiangnan. She would have been before the other men have no feeling, in addition to Jiangnan, and now she is really on any man or not a little bit of interest. Yes. Wang Lin nodded deeply, also sneaking 2 more glances at Jiangnan, and her face was slightly red. In his heart, he also couldn't help but sigh. It's so nice to have money, to be able to find such a high-quality young man. Soon, the 3 entered the elevator and went straight up to the 15th floor. Ding! But after a short while, the elevator opened and the 3 of them stepped out, and at this moment, there were a few people outside the elevator who were talking and laughing, and when they heard the sound of the elevator opening, they immediately shifted their gazes over Jiqing, the leader of a 30-year-old man suited and booted, wearing a golden glasses, some refined feeling, but when he saw the landlady hooked a young man's arm, looking extremely intimate, his eyebrows suddenly wrinkled, his eyes even flashed a little gloomy color. Squad leader, the landlady cried out faintly. Egu, I've been wanting to hear this class president for years, and I'm finally looking forward to it. In these years, you've always refused everyone's gatherings. It's really sad. Li Fei laughed, and then spoke. Let's go. Fast forward. The classmates miss you. The school beauty who has amazed them for an entire high school era na. Even so, he didn't look at Jiang Nan the entire time, starkly ignoring him. No, my arrival this time is also just to prepare to catch up with Lin Lin. Heard her say that you guys are also there. Coincidentally, I'm also preparing to give you, the old class president, a good talk. It's better not to invite me to these gatherings in the future. Even, the message also don't send me. I'm afraid my husband will be angry. Although the landlady was leaning on Jiangnan's shoulder, her aura was not small, and her tone had an unquestionable flavor. From her pile of car keys just now, it's not hard to see that the landlady doesn't say she's worth over $1 billion, but 1 or 200 million is definitely there. That pile of car keys, at least 1,000 W. Even if that Lamborghini is a famous sports car, then I'm afraid it's more than 1,000 W. The car is worth so much, you'd have to say the landlady doesn't have a few small goals in her fortune. He doesn't believe it for a second. You're married again? Only then did Li Fei place his gaze on Jiangnan, and after seeing that it was a handsome white boy, his brows tightened and he spoke. Jiqing, we don't know each other that well. Please address me by my full name. Jiqing Xia. The landlady could be said to have given all her good moods to Jiangnan, and at the moment she was even taking care of his feelings. Jiangnan naturally understood, and wrapped his arms around the landlady's thin waist a little tighter, and whispered in her ear, sister is so nice, taking care of her brother's feelings so much, so love, brat. The landlady glanced at Jiangnan in a flavorful way, looking at the landlady flirting with Jiangnan, the little white boy, in front of his face. This Li Fei's face was instantly gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, Xia Jiqing old classmate, there are too many little white boys in this world, and all of them are here for your money. Can you be as handsome and graceful as my husband? The landlady glanced at Li Fei disdainfully and said lightly, to put it bluntly, I don't know what you're thinking when you keep asking me to hold a class reunion. Isn't it also because you are interested in my money? And, please, about people to set this kind of 15 floors of the ordinary place, want to evening and refuse to smash money. You evening rich woman evening understand you. I'll tell you what, don't play me with these twists and turns in the future. Wang Lin, come with me or stay here. Make your choice. After saying this, the landlady pulled Jiang Nan to turn around and head towards the elevator. Wait for me, Jiqing. Wang Lin immediately pulled her foolish husband to follow, leaving Li Fei standing in place. A burst of gnashing of teeth, and even the face is red beyond measure. It is clear that some of the broken defense annoyed. Chapter 30. Money is a small thing. The ability to reward is a big thing. The moment. In the elevator, Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up and exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, sister, you were so domineering just now. That's true. There's only one of you in the world. Do you really think any man is worthy of my tenderness? The landlady raised an arrogant eyebrow. This time, Wang Lin entered the elevator with her husband as well. Jiang Nan looked toward this Wang Lin's husband, 30 years old, looking thin, the same wearing a glasses, looking Sven. Seeing Jiang Nan's gaze on himself, the man flashed a smile as a greeting. Go to the top. The landlady pressed straight to the top of the 30th floor. There are a total of 2 places to eat in Jiangcheng Hotel. One is the 15th floor, which is considered the level of ordinary people's consumption, and the top floor eating places are basically higher income people. For one meal, not to mention over $100,000, a small few tens of thousands are still there. Ding! Soon, the 30th floor arrived. The 4 of them also stepped out of the elevator. A few welcoming ladies immediately greeted them. Do you have a reservation, please? A leading welcoming lady had a warm smile on her face, and her eyes looked towards Jiang Nan a few more times from time to time. Her eyes were full of stunning colors. It's so handsome. No reservations? Are there any private rooms left? The landlady said. Yes, just. Do you have a VIP card? The welcoming lady inquired in a low voice. Yes. The landlady nodded, before taking out a black and gold card from inside the small scented bag. When she saw this black gold card, that welcoming young lady's expression immediately became respectful, and after bowing, she bowed the entire time to lead the way in front. Seeing this, Wang Lin and her husband glanced at each other with shock on their faces. That's a little too much status. Compared to the shock of Wang Lin's 2 families, Jiang Nan appeared much too calm. After all, the current him was not the previous him. Soon, that welcoming young lady brought a few people to a private room. There are tablets on the table, so a few of you can take them if you order, and the back office will receive the order message in seconds. If there's anything you need, just call me. The welcoming young lady did not enter the private room, and bowed respectfully at the door, speaking in a gentle voice. Good. The landlady nodded before stepping into the private room with Jiang Nan. Wang Lin's 2 families also walked in right after her, and when they saw this very luxurious private room, their faces once again showed a shocked color. Jiqing, this private room should have a minimum spending, right? Wang Lin couldn't help but sigh. It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars. The landlady smiled. Good lord, my family's paycheck for a couple months. Wang Lin swallowed her saliva and whispered. No wonder there are so many people who hate the rich in this world. The feeling is that this world of people is fundamentally different. Ha ha. When the landlady heard this, she couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. The world of people is actually the same, only that the life encounters are different, and the survival environment is different, leading to a different future. That's actually quite a profound statement, and she does come from a different class. At least Jiang Nan was able to deeply understand. As for Wang Lin and her husband, they just laughed and did not continue to speak. People from both classes have different ideas from both classes, and there are times when they really can't collide and resonate. This is why, in fact, in reality, the door is too much, while the unreal world, but has too much of the prince and Cinderella drama, or the princess and the poor love plot. The meal didn't take too long, just over an hour. By the time it was over, it was about 6 o'clock, but the sky was still wide open outside the window. Drinking a bit of red wine, landlady at the moment more charming, a beautiful face all over the red, and from time to time to look at Jiang Nan's eyes with the color of fascination and intoxication. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Receive a tenfold spending rebate, $500. 000. A few minutes later, lobby front desk. Jiang Nan WeChat swept the payment. Nice one. 50,000. Hearing the sound of payment, Wang Lin's 2 families couldn't help but look at each other and swallowed heavily. One meal is almost 4 months of their paychecks. It's a stretch. Go. The landlady seemed to have gotten a little tipsy, and Jiang Nan naturally became the host, smiling and nodding to Wang Lin's 2 families. Now this rebate of 500,000 for Jiang Nan has been with the ordinary people in the eyes of the $50 is no difference. Just rain. There is not a bit of emotional fluctuations. Straight down to the first floor. Arrived at the front door of the hotel. Jiqing seems to be slightly drunk, so we'll go back first and get together again sometime. Jiang Nan handed his hand tag to the parking attendant boy from before, and it didn't take long for his car to drive up. He waved at Wang Lin's 2 families with a smile, while helping the landlady into the passenger side. Soon, the car gradually traveled away. Wang Lin's 2 families stayed in place for a while before they looked at each other and let out a long breath, and then shook their heads with a bitter smile. If you ask me, this boyfriend of Shi Qing's is not an ordinary person either. This talk and this temperament. If you want to say that this is a white boy, I don't believe it for a million years. Wang Lin whispered. The $50,000 just paid was not paid by your old classmate, but by himself, with a look that was no different than if we were buying a pancake from a stall in the street, without a care in the world. Wang Lin's husband nodded thoughtfully. The landlady, who had looked a little tipsy, suddenly sat up squarely, pretending to be drunk. Ha! Jiang Nan glanced at her and laughed lightly. Che, this little wine cannot drink me drunk, not to mention to help you a drink, or even help you drink too. I also do not matter, but I'm still a bit tired. Xiao Ying was picked up by her grandmother. You stay with me at home tonight, okay? The landlady's body came over. Her pretty face was covered with a reddish haze, and her beeping and supplicating look was very cute. Good. Jiang Nan reached out and stroked her head, and the latter immediately narrowed her eyes and revealed an enjoyable smile. No matter how old a woman is, there is always a soft spot in her heart, or a strong woman will become a small woman in front of her perceived dependence. The drive was slow. There is also some traffic at this point. By the time we got back to the neighborhood, it was coming on past 7. Parking the car, Jiang Nan and Xia Jiqing also returned home. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +1. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +2. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +1. Around 8 o'clock, parlor. Jiang Nan lit a cigarette and began to gulp it down. 80 points of goodwill now. Jiang Nan exhaled a long puff of smoke, an inexplicable smile coming to his face. Soon. It's almost time for Sister Xia's favorability to reach 90 points. I wonder if a few women with a face value of up to 90 points or more reaching 90 points of favorability together by then will be considered to have overdone that little task of welfare, and if there will be more additional rewards? Gangnam was currently far less interested in money than he was in the ability to reward it. Frankly, there are some abilities that money can't buy. Chapter 31 Meng Qingqiu's video call. Double shock. 10 or so minutes later, Xia Jiqing walked out, her face carrying an extreme amount of depression. Sis, what's wrong with you? Such a look on your face. Jiang Nan saw that her face did not look right and immediately inquired. The landlady shook her head with a bitter smile and sat down next to Jiang Nan, while then staring at him carefully. Her stunningly beautiful face showed some marvelous colors too. Whispering, "You guy, how come I didn't see that you were so powerful before? Where it's awesome." Jiang Nan looked at the landlady with a smile. "It's only been less than 2 days and I'm so in love with you. Aren't you awesome?" The landlady had another odd look on her face to come. After so many years, I don't know how many good men wanted to walk into her heart. It's pointless. It's a total loss. Even, she hadn't moved to find another man. Who knows? It had only been a short while, and it was directly conquered by Jiang Nan's entire body and mind. How did that not strike her as odd? Perhaps you hadn't gotten to know me before? Or maybe we didn't have that bond back then. Jiang Nan reached out and wrapped her into his arms, saying softly, "This thing called fate, no one can say." Indeed, the landlady didn't regret it and gently leaned on Jiang Nan's shoulder. The warmth of the moment put a happy smile on her face. Buzz off. Warming up for just 10 seconds or so, the cell phone in Gangnam's pants vibrated. Taking it out and scanning it, he immediately sat upright. "That online date of yours called to check in?" Seeing that Jiang Nan's expression was a bit off, the landlady couldn't help but flicker her gaze and laugh lightly. "Here comes the video call." Gangnam Road. "I'll have to hide it then." The landlady shifted down and lay in Gangnam's lap, hiding from view. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and also picked up Meng Qingqiu's video call. "Darling." Just after connecting, Meng Qingqiu's meta voice immediately rang out. "Good evening. Good evening, Autumn." The woman didn't show her face, just a pair of white glowing legs inside the camera, and even though the landlady was lying next to him, Jiang Nan returned a greeting without blushing. "Once today is over it will be the 17th, and once tomorrow is over again, I'll see you on the 18th. Meng Qingqiu laughed somewhat happily, and it was then that she suddenly realized what was going on and let out a strange cry. "Froggy fun, why is it a video call?" Her voice were raised several decibels, and immediately after, she was also only just noticed that Jiang Nan, who was out of the camera, was merely revealing an eye close to the camera, and then she exclaimed, "Frog fun, this. Darling, you opened the beauty face? Where's the beauty face on this Microsoft video?" Jiang Nan shook his head and said, "Your eyes are showing. Why don't you show all of your entire face?" I'm shy," Meng Qingqiu whispered, but her eyes were still plastered in front of the camera, as shocked as they could be. It wasn't as if she hadn't seen Gangnam from afar a year ago. Gangnam wasn't ugly at the time, but she was definitely nowhere near as stunning as she was in the video. What handsome man had Meng Qingqiu not seen before? And in a top university like Mordor University, there were simply not too many handsome men. But, the only thing that could amaze her was just the Gangnam in the video right now. "Then I'll turn off the video too." Jiang Nan pretended to be ready to switch to a voice call. "Don't!" Meng Qingqiu's anxious voice rang out, and soon, a stunning woman who was truly beautiful and heartwarming and felt like she wasn't on earth appeared in front of the camera. Hiss! Although Jiang Nan was mentally prepared, and had even seen the video on Meng Qingqiu's jitterbug before, when he saw it, he still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air under his heart, and his face showed a stunning color. "It's so beautiful. It's true what they say on the ordinary internet in general. Fairies come down to earth. This girl should only be found in heaven. Not a hint of exaggeration in the slightest. Darling, it's only been a year since I've seen you. I can't believe how much you've changed. Meng Qingqiu has shown her face, naturally, is greatly up, but her eyes are still incredible color. Carefully look at a few more eyes. Jiangnan. She finally confirmed the video and the handsome man is indeed her online love for 2.5 years of the object. 1. The voice she couldn't mistake. And 2. The face. Despite the fact that the present-day Gangnam feels like a handsome mess, his face is actually still the same, only that the skin condition is not 1 star better than before. Also, he seems to have a different kind of filter for women in general. Women in general can't take their eyes off him a bit when they see him. This was something that Jiangnan had really experienced in the past 2 days. Maybe it's the state of the skin. When you saw me last year, the wind and rain were blowing, and the sun in the summer in Jiangcheng is simply not too poisonous, so the skin is naturally not very good. Jiangnan laughed lightly. Yeah, roar, that side of River City is a furnace city, the kind that can heat people to death in the summer. Meng Qingqiu suddenly turned around, suddenly close to the camera, directly as a few mwahahahaha, and then Thieves laughed and opened his mouth. I can't believe that mindless playing video somehow played a video. Saw darling your real face, really have enough to surprise people. Honestly, she really wasn't a face reader. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of running present with him the following year after seeing Jiangnan once last year. Really at her level of beauty, after being used to seeing too many handsome men around her, there is a great possibility that she will even have no feelings for handsome men. Not that she has some kind of fetish for ugliness or anything, but she's more about feeling. At this time, Jiangnan's afterglow saw the expression of the landlady lying on the side. The whole aunt smiled, and there was no so-called eating look, which made him quite a bit surprised. This landlady, she's a little too generous. What's wrong, darling? Seeing that Jiangnan's expression was a bit off, Meng Qingqiu instantly returned to the camera and inquired with concern. No, nothing. Jiangnan mentally recited the meditation mantra and shook his head before also looking towards Meng Qingqiu once again. He was somewhat curious about how many face value points a girl of this level could have. Moreover, the most crucial thing is that the length of the online relationship reaches as long as 2.5 years. How much good will she be able to do to herself? Can you click on the point of urging and free for love power generation? To grow a little popularity. Chapter 32 Meng Qingqiu's attribute panel. Name, Meng Qingqiu. Age, 20. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Face value, 96 points. Favorability, 80 points. Take less face value points? 96 points? When Jiangnan threw an insight spell over towards Meng Qingqiu, the moment that attribute panel came out, his eyes instantly widened. Holy, 96 face points? Also, the good feeling is straight up 80 points to start? It's just don't overdo it a bit. Darling, why do you look like something is wrong with your expression? At this time, Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out. It's nothing, something just occurred to me that I find a bit unbelievable. Jiangnan shook his head. What is it? Meng Qingqiu smiled and said, completely unaware of any difference. I'm just thinking that it's amazing that we've lasted this long. Jiangnan's face showed a sigh of relief, and a slightly odd expression to boot. I said, as long as darling you do not break up, I can never break up with you. Hey, at that time originally the university wanted to go to Jiangcheng, only the family forced to go to college in Magic City. Otherwise, I have been able to see you every day for the past few years, and we rented a sweet cottage outside. How happy. Meng Qingqiu was completely immersed in her fantasies and didn't even notice Jiangnan's expression constantly changing. Yes, Jiangnan simply answered, swallowing a small amount of saliva before taking a deep breath and speaking. Chiu, after you come over this time, I'll go to Mordor to play with you when I'm free as well. Yeah. Meng Qingqiu burst out laughing happily. Suddenly, she lowered her voice some more and spoke. Darling, can't talk anymore. I hear footsteps in the hallway outside the door. I think my roommate is back. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Good. Jiangnan nodded. Kiss. Meng Qingqiu came up to the camera. Kiss. Gangnam returned a kiss. See you the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Meng Qingqiu also hung up the video call. Half an hour later. Barta. Jiangnan lit another cigarette and exhaled a long puff of smoke. Looking at the landlady next to him, his eyes full of appreciation. The energy of the last 2 days is really something. It always feels like there's an inexhaustible power in the body in general. Jiangnan guessed that there was a great possibility that his body had been secretly remodeled by the system, which was considered a small invisible benefit. Honestly, it's great. When the adamantine kidney obtained after completing that welfare mini-quest, then I really don't know how awesome I'll be by then. Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh. Buzz. The cell phone on the coffee table vibrated. Jiangnan picked it up and saw that it was a message from Su Yun. Gangnam, have a snack tonight? Picture. Along with this news, there is a photo. Clicking on it, Jiangnan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In the middle of the photo, Su Yun, who was wearing a small pink nightgown, was lying on her side on the bed. In this regard, Jong Nan kinda agreed that this woman was perfect. Is this a decent snack you're talking about? Jong Nan replied. So serious, can be serious, / color. Seeing an expression carried behind that sentence, Jong Nan couldn't help but smile. This woman, she's really letting go completely. Might not be available tonight. If he hadn't spent so much time at the landlady's today, I'm afraid he would have been in the mood to go to Soo-yeon's place for a midnight snack. Besides, he had promised to stay with the landlady tonight, and was bound not to go back on his word. Okay, so tomorrow you'll come over for lunch again? How about I go get you some tonic stew? Soo-yeon sent a voice bar over with some loss. Okay, this time Jong Nan didn't refuse anymore. Yes, Soo-yeon's tone was happy again. Then I'll go to bed early tonight and get up early tomorrow to buy the freshest ingredients at the market. No problem, Jong Nan returned. At this time, the landlady, who had rinsed her mouth, returned to the living room, and when she saw Jong Nan chatting on his cell phone, she couldn't help but wonder. You don't have another woman, do you? Cough cough. Jong Nan immediately coughed twice when he heard the landlady ask such a direct question. Still, hearing his rather awkward cough, the landlady was slightly surprised before sitting down next to Jong Nan and glancing past her cell phone. Without waiting for Jong Nan to say anything, a shocked look appeared on her face and she said in surprise, Isn't this Ms. Soo-yeon Su's avatar? Mr. Soo, hearing this title, Jong Nan froze for a moment. Good lord, is Ms. Soo so loose in private? The message interval was not long, thus the landlady also saw the seductive photos sent by Soo-yeon, and a shocked look came on her face. She's the little girl's teacher? Jong Nan was also surprised. Yes, but instead of a kindergarten teacher, it's a teacher I'm going to send to her for piano lessons in the near future. The landlady spoke up. Her daughter is in the same kindergarten as my daughter. And for this young mother with a very good temperament and a very pretty person, I've chatted with her more than once before when picking up Seo-ying from school, so I've had contact information for quite a long time. That's quite a coincidence. The corners of Jong Nan's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. How do you know her? The landlady was incredibly surprised. Usually when I talk to her, she's quite decent. It's not like she's able to send people such cool pictures on the internet. And do you look like an immodest woman? Jong Nan looked at the landlady with a smile. The landlady was immediately embarrassed, smiled twice but was too embarrassed to say anything else. She knew Jang Nan's charm well. Wasn't she, Xia Jiqing, decent enough? Not also now in front of this little man cannot be serious. Even posture don't mention how wild wave. If it wasn't for her relatives coming over, she could have guaranteed that Gangnam definitely wouldn't have been able to get out of bed for a single moment in the last few days. Crap, what about the fighting strength of a woman who has been starving for so many years that she will joke with you? But how did you guys meet? The landlady still felt a little strange. She felt that it should be impossible for the two to have a social line, right? Was it that they delivered to Soo-yeon's house when Jong Nan experienced life delivery before, and then the two of them got into a conversation? When you think about it that way, it seems like a real possibility. I have to say, women's brain power is really powerful. If Jong Nan knew what the landlady was thinking at this moment, I'm afraid that he would be dumbfounded for a while and spit out a sentence that he really thought it was the plot of a small movie made in that Turtle Island. Thanks for the gift reward from Brother Tomato True C.S. Boss Atmosphere. Chapter 33. The point in time can only be late, not early. Met on Shakeology. Jong Nan smiled and said, I brushed the jitterbug 2 days ago. Pushed a small game live. A small heart gift. She stepped on the finger pressure plate a little. He spoke up. When he finished speaking, the landlady's face instantly revealed a look of surprise before saying, I can't imagine that Mr. Soo is so desperate. For several hours in a row. In addition to getting takeout, he even ate on the fingerboard. Yeah, that's why I thought at the time that this anchor woman was quite trustworthy. After all, it's online, and there's simply not too many that can't afford to play. Jong Nan nodded. He was still very appreciative of Soo-yeon's promise-keeping. Hearing this, the landlady immediately nodded approvingly and said, Ms. Soo is really quite nice, bringing up her daughter alone for so many years, and I've never heard of any problems with her. She must be a good woman. That said, she stared at Jong Nan and smirked. You brat wouldn't be a sister control, or a young woman, popularity control, right? Can't. Jong Nan spoke with a somewhat weak look, cleared his throat, and spoke. It's just a coincidence, and besides, sister is indeed good. Did something indescribable happen with Ms. Soo? The landlady's stallion finger gently tapped Jong Nan's forehead and inquired. Noons is when she invited me to her house for a casual lunch. Jong Nan didn't hide it. Damn it, why didn't I see how good you were a few days earlier? The landlady puffed out her cheeks and got a little depressed. It's fine, same thing. Jong Nan laughed. In his heart, he understands that a few days earlier, I'm afraid he really won't be able to get into this sister's eyes. It was all fated fate that he just happened to get the system, and just happened to also fulfill the record of a 5-year-long wish, which made such a huge difference. So, only late, not early. Fun times always pass quickly. The night passes. Around 8 in the morning, Gangnam woke up. The landlady, no longer around, picked up her cell phone and looked at it. It's May 17th. At this time tomorrow, Meng Qingqiu will be on a plane departing for Zhengcheng. Once something indescribable happens with Meng Qingqiu tomorrow, I'm afraid that mission of mine should be completely finished. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment. And, let's not forget, Su Yun's favorability towards him wasn't bad either, reaching a staggeringly high 89 points, and it wasn't clear how to raise this last point, but he wouldn't take the bull by the horns and think about it too much. Everything, go with the flow. Landlady, toiletries are ready for you. In the bathroom. Landlady, I'm going to take care of something. See you tonight, sisters, little man. Landlady, pictures. Jiang Nan got up and took a look at WeChat, and found that the landlady had left him a message and attached a posting face selfie. That face value. The original camera dislikes the face selfie, and it is really resistant. After replying to one, he glanced at the other messages. Suyun, Jiang Nan. I went to the food market and bought you a lot of body tonic. /shy. Suyun, when are you coming over? I sent my little Nui to kindergarten, and I don't want to broadcast live when no one is at home for a while. Suyun, pictures. Suyun, video. Jiang Nan scanned Suyun's message, and just by looking at the first picture, he couldn't help but roll his throat up and down several times, and by the time he finished watching that little video, he was already in awe. After Jiang Nan took a deep breath, he replied that he would come later, then scribbled a reply to that Lin Man, as well as an emphatic reply to Meng Qingqiu again, and then began to wash up. Hastily finish washing up, Jiang Nan drove straight to Suyun's home. 2.5 hours later, Jiang Nan revealed a happy smile to the adult world, which was all about such a fast-paced life. The good feeling still hasn't budged. Jiang Nan looked at Suyun, who was tired, and closed her eyes. He got up and took his clothes and went to the bathroom to rinse off before arriving at the living room. He looked at the layout of this house again. 3 bedrooms, 1 bath. It's not big, but it's not small either. Jiang Nan walked around, remembering that his landlady had told him last night that Suyun was an amateur piano teacher. He couldn't help but wander around the house. Soon, he arrived in a small room, which was quite cozily furnished with lots of little dolls, generally in pastel colors, and a small old-fashioned piano. That's when he saw a picture hanging on the wall. It was a photo of Suyun and her daughter, a photo of the little girl when she was 3 or 4 years old, with a double ponytail and pink makeup, looking adorable. Buy a piano next time you're here. Arriving in front of this old small piano, Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment, and his hand gently pressed a few keys, and with his caliber, he immediately heard that this small piano was definitely some years old, and the sound quality was extremely weak. Gangnam. This time, Suyun's voice rang out from the doorway. Jiang Nan glanced back. Suyun, who was wearing a pink nightgown with slightly messy hair, stood in the doorway. The piano is a bit old. I'll get you a better one when the time comes. Jiang Nan looked at Suyun and laughed softly before sitting on the bench, turning back and extending his hand to invite. Want to play a song together? You play the piano? Hearing Jiang Nan's invitation, Suyun looked at the man in front of her with immense surprise in her eyes. Sure. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. Suyun walked over expectantly before taking a seat next to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan scanned the sheet music and realized that they were all children's tunes. Here's a score. Suyun got up and brought a sheet of music, while settled down. Dance of the Flowers? Jiang Nan swept a glance and his eyes couldn't help but flicker. Also, this score has been altered to really fit 4 hands perfectly. I'm afraid Suyun is not just an amateur piano teacher, as the landlady said. I've changed the score a bit. You should be able to read it, right? Suyun asked in a small voice. No problem. Jiang Nan nodded with a light smile, looking at the score in his hand. He understood that perhaps the opportunity for Suyun to reach 90 points of goodwill was this 4-handed piece that she had changed. 90 points of goodwill is a threshold, above carnal desire, for soul fit. Thanks to Big Brother for the hypnosis charm. Frog fun, appreciated. Chapter 34, Mission Reward arrives. Self-Pua Lin Man. Phew. Both Jiang Nan and Suyun let out a small, long breath when they were ready. Immediately, the two of them looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Jiang Nan's 10 fingers were incredibly long and slender, placed on top of the keys. As he played, those 10 fingers seemed to be jumping on the keys as if they were elves, making Suyun, who was watching, show a shocked look on her face. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Suyun is indeed not considered an amateur piano player, not to say to reach the level of masters, but the domestic good level of piano level is absolutely there. She began to learn the piano from the age of 3 when she was a child. and now she is 28 years old. That is, the contact piano has been up to 25 years long. Even if it is a talent is not very good. Up to 25 years of immersion. Say there is not some level how it is possible. Just by Jiang Nan's strength in playing a small section in front of him. Soo-yun understood beyond words that Jiang Nan, who was already perfect enough in her eyes, was afraid that he had only just revealed the tip of the iceberg of his perfection. For a while, his fingers jumped as if dancing on the keys. Jiang Nan was immersed in it, and Soo-yun was also immersed in it. Even when it came to Soo-yun's beats, she almost didn't keep up. Soon, no longer a solo vignette, for hands bounced on the keys, and the score of Dance of Flowers, which had been altered a bit by Soo-yun, carried an extremely light, hot feeling of infinite prospects for the future. A few minutes later, end of four-handed play. Jiang Nan and Soo-yun exchanged a glance. He was able to clearly feel the endless love and also worship from this woman's eyes. Soo-yun's favoritism +1. The moment. The spirit and the flesh are truly in perfect harmony. Soo-yun's favorability had finally arrived at 90 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the welfare mini-quest, having a confidant of the opposite sex with a face value of 90 points or more. Get rewarded, Villa No. 001 in Jiangcheng Tianfu, a global limited edition luxury supercar Pagani Windy, and a Vijay kidney. In the meantime, a system beep also sounded in Jiang Nan's head. However, at this moment, he had no time to pay attention to the single beep from the system. With the soul fit with Soo-yun, after making her favorability reach 90 points, Jiang Nan, who had received the reward, also took a long breath of relief. An hour later, in the living room of Soo-yun's home, Jiang Nan, who was sitting on the sofa, took out his cell phone. I can't believe this woman is on live at this hour. As Jiang Nan was about to want to ask the system if there was a follow-up to that welfare mini-quest, he suddenly watched as a message prompted in the background of shivering, and couldn't help but click in. Welcome Smoky Jiang Nan brother. Frog Fun, level 62. How many more busybodies are you spending? Jiang Nan had just entered the live broadcast room when Lin Manman's shocked voice rang out. However, soon after, she saw Jiang Nan exit the live broadcasting room in seconds again, which caused her mouth to open slightly wider, and her mind immediately recalled everything she had done when she first met with Jiang Nan, and her brows instantly tightened. It was true that Jiang Nan had been a bit cold and indifferent to him in the past 2 days, even to the point that she had followed up by asking him out a few more times without getting a response. Could it be that I took him to fondue? Or was it the follow-up that didn't keep playing with him? If it was a normal rank 1 big brother, Lin Manman might not be interested at all. But this list of big brother is Jiang Nan this kind of extreme high wealth. She is not a fishing woman, but also to him cannot resist, want to ruthlessly with him love once. While Lin Manman was in the midst of her self-contemplation, Jiang Nan came in once more. Smoky River South sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South sent Carnival *1 to the anchor. In a mere 10 seconds or so, imitating the hand of Kato Hawk, Jiang Nan's fingers almost pointed out residual shadows and directly swiped as many as 100 in anger. Frog Fun. Thank you. Thank you brother Gangnam for 100 carnivals. At this point, still immersed in self-contemplation, Lin Manman's afterglow swept a glance and suddenly saw the carnival of Jiang Nan's floating screen, and her face instantly revealed a color of surprise, and she popped up from her seat as a whole. Big brother, this is the real big brother. The number of people in the live room was small, just about 20, but at this moment, as Jiang Nan's 100 carnivals floated up on the screen, a pop-up screen instantly scrolled and swiped up. Jiang Nan swept the pop-up screen and lightly laughed as he handed out a 30,000 shivering diamond red packet. Asterisk, which is a real big brother. This is my real father. 30,000 shaking diamonds of red packets. I drop a mom. Smoky Jiang Nan father, I give you a point of attention. In the future, this online any ungrateful people dare to force you, the son absolutely give you a hard dislike back. Dad, more red packets. Lin Man's favoritism +1. Lin Man's favoritism +2. Lin Man's favoritism +3. I don't know if it was due to a complete reprieve, but Lin Manman's favorability began to continue to rise. In the same 10 seconds or so, it had skyrocketed by as much as 22 points, causing Jiang Nan to be a little surprised. Unsurprisingly, the woman's favorability towards him seemed to have reached 54 points as well. How could he have known that his lack of time to care for Lin Manman over the past 2 days had caused her to begin to fall into self-contemplation, and that there was something called invisible brainstorming that was the most deadly? In her eyes, Jiang Nan must have been absolutely perfect, and she must have done something wrong in their first meeting, which had caused him to be quite a bit cold towards himself in the past 2 days. So, she directly started to meditate on herself and pua herself. I don't know that Jiang Nan is really unavailable. Soo-yun, the landlady, which sister is not the best of the best? Smoky River South send Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South send Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South send Carnival *1 to the anchor. Gangnam delivered another 99 Carnival, emptying all of his shake diamonds. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Completion of consumption. Receive 8 times the spending rebate, $4. 8 million. Making another $2 million. Jiangnan was naturally satisfied. It's only been a while. Raking in $4. 2 million. What kind of non-criminal business can be so exaggerated? I'm slipping, ha. Dinner will be ready soon. A pop-up was sent, and Gangnam was out of the jitterbug. And the moment he exited the Shake Shack, a voice message came immediately from WeChat. Brother Jiangnan, are you free this afternoon? I really want to take you to eat that Sichuan cuisine. Please believe me, it's really delicious. And there's nothing to do in the evening. I'll take you around this side, watch a movie or something, have a light snack or something. After listening to the voice bar sent from Lin Manman, Jiangnan saw that she had sent several pathetic little emoticons, which made him think of the JK suit this girl had worn earlier, and ghostly replied back, I'm free, but how come you're not doing little dances in your little JK shoes on the air anymore? Chapter 35, upcoming date, heading to the mansion. In the meantime, in the middle of Lin Manman's dormitory, she, who had just been fed by Jiangnan, had just gotten off the air and froze for a moment as she looked at the message Jiangnan had sent. Immediately afterward, she came back to her senses and immediately understood. I feel like she was too plainly dressed when she asked Gangnam out that day. I can't blame her for that. Though, at first, she had only thought of inviting List 1 to dinner, nothing else. But who knew that this big brother of hers, who had watched her for some days on the List 1, was such a handsome man, and it is still a handsome mess of the kind. As soon as she knew that Jiangnan had this face value, she also ran back to the dormitory at that time to change the pieceware. So brother Gangnam likes the JK chap's outfit. Lin Manman took a deep breath and hurriedly replied, if brother Jiangnan likes it, then is it okay if I wear it out for a date with you this afternoon? Dating? After subconsciously saying this word, Lin Manman couldn't help but feel a burning sensation on her face. Neither of them had any relationship. They had only met once. Would it be offensive for her to take such initiative? She hadn't taken the initiative either. It was unusual for guys to take the initiative to ask her out. So how was she supposed to know what to do? Buzz. At this time, Jiangnan's message was sent over. It was just a simple word of good, but it made her jump up from her stool in joy. It's a good thing I didn't have class today to open the live stream for a bit, or else I'd really be missing out on a date with Jiangnan's brother. Lin Manhwa's eyes narrowed with a smile before she happily made her way to her closet to pick out something to wear. This white top lining with a small blue skirt seems to be a little too loose. This red and blue set is good. Just a little propped up feeling. I don't know if brother Jiangnan will like it. This soup is good. Soo-yun's home. Table. Jiangnan sipped the soup with a spoon, an appreciative look on his face. Like it. Soo-yun narrowed her eyes and smiled. Her face was full of tenderness, watching Jiangnan finish a bowl, and hurriedly took over the bowl and gave him another bowl. Drink more. Make up for your body. Gangnam is not very old, but the frequency since the last 2 days is really high enough, even long. So, it's time to make up for it. Jiangnan did not refuse. Soo-yun's skills were indeed good. Not only was the cooking first class, this stew was also of first-class caliber. Are you still eating here this afternoon? Without even finishing lunch, Soo-yun started thinking about dinner. A pair of eyes were filled with the color of tenderness as they looked at Jiangnan and smiled. A good wife and mother. Jiangnan looked at her, and only these 4 words came to mind. Soo-yun is indeed wifely, despite being only 28 years old, but is more wifely than a landlady. If the landlady is the wife that exists in the comics and makes people want to blaspheme nonstop, then Soo-yun is the absolute perfect wife that everyone wants to have. A great cook in the kitchen, a great stir-fry, a great stew, and almost no shortcomings that can be counted. I have some things to do this afternoon, so I shouldn't come over for dinner. Jiangnan finished another bowl of soup, stopping Soo-yun, who continued to try to serve him soup, and laughed lightly. Are you trying to make me explode? Where? Soo-yun shyly lowered her head and whispered, this is not thinking of letting you properly replenish your body. After all, you did work a little hard these past 2 days. Don't worry. Jiangnan patted his waist and smiled. It wasn't that he was joking anymore. The present day him having gained the ability to have adamantine kidneys after completing that welfare mini-quest, it was a barrage. I might be busy in a few days. A friend's kid is coming to me for piano lessons, Soo-yun said softly. No matter what, Jiangnan only felt that this woman was extremely gentle, without a trace of the so-called Sichuan and Chongqing women's nickname Mother Tyrannical Dragon feeling. On the contrary, it made him feel some sense of gentleness of a Jiangnan woman. This was also why Jiangnan felt that Soo-yun was extremely wifely. It's okay, there's always free time. Jiangnan smiled slightly. Next, It was an hour after lunch that Jiang Nan left. System. Car. Jiang Nan took the Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 villa and the various certificates of the Pagani Winds from the small space that came with the system, casually swept a glance, and with some excitement on his face, he called out to the system. Host. The system replies in seconds. Currently I have multiple high-value opposite-sex confidants, though I haven't reached the point of 90 points of goodwill yet, so can I do that little perk quest I did before I upgraded again? Jiang Nan did not rush to start the car, and mentally communicated with the system. Back to the host. After completing the mission, it is finished and cannot be upgraded any further. The system replied, but, when the host's deposit reaches the next level, is bound to be a new welfare mini-quest will appear. Understood. The next notch up, I think, is when the deposit cash breaks $100 million. Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly flashed up a strange luster. Once he did not say that he fantasized about having a small goal, that is, 1 million, or even 100,000 deposits he did not dare to think about. In this day and age, a young man like him who had achieved nothing, let alone saving $100,000, would never be able to take out a simple few tens of thousands of dollars. These days what do not need to spend money, can buy a car by themselves to buy a house of young people? Few and far between, unless it is really the so-called witch industry innate saint body, or else absolutely mediocre after this life. 1 small goal isn't a lot, 10 small goals isn't a lot, and even 100, 1,000 seems like they're really just a bunch of numbers as I roll in more cash. Jiang Nan lightly laughed and shook his head. Just as he was about to start the car, the cell phone placed on the side suddenly vibrated. He brought it over and glanced at it. It was a voice call from Lin Man. Brother Jiang Nan, let's go watch a movie later? There's a movie that seems pretty good. Lin Man's voice rang out expectantly. What kind? Jiang Nan asked. The horror genre. Lin Manhwa was extremely suggestive. Okay, are you at school? I'm coming over to pick you up now. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he opened his mouth. He's an idiot if he can't understand that kind of hint. Besides, didn't this girl want to go to a horror-type movie? It just so happened that there was bound to be a private theater inside the Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 villa that had just been acquired, right? Meanwhile, Jiangcheng Tianfu, one of the topmost properties in Jiangcheng, is also in a district near the university town, a 10-minute drive at most. Let's see how luxurious my mansion, which is worth a few small goals, can really be. Jiang Nan was still somewhat excited in anticipation. Chapter 36. It's the emotional value that's really pulling out all the stops. Around 2:30 p.m., a Porsche Cayenne slowly stopped in front of a university campus. Jiang Nan rolled down the window and looked towards the entrance of the school. What entered his line of sight was a double ponytail JK girl. As she walked, the corner of that skirt swung up slightly, causing the passers-by around him to cast their eyes over. This JK with white calf socks and a pair of brown brogues is dang YYDS outfit. In Jiang Nan's eyes, he felt that just this outfit alone, combined with Lin Man's double ponytails at the moment, could, to say the least, make her go from a face value score of 88 to a level of 90. Brother Gangnam. Lin Man got into the car, immediately hung a sweet smile. The voice also seems to clip some. In a kind of sweet teenage voice shouted out this Brother Jiang Nan. Honestly, it's one of those things that's hard not to get excited about. Jiang Nan couldn't stop his heart from sighing in admiration, and his gaze moved upwards to meet the gaze of Lin Man, who was quite shy, and then saw this double ponytail of hers, which was even more of a sigh of admiration. Nice double ponytail. It seems like Brother Jiang Nan likes the sweet style, or the soft girl style. Seeing Jiang Nan staring at her eyes were a bit unable to move. Lin Man secretly happy, at the same time is also determined to clarify their future style of dress. Brother Jiang Nan, let's go. Lin Manhwa smiled and said. Hearing Lin Man's voice, Jiang Nan then took back his gaze, and then started the car, while saying, let's go to the South City side. It's a bit more lively there, and it just so happens that I just bought a set of villas there, and I haven't gone over to see them yet. A villa in the South Side? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Man froze for a moment. She is a local of Jiangcheng. Basically, the entire Jiangcheng, in addition to the old city, will be counted on the south side of the city is more lively. The same reason, the price of housing is also very expensive. A villa down the road is a couple thousand Ws less, right? Lin Man wasn't too clear, but guessing, it was the average point of the villa, at least 1,000 W or more. That's rich. Lin Man took a deep breath. Although she was not the kind of girl who worshipped gold, but honestly, really encountered like Jiang Nan this kind of handsome and gold and willing to give the woman consumption of the best man. It seems that really cannot let her not worship gold. That villa has an underground private theater. You'll be able to see any movie you want, and it's very quiet. Jiang Nan smiled. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Man's breath held for 2 seconds. She was just a little cuter, also seemed to have heard something, but inexplicably, her heart is not a bit of revulsion, and even, with a sense of expectation. It struck her as odd and perfectly normal, because she did realize that she seemed to be a bit irresistible to Gangnam. It's not just that he's rich and more than willing to swipe her gifts, it's more that he's handsome. If you really have such a handsome and golden boyfriend, and lick him well, then the rest of your life will be able to enjoy the happiness purely lying down. Lin Man's favoritism +5. Good. Lin Manmang sheepishly lowered her head and responded in a small voice. That, brother Jungnan, buy a few bottles of ice coke and potato chips when you watch the movie later. It feels like it's one of the cool things in life. Don't worry, there's everything. Gaining another 5 points of favorability. Jungnan nodded in satisfaction. He had read the introduction of the entire Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 villa, the things inside that are updated every day by the housekeeper. Not exaggerating in the slightest to say that it really has everything. The value of 5 small goals, but also not the average person with money to be able to buy, but also the villa named 001. The degree of luxury is not the average person can imagine. The car starts. Jiang Nan placed his cell phone on the side. Honestly, he was still very flattered by Lin Manman's well-behaved initiative in the face of it. Lin Man's favoritism +1. Lin Man's favoritism +1. Lin Man's favoritism +1. Along the way, the system's beeps rang in Jiang Nan's head from time to time. 20 minutes later, the red-faced Lin Manman's favorability towards Jiang Nan had arrived at as many as 70 points. And this rate of progress also made his heart feel a surge of surprise. But when he turned his head and thought about it, he thought that it was a normal thing to do. As her goodwill towards himself became higher and higher, more intimate things would only make the goodwill increase even more violently. And there was absolutely no such thing as dropping the goodwill because of some intimate actions. There's a shopping street next door. Go for a stroll. After enjoying the journey, Jiang Nan was also ready to give some sweetness to this girl and increase her goodwill a bit, in order to pave the way for watching a movie in the private theater in the middle of the villa later. Sure, even if there was no further increase in favorability, it wasn't impossible for something indescribable to really happen with these 70 points of favorability in Jiang Nan's opinion. Why not harvest a wave of goodwill and spend a little more to earn some money, and be able to pretend while growing your wealth? Listen to brother Gangnam. Lin Manmang didn't push back and nodded with a good-natured red face. Lin Man's favoritism +1. This has not yet been consumed, and it has gone up a little bit of goodwill. Jiang Nan is really looking at this Lin Manman more and more at this moment. Although this goodwill more than enough did not bring any substantial benefits to Jiang Nan, but what a win for the emotional value. Better than what gives you consumption. In the end, a little goodwill are not seen to rise. That is not a pure wrongdoer is what. Soon, find a random parking spot. Jiang Nan and Lin Manman then got out of the car. As soon as they got off the bus, Lin Manman immediately jogged over and hooked Jiang Nan's arm. She's just 165 centimeters tall, which is kinda perfect for 182 centimeters Gangnam. There's a really nice height difference. Jiang Nan nodded secretly in his heart at Lin Manman's initiative. He didn't take a few steps, but he was surprised and looked towards Lin Manman who was leaning against him. Nice guy. That emotional value given is truly spot on. Brother Gangnam, you seem to like JK's outfit, don't you? Lin Manhwa asked in a small voice. Most men like it, I guess. Jiang Nan laughed lightly. Then, I'll wear a different JK every time we meet from now on. Lin Manhwa smiled and said, there's one thing to be said for this girl, and she's really pulling out all the emotional value she can give out. Chapter 37 Buying and Returning. Soon, the two arrived on this commercial street. Jiang Nan's eyes were on a storefront. Chanel. He took a look at the small perfumed bag of an unknown brand name that Lin Manman was carrying, and immediately brought her to the nearest Chanel boutique. Welcome. After the two of them stepped into the Chanel boutique, a 70-cent girl in overalls, a wrap-around skirt, and black silk heels came up with a warm smile on her face. The familiar fiery gaze of the opposite sex assaulted him, causing Jiang Nan to mentally shake his head and laugh. There really wasn't any heterosexual woman who could carry off his charms. I'll show my girlfriend. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Lin Manman's thin waist and began to look around inside the store. So expensive. After watching for a short while, Lin Manman whispered, her face is full of marvelous color. She is an ordinary family sister. Where to shop this kind of high luxury stores? This glance down. No one bag is less than 5 figures. There's even a little scented bag that sits at the top of the cabinet and is a 6-figure number that starts with a 3. Over 300,000. What's up? Anything you're looking at? Jiang Nan asked. Too expensive. Lin Manman really wasn't pretending with this statement. She did think it was too expensive, even though she knew that Gangnam was rich and generous with his money for women. But, it's still too expensive. This money is a mere pittance to me, and you jumped up and down in gratitude when I brushed your wazoo. Jiang Nan teased. Good boy. Pick a few. This is brother rewarding you for being good and understanding. No way. Lin Manmang smiled embarrassedly, and then also no longer shrugged off. Onion Jade finger pointing at 2 small carry bags of about 10. 000 yuan. Her small face flushed as she whispered. These two are quite good. No? Jiang Nan was surprised at this sister's appetite. It was a bit too small. Nope. Lin Manhwa shook her head, and those twin ponytails swung a few times after her. Jiang Nan looked to the cabinet sister who was staring at herself next to him and smiled. Labor. Just wrapped up the 2 bags my girlfriend looked at. And then, this one, and this one, all wrapped up. As he spoke, he pointed his finger towards a couple of bags worth from 6 figures at the top of the counter. Yes, the counterkeeper is still from the side intoxicated by Jiang Nan's perfect side face it. At this moment heard his command, immediately came back to God, immediately surprised beyond measure. First will be the 2 more than 10,000 yuan of bags down towards the front desk. With that, another small ladder arrived with a small ladder. Logically, in a situation like this with a guest around, she would be pressing her wraparound skirt with one hand to prevent herself from getting naked. But, she was facing such an extremely good-looking guy among the extremely good-looking guys like Jiang Nan. She's pressing the P's. To be seen by such a handsome man for something, she felt like she had earned it. And, these bags must not be $1 million? Spending millions of dollars at the drop of a hat, which women do not rush up to send. Ah, look at me, handsome, be sure to look at me. She was on the ladder, reaching for her bag a little slower, and she couldn't stop her heart from whimpering. Will it be a little too much? These few down, to $1 million. Ah, Lin Man said in embarrassment. Not a lot of money. Jiang Nan didn't even look toward the counter girl, reached out and picked at the tip of Lin Man's chin, and spoke. Moreover, these are what you should get. If you consume it yourself, it's a good idea, but giving it to someone else to consume, that's purely an emotional value of the figure. And the emotional value given to Lin Man is indeed spot on. And why not with multiple gains, as money gets bigger the more you spend it anyway. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan. Lin Man understood and nodded happily, and wrapped her arm around Jiang Nan a little tighter, looking at him with a lassitude in her eyes. Lin Man's favoritism +9. See how the sentimental value doesn't give in place very much? Soon, the black silk counter girl removed the 4 bags from the top of the cabinet. Any other favorites? Jiang Nan softly inquired. At the same time, he mentally sighed. Women's money is, indeed, good. A few bags can cost millions of dollars, which is why there are so many celebrities trying to get into the real upper class. Ask ordinary men who can fulfill these material needs of theirs. Enough is enough. Lin Man really felt that it was enough. With the 2 bags that were over 10,000 apiece just now, plus these 4 bags, there would be a total of 6. A bag is no longer good for half a year. It must be used for 3 years. Good. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, looking toward the black silk counter sister whose eyes were dripping with water as she looked at herself, and spoke. Swipe your card. Your way. The black silk counter girl said respectfully. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Completion of consumption. Receive 5 times the spending rebate. $7. 5 million. After swiping his card to pay, the system's beep immediately sounded in Jiang Nan's head. 6 bags in total. Just under $1.5 million. 5 times the consumer rebate down the line. It's an easy $6 million. Oh, right. There's also another 5 points of goodwill from Lin Man. 85 points of goodwill now. That's a lot of brushing. Jiang Nan looked at Lin Man, who was snuggled up to his side and couldn't wait for a whole person to be close to his arms, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Welcome to the next visit. The black silk counter girl placed her hands in front of her and enthusiastically bowed deeply to Jiang Nan and Lin Man's back. After the two of them entered another high luxury store, she slowly withdrew her gaze. Her eyes and face were full of envy. She also wanted to have such a perfect boyfriend. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan and Lin Man returned to the car carrying large bags of high luxury pockets. He brought Lin Man to buy some more things, and didn't spend much, just $1 million or so. Unfortunately, the rebates weren't too favorable, but it still brought his savings to as much as $60 million. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Man's favorability towards him had reached as many as 88 points of her face value score. It seems like after reaching 88 points of favorability, Lin Man's favorability towards me basically didn't go up. Jiang Nan felt a little strange. As early as when he entered the second high luxury store again, Lin Man's favorability towards him had already arrived at as many as 88 points, while the half hour or so of loitering and spending had not risen at all, which did make him feel a little unbelievable. System, could it be that the peak of a person of the opposite sex's favorability is the face score she possesses? Jiang Nan started the car while mentally inquiring curiously. Chapter 38 Very Perfect System Settings. Lin Man was stunned. Yes, host. A system beep sounded in his head. Ha! Hearing the system's reply, Jiang Nan frowned. When the opposite sex's favoritism towards the host reaches her face value score, the rise in favoritism will be temporarily halted. After that, Any further increase in favorability will result in an equal increase in the opposite sex's face value. The system's voice continued to sound in Jiangnan's head. Oh, hearing this setting that the system was talking about, Jiangnan immediately became interested, and his face even showed a look of surprise. He, who had read no less than a few thousand urban-type God's Magnificence refreshing articles on the Tomato novel app, had really seen such a novel setting for the first time. It's kind of fun. The ability of the system was infinite, only he could not think of it. There was nothing the system could not do. His current charisma was dependent on the system, making his face value go up more than a few notches, as simple as that. And once this setting comes out, from now on, the women around him will really all be top percentile women. When the host raises the face value score of each member of the opposite sex by 1 point, he or she instantly receives a chance to draw a prize. The system's voice continued to ring. What can I get from this raffle? Jiangnan's eyes flashed up with a strange luster. Nothing. The system simply gave out a 4-word reply, which made Jiangnan instantly understand. It is true that there is only what he can't think of, not what he can't get from this lottery. Wait, so am I able to find a low-scoring face value girl to do a wild swipe of favorability? In this way, I can raise her face value and thus get multiple chances to draw? Jiangnan's eyes suddenly lit up. Host, the opposite sex of a low face value is countless times more favorable than the opposite sex of a high face value score even after the favorability reaches the corresponding face value score. The system replied. Hearing this reply, Jiangnan couldn't help but shake his head. The explanation is easy to hear, which is that the higher the face value, the easier it is for a woman to do a re-up of her favorability when her face score and favorability are at the same level. However, if you think about it carefully, it is also normal, if there is no restriction, so that he drilled this hole. I'm afraid that he really have to be reduced to a walking stallion, rather than walking hormones. And what if it's the opposite sex with a perfect score of 100? Jiangnan suddenly thought of another problem. He didn't believe that this world was so big that he still couldn't meet a woman with a full face value. After reaching 90 points of favorability for a full 100 points of the opposite sex, you will receive 1 draw for every point of favorability you raise. The system replies in seconds. I see. Jiangnan did understand that this was a stealth benefit mini-quest of sorts. The ultimate goal, too, is to get him to spend. Yes, where can you attract so many high-value beauties without spending money on women? Do you really think every woman is a rich woman like a landlady? Don't look at the fact that Jiangnan had been communicating with the system for so long, but it was actually just a thought. A few moments of thought. For Lin Man on the passenger side, it was no more than the time it took to put her pockets in the back seat while she fastened her seatbelt. The car starts, the same one-handed driving. After glancing at the navigation, he headed towards Jiangcheng Tianfu. 10-minute drive. The car slowed down. Arrived. Jiangnan stopped at the entrance of a very luxurious neighborhood. Looking along the front windshield, at the entrance of the neighborhood, 2 golden stone dragons soaring in midair, alone just his angle to look inside the neighborhood. Just the entrance. That environment, there is a kind of forcefulness full of feeling. Drip. Jiangnan arrived at the gate pole at the entrance to the neighborhood and gently dripped the horn twice. Hello. Immediately, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked out from the middle of the security room. Jiangnan rolled down the window and the man gave a respectful greeting. Hello, could you open the gate lever please? Jiangnan brought the file bag next to him over, and then took out the real estate license. Welcome home head of household. When he saw the information about the head of the household, this security guard immediately saluted, and then quickly stepped towards the security room, and soon the gate lever was raised. The car was moving slowly, only to see the 40-something-year-old security guard respectfully salute the car that was slowly driving into the middle of the neighborhood again. Brother Jiangnan, the villa you said, is the villa of Jiangcheng Tianfu? At this time, Lin Man, who had only just regained her senses from the shock, spoke up, and the way she looked at Jiangnan was so different, even if she is an outsider. I am afraid that she knows that Jiangcheng Tianfu is not ordinary, not to mention that she is an authentic Jiangcheng local. Yes, Jiangnan smiled and nodded. Hiss. Lin Man couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, her face filled with incredulity. She had previously thought that the villa in Jiangnan should be just over 10 million, 20 million or so dollars. Now it seems that once you get the name of this Jiangcheng Tianfu, tens of millions of dollars, I'm afraid that you can't really take it down. This Jiangcheng Tianfu she is not unheard of. This neighborhood is definitely belongs to the Jiangcheng T1 or even T0 level of housing prices. There are generally small townhomes with a preponderance of large bungalows. A set would have to be conservatively $50 million or more. Villas, on the other hand, are even rarer and more precious. There are only 9 villas. Grades are numbered from 1 to 9. According to rumors, this Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 villa since the completion of the villa, no one has lived in. Purely new houses. This level of the villa is not just money can buy. the subsequent villas, which could indeed be purchased with money, were sold at a price far greater than the market price. For example, one of the news she had brushed up on before was Villa 9 in Jiangcheng Tianfu. The final sale price was over 3 small goals, as can be seen further up. Villa 8, Villa 7, Villa 6, or even how many small goals should that villa named 001 be worth in terms of the exact price it was sold for? Unimaginable. Brother Jiangnan, it can't be that the last time I swiped the news, the person who spent more than 3 small goals to buy the Jiangcheng Tianfu 9 villa, it's you, right, Gollum? After saying this, Lin Man didn't hold back her saliva for a moment. At this moment her whole face was flushed, and her little heart was beating extremely fast without any competition. 3 more small goals. This, how many people? How many lifetimes? No, I should say that you can't earn money in a dozen or more lifetimes, or even dozens of lifetimes. And for Gangnam, just the consumption of a sweet. How rich is he? Billions? Tens of billions? At this moment, Lin Man, as her thoughts flew, her flushed and pretty face gradually revealed a color of confusion. By now, she finally understood why Jiangnan had given her $2 to $3 million to spend, without even blinking her eyes and showing any neat pain. That's real money. That's real not caring. A few million for this kind of super rich man who was able to buy a small goal of $300 million. Wasn't it the same as if she, Lin Man, usually bought a small dress of a few $100s? Perhaps. It's not the same either, because she'd still be a little distressed to buy a little dress that cost a couple $100s. Needed to bite the bullet and brainwash herself for a while before she'd be willing to make the purchase. But what about Gangnam? He's not spending it for himself. Spending millions of dollars on others is as easy and casual as he claims. Sprinkled with water. What a treasure high roller I've met. The moment. The way Lin Man looked at Jiangnan. It was called an obsessive intoxication. 3 more small goals? That's not me. Here's the paper bag. See for yourself which villa it is. Jiangnan smiled faintly and concentrated on driving according to the signs on the side of the road. I've been thinking about this setting in the text for a long time, and finally decided to write it along my own lines. Readers, it should be okay, right? Acceptable. No poison, right? Chapter 39 Villa 001, comparable in size to a small estate. Hearing Jiangnan's words, Lin Man took a deep breath before picking up the file bag on one side and started to check it out. Since the file bag contained quite a lot of stuff, she pulled out a random certificate and glanced at it. Pagani Windjammer? She froze when she saw a contract document, her mind not reacting to what it was at first. But soon, instead, she saw a long list of numbers. 10 million, 100,000, 100,000, 100 million, 100 million, 60 million? Lin Man counting suddenly feels some wrong up. What thing's worth 60 million? Fogweed. Suddenly, she saw what it was and cried out in shock. What's wrong? Jiangnan looked toward her. Is the Pagani Windjammer the same luxury supercar that I've swiped on Shake Shack pushing streams over? Lin Man had basically been able to confirm it, but still only felt a wave of scalp-numbing shock. Unsurprisingly, it should be. Jiangnan nodded with a light smile. I'm dropping a good boy. A $60 million luxury supercar. And it's a limited edition worldwide. Lin Man only felt her mouth go dry for a while at the moment, and her voice was a little hoarse when she spoke. Not bad. Jiangnan smiled. It's just a $60 million luxury supercars. It's not like it's a 6 small goal luxury supercar. Nowadays. For him, it's nothing at all. It's called okay, brother Jiangnan. Ah, you're so Versailles. Lin Man bitterly smiled and shook her head, and then very solemnly put this contract into the document bag, and then took out another contract and read it. Villa 001, Tianfu, Jiangcheng. Just a small line of script instantly entered Lin Man's line of sight. At this moment, not only did her hands shake, but her entire petite body also involuntarily trembled. This. Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 Villa? Lin Man's first reaction was to take out her cell phone and take a picture of it, but soon she suppressed this impulse, and after gulping a bit of saliva, she exclaimed in shock, brother, what level of rich second generation are you? Ah, $60 million of the global limited edition luxury supercars, and the Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 Villa with a transaction price of $500 million. Mom, how lucky am I to be able to know a person of your level? Brother, hearing Lin Man's yelling, Jiangnan just smiled faintly, and didn't have anything to resent. These were normal emotions. For Lin Man to see all of this and still be calm, that would be the most unbelievable. Lin Man's favoritism +1. Jiangnan, who was about to reply, suddenly had a system beep ringing in his head. Jiangnan froze for a moment. Which breaks the limit? This time, he looked towards Lin Man again. This moment she didn't look any different from before, but however looking closely, Just a little rise in face value points gave him a different kind of stunning feeling. It's weird. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Lin Manman's favorability +1. Face value score +1. Obtaining a chance to draw a prize. The system's beeps continued to ring in his head, causing Jiang Nan to take a deep breath, and his eyes even flashed up with an excited luster. This hasn't even gotten to know it better. It's already pushed the limit. If we get to know it better and exchange academic experiences, we'll be able to gain a little more favorability, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Nan became more expectant. Brother. Lin Manman's voice was soft beyond soft, and at this moment, she was even leaning somewhat helplessly against the passenger seat, looking at Jiang Nan with eyes that could no longer be described in words as slimy. What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked knowingly. I don't seem to deserve you anymore. Lin Manman got a little depressed and whispered. You are too perfect. I am just a little girl from an ordinary family. You're anything but ordinary. Jiang Nan glanced at her. Whether it is emotional intelligence or face value or figure, this woman is very top. Changed into the eyes of ordinary people, not exaggerated in the slightest. Lin Manman, that is a big star, when the red top stream small flower girl level, but it's still too mediocre in front of you. Lin Man even began to self-doubt herself, like Jiang Nan's level of high wealth. Honestly, even if her family had a bit of money, the gap was definitely too big. You're thinking too much about too much mental internalization. Jiang Nan reached out and touched the sister's head, and softly said, when I fall in love, I don't care if the other party has money or not. Anyway, surely none of them will be as rich as me. I feel too much emotional value here with you. So, you're worth it. Really? Lin Manman's listless eyes immediately shone anew. Truer than pearls. Jiang Nan nodded affirmatively. The moment. The car was also slowly traveling to the gate of a villa that resembled a small manor. Just the main entrance. Jiang Nan looked through the front windshield towards the inside. Fountain. Front garden. Various small rockeries. And even towards the left, it was even a vast piece of grass. Nice guy. Golf course. It was Jiang Nan's face that couldn't help but show a look of shock. This is not a villa. It's almost like a luxurious little suburban estate. It's huge. Lin Manman also noticed. Just these things in the front yard of the villa. The full sense of compulsion came to her, making her cover her small mouth and couldn't stop marveling. Jiang Nan opened the car door and got out of the car while heading towards the main entrance. Tee-hee-hee-hee. When looking at the lock for facial recognition, the lock went off at once. Click. Next. Only a subtle sound was heard, only to see the door, which was 5 or 6 meters high, open automatically. Brother Unicorn is indeed bullish. My face is already inside this face recognition lock system even before I arrive. Jiang Nan originally just wanted to try to see if it worked. Who knew it really worked? Which made him mentally give himself this system crazy praise again. Get back in the car. Jiang Nan traveled into this Villa 001 of Jiangcheng Tianfu, and by the time his car was all the way in, the 5 or 6 meter high gate closed again very intelligently. Jiang Nan is also the first time to arrive in this Jiangcheng Tianfu's Villa 001, driving on a small road, slowly traveling deeper towards the inside. Soon, he saw an underground parking garage and immediately drove along as well. This underground parking garage is also truly unimaginably large. After getting down from the underground garage, Jiang Nan got down from the car and took a glance. His face was not shocked, but his heart was shocked. Just the area of this underground garage alone, he felt that there were 500 square feet. You know, this is not some mall, the hotel's underground garage, but just a villa's underground garage. The area can reach 500 square feet, has been considered very luxurious. Brother Jiang Nan, is that the $60 million worth of luxury supercar Pagani Windy? This time, Lin Man who got out of the car had her eyes on a pure black luxury dazzling supercar in a parking space not far away, and her face immediately showed a different kind of excited shocked look. This car, it's a little too cool. Chapter 40 Pagani Windjammer, a luxury supercar no less. At this time, Jiang Nan also set his eyes on the pure black Pagani Windjammer. He walked around and also took the car keys. As for Lin Man, she jogged to follow and hooked Jiang Nan's arm. Soon, the two arrived in front of the $60 million luxury supercar. That was awesome. Lin Man marveled. This kind of luxury supercar she had only seen on the internet in the past, and now that she had seen it with her own eyes, her face only had an indescribable look of shock. Not bad, very handsome indeed. Jiang Nan gently dialed the main driver door, looking toward the car, a whole luxury exquisite mechanical wind interior into his line of sight. Honestly, this style, when it comes to the past more than 10 years will not make people feel outdated. Jiang Nan sat on it, and then felt it for a moment, with some excitement coming to his face. At least it is worth $60 million of the global limited edition luxury supercar. Sitting in the main driver's seat, hands on the steering wheel a moment to feel a wave of beyond his Porsche Cayenne countless grades of compulsion to arise. Cool, want to take a ride? Jiang Nan offered. Okay. Lin Man instantly got excited. This was the Pagani Win child. In the old days, she never had the chance to see it with her own eyes, let alone sit in it. Go. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow at her and gestured for her to get in the car. Lin Man's small face is full of excitement. Quickly came to the passenger door, followed by embarrassment came. She simply did not know how to open the door of this car. There's a little switch there on the door. Flick it and it opens. Jiang Nan reminded. Good. Lin Man heard Jiang Nan's words and also opened the passenger door and got in. And the moment she sat in the passenger seat, her face reddened even more than before, in a state of extreme nervous excitement at all times. Buckle up. Jiang Nan reminded and fastened his seatbelt himself. And when he was ready, he also pressed the car start button. Boom. Instantly, a low growling roar resonated through the 500-square-foot underground garage. Cool. Upon hearing this voice, the excitement on Jiang Nan's face rose. As for Lin Man in the passenger seat, that was getting more and more nervous and excited. Boom. Jiang Nan lightly stepped on the gas and drove slowly. This underground garage has an entrance and, naturally, an exit. Driving out from the exit, Jiang Nan soon arrived on top of a small runway, following the slowly traveling out from the back door of Villa 001. This even has a professional racing track. My ass. This Jiangcheng Tianfu has really taken everything into consideration for you rich people like your brother. As the speed picked up, Lin Man grabbed the handrail of the car and let out a cry of excitement. Boom. Phew. Outside, all that was felt was a gust of wind cutting through, and moments later a black lightning bolt raced past. Too soon. Brother Jiang Nan, slow down. Wow. This feels so great. Oops. Going to get seasick, brother? Slow down. As Jiang Nan's foot pressed harder and harder on the gas pedal, Lin Man in the passenger seat only felt a jolt of fear and cried out in both excitement and fear. Hearing Lin Man's pleading voice, Jiang Nan also slowed down his speed down. Phew. Lin Man, a whole mention of the heart in the throat with the speed slowed down, is also back down. A long breath of relief. The face of the excitement of the color does not cut down in the slightest. Opened. Jiang Nan, brother. This is worth 60 million luxury supercar. Really is not the same. Drag racing up is really exciting. Indeed. Jiang Nan nodded his head in deep thought. He had only just raced to about 270 plus yards. If he really pressed the gas to the bottom and pulled it full, it was possible to race to about 390. That's enough of a stretch at 270 miles per hour. It's really not hard to imagine what it would feel like to really go to 390. Brother, I want to go back and take a shower and then watch a romantic movie with you. Lin Man lowered her head. Her pretty face flushed red, and said this with an extremely expectant tone. Half an hour later, after taking a bath, Lin Man walked out from the second floor among the master bedroom bathrooms. The pretty face that was not powdered was covered with a red haze. Her figure was extremely good, plus the red and blue slimming body lining that she was wearing at the moment. Lower body is a white similar to the pleated skirt short skirt, although only 165 centimeters height. But Lin Man's body proportion is extremely perfect. That pair of legs can be described as white and incomparable, really as if flashing with the holy light in general. Da. As she took slow steps, the little brown leather shoes made a crisp clattering sound against the ground. The eyes moved up to the calves, matching a pair of white calf socks. Perfect, combined with her double ponytail that bounced slightly as she walked. Jiang Nan only wanted to say that this girl was simply not too perfect to be able to achieve this kind of visual enjoyment with 89 face value points. Honestly speaking, Jiang Nan couldn't help but want to question whether this insight technique given to him by the system was really authoritative. How could he understand that the reason why he felt that the double ponytailed Lin Man wearing this JK outfit was perfect in his aesthetic point and thus would be extra moved? The insight technique, on the other hand, was a rational machine in general, without any favoritism to hit the score. How could it be the same as what Jiang Nan thought it was? Brother Gangnam. At this time, Lin Man had already arrived beside Jiang Nan and took the initiative to hook his arm. Her soft and glutinous voice rang out. So strange. I don't know why. Just now when I looked in the mirror, I felt that my skin was so much better than before. She still needed a bit of makeup to cover up the minor imperfections on her face that could only be seen under extremely close proximity. But just now, she took a close look at herself in the mirror, and after the bath, not only the skin on her face, but every part of her body, she felt as if she had been born anew. It was a tiny little scar spot at her calf before that had disappeared. It seems that the feeling of being in love has made a whole lot of difference to you all. Jiang Nan was also a little surprised that just by rising a little bit of face value points, Lin Man was able to clearly feel the changes between her and before, but was not on this topic more small talk, wrapped his arms around her thin waist, sniffed a little between her neck, and sighed in admiration. This shower gel is really quite fragrant. I didn't put on shower gel. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Man sheepishly returned. Ha, is that your body odor? Slightly surprised, Jong Nan wrapped his arm around her and slowly walked out of the master bedroom, descending the stairs to the first floor, and then, it's straight down from the first floor stairs to the lower negative floor. Soon, look for and also arrive inside a private theater. At a glance, although there were only a dozen seats in front of the big screen, the overall area was about the same size as a school indoor gymnasium. And, looking up, that luminous starry skytop pulls the sense of ambience of this private theater just a little too full. Brother, the moment. A soft cry went up. Chapter 41, 2 Draws, Reproducing the Sky Fat Welfare Mini Quest. The movie is 2.5 hours long. Fun times always go by extremely fast. Barta. In a small room in the back of the private theater, Jong Nan slowly walked out and lit a cigarette, a very satisfied smile coming on his face. 2 more chances at the raffle. The length of the viewing reached 2.5 hours, and managed to once again make Lin Man's favorability towards him +1. At the same time, this girl has a +1 face score, and he, likewise, was given another chance at the lottery. Sitting in the front seat of the big screen, Jong Nam's eyes glittered with a strange gleam. System, let's see what this lottery can bring me. Jong Nan crossed his legs and mentally communicated with the system. Does the host consume 1 lottery chance to draw? The system's voice sounded in Jang Nan's head. Yes, Jong Nan replied without thinking. Ding! A ding sounded in his head, and in the next second, a 3D illusory large turntable appeared in front of Jong Nan's eyes, and as he looked closer, an extremely large number of small words were densely written on it, and possessing an intensive phobia, he could not help but have a feeling of numbness in his scalp as he looked at it a few more times. Begin! Jong Nam gave the order. Bubu. As his order was given, a turning sound rang out. A few seconds passed quickly. The turntable pointers began to turn slower. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing in this lottery, body transformation liquid. Aha! Body modification fluid? What the hell? Immediately, Jong Nan checked up on the introduction of this body transforming liquid. Body transformation liquid, able to make the body strong from the inside out. After the transformation, just brute force alone can make the unusual dozen or so big men can't get close. Awesome! After reading the introduction of this body transforming liquid, Jong Nan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration of how awesome it was. Don't underestimate the fact that the introduction says that a dozen big men can't get close enough to feel that it doesn't seem gripping. Note that just brute force alone was able to keep a dozen or so big men from getting close. If he learns some sparring and other self-defense techniques, frankly speaking, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's definitely a purely modern urban warrior king without the slightest metaphysical factor. And, in the modern legal system, being able to fight doesn't seem to be of much use. But, there is a saying that you can live without, but you can't live without. This is a nice thing to use when the time comes. Jong Nan secretly nodded, and with a thought, a dark green vial appeared in his hand. Shaking it and noticing that there wasn't much liquid in the vial, he couldn't help but ask, System, how do you use this thing? Directly taken orally? Or what? Pour it into the water, and the host merely needs to soak it for only 1 hour for the body to absorb all of the body transformation liquid. The system replied, An hour? I see. That said, does this thing ever work when you extract it to yourself later? Jong Nan waved his backhand, and the dark green vial in his hand instantly disappeared. The system can be quite functional and comes with a small space. The effect will gradually weaken. The system's voice rang out. I see. This thing is indeed a good thing. And if it is really used by some people who are already physically fit, and some people who know a little bit of physical arts, I'm afraid that it really is a super soldier. Jong Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. The next time he had the chance to draw this thing again, he definitely wouldn't use it for himself. People who were really pushy had to have a personal bodyguard by their side. There was no suitable candidate right now, but when he had more wealth in his hands, he was still prepared to find a beautiful bodyguard to rip off. This way he was also assured to give her the use of this body transformation liquid. There's no rush. There's still more of this stuff out there. Who knows when the next extraction will have to go. Jong Nan shook his head, and then began to think about how to use this one more lottery opportunity. Should we just use it up now? Or do you wait to save a few more times before doing the drawing? Any suggestions, Brother Toon-chan? Jong Nan inquired mentally. Single draw miracle. The system replied succinctly. Good. Draw the last draw for me. Jong Nan was instantly energized. Moment. Once again, a large roulette wheel appeared in front of him. Bubu. The familiar sound effect of the lottery rang out in Jong Nan's head, and the pointer on the big wheel turned quickly. A few more seconds passed quickly and the needle began to slow down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing in this lottery. 100 million cash rewards. 100 million reward? Good. This 100 million reward can come in a really nice way. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The deposit reached 100 million. In view of the host's efforts to consume The special send a welfare small task, to have 5 face value of up to 90 points or more of the opposite sex confidant, good sense to reach 90 or more. Mission reward, permanent holding rights to the Jiangcheng mansion. $100 million cash reward. Master level proficiency in physical arts. The moment the $100 million arrived, system beeps sounded one after another in Jiang Nan's head. 5 heterosexual redheads with a 90 plus face value? The mission rewards the perpetual possession of River City Mansion. $100 million in cash. There's also master level proficiency in physical arts. Days of fertility. Jiang Nan's face instantly revealed a look of excitement. Jiangcheng Mansion he knows, located in the center of the old city of Jiangcheng, location of a building, all half of Jiangcheng's iconic buildings, worth at least $10 billion or more. And, once the mission was accomplished, this River City Mansion belonged to him permanently. Compared to this reward, that cash of $100 million was nothing more than a mere hair's breadth, not worth mentioning at all. Also, master level proficiency in physical arts. This reward is really timely. He has just extracted a bottle of body transformation liquid. If he completes the task again, the combat power shall not burst the table. Well, this is really going to make me a man who is perfect to the core, with no shortcomings to speak of. Jiang Nan took a deep breath before he began to think. Currently Lin Manman's face value score had managed to rise to 90 points, and her favorability had also reached 90 points. And then there's Su Yun, the woman who was the first high-profile member of the opposite sex to reach 90 points of favorability. That means that he currently has 2 high-color heterosexual confidants. Next, the landlady, Xia Jiqing, and my online love interest, Meng Qingqiu. There's even a sister lying inside my WeChat, Jiang Yan. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed, and a look of intent came over his face. The first 2 in Jiang Nan's view to reach 90 points of goodwill has been the nail in the coffin. As for that before the chance encounter with his sister Jiang Yan, I'm afraid that the focus of the follow-up must be placed on her. It may seem like 5 is a lot, but actually everything is under my control. This Jiangcheng Mansion's permanent holding rights, $100 million in cash, and that physical arts mastery proficiency, brother will take it, and no one can stop it. A light called ambition was projected in Jiang Nan's eyes. Chapter 42, The Personal Butler of Villa 001. The moment there were footsteps behind him, Jiang Nan also came back to his senses. Next, a nice young girl's body odor came from him, and immediately afterward, he saw Lin Manman come before him and was looking at him with a kind of flamboyant look. Brother Jiang Nan is really handsome, and he's still handsome with no dead angles in every position. To put it in one sentence, it's handsome as if he's shocking the world and crying to the gods. Lin Manman's voice rang out. Hearing the overblown words, Jiang Nan didn't hold back his laughter. As I said, this girl is very good at giving emotional value, and it's true. Soon, the two walked out of the middle of the private theater and back to the first floor. Ding! Suddenly, a voice rang out at the main gate. Next, the doors opened and the sound immediately drew the 2 men's attention. You guys. At this point, a woman at the door looked at Jiang Nan with a stunned expression. Jiang Nan also froze as he looked at the woman in the doorway. In sight, the woman was wearing a modest professional suit, the familiar black wraparound skirt, a pair of legs longer than the average man's life, with a pair of high heels under his feet. His gaze moved upward again, and Jiang Nan lingered for a moment on a small identity plate on his chest. It was then that the woman's face was noticed. Beauty. It is indeed beautiful to behold. Those 3-dimensional features, the red lips at the corners of the mouth, and the shoulder-length hair. Honestly, with Jiang Nan's naked eyes alone, if this woman didn't have a score of 92 or above, he felt that this insight technique really wasn't authoritative. Immediately, Jiang Nan threw an insight spell over toward the woman. Name, Lai Qing. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Face value, 95 points. Favorability, 0. 95 points for a high-profile beauty. And, the proportions of this body are simply exaggerated. Are you, Mr. Gangnam? This time, the woman had come along and asked tentatively after looking at Jiang Nan twice more. It's me. Jiang Nan nodded. Lai Jing's favoritism +2. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's reply, Lai Jing instantly let out a long breath of relief before revealing a smile, stretching out her hand and speaking. Hello, I'm Lai Jing, the private butler the Jiangcheng Tianfu property arranged for Villa 001. Hello. Jiang Nan reached out and shook her hand for a moment, letting go of her hand only moments later. Lai Jing's favoritism +3. This gentlemanly act immediately gained another 3 points of favorability from Lai Jing. Hearing the beep in his head, Jiang Nan nodded in his heart. That's how you brush up on your initial goodwill when faced with such a top-notch beauty. At this time, Lai Jing glanced at Lin Manman beside Jiang Nan, and a bit of amazement appeared on her face. Lin Manman, who had just transformed from a young girl into a woman, had an inexplicable charm that just made her a high-caliber beauty. Couldn't help but look sideways and mentally marvel at her beauty. Lin Manhwa felt Li Jing's gaze and couldn't help but smile and nod. Li Jing looked back and also smiled at her and nodded. Are you ready to move right in? Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan, and at this time, she was also noticing the owner's face value. She received the news a few hours ago that the Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 villa she was responsible for had been sold and the owner's photo was sent to her. The face in the photo, which she admitted was also 360 degrees without dead angles, was a handsome mess. But now that she has seen it with her own eyes, Li Jing has a more intuitive feeling about the owner's handsomeness. It's so handsome. Li Jing's favoritism +2. Another 2 points of goodwill scored. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile in his heart. Having a good skin is really easy to make a girl feel good. Not living in for a while, just arriving when it's okay. Gangnam Road. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Li Jing was silent for a moment before clearing her throat and speaking. Mr. Jiang Nan, let's come over here and sit and talk. Good. The trio arrived in the side room settling on the couch. Li Jing crossed her legs. Those black silk legs with the one high-heeled shoe on her foot were just enough to attract people's attention. It's like this, Mr. Jiang Nan, you've already purchased Villa 001, so from today onwards, it will no longer be the property side that pays my fees. Li Jing whispered. This unsolicited paycheck thing is, frankly, a little awkward. But, this kind of thing also has to be made clear in advance so that there will be no subsequent disputes. I know that. I've read the contract and it says this thing. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Speaking, you're 30,000 a month, right? Yes. Li Jing nodded. Good. Did you bring your contract? $30,000 a month is really nothing for Jiang Nan. Even so, he wanted to give this Li Jing a raise. On second thought, though, he didn't do it. It's a silly and unruly thuggish thing to do. And there's a huge chance that doing so at a time when goodwill is currently low will turn Li Jing's head. Bring it on. Li Jing did not expect his boss to be so dry. Could not help but look at him twice more. Hurriedly took out a file bag from the small bag carried on her shoulder and put it on the table. Li Jing's favoritism +2. The system's beep came again in his head. Jiang Nan couldn't help but have a much deeper smile on his face. See, isn't this steadily increasing favorability? Jiang Nan took the file bag over, and then drew out the contract inside as well as a signing pen, and then casually viewed it and directly signed his name. Okay. Jiang Nan handed the contract to Li Jing and spoke. Let me add a WeChat for you. Good. Li Jing also hurriedly signed her name, and then took out her cell phone to add a WeChat with Jiang Nan. You give me the account number. I'll advance you some of your paycheck, and whatever you need inside the usual villa. Just watch and replenish. He was already the owner of this Villa 001. Before the sale, everything was naturally maintained outside the property. Nowadays he naturally needed to maintain it himself. Yes. Li Jing didn't push back and gave Jiang Nan her bank card account number. Jiang Nan copied and pasted, and directly opened the bank app and started transferring money. Chapter 43, Near the Water. Near the Moon? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Get 5 times the spending rebate, $5 million. He directly transferred $1 million to Li Jing. 360,000 was her salary. The rest was the supplies needed for life. Miscellaneous. Jiang Nan thought to himself that it was not too much to give. $1 million? And when Li Jing saw the transfer, her face immediately showed a shocked look. Mr. Jiang Nan, you're... Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan with an incredulous face and hurriedly said, it's too much, isn't it? Not much. 360,000 is your year's salary. This person it is very easy going. Plus a little bonus what? Plus weekdays in the villa in the needs of you need to work. Look what no. You despite the supplement on the line. Money is not enough at any time to give me say. Jiang Nan very sincerely stood up and extended his hand, smilingly saying, from today onwards, the villa will trouble you to take more care of it. Yes, boss, that's what I should do. Li Jing took a deep breath and also hurriedly stood up and shook Jiang Nan's hand. Li Jing's favoritism +2. In just a few minutes, this woman's favorability towards Jiang Nan had already arrived at as many as 11 points. Ha ha ha, the title of boss is a bit too official. Just call me by my name. Jiang Nan laughed lightly. I see that you should be a few years older than me, so how about I call you Sister Jing? It's okay. Li Jing smiled and nodded before saying, then I won't bother you and your girlfriend's two-person world, boss, so let me know after you leave, and I'll check to see if I need to add something. Good. Jiang Nan didn't keep Li Jing either, and smiled as he watched her leave with the bag of papers. This sister Li Jing is really good looking. After Li Jing left, Lin Nanman snuggled up to Jiang Nan's side and sighed in a small voice. Pretty indeed. Jiang Nan nodded in recognition. This Li Jing pure is the imperial lady model. Not exaggerating in the slightest. Give her a big wave perm. that Imperial Lady Wind is definitely will be more intense. Will brother Jiangnan get close to the water? Lin Manman suddenly said weakly. Ha? Jiangnan was confused at first when he heard her words. Nice guy. This girl's sixth sense is really something. He. Brother Jiangnan has just been staring at that sister Li Jing. Do you think I didn't see it? Lin Manhwa teased. Surprisingly, but she was not in the slightest bit emotional. Won't you be jealous? Jiangnan looked at Lin Manman curiously. Hearing Jiangnan's words, Lin Manman smiled and shook her head before hugging him a little tighter and whispered, to be able to have such an excellent man as brother Jiangnan is already a happy thing for me. So good. Faced with Lin Manman's good behavior and understanding, Jiangnan liked it very much and immediately said, can you drive? Hearing Jiangnan's words, Lin Manman immediately understood for a second. Her eyes widened a little, and she spoke, are you going to buy me a car, brother? Right answer. Jiangnan smiled slightly. Boom. Around 5 in the afternoon. A black stream of light in the southern city streets above the speed of Mercedes-Benz. The roar of the engine roar to attract the surrounding streets of a crowd of passers-by have cast their eyes. Asterisk. This car, it's so cool. A gasp rang out from the street, and some even took out their cell phones and filmed it. Car. Jiangnan drove with one hand and was not happy about it. Lin Manman on the passenger seat had a flushed face the whole time, looking towards Jiangnan from time to time. Her eyes were as tender as water. Soon, Jiangnan arrived at a Maserati 4S store in his Pagani Windjammer, and when passing by the entrance of this 4S store, it immediately attracted a group of salesgirls in the store to run out quickly. Pagani Windjammer? A long-legged black silk girl stared wide-eyed at the Pagani Windjammer parked in the space in front of the entrance and hooted with excitement. Frog fun? Pagani Windjammer? At least $26 million, right? I'm afraid this car looks a bit more upscale. I have a feeling it's more than that. It's a global limited edition Pagani Windjammer. At least $50 million or more. An exclamation of surprise rang out, and the moment Jiangnan got down from the main driver's seat, the sound of cold air being sucked in followed by the sound of cold air being sucked in rang out in the center of the room. So handsome. Holy, this handsome guy's face is so unbelievable. Come on, get up there and greet them. The smart ones had already begun to walk quickly toward the south of the river. It was the big-legged black silk girl. This time, Lin Manman also got out of the passenger seat, slowing down the long-legged black silk girl's pace a bit. Jiangnan walked around with his arm around Lin Manman. Sir, miss, welcome to our Maserati's 4S store. This long-legged black silk girl had a warm smile on her face. I'm taking my girlfriend to pick out a car. Jiangnan very directly said, I just need the current car, the kind that I can immediately drive away. This way, gentlemen. The long-legged black silk girl hurriedly invited the two inside the store. She made a wink, and immediately someone brought 2 bottles of unpackaged mineral water. We definitely have the current car inside our store. I just don't know which model this pretty young lady prefers. The long-legged black silk girl asked with a soft smile. Go check with her. I'll sit down for a while, and let me know when you've watched. Jiangnan was not particularly interested in these cars, and reached out to pat Lin Manman, smiling as he headed toward the sofa on one side. This way, missy. The long-legged black silk girl arrived with Lin Manman and introduced herself in the display hall. Handsome, can you add a WeChat? Jiangnan sighed, just sat on the sofa and took out the cell phone. Immediately there was a face value of 70 points or more of the girl stepped on high heels, striding those long black silk legs enthusiastically came. Jiangnan glanced at her and laughed lightly. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. At the same time, he also threw an insight spell over towards this sister. Name, Orchid Zhou. Age, 26. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Face value, 72 points. Favorability, 60 points. It's okay, your girlfriend is looking at cars right now. It's okay for us to add a WeChat. Zhao Orchid said with a smile. No. Jiangnan shook his head. Zhao Orchid favorability minus 60. Moment. With Jiangnan's decisive refusal, a system beep sounded in his head. In response, Jiangnan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Excuse me, this Zhao Orchid's goodwill towards Jiangnan had already been reduced to 0, but her good quality allowed her to just show an awkward smile and slowly leave. As for how she would mentally scold Jiangnan for pretending or whatever, it was nobody's business, but on the surface she didn't dare to reveal a single bit of displeasure. A person who came in a limited edition global luxury supercar worth tens of millions of dollars was not someone she could throw her face at. Chapter 44. Jiang Yan is actually a small internet star? With Zhao Orchid hitting the wall, the rest of the girls in the store also lost their courage to go forward. Jiangnan felt comfortable leaning back on the sofa and clicked on WeChat to read it. Landlady, brat, you didn't take the initiative to look for me for an afternoon. Are you playing with Mr. Su in a high way? JN, no, just took care of something. Landlady, cut, dealt with something. To me, I am afraid it is a prescription. The two chatted briefly and the landlady sent a voice note. I'm going to eat first, and I'll be good at home in the evening. Isn't your online dating partner coming tomorrow? Then are you free tonight? Let's have a snack together. Good, Jiangnan replied, and then exit the chat box with the landlady. Meng Qingqiu had sent a message at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he had indeed been busy at the time, and only now took the time to reply. Without getting a second reply, Jiangnan exited the chat box with Meng Qingqiu again and tapped into Suyun's chat box to come in. Suyun, missing you again. Suyun, pictures. Suyun, pictures. Jiangnan swept a glance and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. After looking at the two photos, he had a look of admiration on his face. Good. Suyun, who was now completely letting go in front of him, honestly, really deserved the word excellent. Let's meet in a couple days when I'm free. Jiangnan returned a voice. Finally got back to me. Ha! A subtle voice came through. Your daughter's at home? Why does it sound like the sense of stealing is so bad? Jiangnan didn't hold back his laughter. Yeah, it's Friday, and Nui got out of school early, and she's right next to me now. This time it wasn't a voice bar, but a text message. Okay, I'm going to be busy for a couple days. I'll come find you when I'm done. Dongnam returned the message. At this point, Suyun's home. When she saw this message from Jiangnan, her face rolled up in a flash. Mom, why is your face so red all of a sudden? A little girl with two ponytails on the couch who was looking at a little person's book noticed the difference in her mom and couldn't help but ask in surprise. No, it's fine. Mommy just feels a little hot all of a sudden. Little Nui be good. Mommy go take a bath. Suyun reached out and touched her daughter's head, and then took slow steps towards the bathroom, and at the same time, she couldn't help but touch her hot face, and her eyes showed a mesmerizing color. Jiangnan did not know that he casually said let Suyun into the bathroom shower. At the moment quit WeChat, towards Lin Man sighed to see her face excitedly looking at a car. Cannot help but shake his head and laugh, and then opened the jittery voice began to brush up the short video. After swiping a few short videos, Jiangnan only felt a pang of boredom, and immediately clicked on the live streaming category while checking it out. There were still quite a lot of people broadcasting live at this point in time, but there weren't many face anchors, and Jiangnan wasn't interested in clicking in to see them when he had a beauty enhancement, which made him shake his head at once. There is also more than one jitterbug with a beautiful woman live on this internet. I remember there's a Douhu live platform. Jiangnan quit shake, and instead downloaded a Douhu live streaming platform. Register. Nickname, Smoky River South. Jiangnan's prevalent social software is this nickname. It's already a habit. Tapping on the Star Show face area, Dongnam began to slowly slide up. He doesn't read anything, he simply looks at the cover. The result of a round down, but a point in the desire are not, which makes him gently sigh, is ready to scratch this Fighting Tiger live platform. Who knows his refreshed Star Show face value area? Moment. A live feed came into his line of sight. The cover of this live room was a beautiful girl without any beauty face disliking the camera live. Her expression looked clear and cold, and in one sentence, it was an expression like a dead cat. That wasn't the point. The point was that he knew who this pretty girl was. Kong Yun. Yes, it was the same high-color girl, Jiang Yen, that he had run into earlier when he was eating hot pot with Lin Man. Immediately, Jiangnan clicked into the live broadcast room and glanced at the popularity. Tens of thousands of man-machine popularity. There were not many live people at all. I'm going to go off the air. Everyone can give me a point of attention. By the way, I'm preparing to go to a certain Shake Live in the near future. Everyone, if you often play that software, you can go to give me a point of attention. Search for Jiang Yen can. Kong Yun said this and went straight off the air. This speed was so fast that it surprised Jiangnan a little. Kong Yun. Jiangnan exited the Douhu live streaming platform, and then returned to shake it off and searched for it. Surprisingly, it's still a small internet celebrity with 100,000 or so followers. Jiangnan swept a glance and found that this Jiang Yen was actually a small netizen with 100,000 or so fans, and after watching the short videos she sent out, they generally had a few tens of thousands of likes. The fan activity on this account is no longer considered low. After thinking about it for a moment, he still gave the girl a follow. He was wondering where to find an entry point, and here it is. As long as this girl is on the air, then Jiangnan will immediately feel the battlefield come when he is free. This kind of looks similar to Lin Man and Su Yun, being able to use money to be able to easily set things right step by step. Jiangnan's gaze flickered for a moment, and a confident smile appeared on his face. For him nowadays, things that can be settled with money are not called things. Moreover, even if this woman was a pure face control, with this face value of his Jiangnan, plus the assistance of money, taking down this high face value girl, that was not a matter of hand to hand. Da. This time, footsteps sounded. Brother Jiangnan, I've chosen. Lin Man and that long-legged black silk girl arrived. Good. Jiang Nan put away his cell phone and got up from the sofa, wrapping his arms around Lin Man's thin waist at the same time. He also handed the card to the salesgirl who was standing on the side with a smile. Go sign the contract. The password is. Jiang Nan told Lin Man his bank card password and signaled her to sign the contract herself. Ha? Write my name? Lin Manon didn't react for the first time and looked at Jiang Nan with a blank expression. Does the card given to you still have my name on it? Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. Wow, brother Gangnam, you're so wonderful. I love you so much. Lin Manon immediately became excited and hugged Jiang Nan, just happily kissing him a few times. Go on. Jiang Nan patted Lin Man. Ma Ling's favoritism plus 30. At this time, a system beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head. He thought at first that it was Lin Man who had increased her favorability again, but who knew that it was actually someone named Ma Ling? This made him not be able to help but put his eyes on that long-legged black silk girl. At this time, this girl was also looking at him with a kind of slimy eyes. It really wasn't the slightest exaggeration to say that. If no one was there right now, with that slimy eyes, Jiang Nan felt that this woman was going to rush up and do something to him. Not long after, a beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Get 10 times the spending rebate, $10 million. 10 times $10 million. That's the car is but just shy of $1 million level. Jiang Nan was still very satisfied with this tenfold consumption rebate. Just when he thought it was over. Ding! Unexpectedly, a beep sounded in his mind once again. So much so that his right foot, which he had raised, stopped in mid-air, and his face revealed a bit of surprise. Any more welfare mini-quests coming up? Chapter 45, Lin Man is a pleasing personality. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering a spending blitz and receiving an additional reward, $10 million. Ha! Hearing the system beep in his head, Jiang Nan's face revealed a look of surprise. This is the first time this thing, ever, has come up. Unico, can you still trigger the extra bonus ones? Jiang Nan inquired. Odds and ends, the system replied. Roger that. It looks like maybe some big purchase triggered this extra bonus that would be cool. Jiang Nan took a step towards Lin Man, who had signed the contract and walked out of the finance room, and said in his heart, nowadays, for some reason, a reward of $10 million didn't seem to have much of a sense of surprise for him anymore. However, a few $10 million can add up to a lot, and a dozen $10 million can be a lot. After all, he only had a mere dozen $10 million on hand today. Brother Gangnam, Lin Man came trotting along, happily handing over his bank card, and then she couldn't help but kiss his face in excitement. Speaking, I'm also a woman with a luxury car. At this time, Lin Man is naturally very happy. Before she did not say that at this stage can have $1 million level of luxury cars, is 200,000 or 300,000 or even 100,000 cars she did not think to be able to open up. This came at once with a multi-million-dollar Maserati, and it was low for her not to fly up in joy. It's just $1 million car, why are you so happy? Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. When this car gets tired of driving it, talk to brother. As long as you can buy it with money, brother will buy it for you. That's not a joke. He's been rewarded by the system for all of his stuff, and one by one, they're all top-notch contraptions. So, he really doesn't have a particularly high need for them. He wants more than normal abilities. One day, after he has developed to an extreme, this entire planet will be his amusement park, perfectly fitting the name of the system, Unbridled Life. Even Jiang Nan was afraid to guess that the system's rewards might also have something that could allow him to live forever. The system thing is out there. Is there anything that can't be out there? Even if you say that he, Gangnam, is actually a paperman who only exists in illusion, then he's cool with it. At least, at this moment, he was a man of flesh and blood with a soul. Missy, your boyfriend is so nice to you. Ma Ling was envious on the side. It wasn't as if she had never seen a rich kid who bought a girl a car just to hook her up with a girl, but the head of the car was something she had never seen a rich kid who would be willing to put that girl's name on it. And Jiang Nan, not even bother to look at how much the car is worth, directly hand over the car to brush at will. And the name of the head of the car is still this young lady's. This kind of scene, which woman to see not envy? Ah, ha. Lin Man just proudly angled her head and smiled, and didn't say anything. Come on, let's see what your car is. Jiang Nan was still a little curious about what kind of car Lin Man had picked out. Brother Jiang Nan, the color I picked is not available. Lin Manhwa smiled and said, a pink one. It will take a few more days before it can arrive. Okay, anyway, the car is Lin Man's. She likes the pink color scheme, so let her wait for a few more days. Jiang Nan doesn't care, and wrapped his arm around him and walked out of this 4S store. Welcome to the next visit. With a warm smile on her face, Ma Ling escorted the two out the door. Boom! Within moments, the Pagani Windjammer roared to life, and just for a moment the car was gone. These days, being pretty is still too good a thing. Ma Ling retracted her gaze enviously before turning around and answering inside the store. Moment. Immediately, a group of salesgirls gathered around. Sister Ling, how's it going? Did you add that rich kid's WeChat yet? Yeah. How about a little push? I'm not as pretty as that young lady just now, but I'm better than the horse fork bug. Sister, think what? This situation is still adding people to the rich second generation. How high is that young lady's face value? That figure. I'm a woman's heart, let alone a man. Ma Ling bitterly laughed and shook her head, reminding, when encountering a woman of this level, it's best not to play with any little brains, unless your face value, figure, and temperament crushes people. Otherwise, the one who loses face will only be yourself. Hearing this, the several sisters immediately placed their gazes on Zhao Orchid, who was sitting on one side with her legs crossed on one of the chairs playing with her cell phone. Put. I don't know who didn't hold back a laugh out loud. Cough cough cough. Ma Ling immediately understood what was going on, gently coughed twice and waved her hand. Disperse, do what you need to do. Take you back. An hour later, Jiang Nan and Lin Manman casually found a pavilion to eat something. At this time in the car, he looked at the somewhat reluctant Lin Manman and opened his mouth. It was getting late now, and by the time he got back to the old town, it would be almost 7 o'clock in the evening. The main thing was that the landlady had posted several cool photos while he was eating, with black silk, and more often than not, several kinds of meat silkware, which really tickled Jiang Nan's interest. Good. Brother Jiang Nan, you are already satisfied enough to be able to accompany me for such a day. Lin Manman naturally couldn't give up. After all, today was one of the happiest experiences she had had in 18 years, and with her first taste of sweetness, where she didn't think of having another taste of sweetness in the evening, she knew that Jiang Nan must be more than just her woman, and actually guessed what was going on. However, she was very good-natured and didn't bother to ask anything more. I had fun today too. Jiang Nan reached out and touched Lin Manman's head, and the latter immediately made a meek and enjoyable expression. It had to be said that Lin Manman should be a deeply ingratiating personality. As long as you are nice to her and good enough, then she will wholeheartedly bring you whatever emotional value you need. This, too, was the reason why Gangnam had taken a fancy to her. This time of the day was still considered a bit congested, and it also took more than half an hour or so to get Lin Manman to the entrance of her university. The moment this Pagani Windjammer appeared, basically all the people in front of the school all set their eyes on this car. Asterisk up. Pagani Windjammer. Oh, my dream car is up. Oh, my dream car. Is that Lin Manman? I go. It's really Lin Manman. She even got off this Pagani Windchild, which was taken down by the top rich brother. Heartbreak all over the place. Why is it that school flowers are eventually taken by rich brothers? Can't they let us beggars have a mouthful of soup? The Pagani son of the wind certainly made people move their eyes. But at this moment, as Lin Manman stepped down from this car in a flash, the very majority of the boys who stopped to look over all had their hearts broken all over the place. Brother Jiang Nan, I'll go back first. You rest early and send me a message when you arrive home. Ignoring the gazes of the people around her, Lin Manman made a flying kiss to the car, and then cheerfully waved her hand as she took one step and 3 turns back towards the inside of the school. After seeing Lin Manman enter the middle of the school gates, Jiang Nan was about to start the car. One moment. At this moment, a swarm of girls came quickly and directly surrounded his car. The sheer speed of the run was nothing short of dazzling. Don't crowd. I dry weighing fong a fu. Don't delay my mother to WeChat. As if they were in a food market. The noise kept ringing out. Jiang Nan inside the car's brows instantly tightened, and the window that had just been rolled up was also rolled down by him once again. Chapter 46, Drunk on a Beauty's Knee. Awake in charge of the world's wealth. And that was a big deal when he rolled down the window. The shock of his Pagani Windjammer was very much enough. When his face, which seemed like a deadly seductive poison to women, directly set the room on fire. Asterisk. So cool, handsome, add a WeChat. I'm still a pure love girl. Can we have a date? Handsome, open the door. I'm coming up to discuss life with you. Messy. The scene at this moment that was completely chaotic. 4 men, JK, white silk, little leather shoes, and a double ponytail. That's pure buff pulling. But for these gold-worshipping women, just a luxury car can make them crazy. Not to mention the person driving the luxury car is a superb big handsome man. The buff, it's just pulled full circle to the max. Holy, that crazy? The scene, seen by a group of boys at the school entrance. You look at me, I look at you, have taken out their cell phones to shoot up, and broadcast, brothers, too crazy, pay attention to male safety. Never drive a luxury car out. Directly surrounded by a group of girls. At this point, Jiang Nan inside the car was also very helpless. There are too many people. Sighing softly, He took out his cell phone and pretended to dial a call as if he were dialing a phone. Then said, "Hello, is it Uncle Hat? Yes, I've suffered from a bunch of people at XX University. Okay, thanks a lot Uncle Hat. When in doubt, then ask Uncle Hat." And when he made this fake phone call, instantly, it was already hastily dispersing a large portion of the gold-digging women. There were also individual persistent sisters who wanted to rely on perseverance to impress Jiangnan in general, but he was faintly saying, "Everyone, make way for a bit so that I can come down and wait for Uncle Hat." Hearing Jiangnan's words, another half of the gold worshippers dispersed, and in the end, there were only a few left standing to the side, not blocking the front. See this. Jiangnan got out of the hairy car, directly stepped on the gas, and instantly rushed out. Boom! In just a moment, the Pagani windjammer disappeared as a bolt of black lightning in the subtle light. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Set up. The few remaining girls were suddenly furious. They had clearly touched the luxury car, the Pagani windjammer, and were just one step away from going up. So how could they suddenly have no chance? How awful. Inside the car, Jiangnan exhaled a long breath, a bitter smile on his face. Looking at the exquisite mechanical wind steering wheel in front of him, he couldn't help but mutter, "The people in this world are too crazy. It's better to keep a low profile. This face of mine is already capable of making women go crazy for them. If it is paired with some super rich brother's equipment, then I'm afraid that the scene just now will still occur." Muttering, he shook his head again with a bitter smile. The look seemed like it was better to have a Porsche Cayenne. At least, $1 million luxury car isn't enough to create that kind of buzz. 20 minutes or so later, around 7:40, Jiangnan parked his car was already back in the middle of his landlady's neighborhood. When he got out of the car, he looked at his cell phone and saw that his landlady had posted a few more cool pictures, and he couldn't resist humming a few little tunes. Straight up to the third floor. Knock knock. Jiangnan knocked gently on the landlady's door. "Coming." The landlady's happy response rang out. Da-da-da-da. Sharp footsteps sounded, followed by the door opening. The moment the landlady appeared, Jiangnan's eyes instantly looked straight. Nice guy. Coiled up silver hair, with 2 silver strands showing on the forehead. This hairstyle alone perfectly illustrates the immediacy of a neighbor's wife coming out of a manga. Immediately after that, wear a slim-fitting purple cheongsam is just great to look at. As Jiangnan surveyed her, the landlady gave a slight sideways jerk before smiling and saying, "Little Jiang, how is Sis's outfit?" "Yes." Jiangnan gave a thumbs up. "Just good?" The landlady's showy eyebrows twitched a little, only to hear her voice quite a bit of suppressed excitement as she sorrowfully looked toward Jiangnan and said quietly, "When people are busy during the daytime, they are still searching for which kind of outfit can make people's eyes light up with amazement. How do you know that? In the eyes of this brat like you, it's also just a good word?" Seeing the landlady's gesture, Jiangnan instantly smiled and said, "Sister, I've given you unlimited credit. Count on your boy's good sense." Barta. An hour or so later, Jiangnan sat on the living room sofa and lit a cigarette. Phew, he let out a long breath. "I'm going to bed fast. 8 a.m. flight tomorrow. Ho ho ho. Meeting up with darling soon. So nervous, so excited. Wah 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 wah." This time, the cell phone on the sofa vibrated, and Jiangnan picked it up and glanced at it, finding that it was a message from Meng Qingqiu. Looking at all her exclamation points, he could tell the woman couldn't be more excited at the moment. Honestly speaking, Jiangnan was excited himself, and he had a deep understanding of how much of a sense of amazement was brought about by Villa 001's personal butler, Li Jing, whose face value score was as high as 95, and Meng Qingqiu, 96 points. How much can this offline realism make people move their eyes and hearts? Don't underestimate the mere 1-point difference between 95 and 96. In fact, when a beautiful woman of the opposite sex has a higher face value score, and 1 point higher, it all definitely gives a very different feeling. Let's say, just like a pair of twins, the sister's face value score is 1 point higher, while the sister is 1 point lower, obviously are a face. It is possible that you will feel that the sister is just a little better looking. Why is that? Even both of them wear the exact same outfit, but you just get the impression that the older sister looks better than the younger one. In Jiangnan's opinion, a girl whose face value score had reached this level focused more on an indefinable feeling. "Don't tell me, I'm a little nervous too." Jiangnan finished a cigarette and sent a message back to Meng Qingqiu. It feels like I'm going to lose sleep today. My heart keeps beating wildly right now." Meng Qingqiu sent a message and attached a selfie. An entire stunningly beautiful and pretty face was filled with redness, and her eyes were extra mesmerized. "I can't, I'm going to have to force myself to sleep. Good night darling Mua." Before Jiangnan could reply, Meng Qingqiu hurriedly sent another voice bar. "Good night." Jiangnan returned the kiss. Putting down his cell phone, Jiangnan leaned back on the sofa, his hands clasped on the back of his head, and some inexplicable smile came to his face. Got the system on May 15th at 8 a.m. or so, now May 17th at about 9 p.m. Just 2.5 days. He is now deposits reached more than 1.8 billion. Around more than a number of confidants. Life is simply a sea change. This is just the beginning. The future me is destined to be the man standing at the top of the pyramid, drunk on a beautiful woman's knee, waking up in charge of the world's wealth. Chapter 47 Mengqingqiu, darling, see you in 2.5 hours. Tired? Unconsciously, Jiangnan had leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. He also opened his eyes when a pair of jade hands gently massaged up on his head and the landlady's gentle voice followed. The entry was a white cheongsam, and he was directly in front of the landlady's chest. The deadliest thing was that the landlady was wearing one of those open cheongsams. Takes a life. Jiangnan subconsciously gulped. Sister Xia, your technique is not bad. Jiangnan took a deep breath and quipped. Lie down on sister's lap, and sister will press your temples and your head. The landlady sat down on the couch next to her and patted her lap tenderly. Jiangnan was not polite, and directly fell his head on her legs, while slowly closing his eyes. I have to say, the landlady should have learned some massage techniques. Just by pressing Jiangnan's temples a few times, he slowly gained a little bit of spirit. The reason he was lackluster wasn't so much because he was overworked today, but the fact that his life had changed so radically in the past few days that it caused him to have a strange feeling of being lost in a daze. You still need to be in moderation. The landlady's gentle voice rang out, looking at Jiangnan who was lying on her lap. Her eyes were full of tenderness, and she said softly, day by day, it's the same as not being able to run out of energy. Sis, you say that. Jiangnan slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Persuading your brother to abstain while changing into such a set of attire. It really does have the flavor of a cigarette box that says smoking is bad for your health. Brat! Hearing Jiangnan's words, the landlady also did not hold back her laughter. Her jade hand made a flickering gesture, gently nodded the tip of his nose, and opened her mouth. Sister, this is not still for your own good. Yes. Jiangnan closed his eyes again and exclaimed, after such a massage by Sister Xia, I feel like I have endless energy all over my body again. You kid. The landlady lowered her head and lightly kissed his forehead, speaking, sleep early at night. Tomorrow you're going to meet your online love interest. You can store up your spare bullets. Wait for a few days. Sis's relatives have also left. When that time comes, it will definitely make you suffer. Ha. Then we'll see if it's Sister Xia who surrenders at that time, or me. Jiangnan burst out laughing. The rest of the day was naturally spent for another hour or so of fun. Follows. Jiangnan also went to bed early. The familiar biological clock woke him up around 8 the next morning. With the landlady long gone by her side, she took her cell phone and headed for the bathroom, looking at it even as she washed. Mengqingqiu, darling, taking off soon. See you in 2.5 hours. Mengqingqiu, pictures. Clicking on the picture and taking a look at it. It was an airport picture that didn't reveal any hint of what she was wearing. In this regard, Jiangnan still had some expectations. Exit the chat box. Tapped into the landlady's message. Landlady, sister's little man, I'm going back to my mom's for the next 2 days, so I'll see you there. Seeing this message, Jiangnan spat out a mouthwash and simply replied, prepare your battle robes and fight 300 rounds after 2 days. After sending this message, Jiangnan also couldn't hold back his laughter. Suyun, we're going to start getting busy in the next 2 days. Jiangnan, what do you think of this outfit? Suyun, pictures. Tapping into Suyun's chat box again. Just by scanning it, Jiangnan widened his eyes a little. Hanfu, I have to say, Suyun, this kind of gentle and lovely temperament wearing hanfu was really enough to make people's eyes light up. Yes, Gangnam typed one good one-handed. Not receiving a reply, he clicked on another message sent by Lin Manman. Good morning, brother Gangnam. A voice strip, paired with a cute selfie of Beale beaming. There are a few things that need to be taken care of in the past 2 days. I'll reward you properly after I'm busy with these 2 days. Jiangnan sent a voiceover. Yes, sir. Still a voice strip with a cute photo of a salute. Seeing this, Jiangnan was also amused by her cuteness. With a reply, Jiangnan also washed up and tidied up and also went out the door. Pagani Win, son of this car is really enough to pull the wind. This morning, down the stairs Jiangnan saw the parking space not far from the front parked a familiar small donkey, and a familiar scene appeared. A young man sitting on that little donkey with his arms folded over his chest, watching a youngster keep taking pictures in front of his Pagani Windjammer. Immediately afterward, the youth revealed a mesmerizing smile, and was about to get down from the small electric donkey and fumble out a car key from his pocket when, in his afterglow, he was able to see Jiangnan, who was coming this way. Moment. His ass, which had just risen, immediately pressed down and resumed its place on the seat of the little electric donkey, and also unobtrusively put the keys in his hand into his pocket. Shoo. He looked to be whistling absently. Gangnam soon arrived in front of the Pagani Windjammer. Jojo. The key was held out to him. and as he pressed it, the little electric donkey beside him traveled away at the same time. Jiang Nan glanced towards the direction that the small electric donkey was traveling away from, and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, while he was about to get on the car. "Brother, can we get an interior shot?" A young man who appeared to be around 20 years old arrived in front of Jiang Nan rather uneasily and inquired in a low voice. "Could be." Jiang Nan did not refuse, and after glancing at the weather and realizing that it was good, he also directly opened the door to open the sunroof, instantly turning it into a convertible sports car. "It's so handsome, I'll be damned." The young man immediately started shooting up. Jiang Nan didn't rush him, and smiled as he watched him take pictures. After a few seconds, he averted his gaze fondly and bowed deeply to Jiang Nan before saying, "Brother, thank you. This Pagani Windchild is my dream car. I can't believe I can see it with my own eyes." Jiang Nan smiled without saying anything. He didn't say anything about chicken soup for the soul. That you'll be able to own this kind of car in the future if you're willing to work hard. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Millions of cars. Maybe with a little luck and hard work, there's a real chance it can happen. But when it comes to luxury cars that are in the millions, it's really not something that you can drive with effort. "I'm off, haha." Gangnam got into the car. "Take care, brother." The youngster waved his hand excitedly. Boom! A growl sounded and the Pagani Windjammer quickly traveled out of the young man's sight. That was awesome. Staying in place for a while, the young man kept zooming in and out of the selfie of his hand leaning against the car with a look of excitement on his face. Chapter 48 The First Meeting. Pure to the extreme white moonlight. Around 10:30, a Pagani Windjammer was parked across the street from the exit. Jiang Nan leaned on the side of the car, occasionally looking at the time of the watch on his left hand. "The time is about right." Jiang Nan threw away the cigarette in his hand and stepped towards the exit after his foot stepped out. Crossing the street, he quickly arrived and waited at the exit door, and in the meantime, his cell phone was also ringing. "Darling, has arrived at Jiangcheng Airport." Meng Qingqiu's message was sent, and then accompanied by a picture of him as he got off the plane. "I'll meet you at the door." Jiang Nan took a deep breath, and honestly, he was also a little nervous. Don't look at him. In recent days experienced quite a lot, but the man to death is a teenager. After all, is the first time online dating Ben now, which cannot bring a little nervous okay da. Meng Qingqiu returned a voice note. Jiang Nan put his cell phone away. Da. This time, the sound of high heels making contact with the ground rang out in the center of the room. Jiang Nan was subconsciously attracted over, only to see two extremely well-built flight attendants whose faces could not be seen pulling suitcases and laughing as they headed towards one side. Men are usually very interested in such uniformed beauties. No, basically all the men around them were looking towards these two flight attendants. Jiang Nan shook his head and retracted his gaze. To say that he wasn't interested in the career of a flight attendant, that was naturally impossible. But he couldn't just go looking for it either. Whether it's a face, a body, or whether it's well-behaved or not, he has to take it all into account. After waiting quietly for 2 or 3 minutes, gradually, people began to come out of the exit. Jiang Nan also came to his senses. After another minute or two had passed, his eyes instantly locked on a stunning face pulling a small pink suitcase. Meng Qingqiu. The moment. With Meng Qingqiu's appearance, basically all the men around them unconsciously stopped their steps and looked towards this unbelievably beautiful woman. And one by one, their eyes were filled with unbelievable colors. "It's so beautiful." Even several of the guys with girlfriends next to them stared for a while as well. As for why the women around them didn't react, it was naturally because their gazes were also on the same unbearably handsome Jiang Nan. The male looked at Meng Qingqiu, the female looks at Gangnam, and the moment Jiang Nan's gaze was locked on Meng Qingqiu, the latter similarly locked her gaze on him. In an instant, 4 eyes, an invisible arc of electricity exploded between the two men's eye spacing, so much so that both of their bodies felt a bit tingly at this moment. Jiang Nan took a step forward and stepped out, while Meng Qingqiu sped up her pace a little. At this time, Jiang Nan also noticed Meng Qingqiu's outfit. High ponytail, a simple white halter neck dress. There was no stocking embellishment on a pair of stunningly beautiful jade legs, but that was the case, and Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't stop being attracted to those kind of comic legs. It was only after a while that he slowly moved his gaze downward to a pair of Meng Qingqiu's pair of small white socks paired with a pair of small white shoes. Perfect. This wear, for Jiang Nan, is simply enough to perfectly match the pure temperament that Meng Qingqiu deserves. To white moonlight, Jiang Nan pondered, and also formally met up with Meng Qingqiu. Darling. Meng Qingqiu put down the small pink suitcase she was pulling in her hand and happily pounced on Jiang Nan. The moment she jumped into Jiang Nan's arms, her heart also beat extremely fast. Jiang Nan reached out and stroked Meng Qingqiu's head, smiling. "Truly the first time I've seen you, Qiu. Hello, I'm Jiang Nan. Darling." Meng Qingqiu let go of Jiang Nan's waist, looked at him and let out a soft cry, slowly closing her eyes. At this moment, her pretty face was incredibly red. The shyness of a young girl was on full display at this moment. Jiang Nan lowered his head and kissed Meng Qingqiu, dipping his head and not lingering much. Jiang Nan smoothly wrapped his arms around Meng Qingqiu's thin waist, and then pulled her little pink suitcase towards the Pagani Windchild across the street. Darling! By the side of the Pagani Windchild car, Meng Qingqiu stared wide-eyed and with a stunned face at this dazzlingly cool to the extreme luxury supercar, and dully cried out, "Didn't you say you'd drive a Porsche Cayenne to pick me up? How? Did it turn into this Pagani Son of the Wind again? Forgot to change it. Not a big problem. It's all the same." Jiang Nan put away the small suitcase in his hand and then opened a small button at the left rear of the door, and in a moment a side orientation suitcase appeared to come. Usually this stuff isn't used, and basically whoever comes out in this car isn't blowing up the streets and pretending to be something they're not. But fortunately, Meng Qingqiu's suitcase was just able to accommodate it after it was shrunk, so there wasn't much of a problem. Oh Pagani Windjammer! Soon, two people get in the car. After Meng Qingqiu fastened her seatbelt, she looked at the luxurious and exquisite mechanical wind interior of the car, and her beautiful face showed some admiration, and she opened her mouth to say, "This car should be a global limited edition, right?" "Exactly." Jiang Nan nodded, then looked at Meng Qingqiu, slightly raised his eyebrows and spoke, "You seem to be quite knowledgeable about cars." "Indeed. Typically, girls don't really pay too much attention to the cars that the very majority of guys like, and Meng Qingqiu's knowledge of these luxury cars can be said to still be somewhat deep, at least on the surface. My brother he usually likes these cars. Pagani Windjammer he also has one, but it's not a limited edition global model. The situation of the ears and eyes. I still have some knowledge of some of the cars." Meng Qingqiu replied very naturally. Her family really wasn't bad in Mordor, to the point where it could be considered the rich class, and not just any little rich class. If it was the previous Jiang Nan, she wouldn't have revealed a single bit of her family's condition. However, this global limited edition Pagani Windchild was driven on, thus showing that Jiang Nan had really not bragged about all the things he had told her on the internet before. This was a really super rich kid who I'm afraid was several notches richer than her family. As for the Pagani Windchild, a car that was rented, Meng Qingqiu was afraid that she really felt that the person who said such words was a bit out of his mind. The Pagani Windjammer, a collectible luxury supercar, is a limited edition in the world. Hearing this, Jiang Nan could not help but look deeply at Meng Qingqiu in the passenger seat. This Meng Qingqiu can be said to be a real white rich beauty. Ah, boom! Gangnam started the car. The roar immediately attracted the gazes of countless people in the surrounding area to come, and familiar exclamations rang out. The Pagani Windchild disappeared from everyone's sight in no time at all, like a bolt of black lightning. Chapter 49 Earthy Love Words. A little handsome on the face? Car. Meng Qingqiu on the passenger seat looked toward Jiang Nan from time to time, her pretty face full of shyness. "Is there anything on my face?" Every time Jiang Nan laughed softly and met her line of sight, the latter quickly avoided her eyes again, her pretty face reddening a few more points. "It does seem a bit." Meng Qingqiu nodded sheepishly. "Oh, kind of what? Kind of handsome?" Jiang Nan laughed again. "Darn, taking the words out of people's mouths. So what do I say?" Meng Qingqiu pouted and glanced at Jiang Nan. "Ha ha ha." In response, Jiang Nan burst into another fit of laughter. "It's so cute." Meng Qingqiu's face looked like the kind of ascetic cool schoolgirl style, but in reality, Jiang Nan understood that she definitely possessed contrasting attributes. Basically, this kind of appearance of cool, seemingly unearthly fairy, generally with a little contrast attribute. Only, she would only display that attribute in front of the people she wanted to be in front of. Just like Meng Qingqiu, it can be sweet or imperial, high cool and sticky. What outsiders could see was only the surface of her. The Meng Qingqiu at this moment was not just adorable. "Qiu, let's go back and put our things away, and later you can see what you want to eat for lunch." Jiang Nan opened his mouth. "Spicy hot." Meng Qingqiu blurted out. "Real spicy hot food." Jiang Nan looked toward her in surprise, but met her shy and evasive eyes, and that small hum sound in response. For just a moment, he suddenly remembered an old story from years ago. The story is also about a pair of online couples run now. The woman took the initiative to find the man run now. The results of the latter invited the woman to eat a bowl of $6 of spicy hot. Then the man was a wolf 13 times a night. So, due to the newness of this terrier, basically saying that the meaning represented by going to eat spicy hot is no all understand. Plus, now Meng Qingqiu's shy and evasive eyes that didn't dare to look at Jiang Nan. How could he not understand the hint? Moreover, Meng Qingqiu's favorability towards him was as high as 80 points. And with this level of favorability, wouldn't that be a random home run? The online relationship lasted 2.5 years. That's a lot of time. And basically by choosing to run presently, the girl herself understands what she's going to be facing. So, he Gangnam pretended to be a gross innocent. Soon, 40 minutes later, the entrance to the Nantonkako neighborhood. The Pagani Windjammer drove slowly to the underground garage of the small villa he had purchased in the old town. Darling, this neighborhood isn't cheap, is it? After getting out of the car and waiting for Jiangnan to take out her little pink suitcase, Meng Qingqiu immediately leaned up and reached out to hook his arm. The little couple was very sweet to each other. This place isn't that expensive, just a couple of $1,000. As Jiangnan spoke, he also slowly headed towards the first floor. After arriving on the first floor, Jiangnan did not stop and went straight to the second floor. Meng Qingqiu's favoritism +1. Meng Qingqiu's favorability +2. Meng Qingqiu's favorability +3. 2 hours later, Meng Qingqiu's favorability towards Jiangnan had reached as many as 90 points. A 96-point high-color heterosexual beauty doesn't seem to move up that well after reaching 90 points of favorability. The moment. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the master bedroom, Jiangnan slowly lit a cigarette. Wow! And in the middle of the bathroom came the sound of water. Who? Gently inhaling and then exhaling. Jiangnan's face also revealed an unknown smile that was difficult to describe in words. Buzz. The cell phone in his pants vibrated. Jiangnan took out his cell phone and glanced at it. It was a message from the landlady. Landlady, some guy seems to have met his online love interest, right? JN, seeing it. Landlady, took it? JN, that has to drop. Gangnam, picture. In the meantime, somewhere in the middle of a small apartment in the old town, the landlady, who was helping her own mother in the kitchen, had her pretty face reddened after seeing that photo. Good man. This brat, the landlady mentally muttered. Jiqing, pass me the chopsticks for a second. The landlady's mom's voice rang out. You niece, what are you thinking about? So absorbed. Also, why is your face so red? Yikes, it's still a bit hot. It's not because you're sick and have a fever, is it? Mom, I'm fine. Maybe the kitchen is a little hotter. The landlady hurriedly put away her cell phone, and then after swallowing a bit of saliva, her jade hand incited the wind and pretended to be relaxed. Then go outside and keeping company, and leave the kitchen to Mom. The landlady's mom immediately pushed her out. Good. The landlady exited the kitchen and let out a long sigh of relief, while then reached out and fanned herself, which calmed her down a bit, and returned to the chat box with Jiangnan, pressing voice to begin a soft speech. See you in a couple days. Just a 1-second voice bar with a very small sound. Yes. Jiangnan just replied with a single word. You're busy. The landlady sent in a message. Put 1,000,000 hearts into it. Jiangnan smiled confidently. At this time, the sound of water in the bathroom also stopped. A few minutes later, Meng Qingqiu, who was wearing a pink-colored JK, slowly walked out from the middle of the bathroom, and the outfit instantly caught Gangnam's eye. The little skirt she paired it with wasn't a pleated skirt, but a pink wraparound skirt, and with the rather slimming short pink blouse on top, this led to a really perfect front and back. It's not the biggest draw. Seemingly knowing Jiangnan's preference, her perfect pair of jade legs were paired with a pair of lightweight bowed white knee-high stockings. Perfect. This is a perfect outfit to wear. Darling, here's Autumn's outfit of the day. Does it look good? Seeing Jiangnan's dumbfounded look, Meng Qingqiu pursed her lips and smiled, spinning in place before making a flying kiss motion towards him. Chapter 50. A cool goddess may not always be cool. Good looking. More than good looking. Jiangnan stepped forward and whispered in her ear. Swish. Moment. Meng Qingqiu's pretty face immediately reddened, and then shyly nodded and whispered, let us talk about it at night. Ha ha ha. Seeing Meng Qingqiu's shy and lovely appearance, Jiangnan really liked it more and more. Darling, I'm going to put on some proper makeup, so go downstairs and wait for me. Meng Qingqiu kissed Jiangnan's cheek and said softly, good. Jiangnan naturally knew that Meng Qingqiu wanted to give herself a surprise. After all, casually put on some makeup and no makeup, she was already beautiful to break through the heavens, which really, if you put on some makeup with all your heart, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? To this, Jiangnan was really looking forward to it. Arriving alone and sitting down on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, Jiangnan crossed his legs and took out his cell phone. Ding! Just as I took it out, a background prompt popped up. It was currently after 1 o'clock, and if it hadn't taken 2 hours, Jiangnan and Meng Qingqiu would have had an early lunch by now. At the moment, it's a live queue. It wasn't Lin Man or Su Yun, but Jiang Yan. For Jiang Yan, this sister, honestly speaking, Jiangnan's interest was also quite a bit large. At least is a 92 points of high-value beauty, and that body is wow to the extreme. Which man is not horny? Immediately, Jiangnan also entered into the shivering voice, and after thinking for a while, he still charged $1 million to enter. 10 million jitterbugs arrive in seconds, without a single delay. The recharge was completed, and he also tapped into the middle of Jiangyan's live broadcast. Good noon everyone, I'm officially on Shakeology as of today. As soon as she entered the live broadcast room, Jiangyan's cool voice immediately rang out. And with Jeonnan's 63-level account entering, her gaze was also immediately locked on the ID of Smoky Rain Jeonnan, and her cool and absolutely beautiful pretty face was also unprecedentedly revealing a smile, followed by a voice with some emotional fluctuations continuing to sound. Welcome this Smoky Rain Jeonnan big brother into the live broadcasting room. As she said that, she also clicked on the avatar of this level 63 big brother and looked at it. IP? River City? When she saw that Jeonnan's IP address was Zhangcheng, she didn't know why, but the first thing that came to her mind was the sunny guy who had taken the initiative to add her WeChat in a chance encounter a few days ago. Smoky River South send Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South send Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South send Carnival *1 to the anchor. While Jiang Yan was still in a trance, Jiang Nan had already brushed his hands. By the time she came back to her senses, she was already seeing an entire live room floating up the screen with carnival special effects. 100 carnivals. Thank you boss for 100 carnivals. The surprise came unexpectedly so suddenly. Never received so many gifts. Jiang Yan's small hand covered his small mouth, surprised and incomparable, shouted up. See, the goddess of cool isn't always cool. Just like the current Jiang Yan in general, this is a clear and cold, dead cat-like face. At the time of seeing this $300,000 worth of 100 carnivals, it is also involuntarily clamped up, sending a sweet tone of voice. Thank you for Smoky Jiangnan Brothers 100 carnivals. Thank you. As she spoke, she also hurriedly gave this big brother a follow. These 300,000 gifts smashed down, directly giving her some dizziness. Never before have I heard Kongyun have such a soft voice, and never before have I seen such a sweet smile. Dig it. It's still true that the smile is not open to ordinary people. It's too much of a hook-ate reality. Just asking if you like it? Like, whether it's the high and cold model Kongyun or the sweet model Kongyun, both are my goddesses. A few people's livestreams swiped up a pop-up screen. Is brother Smoky Jiangnan also from Zhangcheng? At this point, Kongyun's sweet girl voice that clips to the end rang out on the air. Yes, I met you last time near the university town, and we added a WeChat. Jiangnan didn't pretend to be a passerby and directly exposed his identity. Ha! Seeing this pop-up from Gangnam, Kongyun froze for a moment. Immediately, she had a shocked look on her face. It was really that sunny guy from last time? That is, the Porsche Cayenne next to him at the time was really his Kongyun's favoritism plus 15. Swiping 300,000 didn't raise one iota of goodwill, and that's 15 favorability points gained in seconds just by revealing who you are. To this, Jiangnan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This woman, it seems, is really an ironic dead face. I can't believe it's really you. When I saw your ID and IP at that time, the first thing I thought of was you. I really didn't expect it to be really you. Jiang Yan's tone became even more pleasantly surprised, and then began to thank. You smashed me a little confused with these 100 carnivals. Ha ha ha, after all, I've never received so many gifts before. Yes? Jiang Nan laughed softly and posted a pop-up. Smoky River South send Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South send Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South send Carnival *1 to the anchor. Carnival floats the screen once more. This time, far more than 100, but as many as 200 more arrived directly. Just a few minutes into the broadcast, Kongyun received 300 carnivals, totaling as much as 900,000 worth of gifts. With the split and tax deductions, she would be able to get her hands on at least as much as $300,000. Kongyun's favoritism plus 10. Oh, another 600,000 down. Easily another 10 points of goodwill. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. The current Kongyun's favorability towards him wasn't low. It had reached as many as 35 points. This with a little more effort. It doesn't seem like it will be too long before reaching 90 points of goodwill. Thank you brother Gangnam for another 200 carnivals. I can't thank you enough. Straight from the booth. Jiang Yan's pretty face was flushed at the moment as she stood up from her seat. That's when Gangnam was also seen wearing her outfit. It wasn't much different from the first time when we first met, the difference being the socks that matched the jade legs, the last knee-high white stockings, this time it is white 0D pantyhose, that with the effect of beautiful skin socks with a pair of jade legs, and then with her dress, more than chopping men off. Even some women who like to look at beautiful women will not be able to resist a burst of straight call wife, pass and kill. That's all Gangnam could say. You go on live. I just came to check on you. I'm ready to eat now. Talk to me on WeChat later. Jiangnan still has 1 million jitter diamonds left, and after brushing 33 more carnivals for Jiangyan directly handed out the last 10,000 jitter diamonds as red envelopes, and then also exited the live broadcast room. And the moment he exited the live broadcast, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Get 5 times the spending rebate, $5 million. Having made another $4 million, Jiang Nan was already without a single mood swing, and at the moment, his WeChat background, but a message prompt popped up. Swept a glance. It is since the addition of WeChat never contacted Jiang Yan. Big brothers, everyone take the time to point and click to catalyze more. See, the end is casual. There is a free gift for the love of power generation. We look at the ads. 3 look down or be able to support the little brother a few cents. Hey, thank you Allah. The first thing you need to do is to take the time to point. Chapter 51, Pure Desire Autumn and Autumn. When it's really as horrible as it is. Brother Jiang Nan, can I ask you out for dinner tonight? A message was sent from Kong Yun. Seeing this message, the devil knows what this woman is trying to do. Nowadays, she possessed 35 points of favorability towards Jiang Nan, which was not a small amount of favorability. As long as Jiang Nan revealed his interest in her, then the latter would definitely climb up the pole. And as the relationship during the ambiguous period gradually rose, this favorability would also definitely rise gradually. At this point, Jiang Nan was still very confident. I'm not free tonight. I've been a little busy for the past 2 days. How about I treat you to dinner in a few days? Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and finally finalized this answer. It was both a rejection and an offer to initiate a date next time. This back and forth is not going to bring up any bad feelings in the woman. Kong Yun's favoritism +2. No. With this perfect answer, he steadily grew another 2 points of favorability. Okay day. Then let me know when you're done with your busy schedule then. Brother Jiang Nan, I'll be free anytime in the near future. This one came from a voice send, sounding empty, presumably taking the time to go to the restroom to reply. And, on the word recent, she probably didn't even notice the slight aggravation herself, and as Jiang Nan easily felt it out, his eyes narrowed instantly. Doesn't the aggravation of the recently available tone mean he wants him to ask her out on 520? Okay. Jiang Nan casually replied, I'm going to eat first, talk to you later. He's not sure he'll be available on 520. Yo, landlady, Su Yun, and there's Lin Man. From the perspective of the mission, he definitely should have gone to ask Kong Yun out first. But, in terms of the degree of liking, this Kong Yun is still obediently ranked in the oldest 4. Ah no, it should be the old 5 position. Speaking of this old 5, Jiang Nan couldn't help but be secretly staggered. This is how long passed. He is from a nothing beggar, arrives now deposit more than 100 million. Luxury cars and mansions have, but also has 4 face value score as high as 90 confidant. This growth rate, how can we use the word exaggerated to describe it? You go ahead and eat. Talk to you later, brother Gangnam. After reading the message that Jiang Yan returned, Jiang Nan directly exited WeChat in a big way, and then came to the kitchen to open the refrigerator and took a look. Not surprisingly, all kinds of beers and drinks were available. These are fine to refrigerate for a while, so it's not like you have to worry about them. Took out a pull-top can of Fat House Happy Water and scanned the date. After it was okay. Pust. Jiang Nan opened it up while gulping down a few sips. Yes, the chilled Fat House Happy Water was just refreshing, causing Jiang Nan's face to instantly show a look of pleasure. Walking out of the kitchen, a large portion of a bottle of Fat House Happy Water had already passed, and at that moment, footsteps came from the second floor stairs. Da-da-da-da. Jiang Nan's steps quickened a little, arriving to stand at the bottom of the first floor stairs and looking up. The first thing that comes to mind is a pair of perfect legs that can't be any more perfect, and the bow white knee-high stockings are the perfect way to set off their legs so that people can't help but want to put them up and stick them on. No kidding. People like Jiang Nan, who considered themselves to be very strong-willed, all had such a thought in this instant. Honestly, those who are already leg control, white silk control, jade feet control hentai do not know what will come out of the heavenly thoughts. Soon, half of his body leaked out, and Jiang Nan again sucked in a breath of cold air without holding back. A flash of white landscape came into his sight. Immediately afterward, he coughed in embarrassment after looking twice more. White bottoms. Okay. In an instant, Jiang Nan felt that this whatever bottoms were, when it really was the most undeserved invention in the world. The moment Meng Qingqiu a whole person was fully revealed, Jiang Nan's breath held a little. A head of beautiful hair tied into 2 twisted braids, each placed in front of the chest, that the pouring beauty of the face without more makeup. Just rubbed a bit of vegan cream is enough. The difference was her eyeshadow, outlined to bring out the flirtatiousness of her foxy eyes. That wasn't the key. The main thing was that she had a couple of small sequins attached under the corners of both eyes, and with the fact that she wore a pair of beautiful blue eyes, it quite literally gave off an exotic aesthetic. Good. This so-called pure desire wind beauty on the internet. What kind of onion does she count in front of my chocho? Jiang Nan instantly couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This 96-point, high-color beauty is really scary as hell. Darling, a voice rang out. Jiang Nan's gaze was again taken by her pink lips with a slight glistening, and then he was unable to hold back swallowing a bit of saliva. The woman wore that mirrored lip glaze that looked as if her lips carried glitter every time she opened her mouth to speak, and was extremely attractive to look away from. Invincible. Jiang Nan could only say this. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu had definitely displayed her attribute value of up to 96 face value points, which could be described as pulling out all the stops. Soon, Meng Qingqiu came down from the second floor and very naturally wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan, her head rubbing around on his shoulder non-stop. What's wrong? Jiang Nan reached out and wrapped his hand around her thin waist, asking softly, Darling, Autumn is hungry. Meng Qingqiu pouted her little pink mouth with light, staring up at Jiang Nan with big watery eyes. It's so cute. This gesture of Meng Qingqiu's simply caused Jiang Nan's heart to nearly melt away as a whole. This woman is a true example of what it means to be sweet and savory. Go! Jiang Nan didn't hold back and lowered his head to kiss her small mouth, and then with a big wave of his hand, he went straight down to the underground garage on the negative floor. When he got into the car, Jiang Nan drove with one hand and slowly drove out of the underground garage. Boom! 10 minutes later, on the streets of the old town center, a black Pagani windjammer sped past, causing passers-by on both sides of the street to stop and look, with shock on their faces. Eat what? Jiang Nan inquired. Hot and spicy. I'm very nostalgic for the hot and spicy in Jiangcheng. Meng Qingqiu's small face flushed red. Nostalgia? Jiang Nan looked toward her in surprise. Last year when I came here I ate that spicy hot pot you used to keep saying how good it was, and it was indeed delicious. Meng Qingqiu said. Oh, that family. Jiang Nan immediately rang. The home was at most a kilometer away from the door of the landlady's neighborhood. I know. Jiang Nan was naturally very familiar with the distance of the old city, and after 10 minutes, arrived on a street. He slowed down a lot and soon stopped in front of a store, and the moment this Pagani windjammer came to a stop, everyone's eyes immediately turned around within at least 100 meters around it. In the meantime, a corner, wearing a cheongsam with a pair of flesh-colored stockings on her legs, Suyun held her own daughter and walked by smiling. At this time, the little girl she was holding suddenly pointed her finger ahead and exclaimed with excitement, Mom, there's a handsome car in front of us. How about this book? It's so feel-good. Love the heroine in this book. Chapter 52, Suyun and Meng Qingqiu's first meeting. What a handsome car. Suyun lightly smiled as she looked towards the front, and with just a glance, her eyes immediately revealed a color of surprise. Immediately afterward, an uncharacteristically beautiful girl got out of the passenger door, and her face immediately showed consternation again. With that, a sour mood spread under her heart. Even though she knew that Jiang Nan was not destined to be hers alone, she still wanted to cry a little when she actually saw the scene with her own eyes. In the meantime, Jiang Nan, who had gotten out of the car, drifted his gaze towards the front and also settled on Suyun, who had a lost face. What a coincidence! However, he didn't care at all and blinked at Suyun who was looking at him. At this point, Suyun saw Jiang Nan winking at himself, and for some reason, the low mood inexplicably dispersed. At least, he didn't ignore me. Suyun took a deep breath. Meng Qingqiu walked over and wrapped her arm around Jiang Nan, and the two of them walked around. Wow, this sister is really pretty, and this brother is so handsome. Both sides walked around and met in front of the door of the spicy hotspot. Suyun arrived holding her daughter, and the little girl immediately whooped with excitement. Hearing the little girl's shout, Suyun hurriedly said, Nui Nui, why are you shouting? After talking about her daughter for a bit, she looked at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu again, smiled embarrassedly, and spoke. That's how little kids are. A bit noisy. Sis, it's okay. What a cute little girl. Meng Qingqiu laughed without a care in the world, and after looking at this young beautiful mother for a couple more times, she laid her eyes on the little girl, and was instantly stunned by the double ponytailed as if she were a porcelain doll, and couldn't help but lean down and reach out to touch her head. Hey, 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 thank you sister. The little girl is quite polite. As for Meng Qingqiu stooping, she naturally couldn't see that Jiang Nan and Suyun were eyeballing each other up at the moment. Alright, little enamorada, say goodbye to your brother and sister. When Meng Qingqiu got up, Suyun said with a slight blush on her pretty face, Don't tell me, this feeling of browbeating someone in front of their real girlfriend is a bit of that. By brother and sister. The little Nui Nui immediately waved her hand happily and was led away by Suyun. However, this little girl took one step and turned back 3 times, looking a bit reluctant to give up. That's so cute. That little girl just now. Meng Qingqiu also turned around to look at it a few more times and couldn't help but admire it. Our future daughters will definitely be this cute. Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around Meng Qingqiu's thin waist and said with a smile, Yes, definitely. Meng Qingqiu, however, is not shy at all. There is a saying that if you really love him, you have to give him little monkeys. Meng Qingqiu that was getting more and more in love with Jiang Nan and couldn't wait to give him 7, 8, or even 11. This pair of handsome men and women walked into the small store. Plus everyone just saw was arriving in a super handsome sports car. Thus, once the two of them entered, They immediately attracted all the customers inside the store who were eating spicy hot pot to look at them. It's so beautiful. It's a fairy, isn't it? Which star? This handsome man is not bad. It is really a man and a woman. I drop a good boy. This world is still the majority of NPC. We for such a crowd at a glance to see the existence of a man and a woman in the main. Is not a passerby who will only marvel at the NPC. That's a little too true. A murmur went up. Jiangnan and Meng Qingqiu also found an empty seat and sat down. What do the handsome ladies want to eat? An aunt came enthusiastically with a menu, her eyes staring straight at Jiangnan. I have to say, the charm of Gangnam is indeed exaggerated. Potato chips, seaweed, fish balls, instant noodles. Meng Qingqiu ordered it right away, and finally said with a smile, thank you, medium spicy. Okay. Auntie took the menu and reread it, and after confirming it, she smiled and said, two of you wait a moment. Thanks. Meng Qingqiu gave another thank you. This beauty is so polite. I'll sneak you guys some extra portions later. Auntie burst out laughing. This aunt is kinda cute. After Auntie left, Meng Qingqiu instantly covered her mouth and laughed. Yes. Jiangnan nodded. Most of the aunts in these food establishments in Jiangcheng were warmly enthusiastic, especially when speaking some dialects mixed with unskilled Mandarin. It was even more interesting. It's just about almost 2 o'clock. That's a little too soon. At this point, Meng Qingqiu glanced at a pink watch on her hand and instantly revealed a look of surprise. In her memory, she only seemed as if she had just gotten off the plane. Who knew that several hours had passed since her arrival in Jiangcheng? Seemingly thinking of something, she couldn't help but shyly glance at Jiangnan. Of these, it seems as though those 2 hours of fun were really the most time and energy consuming. With the right person, time always passes very quickly. Jiangnan said with a smile. Yeah, well, fun times are always short. I don't know when I'll be free to see you again after this fun weekend back. There was still more than a month or so until the end of the semester, and in the near future anyway, she didn't have much free time to be able to come to Jiangcheng to meet with Jiangnan once again. It's fine, my time is still quite free, and I can go to Magic City to look for you if something comes up. Jiangnan reached out and grabbed Meng Qingqiu's hand, gently patting it to comfort her. Okay, wow. When you come I'll introduce you to my super iron bestie Yo-Yo who I've played with since I was a kid. Meng Qingqiu immediately got excited and said with a smile, she can also be a top-notch beauty, and she's also a super-duper college bully. Yeah, Jiangnan just laughed, not showing too much of an interest in this what Meng Qingqiu's good best friend Yao Yao, and opened his mouth. Isn't it said that all good best friends would dislike their good best friend's boyfriend? It won't be. My darling is so handsome and excellent. How can he be an ordinary man? Humph. I'm still afraid that Yao Yao will fall for you. Meng Qingqiu proudly said. Ha ha ha. Jiangnan just smiled. Next, without waiting a short while, the two of them opened their mouths to eat as well. The two were a couple, but they didn't load up their spicy hot pot separately and shared a big bowl. Half an hour of talking and laughing went by. It's delicious. Meng Qingqiu put down her chopsticks with a satisfied face. She had been thinking about this spicy hot pot for a full year. And now, finally, today it is realized. Darling, it's easy to get sleepy when you're full. Meng Qingqiu elegantly wiped her lips and squinted her eyes with a smile as she looked at Jiangnan Dao. Chapter 53, Using Body Transforming Liquid. Turning the tables. Around 4 in the afternoon. Barta. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Jiangnan lit a cigarette and gulped down the smoke as he looked outside. A soft hum came from behind. Jiangnan looked back and saw Meng Qingqiu sleeping peacefully with her eyes closed with a sweet smile. Buzz off. This time, the cell phone on the nightstand suddenly vibrated. Jiangnan swept a glance. It was Meng Qingqiu's cell phone, and when he saw her frown slightly, he also walked over with slow steps and saw the cell phone caller ID. Yo-Yo. Who? Meng Qingqiu asked, half asleep. I think it's your bestie Yo-Yo. Jiangnan opened his mouth. Darling, you get that for me and tell her I'm sleeping and I'll call her back when I wake up later. Meng Qingqiu said carelessly, and then completely lost her voice. Jiangnan picked up his cell phone and answered the call. Stinky girl, why are you answering the phone so late? Phone call connected. Yo-Yo's voice immediately rang out. Don't tell me. It's pretty sweet. I'm Jiangnan, Xiaoqiu's boyfriend. She's sleeping right now and said she'll call you back when she wakes up later. Jiangnan said softly. Ha! Hearing Jiangnan's words, Yao Yao raised her decibel a good bit and said in shock. Sleep? You guys? Obviously. Yao Yao expressed extreme shock and disbelief at the fact that the two of them, who had truly met for the first time, had gone straight to sleep together. What's wrong? Jiangnan asked rhetorically. He and Meng Qingqiu had an emotional foundation of 2.5 years of online love. And wasn't it extremely normal for them to mend fences on their first meeting? It wasn't even the slightest exaggeration to say that Jiangnan wasn't as rich and handsome as he claimed to be, and there was a huge possibility that Meng Qingqiu wouldn't refuse to have something indescribable with him, because Meng Qingqiu is a woman who pays more attention to the feeling. As long as there is nothing missing arms and legs in Jiangnan, or really can't look at it, it is beyond reproach. This was why, after Meng Qingqiu had secretly come to meet Jiangnan last year, she would still make a request for Ben present this year. No, not much, just think it's a little unbelievable. Yo-Yo was indeed shocked. The two have been best friends since childhood. In kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school and even now in college, as well as in their dorm rooms. In this world, if she thought of herself as the second person who knew Meng Qingqiu, then there was absolutely no one who could claim the first. It was Meng Qingqiu's family that knew her far less than her good best friend. That's why she was really shocked. I'll get back to you when she wakes up, Jiangnan said softly. Good. You have to treat my family Qiuqiu well. Yo-Yo's voice rang out. Definitely. Jiangnan smiled. The phone hung up. Jiangnan also placed his cell phone on the nightstand, and it so happened that at this time, Meng Qingqiu also had no intention of turning around, so he lowered his head and kissed her forehead, and also walked out of the master bedroom gently. Going down to the first floor, Jiangnan stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and placed it in the ashtray before sitting on the sofa. System, check my own character attribute panel. Jiangnan hooped. Host, Jiangnan. Age, 21. Height, 182 centimeters. Fortune, $187 million. Abilities, Insight, Vajra Kidneys, Master Piano Proficiency. Items, Porsche Cayenne, Pagani Windjammer, Body Modification Fluid. Life events, will receive a great gift on the day of his 22nd birthday. Moment. A 3D illusory character attribute panel popped up in front of his eyes. 187 million in deposits now. That's still progressing pretty fast. Body transforming liquid. Jiangnan's mind moved, and a small dark green bottle appeared in his hand. After gently shaking it twice, Jiangnan's eyes immediately flashed up with a strange luster. Immediately, he stood up from the couch and headed to the first floor bathroom to start running water in the tub. Soon, the bathtub drained to 8 points, and Jiangnan also poured the body modification liquid in his hand into it. For just a moment, the clear bathtub immediately turned dark green. Jiangnan didn't think much about anything else, and directly stripped into the bathtub. Just soak for an hour? Jiangnan inquired mentally. Host, yes, the system replied. Good. Jiangnan took a deep breath before slowly closing his eyes and began to rest his eyes. 20 minutes later, Jiangnan suddenly opened his eyes, and a look of surprise came over his face. At this moment the dark green water in the bathtub had dispersed a small half. It looked like the body transformation liquid had been absorbed a lot by his body. This was not the key point. The key point was that he felt his essence was more full. That indefinable feeling made him feel nothing but a wave of amazement. Next, he continued to close his eyes, and another 40 minutes passed quickly. This time, Jiangnan did not open his eyes at the first opportunity, all but waiting quietly for another 10 seconds or so before slowly opening his eyes. What an amazing feeling. Every part of my body feels full of inexhaustible power. Jiangnan raised his right hand high and clenched his fist, and immediately a crunching sound rang out. For some reason, he always had a feeling that when he punched down, it was a bison that he had to whack to death on the spot. Nice guy. The idea is a little too inflated, but he always felt as if this thought of his was the real thing. This time, Jiangnan only found a more serious problem. That is, his body skin, simply white as porcelain warm, and even do not know whether it is his illusion. Just now even emitted a layer of light film of light in general. With his absolutely perfect mermaid line, it really was like an exquisite work of art. It's too much. Squeak. While Jiangnan was still marveling at the fact that he had undergone such a drastic change after using the body transformation liquid, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Darling, are you in there? Meng Qingqiu's yuan-chi-filled voice rang out, and it was clear that an hour's rest had restored her essence to its peak state as well. In. Jiangnan responded and was just about to get up from the middle of the bathtub. At this time, however, Meng Qingqiu was already arriving outside the curtain. Snort! As Meng Qingqiu's small hand gently pulled the curtain open, her voice rang out, we're the only two people in the house, and you're still pulling the curtain. Are you guarding against me? He. The moment the curtain was completely drawn back. Frog fun. Meng Qingqiu looked at Jiangnan, who was standing naked in the bathtub, with an incredulous expression, and the decibel level was raised several notches. The first thing I'd like to do is to ask for free power generation for love, so take the time to look at the ads. I can't seem to get more explosive recently. I haven't made my debut yet, so when the word count goes up, I'll try to get a few more chapters in a day. Chapter 54, Jiangnan, it's all because of the trouble caused by being handsome. Darling, this body, skin of yours, how come it's so much better than it was just now? Meng Qingqiu excitedly went up and couldn't help but stroke up his perfect mermaid line with a shocked face. Bang bang, she reached out and gently knocked. After hearing the sound that was like a steel plate, her small mouth suddenly opened into a big O. It was too unbelievable. This figure. Jiang Nan laughed, and then took a bath towel and dried his body. And after putting on his clothes he directly picked up Meng Qingqiu and a Princess Carrie and walked out of the bathroom. Meng Qingqiu wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck, the lassoed eyes, itching to immediately have another few hours of fun with him again. Arriving at the living room, Jiang Nan set her down while stretching his body. Crackle! In an instant, a small firecracker blast came from his body. Froggy fun, what's that sound? Darling, don't tell me this world actually has movie and TV martial arts? Hearing this voice, Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened and she gulped and exclaimed in shock. Thinking about what? Jiang Nan reached out and pinched her agitated nose, and then scraped the tip of her nose, laughing. I just usually work out very well, plus just now soaked in a unique medicinal bath, so it stretched a bit to have this effect. As he spoke, he stretched his body again, this time without any sound. That's pretty awesome too. Meng Qingqiu hugged Jiang Nan, her pretty face pressed against his chest. Listening to that powerful heart beating, her face was unconsciously slowly reddening. I want to hold darling like this all the time. It feels really safe, she said softly. Jiang Nan reached out and touched her head, smiling. This day won't be too long. By then when you graduate, we'll stick together every day. Hurrah hurrah hurrah. Meng Qingqiu laughed happily. For the sound of a bird, an empty stomach etc. This time, a hungry sound rang out. When Jiang Nan heard this, he immediately laughed. Hungry? Well nah, I didn't eat any staples at that point, and with the severe depletion, I still get hungry somewhat quickly. Meng Qingqiu smiled shyly when she talked about the seriousness of the depletion. Blame it on her, too. She's vegetable and fun-loving, but there's no way around it, because it's just so wonderful. Simply cleaned up. 10 minutes later, the two were out the door. This time period is the rush hour of work, is in the middle of the old city, did not travel to other places, is also almost traveling for 40 minutes or so before a restaurant to find a parking space under the car. It's too soon. It's 6 o'clock. Meng Qingqiu hooked Jiang Nan's arm and looked incredulous after glancing at the time. Indeed. Jiang Nan also nodded with a sigh of recognition. Wait. I don't think my bag is in the car. Darling, wait for me. The entrance to the hotel. Meng Qingqiu suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. Is there anything you need? Jiang Nan was slightly surprised. Just there. Wait for me. I'll be right back. Meng Qingqiu smiled mysteriously, then let go of Jiang Nan's arm and took the car keys and walked quickly towards the Pagani Winsong in the parking space. To this, Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. Xiao Man, let's go to a karaoke tonight. I have a few good brothers who said they haven't seen you, and it just so happens that everyone is free this weekend, so how about meeting up? This time, a pair of men and women walked out in the middle of the restaurant, their voices ringing out. Okay, but I have to go back at night. The house is gated and I'm not allowed to spend the night outside. Immediately afterward, a delicate voice rang out. Well, the man's helpless voice rang out. Soon, footsteps sounded, and the pair also stood up next to Jiang Nan. I'll take a drop. The man opened his mouth. Fight, the woman said casually, before inadvertently scanning a man next to herself, just the side of his face instantly mesmerizing her. So handsome? Wang Xiaoman's favoritism plus 50. Jiang Nan was still fuming when suddenly the system's beep sounded in his head, which caused him to freeze for a moment, and then he subconsciously looked towards his surroundings. Soon, his eyes met with a woman next to him. Are you Gangnam? Wang Xiaoman also saw Jiang Nan's proper face at this time. Her first reaction was that it looked a little familiar, and then in the next second, she immediately widened her eyes and exclaimed in shock. Jiang Nan's face is still the same face, just much fairer, and much more angular. Those who really know him, but will not be unable to recognize him. The moment, the woman in front of him just immediately recognized who he was after checking him out a few more times. Gangnam, her high school days at the same table. You are. Jiang Nan was slightly surprised to hear this woman, who looked to the naked eye to be in her mid-60s or so, call out her name. The way he's changed now, being able to recognize who he is on more than one look is, frankly, a bit of a thing. I'm Wang Xiaoman. Wang Xiaoman immediately introduced herself happily. Xiaoman Wang. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment, and with a sudden burst of clarity, he said with a smile, it's you, old classmate. In fact, it didn't even occur to him who this woman was. Right. We were still at the same table in high school. It's said that women have changed a lot, and you've also changed a lot as a man. With this face value, I feel like I'll have no problem going out on the road. Wang Xiaoman looked at Jiang Nan with all the care in her eyes, not skimping on her praise at all, and with her attitude being what it was. The man next to her was already as dark as he could be. His own girlfriend has never had such a good face to himself, and now he is so enthusiastic about a high school classmate. Honestly, Which man can stand this in his place? The bus is almost here. Mandy, let's go over and wait. However, once he remembered that he had spent so much money and energy and time in his quest for a long time and still didn't get to eat it, he immediately held back again, replaced it with a smiling face and said softly, "Wait, can't you see I'm talking to my old classmate?" Wang Xiaoman frowned, impatiently glanced at her boyfriend, turned her head and immediately sent another smile. Spoke, "Jiangnan ah, why don't you add a WeChat? I'll treat you to a meal some other day and talk about interesting things from high school or something." Hearing this, the man's face changed. "I'm Wang Xiaoman, the one I call Feng Jifu. Am I really your date? Ask other men out in front of me. Do you really think I'm a green turtle who can't stand it?" Wang Xiaoman. The more he thought about it, the more angry he got. This man coldly glanced at Wang Xiaoman, and his tone aggravated a lot. "You asked another man to come out alone in front of your own boyfriend. It's not too much to put me in your eyes." At this moment, he did not gas Jiangnan, because this was purely Wang Xiaoman's own problem. People are indifferent to you. You still rush to go up to the hot face to the cold ass. Is not a crime as what? Zhang Yang, can get along, do not get along role, old lady about a high school classmate to catch up with the old how? Hearing the man's words, Wang Xiaoman was immediately unhappy, turned back and stared viciously at her boyfriend. "Long ago I didn't want to stay with you. I can't eat a good meal for 3 days. Just this meal today. Or I asked you to come for a long time before I could spare it. Really not a man." After saying this, Wang Xiaoman turned her head to look at Jiangnan again and put on a warm smile. "Jiangnan, are you here for dinner too? I think it's better to choose a day than to bump into a day. And bumping into a day is better than today. I just didn't have enough to eat. How about I treat you to a meal?" These two attitudes make an extremely sharp contrast. In response, Jiangnan laughed bitterly in his heart. What kind of thing is this? Inexplicably breaking up a couple because they're too handsome is quite a crime. Chapter 55. The landlady called. "You." Zhang Yang's face changed. His face was gloomy and incomparable as he glanced at Wang Xiaoman. At this moment, he finally recognized this woman's face completely and flung his hand away. "Cut." Wang Xiaoman sneered and was about to smile and launch another invitation to Jiangnan. "Darling." Meng Qingqiu's voice suddenly rang out in the field. Da-da-da-da. Trotting footsteps sounded. Wang Xiaoman subconsciously inclined her head to look, only to see a girl whose beauty was not in the same dimension as hers trotting along with a moving smile. Soon, while Wang Xiaoman was in a daze, Meng Qingqiu had already arrived at Jiangnan's side, carrying an exquisite small pocket in her hand, and snuggled into Jiangnan's body with a face full of tenderness, smiling as she looked at Wang Xiaoman and opened her mouth to ask, "Darling, this is a high school friend." Jiangnan smiled at Wang Xiaoman and nodded, before putting his arm around Meng Qingqiu and walking towards the middle of the restaurant. After a while, Wang Xiaoman came back to her senses and immediately turned around to look towards the inside of the restaurant, where there was still Jiangnan and Meng Qingqiu's silhouettes. "Damn, my future husband." Wang Xiaoman's face was instantly gloomy, and then she walked out again with a crying face, looking left and right, not seeing her boyfriend. Her eyebrows were suddenly furrowed, and she hurriedly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Yang. However, a red exclamation mark appeared in her line of sight, causing her face to instantly turn pale. This matter of Wang Xiaoman was nothing more than a minor hiccup for Jiangnan, and it didn't cause any memories for him at all. The moment. On the third floor of this hotel, Jiangnan and Meng Qingqiu were sitting in a small cubicle. It's still a nice setting. Meng Qingqiu swept a glance at this small single room, which was at most about 10 square feet, but it was extremely cozily arranged, without a hint of oppression. That is, and it doesn't matter who picked the place. Jiangnan laughed lightly. "Cut." Meng Qingqiu blankly glanced at him, and then took the initiative to pick up her phone and scan the QR code on the table to start ordering. Seeing this, Jiangnan did not forcefully say that he would come and scan the order. Meng Qingqiu took the lead in handing it to Jiangnan after scanning the code and spoke. "Darling, see what you want to eat." This good-natured attitude made Jiangnan smile. "You order it, I don't avoid it." "Good da." Meng Qingqiu began to order it, and Jiangnan glanced at the delicate little pocket she had placed on the small table and inquired, "What's this?" "You guess." Meng Qingqiu paused for a moment, and then without waiting for Jiangnan to guess, she immediately smiled and said, "This is my 520 gift to you." With just this one sentence, Jiangnan suddenly felt a little flushed in his ears. Nice guy. Meng Qingqiu was by his side this day, so naturally it was impossible to secretly buy the gift. That is to say, she had this gift ready back in Mordor. And him? Ahem. Just thinking about this, Jiangnan only felt a pang of shame. Most of all, at this moment, Meng Qingqiu was still looking at him with slightly expectant eyes, which made Jiangnan even more guilty. "What about darling? Didn't you get an early 520 present for your favorite autumn?" Meng Qingqiu smiled and said, "Cough cough cough." Jiangnan cleared his throat and was about to speak. "Humph, I knew you must not have thought to prepare." Meng Qingqiu immediately took out what was in the delicate little pocket, a very pretty little blue gift box, and then after opening it up and looking at it, it was a pair of red and blue couples watches. Couldn't tell what brand it was, but from that fine degree, it should be worth a lot. Even if you don't know the name brand sub, it's definitely a high-end customized couples watch. Meng Qingqiu took out that blue watch and nudged at Jiangnan, signaling him to take down his own piece. Jiangnan removed the green water ghost from his hand, and Meng Qingqiu immediately put it on him, and then looked left and right, and then lowered his head and kissed on his hand, and then smiled and said, "My darling's hand is really nice. Super feeling." Hearing this, Jiangnan froze for a moment, then reacted. No wonder how she had made that request in the afternoon. I feel like this woman is still a hand controller. This watch shouldn't be cheap, should it? Jiangnan measured the hand of the blue table. Only the strap does not seem to be much forced, but the table is with several diamonds. Moreover, the steel case is plated with a layer of brilliant and sparkling white gold, which looks like a different kind of beauty, a little bit more expensive than your green water ghost. Meng Qingqiu also removed the small pink watch from her right hand, and then put the green water ghost and her watch back into the small gift box, and then she also put on the red couple's watch, smiling and saying, "What a match! Red and blue have been CPs since the beginning of time. You've got a good eye for this." Jiangnan nodded. "That's for sure, not looking at whose wife I am." Meng Qingqiu smiled and said, "Whose wife?" Jiangnan inquired. "Darling's wife." "Who's darling?" "Darn it, Meng Qingqiu is Jiangnan's wife." The conversation between the young lovers was extraordinarily interesting. The meal was also over very quickly, with waiting, eating and spending almost an hour. By the time the two of them walked out of the hotel, it was already getting dark. This day has gone by a little too fast. Car. After Meng Qingqiu fastened her seatbelt, she rolled down the car window, looked at the big dark night sky, and smiled bitterly. "It always feels like I've passed a day without doing anything, and I'll stay another day tomorrow, and then I'll have to go back in the morning the day after tomorrow. Damn yeah, can't think about it. Once I think about it I feel like I'm about to emo. It's fine, I'll come to Magic City to look for you after a while." Jiangnan reached out and grabbed Meng Qingqiu's hand and said softly, "Yes." Meng Qingqiu came over and kissed Jiangnan's cheek. Boom! The car started. Buzz off. Road. Suddenly, the cell phone, which he had habitually set aside since he got into the car, vibrated. Moment. His heart just didn't stop skipping a beat. The usual in the past was that no one would call him, but not in recent days. Not answering the phone, rather than being more suspicious, Jiangnan couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then said to Meng Qingqiu, who was looking at her cell phone rather curiously from the passenger seat, "I'm driving, so take the call." Meng Qingqiu blinked, then picked up her cell phone and glanced at it. Speaking, "It's a call from the marked landlady. Answer it?" Hearing that it was the landlady's call, Jiangnan let out a huge sigh of relief and nodded. "Answer it." Luckily it was a cell phone call and not a microphone call. Otherwise, this would be a big deal if it was for Meng Qingqiu to click on his WeChat. Chapter 56, Human Nature is Evil. First time throwing insight at the same sex. Phone call connected. Gong nam. Just after connecting, the landlady's rather anxious voice immediately rang out. "What's wrong?" Meng Qingqiu opened the speakerphone, and Jiangnan, who was driving the car, immediately picked up the conversation. "Ing is gone," the landlady said in a panic. "Just now it was in the neighborhood. All of a sudden it's gone. I'm in a hurry now. I've already called the police, but I'm so scared now." It's okay, Sister Xia. We'll be right there. That's no small thing." Jiangnan took a deep breath and hurriedly said, "I'm really sorry, Jiangnan. I don't have many friends, and when this happened, I could only think of you and seek your help." As soon as she heard us, although the landlady was flustered at the moment, she was still more than sure of who Anami was with, and thus didn't say anything that would be misunderstood. "Sis, what are you talking about? You didn't give me less rent before. How this is still very much appreciated. You give me a location. I'll come right away," Jiangnan said in a deep voice. "I'm right at home in my neighborhood." The landlady hastened. "Copy that, coming right up." The call was decisive. Meng Qingqiu put the phone down, and her face was a bit grave as she softly said, "There shouldn't be any human traffickers these days, right? There are eyes in the sky everywhere. So as long as it's the first time the police are called, nothing should happen. It's hard to say. There's no surveillance in any of those old neighborhoods. Really put on a sack and just run away. No one will know." Jiangnan couldn't help but frown as well. Also, Meng Qingqiu nodded. Soon, because Jiangnan had raised some speed, it didn't take a while for him to return to the middle of the neighborhood. Stopping the car under the building he was renting, he saw a flustered landlady not far away. "Sister Xia." Gangnam waved his hand and hollered. Moment. Hearing Jiangnan's voice, the landlady immediately looked towards him as if she had found her backbone. seeing that he was a Pagani windy son down the moment. Her face still first showed a shock, followed by a beautiful young sister from the passenger side down. The pupil is a burst of tightening and dilation. My God, this girl is a little too good looking. Even the landlady felt ashamed of herself at this moment. Whether it was temperament, face value, it was all finished off by this beauty. The parties met. Meng Qingqiu took a couple more looks at this beautiful sister who was wearing high-waisted jean pants and looked exquisite, and a look of awe came over her face. I'm so sorry to have interrupted your little couple's date. The landlady apologized profusely. Sister Xia, there's always time for a date. Finding Ying is the most important right now. Right, Qingqiu. Zhang Nan opened his mouth. Yes, Sister Xia, don't panic. In a moment when Uncle Hat arrives he will surely be able to find the little girl quickly. Meng Qingqiu hurriedly picked up the conversation. Sister Xia, have you looked around the neighborhood? Zhang Nan inquired. I've searched all over, but I haven't found any trace of Ying. Also asked those children playing in the neighborhood. All said they hadn't seen Xiaoying. The landlady's eyes immediately moistened as she spoke. She had just been sitting in a place merely talking to Grandma Ying on the phone for a few minutes. Who knew that after she had done so she would realize that Ying, who had been playing with herself on the side, was no longer there. She really blamed herself for this. If anything happened to Ying, then she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully once in her life. Chiu, you talk to Sister Xia for a while, wait for Uncle Hat. I'll go search first. Hearing the landlady's words, the delicate-minded Zhang Nan couldn't help but flicker her gaze for a moment, and immediately gave Meng Qingqiu a look before saying a word, and then began to walk around the entire neighborhood. This old-fashioned neighborhood is not big, a total of 4 buildings. Green and what are some simple small lawn in the back door in the community fountain rockery. Could it be that these pushy kids are running around with their little girl? Zhang Nan walked around and saw a few little boys playing on the slide, and his eyes narrowed. He still had a bit of an impression of these brats. They were the ones who had bullied the little girl before. Human nature is inherently evil, especially these small children. If the adults in the family do not have the correct guidance, plus the beam is not correct, the next beam will naturally have a great possibility to follow the crooked. So it's not necessarily out of the question. Too many of these little kids banding together to kill another little kid all over the internet. Zhang Nan took large strides toward the little boys playing with the slide, and at this moment, these few young boys also instantly saw Zhang Nan. Soon, Zhang Nan arrived in front of them and calmly swept a glance at the several young boys. Temperance, too calm. Even so, it gave Zhang Nan a feeling of calmness that was uncharacteristic. Have you guys seen Ying Xia? Zhang Nan was aware of the little girl's name, and at this moment, he narrowed his eyes at these little boys and opened his mouth to ask. No. This brother, what are you asking us for when Xia Ying is missing? Go call the police. Ask Uncle Hat. A slightly taller boy looked at Zhang Nan in surprise and asked. I didn't say the little girl was missing. Zhang Nan instantly locked his gaze on his body, his eyes narrowing. Hearing Zhang Nan's words, the other 2 boys' faces looked a bit abnormal. The taller boy, however, was calm and spoke. Why do I feel that you are stupid? If you ask such a question, doesn't it mean that the person has disappeared? Any other adult, hearing such a little kid provoking himself, that is absolutely unable to endure, not to say a violent beating, a slap is always to be drawn out. But, Zhang Nan, however, just narrowed his eyes and stared at the boy casting a chilling light. This stern eyes, scared this tall little boy subconsciously backed up a step, face is no longer as calm as before. Threatened, I can tell you. You want to somehow beat my words, can have to think about their own, cannot withstand the pressure of public opinion. The pressure of public opinion? Hearing these words, Zhang Nan could not help but let out a cold laugh. By now, he had basically settled on it. Ying's disappearance definitely has something to do with these little boys. He immediately came up with a countermeasure in his mind and threw an insight spell over towards this little boy. Name, Zhang Dong. Favorability, -100 points. Life events, recently arrested in a juvenile detention center for allegedly kidnapping a little girl. Mental activity, no matter how you think about it, you can't possibly think that I hid that girl Xia Ying in the balcony of the top floor of my house, right? Aha! Zhang Nan, who had already planned to do so, had a look of surprise on his face when he saw the insight spell thrown at the young boy. The character attribute panels for women, men, and himself were surprisingly different. With this setting out, I wonder if any readers would guess which type of female lead 15 will unlock. That's right, it's Chapter 57, handsome as an exiled immortal, wildly brushing up on goodwill. Zhang Dong, I know you, Zhang Nan said indifferently. You lied about your age. Are you trying to cover up to prove something? What? A hint of panic flashed in Zhang Dong's eyes as he forced himself to calm down. Don't you threaten me? I'm telling you, so what if I lied about my age? What can you do to me? And, Jiang Nan smiled before looking at the roofs of the remaining 3 buildings, and as he swept his eyes, several of Zhang Dong's young boys also followed his sweeping gaze rather nervously. Jiang Nan's afterglow had been staring at them, and when he saw Zhang Dong's 3 boys' gaze lingering on the building to his left for a few more seconds, he instantly already knew which building the little girl was in. Immediately, he took out his phone and called the landlady directly. "Gangnam, I was just about to call you. Uncle Hat is here. How are you doing?" The landlady answered the phone in seconds and her anxious voice rang out immediately. "I'm on this side of the slide. You bring them," Jiang Nan faintly said. "Yes." Hearing Jiang Nan's calm voice, the landlady even calmed down her panicked emotions. The phone hung up. Those 3 little boys were immediately ready to run. Jiang Nan directly grabbed one in one hand. As for the 2 smaller ones, they were even carrying one in their arms and grabbing one in their hands. "Let go of me. You're kidnapping." "Kidnapping, you know?" Zhang Dong was lifted in midair and kept waving his fists. "Kidnapping? You know about kidnapping too?" Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes at this kid, whose temperament was already very good. But when it comes to this kind of lawless little bastard who thinks he's too young, he really wants to slap him to death. He'd read too many of these cases of premeditated murder by small children on the internet, and every time he saw it, his blood boiled and he couldn't wait to kill these pussies. And now that this has happened in reality, do you think Gangnam can stand it? Soon, the landlady, Meng Qingqiu, arrived with a couple of hat uncles. The moment Jiang Nan turned back, he swept past everyone, his eyes fixing on a pretty hat sister for a few seconds. "Gangnam." The landlady and Meng Qingqiu came with quick steps, looking at Jiang Nan grabbing a few young boys, where they didn't know what was going on. "Where have you taken my little Yinging to fetch?" The landlady immediately stared at the Dong, her face grim. "I don't know," Zhang Dong said in a hard and uncontrollable manner. "You didn't keep an eye on your daughter and blamed us for her loss? You really have to be shameless. Moreover, don't think that you're arrogant just because you're the landlady of the neighborhood. Let me tell you, it's a legalized society now, so what if you're rich? Still a rich-hating pussy brat." Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed, and he instantly smacked out. "How dare you hit me?" Zhang Dong's mind was dazed by the slap, and when he came back to his senses, his face immediately grimaced. "Handsome man, we can talk about this. Hitting a child is a bit of a thing. Besides, it's not necessarily true that this boy took the little girl away." And Uncle Hat stepped forward in a hurry. Jiang Nan glanced back at the hat uncle and said indifferently, "I dare to slap this. Naturally I have my own backbone. Follow me." After saying this, Jiang Nan took large strides toward a building. "See this." The landlady and Meng Qingqiu followed mindlessly. The few remaining hat uncles and the hat sister looked at each other and followed quickly, straight up to the stairway balcony door at the top of the 6th floor. "Ing, Ing," the landlady immediately called out. "Mommy, Mommy, moment." The little girl's voice rang out. How did you know she was hidden here by us?" Zhang Dong's face suddenly changed. Snap. Hearing his words, the landlady immediately stepped forward and threw a heavy slap on his face. When Zhang Dong wanted to say something cruel, but he saw the fierce eyes of the landlady and was immediately scared to speak. "Women are weak, but mothers are strong." "Oh, Mommy, I'm so scared. I'm so scared." The little girl's cries came from behind the door. "Don't be afraid. Mommy will get you out soon," the landlady hurriedly said. "I have a spare gate key for the top floor over here at home." "Jiang Nan, you calm down the little girl's emotions. I'll go get it right away." At this time, a few hat uncle and that hat sister also came up, heard the little girl's cries, face immediately showed a shocked color too. "It's really up here." "Sister Xia, no need to go," Jiang Nan faintly said, and then after placing the 2 smaller boys in his hands for a moment and switching Zhang Dongti to his left hand, he then reached out and gently knocked on the door in front of him. It's a regular aluminum door. What's he trying to do? Seeing this scene, the faces of those present showed a look of confusion. "Little Ing is good. Hide to the side, okay, and wait for brother to come in right away to save you." Jiang Nan's gentle voice rang out. "Ooh, brother. The little girl's cries increased a little more. "Good boy, listen to your brother. Stay away from the door, and not right in front of it either. Find a corner and cover your ears and hide." Jiang Nan was very patient and soothing. "Good Ing, be good." The little girl sobbed while also finding a good place to hide. "Is Ing hiding yet?" Jiang Nan continued to inquire. "Duck. Oh, ducked well brother." A small sob sounded. Jiang Nan received it, and after taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist under the shocked gaze of everyone in the room, took a horse stance, and fiercely blasted his fist on the aluminum door. Bang! A loud noise rang out in the stairwell. With this sound, several people could not help but physically tremble, and then they looked towards the aluminum door, their eyes instantly widening. Asterisk. He punched the door with a fist mark? Even though it's an aluminum door, that's an exaggerated amount of power in his punch. And Uncle had exclaimed. Bang! That's when the second punch landed. Bang! Third punch. And with Jiang Nan having thrown out 5 punches at once, Zhang Dong, who he was carrying in his left hand, had been stunned and casually dropped him on the ground. Only Jiang Nan took a deep breath before raising his foot and kicking it violently. Boom! The aluminum door was instantly kicked out. Jiang Nan took a step out, leaving the landlady, Meng Qingqiu, and a few hat uncles as well as that pretty hat sister standing in place with an incredibly dumbfounded look on their faces. Xia Jiqing's favoritism plus 12. Meng Qingqiu's favorability plus 2. Qiu Ruiyu's favoritism plus 20. In an instant, as the people present all slowed down, they had already seen Jiang Nan arriving at the doorway with the little girl in his arms, and it so happens that at this moment the moonlight is bright, shining on Jiang Nan, as if the immortal general. At this moment, the whole field of women are not a heartbeat accelerated up. Chapter 58, Autumn Ruiyu's Love at First Sight. I fought. So what? Ha! The moment. Jiang Nan listened to the beeping tone that sounded in his head, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The landlady unexpectedly directly skyrocketed as much as 12 points. If he remembered correctly, at this moment already had 92 points on him, already pulling full circle, reaching the same class as its face value score. And Meng Qingqiu went up by as much as 2 points, which wasn't a small amount. After all, her face value score was 96 points, and with the fact that this incident didn't happen to her, it was already considered very good to go up by 2 points. As for Qiu Ruiyue, it directly added as much as 20 points at once, which made Jiang Nan not hold back from looking towards the hat sister in that stairwell and throwing an insight spell as well. Name, Qiu Ruiyue. Age, 25. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Face value, 92 points. Favor, 25 points. Jiang Nan, Ing. This time, the landlady's voice sounded as if she was relieved, and immediately subconsciously hugged towards Jiang Nan. To this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but comfort. Sister Xia, it's fine. It was at this time that the landlady reacted, taking the little girl from Jiang Nan's arms, her eyes slightly red at the moment, while her pretty face was also slightly red, embarrassedly looking towards Meng Qingqiu, like a little girl who had done something wrong, lowering her head, apologetically saying, Qiu sister, Sister Xia, I understand, there's nothing for me to be jealous about. Meng Qingqiu very sensibly stepped forward and grabbed the landlady's hand, gently patting it and soothingly saying, it's good that the little girl is fine. As she said that, she also took a long breath and looked towards the cute little girl in her arms. She couldn't help but reach out and touch her little head, and spoke, what a cute little girl. These damn stinky kids, how did they give it up? Meng Qingqiu's temper was simply too good to be true, but that's how it was, and she was still pissed off. What about these little kids? Jiang Nan's gaze rested on the hat uncles, and he said in a deep voice, even though these are small children, this has resulted in a crime. We understand. A few hat uncles take a look at Jiang Nan is not an ordinary person. Moreover, they also know that the landlady is not an ordinary person. This whole neighborhood is her visible financial strength is how amazing. Not at all their few small hat uncle can provoke. What's more, the matter was originally wronged by these schoolboys, and as a decent hat uncle, it was naturally impossible to turn towards the violent party. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an answer on this matter. This time, Sister Hat stood out and walked up, first glancing contemptuously at the 3 bad kids who were limp on the floor, scared to the point of snot bubbles and tears coming out, and then assured Jiang Nan and the landlady, my name is Autumn Ruiyue, but if this matter has not been able to give you a perfect answer, feel free to go and complain about me. Shui, hearing Qiu Ruiyue's words, an older hat uncle's face changed. Brotherly, it's fine. I'm just not used to seeing this kind of guy who thinks he's a kid and acts recklessly. Without saying anything, this older one, the juvenile detention center must let him in. Qiu Ruiyue faintly said, since she had put on the dress, she had to be worthy of it. Thank you. The landlady immediately thanked her. We should. Qiu Ruiyue revealed a smile before looking at Jiang Nan, her eyes suddenly flashing with a heartfelt light as she spoke. Have you practiced that power just now? It was so exaggerated. Practiced kung fu for a few years. Jiang Nan then spoke back. Hearing these words, the heartwarming glow in Qiu Ruiyue's eyes became much more intense. Qiu Ruiyu's favoritism plus 2. Darling, is your hand okay? At this time, Meng Qingqiu came and first glanced at Qiu Ruiyue, and then painfully picked up Jiang Nan's right hand and looked at it, and apart from a little slight redness, there were no other problems, which caused her to let out a huge sigh of relief. It's okay. Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head. Qiu Ruiyue looked at Meng Qingqiu twice more, and she was genuinely stunned in her eyes. It's so beautiful. She thought she had grown up with basically no girls around her that were prettier than her. That's because the prettiness wasn't obvious enough. nowhere near enough to make even her feel amazing. Just as when she had looked at the landlady just now, she hadn't felt much of anything, and had simply thought that the sister was pretty, that was all. But at this moment, after she took a few more glances at Meng Qingqiu, she felt more and more that this sister was good-looking, to the point that she was so good that she felt ashamed of herself. And, darling, are two people a couple? Qiu Ruiyua's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly without showing any trace. What's the point of being in a relationship if it's with a woman who's less than her? Frankly, I'm not married. These days, the whole relationship breakup thing is all too normal. She just waited quietly. But, Meng Qingqiu is so beautiful. This kind of superb girl. Which man will give up? It's kind of hard to get around. Qiu Ruiyua took a deep breath, and the corner of her mouth hooked up an imperceptible color of a bitter smile. She herself was a cynical person. Letting her go and forcefully know 3 is 3. Naturally it was impossible to do such a thing. But Meng Qingqiu was just too beautiful, and her temperament and figure were a bit stronger than her. Honestly, it really doesn't compare. At the same time, she felt afraid that she would have a really hard time waiting for the day when the two would break up. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a deep look at Jiangnan, burying this love at first sight like in her heart in an instant. What comes next is much simpler. The group arrived at the institute. It also didn't take long for the parents of the 3 bad kids to arrive. Mom! Since arriving at the facility, Zhang Dong hadn't said a word, and when he saw his parents arriving at this moment, he immediately cried out. My face was slapped several times by them. It hurts me to death, said crying, and really cried out immediately, without a hint of bruising at all. See this. Zhang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. This bad boy called Zhang Dong was really something. In a word, that's a bad seed by nature. Don't cry. Don't cry. Good boy. Mommy Xiaodong. Who the hell hit my son? Hurry up and get out and apologize to my mother. This Zhang Dong's mother first consoled her own son, and then her face was incomparably gloomy as she scanned up everyone present. Among them, her gaze lingered on Zhang Nan for a moment, and her powerful charm also caused this pig-headed woman's face to slow down a little. Yeah, who hit my kid? A middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking very thin and even paler, stood up to Zhang Dong's mother and son in a vain manner, and spoke in a seemingly forceful manner. I hit it. So what? The landlady was about to admit it when Zhang Nan took a step out and said calmly, this mini-plot is pulling out the line of Qiu Ruiyua out. 15 is not without a main line. Not right wherever you want. This line before the ambush. So please feel free to use. There are millions of words of outline. Requesting free power for love. Chapter 59, Looking at the Dead. A good show. I hit it. So what? Zhang Nan stepped forward and stepped out, very calmly looking at the skinny middle-aged man, and said indifferently, do you know what your son has done? Kidnapping. And do you know what crime kidnapping can be sentenced for? My child is so young. What can I be convicted of? The skinny middle-aged man pushed up his glasses and sneered. As his words came out, the faces of everyone in the room changed. Nice guy. To say something like that is really without a shred of scruple to speak of. Well. Zhang Nan laughed back in anger before throwing an insight spell over towards this skinny man. Name, Zheng Qiqiang. Age, 38. Crime value, 100 points. Favorability, minus 100 points. Life events, will die a violent death shortly after due to chronic use of illegal injections of prohibited drugs. Mental activity, marred. Damn. I was just about to inject it. And damn, Zhang Dong came into the center. I'm dying. It's so hard. After reading the attributes of this skinny middle-aged man, as well as that life encounter with the mental activities at this moment, the pupils were suddenly tightened and enlarged. Good lord, how dare you dip in that stuff? At this moment, Zhang Nan's eyes were undoubtedly not looking at a dead person. This parent, words can't be said like that. An older hat uncle frowned and stood up. Even though Zhang Dong has not reached the age of 14, his behavioral language and logic do not seem like something that can be done at this age. Although he is not criminally liable, we will send him into the middle of a correctional center if necessary. Don't scare me. I, an ordinary citizen, can't afford to be terrorized like you guys. Zhang Qiqiang said faintly, what his mother? Take out the cell phone. Good to this group of guys shoot. I do not believe it. Ordinary children play a hide and seek. To rise to the kidnapping of the said above? Yes. Zhang Dong's mom immediately took out her cell phone. See this. Zhang Nan looked toward the somewhat flustered several hat uncles before fixing his gaze on the calm Qiu Ruiyua. At this moment, Qiu Ruiyua also placed her gaze on him. 4 eyes. I don't know what the reason was, but as if Autumn Ruiyua could see what he wanted to do, she immediately walked over to him and came, asking in a low voice, is there something? Yes. Zhang Nan nodded, before taking a step forward and approaching Qiu Ruiyua. Testosterone attacked, causing Qiu Ruiyua's pretty face, who had already fallen in love with Zhang Nan at first sight, to instantly blush. Puff, puff, puff. The heart was also beating extremely fast. Qiu Ruiyu's favoritism +3. Another 3 points of goodwill into the account. Jiang Nan secretly nodded in his heart, and then softly said, I have also studied a few years of old Chinese medicine before, and through the art of looking out, I can see that this guy's body is extremely weak, and it is exactly the same as the symptoms of too much opium smoking among the medical book records. This point, you should also be able to see some, right? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Xiao Ruiyue's face first froze, then changed into a look of shock. Nice guy, it's martial arts again, and it's medical. This man called Jiang Nan, should he be so excellent? And, at this time, she reacted to what Jiang Nan meant when he said this, staring at her just as she wanted to exclaim in shock. The latter immediately gave her a look, and she also instantly came back to her senses, gulped a bit, and lowered her voice. You mean, I seem to get it. Check his house, Gangnam Road. I see, you can't break into someone's house without a warrant. But, she looked at Jiang Nan's confident eyes and, for some reason, subconsciously wanted to go and blindly follow his arrangements. Immediately, she took a deep look at the skinny middle-aged man's family, and then returned to the several hat uncles, and after whispering, the several hat uncles immediately turned their shocked gazes toward Jiang Nan. Chui, this is not a small thing. Uncle Hat, who was slightly older, murmured, I believe him, and, you see that guy, isn't he the same as someone who smokes too much and injects too many banned drugs? Xiao Ruiyue spoke. This young man called Jiang Nan is not an ordinary person. I think he should be a bit powerful in his body. Hearing this, the several hat uncles looked at me, recalling Jiang Nan's exaggerated power just now, and all of them fell silent for a while. Xiao Qiu, you and Xiao Zhao, Xiao Chen go take a look. Yes, this way. Jiang Nan also directly ignored the cell phone that the pig-headed woman had been filming, whispered a few words to the landlady, and took over the already sleeping little girl under her shocked gaze. Ta-da! The landlady walked quickly towards Autumn Ruiyue. The group left under the strange looks of a few parents of bad kids. As for that Jiang Qicheng family, is still like a mad dog general while recording the video. While the child screamed, everyone netizens, my child and the neighborhood children play hide and seek. Purely between the children play. This family cannot find their own children. Said that my child kidnapped people, but also hands to beat. This is really abominable. Jiang Nan took 2 stools and sat down with Meng Qingqiu. What's wrong? Meng Qingqiu asked in a small voice. Watch the show later. Jiang Nan said with a smile. Good. Meng Qingqiu didn't ask too many questions, but looked forward to it. Jiang Nan is too calm and mesmerizing, the kind of everything under control temperament. If not so many people, she was afraid that she could not help but sit on the lap of her own darling, wrap her arms around his neck, and, yeah, stinky girl, what are you thinking? Meng Qingqiu's breathing instantly shortened a bit, and a pretty face was all red. She really found that the more she spent time with Jiang Nan, the more she was able to see that excellent side of his face. It was simply maddening. Brother Zhang, if you ask me, don't make it so big, right? The character of one's own child is naturally known to one's own family. The parents of the other 2 bad kids immediately came over and whispered. And, Xia Jiqing is the landlord of an entire neighborhood, and they are all workers coming up from some townships, so there's really no need to mess with them. Plus, where are you going to find a neighborhood with such cheap rent? Don't make it so big? Zhang Qiqiang swept a glance at the man who had spoken and said in a cold voice, Old Wang, I'm telling you, just don't be overwhelmed by these people. We are defending our rights. Do you understand? I'm from the country and don't know much about this. But, Old Wang cowardly said, I always feel creepy in my heart. Why don't we make a big deal out of it? Get out of the way. It's not your son who's feeling the beating. The pig-headed woman coldly glanced at this old king. The rest of the day went by somewhat faster still. It was a stalemate for about 20 minutes. The landlady who left, Autumn Ruiyue and so on. There are 2 hat uncle face extremely strange back to the institute. Xiao Ruiyu's favoritism +5. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +1. Here we go. Ding. At this moment, Jiang Nan slowly got up, and at the same time, a system beep sounded in his head. Chapter 60. You want compensation? This Tuzi brother is really giving it. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Xia Jiqing's favorability +1. Face value score +1. Obtaining a lucky draw opportunity. A system beep sounded in his head, causing Jiang Nan's eyes to light up. He instantly turned toward the landlady who had already raised her face value score from 92 to 93. At this moment, she really had inexplicably undergone a great change, and her entire state had risen by more than a notch compared to before. This change, too, was only a momentary thing, and to the average person, it would at most seem that the landlady suddenly looked a little better. But, for Gangnam, that glow was just enough of a difference. Even, at this moment, Xiao Ruiyue by the landlady's side also seemed to have sensed something, and looked towards the landlady by her side with a stunned face, with a shocked look on her face. How? Suddenly I feel that this sensible sister looks much better again. Rico. Two uncle hats immediately stepped forward with their cell phones and tapped on a recorded video. When that brotherly finished reading, his face was red for a while, green for a while, and then he immediately looked at that Zhang Qicheng, with a wild look in his eyes. This guy, he's really got a death wish. Take that. Rico burst out. Yes. The two hat uncles immediately headed towards Zhang Qicheng. What do you want? Hey, are you guys crazy? Uncle Hat is hitting people. Uncle Hat is hitting civilian folk. Help. Instantly, Zhang Qicheng's family immediately howled. Shut up, look what it is. And Uncle Hat took his cell phone out and took the video that was taken and searched it out and disliked it right in his face. Not only that, but the other hat uncle took out a small black pocket, and in an instant made the Zhang Qicheng shut his mouth, and a bean-sized bead of sweat instantly popped up on his forehead. That already pale face was also white, and his lips kept shivering. I want. Next, his eyes instantly reddened, surprisingly from a seizure under extreme stress. You adore it? Uncle Hat threw a slap across the face and knocked him right over onto the floor. Seeing this scene, Zhang Nan didn't hold back his laughter. Well played. Meng Qingqiu immediately applauded. This Qicheng dog barked for almost more than half an hour. She forced herself to hold back until now. If not for the fact that her own darling has not been expressed, she would have long opened her mouth to dislike. And now see this scene. Finally happy. Darling, how did you know? Suddenly, Meng Qingqiu thought of something else and looked at Zhang Nan incredulously. I know a little bit of medicine, and by looking at the air I feel that this guy is a drug addict. Zhang Nan blew up the awesome, and that was not a draft at all. There were plenty of opportunities, and one day, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to get his hands on this master healer's skills. Frog fun, darling, you're so awesome. Meng Qingqiu immediately eyes are full of small peach heart. Really, the more she gets along with Zhang Nan, the more she is able to discover his greatness. And now the medical skills. What else will he do in the end? Meng Qingqiu's favoritism +1, added a little more. Currently, Meng Qingqiu's favorability towards Zhang Nan had reached a staggering 93 points, 3 points short of reaching the height of the face score. It's still a little difficult to grow. Zhang Nan mentally spat out, replacing it with a normal 90-point heterosexual beauty. He'd have gotten 3 chances to draw at this moment. However, Zhang Nan didn't care too much about this thing. Brother Unicorn is not so stingy that he would be so stingy. If he treats me poorly in this area, he must be able to make up for it in another area, isn't it, Brother Toon-chan? Zhang Nan said in his heart. Ding! Next, as soon as his exchange was made, a system beep immediately sounded in his head. Ha! Really come? Detecting the host's courage and discovering the system's functions, we hereby present a lottery opportunity. The system's beep sounded. Well, getting a chance to draw a prize for nothing. How could Zhang Nan not be happy? The main thing is that this system is too humane. There are trolls. You want to compensate. It is really giving. Is really doing real work. 5 stars. Must be 5 stars. Zhang Nan's heart nodded madly. Thanks a lot, little brother Zhang Nan. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to find this dark line of Zhang Qicheng. Just checked on this guy. There are many trading these things amongst the Zhang city. Half an hour later, the gate of the institute. Badly took Qiu Ruiwei and the others and saluted Zhang Nan. This is not a small merit. Really rely on their intelligence, followed by the termination of an organization trading this stuff. That can really be added to the merit. That's what I should do. Zhang Nan said in a deep voice. This thing is too harmful. Since I can see it, I can't hide it. Moreover, it's lucky that Sister Qiu believes in me. Otherwise, I'd be riding the tiger a bit. Half an hour's time. Zhang Nan also added Qiu Ruiyue's WeChat, and the line also chatted. The relationship on the surface at least is not the appearance of a stranger. Hearing Zhang Nan's words, Qiu Ruiyue instantly smiled happily and looked at that Li with her head held high, not saying anything, but as if she had said something. Indeed, I will follow up on the subsequent kidnapping of Zhang Dong's several bad kids and will definitely give you an explanation, Rico said in a deep voice. Good. In that case, we'll go back first. Zhang Nan waved his hand. Wait, I'll take you guys back, Qiu Ruiyue hurriedly said. What a pain in the ass that would be. Zhang Nan hesitated. No trouble. I like your name, Sister Autumn, and I must send you all back. Qiu Ruiyue smiled and said. Her favorability towards Zhang Nan had reached as many as 35 points. This favorability was not normally high, but whenever there was a bit of intimate contact, that favorability was bound to rub off. Zhang Nan, you're really amazing. I can't imagine that the old ancestor's legacy is still with you to help us about to end a drug trafficking organization. Police car. Qiu Ruiyue's face was all smiles of excitement. Just a coincidence. Zhang Nan on the passenger side humbly said. Too modest. Qiu Ruiyue looked at Zhang Nan in the passenger seat from time to time, the heartbeat in those eyes not hidden at all. Inside the car among the rearview mirrors, the landlady in the backseat pursed her lips as she held her sleeping little girl, clearly understanding the reason why Chiu Rueyue would be so talkative. It's too normal. Which woman, after meeting Jiangnan, could resist his super charisma that emanated all the time? What's the resistance? The landlady really felt that it was a lesbian who came and touched her little man more, and that all had to straighten up obediently. Ahem. This time, Meng Qingqiu cleared her throat slightly for some reason. Moment. Chiu Rueyue, who was chattering happily, immediately stopped. Chapter 61. The sweaty Chiu Rueyue, the landlady who couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth, simply clearing her throat. Chiu Rueyue in the main driver's seat instantly stopped talking, and also glanced at the car's rearview mirror with some embarrassment. And when she saw that Meng Qingqiu was looking at her with an odd look at the moment, her heart instantly thumped. She understood that this was already Meng Qingqiu's first warning. She did go over some, from the initial invitation to Jiangnan to sit in the co-pilot before getting into the car, as well as the chatter along the way, even to the point of crazily praising all traces of Jiangnan, even a little cutie. I'm afraid I can tell that she's very interested in Jiangnan. I'm sorry about that. I'm a bit of a talker. Autumn Rueyue whispered with slight embarrassment. She really didn't want to fight. It was just that she couldn't control her love at first sight for Jiangnan, and there was no way around liking something like that. Meng Qingqiu saw Chiu Rueyue's embarrassed expression in the car's rearview mirror, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Once she saw Jiangnan, she was mistaken for life, and she knew this saying all too well. Gangnam is unimaginably charming. Honestly speaking, really did not online dating 2.5 years, just simply ground a base. Meng Qingqiu feel that I am afraid that I cannot escape the situation of love at first sight to Jiangnan. It's still true that the better you are, the more you can feel the other person's excellence. Jiangnan was too good, at least for the moment. His only drawback, that was too good, causing him to be extremely charismatic. The extreme majority of women encountered would not be able to walk, could not help but be attracted to him. Meng Qingqiu herself had a deep understanding of the face of Jiangnan that was not even a tiny bit of desire to resist. So, she felt as if she could understand Autumn Rueyue. Therefore, she did not have too much direct tearing of the face to say what this is my boyfriend. Please do not take too much initiative, but also hope that you have some self-respect this kind of words, because, in her place, if she were Autumn Rueyue, she was Autumn Rueyue, and she did not feel that she would be able to restrain herself better than this woman after her heartbeat. Darling is still a little too perfect. Hey, Meng Qingqiu seemed to have anticipated the future, the situation where she was destined to compete with many women in jealousy. It's okay. After what seemed like a long time of thinking, but was actually only a few moments of thought, Meng Qingqiu sighed softly and shook her head. The landlady sitting in the backseat didn't say a word and acted like it was none of my business. She was very clear about her position. Not competing, not grabbing. As long as Jiangnan had time when he had time, occasionally accompanied her would be satisfied. After all, she was innately unworthy to compete for these. That, she was very self-aware of. Therefore, for the landlady, it didn't matter who Jiangnan would eventually walk into the marriage hall with. In her opinion, it was impossible for her, Xia Jiqing, to walk into the middle of the marriage hall with him anyway. This mentality, that is not internalized. There was nothing for her to internalize, and from the very beginning she had picked a fight with Jiangnan about their future relationship together. Next, the atmosphere was briefly silent for a moment. At this time, Jiangnan also cleared his throat and spoke. What's the atmosphere so stiff for? Can we listen to songs in this car? There's still a short distance to go back, so listen to a song to relieve yourself. Oh, okay. Chiu Rueyue stole another glance at Meng Qingqiu in the rearview mirror of the car, and then opened the car music and played it. Love is hard to come by, yet I actually belong to the category of, well, extremely hurt women. Don't. Just turned on the car music and a Cantonese song came on, and the lyrics instantly made everyone in the car blush. Snap. Autumn Rueyue is worthy of being the hat sister. The reaction is really a bit fast. Immediately shut down the car music, and then pretended as if nothing had happened. Today's night scenery is still good. There are stars, there is the moon, and tomorrow there will definitely be a big sun. Yes, it's May 18th, June is almost here, and it's almost into the rhythm of the summer heat. The landlady, being the oldest sister in the car, couldn't help herself at the moment and picked up on Autumn Rueyue's words. Any more awkwardness and the landlady felt a little embarrassed. It was clear that she and Jiangnan were the pair with the biggest problem. Who knew that the proactive Chiu Rueyue was the one who took this cold embarrassment in her place? Yeah, right, Autumn. Jiangnan suddenly thought of something and shouted. Ha! Meng Qingqiu and Chiu Rueyue responded at the same time. And at this moment, in the rearview mirror of the car, the two women locked eyes at the same time again. Meng Qingqiu's eyebrows slightly knit. As for Chiu Rueyue, if she is not driving, I'm afraid that at this moment her head is already buried. but her face is not as good as it could be, as embarrassing as it could be. I thought it was shouting at me, and my good friend shouted at me Cho Chio. The moment. Back seat. The landlady looked upward, struggling to manage her expression. The corners of her mouth pursed up frantically. There's a real sense of shura between these two women, and it's so much fun to watch. Most of all, it was the first time she had seen such a stiff expression on Jang Nan's face. I wish I could film him. Ha ha ha, this is so cute at the moment. So much love. My little man. Even when he's embarrassed he exudes his charming, damn charisma without fail. The landlady was really on the verge of suppressing the corners of her mouth at the moment. Here it is. 5 minutes later, Chiu Ruiyue's rather hoarse voice sounded in the car, and the car slowly came to a stop. She was really sweating at the moment, and she felt more nervous about this current scene than she had ever felt before when she had the honor of being part of a real arrest. Even the backs of the palms, likewise, were sweating. Damn heartbeat. Couldn't help it, shouldn't have offered to send them. Don't let the two break up by then. Then I'm really guilty. The bitterness that Chiu Ruiyue felt at this moment was known only to herself. Sister Autumn, we'll get off first then. Jiang Nan immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the passenger side. Meng Qingqiu didn't drag her feet and also got out of the car. And as for the landlady, she slowly got out of the car while holding her little girl who was still in a deep sleep. Bye-bye. Chiu Ruiyue snorted a greeting and hurriedly turned around and left. Subdivision gate. Jiang Nan glanced at Meng Qingqiu, who also glanced at him. 4 eyes. Jiang Nan was just about to open his mouth to speak. Meng Qingqiu but took the initiative to step forward, took Jiang Nan's arm, whispered, I'm not angry with you again. Moreover, Autumn Ruiyue grows so good looking. Just the first time I see you cannot help but be moved by your heart. This is not more illustrated my selection of men's vision of how good it is. Humph. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she has to be obediently heartbroken in front of my darling. And this is my darling, the charismatic darling. And let their hearts be moved. I don't even care. So what if there are more women who are attracted to you? Can she still shake her Meng Qingqiu's position in Jiang Nan's heart? This, then, was Meng Qingqiu's self-confidence. I can't say water in this chapter, can I? I'm paving the way for Meng Qingqiu's attitude as the queen mother of the main palace, or else the subsequent direct acceptance would be a bit too abrupt. Chapter 62 Landlady, I have an idea. Good woman. Extremely good woman. Jiang Nan could only tightly embrace Meng Qingqiu into his arms. He wasn't an idiot. And Meng Qingqiu's words, even though she hadn't completely teased it out, seemed like she did understand what kind of situation she would be facing in the future. And with those words, the stage was set. Or maybe it was something she was saying to herself at the same time. Darling. Meng Qingqiu let out a soft cry. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and gently patted her back, his gaze going to Meng Qingqiu who was looking enviously at his arms next to him. Honestly, he really wanted to do what Mr. Li did. Open his other hand, and then say to the landlady, no, you're just in time. It's a shame, at least for the time being, if at all. It can't be done for the time being. That day shouldn't be too long in coming. Jiang Nan said in his heart. A few people walked inside the neighborhood. Soon came the downstairs. Want to sleep here or go back to bed? Gong Nam asked. This upstairs is the small apartment I rented before. Here it is. Meng Qingqiu said without a hint of hesitation. Gong Nam, you have this car. The landlady took 2 more glances at the Pagani Windjammer in the vacant lot at this point, and her eyes couldn't help but flicker. Bought it not too long ago. Jiang Nan laughed lightly. It's true that young people prefer sports cars a bit more, but, is indeed handsome, the landlady exclaimed. It wasn't hard to tell from her pile of car keys that she definitely liked cars quite a bit too, so where she couldn't recognize that this Pagani Windjammer wasn't the regular Volkswagen version. Limited edition worldwide. It's definitely worth more than $50 million. Moreover, this is a global limited edition, which is highly collectible. It can be said that this kind of car is absolutely impossible to depreciate in value from the moment you buy it, unless the end of the world comes. If you like it, Sister Xia, how many days do you drive it? Jiang Nan took the car keys out. I don't fit in this car. The landlady immediately shook her head no. If it was in Jiang Nan's car, she still didn't want to drive herself, but let Jiang Nan come. After all, how tiring it is to drive, to concentrate, and not be able to distract yourself a bit. Riding in a car is different. The moment you get in the car, fasten your seatbelt and lean on the seat and you're done. And if you meet an old driver with good driving skills like Jiang Nan, you can even close your eyes and just rest. Okay. Jiang Nan did not know the landlady's mental activities at the moment. If she knew, I'm afraid that she really had to ask her to drive this car is not serious. See you tomorrow, Sister Xia. When they arrived on the 3rd floor, in front of Jiang Nan's house, he and Meng Qingqiu waved at the landlady. See you tomorrow. The landlady nodded tenderly and carried her little girl in her arms as she walked slowly toward her door. Bang! The door to the room is closed. Only then did the landlady stop and look back, a hint of a smile appearing on her face as she whispered, "Brat, don't use up all your spare ammo. Sis is still waiting for you." One night passed. 8 o'clock the next morning, Jungnan woke up from his sleep, and the bedside Izzy was no longer there. Getting down from the bed, Nango arrived at the toilet with his upper body and washed up. Last night's scenery is not mentioned. All in all, after making every effort, Nan only managed to make Meng Qingqiu's favorability arrive at 94 points from 93 points. Gotta step it up and raise it to 96 points of goodwill before Meng Qingqiu returns to Magic City. As for the follow-up, just take the time to find her in Mordor when the time comes. Nan did have some curiosity about Yao Yao that Meng Qingqiu had talked about last night when she rolled her eyes. In the mouth of Meng Qingqiu, her best friend since childhood often wears a big black frame glasses in the sight of ordinary people. In fact, in private it was much prettier than her Meng Qingqiu. This point made Nan very interested in this Yao Yao. Meng Qingqiu didn't even think she was as pretty as her. So how high was this woman's face value score? 97? 98? Nan's eyes instantly narrowed. If it wasn't for the fact that his landlady's relatives were about to leave in recent days, he would have really wanted to follow Meng Qingqiu back to Mordor for a few days. There's no rush. Nan was prepared to complete the previous welfare mini-quests first. He was very coveted for that Jiangcheng mansion, as well as that physical arts master level ability. A physical arts master level ability, paired with his body being transformed. That combat power is not so much of a battle scum compared to a certain hot-blooded manga released on Kamehameha Island. Right, darling? This time, a brisk shout rang out from the parlor outside the room. It seems like hearing has grown a lot too. Nan directly walked out of the bedroom after washing his face. Darling, seeing Nan fruiting his upper body out, Meng Qingqiu hurriedly said, "Sister Xia is there." Hearing this, Nan glanced at the landlady, who was pretending to cover her eyes while revealing her fingers, and immediately turned around and returned to the bedroom with an awkward smile. In his heart, but he could not help but say, "Small autumn. People's summer sister can then you see much earlier." "Sister Xia, I'm sorry, darling, he thought I was alone." Meng Qingqiu apologized to the landlady in embarrassment. "It's okay." The landlady smiled disinterestedly. It was true that she had seen that perfect mermaid line of Nan's much earlier than Meng Qingqiu, but the latter had had her body transformed by the body transformation liquid again, and it was even more perfect than before. Therefore, at this time, although her face did not care, but under the heart is actually heart-thumping accelerated beating up, so that her some dry mouth came to the water fountain, and then poured a cup of water to drink. Soon, Nan also wore another white undershirt out. That perfect body. What's the difference with no wear? Meng Qingqiu glanced at him, her face a little odd for a second, but it quickly dissipated and she hurriedly said, "Brushed your teeth yet? Come and eat breakfast." Brushed. Nan came to the living room sofa and sat down. Xiao Long bao with soy milk. "Sister Xia, the little girl wasn't scared yesterday, was she?" Nan ate 3 Xiao Long bao in a row and took a sip of soy milk before looking at the landlady, who walked over and inquired. Usually quite like to wear seductive stepmother dresses landlady, whether yesterday or today's dress with the last time to participate in the reunion is not bad. There is a stream of neighboring big sister wind. That looks very cool. Dragza's silver high ponytail is really, people cannot help but heart a burst of straight call. Wow, this girl is the memory of a fish. As soon as she wakes up she immediately forgets what happened yesterday. I sent the little girl to my mom's place in the morning, and when I came back I happened to run into Qiuqiu. The landlady walked over and sat down, reached out and ruffled her ear hair, looked at Nan and Meng Qingqiu with a smile on her face, and after the two sides stared at each other for a few seconds, she took a deep breath and seemed to be a bit nervous. "Nan, Qiuqiu, I have an idea. I don't know if you guys can accept it. Would you like to? The first thing I'd like to do is to ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'm not greedy, just one free dime small gift for each person." Chapter 63 Lucky Day to set the highest ever spending rebate multiplier. What? Nan and Meng Qingqiu glanced at each other and said in unison, "It's..." The landlady's face showed a slightly embarrassed smile as she bowed her head and said, "After this incident yesterday, if it wasn't for Nan, I really don't know what would have happened." So, as she spoke, she jerked her head up and looked at Nan and Meng Qingqiu with a serious face as she continued, "I want Nan to become Xiao Ying's godfather, while Qiuqiu, you become Xiao Ying's godmother, can you?" Upon hearing this request from the landlady, Nan's eyes widened. Nice guy, this landlady, she's really trying to do something dark. "Yes, you can." Meng Qingqiu immediately agreed happily. She wasn't very old, but she was more than happy to take in a goddaughter as cute as Ying. Besides, she really had quite an eye for the landlady's sister, and wasn't repulsed by the fact that she was such a pretty one. "I'm fine with that." Nan and the landlady locked eyes. The latter immediately blinked twice in succession, and then in a pleasantly surprised manner moved closer to Meng Qingqiu, grabbed her hand, and said excitedly, "Then it's a deal. How about we have a meal together at noon?" "Yes." Jiang Nan nodded. "No problem, Sister Xia." Meng Qingqiu also nodded. "Then I won't bother you little couple. I'll go back and get ready. I'll give Qiu your call later." The landlady stood up and hugged Meng Qingqiu, knowing that the landlady was not too short. Being a very perfect 168 centimeters, she was even more explosive and stood up to embrace Meng Qingqiu so much, the latter naturally sticking straight up. "Bye-bye," although only 2 seconds, but for Meng Qingqiu, also waiting for the landlady to leave after looking down at their own strength, suddenly sighed softly and muttered, "When can I get to the scale of Sister Xia? What?" Jiang Nan actually heard it, but still pretended not to. "No, nothing. Meng Qingqiu's isn't really that small, but it's a little short for a popping landlady." Ah! Suddenly, Jiang Nan, who had finished eating, got up and princess hugged Meng Qingqiu, and she, who was still thinking about things, was immediately startled, but quickly wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "Darling, what are you doing? Didn't you think of the size of Sister Xia?" Jiang Nan said with a smile, "Geez, darling, you've got it bad." Meng Qingqiu shyly and immediately buried her entire face above Jiang Nan's chest. Around 10 o'clock, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu arrived at a gold store. "Do you have long life locks here?" Jiang Nan asked. "Yes, familiar flavor." As soon as the 30-something-year-old, slightly attractive counter lady saw Jiang Nan, she immediately revealed a warm smile, and her eyes were also sticky in an instant. However, after she noticed Meng Qingqiu beside Jiang Nan, that upper emotion was immediately doused a lot as well, but it was still incredibly enthusiastic. "Let's see." Jiang Nan also scanned the room as he spoke. Long life locks he considered, but was still ready to give one away. This play intends to be auspicious, although this thing is best to be given in infancy, but these days, where is still concerned about this, the auspicious thing, that how is auspicious. Moreover, it was not an exaggeration to say that Jiang Nan, who had bound the system, was now truly like the hero in a novel, burdened with heavenly destiny. Soon, this counter-sister brought 5 different styles of long life locks. Jiang Nan swept a glance and took a fancy to a jade long life lock, immediately pointed her finger towards it and spoke, "Wrap this one up." "Ha!" Jiang Nan's efficiency made the counter girl not react at first. "How much?" Jiang Nan took out his bank card. "Your side." The counter keeper understands that this is to meet the master who was not short of money at all. Immediately, she arrived at the front desk with the 2 Jiang Nan men. "It's like this, we have a membership campaign in our store. Sir, do you want to get a membership? Don't worry, membership is free, and you even get points." While packing this jade long life lock, the counter lady also suggested it. "No, just swipe as much as you want." Jiang Nan waved his hand. He had always been so efficient in his work. Good. The counter lady hurriedly took Jiang Nan's bank card, and then said, "This long life lock is a one-bite price, 66,000 yuan. You see, I'm here for you to brush. Take care, you too, and welcome to the next visit." 1 minute later, the counter attendant sent Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu out with a smile on her face. "What else should I buy next?" The 66,000 consumption just now received a tenfold rebate, and for this amount of money, Jiang Nan was completely put out of mind, without the slightest fluctuation in mood. "I also haven't had the experience. Don't know ah." Meng Qingqiu was also dumbfounded and whispered, "But I've seen my dad accepting goddaughters before, all for buying a villa or something, and then giving some red envelopes to mean something." "Buy a villa?" Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment as he spoke. "What do you think of the villa we lived in before? How about buying a set for the little girl next to us? The greenery and stuff is not bad either." Meng Qingqiu nodded. "Okay, when the godfather this thing." Jiang Nan is also a big girl on the sedan chair. The first time, waiting for the next time, he was much more experienced. Next, Jiang Nan drove to the Nantian Pavilion Sales Center. Hardly wasting any time, he bought a villa closest to him directly on the spot. The same 15 million, only this time the rebate was to stun Jiang Nan. 12 times. Yes, a full 12 times the consumer rebate. In one fell swoop, his savings came to more than 3.5 billion. Good lord, this wave is a blast. To know, he previously consumed for a long time, which only saved 187 million, and now accepting Xiaoying as his goddaughter to consume a wave, even directly obtained the current highest consumption rebate ever, 12 times. Unfortunately, if there is an additional storm bonus, then it seems I'm not far from becoming a deposit to reach 1 billion. That's how people are, always greedy. It's good enough to be satisfying, yet still want more. Ha! Unconsciously, Jiang Nan also drove the Pagani windward along the navigation and arrived at the entrance of a neighborhood, and his face immediately revealed an odd expression, because this neighborhood Surprisingly, heck, was the neighborhood where Soo-yoon was? That's a bit too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Jongnan slowly drove into the inside of the neighborhood, came to the middle of the open space to stop and get out of the car, and then glanced at the building where Soo-yoon was, and then looked at the landlady sent the fourth floor of the third building. The corner of the mouth suddenly twitched. This third building in fourth floor, isn't it the same building and floor where Soo-yoon is? Wait a minute, playful landlady, wouldn't she still invite Soo-yoon to arrive? Suddenly, such a thought rose in Jangnan's mind, and his face became even more odd. From the fact that she asked herself to accept Xiaoying as her goddaughter today, it seemed like she was really able to do something that would make Soo-yoon come and eat together as well. Chapter 64. A seed is quietly planted in autumn. Who is caught up in self-doubt? Knock knock. Not long after, Jongnan and Meng Qingqiu arrived at a doorway and gently knocked on the door of the room. Jongnan glanced to his left with his afterglow. Having been here twice, he naturally knew that was Soo-yoon's home. Coming. The landlady's voice rang out happily. Soon, the door opened. The landlady, in a long home dress, tied with an apron, and wearing flesh-colored stockings on one pair of jade legs, looked at Jongnan and Meng Qingqiu at the door with a smile on her face and said enthusiastically, "Come in quickly." While inviting, she also continued, "No need to change your shoes, just come right in." Jongnan and Meng Qingqiu followed the landlady to the living room, only to see two cute little Lolitas happily playing with Barbie dolls, and when they saw Jongnan and Meng Qingqiu, the two little Lolitas immediately ran over excitedly. The two little Lolitas hugged Jangnan's two legs, their little faces smiling as they rubbed against his legs. Obviously, the charm of a handsome man was still greater for these two little girls. This little girl, she looks a bit familiar. Jongnan pretended not to recognize who the other little girl was and spoke out. Isn't this little girl the one we met yesterday when we went to eat spicy hot pot? Meng Qingqiu, however, remembered the other little girl and spoke out. Seems like it. Jongnan nodded indistinctly and met the meaningful eyes of the landlady on one side, and immediately cleared his throat and spoke. Sister Xia, where are aunt and uncle? They've gone out for a stroll, so we'll just eat whatever we want for lunch. The landlady said, I'm going to go and help in the kitchen while you play around with the little girls. Do I need to help with anything? Meng Qingqiu hesitated and weakly raised her hand to ask. Autumn, you play with the little girls too. The kitchen is a bit small. Two is about right. The landlady smiled gently. At this moment, she was more of a wife than the big sister next door style in the morning. The slightly coiled up silver hair, coupled with this apron and the flesh silk on her jade legs, it was a masterpiece. How embarrassing then. Meng Qingqiu's pretty face was slightly red. In fact, she's never cooked either, really letting her hit the ground running, rather than potentially helping. It's fine, I'll go in first then. Wait for the feast later. The landlady beamed. Brother, daddy. This time, Nui and Ing each called out. That's quite a pace. Jongnan was honestly a bit confused when he heard this cry of father from Xiaoying. This hasn't even officially started the gift giving yet, and it's dad shouting. And shouldn't it be a godfather? Pipe begging. All the same, Jongnan was indifferent, reaching out to touch Xiaoying's head and smilingly said, Where's this mom? Why didn't she say hello? Shui's mom. The little girl immediately let go of Jangnan's thighs and turned to hug Meng Qingqiu's thighs, and this time, the same thing was given to the only 20-year-old who was a bit confused. What a joy to be a mom. But, good boy, Meng Qingqiu brought herself into the role in an instant, and hugged Xiaoying in her arms, while taking out a red packet and whispering, First time meeting, a red packet for Xiaoying. Thank you Mama Qiuqiu. Ing immediately sent a fragrant kiss. Seeing this, Jongnan could not help but smile heartily. Inside that red packet was a bank card with 888 yuan that Meng Qingqiu had put in it. From here it is not difficult to see that Meng Qingqiu is also indeed a small rich woman. The small red envelope is 888,888 yuan. At this time, Jongnan felt that the little Nui who was hugging his leg had pushed a little harder, only to see her looking very enviously at the happy Ing, to which he couldn't help but flicker his gaze for a moment, and then he hugged her as well, smilingly reaching out to nod the tip of her nose, and asked softly, What's your name, handsome big brother? Mommy calls me Nyan. You can call me Nyan 20. The loss in the little Nui's eyes immediately disappeared, and happily wrapped her arms around Jiangnan's neck. Seeing that her mood was immediately happy, Jiangnan could not help but be surprised. At first, he thought it was because Ing had a red packet, which made her a little envious and moody. Now it seems that this little girl seems to have this lost emotion because few people will care about her besides Soo-yoon, right? Okay, little Nui, here's a meet and greet gift from your brother. Ultimately, this little Nui had to be her own daughter in the future, and Jiangnan gave her the red envelope that Ben had given to Xiaoying. Inside was the same bank card, also for $888. 888. No, oh brother, Nui can't take it. Jiang Nan thought that this little girl would happily accept it, but who knew that she actually shook her little head and refused. Mommy told Nui Nui that no one's money comes from the wind. To get it, you have to give it. Inamorata didn't give anything to brother, so Inamorata can't accept a gift from brother. Jiang Nan was unexpectedly dumbfounded for a moment when he met the little Nui Nui's dark and shining eyes at this moment. There was a real light in this little girl's eyes. Compared to Ing, this little girl is much more understanding. Although both little girls grew up with only their moms around, the circumstances were very different. With such a rich mom as the landlady, what could Ing not get when she was growing up? And the little girl? Suyun works hard for $10,000 a month. With this kind of salary, with a baby, and in the same kindergarten as Xiaoying, you can imagine how big the expenses are. It is indeed true that the children of the poor are born early. Jiang Nan retrieved the red envelope and didn't force it to be given again. Don't be unhappy, big brother. Nui Nui reached out and touched Jiang Nan's face. No unhappiness. Little Inamorata really knows what she's doing. Jiang Nan reached out and touched her little head. This little girl immediately squinted her eyes with a face of enjoyment like a kitten rubbing up against his big hand. Lan Lan, my dad can play the piano. At this time, Ing was proud beyond words. Big brother so. The little Inamorata looked at Jiang Nan in surprise and spoke, but was interrupted by Xiaoying. Oi, you can't call big brother anymore. This is my dad. You have to call him uncle. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Jiang Nan really couldn't hold back his laughter. Darling, you actually play the piano? Hearing Xiaoying's words, Meng Qingqiu instantly looked towards him in surprise. Daddy is super awesome. Xiaoying wrapped her arms around Meng Qingqiu's neck and held her head high in pride. Will point. Jiang Nan nodded humbly. That was awesome. Meng Qingqiu's beautiful eyes were aglow with color, looking at Jiang Nan in awe. Now, she seemed to realize that Jiang Nan was a black hole in general, too deep. The more she got to know him, the more she was able to surprise her. It's too perfect. This kind of man, can I really have him all the time? First time, Meng Qingqiu began to have some self-doubt. Meng Qingqiu's favoritism +1. The moment. The system's beeping sound inexplicably sounded in Jiang Nan's mind, which made him unable to help but turn towards Meng Qingqiu, who was looking at him dumbfounded, and found that the dumbfoundedness on her face gradually changed into the color of firmness, as if she had made some kind of determination, which made him feel even more a bit strange. The seed has finally been planted, and Qiuqiu will have to compromise eventually. Chapter 65, Recognizing Little Girl as Goddaughter. Get ready to eat. The landlady's voice rang out in the kitchen, followed by the sight of her walking out with 2 plates, and behind her the same long floral dress, with her hair up in a bun and a big smile. At this point, Jiang Nan followed the voice and saw that the little girl he was holding in his arms immediately shouted out, "Mommy, what's the matter? Nui Nui." Suyun also looked over when she heard her daughter's cries, and a stunned look appeared on her face when she saw her daughter being held in Jiang Nan's arms. At this time, she also hurriedly looked towards the landlady, and immediately reacted when she noticed the smirking expression on her face. The sister Xia seemed to know about her affair with Jiang Nan, but how does sister Xia know Jiang Nan? Suyun dully placed the 2 plates in her hands on the dining table, and then moved a little closer to the landlady and whispered, "Sister Xia, the friend you just said that I also know, is Jiang Nan, right?" The landlady smiled and nodded. This, Suyun glanced back at Jiang Nan, then retracted her gaze, her voice much lower. "Sister Xia, you, all sisters." The landlady laughed softly. Hearing these words, Suyun's eyes widened and she understood something in an instant. I'm afraid, this sister Xia really already knows that she has a relationship with Jiang Nan, and not a care in the world. If a woman as outstanding as sister Xia doesn't care at all, who am I to care? Suyun suddenly felt like she had figured everything out. Her acquaintance with Jiang Nan had originally started out with a beneficial relationship. To put it mildly, it wasn't even looking at Jiang Nan's money. It was just the subsequent process of getting along that made him genuinely fall in love with Jiang Nan. It's already the greatest blessing of my life to be Jiang Nan's lover in my position. What more can I ask for? Suyun laughed. Come on, it's time to eat. The landlady waved happily, before returning to the kitchen and coming out with several plates in succession. After Suyun figured it out, there was no embarrassment on her face, and together with the landlady, she brought out all the dishes from the kitchen. Soon, a few people came to the table. Jiang Nan was not at all embarrassed, and directly began to move the chopsticks. As for Meng Qingqiu, she was still a bit social after all, only letting Jiang Nan give her a few chopsticks of food every now and then. Ing, did you call your godparents? The landlady looked at the little girl sitting beside her and laughed softly. Call it. Ing nodded curtly. So good. The landlady nodded in satisfaction. The meal was a very pleasant one, and at least in Jiang Nan's eyes, it was a first meeting of his women. Moreover, if the 3 of them had a cordial relationship, if they really had to show down afterwards, Jiang felt that it was not so much that they would flip out or something. Furthermore, having reached Meng Qingqiu's level of goodwill, Jiang really didn't think that he would flip after the showdown. A little bit of a falling out might be inevitable, and a breakup was something that Jiang felt was unlikely to happen. Therefore, Jiang was not pressurized, and should eat and drink. Barta. As Jiang, who had finished his meal, tried to light up a cigarette, Meng Qingqiu immediately moved closer to him and spoke. Letting a small child inhale your second-hand smoke, don't you think it's excessive? Good. No more smoking then. It doesn't matter if Jiang smokes or not, it's just that there are times when he does subconsciously light up a cigarette, just as now. Looking at Meng Qingqiu in the living room, as well as the two little girls, as well as this angle to see, can also see the kitchen with a smile and wash the dishes of the landlady and Su Yun. This kind of cozy atmosphere is really addictive. Buzz off. At that moment, the cell phone in his pants suddenly vibrated. Took out his cell phone and scanned it for an unfamiliar phone number in Kyoto. Who's that? Seeing that Jiang didn't answer the phone, Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but inquire curiously. I don't know. Maybe a scam call. Jiang casually hung up, and then he wrapped his arm around Meng Qingqiu and arrived to sit on the sofa. Not long after, the landlady and Su Yun, who had finished washing the dishes, also came out from the kitchen, taking off their aprons in unison. Mom! Mom! The two little girls immediately greeted them. Finally free. Quick! Xiaoying, kowtow to godparents. The landlady pulled Xiaoying to arrive in front of Jiang and Meng Qingqiu. Yes, the little girl was also well behaved, directly kneeling on both knees and kowtowing to Jiang and Meng Qingqiu. While the moment she lifted herself up she smiled and shouted, Daddy, Qiuqiu mommy. Hearing this sound of father, Qiuqiu's mother, the landlady suddenly narrowed her eyes and smiled. With this relationship, there is nothing wrong for her to go to her daughter's godfather to talk about the child's future growth, right? Get up. Jiang helped the little girl up, and then got up and took a file bag and handed it to the landlady. At his angle, the seated Meng Qingqiu couldn't see anything, only to hear his voice ringing out. Sister Xia, this is a suite I bought for Xiaoying, over at the Nantian Pavilion, and right next door to the one I bought. You want to live in it? You can move in if you receive the bag. Unbeknownst to him, the moment Jiang handed out the document bag, underneath it was already grabbing the landlady's jade hand. Extremely classic lampshade. Okay, then we'll take it for the little girl. The landlady did not refuse, and the moment she withdrew her hand, she also gently scratched Jiang's palm, and the two of them looked at each other, but everything was in the air. Autumn, I have something to ask you. At this time, the landlady smiled and waved her hand at Meng Qingqiu on the sofa. Good. Meng Qingqiu immediately got up, and then followed the landlady around. What surprised Jiang was that the landlady didn't take Meng Qingqiu aside, but took her out of the house. And, as Ying followed the landlady out, so did Nui. Bang! The door closed, and in an instant, Jiang and Su Yun were left in the living room. Rhyme. Jiang took the initiative to open his mouth and shouted, begging the boss to look at the advertisement to send a free gift for love. To have the financial strength of the boss, you can also reward. I see no accidentally rebate hundreds of times it. Chapter 66, 2 draws. Master level Chinese medicine ability. Half an hour later, with a knock on the door, Su Yun pursed her lips and slowly headed towards the restroom. As for Jiang, he got up from the sofa with a cozy face, and upon closer inspection, Su Yun, who was wearing flesh-colored stockings, had become bare-legged, and was obviously nowhere to be found. Jiang slow steps toward the door. After opening the door, a face of surprise looked at the door of the landlady and Meng Qingqiu. Spoke, Sister Xia, how do you go out so long? I took Qiuqiu to buy some specialties from Jiangcheng and some hot pot base. The landlady was carrying a big pocket filled with some hot pot base ingredients, while Meng Qingqiu was carrying some local specialties in her hand, such as bamboo shoots, squash and some fruits that were only available over here. Yes, I'll mention it. Jiang took the two pockets in Meng Qingqiu's hand, and then took a pocket in the landlady's hand, and spoke, will these things be good enough to get on the plane tomorrow? No problem, but your car to load these things plus Qiuqiu's luggage is expected to hang. Then go back and you drive her in my car. The landlady beamed. Okay. Jiang nodded, and the group re-entered the living room. Where's MS? Su Yun? The landlady got up knowingly. It should be in there. Jiang returned. Sister Xia, there shouldn't be anything next, right? It's alright. Speaking of which, I'm still disturbing your little couple's solitude. Put the stuff here. I'll put it directly at your home then. You hurry up and take Qiuqiu to have a good time in Jiangcheng and enjoy this last day of solitude. The landlady hastened. Okay. Jiang glanced at the heartbroken Meng Qingqiu and nodded, placing the few pockets in his hand on the coffee table before saying, then I'll trouble Sister Xia. Say these polite things. The landlady blankly glanced at Jiang. Then, Sister Xia, Jiangnan and I will leave first. Next time, if there is a chance, you can bringing to Magic City with Jiangnan, Meng Qingqiu invited. Yes, the landlady nodded in response. Then you can say hello to Mr. Su later. We'll leave first. Little Ing, little Nui Nui, see you next time. Jiangnan waved his hand. Bye dad, godmother, bye auntie and uncle. The two little girls also waved their hands in a good manner. See you later. Meng Qingqiu waved her hand before walking out of the house with Jiangnan. The landlady led the two little girls to send the two out, and when they had gone downstairs, they immediately returned to the house as well. Knock knock. She knocked softly on the restroom door. Sister Xia, I'm inside. Suyun's voice was slightly breathy. Hearing this voice, the landlady probably guessed something and couldn't help but purse her lips. At this point, Pagani Windjammer on board. Jiangnan slowly drove the car out of the neighborhood gate. Darling, I'm a little tired and would like to go back and rest for a while. Meng Qingqiu on the co-pilot yawned and spoke. Okay. Jiangnan nodded. After a short session, at Meng Qingqiu's request, the two returned to the small apartment that Jiangnan had rented. At the moment she had just entered the house, Meng Qingqiu, who had been saying that she was tired, was suddenly in high spirits. It feels like when we go back tomorrow, we'll have to wait at least the summer before we can see darling again, and I'm going to make sure you make up for all of that time today. Meng Qingqiu could be described as completely crazy. It's a little past 4 in the afternoon. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, Jiangnan stared at the two palm prints slightly out of focus, and subconsciously want to matter later a cigarette. Do not know what came to mind. Suddenly shook his head. He's not addicted to this stuff. He can quit anytime he wants to. I guess I'll have to pay attention for a while. It's not a short couple of hours. Jiangnan looked back and saw Meng Qingqiu, who had slept with a sweet smile on her face, and a hint of tenderness came to her face. This woman, indeed, is crazy enough? Really, for the sake of the subsequent 1 or 2 months cannot obtain the preparation of ammunition. Just now really as if do not want to die. Busy with business. Jiangnan walked out of the master bedroom and arrived to sit down on the couch in the first floor living room. System, use up my 2 remaining lottery chances. Jiangnan immediately communicated with the system. Moment. The moment his words fell, a huge turntable appeared out of thin air in front of him. Biu. The familiar sound of the lottery opening rang out, and in but a fraction of a second, a beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has drawn in this lottery, $50 million. Without waiting for Jiangnan to react, that dial pointer turned once more. Biu. With a sound. Next, the system beep sounded in his head again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has drawn in this lottery, the master Chinese medicine ability. Ha! The moment the second reward came out, Jiangnan's eyebrows twitched. How did he feel that this Tuanzi brother was really the same as the bragging and wishing system? As long as he blew some bullskin in front of him, then there was a great chance that the follow-up would give rewards to fulfill the bullskin he had blown. Not bad. The previous draw was purely padded. The main event is still this second draw. Jiangnan received the reward, and in this instant, he only felt that he had too much more knowledge about Chinese medicine in his mind. I don't know how powerful this Chinese medicine master level ability is. According to the system's give and take, it should start out as the most top saintly hands among the master level, right? Jiangnan's eyes narrowed slightly. Honestly, when this ability is used well, not to mention the wealth, this is simply the most awesome status manifestation. No one else in this world has the system, and who can say they've never been sick in their life? And to say that the people who are most afraid of death, there is no doubt that it is definitely the handful of people who stand at the top of the most pyramid of this entire planet. Whether it was power or wealth, when they reached that level, as long as they could live, they were afraid that they would be willing to pay even if they had to pay anything. Therefore, his ability as a master-level Chinese medicine practitioner, even if it is far from reaching the point of the legendary miraculous hands, is definitely worth a lot of money, not to mention 1 billion, even 10 billion. In Jiangnan's opinion it was not worth mentioning for this ability. System, check my character attribute panel. Jiangnan called out. Host, Jiangnan. Age, 21. Height, 185 centimeters. Wealth, $402 million. Abilities, Insight, Vajra Kidney, Piano Mastery, Chinese Medicine Mastery. Items, Porsche Cayenne, Pagani Windjammer. Life events, will receive a great gift on the day of his 22nd birthday. Ha! After looking at his character attribute panel, Jiangnan noticed that his height had inexplicably increased by 3 centimeters, which caused a look of surprise to appear on his face. Chapter 67 For the sake of the Jiangqing mansion, even more so for the physical arts master skill. System, what's going on? I think 185 is about right. Don't give me another rise. Jiangnan immediately reacted and communicated with the system in his mind. Host, this is the effect brought about by the body remodeling liquid. And it's over. the system replied. That way, it's okay. In fact, 182 centimeters is perfect for a man, because you have to add the little bit of height added by wearing shoes. And now, he is 185 centimeters net height and at least 187 centimeters in shoes. That height, for some women, that's perfect. But in Jiangnan's eyes, it's not good to be too high. It's almost good. He has this face value. Even if he is 170 centimeters, that's more than enough for women to be attracted to him. Ding! That's when a faint sound came from the cell phone in his pants. Jiangnan took it out and saw that it was a text message. Dear Mr. Li Yang, the Porsche 911, pink, you purchased has arrived. Please come to Mordor XX4S store to pick it up as soon as possible. Nuts! Jiangnan is still the first time to see the scam message. Even the name of the scammer is wrong. Li Yang? I'm still ing Jiangyang. Immediately, Jiangnan directly deleted this message. Your favorite Kongyun is now on. Just as Jiangnan was pondering to go down a few more burner handheld games to spend a good time, an alert popped up from the backstage of Shakeology. Currently, Jiangyan's favorability towards him wasn't low, but it wasn't too high either. Just 37 points. This good sense, in exchange for the average person. At most, ambiguous a few. Nothing more worthy of letting a person's heart, that there is a great likelihood that the opportunity to do nothing. But, is Gangnam an average person? Tap straight into Shakeology and familiarly top up another million. Ding! 10 million Shake Diamonds arrived in seconds, without a hint of procrastination at all. Welcome, Smoky River South brother. Brother came As soon as Jiang Nan entered the live broadcast room, Jiang Yen, who was probably preparing to welcome the others, immediately turned her head to welcome on him. Peacock Southeast Flight, how much do you mean? Little Yen Yen? Peacock, I see you shouldn't have welcomed me first. Peacock Southeast, see a jitterbug little 60-something level guy and think he's better than me? Jiang Nan swept a glance at the pop-up screen and saw a level 1 white number talking so arrogantly. He couldn't help but froze. What was he doing? He was lying down for no reason? No, I just didn't see your ID in the first place. Brother Peacock. In the middle of the shot, Jiang Yan's familiar JK suit. You can see that she is very fond of white silk. At the moment, she is sitting on a chair. The lower part of the cover is extremely perfect. There is no such thing as a violation. But, her pair of transparent white silk feet. But in the middle of the camera, the number of people in the entire live room is only 10 or so. But in addition to that peacock flying southeast of the first level of small white number is talking. There is no one else to talk, and I do not know what one is doing across the screen. Peacock Southeast Flight, you wait. Brother now immediately give you to go to the sweep. Martyr. Think my Hall of Fighting Tiger live platform famous and number of Peacock brother. Even worse than a jitterbug, more than 60 rows of big. Seeing the words Peacock Southeast Flight, Jiang Yan's face was smiling, but her heart was MMP. She did not deny that this Peacock Southeast Fly in the Dolu side is to the female anchor brushed there are 20 million super big brother. But, offer gross she didn't get the $20 million bonus either. At the most, she had been given 2 super rockets before, which had added AV, relatively than Jiangnan. Whether it is the value of the face or to spend money on the share. You say she Jiang Yan is not a little cute. The first time I saw her, she had to be obedient to defend this rich and handsome brother Jiangnan. These past 2 days have really had their hands full. Kong Yun smiled and spoke. In the middle of the camera, her see-through white silk jade feet moved, and as she moved her jade feet a few times, someone in the live room of about 10 people immediately spoke up. Tomato True C.S. is out. Egg Fans 15, Anchor. Do you sell tea bags? I want to use them to make tea. Dream God Jade, upstairs dude. Why do I look a little familiar with your ID? This woman. She's the one who's an invisible scrub. Jiang Nan took in all of Jiang Yan's caution and his gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. Unlike Su Yun's and also Lin Manman's, some of Jiang Yan's small gestures were invariably seductive. Just now that inexplicably moved the transparent white silk jade feet. Even at the moment a hand tugged his transparent white silk, which do not all attract people's eyes to see. It's easy to brush up on good feelings when it's like this. Currently this last one was left. Jiang Nan was naturally prepared to brush as much goodwill as he could now, for the sake of that River City mansion, and even more so for that body master level ability. Brush. Smoky River South send Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South send Carnival *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South send Carnival *1 to the anchor. In just a small amount of time, Jiang Nan's hand speed like Kato Hawks exploded by as many as 100 points. Thank you brother Gangnam for 100 carnivals. Kong Yun smiled happily. Kong Yun's favoritism +3. 40 points. Snap. Jiang Nan instantly brushed it again. Another little while. 100 more swiped out. Kong Yun's favoritism +5. Ha! Another $300,000 slammed down. This time increasing 5 points of goodwill. which in turn made Jiang Nan feel that his efforts to swipe money were not in vain. In a sense, he, Gangnam, is also at work at the moment. Only, the class he took, that was a class of pure enjoyment. Isn't it the equivalent of working when you're able to make more and more money by spending? And working so hard on your own handpoint operation to swipe gifts? Just as Jiang Nan was about to ride the wave of victory, a pop-up slowly floated in the live broadcast room. Peacock, Shoyan, are you ready to be bombarded with gifts from brother? Brother Peacock. Jiang Yen sighed helplessly when she saw that Jiang Nan had no more brushes. This guy came back at a really bad time. Immediately forced to show a smile and spoke. Please show as much as you like. I hope to see you at the top position. Oh, Peacock Southeast. Ha! Being on the top one is just a matter of 3 melons and 2 jujubes. The Peacock sends a carnival *1 to the host. The Peacock sends a carnival *1 to the host. The Peacock sends a carnival *1 to the host. When 10 carnivals had been swiped, Peacock stopped and froze when he saw that he was still in second place on the list. He had indeed just come in, and hadn't even seen Gangnam swipe a full 200 carnivals. So, he was surprised to type, how much has this list one brushed? 10 carnivals still cannot be your list one? Brother Peacock, don't you just click on the consumption list and see for yourself? Kang Yun said meaningfully. Appeared in this book reader's Big Brother ID. Big brothers do not care. Sometimes really lazy to take the name. Ha ha, look a happy on it. Chapter 68 Welfare's Big Mission Criteria. Targeting the first $10 billion in deposits. Peacock, see? Sorry, 10 carnivals are not enough. Then 20, 30. I will take the first one on this list today. The Peacock sends a carnival *1 to the host. The Peacock sends a carnival *1 to the host. The Peacock sends a carnival *1 to the host. 20 more carnivals swiped out. This guy has swiped quite a bit in this wave. Instead of the usual 1 live room, let alone 30 carnivals. It's just a carnival, and you have to make the anchor woman jump up and immediately bow 90 degrees without stopping. Even with some of the smaller hosts who don't get much of a look in, a carnival has a great potential to take them out for a dinner date in the same town. What comes next is naturally up to you. But, excuse me, how can a live room with Gangnam staying be a simple live room? Peacock Southeast, yo, this 60+ level guy is a bit strong. The Peacock sends a carnival *1 to the host. The Peacock sends a carnival *1 to the host. The Peacock sends a carnival *1 to the host. 20 more carnivals. So far, this Peacock has swiped 50 carnivals. 1 carnival is $3. 000. 50 is $150. 000. Another year or so plus bonuses for a stable of over $10. 000 people. It's all gone in a few minutes just from gambling. Thank you Brother Peacock for the 50 carnivals. Brother, the 50 you have is probably not enough. I'd better tell you how many Brother Jiang Nan swiped. 200 carnivals. Kang Yun appeared to be thanking Peacock's Southeast flight, but in reality, it was in the midst of words with some agitation. In fact, she didn't necessarily just want to ring up this Peacock's money, but this brother was too fond of showing off his presence. Early in the Douhu live broadcasting platform, this Peacock will basically arrive to pretend to be X every time he starts broadcasting, saying that the reality of driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, if it wasn't for the fact that his Douhu live streaming platform number was indeed quite a rowdy one, coupled with that brush of super rockets, Jiang Yen was really not happy to take care of him. Since you want to pretend, let you pretend. The loss can never be his. There's no harm without comparison. With this comparison, Jiang Yen really couldn't help but have her favoritism towards Jiang Nan rise again. Kang Yun's favoritism +3. These 3 points of goodwill growth were a bit baffling to Jiang Nan, but he didn't care too much about it. As this Peacock stopped, Jiang Nan also continued to brush up. The familiar plot resurfaced, and Jiang Nan directly swiped the remaining 1 million shaky diamonds for 33 carnivals, and after sending out the remaining 10,000 shaky diamonds as lucky bags, he sent out a pop-up message. I'm pulling out and will come back next time the show is on. Goodbye Brother Jiang Nan, I'll be free in a couple days. If you're free, I'll treat you to a meal. Smoky River South, good. Kang Yun's favoritism +2. Exiting the live broadcasting room, Jiang Nan also received a succession of system beeps in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Get 10 times the spending rebate, $10 million. This wave of spending is a real no-brainer. Not only did he make $9 million, but he also made Jiang Yan's favorability towards him reach 50 points. This level of goodwill was quite a bit at all, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it wouldn't be a problem at all to hit a home run against Kang Yun under a half-assed push. At this rate, it's already a done deal for Jiang Yan to reach 90 points of favorability. It's only a matter of time before the Zhangcheng mansion physical arts master level ability arrives. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment. After Meng Qingqiu returned to the Devil's capital tomorrow, he would need to launch an operation to completely take down this welfare mini-quest. And, making money can't be delayed. He currently has more than 4 small goals on hand, and the next thing is just to keep spending and spending and spending to get his savings up to $1 billion soon. And, perhaps, a nice little quest for perks. System, after my deposit reaches $1 billion, I should be able to definitely obtain another welfare mini quest, right? Jiang Nan inquired. Yes, the system replies in seconds. I have a question. Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange luster as he voiced his inquiry. With the small welfare task, does it possess the large welfare task? The rewards for just the small welfare quests alone are already so high. What about the more difficult big welfare quests? Will you be exposed to abilities or objects that are beyond the norm? Yes, the system replied. The difficulty of the great welfare quest will be greatly increased, and at the same time, the rewards obtained will also be greatly increased. The abilities that the host has in mind that are beyond what normal people can possess, and even items, are bound to appear. Oh, as expected. Then what criteria do I need to meet in order to be able to receive this great task of welfare? Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a slight look of anticipation coming to his face. 10 billion deposits later is the minimum standard, and the triggers are randomized. The system replied. Random? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly as he tentatively asked. What is the inevitable standard then? The host is so worthy of being a host, so smart. The system praised. 10 billion deposits is the minimum standard, capable of triggering the welfare grand mission by chance. But, if the host uses 10 billion deposits can be exchanged to get a chance to receive a welfare grand task. Hearing the system's words, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Nice guy. This can still use money to buy welfare big mission pickup opportunities? Don't feel that this system is suppressing him. It's purely nifty to make him spend harder and make money. Let's not talk about the difficulty of that big welfare mission. But what if the reward for receiving the mission was some kind of immortality pill? Or perhaps, what about immortality? After truly reaching the level of transcending humanity, whether it was an ability or an item, it was not something that money in the mundane world could compare in value. Only as a little cutie, not willing to pour tens of billions to redeem once such a chance to be able to step into the world. Dry. The next target is not simply $1 billion, but $10 billion. Jiang Nan's eyes were suddenly filled with wild hope. Ding! This time, the cell phone in his hand suddenly rang, and another text message was sent. And with that, without waiting for him to check, a call from Kyoto came in right afterward. He had an amazing memory and recognized that this call from Kyoto had been made once back in the middle of the day. Regarding the setting of the big welfare mission, you shouldn't think there's anything wrong with it, right? I truly feel that this setting can be. The future of money is destined to be something outside of the body. Ability is the top. Chapter 69 Gangnam, brother, the system is simply too op. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Nan also picked up the call. Hello, is this Mr. Gangnam? He shook his head and laughed when the familiar fraudulent beginnings came out. Yes. Hearing the extremely sweet voice of the girl on this phone, Jiang Nan wasn't ready to hang up directly, but thought to tease her a bit. This is the case. You have a piece of land in Kyoto need you to sign. You see when you are free to come to my side to sign a contract? The sweet voice continued. Express? Jiang Nan slightly froze, then instantly understood. This is the express fraud said. I'm in Jiangcheng. Also, for this express delivery of yours, did I even pay for a plane ticket to fly here? Jiang Nan laughed. Well, feel free to handle this courier. I really don't have much interest in it. Mr. Gangnam. The sweet voice sounded a bit odd. Are you sure I can do whatever I want with this land? Well, lose it or whatever. Whatever you want to do with it. Jiang Nan also hung up the phone directly after saying this. What express still need him to fly to Kyoto to get have this time? He might as well spend more consumption in Jiangcheng consumption. At present his top priority is to reach 10 billion deposits as early as possible. He wanted to see how difficult the big mission with benefits redeemed from this $10 billion would be, and even, how generous the rewards would be. In the meantime, Kyoto, somewhere in the middle of a small apartment, a competent woman with a high ponytail, dressed in an imposing professional OL suit, with those long black silk legs that are simply longer than an ordinary person's life. From the looks of this outfit, she seems to be a purely imperial model. But, the camera pans up. This woman however had an extremely cute face. Right, just lovely. You can admit that her features are stunningly beautiful, but when paired together, it's a childlike immediacy. That being said, her outfit with her childlike face that dared not give birth to desire, undoubtedly did not give the impression that she was just a minor stealing her sister's or mother's clothes. This Mr. Jiang Nan is really strange. I see the information. Shouldn't he just be a three-less youth who grew up in an orphanage? How come a piece of land in Kyoto can't even look at it? So strange. The woman looked down at the information on Jiang Nan in her hand and muttered with a slight frown. Whatever. Talk to the old man about this Mr. Jiang Nan. How about discussing the sale of that land, and then transfer the money to him? The woman's gaze flickered for a moment, and then stared at the Jiangnan information on her hand's eyes suddenly narrowed. Whispered, this Jiang family head is really enough to give up. In the end is in order to hone their eldest son, only to ruthlessly discard 22 years long, or the subsequent birth of the youngest son is too good reason this is discarded to the present day? Speaking of which, the woman took a deep breath and looked at the picture of Jiangnan on the profile, a slightly pathetic look on her face. I have to say, this is the face of a powerful family. It's also that old master of the Jiang family who was heartbroken about this big grandson of his, or else he wouldn't be able to sneak her to get a piece of land for Jiangnan. The Kyoto thing. Jiangnan didn't know that. He was now back in the second-floor master bedroom even after he had swiped millions more and made tens of millions at Shake Shack. The moment. Looking at Meng Qingqiu, who was still asleep, Jiangnan reached out and put his hand on her pulse. In just a few seconds, Jiangnan's gaze suddenly flickered. Too healthy. Originally Jiangnan wanted to see the 2 days since. Meng Qingqiu all of a sudden so indulgent, will not cause any bad. This probe, more than bad the body is simply do not fantastic. An ordinary girl would have some loss of qi and blood no matter what, but Meng Qingqiu couldn't see the slightest bit of qi and blood loss in the slightest. Darling, this time, Meng Qingqiu slowly woke up and saw Jiangnan taking her pulse, and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Is there something wrong with me? Nope, very healthy. Jiangnan marveled. That's good. It scared me. Meng Qingqiu let out a big sigh of relief, and then looked at Jiangnan, and immediately smiled, opened her arms and wrapped them around his neck, and softly said, Darling Qiuqiu belly is hungry again. Meng Qingqiu's favoritism +1. After an hour and a half had passed, Jiangnan also heard a beep from the system in his head as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully getting a high-value opposite-sex confidant with a face value score of 95 or more to reciprocate with goodwill, rewarding one lottery opportunity. Just as Jiangnan was carrying the limp Meng Qingqiu towards the bathroom, just before he took a few steps, the system's beep once again sounded in his head. The moment the system's beep appeared, Jiangnan's footsteps paused, and an odd expression appeared on his face. System, is this a new feature? Jiangnan continued to walk up, and mentally inquired about the system. As a result of the last host's trolling, this is a new feature added by the system. As long as a person of the opposite sex with a face value score of up to 95 has become the host's confidant, the favorability will be given an extra chance to draw a prize if it reaches a face value score equal to that of the hosts for the first time. The system explained. Yes. Jiangnan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment as he spoke. Then, if the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Manman's face value scores go up to 95 points, do I add the one lucky draw chance I should have gotten, and then get an additional lucky draw chance on top of that? The host is right. The system replied. I see. Jiangnan face showed the color of excitement too. This system is really bull then. Too much care of the host experience. Really what suggestions spit will be hard to perfect. With this alone, Jiangnan thought to himself that he hadn't seen a few systems similar to his system on the Tomato Novel app. It was so overpowered. With this system, why worry about not reaching the top of the world's pyramid? Or even, what about the real uncrowned king? 10 minutes of rinsing time. Jiangnan carried Meng Qingqiu back into the bedroom again. After the two of them got dressed, they also went out of the bedroom. Meng Qingqiu didn't wear any makeup, and she also just wore a simple little white dress, with a head of long straight black hair draped over her shoulders. That cool temperament instantly called out. However, after meeting Jiangnan's gaze, it turned into a teenage girl's petulance. The goddess in other people's eyes, in front of Jiangnan, is nothing more than a little girl with a love affair and a top love brain. Today is the last night. Later we'll go buy something. Then you bring it back to that BFF of yours, and try to make a good impression on me, so that people don't fling their faces at me the next time I go to Mordor to look for you. Jiangnan wrapped his arm around Meng Qingqiu's thin waist and whispered in her ear. Darling Yao Yao won't. Besides, you're so good. What girl will not like you when she gets in touch? As Meng Qingqiu spoke, her voice was getting smaller and smaller. Don't let it come to a point where Yao Yao falls in love with you at first sight, thus turning our two besties who have been good to each other since childhood against each other. Chapter 70, Inviting Bees and Butterflies to Gangnam. Not so much. Jiangnan shook his head. If he didn't have some skills, how could he dare to open this harem? And, it is not difficult to see from Meng Qingqiu's attitude. It seems, she is not particularly tough kind for this matter. Let's eat first. Meng Qingqiu whispered and didn't say anything more on the topic. An hour later, after eating, the two arrived at the largest shopping center block in Old Town. Finding a parking space and stopping, feeling the gazes of the people around him sweeping in, Jiangnan couldn't help but think back for a moment to the day he had just obtained the system. On that day, he was still driving a Porsche Cayenne, and had simply just broken the $1 million level of savings on him. Now, he has 5 small goals in hand. His car is worth $60 million of the world's limited edition Pagani Win Sun, beside the face value of up to 96 points of confidant. All sorts of things that have changed drastically in just a few days. Honestly speaking, the speed of this growth was really enough to make him feel as if he were a world away. Darling, this time. Meng Qingqiu hooked his arm and snuggled up next to him, whispering, how come it feels like you're a little taller? Illusion, I guess. Jiang Nan laughed softly. Go, in a while you also pick something. What do you like despite saying, take them all? I wouldn't be polite. Meng Qingqiu smiled and said, a pair of handsome men and women walking amongst the crowds could be said to have attracted enough attention from the people around them. Is this pair a star? This face value is a bit too topsy-turvy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even if it's not a star, it feels like this face value should be some big internet star, right? I just saw it. That handsome guy drove the Pagani Win child to come. Wow, funny. This is a real top high rich handsome Moreover, the girl beside him is also a real top beauty. That temperament is simply perfect. There is never a shortage of NPCs in the world. The moment. For Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, the people talking around them were all NPC-like, taking pictures and even being shocked as they did so. Soon, Jiang Nan arrived at a Chanel store with Meng Qingqiu, and after 10 minutes, each walked out carrying 2 pockets. Immediately after, LV, Gucci, Prada. After just an hour of shopping, the 2 Jiangnan men directly stated that they couldn't lift it anymore. Too much. Jiang Nan was also ruthless about spending, thus basically taking down whatever Meng Qingqiu had her eye on, or thought her good girlfriend Yao Yao could look at. An hour's time seems to consume nothing, but in fact, a round of high luxury store shopping down is also consumed a small 10 million. Luckily, though, the 6-fold spending rebate when the spending was complete also managed to bring his savings to as many as 5 small goals. Not enough. This is all small talk. The real big spenders will have to go to buy buildings and mansions, not to mention a commercial building, even a residential building to buy. That's at least hundreds of millions of standard. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. What he was talking about were these old floors in the old city landlord wife. Right, and by land. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. Too many big head consumption. Only at present he seems to be unable to reach this level. Perhaps consumption is subject to some limitations. There's no rush. One bite won't make a fat man. Jiang Nan understood this very well. Darling, your desire to buy things is no less than a woman's. Meng Qingqiu smiled bitterly. There's still some stuff sitting in the store to be mailed back to the Magic City tomorrow. Otherwise, having purchased almost $10 million, I'm afraid I just can't hang it all around my neck. Can't let you just go home empty-handed. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Soon, the two returned to a small street in front of the parking space. What's with all the people? Jiang Nan was a little taller and saw that in front, several hot girls were hanging around next to the Pagani Windjammer, playing with their cell phones with their heads down, walking over and over to look around. In a word, it was as if they were waiting for the owner of this luxury supercar to come back. These beauties have been hanging around here for an hour. Ha 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 ha, this is definitely an attempt to meet this Pagani Windjammer owner by chance. Laughing my ass off. Dude, you're awesome too. Guarding this place for an hour? Dude, I passed this way an hour ago, not an hour on guard. Hearing the passers-by's conversations, Jiang Nan's face went odd. As for Meng Qingqiu beside him, a look of amusement also appeared on her face as she whispered, Darling, do you think if I hadn't been by your side, how many girls would have to want to add you to WeChat in a day? Handsome, not to mention rich. What woman can stand this kind of man? More than that, at least 99% of women can't stand it. This Pagani Windjammer is still a bit too flashy, so I'll go back tomorrow and look for a lower profile car that doesn't lose its face. Jiang Nan said softly, this sports car is nothing but a pretender. But aren't the people who buy it just trying to look good? People who don't pretend, buy it and it. Nowadays, Jiang Nan's mentality was ultimately too much more composed than a few days ago, and frankly speaking, he had really almost passed that high-profile energy. The two exchanged words and also arrived walking across the small street towards the Pagani Windjammer in the parking space, and with the appearance of the two, it immediately caused another commotion. This pair of superb temperament of handsome men and women, all around the eyes of the people which is not attracted over. Plus there are people recognize Jiang Nan is driving that Pagani Windsun to the top of the rich and handsome, but also the topic of conversation is full of swish swish swish. In the meantime, those few girls surrounding the Pagani Winds immediately also locked their eyes on Jiang Nan. As for Meng Qingqiu beside him, that was directly ignored by them. Da. A few of the girls immediately scrambled up, all the while managing sweet smiles on their faces as well. Handsome, is this your Pagani Windjammer? It's so cool, can you add a green bubble? Froggy fun. Handsome, this Pagani Windjammer is my dream car. Can you take me for a spin? I wouldn't mind if you wanted something pleasant to happen in the car. Handsome, it's too much. When you are handsome and rich, The goddesses in the eyes of these unusual people are really sword goods. Rushing and tightening to come up to send. Not interested. Jungnan made a direct statement. These girls are all in the 80s, but none of them are pure natural beauties. Moving through tech are just about 80 points, and despite a very well-managed body, which one can compare to the redheads he has around him? The lowest Lin Man. That is now also a pure natural 90 points big beauty, but also has its own style, or the original. It's the drunkenness that doesn't get him down for a one-night stand. Chapter 71, Fierce Mo Chosho, see if I don't knock her nose out of joint. When they heard Jiang Nan bluntly say not interested, these women's faces stiffened for a moment, but it only stiffened for a second, and quickly managed a very nice expression that converted into a much more enthusiastic smile that wasn't at all afraid of embarrassment. Handsome, just plain add a green bubble. It's not like you're going to do anything. Of course, I wouldn't mind if you tried to do anything. Just as one of the women had just finished saying this, Meng Qingqiu was faintly saying, did you guys not hear me? Darling, say that you're not interested? As Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out in the arena, a few of the women then placed their gazes on her. At first, they really didn't pay attention to Meng Qingqiu, and now that they saw such a beautiful woman beside Jiangnan, their faces changed. Beauty. It's so beautiful. Meng Qingqiu's beauty is not their women who rely on technology and beauty up. That is the real pure natural beauty, not exaggerating in the slightest. This kind of woman's face they even according to her template to do, but also absolutely cannot achieve this effect. There is a very good saying on the internet that if you get 3 points from a fairy sister, it is enough to make you stand out among the many beautiful women. At the moment, these same words were placed on Meng Qingqiu, not to mention 3 points, even 2 points, or even just a mere resemblance. It was definitely a top beauty among ordinary people. This beautiful woman, I admit you're pretty, but you can't stop us from pursuing what we like, a tall woman said faintly. Yeah. The 2 remaining women also nodded hurriedly. Even if my darling eats, it has to be a good meal. You are not good enough. My darling won't be so hungry, Meng Qingqiu faintly said. Hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, the faces of these women instantly turned gloomy. They were top-notch beauties in the eyes of ordinary people. They had always been surrounded by a bunch of dog lickers. How had they ever been so insulted? You're not much of a little I don't think. Snap. A woman had just said a few words, only to see Meng Qingqiu hand over her right hand's pocket to her left hand, step forward and throw out a slap directly. She was in front of Jiangnan. That was well-behaved and lovely, as if she was a little girl in love. But don't think she has a weak character. A rich white beauty with an excellent family background. A princess who has been spoiled since she was a child. Who can understand the inner condescension? Being called small by a man on the spot is not something she can tolerate. This woman who had been slapped covered her face and looked at Meng Qingqiu with an incredulous face. Your nose is crooked. Can you change to a better plastic surgery hospital? You want to catch a big fish by spending a small amount of money? Look at your equipment. Are you qualified? Meng Qingqiu withdrew her hand and looked at the woman very calmly. I'll kill you. The woman completely broke her defenses and tried to step forward to strike at Meng Qingqiu. Jiang Nan, however, took Meng Qingqiu into his arms, and just lightly swept a glance over toward the woman. He didn't say anything, just staring at her so calmly, but it made the woman fearful and subconsciously backed up several steps. Pardon me for letting go, Jiang Nan faintly said. Hearing Jiang Nan's cold voice, these few women were immediately frightened and gave way to a path. It was only after Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu got into the car and the Pagani winds gradually drove away that these women slowed down. That tall woman burst out a foul mouth, and then saw the surrounding discussion of the passers-by. Immediately said, shoot Nima, it still shoot? Joker. At this time, a sneering laughter rang out from the field. Joker. These 2 words were like 10,000 knives deeply inserted into the hearts of these women, and each one of them was suddenly speechless. They were indeed a few clowns in front of Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. Darling, would I have been mean just now? Car. Meng Qingqiu in the passenger seat pointed her 2 index fingers at each other and whispered with her head lowered. I was afraid your hand would hurt. But, there's one thing to be said for that. Jiang Nan cleared his throat. What? Meng Qingqiu immediately tensed up. You smacked her down and knocked her nose out of joint. I was really tense. Who is this taught? Ha ha ha. Meng Qingqiu burst out laughing, and then with a thumb scratching her nose, she made a Bruce Lee signature gesture and said with her head held high, that's not true. This damn stinking woman. What the hell? That kind of goods also deserve to have such an excellent darling with me, and even called me a small. Let's see if I don't break her nose. Ha ha ha. Meng Qingqiu's words once again made Jiang Nan laugh out loud. It's so cute. That's not the point of Gangnam's big smile. The main thing was Meng Qingqiu's attitude towards him if he had another woman. The first point of the face. The second that is excellent. Obviously. Ask Meng Qingqiu where she would be able to stand a woman who was not as good as she was and too much worse to share Jiang Nan with her? Moreover, Meng Qingqiu's own family background was unusual. Not to say it's at the top level, but there's definitely no shortage of things you've seen or heard about in this area. So, in terms of acceptance, this woman is definitely a little bit more accepting than the average person. Darling, I'm going to cherish this last night tonight, Meng Qingqiu suddenly whispered. The next morning around 8 o'clock, Jiangcheng Airport. After Jiang Nan kissed Meng Qingqiu goodbye, he watched her take 3 steps and turn back, reluctantly walking into the middle of the airport, and his face revealed a slight trance. Barta! Meng Qingqiu's figure completely disappeared from his sight, and Jiang Nan did not hold back from lighting a cigarette. Phew! Taking a long protruding puff of smoke, Jiang Nan's eyes were also flashing up with a strange luster. These 2 days since Meng Qingqiu's arrival had simply passed a little too quickly. 5 whole days have passed since I obtained the system. Ah! Jiang Nan took a deep breath, and an unknown expression came over his face. Now have 5 small target deposits on hand. Assets are still many. Counting down the overall body wealth has reached the level of 1 billion. This growth rate is unbelievable. Not enough. Not enough. Today is the beginning of day 6, and every day from now on, I'm going to be better and richer than I was the day before. A cigarette ends quickly. Jiang Nan headed towards the dumpster on one side, and the moment he extinguished his cigarette, a crisp ringing sound produced by the contact of high heels with the ground came from behind him at that moment. Handsome, I've been watching you for a while. I wonder if I could add you to the green bubble. Before he could turn around, he only heard a sweet voice ringing in his ears. Chapter 72. The stunningly beautiful flight attendant with a face value score of 95. The moment Jiang Nan turned back, what entered his line of sight was a beautiful woman pulling a small suitcase and wearing a flight attendant uniform. It was Jiang Nan, who had seen a lot of beautiful women, who couldn't help but faintly freeze for a moment at this moment, and then threw an insight spell over towards this woman. Name, Ning Russian. Age, 24. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Face value, 95 points. Favorability, 12 points. 172 centimeters height. 95 face points. Genuinely superb. Truly, if it wasn't for the insight technique, he really wouldn't dare to believe that such a superb stewardess hadn't been suborned. Ning Russian's favoritism +3. As Jiang Nan froze, a system beep sounded in his head, which caused him to snap out of it. Good. With such a high-quality woman, it was naturally impossible for Jiang Nan to refuse her request to add green bubbles. Immediately, the two added green bubbles to each other. Gannam. Great name. Ning Rusheng also sent her name over. Ning Rusheng, your name is also nice. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Thanks. Ning Rusheng said a thank you. I do not know if it is her first time to take the initiative to look for someone to ask for WeChat. At this moment is a time do not know what to say is good. Reach out a hand. Quite a bit of embarrassment ruffled a bit of ear hair. Is this the end of your flight or? Jiang Nan took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Just finished my flight and I'm getting ready to go home. Ning Rusheng whispered. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment as he smiled and said, I'll give you a ride? Okay. Ning Rusheng wasn't polite either. She had taken the initiative to go up and ask for Jiang Nan's WeChat. How could she push anything away? Go. Jiang Nan and Ning Rusheng arrived in front of a Maybach, talking and laughing. Once the small suitcase was placed in the trunk, the two got into the car together. Thanks a lot. Gannam. Car. Buckling her seatbelt, Ning Rusheng smiled and said thanks. It's okay, just give me the location of your house and I'll see which way is closest. Jiang Nan didn't care at all. Good. Ning Rusheng immediately gave Jiang Nan a specific positioning on the green bubble. South City? It's not too far. Jiang Nan nodded and drove this landlady's Maybach on the road. The two of them chatted every now and then, seemingly awkwardly, but in reality it was anything but. Ning Rusheng on the passenger seat looked at Jiang Nan from time to time, and her pretty face showed a slightly shy and heartfelt expression. Men love beautiful women. In the same way, beautiful women are attracted to handsome men. There's no doubt about it. Jiang Nan's handsome that is breaking through the sky handsome. Temperament is even more superb. There is a kind of from the novels can only describe the noble gentleman to break the subdimensional out of the feeling. At least, just now, Ning Rusheng couldn't help but place her gaze on him with just a glance, and after waiting in place for a short while, she then made up her mind to go up and ask for a microphone. Ning Rusheng looked at Jiang Nan from time to time, and the latter naturally looked at her from time to time as well. However, what attracted him more than anything else was not the stunningly beautiful face of this stewardess. Instead, it was the pair of light gray stockings that were slightly together and leaning toward him. To be reasonable, it was the first time Jiang Nan had seen someone in reality wearing these stockings, and it was also worn by a flight attendant with long legs, perfect proportions, and a ridiculously high face value like Ning Rusheng. There is a say Jiang Nan think this Ning Rusheng go open a live broadcast, alone just wearing such a set of dress sitting in front of the camera. Not a word. but also more people are happy to give her brush gifts. Don't feel exaggerated. This kind of extreme arrives in the live circle, as long as she dares to have no lower limit than her ability to circle money that is absolutely no upper limit. Jiangnan, are you a native of Zhengchang? Way past the halfway point, Ning Rushan once again took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Yes. Jiangnan nodded before looking towards her again. Aren't you from Zhengchang? Me too. Ning Rusheng really might not be very good at communicating with men, and after initiating a conversation for no more than 2 sentences, she fell somewhat awkwardly silent again. How many years have you been a flight attendant? It was Jiangnan's turn, and he said very directly, which airline are you with? Next time I fly I'm bound to buy your airline. I'm just from River City Air, just got in a year ago. Ning Rusheng responded obediently. It's okay. In the past, there was always a layer of filter on flight attendants, thinking that they might only be gentle and lovely on the airplane. I didn't realize that they are also so gentle in private. You should have a lot of people pursuing you, right? Jiangnan smiled. It's pretty much courted, but I'm a bit of a private sociopath. So much so that basically the ones who are courting me are basically out of luck. Ning Rusheng nodded, and after she finished speaking, she seemed to have reacted to something and hurriedly said, of course, it's not that I can't be asked out. It's just that I don't have much of a feeling for any of the people who are pursuing me. That's just a blatant hint, isn't it? Jiangnan smiled in realization. This Ning Rusheng seemed to be a pure yen dog, really just like to look good. He didn't think that a Maybach of over $1 million would be able to make such a superb stewardess develop a gold-digging mentality. Like such a superb stewardess, if you really worship gold, then more than rich second generation rushed to come up to smash money. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Ning Rusheng was waiting to sell, but a Maybach really isn't enough to make her this forthcoming. Other than that, that leaves only one possibility, ultimate face control. So when's your next flight? Jiangnan took the initiative. 2 days over. Ning Rusheng replied, are you free at noon? Jiangnan directly asked about it. My home is also over in the South City. If you are free, can I invite you for a meal later? Hooray! Ning Rusheng was still thinking of asking Jiangnan to have a meal at noon and thank him properly for sending her back, but she didn't expect him to take the initiative to ask her out, which immediately made her happy. Ning Russian's favoritism +5. This sudden and inexplicable increase of 5 points of favorability was somewhat unexpected by Jiangnan, and he couldn't help but look at her twice more. In the meantime, Ning Rusheng also looked towards him. 4 eyes. Inside this car, an invisible arc of electricity burst out between the two men's eyes in an instant. Ning Russian's favoritism +2. It's too easy to grow this goodwill, isn't it? How could he have known how seductive his face, and that superb temperament, would be to a die-hard face controller, especially at such a close distance? Ning Rusheng, who had never felt a divine face like Jiangnan's, that really couldn't stop her heart from fluttering. After all, after living for 24 long years, it was the first time she had seen such a handsome man who captivated her with just a glance. Chapter 73. Half an hour later. South City. A mid-range neighborhood gate. A Maybach slowed to a stop. That, Gangnam, want to go in for a drink? Ning Rusheng in the passenger seat hesitated and whispered an invitation. After saying this, Jiangnan saw her pretty face swish red in an instant. Apparently, it was really the first time she had been so forthcoming. Don't you have anyone at home? Jiangnan inquired. It's my rental. I'm not living with my family. Ning Rusheng whispered. Good. Jiangnan wouldn't turn down such an invitation. Ning Russian's favoritism +3. Another 3 points of goodwill came into the account, together with the growth just now. Now Ning Rusheng, this extremely good stewardess, already had 25 points of goodwill towards Jiangnan. Honestly speaking, the two people had only known each other for an hour or so before these 25 points of goodwill had arrived. The progress was really a bit fast. Soon, Jiangnan followed what Ning Rusheng said and arrived at the underground garage of this neighborhood. After getting out of the car, Jiangnan also took the initiative to help Ning Rusheng pull the small suitcase. This behavior immediately gained another 2 points of goodwill. Ding! The two entered the elevator, and Ning Russian pressed the button for the 20th floor. And then he took a deep breath and stood side by side with Jiangnan. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! The distance between the two of them was not far. Jiangnan's ear power was amazing. Plus at this moment Ning Rusheng's heart had accelerated its beating, thus he still slightly clearly heard her unsettledness at this moment. Ding! The elevator arrived on the first floor and a group of people soon walked in. Old people and children, men and women, like Jiangnan and Ning Rusheng in a flight attendant uniform, with such a wow look, that naturally attracted enough people in the elevator to make their eyes look at them. Both the men and the women were pretending to look back at Ning Rusheng and Jiangnan from time to time as if nothing had happened, and then turned back again, only to look over again in a few seconds, repeating as if nothing had happened. Ding! The elevator went up at times. but it was only a few old people with small children going down. So, inexplicably, the elevator was also unknowingly crowded. Seeing the somewhat crowded up elevator, Jong Nan couldn't help but frown. It is reasonable to say that the elevator going down is crowded and normal, and this elevator going up is crowded. So how can so many people go up in the middle? Except for the first floor? Jong Nan, so many people. Ning Rushan was already on the corner, but luckily there were no other men in her periphery, otherwise she really would have cried out in distress. How about going down? Jong Nan stood in front of Ning Rusheng, and the two of them stared at each other face to face. Almost there, just hold on a little longer. Now under close proximity, Ning Rusheng felt that her face was so hot, and even her little heart was beating even faster than before. And, this close, the scent of Jiang Nan's body is so inexplicably good. My mommy, yeah, what's up with this man, giving me such a heartwarming temptation? Ning Rusheng gulped twice every now and then, keeping her head down with a red face the entire time, not daring to raise her head to look at Jiang Nan at all. She was really afraid that if she looked at Jiang Nan twice more, she would somehow fall into his arms. Ning Rushan's favoritism +5. Another 5 points of goodwill in the bank. Jiang Nan was naturally very satisfied in his heart. Ding! This time, the elevator rattled. Finally, someone who goes down. Several men, however, were stepping off the elevator with great reluctance, continuing to rise. Soon came the 18th floor. A few more women got off the elevator and, again, exited with a step and a look of dismay on their faces. It's so handsome there. If his girlfriend wasn't so good looking, I really would have resisted asking him about green bubbles. Holy, I've really never seen such a handsome man before. I feel like I just got close enough to be around him that I can't help but get sticky. The elevator doors closed slowly. At this moment, Jiang Nan and Ning Rusheng were the only ones left in the elevator, and when they heard the murmurs ringing out from outside the elevator, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other, and revealed a smile in unison. Soon, the 20th floor is here. Jiang Nan also carried Ning Rusheng's small suitcase out of the elevator. This way, Ning Rusheng led Jiang Nan towards the left. My house is a bit small, pardon me. Soon, the two entered the house one after the other. Ning Rusheng's embarrassed voice rang out. Jiang Nan carried his small suitcase inside and surveyed the layout of the house. Said small is actually not small, and the overall decoration style is also good. Is Jiang Nan quite like the kind of minimalist style? No men's slippers. That. You'll have to settle for my slippers. But don't worry, washed. This time, Ning Rusheng's voice rang out. Jiang Nan retracted his gaze before he noticed Ning Rusheng bending over and searching inside the shoe cabinet. At this angle, that delicate and perfect body was simply invincible enough. At this time, Ning Rusheng also turned her head and took a pair of pink slippers and handed them to Jiang Nan. That little face flushed red. It was really cute enough. Thanks. Jiang Nan gave a thank you, and then took the slippers and changed. At this time, Ning Rusheng also removed her high heels, and with one hand propped up against the shoe cabinet, she raised her right leg slightly backward. Coincidentally, at this moment, Ning Rusheng was also looking back. Her right hand had just grabbed her high heels and was about to take them off, but she inadvertently met Jiang Nan's rather fiery gaze. Ning Rusheng's favoritism +2. The two locked eyes once more, the arcs of electricity still exploding between their eye spacing. Barta! The sound of heels falling to the ground rang out. It was then that Jiang Nan came back to his senses. Yeah, and when he had just come back to his senses, immersed in just now to look at each other, that moment's heartbeat was what made Ning Rusheng's delicate body slightly soft. Surprisingly, he was not able to stand steadily, and his body came towards the back. Panicked cries of alarm rang out, and Jiang Nan immediately put down the suitcase in his hand and stepped forward to embrace the collapsed Ning Rusheng, who was then smoothly wrapped into his arms. Are you okay? Jiang Nan looked at Ning Rusheng, who was wrapped in his arms, and asked with concern. The moment Ning Rusheng, who was embraced by Jiang Nan in his arms, breathed much faster inexplicably, and a stunningly beautiful face was covered with redness, and her chest was rising and falling, obviously signaling her unsettledness at this moment. Hearing Jiang Nan's voice, she only felt a wave of weakness in her body. No, it's fine. A subtle voice rang out. Ning Rusheng's favoritism +2. Hearing another beep from the system, Jiang Nan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Poof, poof, poof. Both Jiang Nan's and Ning Rusheng's hearts beat faster at this moment. After facing Jiang Nan's face closer to her, Ning Rusheng subconsciously slowly closed her eyes after gulping a bit. 20 seconds later, Ning Rusheng's favoritism +5. Chapter 74 Healer, Gentle Jiang Nan. It's too fast. With another 5 points of goodwill growth, it was Jiang Nan who couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion in his heart. How long had it been? More than an hour since the two of them had met, and now Ning Rusheng's favorability towards him had already reached a staggering 41 points more. Exaggeration. This rate of progress was simply not a fraction of a second faster than all the women he had ever known. Gangnam, I'm fine, Ning Rishung whispered at this time, her voice tinged with endless shyness, equivalent to Jiang Nan's incredulity. How could she not be incredibly incredible at this moment? The two had only known each other for a little over an hour, and she hadn't just brought the man home. Hearing Ning Rishung's words, Jiang Nan helped her up, but nevertheless his hand did not leave her waist, and after she took off the other high-heeled shoe, he very naturally wrapped his arms around her and arrived to sit on the living room sofa. Hiss, just sit down. The emotions that had just gone up slowly receded, and at this time, Ning Rishung suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cold air, followed by several beads of sweat immediately appearing on her forehead, and her brows were instantly tightly furrowed. Still twisted? Jiang Nan immediately squatted down. The left foot seems to be a little twisted. Ning Rishung's pretty face was flushed. She had accidentally twisted it just now, and at the moment, her left ankle was still a bit painful. Let's see. Jiang Nan has the ability of a Chinese medicine master. To some difficult cases, as small as bruises, that are able to easily pinch for healing. Jiang Nan examined it carefully, noting that her left ankle was indeed somewhat reddened. I'm going to get you some ice-cold packs, Jiang Nan said softly. Really bothered you? Ning Rishung said with some embarrassment. What's so measly about it? Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. Heaven have mercy. At this moment he was really a healer. He was in control of having a master-level ability in Chinese medicine, and in this situation, he was not going to be distracted by half of his mind on anything else. This was master-level concentration. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Ning Rishung's pretty face reddened a little more, but her heart was even more touched after she saw Jiang Nan, who had a serious face. Yes, with her subtle speech, Ning Russian's favoritism +2. Hearing the system's beep, Jiang Nan got up and prepared to go to the kitchen to get ice at the same time, but also slightly surprised towards the red face, but also with some shy eyes do not dare to look at him. Ning Rishung could not help but whisper, I'll go to get a few ice cubes for you first. It won't be a while before it's alright. Good. Ning Rishung nodded shyly, still not daring to look at Jiang Nan. When Jiang Nan went to the kitchen to look for ice, she then slightly raised her head to look in the direction of the kitchen, and then she heavily exhaled a breath, and her heartbeat beat a few times faster and faster, only to feel her face rolling. Couldn't help but mutter, man, Jiang Nan didn't think anything nonsense and was very serious about treating your twisted ankle. And you? Keep thinking more. It's really springtime. But, really can't help the heartbeat. So gentle, so handsome, really my heartthrob boy, the Prince Charming in my dreams in general. Ning Russian's favoritism +2. At this point, Jiang Nan, who was drumming up ice cubes in the kitchen, suddenly had the system's beep ringing in his head again, which made him blink. Nice guy, is it really just a brush? A little over an hour and a bit later, it had reached a staggering 45 points. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Jiang Nan really had something wonderful and indescribable happen with her right now, and it really didn't seem like Ning Russian would refuse. When I meet a face-controlling woman, I'm maxed out on this charm. Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. As the person in question, he only knew that he was a poison to many women, but if he touched a tiny bit of it, it really was a direct indication of sinking. But it was really the first time Jiang Nan had seen a woman as exaggerated as Ning Rishung. Just by relying on his face alone, paired with a few minor mishaps, he easily skyrocketed to as many as 45 favorability points in a little over an hour. Wouldn't this really be able to go up to 90 points of goodwill in a second in a day if you added a few other things to it? Thinking of this, Jiang Nan was instantly interested. Ning Rishung's face value was 95 points, compared to one of his previous targets, Jiang Yan, that was 3 points beyond. Don't look down on this 3-point gap, really let the two stand together in front of each other. If you can only choose a person under the comments, Jiang Nan, but any hesitation for a second, are on Ning Rishung, so a superb stewardess of disrespect. 2 days, let's see if we can fight for time to raise this woman's favorability to 90 points going forward. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly before he took the ice and put it into a small pocket and returned to the living room. Your broken foot is not very serious. Basically a cold compress for 10 minutes and then a hot compress for about 20 minutes to half an hour will enable you to walk around freely. Jiang Nan squatted down, and then pressed the small pocket filled with ice in his hand against her slightly red ankle. Hiss! An icy cold sensation appeared, instantly causing Ning Rishung to suck in a breath of cold air. Gangnam, thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't twisted it without you. Ning Rishung said sheepishly. You're welcome, but if you have silver needles in your house, I can help you with acupuncture, and within a few minutes you'll be able to casually walk off the ground. Jiang Nan said softly. Know that, but, just the way you're putting ice on it, I feel so good. The pain is almost gone. You said you also know acupuncture? That's really impressive. So are you studying Chinese medicine? Ning Rishung looked at Jiang Nan, who was squatting in front of her, and and couldn't stop a heartbeat from appearing on her face. This man, he's a little too gentle. The moment. Jiang Nan also raised his head, and as the two of them locked gazes, a charming atmosphere spread out. Not. Yesterday which buddy said to reward gift. Egg 15 how did not see pinch underscore to a few bosses package me it. Look at the ads to send free for love power generation is also good. Chapter 75, Showdown. 20 minutes later. Ning Russian's favoritism +2. Another 2 points of goodwill boost. By now, Ning Russian's good sense had arrived at as many as 50 points. At this moment, the way she looked at Jiang Nan was also much more exaggerated than before. Gangnam. The voice was soft and obviously moved with emotion. Does it still hurt? Jiang Nan squatted down again, and then cupped Ning Rusheng's jade foot, and softly said, "Your twisted is not serious. Cold compresses and heating compresses. It's almost done now. You try to take 2 steps to try." Good. Ning Rusheng nodded with a reddened face before standing up from the sofa. Jiang Nan held her up and let her walk around for a couple steps. It's really not a problem. Ning Rusheng twisted her foot and hugged Jiang Nan in surprise, saying excitedly, "Jiang Nan, you're really great. It's good that it's okay." Jiang Nan reached out and patted her back, just as he was about to say something else. Ning Rusheng, however, didn't let him speak again. Ning Russian's favoritism +1. Ning Russian's favoritism +2. Ning Russian's favoritism +3. 2.5 full hours. Let the time come instantly to 12 noon sharp. Parlor. Jiang Nan let out a long breath of relief, and an even more satisfied smile appeared on his face. It was because Ning Rusheng's favorability had reached as many as 80 points. Barta. Jiang Nan lit a cigarette and began to gulp it down. In just one morning, Ning Russian's favorability reached 80 points. Honestly, the speed of this progress really took him by surprise. 80 points of goodwill now. It seems like it would be a lot easier to brush up to 90 points on Ning Rusheng than on that Jiang Yin woman. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment. After all, Ning Rusheng now had 80 points of goodwill towards him, so if he stepped up his efforts, there was no chance that that welfare mini-quest would be easy to take. Moreover, it is not difficult to see from Ning Rusheng's attitude towards him, really is a dead face control. Say love words or something, treat her a little bit better. It is possible to directly soar straight up to 90 points of goodwill. Phew. Jiang Nan gently exhaled a mouthful of smoke and took out his cell phone to look at it. He hadn't had time to reply to the messages before, but one by one he tapped the message box to reply. Mengqingxiu, darling is safely back in the Magic City. Jiang Nan came back to make up a doze, and when the time comes to take the time to come to Mordor to find you. Landlady, bastard. Qiuqiu has already left. Which woman's bed have you been in? You don't know to come back to soothe my sister's sorrow. Jiang Nan went to take care of something. Suyun, are you free tonight? JN, it's hard to say. We'll see in a moment. Lin Manmang, brother Jiang Nan. Today is 528. Jiang Nan, I'll find you later. Replied through and through. Jiang Nan's cigarette is also long finished. Putting the shake out. His forehead was now tinged with a slight bead of sweat. Nice guy. There are only a few confidants around here. And who knew that by the time this 520 day came around, there was really something tiring about it. I can't. It looks like we have to show off a couple of cards, or how tiring it is to run around. Jiang Nan pondered. Also directly WeChat pulled a group chat. Gangnam, 1. Jiang Nan at landlady, at Su Yun, at Lin Man Man. I have a few things I need to take care of right now, so you guys have a good chat today 520. I'll come find you when I'm done. After creating the group chat plus finishing it everyone to finish a sentence, Jiang Nan also directly exited WeChat. He's never been a kinky person, ever the action realist. Decide what you're going to do and don't drag your feet for a second. Just as now, he just pulls the group together and lets the 3 landlady daughters talk amongst themselves. A good chat. Then Jiang Nan would save himself the trouble of having to go looking for them one by one. Moreover, the landlady, Su Yun, Lin Man Man, isn't this a typical case of 3 missing one? Maybe we can even play mahjong today. Jiang Nan pondered that he had already arrived at Ning Rusheng's bedroom, and gently came to the bedside and sat down. Stretching out his hand, he stroked the head of Ning Rusheng, whose pretty face was flushed and whose breathing inexplicably began to rush, and spoke. What? I didn't see you so shy just now, but now you're even more shy instead. Badass. Ning Rusheng's long eyelashes flickered for a moment, and then a pair of big, beautiful eyes just stared straight at Jiang Nan, softly and with endless shyness. As she said that, Ning Rusheng's face revealed a slight look of confusion. You'd have to say that yesterday's her would have had someone tell her such a thing, and she would have absolutely raged at the woman for her indiscretions. But now that this is actually happening to her, is she being indiscreet? It was love at first sight. Jiang Nan reached out and ruffled the slightly messy hair in front of Ning Rusheng's forehead, lowered his head to kiss her forehead, and laughed. Don't think about it so much. It will only cause you to consume yourself internally beyond measure. Are you hungry? Ning Russian's favoritism +1. Hugs. Ning Rushung opened her hands, and the quilt covering her body slid down. Yeah, Ning Rushung exclaimed in shock. Jiangnan, however, said, still shy? Wash up and let's go out for a meal. With those words, he directly picked up Ning Rushung in a princess hug. The strong arms made the latter's heart stop beating faster. Yu Jiangnan's arms looking at this boyfriend full of men. That really indisputably more and more like Ning Russian's favoritism +2. Another 2 points of goodwill went in, and it was now 83 points of goodwill. There were only 7 points of goodwill left before 90 points of goodwill and the completion of the welfare mini-quest. Almost there. Almost there. Jiangnan took a deep breath and looked at the shy and lovely Ning Rushung in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. This woman, she was really his lucky star, appearing at too opportune a time. In the meantime, in a college cafeteria, Lin Man, who had just finished her meal, came to an empty seat, and took out her cell phone, looked at a tip in WeChat and immediately clicked in. Jiangnan at landlady, at Su Yun, at Lin Man. I have a few things I need to take care of right now, so you guys have a good chat today 520. I'll come find you when I'm done. A message came into her line of sight. It's not just her. Landlady, Su Yun. At this moment, he also clicked on the group chat and saw Jiangnan's message at them. After almost a minute or two, no one in the entire group said a word. Just as the landlady was about to say something, Lin Man at Xia Ji Chang, at Su Yun. Hello sisters, my name is Lin Man. Please take care of me from now on. Chapter 76 Ning Rushung, what if he has a girlfriend? When the landlady and Su Yun saw this message from Lin Man, they both immediately clicked on her avatar and looked at it. And when they saw that it was a very cute and pretty young girl, they immediately responded. Landlady at Lin Man. Man sister hello, my name is Xia Jiqing. From now on you can just call me Sister Xia. Not to say anything about taking more care of words. From now on we are all sisters. Su Yun at Lin Man. How are you? Man. My name is Su Yun. I should be a bit older than you. You can also call me Sister Yun. The same as what Sister Xia said. In the future we are all good sisters. I should say take care of each other. Landlady at Su Yun. At Lin Man. I haven't had lunch yet. How about a lunch date? Jiangnan sighed. He didn't look at his cell phone, so naturally he didn't know that the 3 women in the group had already started to meet for lunch. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be surprised one bit. The landlady and Su Yun didn't need to say anything. The two had long since understood each other. As for Lin Man, with her pleasing, well-behaved personality that didn't like to fight too much, Jiangnan honestly wouldn't worry at all that she wouldn't be able to fit in with the landlady and Su Yun's 2 small teams. The moment he carried Ning Rushung out of the bathroom again, and after assisting her in getting dressed, the 2 of them also walked out of the bedroom. Ning Rushung didn't have a lot of clothes except for the flight attendant one. Most of them were some kind of minimalist style. Now, for example, a pair of jeans with a simple white tee and hair draped over her shoulders, just like a girl next door. I have to say, to this high face value score level of beauty, when it is really not makeup or beautiful people cannot stop the heart. That skin condition, it's just a little too good to be true. How about going out with light makeup? Ning Rushung hooked Jiangnan's arm, and when she passed a piece of mirror, she came up to look at it and said rather unconfidently, there's no need. You're able to hang with too many great beauties in full makeup in this vegan state. I think. Jiangnan wasn't hard boasting, he was telling the truth. What a sweet mouth. Ning Rushung was instantly happy to stick Jiangnan, but she still took out a lipstick from the small bag she was carrying and gently applied it. Well, it looks a lot more refreshed. Ning Rushung looked left and right and nodded with a satisfied smile before meeting Jiangnan's gaze and immediately kissed his cheek with a shy red face. At the sight of the lipstick marks on his face, she couldn't help but laugh again, hastily reaching out and wiping her hand on his face as she continued. Jiangnan, what do you want to eat? Didn't you just yell husband? What's the matter? You've had your fun and you've become heartless? Jiangnan wrapped his arms around Ning Rushung's thin waist and teased. Bummer. Ning Rushung poutingly reached out and hammered Jiangnan, and then saw the expectant eyes of the man in front of her, and immediately shyly lowered her head and obediently shouted husband. Ning Russian's favoritism +2. So good. Jiangnan laughed. Ning Rushung's character also belonged to the well-behaved type, and basically wouldn't refuse when faced with Jiangnan's various requests. Even the more shameful ones, under Jiangnan's softening, would still choose to submit to the compromise. Just that alone, Gangnam loved it. After all, this woman is not just an original. She's a high-fashion beauty with a whopping 95 points. Although there is not that kind of conquering coolness, but it is Ning Rushung this kind of rushing to come up to send the feeling, but compared to that kind of need to conquer their own coolness to come a little more intense. What do you want to eat? Putting his arm around Ning Rushung, he walked out of the door and came all the way to the elevator door and waited up. Jiangnan asked softly, I can do it all. I usually come home from work to make my own random home-cooked food to cope with on the line. So husband, you see what you want to eat, I'll just follow and eat. Ning Risheng snuggled up against Jiang Nan's body and returned obediently. Okay, then I'll see what's available in the way of a proper home-cooked restaurant. Ding! The elevator arrives. When Jiang Nan took out his cell phone and walked in with Ning Risheng, his afterglow swept the group chat prompts. And good lord, there was more than one message that had ate him. Glancing at Ning Risheng beside him, he tapped into WeChat. 99 plus. Seeing that the group chat he had created had reached 99 plus in just a little while, he couldn't help but let his eyes widen a bit. Jumping straight to the beginning, he began to check it out. Good lord, these women are really teamed up. With Ning Risheng beside him, Jiang Nan naturally looked at it much faster, sliding down one after the other, and finishing it all before reaching the first floor unimpeded. Ding! The elevator arrived at the negative floor, and Jiang Nan and Ning Risheng also walked out. Come to the Maybach. Jiang Nan was just about to locate a random home-cooking restaurant when his cell phone vibrated. Jiang Nan unhurriedly picked up his cell phone and scanned it. It was an unfamiliar number from Jiangcheng. Hello, Gangnam Connects. Mr. Jiang Nan, I'm Lai Jing, the personal butler of Jiangcheng Tianfu No. 001 Villa. A clear, cold voice came over the phone. Anything? Jiang Nan followed the call while driving with one hand. It's like this, Mr. Jiang Nan. The Jiangcheng Tianfu property side would like to ask if you want to hire some cleaners, gardeners and professional drivers. Lai Jing's voice rang out. Hearing this, Jiang Nan thought for a moment and spoke. Janitor and gardener are fine, but forget about the driver. You can directly make the call on these things. Just tell me if the money isn't enough. Yes, Lai Jing said respectfully. Talk to you later. Jiang Nan hung up the phone and put it aside again, but at this time, he noticed that Ning Risheng on the passenger side was looking at him with a strange look. What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked with a light smile. Villa, housekeeper, gardener, honey, you are not simple. Although Ning Risheng hadn't listened too clearly to what Li Jing had said, she was barely able to guess something when she heard some of what Jiang Nan had said. It's okay, come sit at my place after lunch? Jiang Nan laughed lightly. You don't have anyone at home, do you? Ning Risheng hesitated. No one, probably just a personal butler Indiana. Jiang Nan spoke. I don't usually live there, so if you like it when I go over there later, then why don't you move over? Hearing this, Ning Risheng's mouth opened slightly wider, and her breath held some at this moment. Then she whispered, you said you don't live there often, so it doesn't seem to make sense for me to move over. What do you mean it doesn't make sense? Don't you work? Jiang Nan looked at the woman, reached out and gently pinched the tip of her nose, and laughed. When you're off work, I'll come over to keep you company, and when you're at work, I'll just go back to where I always live. How does it feel? Weird. At those words, Ning Risheng gulped a bit and glanced oddly at Jiang Nan. Only now did she seem to realize that she'd had something indescribably wonderful happen with Jiang Nan only one morning after she'd met him. It seems that she didn't know this man, on a deeper level, at all. What if he has a girlfriend? As soon as this thought came out, Ning Risheng's pretty face instantly paled a bit. Chapter 77, Ning Risheng, what a coincidence. The car continues to move. Ning Risheng's pretty face on the co-pilot was also gradually turning whiter and whiter. Why do you look a little pale? This time, Jiang Nan also noticed that Ning Risheng's expression was a bit off, and immediately became concerned. No, it's fine. Seeing such a concerned Jiang Nan, Ning Risheng couldn't help but take a deep breath and patted her small face. Opening her mouth, she seemed to want to say something, but then finally shook her head and said in a small voice, wait until my rent expires this month. She forced herself not to think too much about the has-beens, because it did seem a little too internalized. Since it had all happened, she'd just pretend she didn't know anything about it. It's the only way that this relationship, which hasn't really started yet, might not end up being over. And, honestly, you let Ning Risheng really go and leave nowadays because maybe Jiang Nan has a girlfriend. Then how could she possibly give up? Plus, it was all a guess on her part. Maybe, Gangnam doesn't have a girlfriend? Thinking of this, Ning Risheng seemed to have perfected Pua herself. The small, white face returned to normal in just a few moments. An hour later, Jiang Nan, who had finished lunch, drove the Maybach that he had driven from his landlady's side and slowly entered the neighborhood of Jiangcheng Tianfu. Hubby, your villa is in Jiangcheng Tianfu? After entering the middle of the Jiangcheng Tianfu neighborhood, Ning Risheng froze for a moment. She is also a local of Jiangcheng. Naturally she knows how exaggerated the property prices of this Jiangcheng Tianfu are. Among them, because there were only 9 villas, the price of the villas in Jiangcheng Tianfu was naturally more expensive. And Jiang Nan's villa, surprisingly, is the villa inside Jiangcheng Tianfu? Yes. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, looking at the incredulous Ning Risheng, and softly said, how is it? Do you like the environment of this neighborhood? If you think it's good, move over. The neighborhood where Ning Rusheng was located was not one of those low-grade neighborhoods with mixed fish and dragons though. But honestly, living in the middle of the Jeongchung Heavenly Mansion, that security was at least a lot greater than the small apartment he rented. With the price of this Jeongchung Heavenly Mansion, the level of luxury, I'm afraid no one will say they don't like it. Ning Rusheng couldn't help but marvel, opening the car window to look around at the green tree gardens along the aisle, and said with some excitement, "Is this where the upper-class people live? The air does seem to be much fresher." Hearing this, Nan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, but he didn't mention the matter of letting her move in again. The woman was still in a state of euphoria at the moment, so where was she to hear what he was saying now? Soon, driving all the way to the main gate, Ning Rusheng inside the car looked at the Villa 001 as if it was a small manor, and her mouth also immediately opened into a big O, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, this is really a villa? How does it feel with the TV inside? The manor scale are not too different. It could be considered a small estate." Nan took out his cell phone and opened an app, pressing it only to see the gate slowly open. Nan traveled to enter while the gate closed automatically, driving all the way to the underground garage. When he got down from the car, looking at the Porsche Cayenne, Nan swept another glance at the huge underground garage with just 2 cars, and couldn't help but frown slightly. It does look like some luxury cars need to be acquired. Such a large underground garage, just a simple 2 cars, is really a bit no-ro. Nan put his arm around Ning Rusheng and went straight up to the first floor, in which he passed by the private theater on the negative floor, the indoor swimming pool, and the miscellaneous leisure halls, which really opened the eyes of Ning Rusheng. Is this the life of a rich man? Without leaving your home, you can still play whatever you want. Just after arriving on the first floor, Nan heard Li Jing's commanding voice coming from the kitchen. "Remember, it must be cleaned every single day. Boss is not short of money. What's missing is an emotional value." "Understood." Several aunts' voices rang out. "Aha!" Li Jing walked out from the kitchen. When she suddenly saw Nan and Ning Rusheng, she first froze, then hurriedly jogged, respectfully bowed to Nan, and then the moment she raised her head, her afterglow swept a glance at the beautiful Ning Rusheng, and after looking at it for a couple more moments, a color of astonishment flickered through her eyes. However, it wasn't Ning Rusheng's prettiness that surprised her. Rather, she felt as if she was a little familiar with this pretty girl. "I'll bring my girlfriend over to take a look. Sister Li, just get busy with your business. By the way, I'll give you some more money when the time comes, so you can see about buying a mobility scooter. The unusual cleaners and gardeners shouldn't be living in the villa, right?" Nan asked. "They don't, but, boss, I stay occasionally." Li Jing retracted her gaze on Ning Rusheng to whisper, "It's fine, you're usually needed to keep an eye on the villa whenever I'm not around. You can even move in directly. If you need anything, just ask." Nan said that it would be false to say that he was not interested in such a big beauty as Li Jing, only that, at present, this woman had met Lin Manman, as well as the current Ning Rusheng. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to really take her down. At least, at the moment, Li Jing's interest in him hadn't been shown yet, and even more so, there wasn't any point of attack, so Nan didn't have much of a point of entry. So, in this case, he was in no hurry. Yes, Li Jing appeared to be very respectful, complete with the attitude of a private butler facing his boss. To this, Nan still didn't care. No matter which woman, one day will reveal her inner weakness. There was still a long time to go, and Nan wasn't at all worried that he wouldn't be able to subsequently find an entry point to break through Li Jing's heart room. "I'll show you up." Nan smiled faintly and put his arm around Ning Rusheng as he walked towards the second floor. Ning Rusheng glanced back as she ascended the stairs to the second floor. As it happened, Li Jing was also looking back to her side. 2 high-caliber beauties with the same 95 points locked eyes. Li Jing instantly nodded her head kindly and smiled slightly. As for Ning Rusheng, after she froze for a moment, she also nodded her head and turned back around again. She frowned slightly and asked in a small voice, "Hubby, that sister just now does look good." "Her name is Li Jing, the villa's personal housekeeper." Nan introduced. "Li Jing, put such a beautiful personal butler in the villa. You really don't live here often?" When Ning Rusheng heard this name, she couldn't help but let her eyes flicker for a moment, and then pursed the corners of her lips and whispered rather sourly, "No, I'll move over tomorrow. I'll see if you really don't live here often." "Ha ha ha, okay." Nan knew that this woman was just an excuse to move over, and that if anything really happened, once she went to work, she would still know what was going on at home. After Nan and Ning Rusheng entered the master bedroom and unlocked it at this moment. First floor. Taking out her cell phone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Li Jing tapped on a chat program called Penguin. Soon, she opened the Space Junior High School graduation photos category, and then viewed it, and finally clicked on a photo. her eyes fixed on a chubby girl, and then she turned her eyes on a very pretty girl who stood in the C position of the photo. Ning Rusheng really has a coincidence. Muttering sounded softly in Li Jing's mouth. Chapter 78, Junior High School Classmate. Xiao Ruiyue called. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan and Ning Rusheng walked out of the master bedroom. Jiang Nan refreshing look. As for Ning Rusheng, his pretty face red to the extreme. From time to time pursed the corners of the mouth, but also took out the bag and the lipstick recolored a little. When she looked at Jiang Nan, she had all the winks in her eyes. Soon, the two went down to the second floor. Boss, the cleaners and the gardener are done. I told them to leave. Li Jing, who was in the side hall on the first floor, heard the footsteps and immediately trotted over and opened her mouth. I know. Jiang Nan nodded and was about to put his arm around Ning Rusheng to go to the underground garage on the negative floor. Ning Rusheng, however, looked at Li Jing and said, "Your name is Li Jing?" "Yes." Li Jing smiled and nodded. "Where did you go to middle school?" Ning Rusheng glanced deeply at Li Jing and opened her mouth to ask. "At the South Side 4th grade school." Li Jing replied. "How many shifts?" Ning Rusheng's gaze flickered for a moment. "Class 7. It's really you, Li Jing." Upon hearing Li Jing's reply, Ning Rusheng's face revealed a look of surprise. "It does seem a bit coincidental." Li Jing's smile deepened a little. "Honey, Li Jing was my junior high school classmate." "In the same class then?" Ning Rusheng's face immediately revealed a color of surprise, and then looked up and down on Li Jing and spoke. "I've long heard that you eventually lost weight in high school by going on a crazy diet, but I didn't expect that you look so good now. One fat person ruins everything." When she was in junior high school, she was called a fat lady by most of the people in her class. That's exactly why she was seen as the ugliest girl in her class, if not the entire grade. Bullying and whatnot happens all the time. Ning Rusheng Junior High School on this chubby girl is still very impressive, because learning is really can. And in the second half of the junior high school semester, the two also happened to become the same table. It is also because of Li Jing's help. The second semester of the junior high school this important semester, Ning Rusheng test is still considered ideal, although did not go to Nanchang First High School this key high school, but also barely enough to qualify for Nanchang Second High School. This is not bad high school. You still look good too. Li Jing praised Ning Rusheng in a small voice. Then she glanced at the slightly surprised Jiang Nan next to her, and for a moment, she was in a bit of a dilemma. One was the only girl in middle school who had ever given her kindness, and one was her boss at the moment. If Ning Rusheng didn't know, or even if it was a junior high school classmate who had bullied her before, then she must have pretended not to know anything. But Jiang Nan was her boss again. She couldn't secretly tell Ning Rusheng something like, "Actually, the boss might have more than just your girlfriend, right? Forget it, pretend you don't know anything. The boss is so handsome and rich. Maybe Ning Rusheng is in the know? When the time comes, it'll look like I'm not the one inside or outside." In just a moment, Li Jing had already made a decision in her mind. After all, in contrast to her own work, Ning Rusheng's kindness from her junior high school days had been repaid when she had tutored and explained some topics to her back in junior high school. So, naturally, she prefers her current job. The main thing is that these days it's not easy to find a suitable and easy job. And it's even harder to find a good boss like Jiang Nan who is so high quality and doesn't care about anything. Buzz off. At this time, the cell phone in Jiang Nan's pants pocket vibrated. As he watched Ning Rusheng chatting happily with Li Jing, he also walked to the side and fished out his cell phone to connect the call. "Jiang Nan, that Zhang Dong has been imprisoned in the juvenile detention center." It was Autumn Rui who called. "Can, this kid is very bold. So young at such a young age is so thoughtful. I do not know really grow up later can do out what things." Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed when he heard the news given to him by Qiu Ruiyue. The kid's eyes were so hard that if he really got out, he might go crazy. As for killing him, Jiang Nan had also thought about it, but it was still not a good operation at the moment. His father, Zhang Qiqiang, also went in, and as for his mother, I don't know where she ran off to, Autumn Ruiyue said softly. In great distress, it is only a matter of time before this Zhang Dong's family falls apart. Jiang Nan didn't feel sorry for this family and didn't bring a single ounce of sympathy. "I don't have much to do today. Are you free this afternoon? Take your girlfriend out for dinner with you?" Autumn Ryu extended an invitation. She went back to Mordor. Jiang Nan replied, "Back to Mordor?" Autumn Ruiyue's voice was clearly tinged with a bit of surprise, but soon she coughed gently and whispered, "That really isn't a good idea to ask you out. I also have some business to take care of this afternoon, so I'll invite you to dinner some other day to talk about that Zhang Dong." Jiang Nan had designated that he would not let the kid Zhang Dong run out of the juvenile detention center. "Okay, I'm basically free for the afternoon, so I'll be able to come out whenever you want." Autumn Ruiyue immediately gave a happy response. "Okay, I'll get busy then. Talk to you later." Jiang Nan hung up the phone, and then made a note to Qiu Ruiyue's number, and then looked towards Ning Rusheng and Lai Jing, who were chatting furiously. At this time, he was also noticing what Lai Jing was wearing. It was still the familiar professional suit, black silk with a wraparound skirt. The first time they met, Jiang Nan had noticed that this woman was a lightning-bursting player, and when he looked toward her again this morning, he subconsciously locked onto her upper body. Good Ray. Gangnam came along. Hubby, are you going to be busy? Then I'll go out for a stroll with Lai Jing in a while, and see if I need to move my stuff here in the meantime. Ning Rusheng immediately hooked Jiang Nan's arm and smiled with a petulant tone. Okay. Jiang Nan was also prepared to take Ning Rusheng to spend money. Since she wanted to go shopping with Lai Jing, then he naturally would not refuse, and immediately said, you give me your bank card account number. Look at what you see on the things despite buying. Not enough to give me say on the line. Hubby, I'm just shopping. It's not like I'm going to want to buy anything. Ning Rusheng shook her head. It's okay, take whatever you see that you like. Jiang Nan's tone was tinged with indisputability. Okay, then listen to hubby. Ning Rusheng nowadays this husband that was shouting more and more fluently. Ning Russian's favoritism +2. Lai Jing's favoritism +5. The system beat that sounded in his head caused Jiang Nan to faintly freeze and look towards Lai Jing, just in time to see a flash of envy on her face, which caused his gaze to flicker for a moment. Soon, Ning Rusheng sent his bank card account number. Jiang Nan did not say much, directly transferred 2 million over, and then transferred 2 million over to Li Jing. Husband? Boss? When the amount arrived in the account, Ning Rusheng and Lai Jing were stunned at the same time and looked toward Jiang Nan with a shocked face, saying in unison, what are you doing transferring so much? Chapter 79, just one last point of goodwill left. Goodbye Lin Man. Much? Jiang Nan was surprised. It's not much. 2 million isn't much. $2 million for a walker? After Ning Rusheng and Lai Jing finished speaking, they looked at each other in unison with shock on their faces. Nice guy. How rich does that have to be? Take it. Put it away if you can't use it. There's always a time when you need to buy it. Jiang Nan waved his hand carelessly, then took out a car key and said, this is the key to the Cayenne. If you guys want to go out for a stroll, take this car. Ning Rusheng received the key in a daze, and saw Jiang Nan waving his hand toward the underground garage. Ding! Congratulations host. Successful consumption. Get 10 times the spending rebate, $72 million. At this moment, Jiang Nan's mind was also ringing with the system's beep, and as he arrived at the underground garage, two more sounds rang in his head. Ning Russian's favoritism +1, Lai Jing's favoritism +2. In response, Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. Now that Ning Rusheng's favorability towards him had reached a whopping 88 points, he only needed 2 more points and his little task of welfare would be complete. Logically speaking, he might have followed Ning Rusheng without any chance of successfully increasing these last 2 points of goodwill later on, but he felt that he should give these two women a little space to get along with each other. Those last 2 points of goodwill, that's the nail in the coffin, either today or tomorrow. So Jiang Nan didn't need to be in too much of a hurry at all. Today was May 20th, and the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Manman's side of the family were 3 short of 1, and had to need companionship for company as well. You can't keep around a woman until you get tired of eating her, can you? As Jiang Nan got into the car and drove the Maybach out of Villa 001. At this point, in the middle of Villa 001, it was only then that Ning Rusheng and Lai Jing slowed down. Lai Jing, how rich is this man of mine? Ning Rusheng gently swallowed. It's very rich, isn't it? And it should still be rich beyond our imagination. Lai Jing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, you should know that all the villas in Jiangcheng Tianfu are very expensive, right? Well nah, isn't there a rumor that the last time a villa sold at a closing price it reached 3 small goals? Ning Rusheng still knew a tiny bit about these little tidbits of information. That set of villa is still the average point villa among the 9 sets of villas in Jiangcheng Tianfu, and this set of villa purchased by the boss is Villa 001. From the naming, you should be able to know how great this set of villas is, Lai Jing explained. Villa 001? The villa we're in is actually the legendary Villa 001? Ning Rusheng's pupils constricted and dilated for a moment, and a look of shock came over her face. Speaking of the villa, she really knew a little bit about it. She was a flight attendant, and because her face value was high enough, the leadership basically kept her in first class, thus she still managed to hear something from time to time. Just like this set of 001 villa, it is rumored that there was an overseas tycoon who wanted to buy this set of villa at a price of $800 million were rejected. That is a whole 800 million even can not buy this set of villa. Visible this set of villa is afraid not only have to be rich to be able to buy. This set of villa specific transaction price I do not know, but think the boss must spend a lot, and behind him background has a great possibility of through the sky. Lai Jing guessed, of course, this is just my guess. Alright, this topic can't be talked about much. I am after all the boss's personal butler. Gossiping about the boss behind his back is a bit too disrespectful. Wait. Ning Rusheng took a deep breath, stared straight at Li Jing, and said in a deep voice, Jiangnan, has he brought any other women back yet? No. Li Jing answered directly without a hint of hesitation at all. Phew. Hearing this reply, Ning Rusheng let out a huge sigh of relief, and a happy look came over her face. By now, after her previous self-pua, she actually long ago didn't care if Gangnam had a previous girlfriend or not. Now, hearing Li Jing's answer, she rightfully felt that she was also very important in Jiangnan's heart. Otherwise, how could she have let her move into such a luxurious villa? Seeing the smile on Ning Rusheng's face, Li Jing's face was unchanged, and her heart was secretly relieved. I call this a good-intentioned lie. It's good for me, it's good for you, and it's good for the boss. Ning Rusheng's favoritism +1. On Jiangnan's side, on his way to the old town, another beep from the system sounded in his head, which caused a look of surprise to appear on his face. 89 points of goodwill now, just a little bit short of favorability. I'll be able to complete that welfare mini-quest. That said, how did it suddenly go up by 1 point of favorability? Could it be that this woman will still be a self-rater? Jiangnan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he thought of this. If this is the case, then it is really a person sitting in the car. Good sense in the sky. It is possible that this woman, and then self-rating a little bit, he somehow will be the welfare of the small task to complete. That is really nice enough. He still had one lucky draw opportunity on hand, so he was in no hurry to use it, waiting until he had completed that welfare mini-quest first. Half an hour later, in the middle of the landlady's neighborhood, a Maybach slowly pulled up underneath the small apartment he had rented. Looking at the Pagani Wind child parked next to him, Jiangnan checked. There is no scratch. Fell also secretly nodded. At this time, when he was ready to go up the stairs, he was noticed on the front on a camera, which makes him eyebrows cannot help but pick up a little. Is this the camera on the landlady? Come to think of it, this kind of old neighborhood should really be more places are engaged in a few cameras, conducive to security. Otherwise there will be another little girl was kidnapped things. Directly set the sack ran. Then it can be said to be a real needle in a haystack. Straight up to the 3rd floor. Jiangnan knocked gently on the door of the landlady's house. Coming, a voice rang out, and Jiangnan immediately heard that it was Lin Manman's brother Gangnam. When the gate opened, Lin Manman, who was wearing a blue and white blouse with a white pleated skirt and a cute double ponytail, appeared in Jiangnan's line of sight, looking from the top down. Unlike before when it was common to pair with a pair of light white calf socks, today's Lin Manman was wearing a pair of black calf socks with a bow. Brother Gangnam. Lin Manan immediately jumped into Jiangnan's arms, rubbing her head against his chest one by one. It's only been a short time and you miss me that much? Jiangnan hugged Lin Manman while entering the gate, closing the door with his backhand. He merely said one sentence, and after as the door closed, as if she had received some kind of signal, Lin Manman's delicate body softened in vain. Chapter 83 Consecutive chances to draw something unexpected. 10 minutes passed. Footsteps sounded. I said why did it take 10 minutes to open a door? But it turns out to be. The landlady looked at Lin Manman who got up with a panicked face and a teasing look came on her face. Sister Xia. Lin Manman cried out nervously. Bastard. It doesn't take much time to send Shosho, does it? So why are you free to meet us now? Landlady today share where is a blue dress. That wonderful sense of immediacy is still strong to the extreme. At home, she is generally silver hair coiled up. At the moment is also, don't have a flavor. Took care of a few things. Gangnam Road. Yes? The landlady had a disbelieving expression on her face before she glanced at Lin Manman and revealed a smile. That, and I'm going to use the restroom. Lin Manhwa hurriedly jogged towards the restroom. Where's Rhyme? Jiangnan veered away from the topic and glanced at the living room, and there was no figure of Su Yun. Where's the piano room? The landlady nudged towards the piano room, and coincidentally, Su Yun also walked out from it. A floral dress. Hair is also coiled up. Look carefully. She unprecedentedly put on a light makeup, but let Jiangnan did not have to brighten up. Although Su Yun's face value score is only 90 points, but in fact, her gentle and lovely, virtuous wife and mother temperament can still rise a few points here in Jiangnan. You could argue that he does control this type of woman, but ask, what man wouldn't like that? Rhyme. Jiangnan opened his right hand to a shy Su Yun. Su Yun came with quick steps and snuggled into Jiangnan's arms obediently. Brat. Sis. At this time, the landlady whispered in Jiangnan's ear, instantly making his eyes light up. Around 5 in the afternoon, on the small balcony of the living room, Barta. Jiangnan contentedly lit a cigarette. The smoke lingered, and one of his faces was filled with excitement. During this period of time, both the landlady and Su Yun or Lin Manman had all risen by 1 point in favorability, and by the same token, all 3 face values go up a point. In other words, he got 3 chances to draw directly, together with the previous one. I now have 4 draws in my hand. Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange luster as he pondered whether or not to directly extract the reward. But, having saved up all 4 times, Jiang Nan really wanted to try and see if he could save up for a 10 consecutive draw. Mud. Last time the system said single draws produce miracles. Jiang Nan fiercely barred 2 more mouthfuls of cigarettes, and then snuffed out the cigarette, communicating directly with the system under his mind. System, open the lottery for me. Moment. The moment his words fell, an illusory 3D carousel immediately appeared in front of him. Bubu. The familiar sound of a raffle draw rang out. It took only a few seconds and an unknown number of rapid rotations. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully won in this lottery, $100 million. Only 100 million? Continue. Bubu. The pointer turned once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully won in this lottery, the global limited edition luxury supercar, Bugatti Divo. Another limited edition luxury supercar? Jiang Nan's eyebrows raised slightly. Good lord, this Tuzi brother was trying to get him to carry out his high profile to the end. Moreover, this car sounds like quite a high-class car, and I don't know which one is a bit more handsome compared to his Pagani Windjammer, or which one is a bit more expensive. Continue. Bubu. The pointer turned once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully won in this lottery, 100 million in cash plus master culinary ability. Ha! The haul from the third draw brought a look of surprise to Jiang Nan's face. Good lord, did this wave draw a double yoke? Immediately, he came close to the illusory 3D carousel to look up, only to see that the dense small letters are indeed written on the 100 million cash plus master chef level ability reward. Not only that, next to this reward, even written 100 million cash plus charisma unlimited ability reward. Charming? He is now considered to be a great charm. Really draw this ability, that is not really a second to transform into a charm. Is a woman see him cannot top the kind. It's a bit of a stretch to think about. Jiang Nan shook his head. As soon as he thought about it, as long as he went out, at any time a swarm of women come up. Are beautiful women okay? The key to this charm is not only just for beautiful women effective, but inevitably for all women are effective. Even then, he didn't know if it would work on some men who liked men, too. Pull back. Jiang Nan shook his head wickedly and continued. Open the 4th draw. Bubu. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has won in this lottery, 10 years of life, tradable. What the hell? The moment the reminder of what he had obtained from this 4th lucky draw opportunity sounded, Jiang Nan's eyes widened, and incredulity surfaced on his face in an instant. Lifespan. He had actually gained 10 years of life in this lottery. And, that's not the main thing. The key thing is that this 10-year lifespan is followed by the ability to trade as shown. This was what shocked Jiang Nan the most. System, this 10-year lifespan means I'm able to trade to others? Jiang Nan took a deep breath and immediately inquired mentally. That's right, the system replies in seconds. What about the kind that's already dead? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Can bring people back from the dead. The system's voice continued to ring in Jiang Nan's head. Asterisk. Awesome big deal. Hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Nan's pupils tightened and dilated for a moment. When the system produces something, it must be a fine product. This is just the tip of the iceberg on top of the rewards of the carousel. The system's voice rang out, and then prompted. There is one thing the system needs to remind the host. What? Jiang Nan froze for a moment. Out of every 10 chances of drawing, there is a chance that there will be a chance to obtain a transcendent reward. The system's voice continued. You mean the 10 years of tradable life gain this time is this so-called transcendent reward? Jiang Nan instantly understood. A thoughtful look appeared on his face, and immediately afterward inquired. Then, is it possible to inevitably come up with this transcendent reward in the middle of the lottery? Chapter 81, Welfare Mini-Quests finally completed. Rewards in hand. Able. The system's voice sounded in Jiang Nan's head. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. 10 raffle chances for a chance at the transcendental raffle. The system's voice continued. Asterisk. That's still a bit harsh. 10 chances for the raffle are exchanged for 1 chance for the extraordinary raffle. This can be difficult to say the least. Mind you, he hadn't extracted it 10 times by now. However, with difficulty comes challenge. Moreover, this transcendental reward can be very generous. The value of that decade of tradable life is unimaginable. A person who was already dead was able to be brought back to life if Jiang Nan wanted him to. He could keep it alive as long as it was within 10 years. This was no longer at the level of mortals. Indeed, it belonged to the level of transcending mortals, and could be called a godlike ability. If this continues, sooner or later, I might become a godlike existence in this world. Jiang Nan's eyes shone with a strange luster. Ning Russian's favoritism +1. Just as Jiang Nan was looking infinitely into the future, suddenly, a system beep sounded in his head. That somehow went up to 90 favorability points again? Ding! Ning Risheng's favorability has reached 90 points. Congratulations host, successfully completing the welfare mini-quest. Rewarded, permanent possession of the Jiangcheng mansion. $100 million cash reward. Physical arts master level ability. Mission accomplished. Reward in hand. Just the moment the physical arts master level ability arrived, Jiang Nan only felt that too many memories that did not belong to him immediately appeared in his mind. Closing his eyes for a moment to receive it, he slowly opened them and clenched his fist and blasted out a punch into the air. Crackle! The sound of firecrackers exploding in the air came, which brought a look of shock to his face. With this punch, I feel that even a tiger would have to be killed on the spot by me, not to mention a cow. Jiang Nan couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. A connoisseur knows whether there is one or not. Nowadays, he was a master of physical arts, and was incredibly clear about how exaggerated his power was. And he also has an extremely large number of ancient boxing styles in his mind, like what Baji Quan, 12 Wei Tan leg, but any boxing and kicking kung fu about physical arts. There is nothing he one no. Master, is really a master. Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange luster. He did not know that his current strength can be won against several, but at least 40 or 50 cannot get close to him. He did not feel that this was an exaggerated thing, to know that the strength of the ancient martial arts scholar that is really exaggerated to the extreme. His ability of this physical arts master, not to say that it is comparable to the level of the martial arts scholar, but it is also definitely not too weak than the martial arts scholar. Self-preservation is absolutely no problem at all. The reason for Jiang Nan's confidence, that was naturally because his body had been strengthened by the body transformation liquid, and those ancient martial arts scholars didn't have the heaven-defying stuff that the system produced. In the future, if you draw any powerful stances, or any small ability to enhance your 5 senses, what's a martial arts scholar worth? He can be defeated in one blow. Jiang Nan was even more confident. At least is also a man with a system in the evening. If this bottom is not really in vain this heavenly destiny. Buzz off. This time, the sound of a cell phone vibrating rang out. Jiang Nan came back from his thoughts and took out his cell phone and scanned it. It was a WeChat video from Ning Risheng. Hubby, you're giving too much money yet. It's too much to spend. It's simply too much to spend. As soon as the video call was connected, a smiling Ning Risheng appeared in front of the camera. You can't spend $5, 2 million, and raise your spending. Jiang Nan said meaningfully. The more money he has, the more he will only spend. His consumption alone is ultimately limited. The more women he has and the more he is able to spend, then his savings will grow. Hubby, if people on the internet knew what you said, I'm afraid there'd be a wealth hater going to humanize you, blasting you in seconds. Ning Risheng covered her mouth and laughed. Who cares? Jiang Nan shrugged. Honey, do you want to have dinner together later? Ning Risheng's eyes glittered with a small heart of excitement. I'm on the old town side now. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and continued. Let me come find you guys in a while. Jing and I have already put our things away. If you're in the old town then we'll come and pick you up. Ning Risheng smiled and said, it's okay. Jiang Nan nodded and hung up the video call before sending the location to Ning Risheng. Putting the phone back into his pants, he moved his mind and a thick document bag immediately appeared in his hand. Opening it and drawing out the first contract, his eyes narrowed instantly. The Jiangcheng mansion, which was worth at least $10 billion, just belonged to him forever. System, how is the rent for this River City mansion calculated? Jiang Nan backhanded the bag of papers in his hand and it immediately disappeared into thin air. You don't have to do any of this yourself. The system will automatically collect the revenue for you. The system's voice rang out. It's also true that the unicorn is fully automated, and the host doesn't have to move at all. Enjoying life and living recklessly is all that's needed. Jiang Nan laughed lightly a few times. He was really good with this system. He didn't need to worry about anything. It took care of everything. Oh yeah, where's my Bugatti Divo? Jiang Nan recalled the lottery he had just drawn to obtain yet another luxury supercar Bugatti Divo crowned with a global limited edition, and immediately inquired about the system in his heart. Host, the Bugatti Divo is in the neighborhood underground garage. The system replied. Could be. Jiang Nan naturally didn't need to worry about why a divine car would suddenly appear and be noticed. The system would be delusional if it couldn't even take care of this small detail. At this point, footsteps sounded. Immediately after, warm and soft against his body, the unique odor from his landlady reached between Jiang Nan's nostrils. Don't you want to get some rest? Sa. Jiang Nan turned around and looked at the landlady's rather messy silver hair, especially when he met her soft eyes. His heart was even more touched at the moment. I just slept for a short while and suddenly woke up with the feeling of being inside a dream. At this moment, when I hold you in my arms, I realize what it means to have a stable heart, to be at peace, and to be happy. The landlady gently leaned against Jiang Nan's chest, listening to the powerful beating of his heart. and couldn't help but wrap her arms a little tighter around him. Sister Xia, I'm here. I'll always be. Jiang Nan also had a gentle smile on his face as he reached out and stroked the landlady's silver hair, saying softly, after some time I'll see if I'll get a better house again and bring you all over. Bastard, you're so bad, you really want to be the emperor. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady's pretty face flushed, and she looked up at this heartwarming to the core little man with style, and she couldn't help but pursed her lips, and her eyes became mesmerized in an instant. Chapter 82 Ning Risheng's Realization. Half an hour later, the landlady's pretty face was red and slightly pursing her lips as she watched Jiang Nan walk out the door. Bang! The gate closed softly. What a bad boy! And the landlady turned away with a mutter. Jiang Nan sighed. It was not the first time he had arrived at the underground garage in this neighborhood. Following the system's prompts, he also quickly arrived in front of a blue with gold luxury supercar. The silhouette, the curvature, it's perfect. Jiang Nan got on his hand and touched it. His face showed a marvelous color, and he couldn't help but inquire. System, how much is this Bugatti Divo worth? 200 million. The system replied. How much? Jiang Nan was slightly stunned when he heard this figure. What a car! Can it be worth 200 million? This is the world's only blue and gold Bugatti Divo, dubbed the concept class Blue and Gold Dragon King. The system replied. So grippy? Surprised, Jiang Nan took out the car key, which in turn was placed on the sensor at the main driver's door. Barta! Only a voice rang out, and in the next second Jiang Nan gently snapped the car door, and the door on the main driver's seat slowly opened. Sweeping a glance at the car's interior, the whole body is a mix of blue and gold wind. Looks flamboyant to the extreme, but this is indeed in line with the compulsion of this $200 million worth of God's car. Putting the door down, Jiang Nan directly started this divine car, the only one in the world, which was worth $200 million. Boom! Instantly, a roaring boom immediately exploded in the middle of the underground garage. Hearing this voice, Jiang Nan's eyes jumped a little. This sound, it's really like the sound of a dragon's roar. It's so good. Jiang Nan patted the steering wheel, while then stepped on the gas and slowly drove out of the underground garage. And upon returning downstairs to the small apartment he had rented, Jiang Nan also saw his Porsche Cayenne parked next to his Pagani Windjammer. At this moment, Ning Risheng and Lai Jing looked at this Pagani Windchild with surprised faces and whispered, "That's a pretty cool car." Ning Risheng took out her cell phone to take a picture, and then on an app to know the map up, and then exclaimed, "Jing Jing, this car is even guaranteed to be worth more than 50 million. Pagani Windjammer, that price is indeed normal." Lai Jing nodded thoughtfully. Pagani Windjammer? I think I've heard that name before. Ning Risheng blinked. Hello, two beautiful women. A familiar voice rang out, which caused Ning Rushen and Lai Jing to look back. Wow, what kind of car is this? This? When Ning Risheng saw the Bugatti Divo slowly traveling in front of her, her mouth suddenly opened into a big O, her face filled with shock. It's so cool there. Bugatti Divo. Jiang Nan invited. Beauty, can I have the honor of taking you for a ride? He held out his right hand. Of course. Ning Risheng happily put her hand on Jiang Nan's palm, and only then did she turn back to Lai Jing, saying with a slightly difficult face, "Wait, husband, what about Jing Jing? Sister Lai, you can drive, can't you?" Jiang Nan looked at Lai Jing. This woman unchanged package hip dress plus black silk high heel. The only difference is the hairstyle. Right, before tied into a high ponytail, but now it is turned into a pill head. Needless to say, the woman's makeup was very plain. Even with Jiang Nan's naked eyes, if he hadn't seen her red lips, he wouldn't have thought she had makeup on. Will do. Lai Jing nodded. She was the one who drove when she went out, and she also prepared a pair of flats in the car, so she could change out of her high heels at any time. Okay, then I'll lead the way and you follow me. Jiang Nan opened the passenger door, and Ning Risheng also jogged into the car. Yes boss. Lai Jing showed her signature smile to this. Jiang Nan mentally shook his head. No kidding. He felt that this woman would probably be a bit antiquated when getting alone. After Ning Risheng got into the car and fastened her seatbelt, Jiang Nan also drove this Bugatti Divo, which was only one in the world, and was even known as the conceptual level Blue and Gold Dragon King, a godly car valued at $200 million. Out of the neighborhood, Jiang Nan went straight to Jiangcheng Mansion. It's not like he hadn't been inside before when he was delivering takeaways, and he knew how busy it was inside, with food, drink, and entertainment all over the place. Among them, he had read the rough introduction of this Jiangcheng building. There are 66 floors above ground. The building height is as much as 325 meters, and there are even 4 more floors underground. This scale, even if not on the ranking of domestic buildings, but in Jiangcheng, that is absolutely famous a building, basically considered a very iconic building. Hubby, That what's-his-name Pagani Windjammer handsome just now is indeed handsome, but it still doesn't feel as good as this what's-his-name Bugatti Divo of yours. Ning Rusheng was still sitting in this kind of luxury car for the first time. Her pretty face was full of excitement. This look, there to touch, completely a curious baby. That Pagani Windjammer is only 60 million. This Bugatti Divo is 200 million. Jiangnan laughed lightly. So, can these two cars be compared? It can't be compared at all. What? This car? $200 million? It was really no wonder that Ning Rusheng was in a state of shock. This $200 million car was just like a dream for her. It's so unbelievable. You 500 million villa have lived. This 200 million car is worth so much fuss. Jiangnan was prepared to drive with one hand, but noticed that Ning Rusheng was wearing jeans when she traveled today, which was a bit of a pity. But it's so shocking. You are too trenchant. Ning Rusheng swallowed heavily and looked towards Jiangnan. Her face couldn't help but show a look of being at a loss for words. She was only from an ordinary family. Could she really be worthy of this kind of super-rich second generation? It was true that she was beautiful and self-aware, but she was very aware of it. Time takes its toll on looks, but is unable to corrupt money in the slightest. So, in the eyes of the rich, beautiful women are really able to flood a bunch of them by hook or crook. For the moment I am able to stay young and in my husband's favor, but what if one day I grow old? Ning Rusheng's face turned a little unsightly, and her heart was also a little frightened. She felt that her only advantage wasn't necessarily just her beauty. Rather, Jiangnan this level of high wealth handsome, really just as she thought before. How can there be no girlfriend before her? So, what she might be able to do, that is to understand her position. It's not allowed to say that she might still be a junior here in Jiangnan. Blah blah blah. Ning Rusheng, so many rich men have mentioned more than once to adopt you, and you've been clean for so long, and now you're actively begging to be a lover. Really? To that? As Ning Rusheng thought about it, her pretty face burst into flames. But, husband is handsome. Are other men as handsome as Jiangnan? And, as gentle as him, as rich as him, as good to himself? Have to say, women, are the best self-starters. Ning Rusheng's favoritism +2. At this point, a system tone inexplicably sounded in Jiangnan's mind, which made him look towards the passenger seat in surprise, only to see Ning Rusheng, a woman with a pretty red face and a fanciful expression, which could not help but make him freeze for a moment. Good lord, this woman, is she ripping herself off again? Chapter 83. Is this Li Jing a bit unknown? For Gangnam, the women who were able to carry out self-rating that could be good women. After all, it could save him too much trouble. The car sped off at breakneck speed. However, in a short while, the Bugatti Divo and the Porsche Cayenne driven by Li Jing arrived in the underground garage at the side entrance of Jiangcheng Mansion one after the other. Getting out of the car, Ning Rusheng instantly came trotting happily and hooked Jiangnan's arm. Quiet. It was obvious that the relationship between the two women had gone up more than a notch in the space of a few hours. Seeing Li Jing come stepping on her high heels, Ning Rusheng also waved at her with a happy face. Today could be said to be Ning Rusheng's dreamiest day. First of all, he met Jiangnan, and secondly, in just one morning's time, he completely fell in love with him and had indescribably wonderful things happen with him. With that, his gentleness, his trenchant air invariably took over her heart. Perhaps the progress was indeed too fast, but Ning Rusheng felt that love was like that. Either it didn't come, or it came with a bang, swiftly and inexorably. At least, Ning Rusheng was very content with the status quo. Li Jing arrived, and frankly, was still a little uncomfortable. But Ning Rusheng was too enthusiastic, and she couldn't refuse. After all, this one counted as her boss's wife. Getting along with your boss's wife is always a right thing to do. It's hard to find a job these days, and even harder to find one that's as comfortable as hers, pays well, and has an even better boss. Therefore, she has extraordinarily cherished this job. Want to do a long time this way to save a few years of money. In the city to buy a suite, but there is no big problem. As for shortcuts in life, to be honest, she hadn't really thought about them. With her face, her body, it really wasn't that she was blowing it. It was simply not too easy to take shortcuts. Although Jiangnan was her first boss after attending the training of the property company, her photo had already been seen by many bosses a long time ago, and even more than one boss had sent a message to ask her to come out and negotiate individually. What can I negotiate individually? It's just that she has a good body and good looks and wants to adopt her. To this Li Jing are scoffing. She Li Jing, even if she is starving to death, poor death, that is also determined not to go to the shortcut of being adopted this road. Just because she wouldn't go down that road didn't mean she necessarily despised such people. In her opinion, everyone's philosophy is different, and hers is as simple as a person relying on one pair of hands. Then it's impossible not to live. Hang in there, there's always a way out. Go. The three of them stepped toward the elevator. Jiangnan had come to Jiangcheng Mansion to deliver a few takeaways, and still knew how many floors the restaurant was on. 27th floor. Honey, are you usually in Old Town? Ning Rusheng inquired curiously. Pretty much. The landlady, Su Yun, and the place where he made his fortune are all in the Old Town, and you'd have to be lying to think that he doesn't have feelings for the place. And, now that he has acquired the Jiangcheng Mansion, which is worth at least tens of billions of dollars towering over here, it is really a bit hard to say that he does not set his base in the old city center. The Old Town is so far from the center of River City that it's rather easy to get anywhere. Ning Rusheng's gaze flickered for a moment. Smartly she wasn't prepared to go along with this topic, placing her gaze on Li Jing, whispering, Jing Jing, how come it feels like you're wandering around a bit? Are you tired? Nope, just, still rarely come out to eat. Li Jing whispered, it's okay, I'll fly for 4 days and take 2 days off, so let me eat with you from now on. Ning Rusheng said with a smile. She also has a superb personality and a happy-go-lucky feel to her. Are you still going to work? Hearing Ning Rusheng's words, Li Jing froze for a moment. You're married to such a super rich kid, and you're still thinking about going to work? Definitely work. How boring it would be to just stay home all day. Ning Rusheng shook her head, gripped Jiang Nan's arm a little tighter, and whispered, but, I actually quite want to open a small store to guard it every day. What store? Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Not thinking about it yet, eh? And it's not good for brick-and-mortar stores right now. Easy to lose money. Ning Rusheng thought for a moment and then dismissed the idea, muttering, I had a relative who did a clothing store before, lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and still owes money to this day. That's underfunded. Jiang Nan saw the problem at a glance. Now these days, without a little bottom, want to do up an industry, it is really difficult to get to the level of the sky. Moreover, with Ning Rusheng's face value and figure, it was not an exaggeration to say that it would be absolutely easy to go online to shoot short videos and do your own brand after accumulating some fans. Who doesn't like looking at beautiful women these days? And it's still a high-value beauty with attributes like Ning Rusheng, that doesn't just operate operations up. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan suddenly became interested as well. How about he start a media company? There are thousands of beautiful women in this world. If they all gather here, not to mention what 100% of the beautiful women, at least 85 points above the beautiful women, sand down, is definitely not too few, right? Again, Jiang Nan turned his head to think. At present he was surrounded by just 5 or 6 women. Let him feel a little busy. Really, if the so-called a whole media company of women, that's pretty much more of a head-scratcher when you think about it. Ding! Thoughts on the occasion. The elevator on the first floor suddenly rang, followed by 3 men and 2 women walking in from outside. The moment those 3 men who walked in saw Ning Rusheng and Li Jing, their eyes instantly widened. What a pretty chick! Shoo! One of the yellow-haired young men who looked out of place instantly raised his eyebrows and whistled twice, just as he was about to say some more flirtatious words. Bang! Jiang Nan let go of Ning Rusheng, who was hugging him, stepped forward and kicked out violently, and in an instant, he saw that yellow-haired young man's entire body fly backwards. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The impact could be said to have stunned everyone present, especially the 2 remaining youths, who immediately pressed the elevator door open button and hurriedly ran out when they saw Jiang Nan's gaze towards them. Ning Rusheng's favoritism +1, Li Jing's favoritism +8. Aha! When the 2 women who were traveling with those 3 youths also followed and ran out, a beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head, and Ning Rusheng's good sense was added quite normally. How did Li Jing add as many as 8 points at once? Thinking, Jiang Nan inadvertently glanced over toward Li Jing and found that the woman's eyes were flashing with a strange luster, which seemed to be with a little excitement as well. What does that mean? Is there some other little-known pet peeve? Jiang Nan's heart came to a point of interest. Chapter 84, Mu Chang's character. Honey, that's a little too fierce. The elevator rose slowly. Ning Rusheng came closer once more, her face red and looking extraordinarily excited, clenching her small pink fist and waving it in the air. Have you practiced? Just now that yellow-haired young man's height is not bad, visually 175 centimeters or so, and it does not look like the kind of very thin and weak, and then how to have a more than 120 pounds, and Gangnam? A kick sent it flying straight out, even as it fell against that wall. Nice guy, that leg strength is simply amazing. You didn't know about the whole I'm fierce thing until now? Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around Ning Rusheng's thin waist and whispered in her ear. This breath came, immediately let her body soft down. In a moment recalled what? Pretty face is even more red to the root of the year to go. Looking at Jiang Nan's eyes, is also gradually sticky up. Nowadays, Jiang Nan for the very majority of women, not to say that it reaches the level of a charm, but the real contact, the effect is not bad. Phantom that is a single look, I'm afraid that can make a woman for the spellbound, and after contact with him down, not to achieve this effect. Bummer, what a thing to say. Ning Risheng gently leaned into Jiang Nan's arms and flirted. Jiang Nan glanced towards Li Jing again and found that the woman had turned into a state where she couldn't see or hear anything, standing in the corner of the elevator and staring straight ahead. However, Jiang Nan is still found, with his gaze inadvertently swept, nowadays. Although he is not up to the level of super five senses, but so close to a little, simply aggravate the sound of breathing, or hear. This woman is probably a Muchang character, eager to solve problems violently. Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. This personality may have something to do with her living environment and even some of her experiences as a child. Li Jing seems to be the kind of very independent big woman persona, and even dresses the same. But in fact, this kind of character is more or less a little defective. Or, contrast, underneath the tough exterior persona is just a disguise. Perhaps, by tearing off this disguise, that would yield a true emotional Li Jing. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but look at the woman a couple more times, even ogled her from head to toe, unabashedly. Ahem. A few seconds later, as if she had long since sensed Jiang Nan's gaze, Li Jing inexplicably coughed twice, her afterglow catching up with him. Li Jing's favoritism +2. Has it started? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded mentally. His guess about Li Jing was indeed not wrong. This woman was definitely a study in great contrasts. Sure, he gazed at Li Jing to be able to harvest her favorability, more because he was good enough. And there was also that already unimpressive favorability to back it up. You'd be surprised if she didn't freak out if you replaced her with anyone who didn't have the good sense to stare at her so nakedly to see what was going on. Sister Li, have you bought your mobility scooter yet? Jiang Nan took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Not yet. I am going to take a good look tomorrow. But, boss, the money you gave is a little too much. Li Jing replied in a small voice. According to the past, she was bound to look straight at Jiang Nan and inform very bashfully. But now, for some unknown reason, her voice was a little lower as she spoke, and her eyes were even more afraid to meet Jiang Nan's. 2 million is not much, although it is a substitute car. It can't be too inferior a bit. Anyway, this price you see to it. Jiang Nan smiled. Also, this is your mobility vehicle. Whatever type you like you can have it the way you want it. According to my idea a 100, 000 to 100, 000 normal point of view family car would be good. Li Jing's voice weakened a few points. Look at my underground garage. Wouldn't it be out of my league to put a 100, 000 dollar car in there? Jiang Nan said unquestionably. 2 million, 1 respectively, give me less. Yes. Jiang Nan's strong voice caused Li Jing's body to tense up for a moment, and then immediately lowered her head and weakly claimed yes. Li Jing's favoritism +2. Good. You like strong men, don't you? Woman, your ripoff point is always out. Now, Jiang Nan inexplicably recalled a sentence that Ning Risheng had said at that time, which was that Li Jing in her high school days had lost weight like crazy, which had led to her current body and face value being extremely perfect. Perhaps, until then, this woman has probably been looked at differently on more than one occasion because of her obesity, to the point where she may have even been subjected to bullying. It's something that's so commonplace that it's easy to guess what's going on with just a little thought. What is the psychology of someone who has been bullied? Mu strong, trying to solve anything with violence. But, again, because of the weakness of character in their bones, they are unable to do this. Meanwhile, there's another point. That's a long time to be bullied and under oppression. It's really possible that it could lead to some kind of psychological, unspoken pet peeve. As a result, at this time, Li Jing's heart naturally opened up a little more quietly in the face of the strong and incomparable kicking of the yellow-haired young man just now. At this moment, Gangnam took on the hero she once had when she was fantasizing, coupled with the fact that the two of them already had a base level of goodwill to support them. It was only normal that Li Jing would start to gradually rise in goodwill now. There are many different ways to raid. It all varies from person to person. Just like comparing Ning Risheng, how horrible is this rate of progress after a purely face-controlling woman is matched with her senses? Gangnam was a deep experience. The ease of achieving a home run in just one morning accomplished something indescribably wonderful. Compare that to the landlady again. Where did it all start to progress? The landlady's daughter, Ying, loved Jiangnan, and that was the biggest opportunity. Otherwise, where did the charming atmosphere inside the piano room come from at that time? Ding! Arrival on the 27th floor. The elevator doors opened. Jiang Nan walked out of the elevator with Ning Risheng in his arms, while Li Jing followed behind the two of them in a well-behaved manner. Welcome to the Linjiang Xian restaurant. May I ask if sir has a reserved spot? Just after arriving at the front door of a restaurant, a welcoming young lady in a cheongsam greeted her with a warm smile on her face. At the sight of Jiang Nan, unsurprisingly, his heartbeat accelerated, his eyes tinged with a bit of excitement, and he didn't even hold back from swallowing a bit of saliva. Su Shaoqin's favoritism +30. the system's beep sounded in his head, and Jiang Nan glanced at the welcoming young lady who was looking at him with an almost drawn-out gaze, to which he mentally just shook his head. That handsomeness is the most important thing besides having money, or even, in a particular case, money may not even be as useful as this face. After all, after reaching this level of handsome, lack of money is impossible to lack a little. As for what's with the older, richer woman, that wire ball clunking on you is a living hell. Please, he's a handsome man of this caliber. Doesn't he smell good when he goes straight to a rich white girl? Jiangnan, reward my big brother egg 15 a few small gifts. Buddy immediately let the system bless the brothers, not later immediately evening the landlady this kind of rich woman. Online dating on the autumn that kind of rich woman. Chapter 85, Passerbys. Is this some kind of star? There are no reservations. Jiangnan shook his head. A few people this way. The welcoming young lady immediately invited the Jiangnan trio to enter. Soon, arrived at the front desk, Jiangnan swept a glance and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. There are really a lot of people in this restaurant. The time is currently around 6 o'clock, which is indeed the dinner rush. However, this almost full lobby area was what made Jiangnan still mentally marvel at the exaggerated flow of people. I'm afraid a floor of this Jiangcheng mansion must cost at least $1 million a year in rent, right? Jiangnan was only making a minimum guess. Not every floor has the same amount of space, and I am afraid that some floors are a bit bigger and naturally more expensive in terms of rent. However, it is absolutely certain that the rental income that this entire building can bring to him must be at least 100 million as the standard. Exactly how much? That would have to wait until the next time the system charged him rent. Hello sir, the private room is currently out. How about in the lobby area? At this moment, the welcoming young lady looked at Jiangnan with an apologetic face. A lobby is a lobby. Jiangnan didn't care so much. It was just a meal. If there was a private room, he would go there, and if there was no private room, he wouldn't care so much. This way for a few of you. The welcoming young lady immediately led Jiangnan's trio to a vacant table, and as Jiangnan's few people walked around in the middle of the lobby, it could be said that they were subjected to the sweeping eyes coming their way. Which stars are these? So handsome and pretty! Exclamations of surprise continued to ring out in the arena. Who didn't like to look at beautiful women and handsome men in this world? Not to mention top-notch beauties like Ning Risheng as well as Lai Jing. As for Jiangnan, this handsome man, that for some middle-aged women, young women, that really kill a piece. The eyes simply do not bring a little move. Have a seat. Welcome Miss. Full of smiles with Jiangnan, 3 people arrived at the table, and so the 3 people seated. It is reasonable to say that only need to be introduced to sweep the code can be ordered, but she is simply not willing to leave. Smiling stared at Jiangnan said, we will have some extra small dishes to give away today. May I ask what Mr. Have any contraindications? Thanks. Nothing to avoid. Jiangnan smiled slightly. Then, if there's anything we can do for you, sir, just wave. It would be an honor to serve you. The welcoming young lady bowed to Jiangnan, and after looking at him a few more times, she left reluctantly. Originally, her job was to welcome the guests, but because Jiangnan was too handsome, she went directly to the front desk and changed her job with someone else, and went to the aisle not far away from Jiangnan to stand and serve with a smile. However, her eyes never left Jiangnan's table. Hubby, just now that young lady's pair of eyes were almost on your face. Ha ha ha, with your exaggerated face value. If it doesn't match you, walking out with you would really be stressful. Ning Risheng could imagine that if her face value was but a little inferior, the envious and jealous eyes would definitely turn into knives scraping at her body, making it hard for her to bear. That's not the same thing when it comes to you. But, it's unattractive and plain. I might be said to be plain billion, right? Ha ha, Jiangnan had seen too many couples with this kind of contrast. Last year, he'd seen several pairs when gone to a live house to make a delivery. The women are all beautiful girls after the balls. That body, for him at that time, simply do not too wow. A short skirt, black silk, long legs, cannot help but think of people throbbing. And the men? One is a bald middle-aged man. Look at the age can be these balls after the daddy. But one person embraced one, in the gray light to enjoy the passion. Envy. What man wouldn't be envious whenever he sees this? These women are not into bald daddy boyfriends. They are clearly in a relationship with money. This kind of envy again. But how can not envy? But the good thing is, nowadays Jiangnan is bittersweet. Not only is he handsome and rich, but he's also got a bunch of redheads around. Order. Jiangnan signaled the 2 to order, and at the same time took his cell phone out. At this time, when he stretched his feet, he was inadvertently touching Li Jing's high heels under the table. Moment. Jiangnan cast an embarrassed gaze towards Li Jing, and the latter's pretty face instantly turned red, lowering her head and not daring to meet his gaze. So much so, that she thought Jiangnan was doing it on purpose, hinting at something as if it was her. Therefore, she lowered her head, her shell teeth gently biting her lower lip, and looking at it from Jiangnan's viewpoint. A slight tangle of colors appeared on her stunningly attractive and pretty face. Li Jing's favoritism +2. Just as Jiang Nan was stunned at how Li Jing took this stance, suddenly a system beep sounded in his head, and a pair of high heels also touched his shoes under the table. Nice guy. This woman also seems to be a master of self-brainstorming for strategy. If Jiang Nan remembered correctly, the current Li Jing's favorability towards him had arrived at as many as 31 points. This good sense can already be said to be gradually into a good situation, but where Jiang Nan himself and then take the initiative a little more, so that Li Jingxin belongs to him is also just a matter of time. The next part of the ordering process, Jiang Nan was not at all proactive. Didn't this woman think he just did it on purpose? He then creates a sense of fallout for the woman. Fruity. After a few minutes of ordering is over, Li Jing's favoritism +1. Another 1 point of favor scored, which made him look towards the woman. Coincidentally, Li Jing also had her eyes on Jiang Nan. Those 4 eyes. Crackle. It was as if an arc of electricity exploded between the two men's eyes. Jiang Nan's charm. Ning Rusheng that is deeply experienced. It really was what they call starry eyes in novels. And when you matched them, they were so deep that you were mesmerized by them. Li Jing's favoritism +2. Another 2 points of goodwill arrived, and Jiang Nan also revealed a smile to move his foot and touch Li Jing's high heels. Yikes! Li Jing's favoritism +3. This sudden touch made Li Jing cry out strangely in shock. Bang bang, 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 bang. An entire heart was also inexplicably beating extremely fast. What's wrong, Jing? Ning Rusheng, who had just put down her cell phone, looked towards her curiously. No, nothing. Li Jing gulped a bit and shook her head with a slightly red face. Only she herself, at this moment, knew how unsettled her heart was at this moment. Most of all, she also felt that she was very puzzled. How could she have tensed herself in the previous meeting? And how could she suddenly start to tense up in this small amount of time? Damn it, Li Jing, Li Jing, this is your boss. Moreover, it's also Ning Rusheng's boyfriend. If you can't hold it together any longer, you have to hold it together hard for me. Li Jing sneaked a glance towards Jiang Nan on the opposite side of the room and involuntarily, without even noticing it herself, gulped again. Chapter 86, Meng Qingqiu's official announcement. Friend circle. The meal also took a little over an hour. I'm going to the restroom. Ning Rusheng stood up. Rush. Wait for me. I'll go too for a bit. As Li Jing got up, she stole one more glance at Jiang Nan and paired up with Ning Rusheng towards the restroom. As for Jiang Nan, he picked up the cell phone on the table with a smile on his face and was about to check WeChat. Handsome brother, I've been watching you over there for a long time. Can I add you on WeChat? This time, a high school student-looking JK girl with a pretty red face came over with her cell phone and looked at Jiang Nan Dao shyly. Jiang Nan sized up the girl, and he could give a score of around 70 just by looking at her with the naked eye alone. Most of all, too young. Sorry about that, I have a girlfriend. Jiang Nan smiled and politely declined. Thanks. This sister was also well behaved, and did not have to add Jiang Nan, but only nodded her head in loss, and after looking at him a few more times, she returned to his table reluctantly. That's so cool. Holy yeah. This brother I think could really come out of nowhere. The distance between the two tables was not very far, and Jiang Nan could clearly hear the girls at that table all whispering excitedly. In response, Jiang Nan could not help but laugh lightly and shake his head. This treatment is seriously cool is cool, but it's really cool too much. Then it's numbing. At least right now. Jiang Nan was already not feeling much for this kind of coolness. Open WeChat. Meng Qingqiu, it's such a shame that darling 520 won't be able to spend the whole day with you. Meng Qingqiu's message was sent just in time. Jiang Nan glanced at it, and she had accompanied it with a photo. Seeing this photo, Jiang Nan couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. Among the photos, it was the image of him sleeping with his eyes closed while Meng Qingqiu was holding his face and kissing his cheek. Meng Qingqiu, darling, go and like my friend's circle. JN, roger that. After replying, Jiang Nan also clicked on Meng Qingqiu's circle of friends. As soon as he entered his friend's circle, he saw that the cover of the circle was a handsome picture of him in the moonlight. For this photo, Jiang Nan had a bit of an impression. It was the scene from that night when he kicked the aluminum door of the rooftop and saved this girl. Xiaoing, I didn't realize that the woman had captured it. I can't imagine that a top white rich beauty like Meng Qingqiu would run her own circle of friends just like a little girl. Jiang Nan would be lying if he said he wasn't touched. Without the system, not so much change. Honestly, Jiang Nan felt that this time there might not be any problems initially with the real sense of being present. But, for a long time, it's not easy to say. If Meng Qingqiu was just an ordinary girl, then there should be hope for a happy ending. But in just that, she's not an ordinary girl. The first school flower of Mordor University. The person is beautiful and has an unbeatable body. More so, you are able to give a bonus of $888 at the drop of a hat. This family is really the top white rich girl. And him? Just a delivery guy. definitely lower class. Luckily I'm bound to the system, all thanks to that old lady at the time who gave me the wish notebook. Jong Nan took a deep breath. If this was the fantasy of a delivery man on his deathbed, then he was willing to spend his entire life in this fantasy and not wake up. Host, you should be thankful for your sincerity of heart and perseverance. This time, the system's voice rang in his head. Maybe, if I hadn't held out, the system shouldn't have awakened. Jong Nan smiled gently, his gaze turning back on Meng Qingqiu's circle of friends. Circle of friends just one. That is seemingly cheesy. But in the eyes of the parties involved in a very romantic 9-panel relationship official announcement picture. 10 fingers interlocked, side by side, sweet group photo. As for the middle C photo, that was rightfully the one that Meng Qingqiu had just sent over. Jong Nan nodded alike, and then thought for a moment. So many words flashed in his mind, and finally commented but just 2 words, love you. To say that love, he really is also considered the first time to talk about. What love words? He will not go back to the chat box with Meng Qingqiu. Meng Qingqiu, he, darling, I hope that every 520 in the future will be spent with you, until we are 100 years old. JN, it doesn't have to be that it will only go to 100. Meng Qingqiu, oh my god, too old, I'll lose all my teeth. I won't even be beautiful by then. I'll die hard. Crying. Gangnam, don't worry, you'll always be this beautiful. Meng Qingqiu, he, I'm sure I'll be beautiful in darling's eyes for the rest of my life. So much for sweet talk between young lovers. Meng Qingqiu probably didn't know that every word Jong Nan said was a promise. Having the system rewards him with the ability to extract transcendent items. All of Gangnam's life in these long years was destined to be extraordinary. As long as the system was not detached from him for a single day, it was unlikely that immortality would be a difficult task for him. As for staying alive, can it be more difficult than living forever? You're kidding not. After ending the chat with Meng Qingqiu, at this time, the sound of footsteps and the sound of Ning Risheng and Lai Jing's conversation also sounded behind them. And Jong Nan also took the lock screen of his cell phone in his hand. For Lai Jing, this kind of black silk wraparound skirt plus pantyhose black silk. Jong Nan actually always had a question. They go to the toilet. Will it really be convenient? This was something that Jong Nan had thought about, but hadn't really bothered to ask. After all, it always felt a little weird to ask. Go. Jong Nan picked up the bag on Ning Risheng's stool. Lai Jing also picked up her own bag, and the 3 of them also directly left this restaurant lobby. As for who paid for this meal, Ning Risheng Sr. had already paid when she scanned the code to order, but that's not something Gangnam would jump at the chance to pay. And how much money can you rebate on something that's $1,000? Sure, it seems like it would be kind of awesome if you really gave him a 10,000 or 100,000 times. But, will it work? It can work, host. Jong Nan's thoughts had just risen in his mind when the system's voice rang out immediately afterward. Everything the host spends on rebate multiples of is randomized. That is to say, it may be a 1:1 rebate, or you may receive 1,000,000,000 times rebate. So grippy? Then how come the highest I've ever gotten was a 12-fold cashback bonus, right? Jong Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. I hope the host's luck will explode next time. Go for it. The system friendly pumped up. Packed. Jong Nan walked out of the restaurant with Ning Risheng in his arms, while Li Jing followed behind him obediently, living like a small secretary. Ding! The elevator arrives. Under the unwanted gazes of a few Cheongsam meet silk welcoming ladies at the door, the elevator doors slowly closed on the trio. It took but a short while for the elevator to go straight down to the negative floor, and the moment they stepped out of the elevator and into the negative garage, a whistle immediately rang out in the middle of the somewhat dark garage. Da-da-da-da. But in a few seconds, only to see more than a dozen people with wooden sticks and stretcher instantly surrounded. Honey, when Ning Risheng saw this scene, she couldn't help but subconsciously grasp Jong Nan's arm a little tighter. Boss, there doesn't seem to be much signal in this underground garage. Lai Jing was much calmer and immediately took out her cell phone, but when she saw that it had little signal, her eyebrows were furrowed. Not a big problem. Jong Nan's voice was calm. It's only a dozen or so people, and it just so happens that they've come to try his hand at it as well. Most of all, after this time, he wanted to see how much goodwill this woman, Lai Jing, could grow, and this was what he was most looking forward to. Ask for free power for love. Thank you for the gifts and rewards of all the big brothers. Bow down and thank you. Hey, more. Chapter 87 Hubby. What a Thai cool hotness. Dog, I can't wait for you. This time, the yellow-haired young man who had previously been kicked out of the elevator by Jong Nan looked at him with a vicious face, and at the moment, he couldn't wait to slap this guy to death. This kid is not only so handsome, but also has 2 beautiful women like fairies around him. Damn it, brothers, this is the kid who beat me up. Give it to me. He was seen commanding with a big wave of his hand. Go! There were more than a dozen people on their side, but when they saw that he was the only man on Jiangnan's side, 4 youths immediately came up with wooden clubs and flat stretches. As for the others, they pressed on, not ready to strike. In their eyes, 4 people were enough to beat the kid half to death. To this, Jiangnan just casually swept a glance at these 4 people who were rushing up, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer. As the protagonist of this world, he really does not lack this kind of small bridge, but it was fine. With a physical arts master level ability, if he had an empty strength that he couldn't show off, it would have been a lot less flavorful. Hey, you guys, we've already called the police, and let me tell you, there's surveillance everywhere now, and you're definitely not going to get away with this even if you hit someone. As the 4 men drew closer and closer, Ning Rusheng stepped forward and looked at them angrily. Ha ha ha, what do you care about us? We beat him up and ran away immediately. Even if we were caught and had to be made to pay for the damages, we don't have any money. At most we'd be detained for a while. My little brother was not also beaten by this kid? Everyone is beating each other. One of the 4 laughed out loud and was still talking. Jiang Nan, however, was not prepared to waste any more time and stepped forward. Honey, boss, Ning Rusheng and Li Jing cried out in worry. I said it's not a big problem. Then it's not a big problem. Jiang Nan turned around and gave the 2 women a reassuring smile. Laugh me to death. At this point, still pretending? Brothers, hurry up and let this kid know that our stick club is not something to be messed with. A cold laugh rang out. Oh, what's so bad about it? The moment a person's words fell, Jiang Nan's feet powered up and stomped. His speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye the person had rushed in front of him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In just a blink of an eye, a person appeared in front of him, along with a fist, which immediately caused the one who had spoken to cry out in shock. Bang! Jiang Nan raised his hand and blasted out with a fist, the air carrying a slight whistling wind sound and an astonishing momentum. It hit the guy square in the face in no time. Crunch! Only the crunching sound of a broken nose was heard in the arena. Before this person could let out a painful scream, Jiang Nan kicked him out, smashing heavily on the bodies of the 3 people behind him, and the horrifying impact unexpectedly knocked those 3 people behind him out as well. Ward hair? When the 4 people were silenced for several seconds after being killed by Jiang Nan in a split second, a cry of incredulous astonishment rang out in the arena. Hubby, so cool, you are so cool hot. Ning Rusheng also came back to her senses and immediately waved her little pink fist excitedly and hollered. At this moment, her stunningly beautiful face was filled with an excited blush, looking at Jiang Nan's back that was called an extraordinary color in her beautiful eyes. If this time was at home, in the car, Ning Rusheng would definitely be unable to resist pouncing on her. Boss. Comparable to Ning Rusheng's excitement, Li Jing looked slightly more calm. However, in reality, from her excited expression, and that same colorful light in her beautiful eyes, and even her delicate body was involuntarily trembling, it was not difficult to see that she was not calm. Ning Rusheng's favoritism +2, Li Jing's favoritism +8. A system beep sounded in his head, causing Jiang Nan's gaze to flicker. Ding! Congratulations to the host. His confidant Ning Rusheng's favorability and face value score have reached equivalent values, earning him a chance at a lottery. The beeps are far from over. Ning Rusheng's favorability had reached a staggeringly high 95 points, which was equal to her face value score, allowing him to gain another chance at the lottery. Mud. This kid has practiced. Brothers, don't hesitate to go straight together. The yellow-haired young man reacted and hurriedly roared. Go! The remaining 10 or so people immediately surrounded them. Honey, be careful, boss, they're all coming up. Seeing a dozen or so people swarming around, Ning Rusheng and Li Jing, who were still excited, suddenly became nervous. The 2 women looked at each other and nodded heavily. Looking left and right, they saw a brick. Rush, you take the bricks, I'll take the heels. Li Jing clenched her teeth and took off her 2 high heels, so with her black silk jade feet on the ground, she and Ning Rusheng, who was holding a brick, ran quickly behind Jiang Nan. Honey, don't be afraid, we're here, Ning Rusheng said in a deep voice. Li Jing didn't say anything, just coldly holding her 2 high heels and looking at the 10 or so people rushing over in front of her. Jiang Nan glanced at Ning Rusheng, her mouth slightly opened a little wider, and then glanced at Li Jing, realizing that she was actually using her high heels as a weapon. Nice guy. This really made him feel both a bit nonsensical, but his heart was very touched. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That black silk beauty using high heels as a weapon. Wouldn't that be dope for me? A lewd-looking guy was instantly as excited as if he had beaten chicken blood. Brothers, those 2 high heels I want, this kind of extremely beautiful women's high heels. I want to bring it every day to give it a bright polish. You guys back off. Jiang Nan snapped, looking at Ning Rusheng and Li Jing with a smile as he softly said, I'm still not in a position to handle these 10 or so people. Honey, Ning Rusheng let out a soft cry. put a million hearts into it. It's all just a bunch of stinky fish and shrimp, and I can't play well with you guys around me. Jiangnan reached out and patted Ning Risheng, who immediately flushed red. He looked at Li Jing again and nodded with a smile at her. The latter pursed her lips, nodded heavily, and then under the assistance of Ning Risheng, re-heeled shoes on. The good thing is that this underground garage is not a muddy road, or then wear it in. Shall not cackle feet only strange. Can't take it anymore. Get on. Beat this dog. Robbing me of my heels. The cry went up. A dozen or so people with wooden sticks and flat stretches rushed toward Jiangnan aggressively. Seeing this, Jiangnan just gave a faint smile and took a step out, not retreating but advancing to meet these 10 or so people as they went up. Chapter 88, Zhou Ruiwei, you also don't want your object to know. This kid has really reached this point, and he's still thinking of pretending in front of those two beauties. It's really hilarious. The yellow-haired young man sneered from the back. He admitted that there was something in the hands of this dog, Jiangnan, but, for is no match for a dozen or so. If you can beat 4 people, you may not be able to beat 10 or so? You think you're it, man? Do you really want to fight 10 of them? Bang! As the yellow-haired young man pondered, a clashing sound came from the field. He immediately slowed down and looked toward the front. Who knows? It's not so bad if you don't look at it, but you really feel like the sky is falling. Ein yet. The yellow-haired young man's eyes widened, and exclamations of shock rang out in the center of the room. At this point, middle of the field, Jiangnan was really a swimming dragon among the 10 or so people. Every person who attacked him was dodged by his easy reaction, and every time he threw a punch, there was immediately a person who flew up and was directly kicked by him more than 10 meters away. Asterisk 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 up. The real Ip Man. Ha, is this the mass actor you found? So grippy? Yellow Hair looked dumbfounded. This scene in front of me is even more powerful than the martial arts scene in the movie. Oh my goodness. My husband is truly the best in the world. Too handsome. Ah, quiet. I really want to be quiet now. Rear. Ning Risheng saw Jiangnan, who showed off his skills in a big way. A whole person excitedly pinched his little pink fist and stomped his feet in place. The color of worship on that face. That was called a deep ah. Yes, so handsome. Li Jing swallowed and nodded heavily. Li Jing's favoritism +8. Ning Risheng's favorability is currently holding a flat face value score. The face value on itself is already too high. And then up. Naturally, it is not so simple to quickly go up a little bit more. But nevertheless, Li Jing's favorability could skyrocket. After growing another 8 points of goodwill, it also came to a staggering 53 points. Ouch. That hurt. OMG. This guy is so fierce. Damn. One person beating up a group of us. This guy definitely practiced some kind of martial arts. Too ruthless. A howl of agony rang out across the underground garage floor. Jiangnan swept around and smiled disdainfully. This group of guys highest but 172 centimeters. Individual is more 167 or so height. He himself is a physical master. Height and then crushed the case. Storming this group of people really is a little bit of effortless. It's too easy. Don't you come any closer. Jiangnan took a step towards that yellow hair. The latter was immediately frightened and backed up. And when he got a little closer, he actually sat on the ground with a limp butt. This way. This time, a voice rang out. This was just here. A dozen men with sticks and flatbreads. I go? All down? Hearing the voice, Jiangnan turned around to look, only to see a man in security clothes coming with a couple of uncle hats. And the leader was an acquaintance. Zhou Ruiwei. Gangnam? At this moment, Zhou Ruiwei also placed her gaze on Jiangnan, and her face revealed a look of surprise before she put on a happy smile and was about to trot towards him. Honey, you are amazing. A voice rang out. Ning Risheng and Li Jing trotted towards Jiangnan. Da-da-da-da. The sound of Li Jing's high heels made a crunching sound as they made contact with the ground. Honey? Zhou Ruiwei's eyes widened as she looked at Ning Risheng, who had hooked Jiangnan's arm. For the first time, she didn't even react. She just felt as if her head was about to grow something, and after reaching out and scratching it, she snapped back to her senses. Isn't Jiangnan's date Meng Qingqiu? How? Turned into another great beauty again? Moreover, the woman with the black silk wraparound dress has a good face value too. What's going on in Gangnam? Foot in the end boat? Jiangnan sighed. He also did not expect how it was Zhou Ruiwei came. It also bumped into his relationship with Ning Russian. Zhou Ruiwei used favoritism +5. The system beep that suddenly came caused a stunned look to appear on Jiangnan's face. Increase instead of decrease? What the hell is this? This made Jiangnan couldn't help but place his gaze on Zhou Ruiwei again, and as the two men's eyes touched, he was able to clearly feel the color of excitement in the woman's eyes. Nice guy. Is that why you're so excited when you realize you have a chance? Sister hat. Sister hat. Autumn Ruiwei arrived with a few hat uncles. The yellow hair that was paralyzed by Jiangnan's fear immediately hollered a few times, pointing his finger at Jiangnan and said, This guy alone surrounded and beat up a dozen of us, and beat us so much that we can't take care of our own lives. You must be the master for us." Hearing this, Xiao Ruiyue and the others' faces immediately turned odd. "Do you want to hear what you have to say for yourself?" Xiao Ruiyue frowned and faintly said, "A person can surround a dozen of you alone? Are you not joking? I'm really not kidding. Is there any surveillance? If you don't believe me, you can watch the surveillance." Yellow Hair exclaimed, "Okay, you'd better stop talking. The noise is giving me a headache." Xiao Ruiyue didn't even bother to look at the yellow hair on the ground anymore, and put on a smile as she walked towards Jiangnan, during which, she looked more at Ning Rusheng and also Lai Jing, and a stunning color flashed in her eyes. "It's so beautiful." In terms of face value, those were two superb beauties that were definitely on par with even her. Looking at Ning Rusheng hooking Jiangnan's arm intimately, the tenderness in her eyes. I don't know why, but when Xiao Ruiyue looked at Jiangnan again, a thought suddenly rose up in her heart. "Jiangnan, you don't want your partner to know that you're on the other side of the boat, do you? It's so humiliating." The moment this thought came out, Xiao Ruiyue's pretty face couldn't help but blush. Nice guy. This kind of counterintuitive idea actually surfaced in her mind. Xiao Ruiyue, you really have hentai. Sister Autumn. Jiangnan smiled at Xiao Ruiyue and nodded. "Did you really fight back against a dozen guys on defense all by yourself?" Xiao Ruiyue asked curiously. "Aha." Jiangnan nodded. "Awesome." Not only did Xiao Ruiyue give a thumbs up, but the several hat uncles behind her were also looking at Jiangnan with incredulous faces. So a young man, actually a person on a dozen hands with something in the hands of the assholes, and also did not suffer the slightest injury. This is not only powerful, simply hanging heavenly well. Brother Zhao, all these people are arrested back. My friend was also injured by a dozen or so people who surrounded him. Shall I take him to the hospital for a checkup? Autumn Ruiyue turned back to a hat uncle with a smile. Indeed, a dozen people surrounded one person, after defense, still suffered some injuries. Ha, these jerks have a lot of guts, and dare to move their weapons. Zhao nodded, and then put his eyes on the yellow hair on the ground. His body is quite stout. A hand to lift this yellow hair, and then gave the remaining several hat uncle made a look. A crowd of people come and go quickly. Is that all? Jiangnan was slightly surprised. How hard can it be? Xiao Ruiyue looked at Jiangnan with a smile, with some amusement in her eyes, and spoke. These two are. Chapter 89. Funding is not the problem. Connections are the key. I'm my husband's girlfriend, Ning Rusheng. Hello beautiful. Before Jiangnan could introduce him, Ning Rusheng immediately extended her own hand with a smile. Autumn Ruiyue looked at Ning Rusheng, who didn't mind at all and was full of smiles, and her heart felt good about this pretty sister. Honestly, if she, Xiao Ruiyue, did not know that she was the third, she really could not be generous to other beautiful women. People are so double standard. My name is Lai Jing. I'm the boss's personal butler. Lai Jing also introduced herself. Hello. Autumn Ruiyue shook hands one by one, and also introduced herself. My name is Autumn Ruiyue, and as for what I do, you guys should know. She smiled slightly. However, she did look at Lai Jing a few more times. Such a beautiful woman. A personal butler? I'm afraid. Autumn Ruiyue's heart instantly thought of something. Moreover, the eyes of this Li Jing to Jiangnan, which has a little bit of ordinary subordinates to the boss's eyes, that is not purely full of like and worship. Jiangnan wasn't too surprised by the three women's rapport. Come to think of it, it seemed that none of the redheads around him seemed to be having a meltdown over this. But, according to me, this script, that among the novels is the existence of the classic invincible male protagonist aura, all the way across the push to crush the pure urban brainless cool text. This is not a pure love text. Where to come to what the Shura event? Jiangnan mentally shook his head. You guys are getting ready to go back? Autumn Ruiyue opened her mouth. Yes. Jiangnan just nodded, but was interrupted by Ning Rusheng. Yeah. Are you free? If you're free, why don't we go shopping in a while? Moreover, just now Jing took off all her high heels, and now she has to go change into a new pair of stockings. It's not really necessary. Lai Jing whispered. Okay, but I have to go back to the office and change first. Xiao Ruiyue directly acted as if she hadn't heard Li Jing's words and pulled Ning Rusheng with a smile. I have to go back and get something. Or why don't Frost, you and Ruiyue go shopping? Lai Jing thought about it and whispered again. It's okay, you're such a good boss here. You can't work hard, right, hubby? Ning Rusheng smiled and retreated back to Jiangnan's side, shaking up his arm. Okay, you guys go ahead. It just so happens I have to take care of something too. Jiangnan glanced at Xiao Ruiyue, and odds were that he had guessed what the woman meant. It was clear that she was preparing to fight her way into the middle of Ning Rusheng and Lai Jing's camp circle. Seeing Jiangnan's gaze, Xiao Ruiyue playfully winked at him. At this, Jiangnan's heart was more certain. Honestly, the pace is pretty good, at least for Jiangnan. there was no obstacle to a showdown in the future. But whenever he wanted to gather all his confidants under one roof, it was really any time for Jiangnan to busy themselves. Ning Rusheng did not mind too much. The woman, well, good behavior on the line. The man wants to do what he wants to let him do. Next, the four arrived in the parking space. This is when Jiangnan opened the door of that Bugatti Divo. Zhou Ruiyue's eyes suddenly widened, and her face revealed a shocked look, exclaiming, "It's too handsome, right, this car?" "Not bad." Jiangnan smiled. "Next time I'm free, I'll take you for a ride." "Well, wow. Don't you forget it." Zhou Ruiyue immediately accepted it. As long as she was able to be alone with Jiangnan, she didn't believe that with her figure and face value, she could still not take this amorous man. Thinking about it, she suddenly thought back to her landlady, Xia Jiqing, that beautiful young woman's sister. "You're not one of Gangnam's confidants, are you?" The moment this thought came out, Zhou Ruiyue's heart was immediately startled. Good lord, this is a real harem. Meng Qingqiu, Sister Xia, Ning Rusheng in front of her, and Lai Jing, if she was added, that would be 5 top beauties. I'm afraid if this gets out, it'll really stun a crowd. So many top-notch beauties were happy to be Jiangnan's confidants. This 520 has been quite the schedule. It's over here and it has to start again over there. Above the streets, a blue and gold luxury supercar started blowing up the street. At this point, the car, Jiangnan drove, but he couldn't help but mutter, "You have to say you're tired," but really he's not. But to say I'm not tired, when you think about it, it seems like running around and feeling a little drained. It seems that we have to raise the progress. Lai Jing, Zhou Ruiyue, after these two women take down, and then get some money for a bigger villa, or a real manor. Jiangnan's fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel, his eyes flashing with a strange luster. Today he has $870 million on hand, a figure that may not mean much to some of the truly wealthy. But, you have to say that for some average point of rich people, the kind of existence worth up to a few $1 billion, that Jiangnan can be described as the waste straight than anyone else. A billionaire worth billions, that's only worth so much. If you insist, that Jiangcheng building in Jiangnan is still worth at least $10 billion? 870 million isn't a lot, but it beats having little access. Jiangnan had ideas, yes, but he really didn't have much of a good opportunity to swipe money. Bidding on a property? Bidding on land? Okay, he's got the funds not to mention bidding on the big ones, but some of the smaller parcels and whatnot, definitely a handful of things. There's still one more chance to draw. Find a good place to draw it later and try it out. Maybe it'll give a good ability again, that's also very nice. Jiangnan actually understood that the most important thing he needed nowadays was not money, but connections. Wait, Jiangnan suddenly wanted to slap himself. He had connections. How come he had no connections? The landlady is at least a rich woman. Sitting on the existence of several buildings, is already worth more than $100 million standard, can not have some doorway? Thinking of this, Jiangnan slapped his forehead, and really almost forgot about the landlady. As his woman, isn't that landlady's network his network? Immediately, Jiangnan took his cell phone and was about to call his landlady over, and the moment he had just picked up his cell phone, the landlady, as if she had a heart-to-heart with him, also happened to call. Sister Xia. Jiangnan picked up the phone. Did you have dinner? The landlady's gentle voice rang out. Just ate. Jiangnan returned. Can I have some more food then? I'm with Sohyun and Wanderlust and I'm going to get something to eat, and it just so happens that I have something to tell you. The landlady's voice continued. Coincidentally, I also happen to have something to tell you. Jiangnan smiled. Position me. I'll be right there. System, give 15 free points for love of power. I'll be right there. Chapter 90. Which floor of the Jiangcheng mansion do you know the owner? River City Mansion. The moment. Inside the elevator, Jiangnan's face was rather odd. He just left here, and now he's come back. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened, and Jiangnan stepped out of the elevator, quickly arriving at the main entrance of Linjiang Xian restaurant. When Jiangnan arrived once more, the few welcoming ladies at the door froze for a moment. Welcome to Linjiang Xian restaurant, please sir. Or before that Chongsam meets Silk welcome lady came forward. Jiangnan remembered her name, called Su Shaoqin. At this moment spoke. Jiangnan smiled. I came to look for someone. Okay, your way. Su Shaoqin hurriedly invited Jiangnan inside while speaking. May I ask if the person you are looking for is in the private room or in the lobby? Lobbies. I've seen them. Jiangnan's gaze instantly locked onto a table of landlady trios not far away. Brother Jiangnan, over here. Lin Manman was the first to see Jiangnan and immediately got up and waved her little hand at him. Swish swish swish. Moment. The eyes of several tables in the lobby were drawn to the sweet cry. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a beautiful young lady. Not only that, there are also two young women with full of wife sense at that table. It's really unbeatable. Why does that handsome guy look a bit familiar? Like he's been here just before? The murmur went up. At this moment, Su Xiaoqin beside Jiang Nan also had her mouth open much wider, her face filled with unbelievable colors. Holy crap, the quality of the last batch of girls was already exaggerated enough. This time there were even 3 such top-notch beauties. This one was really no wonder he was so handsome. Jiang Nan smiled at Su Xiaoqin and nodded before heading towards the landlady's table. His presence was no less than a couple of black silk, long-legged beauties walking together. This time of day is not the dinner rush, but the crowd is still not small. After all, the location of Jiangcheng Mansion is not bad. There is a very famous scenic spot in the old town, and there are many tourists coming here. Eating at this hour abounds, especially some foreign sister tourists. The last round did not see Jiangnan. This round to see Jiangnan, eyes that put alight. Soon, he arrived and settled next to Lin Manman. No way. They picked seats sitting 2 by 2 side by side, with the landlady and Su Yun sitting together, while Jiangnan sat next to Lin Manman. Just after sitting down, Jiangnan noticed that the black bow calf socks on Lin Manman's legs had been replaced with a pair of 0D black silk, which could almost be said to be black beauty socks, but wherever there was a slight scrape, it would definitely hook. Jiangnan understands this kind of stockings. Convenient. First a caress. Jiangnan was also looking at the landlady and Su Yun again. These two undead. Today's portion of the dress is not much change. Both women are high coiled hair, in which the landlady's silver hair is naturally more attractive to the eye. It was all standard floral gowns, and Gannam tactically leaned back to look at it. Without any surprise, both sisters were paired with shredded meat. Brat, this is really not restrained at all in public. The landlady noticed Gannam's tactical lean back and couldn't help but pout. As for Lin Manman and Su Yun, they didn't say anything, their pretty faces flushed red, just looking down at the steaming dishes on the table. Brother, have some food. Lin Manmang immediately gave Jiangnan a piece of fried cashew flour and whispered, I'm going to learn cooking from Sister Rhyme, so when the time comes, I'll give my brother a good mix of balanced nutrition. Is that what you're implying? Jiangnan looked at Lin Manman teasingly and whispered as he gently blew a breath in her ear. Brother. This breath blew so that Lin Manman's body instantly tensed up, face like peach blossoms in general towards the side of the Jiangnan look, the eyes in the confusion. With this sweet brother, simply do not to let a person's heart touching. Ha ha ha. Jiangnan smiled, clamped his chopsticks and ate the piece of fried cashew flour, then looked at the landlady and spoke. Sister Xia, do you have something to tell me? It's like this. I have a bit of spare money on hand and I'm going to open a beauty parlor in partnership with your rhyme sister. The landlady whispered. A beauty parlor? It's quite nice. Do you need me to do anything? Hearing the landlady's words, Jiangnan couldn't help but let his eyes flicker for a moment. It says it's a partnership investment, but presumably the landlady is paying for Su Yun to manage it. For this, Jiangnan was actually very pleased in his heart. None of his women, at least for the moment, seemed to be the type to be outwardly harmonious, but actually play little games behind their backs. You're younger, so we thought we'd ask what you think about opening on the south side, or just in the old town. The landlady spoke and gave Jiangnan another piece of fried cashew. Right here. Jiangnan ate this piece of fried cashew flour and said softly, this Jiangcheng mansion has a good location, and the spending power of people on this side of the old city is not bad, and there are many foreign tourists, so this mansion is really a good choice. The rent for this River City building isn't cheap. Su Yun whispered, but we're a Jiangcheng people. Most know this building, at least half of Jiangcheng landmark building it. Indeed not cheap, a floor down less than 1,000 square feet or more. According to the price of the first 2 years, a year's rent less than 2 million or more. The landlady whispered, 2 million, a year's rent. Hearing the landlady's words, Su Yun was instantly shocked by the figure. Nice guy, she has never owned so much money in her life. This Jiangcheng mansion's rent is over $2 million a year. Crazy. Rent? Hearing the landlady and seeing Su Yun's expression, Jiangnan lightly laughed and shook his head. Opening his mouth, he said, my 2 good sisters, do you take it that your men don't have something? What? The landlady froze for a moment, then looked at Jiangnan in surprise and spoke. Could it be that you know the owner of which floor of this Jiangcheng mansion? Can you give us less rent? Sister Xia, less rent is not generally expensive. Well, starting more than 2 million a year, even if it is less, can be less to which point? 1 million a year? Su Yun asked in a small voice. 1 million shouldn't be able to, and if it's really 2 million, it's already very good to be 100,000 less. The landlady smiled bitterly and shook her head. Forget it then. It doesn't have to be over here if you ask me. Su Yun hastily shook his head. No money. Jiangnan wasn't going to sell out anymore, and said with a smile, tell me how many floors you want to open a beauty salon on, then open it on how many floors, and don't pay a dime for rent or anything else. Ha! Hearing Jiangnan's words, the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Manman all froze. not reacting to what he meant at all for a moment. Give everyone an extra chapter. Tomorrow birthday, can you ask for some free power for love in advance? To 15 to see a few ads to reward the free small gifted. I'd like to thank you all for your help. Chapter 91. This whole building of Zhongcheng Mansion is mine. What? I said I'll give you whichever floor you're on in this Zhongcheng Mansion. Not a dime of rent. Jiang Nan laughed lightly. But we don't want you to pay for it. The landlady whispered. I still have some spare money on hand. This whole building of Zhongcheng Mansion is owned by your men. What do you say to the rent? Gangnam completely showed his cards. What? Yours? Frog fun. All three women reacted in unison in the same way, staring at Jiang Nan with wide eyes and incredulity. Yeah, what rent do you need for your own building? Jiang Nan laughed. Gangnam. You. The landlady's breath held at this moment, shocked beyond words. This Zhongcheng Mansion is yours? Exactly. Jiang Nan knew that the news was too shocking, and was not at all surprised by the landladies and their shock. This is not nonsense. Zhongcheng building at least is worth tens of billions of a building. That is to say, Jiangnan's value that is tens of billions of start. This news which cannot let people shock. My god. Lin Man swallowed a bit of saliva, and then scanned up the entire lobby of Lin Jiangxian restaurant, once again swallowed a bit of saliva, and whispered, brother, this is also a bit too rich. You're really going to scare people. The landlady laughed bitterly. It's more of an exaggeration than you paying us rent. Not so much. When the time comes, Sister Xia, you see what number you like. I'll just vacate it for you. Jiang Nan laughed lightly. As for whether there was anyone on that floor, he didn't care. Liquidated damages and all that. How big a deal? No, an available floor would be nice. The landlady hastened. That's fine. I'll look back. Jiang Nan nodded. Such a large building. Not all of them are rented out. There are always vacant, or expiring floors. By the way, didn't you say you had something to tell me too? The landlady inquired. Sister Xia, I'm going to buy a few plots of land or something, or a building or something to invest in. Do you have any contacts in this area? Jiang Nan looked at the landlady expectantly. Buy a couple of parcels of land and the building for investment. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady and Su Yun and Lin Man couldn't hold back a glance at each other, and some odd colors appeared on their faces. Good lord, do rich people have such a big mouth in the world? If not in front of the man is his beloved man. Landlady, I'm afraid the first cannot help but spit the past. You girl, not to be too pretentious. Yes, the landlady nodded heavily. Being able to help her little man, she would absolutely leave no stone unturned to help, and without thinking, she said, I've heard before that several areas of the old town need to be rezoned, so I'll go and ask for you then. No problem. Jiang Nan revealed a smile. He currently has 870 million on hand. He doesn't know much about prices in this area but guesses it shouldn't be so bad that he can't get the planning rights for a plot of land. As for what to plan for after the subsequent takedown, we'll see. Jiangnan's hands behind the impossible will not be no company. With the company this thing, spending money on more things. To that time, every sum of money he allocated out, not is considered a kind of spending? It doesn't matter if you lose money or not. It's the non-stop spending rebates using the system that counts. The first 10 billion won't be too far away. Jiangnan had absolute confidence. The meal was a delightful one. Around 8:30, under the gazes of the crowd in the middle of the restaurant, Jiangnan wrapped his arm around Lin Man and left with the landlady and Su Yun. Not long after, underground garage. At this point, as Jiangnan appeared in front of one of the three women's Maybachs in his Bugatti Divo, the landlady's three women let out another gasp of surprise. What kind of car is this? It's so cool. It was the landlady who was also looking at Jiangnan's car with a shocked look on her face. Bugatti Divo, a limited edition car worldwide. Jiangnan introduced himself. Brother, how much does your car cost? Lin Man swallowed and asked weakly. 200 million. Jiangnan's answer was like a thunderbolt from the ground, staring the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man with disbelief on their faces. I'm a mom. $200 million ride. It's just one car. It's 100 lifetimes for one person. No, it's really more money than you can have in 1,000 lifetimes. It's too much. Sister Xia, I really don't know what to say. Lin Man inside the Maybach bitterly smiled and shook her head. Don't say you don't know. I don't know anymore. The landlady is a billionaire herself, but her worth is only the value of a car in Gangnam. So does this compare? As for Su Yun, she didn't know what to say at all, silent and speechless, but in her heart, she was incomparably glad that she was able to become Jiangnan's woman. It's really just a matter of finding the right man, and crossing over classes is just a step away. But the more excellent Jiangnan was, the more inferior Su Yun felt in her heart. First, she's an undead. Second, she was still several years older than Gangnam. Thirdly, she also comes from a bad background and has a drag queen with her. For a variety of reasons, she had a real low self-esteem. all I can do, then, is serve him well. Soo-yeon looked toward Jungnan through the car window, her eyes soft as water, with only this man in her eyes. The two cars traveled out of the underground garage. This time instead of returning to the landlady's old neighborhood, he arrived at the village Jungnan had purchased in Nantiange. Just after arriving on the first floor, Soo-yeon had already taken the initiative to come up, enthusiastically and completely unlike words. Soo-yeon's favoritism +1, Lin-man's favoritism +1. 2.5 hours later, Jungnan arrived in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the master bedroom, and under the moonlight pouring out, several palm prints were visible floating. Barta. Subconsciously, Jungnan lit a cigarette. In 2.5 hours, Jungnan managed to obtain a total of 2 more lucky draw chances from Soo-yeon and Lin Manon, while their favorability and face value scores both reached 92 and 92 points together. This value is not low, at least in the eyes of Jungnan, whether it is Lin Man or Soo-yeon. That charm is up more than a grade. That's simple. It's a pity that the landlady didn't raise it, or else reaching 95 points would have given me 2 draws. At that time, I'd have 5. Jungnan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. But it was only a matter of time before the landlady's favorability reached 95 points, and there was only 1 point of favorability left anyway, still 130 million short of reaching 1 billion in deposits. Gotta find a way to get to 1 billion first. Wish me a happy birthday. Ask for a free one for the love of power. Ah, brothers, 1 person to support 2 free ads. Let me get high. Ah, ha ha ha. Chapter 92, All rise, the hot man is back. Buzz off. 1 cigarette to finish. The cell phone rang in response. Jungnan swept a glance and realized that it was a call from Ning Rusheng. Hubby, I'm done shopping with Jing Jing and you. Do you want to go back together? Ning Rusheng's voice rang out. I'm not done with things on my end. I'll be back tomorrow. Jungnan returned. Okay day. Then Jing and I will go back first. Ning Rusheng obediently didn't inquire about anything. Perhaps she knew everything, or perhaps she didn't know anything, except that she did understand whether she should or shouldn't know. The phone hung up. Jungnan arrived and sat down on the sofa, and just as his butt was dipped on the sofa, Meng Qingqiu called with a video call. Darling, I just got back to my dorm room from studying. Meng Qingqiu was in a purely veiled state. Her hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was smiling like a flower as she looked at Jungnan in the video. Yes, how is it? Did the stuff you bought in Zhangcheng arrive? Jungnan inquired. Arrived in the afternoon. Or quite efficient. I forgot to report it to you. Yao, she likes it very much, but also said it's too much to break the bank a little, and also said to let you come to Mordor earlier, and treat you to a good meal to thank you. Meng Qingqiu laughed. Hey, where was I the one who said for him to come to Mordor earlier? It was clearly some stinky girl who wanted her darling to come to Mordor earlier. Okay. A sweet voice rang out, and immediately afterward, Meng Qingqiu's camera was seen shifting slightly. Jungnan swept a glance and could only see a back. But nevertheless it was that back that was able to see a little something. A small white short skirt. That pair of legs without any elongation is purely natural long legs. For some control stockings Jungnan perhaps some of the beauty of the lack of embellishment. But, after a couple more looks, but it's getting more and more tantalizing. Good leg. That's all Gangnam could say. Humph. Yao. You're really something. How dare you directly and mercilessly tear me down. Meng Qingqiu's camera only shifted for a mere 2 seconds of time before pulling back in front of her, gently spitting out her little tongue at the camera and smiling. I'm going to take a shower. Go to bed early in a while. I have to get up early tomorrow. Without me? Jungnan looked at such a lovely Meng Qingqiu and couldn't help but flirt. Blah blah blah. I don't want to show any parts on the internet in case there's a video censor. Then I have to get naked. Meng Qingqiu beamed, and then looked back, then came to the camera and lowered her voice very much. When you come to Magic City, we'll be together. Yes. Jungnan nodded and smiled. Mua, good night in advance darling. See you tomorrow. Meng Qingqiu came up to the camera and kissed it, while waiting for Jungnan to return the kiss before hanging up the video call. After hanging up the video, Jungnan held the cell phone with a strange gleam in his eyes. Have nothing to do. Swipe some money. Jungnan muttered and also tapped on the app of the Fighting Tiger live streaming platform. As soon as he entered the Duhu live streaming platform, Jungnan casually scanned the anchors on the recommendations. When Jungnan saw the first recommended anchor, a look of dismay appeared on his face. Because, this is a previously blocked anchor. The peak of the human traffic is horrifying. When the live broadcast world's biggest phantom god, there is no one behind the existence. 5 fly open. Yes, this anchor is 5 Flying Kai, who has been blocked for several years. It seems like the time of the blockade has indeed ended, and I can't believe that it's still back on the Fighting Tiger live streaming platform. Jungnan's eyes flickered for a moment, when he was 13 or 14 years old, but he often watched the live broadcast of this 5 fly open. After all, at that time, LOL, this can still be the pinnacle of the phenomenal game. 5 Fly open this super phantom god LOL anchor. Try to ask that era played LOL. Who do not know? Even after the Jedi survival game came out, those I read did not hang. This is read square. All stand up and other famous words. Not also handed down to this day. The guy abetted fan cussing, but did bring me extreme joy as a youngster. Jiangnan no longer think much. Directly arrived at the personal background of the Fighting Tiger live broadcast began to recharge up. To whom to brush is not brush, but rather to the youth of their own youth to draw a successful conclusion. Jiangnan didn't charge more. 2 million. 1 million was ready to be swiped for 5 Flying Kaiser, and the other million was waiting for the fated beauty hostess at any given time. After recharging, Jiangnan also directly entered the live broadcasting room of this 5 Fly open. I read. Don't believe that with 17 cards you can second me? You can kill me in seconds? You can 17 cards to second me read today. I'll eat this screen on the spot. Again. Just after entering the live broadcast room, Jiangnan froze. Is this playing live footage from a couple years ago? Why does that sound so familiar? Most notably, the next. With the sound of airplane, this familiar scene reappeared, immediately making Jiangnan's eyes widen. Asterisk 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 NIMLGB. 17 cards really put me in seconds again? The live feed stood still for a few seconds afterward. The sound of 5 Flying Kaiser's angry roar and growl, plus the sound of slamming hammers on the table rang out. Sorry, super tubes, I shut up right away. I forgot. Times have changed. I banana you a bara. This really put me seconds. Come on. I'm just kidding. Guys. He. It's all scripted. Don't take it seriously. He. After roaring for no more than a moment, as if he had seen the violation cue, 5 Flying Kaiser immediately switched to a smirk, revealing his very devilish baboon grin. To this, Jiangnan also shook his head and laughed without holding back. Snap. Smoky River South sent a super rocket *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South sent a super rocket *1 to the anchor. Smoky River South sent a super rocket *1 to the anchor. A super rocket for $2,000. And it was as if Jiangnan didn't want any money, clicking frantically as if he were clicking. In just a small amount of time, 100 super rockets were swiped. Asterisk. Thanks for the 100 super rockets from my smoky Gangnam Dad. Gangnam Dad atmosphere. 100 super rockets was a mere $200,000. But for Reed, who had only just resumed broadcasting, it was an excellent sign, and thus he started bowing and thanking directly. Ko-One brothers, we don't have much money, but we used to be a big fan of Lush Grandmaster, and I've been saving up for months to give you all the Fighting Tiger food. Son Coronet, who loves fried potatoes? Why does this smoky Jiangnan brothers ID look so familiar? Is it that big brother on Shakeology who likes to give gifts to beautiful women? Old talk Firefox. This is the real big brother. Another 100 super rockets. As a pop-up screen swiped up on the air, Jiangnan also nodded furiously. The coin for the Douhu live streaming platform is called Tiger Fin, and 1 Tiger Fin equals $1. And the $2,000 super rocket, that's 2,000 tiger wings. That's $1 million. And a swipe of 500 super rockets. Ding! In the meantime, as Jiangnan finished swiping the last super rocket, a system beep sounded in his head. Congratulations host. Complete consumption. Received 12 times the spending rebate, $12 million. When he thought it was about to end, a beep from the system once again sounded in his head, which caused Jiangnan's eyes to light up. Anyone know Grandpa Lu? Ha ha ha. A little plot overkill. Chapter 93, Deposit reaches $1 billion. Landlady's tenderness. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Trigger 10x blast consumption rebate, 2 billion. Ha. After the system's beep sounded in his head, Jiangnan's face revealed a shocked look. This system, it's really what you want. The 120 million came at the right time, and it directly brought his savings to $1 billion. Ding. Next. Before Jiangnan could react, the system's beep once again sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host. The deposit reached 1 billion. In view of the host's efforts to spend, the special send a welfare small task, have a face value score of up to 98 or more confidant, good sense of 90 points or more. Mission reward, $500 million cash reward. 3 chances to draw a lottery. Super 5 senses ability. Here we go. Another welfare mini quest. And, really, the reward isn't poor. It's kind of fat in a sense. 500 million cash prizes are not enough to say. And 3 chances to win the lottery are not enough to say. Nice and nice. As for the Super 5 senses ability, Jiangnan might not have possessed it yet, but he did understand which 5 senses were which. Vision, auditory, olfactory, taste, tactile. Super 5 senses, that is Super 5 senses, even if it didn't reach the point of pulling the 5 senses full to the extreme. but it can definitely be counted as an ability that transcends the level of mortals. With this ability, even in the face of a so-called gunshot attack, perhaps I have a great possibility of dodging it. Jiang Nan still didn't dare to speak too fully. After all, he didn't yet possess this ability. Very good. I do like this little task of welfare. Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange luster, and an equally excited smile came to his face. Of his confidants, it was currently Meng Qingqiu and Mordor who had the highest face value score of 96, and his favorability was also 96 points. Logically, in order to complete this quest, Jiang Nan should go to Magic City to brush up on Meng Qingqiu's favorability. But don't forget, Ning Risheng and also Li Jing's face value scores were both equally not low, and were also as high as a staggering 95 points. If the difference was too great, Jiang Nan would naturally prefer to go to Mordor to find Meng Qingqiu, but with just a little difference. Jiang Nan did not want to go to Magic City for the time being, because as the saying goes, a long goodbye is better than a new marriage. There's no rush. According to the system's previous routine of handing out welfare mini-quests, after I complete this welfare mini-quest, there's no chance that the next welfare mini-quest will be for me to have 3 more confidants with a face value score of 98 or above. The corner of Jiang Nan's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He already had a rough idea of his system and thought one way or the other. Moreover, it's not that the system thinks one way or the other, but that he, the host, thinks one way or the other. Can't you see that the odds are that the reward for every perk mini-quest is an item or ability that he currently wants and needs? Of course, he would not be so whimsical as to say that the next welfare mini-quest directly gives him superhuman strength. That is too big a leap to be invincible all of a sudden. That would not be a wanton life. That would really be invincible loneliness, and in turn would be uninteresting. He wasn't in a hurry at all, enjoying the feeling of growing step by step. It was cool. There was no pressures to speak of, and at the same time it wouldn't be fun. As for why he's such an idea, let's say, for example, playing a single-player game where you just turn on a speed pass might be exhilarating in a split second. But what happens after Speedway? Then there's just a void. Invincible. Then you'll have to change the game. And although he regards today's world as a game as well, after the speed pass, that's no other game. Isn't it just a lifetime of nothing but emptiness? Does it mean anything? Pointless. I do what I want, when I want, and no one can dictate what I think or do. Jiang Nan faintly said, "Thank you brother Gangnam for the 500 super rockets." Jiang Nan brother it? I drop mom. This is which god big brother? 1 million sent directly disappeared? Big brother hasn't run away yet? Lu maternal grandfather. Hurry up and shout a few more times father. Not likely to. Again. This father has started again. Excited baboons kept ringing out in the live stream, and a pop-up screen was scrolling up like crazy. At this time, Jiang Nan also came back to his senses and placed his eyes on his cell phone, directly swiping out the remaining 1 million tiger wings. 500 more super rockets came out, directly to Reed's excitement to perform a baboon dance directly on the air. Perhaps the 2 million for many years ago has been the top stream of the 5 Fly Open is not how much of a reward, but is for now back to the live broadcast he is a good omen, but also a kind of recognition. That's why Reed was so excited. After Jiang Nan watched Reed finish his 2-minute original baboon dance, he directly left the app on the Douhu live streaming platform. In the meantime, a familiar system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Completion of consumption. Get 20 times the spending rebate, $20 million. Not so much luck this time around, although you don't get the extra bonus rebate for blitz spending, but it's not too bad luck either. At least, up to the highest current consumer rebate of 20 times ever. Da-da-da-da. Footsteps came up the second floor stairs at that moment. Jiang Nan placed his cell phone on the side, while then leaned back on the sofa and slowly closed his eyes. It didn't take more than a few seconds for light footsteps to sound. Immediately afterward, a fragrant breeze hit him, and then a pair of warm hands were placed on his temples. Does sister's little man get lackluster too? A gentle voice rang out. Who is it if not the landlady? Xia Jiqing. Aren't your feet cold? Sister Xia. Jiang Nan did not open his eyes, but was understanding that long after he saw himself leaning against the sofa, the landlady had already taken off her shoes on the stairs and came barefoot. You kid has really good ears. You were able to know when I took my shoes off. The landlady was surprised, because sis loves me. Jiang Nan said these 5 words very calmly. Hearing this, the landlady's hand rubbing Gangnam's temple paused slightly. Immediately afterward, Jiang Nan felt her left hand leave, as if she had wiped something, and then repositioned it on his temple with a slight wetness. And do you love your sister? The landlady gulped a little, and uttered the words in a voice so tinged with a little fear that it was all a little hoarse. I may have divided my love into many, but sister will always be the one I love the most. Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes, turned his head, looked at the landlady who was already crying in pearly, and said very seriously, Maybe the two are moving fast and furious, but can that goodwill still be fake? Do not say that this scene in the eyes of the onlookers, perhaps awkwardly thumbing out 3 rooms and a hall. But, Gangnam and the landlady, who were the parties involved, would not be like that. Just as the landlady was moved to the point of crying out, a beep from the system also sounded instantly in Jiangnan's mind. Chapter 94. Nice. Got 3 more draws. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +2. Add 2 points of goodwill in one go? Jiangnan couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard the beep in his head, and a look of incredulity came over his face. He thought that with that beep, he might be able to add 1 point of goodwill, but who knew that it would go straight up by 2 points of goodwill, reaching a staggering 96 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Confidant Xia Jiqing's favorability has reached 96 points. Face value score +2, obtaining 3 chances to draw prizes. You know, Ben was able to get 2 draws by adding 2 face points. Plus there are system follow-up to give out the small benefits. To reach the face value score of 95 and above, the confidant after the first reciprocal goodwill will be able to get a lucky draw opportunity. Therefore, in a single moment, just by using a mere love sentence, Jiangnan had reaped 3 chances for the lottery. Sister Xia, you're really my lucky star. Jiangnan's gaze blazed incomparably at the tender landlady. 2024, May 21st, 8 o'clock in the morning. Jiangnan slowly woke up from his sleep. He was alone in a bed big enough to sleep 7 or 8 people. Another day has passed. Jiangnan got up and arrived at the bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. 6 days have passed since acquiring the system, and today is only the beginning of the 7th day. For some reason, it was as if 70 days, or even 700 days, had passed in Jiangnan. It's so dreamlike, Jiangnan muttered, and seeing the toothpaste and mouthwash that had long been prepared on the sink, he couldn't help but give another gentle smile. He could tell who had prepared it. Who else but the landlady? Knock knock. A few minutes passed. Jiangnan, who had finished washing up, walked out of the bathroom and put on his clothes and pants. And at this time, the master bedroom door also gently rang with the sound of knocking on the door. Jiangnan, breakfast is ready. You can get up. Suyun's voice rang out. Coming. Jiangnan opened the slightly open door and reached out to directly embrace Suyun's small waist. Speaking of which, neither Suyun nor the landlady had the slightest trace of having had a child at all. If you want to say that the landlady is able to maintain herself so well, it's because money feeds people and it's normal. But Suyun was also able to maintain a good this figure. Moreover, there was no trace of having given birth to a child at all, so it was somewhat surprising to Jiangnan. Waiting to go down to the 2nd floor and arrive at the 1st floor dining room, Jiangnan only saw the landlady, who was wearing an apron and had just put down a bowl of lean congee, and couldn't help but be surprised. Where's Man? Wandering went back to school early. This girl asked me to tell you before she left. I'm afraid I won't have time for you in the last few days. There's a quiz. The landlady looked at Jiangnan tenderly and replied. Jiangnan nodded, unconsciously looking towards the landlady. Now has risen to 96 points of her face value that is called a top. The face is still that face, but in the eyes of Jiangnan, that face is as if with a lot of filters in general. Not only exudes a different kind of light, that face skin is better than before more than 1 or 2 grades. The one word that really describes it is Q-tip and watery. Obviously a 30-year-old woman, yet she looked much more tender than the unusual 18-year-old young girl. Don't think that the landlady thus lost her wife's sense of flavor. In fact, this looks like a young girl, but also like a young woman's feeling. That is the real pole in the pole. What? Staring blankly? You don't recognize me? This time, the landlady's voice rang out, only to see her arrive slowly in front of Jiangnan, reaching out to shake her hand in front of his eyes, smiling and turning in place in a circle, speaking, this is the nourishment of love. Feeling like you've regained a new life in general, glowing with a second spring. I was so shocked to see her like this when I got up with Summer this morning. Suyun was also surprised at the landlady's amazing change, although she felt that she had changed quite a lot in the past 2 days, but compared to the landlady's change it was still not half a star worse. Your skin condition is also getting better. How tender and smooth. The landlady reached out and gently stroked Suyun's face. She also couldn't help but exclaim, and, I don't know why, since I've had that what with this bad boy, I've found that my essence is getting better and better, and before I basically dreamed 2 dreams at night, but now I have a dreamless night, and I'm sleeping straight through to my natural awakening in a soothing manner. Me too. Suyun also nodded with deep understanding. Before she met Jiangnan, she could be said to be extremely anxious about how little money she had left on hand, and as a result, the quality of her sleep was likewise extremely poor. After all, did not receive to teach students to play the piano in the case? She can only rely on the micro eraser to go to the jitterbug as a small game anchor to earn a little money. A month down, meet the big brother. 6 or 7,000 or even more than 10,000 or still all the time. But, You can't meet your big brother every month. Before she met Jungnan, her income for the last 2 months was only about $3,000 at the top. Don't think it's enough. If she hadn't saved up 10,000 bucks before, she really would have been unable to resist acceding to the requests of those who had privately messaged her from Shake Shack for a pair of socks selling for as much as 200 bucks. Fortunately, Gangnam descended, like a deity descended in front of her. Even better, this Pangwon big brother is so young and handsome and golden. Even more, excellent. Undeniably, Soohyun was first exposed to Jungnan on Shakeology. But, the love at first sight for Gangnam is also true. Especially that time in the piano room in the middle of the soul mingling mood. But also make her crazy like completely fell in love with this younger her a few years of men. Love, it's so simple. Once you sink in, it's unassailable. Soohyun deeply experienced this feeling. If you ask me, the two sisters were already naturally beautiful. It's just that because of the long drought, they were greatly nourished and recovered all at once. Jungnan quipped with a smile, and with his other hand, he wrapped the landlady into his arms again. Sweet mouth. The landlady happily snuggled into Jangnan's chest, revealing a sweet smile of a little girl in love. +1. Soohyun nodded approvingly as well. How can telling the truth be called having a really sweet mouth these days? Jungnan spread his hands and revealed a helpless smile. Chapter 95, Sisterly Love. An hour later, I'm out the door. After the landlady and Soohyun very gently tidied up Jungnan's meter, he too got up and headed towards the underground garage. As for the landlady and Soohyun, they sent him to the stairway to the lower negative floor with peach blossom faces. Are you coming back for lunch? Soohyun inquired. Shouldn't be able to. Oh right Sister Xia, the land and the building thing, you remember to help me ask. I have no problem with a bidding of about $1 billion. Jungnan turned back and opened his mouth. Don't worry, I remember well about my man. The landlady patted her chest in assurance. Jungnan smiled and nodded, disappearing around the corner. Love you not 2 or 3 days. Jungnan left, and the landlady immediately smiled and hummed her way toward the restaurant. Sister Xia, I'll clean up. Soohyun followed her and immediately grabbed to try to clear the dishes. Soohyun, even though you call me Sister Xia, you and I are both Jangnan's confidants. You're not a servant. We're good sisters. To be sincere, we both understand each other better. The landlady reached out and grabbed Soohyun's hand, saying sincerely, so, there's not that much to talk about. Sisters, the man is one. What else can't we share? Sister Xia. Soohyun was touched and her eyes immediately moistened. At this point, Bugatti Devo car. Jungnan didn't know about the sisterly love between his landlady and Soohyun after he left. Buzz off. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. Honey, get on the phone. Ning Rishung came in with a lazy voice that hadn't woken up yet. How come you haven't come back yet? Missed you. On the way back. Jungnan responded. Nah, then I'll be a good girl and sleep some more. Waiting for hubby to come back. Mua. The phone hung up. Jungnan's eyes narrowed slightly. Ning Rishung was going to work after today, and it would be a shame if she didn't brush up on her goodwill a bit more today to try and get a lucky draw chance on her. Currently, he had 6 draws on hand, so he only needed to obtain 4 more draws. Then he would be able to redeem a chance for a transcendent draw. Almost there. Almost there. Jungnan took a deep breath. Ning Rishung is a standard face control plus inquisitive love brain, although now has reached the top value, but up 1 point of goodwill. Jungnan is the self-professed still able to grasp. As for Lai Jing, her favorability had already reached as many as 53 points, but if he let Jungnan take some initiative, not to say that he would reach 95 points of favorability within a day, but within 3 days, he thought that it should not be a big problem. Doesn't that make 3 chances to win the lottery? As for the 4th time, Jungnan felt even more easy. This woman, Chiu Rueyue, had fallen in love with him at first sight, and her favorability was similarly not low. And although her face value score did not reach 95, with her face control as well as her love brain level that was on par with Ning Rishung's, Jungnan still had the confidence to double-prong his efforts to obtain the last lottery opportunity on her. Not to mention, Gangnam has a welfare mini-quest of 3 raffle chance rewards tucked away? Phew! The Bugatti Devo sped along like a bolt of lightning. Half an hour later, Zhangcheng Tianfu neighborhood. In the underground garage of Villa 001, Gangnam got out of the car. Along the way to the first floor, Jungnan swept the first floor and did not see anyone, then hurried up to the second floor master bedroom, gently pushing open the door of the room. Jungnan looked towards the large bed of the master bedroom, only to see a back figure with its back to him. He immediately revealed a smile to come, lightly arriving at the edge of the bed, and then said with a smile, "Guess who I am? Lai Jing's favoritism +6. What the hell?" When the system's beep sounded in his head, Jungnan Yi's entire body froze. Jane Lai? How is it Lai Jing? Wow! That's when the sound of a toilet flushing came from the bathroom. Squeak! The bathroom door opens. Ha, honey, what are you doing? Ning Russian's voice rang out from behind the side. Li Jing's favoritism +5. Nice guy. After Jiang Nan was taken by surprise, the system's beep sounded in his head again. Boss, you're back. At this time, Li Jing on the bed breathed in sharply, but however, she also quickly suppressed it and got up from the bed with a feigned blank face. Awesome. Jiang Nan saw that Li Jing had suppressed her shyness in just an instant, and at the moment, she was really as normal as someone who had just woken up in a daze, so he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Why is Sister Jing here? Jiang Nan was surprised. He was also a natural-born actor, acting as if the oops just now didn't exist. It was almost 11 o'clock when I got back last night. I came back and took a shower. I talked to Jing and then we slept together. Ning Rusheng came over with a smile and hugged Jiang Nan before leaning against his chest, raising her head slightly and winking playfully. Jiang Nan froze for a moment, then realized what was going on, cleared his throat and spoke. Wash up and get up. What do you want for breakfast? After Jiang Nan's words fell, Ning Rusheng's lips moved, but no sound came out. But from the number of times her lips quirked, Jiang Nan was able to tell that it was 5 words. I'll go make breakfast for the boss. Li Jing hurriedly got off the bed. Jiang Nan looked at it, and his eyes couldn't help but jump a little, but he immediately shifted his eyes away after taking a look. Li Jing's favoritism +1. Ha, 1 point of favor for such a gentleman? Immediately, Jiang Nan returned his sight again. Li Jing's favoritism +5. Good. Love the tone huh? Jiang Nan looked at Li Jing, who covered her chest and trotted shyly out of the master bedroom with her bare feet on the floor, and a small smile appeared on his face. Does it look good, honey? Waiting for Li Jing's figure to disappear in the room, Jiang Nan then took back his gaze to meet Ning Rusheng's meaningful eyes, and then hearing what she said, he immediately nodded his head and smiled. Good looking, but, it's still my family Rusheng who looks better. Chapter 96 Your consignment of land for the auction of the Purple Sun Pavilion in Kyoto. Ning Russian's favoritism +1. Li Jing's favoritism +6. An hour later, 2 system beeps sounded in Jiang Nan's head at the same time. Ha! The first time he froze on the spot. Nice guy. Ning Rusheng had increased her favorability by 1 point. That was something that couldn't be more normal. How come Li Jing had also increased her favorability by 6 points? Strange. However, Jiang Nan had never been the type of person who liked to take the bull by the horns, and since he didn't know, he wouldn't keep going deeper into the issue. Moreover, in his opinion, since the good sense had been raised, then naturally there was a reason for the raise, and the reason would always appear. 7 chances in the draw now. That came really easy. Not long after, in the middle of the bathroom, Jiang Nan took a shower and got up, a smile of extreme satisfaction on his face. In his opinion, there was no chance that he would not need Shou Ruiyue. He would be able to gather 10 normal lottery chances and then exchange them for a transcendent lottery. Hopefully, this transcendental sweepstakes will give me a really awesome reward. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment, and he was looking forward to the transcendent lucky draw chance that would be exchanged for the 10 ordinary lucky draw chances that he would soon gather together. A few minutes passed. Jiang Nan put on his clothes and pants and walked out of the bathroom. Ning Rusheng faced his side and went into sleep with a sweet happy smile. Jiang Nan didn't bother him and slowly walked out of the master bedroom. Li Jing's favoritism +4. The moment he had just stepped out of the master bedroom, a beep from the system sounded in Jiang Nan's head, which made him freeze even more. Immediately afterward, he couldn't help but subconsciously look back, only to see Li Jing, who had just gone up the stairs, frozen in place with a towel on her face in embarrassment. On his face, there was a slight look of embarrassment. As Jiang Nan's gaze swept in, it was visible to the naked eye that the woman's body tensed up, the sense of stealing extremely heavy. Sister Jing, what is this you are planning to do with a towel? Seeing this, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment, and an odd look came over his face. Li Jing's favoritism +2. It was clear that Jiang Nan hadn't said anything, but it still made Li Jing add 2 points of favorability. No, I'm wiping the sweat off. Li Jing hemmed and hawed and hurriedly hid the towel in her hand behind her back, while then she came with a quick step and said with a smile, Boss, breakfast is already ready, so go down and eat it. I ate. Jiang Nan returned, while slowly walking towards her. Ah! Li Jing suddenly gave a strange cry. Li Jing's favoritism +2. What's wrong? Sister Shizuku. Li Jing's strangeness made Jiang Nan strange as well. And, what was the meaning of this non-stop increase in favorability? For a moment, it was as if he heard the sound of a fine, long breath. To this, Jiang Nan really felt that this Li Jing was cute and adorable, although it was a bit inexplicable, but honestly, it was quite interesting. No, nothing. Li Jing stuttered up, looking at Jiang Nan breathing suddenly shortened up. Pretty face is also quite some red, looks a little inexplicable shyness. Sister Jing, why is your face so red? This time, Jiang Nan moved a little closer and noticed the woman Lai Jing's pretty face that was deservedly reddish, which made his gaze even more non-stop flickering for a moment. He was basically guessing what was going on. After all, it wasn't the first time this had happened. Lai Jing's favoritism +6. As Jiang Nan approached, Lai Jing subconsciously took a few steps back. That stunningly beautiful and moving pretty face was filled with redness, as if she had done something wrong, and she didn't dare to look towards Jiang Nan at all. No, boss, it's really nothing. Lai Jing lowered her head. What's wrong? What's wrong? This time, the door to the master bedroom opened completely, and Ning Rusheng walked out. Seeing Lai Jing blushing her pretty face, as embarrassed as she could be, it was as if she understood what was going on. Honey, Ning Rusheng softly called out to Jiang Nan, and then she also playfully blinked her eyes. Jiang Nan immediately understood, cleared his throat, and spoke. That, I'll go down first. Jiang Nan's silhouette disappeared into the second-floor corridor. Lai Jing instantly looked at Ning Rusheng in embarrassment, lowered her head and whispered with a red face. Rusheng, I'm sorry, I'm this. Jing, what's the point of apologizing? You don't know, I envy you. Ning Rusheng hurriedly pulled Lai Jing's small hand and whispered in her ear. If I want me to have your size I can. Ha. The voice was getting smaller and smaller, but Lai Jing's face was getting redder and redder. Yeah, you. After hearing Ning Rusheng's words, Lai Jing was already blushing to her ears and neck. Lai Jing's favoritism +2. At this point, first floor living room couch. Jiang Nan had just sat down when the system's beep sounded in his head again. 92 points of goodwill now. A bright light of excitement erupted from Jiang Nan's eyes. It's too fast. This progress, it's just not going to happen fast enough. Still 3 points short of goodwill, and we'll get another chance at the lottery. Jiang Nan came with an expectant smile on his face. In fact, everything about Lai Jing's favorability growing so fast made sense. Ning Rusheng is a face control plus love brain. Identified. Then identified. And Lai Jing? This woman is, to put it nicely, introverted. To say that what a little bit, that's boring plus contrast. If you catch the right points, then the goodwill rubbing off on you is a given. This was also why Jiang Nan had made Lai Jing's favorability rise again and again with just a few pulling motions as well as words just now. Even Jiang Nan suspected that if Ning Rusheng hadn't come out to break the situation, and he pulled a little bit more, there was really no chance that he would be able to directly raise Lai Jing's favorability to the point of 95 points. At this point, it's about as good as it gets. Jiang Nan shook his head. For the rest, with Ning Rusheng, the woman pushing the envelope, plus the self-strategy, basically no surprises. Today Lai Jing's favorability towards him would be able to reach 95 points. Ding! Just then, a text message tone came from the cell phone in Jiang Nan's pants pocket. Hearing the voice, Jiang Nan took out his cell phone and scanned it. It's a text message sent from a virtual phone number. Dear Mr. Jiang Nan, the land you consigned to the auction at the Purple Sun Pavilion in Kyoto has been successfully entered into the next auction lots. Please pay attention to check the incoming SMS after the auction. If you have any questions, please call 13412. Chapter 97, Giving Kongyun the whole won't work. Someone came to apply for the security job. What's that supposed to mean? Jiang Nan froze when he saw the text message. Nice guy. Kyoto's land? The scams are really getting bullish these days. I'm in Jiangcheng. Can I have a plot of land in Kyoto? Are you kidding me? Jiang Nan also froze for just a moment before returning to his senses, shaking his head with a light smile and deleting the text message. Opening WeChat, Meng Qingqiu's message, Lin Manman's message, and the landlady's message as well as Su Yun's message. After replying one by one, he finally set his eyes on Qiu Ruiyue's message. Qiu Ruiyue, Jiang Nan, I'll take my annual leave in a while. Can you take the time to teach me some simple boxing and kung fu? Seeing this news, Jiang Nan couldn't help but ponder. Honestly, he felt a great need to have a woman of great stature at his subsequent side. Autumn Ruiyue herself was from a hat sister, and it seemed perfectly normal to have a bit of simple fighting techniques on hand. Following up by getting her a body modification liquid to use, and then instructing her in boxing and kung fu. Not to say that one person can fight a dozen or so people with weapons, but there shouldn't be any problem in fighting an ordinary 7 or 8 adult men. That's still a conservative estimate, and who knows where Qiu Ruiyue's potential lies. Okay, with the thought here, Jiang Nan had already made a decision to come. Until we meet a more suitable female bodyguard, we'll train Autumn Ruiyue. Qiu Ruiyue, yes. How about I contact you in advance? If I'm free, I'll just take a vacation. Gangnam 1. After ending the chat with Qiu Ruiyue, Jiang Nan was about to exit WeChat to see what fun short videos were available when a woman who seemed to have disappeared for a long time sent him a message. Kongyun, brother Gangnam, are you there? JN? In the meantime, in a certain university dormitory in the university town of Zhengcheng, A pretty girl in a long creamy gray sweatshirt with a brown pleated skirt looked at her phone with her mouth slightly open a little wider. What a cold question mark. This pretty girl is Jiang Yan. At this time looking at the question mark sent by Jiang Nan, for a moment was actually a little overwhelmed. In the past, she had always been so to the boys, but now she was being treated like this, and frankly, the feeling of discrepancy in her heart could be imagined how big it was. Could it be the reason why I didn't take the initiative to look for this Jiangnan brother yesterday? But I also want to find but shouldn't it usually be the guy who takes the initiative to ask a girl out a bit? Jiang Yan was a bit confused for a while. She admitted that she was very fond of this Jiangnan brother, and more than once in her mind was his figure and that handsome face. But her Jiang Yan's face value is not bad. Even if you have money, have a face, that the pursuit of girls have to give some attitude, right? Moreover, from the fact that Gangnam swiped her gift so much, it seemed that this one should be very interested in her as well, right? It was because of this that she had forced herself not to take the initiative to contact Jiang Nan yesterday, wanting to wait for the latter to contact her and take the initiative to ask her out. And the result? She hadn't messaged Jiang Nan about it, and the latter had never messaged her. So, at this time Jiang Nan this in her view very cold a question mark buckle over. Directly to Jiang Yan this high-minded and arrogant habitual hole will not. What's wrong with this woman? Jiang Nan looked at the top of the chat box which showed that it was in the process of typing for a while, then disappeared for a while, and showed it again for a while, but there just wasn't any message sent over, which made him speechless for a while. Shaking his head, he directly exited the chat box with Jiang Yan, not bothering with this woman. For him, women, too many times, always have to pick a few active ones. If you don't take the initiative, you'll know to take the initiative if you leave it to dry. Exiting WeChat, Jiang Nan was about to go to Jain to brush short videos to relax. At that moment, footsteps came from the second floor stairs. Honey, Ning Russian's voice rang out. Jiang Nan put the phone back into his pants and looked back, only to see Ning Rusheng leading Li Jing, who had already calmed down her shyness, down the path. Have you had breakfast? Ning Russian's voice continued to come. Eat? Jiang Nan responded and also got up from the sofa to join the two women. He surveyed a change of clothes Li Jing. The upper body is a black slim navel dress, directly to her burst of curves to show the most. The lower body is a black hot pants. Her pair of legs to give people visual inexplicable self-lengthening effect in general. Very nice. Jiang Nan did not dare to imagine this woman in the early fall. Just this dress, beautiful legs embellished with a letter black silk, and then with a pair of boots should be how fascinating. Then I'm going to have breakfast with Jing Jing. By the way, are you going to eat at home at noon, hubby? Ning Rusheng's afterglow swept a glance at Li Jing's slimming black blouse, and when she looked at it from this angle, the bursting sensation was even more exaggerated, so she couldn't help but purse her lips and laugh a little. This was her intentionally picking out clothes for Li Jing, and they were also clothes that she had never worn since she bought them herself. Both of them are at 172 centimeters tall. There is not much difference in body type, thus naturally it is very suitable for Ning Rusheng to wear this set. It's true, the outfit still has to hold up to show it. Look at hubby's eyes that can't take his eyes off. He. Facing Jiang Nan's fiery gaze, Ning Rusheng was not the least bit jealous, and her heart was inexplicably very happy instead. Jiang Nan nodded. It's not too early to say that it's close to about 10 o'clock, and in another 2 hours it will indeed be the time slot for lunch as well. At the moment there's nothing going on in Gangnam anyway, and, don't forget, he had gained an ability just yesterday, and that was the master chef level ability. It is true that a gentleman stays away from the kitchen, but, is he a gentleman? These days, what man is not the man who cooks in most average households? Most of all, Jiang Nan also wanted to taste how the dishes made by this master chef level ability tasted. Then I'll go get some groceries later and just get them at home. Ning Rusheng smiled and said, hubby, let you taste my handiwork. Okay, Jiang Nan nodded, and in a moment he would simply help out by making a dish or two to test the waters. Buzz off. Hello? At this time, Li Jing's cell phone rang and vibrated, only to see her take out her cell phone and answer the call. May I ask if this is Villa 001's butler Li Jing? A very cold voice rang out over the phone. It's me. Li Jing nodded. My name is Lung Bingyue. I'm here to interview for the security officer of the Jiangqing Tianfu 001 villa. May I ask if you are in the villa? A clear, cold voice rang out. I'm here. It just so happens that the boss is also here today. MS. Lung, when do you think you'll come over for a bit? Li Jing responded in a very official manner. Chapter 98, Lung Bingyu, with a face value score of 96. Now, Lung Bingyue's voice rang out. Okay. The phone hung up. Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan and spoke. Boss, someone has come to interview the security in the villa. Oh, Jiang Nan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He had heard Li Jing say something about Miss Lang, Could it be that the one who had come to apply for the security job was a woman? What's your standard? Jiang Nan inquired. Just the standard of a regular veteran with some real-world skills. Li Jing returned. Female? Jiang Nan looked at Li Jing twice more. Unexpectedly, this woman understood him quite well. Female security is certainly better than male security. Hearing Jiang Nan too much, the future of his villa or even the subsequent purchase or system rewards in the manor are bound to live in his women. So, naturally, female security is a better quality option. Right. Li Jing nodded heavily. A woman is not necessarily inferior to a man. Moreover, it's also much more convenient, at least being able to stay overnight in the villa. Sister Jing's thoughts are the same as mine. Jiang Nan appreciated. Yes. When Li Jing heard Jiang Nan's compliments, her heart was instantly happy, and even a smile appeared on her face. So I'll go grocery shopping by myself later? Ning Rusheng opened her mouth. No, just order takeout. Jiang Nan waved his hand. You guys eat first, I'll stroll around the front yard. Came to the 001 villa area several times. Indoor he is often stay. Outdoor environment is not strolling. Now anyway, nothing, stroll familiar with the line. Besides, summer was about to officially arrive, and Gangnam didn't always have to go upstairs, did he? Waving his hand at the two women, Jiang Nan also walked out from an open-door floor-to-ceiling window. His orientation is directly opposite the villa door to the right of the small garden. Casually swept a glance. There is a swing in the center of the small garden. Not far away there is a small fountain, next to a small pavilion. In response, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment, and the corner of his mouth curled into an intriguing smile. Through this small garden, he also arrived at the main gate. Looking toward the side, is a golf course. This sport Jiang Nan is not much interest, thus just casually look at him to withdraw his gaze. And at this moment, while he was withdrawing his gaze to come, he also saw a straight-backed, walking very stylishly, wearing a white sports tank top and denim hot pants woman coming in slow steps right in front of the gate. Since the woman was wearing a duck-tongued hat, Jiang Nan didn't really see how the woman looked like. But, the body is indeed topsy-turvy. Of course, there was something extraordinarily beautiful about those jade legs, aside from that little princely tit sign. Immediately, Jiang Nan then threw an insight spell over toward the woman. Name, Long Bingyu. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Face value, 96 points. Favorability, 5 points. 96 points? Hello? When Jiang Nan had finished looking at the woman's attribute panel, a cool voice sounded in his ears. Hello? Jiang Nan already knew who this woman was, and looked at this woman after returning to his senses, and when she removed her duck-tongued hat, her face also showed some stunning colors. The woman, who had short black hair and a low ponytail, those very soft features, at first glance, seemed to be incompatible with her cool temperament, but after looking at it for a couple of more moments, it inexplicably felt like it fit perfectly. Hello, is this Villa 001? Lang Bingyue looked twice more at the handsome Jiang Nan, and the corner of her mouth hooked slightly, revealing a stiff smile. Seeing the stiff smile, Jiang Nan returned a gentle smile before pressing the gate switch, opening the gate and speaking. You're the Miss Lang who came to apply for the villa's security, aren't you? It's me. Lang Bingyu probably also knew that she wouldn't be able to laugh, thus she withdrew the smile at the corner of her mouth and nodded coldly. Lang Bingyu's favoritism +2. Come in. Jiang Nan invited her inside, and was somewhat surprised at her efficiency. Guess what? Though, I'm afraid the woman had arrived when she called and just hadn't reached the door yet. You are. Lang Bingyue walked through the gate of the villa, a pair of eyes looking towards one of Jiang Nan's handsome faces from time to time, and inquired in a low voice. Lang Bingyu's favoritism +2. In response to the system beeps that sounded in his head from time to time, Jiang Nan also looked at the woman a few more times. Honestly, he kinda wanted to know what the woman's mental activities were. I'm the owner of this villa, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled back. Boss? Lang Bingyue looked at Jiang Nan in surprise and hooted. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. Such a young boss. Lang Bingyue just smiled a bit stiffly, but not face paralyzed. At this time, her face showed a shocked color too, and then after looking up and down a few times at Jiang Nan, she opened her mouth and said, Are you a rich second generation? Yeah, right. Jiang Nan spoke back and led the way as well. Soon, the two arrived in the first floor side hall one after the other. Hearing the footsteps, Ning Rusheng and Li Jing from the restaurant next to them immediately trotted out, and when they saw Lang Bingyue, their faces revealed a look of amazement. Such a beautiful woman? It's beautiful. And when Ning Rusheng and Li Jing's gazes were placed on Lang Bingyue's body, the latter also placed her gaze on the two women, and her eyes couldn't help but widen a bit. You're pretty too. Ning Rusheng immediately picked up the conversation and complimented her. Thanks. Lang Bingyue was brief and concise, revealing a smile that was even more stiff than the last time she faced Jiang Nan. Seeing this smile, Ning Risheng and Lai Jing exchanged a glance, instantly realizing that this woman hadn't smiled much. I'm afraid. And immediately a gentle smile appeared on her face as she began to introduce herself. My name is Ning Risheng. I am Lai Jing, the personal butler of this villa. My name is Long Bingyu. Long Bingyu stood behind Jiang Nan and bowed 90 degrees to Ning Risheng and Lai Jing. For her to look so formal, Ning Risheng and Lai Jing also hastily returned the favor with a bow. Well, the sun will set if we keep bowing like this. Jiang Nan laughed softly, and then walked towards the stairs on the lower negative floor next to him, his voice reaching the ears of the three girls. Come with me, there's a fitness room down there, and a small running track. Since we're hiring security, it stands to reason that a little simple testing is required. There are sandbags in the fitness room and some exercise machines. Trying out this cold ice moon strength as well as fitness is a must. Otherwise, recruited back as a vase? Then Gangnam might as well just open the bubble. After all, this kind of girl who is cold on the outside and not good at expressing her emotions is definitely more contrasting than the kind of woman who can be seen to be a contrasting woman at a glance. Even Jiang Nan was a little curious if she would display a soprano voice when it really came to that stage. Chapter 99, Lang Bingyu's shock. You're not an ordinary practitioner, are you? Negative floor. In the middle of the gym. This was the first time Jiang Nan had arrived here, and at the moment, at a glance, there were all sorts of instruments. Seeing these fitness equipment, a disdain flashed in Long Bingyu's eyes. She's someone with real-world skills, not one of those fitness gurus who relies on protein powder to build muscle. Though, those fitness gurus are a bit of a shock to the average person. But to someone like her who had real power in her hands, not to mention one fitness expert, even 2 or 3 fitness experts she could tackle without a problem. Come. Jiang Nan walked past the various fitness equipment and arrived in a small room on the side of this fitness room by the signage. Upon entering this small room, a small boxing ring came into everyone's sight. Jiang Nan's face showed some surprise when he saw the boxing ring. Good lord, this whole thing is a real drag, with the boxing ring all set up, but it's okay, since there's this thing, it's possible for him to personally go into battle to try out this Lung Bingyue's stance. Boss, did you need to test my power? Lung Bingyue lowered her gaze to a few sandbags under the boxing ring and said softly, yes. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, and then under the astonished gazes of several women, he jumped onto the small boxing ring in the center of that room. Boss, what are you? Lung Bingyue froze. I'll see if you're really capable of villa security, Jiang Nan said with a smile. Boss, Lung Bingyue hurriedly said, aren't you joking? Where security can practice on the boss. Don't worry, I've practiced some kung fu too, not so much that I can't fight you off. Gangnam continued the invitation, but Lung Bingyue showed a look of difficulty. Ms. Lang, I can testify to this. The boss is definitely practiced, not an ordinary person. Lai Jing stepped forward and explained. That's right, Ms. Lang, my husband is a super strong man who can beat up a dozen or so punks with wooden sticks and flatbreads. Don't underestimate him. Ning Risheng also raised her head with a proud face. Hearing the words of Lai Jing and Ning Risheng, Lung Bingyue couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Naturally, she wouldn't believe it until she saw it with her own eyes. Even if what Lai Jing and Ning Risheng said was true, then Lang Bingyue would only think that it was a heroic rescue created by Jiang Nan, a purely acting behavior. After all, you'd have to say 1 or 2 and fight your way through it, and looking at Gangnam's size, it shouldn't be a problem. These dozen or so punks, even if they were in their teens, that was definitely not something an ordinary person could fight against. Not to mention, these dozen or so punks had wooden sticks in their hands as well as flat stretches, not to mention Jiang Nan, Lung Bingyue herself, and even those elders in the countryside who she felt had practiced were far from being able to do this when they were young. Alright, Lung Bingyu took a deep breath. Performing a little bit was fine. Anyway, as long as it didn't hurt this boss, just need to let him understand that his strength was very good. Thinking of this, Lung Bingyu also got into the small boxing ring. Women first, Miss Lung, you attack on me. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. Good, then you have to be careful, boss. Lang Bingyue bowed to Jiang Nan. At the moment she raised her body, an entire person's aura instantly changed. At least in Jiang Nan's eyes, this woman's eyes were stern for an unknown number of times. While he was pondering, Lang Bingyue took a step out, and at this instant, she also raised her hand to make a fist, and a very usual straight punch was thrown at Jiang Nan softly. Too soft. Jiang Nan did not retreat but advanced, stepped forward and directly grabbed this straight punch from Lung Bingyue, shaking his head. Just use your full power. You can't hurt me. As the words fell, Jiang Nan let go of his hand and took a few steps back, making a distance. You. Lung Bingyue looked at Jiang Nan in surprise. Go on. Jiang Nan smiled. Yes. Lang Bingyue probably guessed that Jiang Nan had indeed practiced a little, or at least the physical quality was not that of an ordinary young man. For that, she was naturally far too relieved. Drink! Lang Bingyue shouted explosively, her feet stomped with force. Her explosive power was extremely amazing, and in just a moment, she arrived in front of Jiang Nan, lifting her hand and punching out at his chest. Bang! Facing Lang Bingyue's attack, Jiang Nan just casually stepped forward, one hand transformed into a palm, and gently pushed against the woman's fist. The fierce force was instantly removed, and Lang Bingyue, a whole person, fell towards the ring's ropes. What? Impacting on the fence rope, Lang Bingyue bounced for a moment and quickly stabilized her body, looking back at the faintly smiling Jiang Nan with an incredulous face, exclaiming, You, this is Tai Chi? Yes. Jiang Nan nodded. Isn't Tai Chi used for unusual exercise? Lang Bingyue froze. Practical combat was actually useful? Tai Chi is indeed a boxing method for cultivating the body and exercising the body. But that doesn't mean it has no offensive power. Jiang Nan looked deeply at the shocked Lang Bingyue and smiled. You must remember that Tai Chi Quan is ultimately a martial art. In the hands of ordinary people, is indeed exercise, cultivate the body gymnastics. But in the hands of people like Jiang Nan, that is able to use this one against dozens of ancient boxing. Throw a punch as fast as you can. Jiang Nan said softly. Good. Lang Bingyue no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Nan. After taking a deep breath, her eyes were even more severe. Her feet stomped. This time her speed was faster than before by more than half a star. It was only in the true blink of an eye that he had already charged and killed Jiang Nan. Holy, that's explosive. Under the ring, Ning Rusheng and Lai Jing, an outsider, were both shocked beyond belief to see this amazing speed of Lang Bingyue. Nice. But, in the ring, Jiang Nan, however, just slowly raised his right hand, facing this explosive punch from Lang Bingyue, and just directly followed it with his palm. Even, the powerful recoil, in turn, bounced Lang Bingyue back 7 or 8 steps, once again hitting the ring ropes, buffering her for a long time, and only after gripping the ropes with force did she stabilize her body. The muscles of Lang Bingyue's entire right arm trembled with a visible tremor. She looked at Jiang Nan incredulously, swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva in succession, and exclaimed, You're not an ordinary practitioner, just practiced for a while. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. Lang Bingyue's favoritism plus 20. With the moment these words fell from his lips, a system beep immediately sounded in Jiang Nan's head. So tough? 20 points of goodwill added in one go? Hearing the system's beep, Jiang Nan's face also revealed a look of dismay. There is no miscellaneous stuff. This book is pure urban god and luxury refreshing article. Please put 100 hearts. Chapter 100. Don't worry boss. I will never betray you. Nope. There's absolutely no way that you could have practiced something as simple as just for a while. Lang Bingyue took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Nan's face as a look of gravity came over her. She was introduced to martial arts at the age of 3, and by the time she was 18 she had been in the military for another 5 years. Basically, she had no problem thinking of herself as a female military king-level being, and when facing Gangnam, it was as powerless as possible. It was as if a 3-year-old child was facing a 2-meter strong man, with no ability to fight back at all. This doesn't matter. Jiang Nan shook his head, looking at Lang Bingyue whose right arm was still trembling. He took a few steps forward and arrived by her side. Under her dismayed gaze, he reached out and grabbed her tender white and smooth right arm, merely pressing hard from the shoulder to the palm of her hand to smooth it. In an instant, Lang Bingyue only felt that the pain in her right hand instantly disappeared, which made her cherry-like little mouth immediately open into a big O, and even more incredibly looked at Jiang Nan, exclaiming, Boss, you did to me. What? How come there is a kind of ice-cold refreshing feeling? It's nothing, just a unique technique. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. Lang Bingyue's favoritism plus 10. The system's beep sounded in his head, which made Jiang Nan wonder if it was too fast. As it happens, if you look for the right point, then this so-called difficulty in growing goodwill is just for show. It wasn't true that Lang Bingyue had a cold face and a hot heart, but amongst the areas she was good at, that could be pride. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, was of a similar age to her, but was acting as if he was a senior in the field she specialized in. Just like a female school bully, meta better than her school bully. Then to say that there is no admiration and produce out of the good feeling, is never possible. Boss, you're amazing. At this moment, Lang Bingyue was like a little fangirl. Her eyes were flashing with excitement, although the smile on her face was still a little stiff, but it was obvious that she had tried very hard to try to show a smile. I'm counting on your protection for Villa 001 from now on. Jiang Nan smiled and extended his right hand. Yes. Lang Bingyue immediately held Jiang Nan's hand. That beautiful face was full of excited blush. Looking at the boss in front of her, her eyes were even more radiant. Lang Bingyue's favoritism plus 1. Snap. At this time, the sound of Ning Rusheng and Lai Jing applauding sounded from under the ring. Ice Moon is great. Ning Rusheng didn't mince her words of praise in the slightest. MS. Lang, We'll be colleagues from now on. Please teach us more. After Jiang Nan and Lang Bingyue got out of the boxing ring, Lai Jing took the initiative to go forward and extend her right hand to Lang Bingyue, revealing a very gentle smile. Hello, Ms. Li. Lang Bingyue held Lai Jing's hand. Her pretty face slightly flushed as she whispered, actually, you can call me Yu. My family calls me that. Alright, Yu, you should be 2 or 3 years younger than us in age, right? We'll call you Sister Yu from now on. Ning Risheng walked over and reached out to hold Lang Bingyue's other hand. Then I'll call you Sister Russian and Sister Jing. Lang Bingyue's smile was much softer than before that. At least it wouldn't give people too stiff a feeling anymore. Jiang Nan, who was on the side, couldn't help but reveal a smile when he saw this joyful scene. $30,000 a month salary, and a total of $500,000 a year plus bonuses. Also, you must choose your own mobility vehicle of about $2 million for entry. The usual living allowance fund. Count on $500,000. A few minutes later, first floor side hall. Jiang Nan, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Lang Bingyue, who was standing in front of him in a well-behaved manner. The request made by the person who spoke was not Lang Bingyue, but Jiang Nan. Hearing this treatment, Lang Bingyue's eyes immediately became clear and stupid, but also slowly turned into a blank color. Salary plus bonus plus living allowance equals $1 million a year? Also, you have to choose your own mobility scooter worth about $2 million to join the team? My boss, you are so trenchantly confused. Lang Bingyue didn't speak for up to 10 seconds. What? Not happy with the treatment? Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw that Lang Bingyue was slow to take a stance. No, boss. Are you sure this is recruiting security? Lang Bingyue opened her mouth, an odd color coming to her face. With this condition, you'll have no problem finding a secretary, right? You're talented and need to be given better treatment. Don't get overpaid and poached then. That would be hard for me. Jiang Nan said blindly with his eyes open, lying without any need for drafts at all. At this moment, he looked at Lang Bingyue and saw that her expression broke into a happy smile that was not stiff in the slightest along with these words of his, which made him laugh out unconsciously as well. Lang Bingyue's favoritism +5. Don't worry boss, I will never betray you. Lang Bingyue straightened her back and looked at Jiang Nan very seriously. Add a WeChat and give me your bank card account number. Jiang Nan took out his cell phone. Yes, Lang Bingyue nodded, and then quickly took out an old man's machine. Suddenly froze again, hurriedly asked, wait, boss, what is WeChat? Looking at that old man's machine, Jiang Nan also froze. Good guy, this is 4,202 years. Such a big girl like a flower. Still using an old man's machine? Ning Rusheng and Li Jing on the side saw this scene and couldn't help but look at each other. There wasn't a hint of looking down on them on their faces. Instead, it was more of a heartache. WeChat is a chat program. So do you have a bank card? Jiang Nan couldn't help but explain, inquiring again. Chat software? Oh, I have software that I can chat with. Lang Bingyue hurriedly tapped on her own old man's phone while keying it up, and quickly handed it over, grinning. Here, this is my penguin number. Good. Jiang Nan saw that a crown and 2 suns rank, as well as a row of lit-up penguin big members under the rank. Green diamonds, red diamonds, black diamonds, yellow diamond, a bunch of services. The corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. Why don't you get a new cell phone when you have money to drive all these services? These services were not low grade and had obviously been open for some years, which made Jiang Nan feel a little strange. Look good. Dueling, what do I need to change my cell phone for? This cell phone is quite good. It was given to me by my grandmother back home when I was 18. When I'm not doing anything, I can still smash walnuts and eat them. How convenient. Lang Bingyue grinned. Let's add a penguin then. Jiang Nan thought for a moment, exited WeChat, and clicked on penguin. He hadn't opened the penguin for too many years. This time he opened it. A bunch of messages clunked and popped up. First he directly slid off all the uninteresting group chat prompts. He also added Lang Bingyue's penguin. Luna, let's add a penguin too. Ning Risheng and Li Jing also immediately came up. Good. Boss is my second best friend, and both Sister Russian and Sister Jing are my third best friends. Lang Bingyue laughed happily. So who was your first best friend? Jiang Nan inquired curiously. Myself. Chapter 101 I can do nothing and everything. Yourself? Jiang Nan and Li Jing, as well as Ning Rusheng, all violently looked toward Lang Bingyue, with stunned expressions on their faces. How lonely does one have to be to not have other close friends? Are you friendless? Ning Rusheng looked at Lang Bingyue with heartache. Yes. Lang Bingyue nodded, looked at Ning Rusheng and also Li Jing, and finally looked at Jiang Nan and smiled. Aren't you my friends? Jiang Nan looked at this innocent sister and couldn't help but take a deep breath. As for Ning Rusheng and Li Jing, they were so moved that they directly hugged Lang Bingyue. Luna, you should have a bank account, right? Jiang Nan inquired. Yes. Lang Bingyue nodded. then send it to me on Penguin, Gangnam Road. Yes. Lang Bingyue was being held by Ning Rusheng and Lai Jing, and raised her own hand enough to start typing away. With a message push sound, Jiang Nan also received Lang Bingyue's bank card account number, and immediately copied it to the bank app to start transferring money. 3 million. Jiang Nan didn't give more than what he said. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Receive 15 times spending rebate, $45 million. With $45 million in hand, Gangnam didn't have any mood swings at all. His savings had currently topped $1 billion, and further up, he honestly wasn't sure if he'd be able to get a welfare mini-quest for every billion. If that's the case, then it's not really too hard. If you had to get every 10 billion to be able to redeem a big welfare mission after your deposit reaches 1 billion, it would still be a little difficult. Of course, if the landlady was able to find him any good spending programs, it wouldn't seem to be too much of a hardship for him to reach 10 billion with some luck. For every consumption, even if it's a 1:1 consumption rebate, he definitely won't lose a single penny. He went down with this billion, as he did with the last few consumer rebates, even up to as much as 20 times. Then he would become a 10 billionaire in a matter of moments. $3 million. Lang Bingyue sucked in a mouthful of cold air and hurriedly looked at Jiang Nan, calling out, "Boss, are you also transferring that card directly to me? Let me go buy it myself? I don't suppose you don't have a driver's license?" Jiang Nan looked at her. "Yes, only this car under 2 million. I don't understand. Lang Bingyue doesn't know anything about cars." "It's fine. Sister Jing has time, so I'll take you to pick it out then." Jiang Nan glanced at the time, without noticing it was close to 11 o'clock. Ordering takeout ingredients. It was almost time to get the dishes. Around 11:30, big bags of groceries were delivered. "Honey, why did you follow me into the kitchen?" Ning Rusheng looked at Jiang Nan in surprise. "Let's give you guys a taste of how I cook." Jiang Nan smiled confidently. "Ha?" Ning Rusheng and also Lai Jing froze, and then their faces became odd. "The owner cooks too?" Lang Bingyue was astonished beyond measure. "I know nothing and can do nothing." Jiang Nan laughed. "So, bosses have babies too?" Lang Bingyue's eyes widened. "Put." Hearing Lang Bingyue's words, Ning Rusheng and Lai Jing instantly failed to hold back their laughter. "I can't make babies, but I can make you make babies," Jiang Nan blurted out. But after he finished speaking, he immediately reacted and gently coughed twice. Seeing that Lang Bingyue, Ning Rusheng, and Lai Jing's pretty faces instantly turned red, and immediately turned around to take some of the ingredients and started to clean them. Lang Bingyue's favoritism +5. Lai Jing's favoritism +2. Ning Rusheng's favoritism +1. Just opened the faucet, only to hear that along with the sound of clattering water, Jiang Nan's mind was also continuously ringing up several system beeps, which made the movements of his hands slightly give way, and his face also immediately followed by a look of surprise. Lang Bingyue and Lai Jing's favorability increased. That was Jiang Nan's expectation, but Ning Rusheng, who had already reached 96 favorability points, increased her favorability by 1 point, which really surprised him a bit. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Confident Ning Rusheng's favorability +1. Face value +1. Obtaining a lottery opportunity. The system's beeps continued to ring in his head, causing Jiang Nan's heartbeat to accelerate several beats in vain. The current Ning Rusheng's favorability had reached a staggering 97 points, and her face value score had also risen to 97, which was only 1 point short of the gap between the welfare mini-quests he was currently receiving for having a 98-point face value confidant. Not only that, Jiang Nan was also in possession of 8 chances for the lottery on hand, 2 chances away from redeeming it for the transcendental sweepstakes. Almost there. Lai Jing's favorability has also reached 94 points, just a little bit short of me being able to get another lucky draw chance. So, it's not too long before I can gather 10 ordinary lottery chances. Jiang Nan's eyes shone with a strange luster. Yu's sister. Hubby, he likes to joke around. Don't mind it, haha. Ning Rusheng's heart was thumping nonstop at the moment, but she rounded up Jiang Nan's words. She didn't have the insight technique, so how would she know that the current Lang Bingyue's favorability towards Jiang Nan had reached a staggering 50 points? Don't say verbal molestation. Really not exaggerated Jiang Nan now alone about Lang Bingyue out of the pressure of the road, and then incidentally to point out her as an excuse. Inadvertently what happens in physical contact, that good sense is absolutely clunking up. Not to mention home runs, this half-base hit, that's something extremely easy. No, it's okay D. It's okay. Lang Bingyue pretty face flushed. Do not look at her than Jiang Nan are a year older. In fact, really as a blank sheet of paper, with a little girl who does not understand anything like no difference. In itself, she was very fond of Jiang Nan, so how could she not be shy or even rambunctious when she heard such words? It's not like I can't give my boss a little baby. This way maybe my little baby must be very talented in martial arts practice too. and I can't say that my grandparents and they are very happy about it. Lang Bingyue looked at Jiang Nan's back, and some mist gradually rose in her beautiful big eyes. Lang Bingyue's favoritism plus 5. Another 5 points of goodwill into the account, which made Jiang Nan couldn't help but look back at the several women and smile. Leave the kitchen to me. Wait for the delicacies in a while. Honey, are you sure it's okay? Ning Rusheng was still a bit skeptical. Packed. Jiang Nan made an okay gesture, and then placed the washed celery on the chopping board, and took out a piece of beef, and under the shocked gazes of Ning Rusheng's 3 daughters, he drew out the chopper on the shelf next to him, and handsomely spun it around a few times in his palm. Frog fun. The shock given out by this scene hadn't ended yet, and in the next second, Jiang Nan directly cut blindly. Chop chop. Only to see Jiang Nan's chopper in his hand as if it had been installed with a script, as if it had automatically begun to cut the vegetables. That speed, even made Ning Rusheng on the side couldn't help but recall the speed of Jiang Nan's hands on that occasion, instantly causing her pretty face to turn red. Chapter 102, the illusory golden exclamation mark above Ning Rusheng's head. At this point, after Lang Bingyue was shocked, the light in her eyes as she stared at Jiang Nan flickered even more. It's still true that a connoisseur knows when he's done. Jiang Nan's sword skill was not simple. I'm afraid that it was a weapon like a sword that could be played with in his hands. After all, this hand revealed by Jiang Nan was not something that an ordinary person would be able to display. Looks like a real treat in a few minutes. Ning Rusheng got excited. This was Jiang Nan's own cooking, and she thought it would be rare for anyone to have eaten a meal cooked by him personally. Right? Go out. I'll just whip up a couple home-cooked meals. If he really asked Jiang Nan to make a big dish, it wasn't that he couldn't do it, but it was unnecessary. A few home-cooked dishes to get through would be nice. Do you really think he has any idea of becoming a chef in the future? Ning Rusheng 3 women stepped 3 back out of the kitchen. In fact, Jiang Nan did not let them leave. There is a say 1. They are not willing to leave. After all, Jiang Nan's knife is really a kind of viewing enjoyment. Ask a so good, handsome man to cook for you. Which woman can top Ning Rusheng, now in front of Jiang Nan, has completely released herself. If at this time Li Jing and Lang Bingyue is not at home, she will not be in the kitchen with her own man to interact with the interaction. Exchange of fried food tips. Soon 40 minutes or so passed. Gang Nam operated purely by himself, and 5 dishes and 1 soup came out. At this point, a plate of home-cooked food was placed on top of the dining table. Jiang Nan looked at the colorful and fragrant several dishes with a smile, and his face revealed a look of satisfaction. Oh my gosh, what a ho-ho eater! Lang Bingyue was a little glutton at first glance and took the lead in moving her chopsticks. The moment she took a piece of celery fried beef and put it into her mouth, her whole pair of big beautiful eyes immediately burst out in excitement, and then she exclaimed with her head held high in astonishment in a very exaggerated manner. Needless to say, the woman had changed extremely much in just over 2 hours. It was evident that she was simply an innocent little girl in general when it came to those she considered herself close to. Yes? Ning Rusheng and Li Jing smelled the aroma, and their stomachs unconsciously growled a bit, and then moved their chopsticks to clip a piece of celery stir-fried beef and eat it. The wonderful taste buds attacked, causing the 2 women to instantly widen their eyes and look towards Jiang Nan, similarly exclaiming in shock, "Hubby, boss, your stir-fried beef is a bit too tender." Jiang Nan also moved his chopsticks to taste it, and his eyes similarly lit up. This master chef level ability is really good. The craftsmanship is a god in the mind of a foodie. And, basically speaking, whatever cuisine was in Jiang Nan's mind, that was at his fingertips. There are even so many lost food practices that he is equally capable of making. I wonder if will one day be able to share these everyday abilities of his with his woman. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment, whether it was a man or a woman, a child or an old man. As long as it was delicious, then no one would be able to refuse it. Not to mention the need for this thing called food in the surely long years to come. It would be a very nice thing for him if the women around him could share some of his abilities. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but narrow his eyes and couldn't help but mentally inquire about the system. What do you think of this idea of mine, Toon-chan? What do you say? After a few seconds, only then did the system respond. Host, your suggestion will be considered at the system's discretion as to whether or not to select it into the function. Hearing the system's reply, Jiang Nan's heart broke into a satisfied smile. As long as Unity didn't refuse, then there was still room to discuss everything. I can't say it's really going to work in the future. Jiang Nan no longer thought much about these have-nots, and concentrated on feasting on the few home-cooked dishes on the table. Just half an hour, 5 home-cooked dishes plus a small pot of corn and rib soup were all left over. Hiccup. Lang Bingyue slumped down on the seat in disregard of her image and burped with a face full of enjoyment. It's too bracing. 3 bowls of rice. Mom, I can't believe I ate 3 bowls of rice. Ning Rusheng also had a paralyzed posture, her right hand touching her slightly bulging stomach, looking towards Jiang Nan, and spoke, "Hubby, you really made my stomach grow. It's not just me, there's also Jing Jing, sister Yu Yu. Hearing Ning Risheng's words, Lai Jing and Lang Bingyue's pretty faces blushed in unison, shyly glancing over towards Jiangnan. Trust my cooking. Ha! Jiangnan laughed. Believe it, husband, you can't show more of this cooking. I'm afraid it won't take long for you to raise a ball. My perfect body, it's gone. Ning Risheng patted her already risen little stomach with a burst of bitter laughter. This wasn't something she did to flatter Jiangnan, thus pretending to be delicious and eating a few extra bowls of rice, but it was really delicious. In her eyes, these dishes cooked by her man were truly a level that could not be compared to even the heavenly god of cooking coming down to earth. Ha ha ha. Hearing Ning Risheng's praise, Jiangnan didn't hold back and shook his head and laughed. Exercise after meals. Ning Risheng forced herself to get up from her seat, and then began to clean up the dishes. Sister Russian, let me help you. Lang Bingyue also got up from her seat, followed by Lai Jing, and the three women began to clean up the dishes as they talked and laughed. As for Jiangnan, he instead headed towards the side hall. Arriving at the floor-to-ceiling window, Jiangnan subconsciously felt out a cigarette. Barta, a cigarette after a meal. A happy life like a god. Phew. Jiangnan exhaled a long mouthful of smoke, and a look of relief came over his face. A meal just now. For half an hour. Lang Bingyue's favorability went up by 1 or 2 points every now and then. Now, it's up to an even more impressive 65 points more. This growth seems fast, but in reality, only after you get to the corresponding face score favorability, that's when it really starts. Jiangnan understood this very well. Didn't you see that Lai Jing's favorability was also growing very fast? But now what? It was also slow to reach that last 1 point of goodwill to reach her face value score. I guess I'll have to completely take down Lai Jing before this 1 point of favorability will be able to go up naturally. Jiangnan's gaze flickered for a moment. There were plenty of chances for something to happen with Lai Jing. He didn't need to be in too much of a hurry at all. Currently Ning Risheng's favorability and face value score is what matters most, and I don't know what to do to make this woman's 97 points of favorability successfully rise to the level of 98 points. He couldn't help but think about it. That's when the footsteps sounded. Ning Risheng's gentle and incomparable voice rang out. Hubby, the cigarette butt is almost burning your hand. What are you thinking about that you're so lost in thought? Jiangnan came back to his senses and looked towards Ning Risheng, only to see her holding an ashtray and handing it to him. A very gentle smile on that stunningly beautiful face. Ha! After snuffing out his cigarette and placing it into the ashtray, when Jiangnan's gaze was placed on Ning Risheng again, an illusory golden exclamation mark suddenly appeared in front of him. No! It should be that he saw an inexplicable golden illusory exclamation mark appear on Ning Risheng's head. Ding! Immediately after, a beep from the system also sounded in Jiangnan's head. I'd like to ask for a free small gift. For the love of power, we look at the ads will be able to support a little 15. Thank you, big brother. If you have money, you can also reward a little gift. A hair is not too little. A piece is not too much. Chapter 103. The car is called Bugatti Divo and is worth $200 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Due to the high favorability of his confidant Ning Risheng, he has successfully triggered a random mini-quest. Complete it and you will be rewarded for the quest. Please click on the golden exclamation mark above Ning Risheng's head to view the side mini-quest. A system beep sounded in his head. Hearing this prompt, Jiangnan froze for a moment, then returned to his senses, his gaze once again resting on the illusory golden exclamation mark above Ning Risheng's head. With a movement of his mind, an invisible finger pointed at the illusory golden exclamation mark. Mission statement: accompany Ning Risheng home to meet her parents, and successfully make her confidant's parents favor the host. Quest reward, +1 favorability to Ning Risheng, 1 chance to draw a prize. After checking it out, an amused look came over Jiangnan's face. That easy? Honey, I just got a call from home. This time, Ning Risheng's voice rang out with a slight hesitation. What's wrong? Jiangnan knew it in his heart, but pretended not to know anything. They went AWOL and found me a blind date, then told me to go back for a bit this afternoon. Ning Risheng said in a deep voice. I told them that I have a boyfriend. They didn't believe me, and said that they'd ask you to go back and have dinner together this afternoon, so that they could take a look. It's fine, I don't have much to do this afternoon, so let's go over and meet my aunt and uncle together then. Jiangnan did not hesitate in the slightest and directly agreed. Not to mention that there was this mission. Even if there wasn't this mission, Jiangnan wouldn't have refused. Thank you, hubby, you're so sweet, hubby. Ning Risheng immediately became excited, hugged Jiangnan and kissed his cheek several times, and hurriedly said, then I'll call my mom back and ask them to make a good meal this afternoon. Go on. Jiangnan nodded, and then refaced the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers rubbing up his smooth chin, and a strange gleam coming from his eyes. This pace is really comfortable enough. As long as you complete this one, you'll be able to redeem your chances for the transcendent reward draw. And, There's the bonus of a $1 billion deposit for a welfare mini-quest. It had to be said that this growth rate made Jiang Nan very cool. One could almost already see that in a moment. As Jiang Nan followed Ning Risheng home, it wouldn't be long before the mission completion beep would ring in his head. Not a moment later, Ning Risheng passed by again, with a happy smile on her face, hooking Jiang Nan's hand and whispering close to him, "Hubby, my mom told us to go back early, then go buy some gifts over there later." Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. "My dad is just good for a mouthful of cigarettes and alcohol. Just buy whatever you want. And as for my mom, there doesn't seem to be much of a need, so buying 2 sets of skincare products would be about right." Ning Risheng proposed. "Okay, so out the door now?" Jiang Nan inquired. "There's no rush. I feel the need to digest after such a bracing meal just now." Ning Risheng playfully blinked her eyes before she came to Jiang Nan's ear and whispered, "I have another set of overalls that go very well with black silk." Good. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Lang Bingyu's favoritism +5. Around 2:30 p.m., a system beep suddenly sounded in Jiang Nan's mind in the master bedroom, which made him, who was holding Ning Risheng and heading towards the bathroom, pause for a moment, his face showing an odd color, and then subconsciously looked towards the door. He was shutting it off, but if someone was outside, with Ning Risheng's soprano voice passing by Lang Bingyu hearing it seemed more than normal. The way it looked, it seemed like Lang Bingyu had heard something moving, so that's why it had grown 5 points of goodwill. 70 points. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment before he carried Ning Risheng into the bathroom. After 10 or so minutes of washing up, after the two of them came out again to put on their clothes, Ning Risheng glanced at the floor. Her pretty face flushed again, and hurriedly made a move to clean up a bit, and then walked out of the master bedroom with Jiang Nan. Opening the door, Jiang Nan glanced at the corridor and didn't find Lang Bingyue, so he couldn't help but shake his head and smile, wrapping his arm around Ning Risheng and heading towards the first floor. In the meantime, in the middle of a room, Lang Bingyu leaned against the door of the room and panted heavily. Her pretty face flushed, and it was as if a layer of mist covered her pretty eyes above. Gollum! As soon as she recalled that voice in her mind, she didn't just blush, her ears, neck, and even her little heart beat even faster. His face was burning, and his body was even hotter, only feeling as if there were ants crawling. Okay, what a weird feeling. How did this happen? Although Lang Bingyu has not experienced anything, but this kind of thing, have not eaten pork, cannot have heard someone talk about pigs over? An hour later, South City. In the middle of a neighborhood of mid-range townhouses, a blue and gold Bugatti Divo slowly drove down the road, and a pair of eyes of the passers-by around them couldn't stop staring at the car. There weren't many young people, they were all middle-aged, and although they didn't recognize the car, from the looks of it, they thought it must be worth a lot of money. At least it could be worth $2 or $3 million, right? At this point, a few middle-aged men gathered around watching a game of chess in a small roadside square looked over, and someone whispered, "It feels like it's more than that. The car looks really exciting. I'll go check it out." A man in an old cadre-like floral shirt took out his cell phone and was about to open a car recognition app to check out what the car was. "Here it comes. That car's coming," someone exclaimed. This made the middle-aged man with the flowery shirt subconsciously look over, and at that moment, the passenger window slowly came down, and a beautiful familiar face immediately entered his line of sight. "I am my dear mother. Hey, this car passenger sitting is the old Ning family girl." Shocked voices rang out in the field. "Dad!" The car slowly stopped at the side of the small square road. The co-pilot Ning Risheng immediately and excitedly got down from the car. For the chance encounter with their dad, she can be said to be very happy, letting her dad know about her husband's strength in advance. Then when she enters the house, she can't look down on her husband, right? Think he is nothing but handsome. Frost, you're... Ning's father felt the envy of a few good buddies next to him, still whispering in shock, and then felt a burst of relief. After clearing his throat, under the envious gazes of the surroundings, he quickly stepped towards Ning Risheng and went. At this time, Jiang Nan, who was in the main driver's seat, also got down from the car. "What a handsome young man. Is this Ning's girl's boyfriend? My god, too handsome. Is this some big star? This temperament, if you ask me, it's really a perfect match for this girl from the Ning family." Checked out. This car is called Bugatti Divo. Look at this color. Seems to be a global limited edition. Online, this car is worth 200 million. Chapter 104. The more an old husband looks at his son-in-law, the better he looks at him. How much? The moment a young man in his 20s utilized a software to find out the value of the Bugatti Divo, everyone in the room stared in disbelief. 200 million. Ning's father, who had walked over, naturally heard the news, and his hand involuntarily trembled a bit as he looked at Jiang Nan, who had come down from the car, with eyes that were so appreciative. "Dad, this is my boyfriend, Gong Nam." Ning Risheng immediately introduced herself. "Hello uncle." Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. while handing over a cigarette. Well, the lad is a real looker. Ning's father smiled broadly as he took the cigarette handed over by Jiangnan and did not smoke it directly, but kept sizing up the handsome young man in front of him and spoke. Quickly, let's go back and sit down first. Dad, you go back first. I'll accompany Jiangnan to park the car. Ning Rusheng said. Parked right in front of the house. There's a spot. I'll lead the way. Jiangnan, you follow. Ning's father's slightly wrinkled face was filled with smiles. Good. Jiangnan nodded and re-entered the car with Ning Rusheng. Just like that, Ning's father lit a cigarette in front of him and led the way with a smile on his face after greeting the neighbors in the small square. I'll be damned. This Ning family has taken off. A luxury car worth $200 million. My mama, yeah. What level of worth does that handsome guy just now have to be? This is the son of the richest man in Zhengcheng, right? It's too much. The Ning family is relying on their daughter to enter the rich family directly. After Father Ning left the small square with Jiangnan, in the open space of the square, a crowd of people looked at each other, and after discussing for a while, envy appeared on their faces. This way, Jiangnan also followed Ning's father and quickly arrived at the gate of a small independent house. There were 2 parking spaces right in front of the door, one of which had a Porsche 911 parked in it. Whose car? Why is it parked in my parking space? Ning's father immediately frowned. It's okay, Dad. Ning Rusheng took the lead and got out of the car, and then after watching Jiangnan easily park the car, she immediately walked up and opened the reserve box to take out 2 bottles of Mao Zi and $200 grade cigarettes. Jiangnan got down from the car and took the exquisite bag handed over by Ning Rusheng, while then arriving with Ning Rusheng in front of Ning's father. Xiao Jiang, it should be okay for me to call you that, right? Ning's father looked at Jiangnan with a big smile. Uncle calls me that to seem affectionate. Jiangnan smiled slightly. Good, let's go. This son-in-law door I still the first time. Later we walk a few good. You can drink, right? Ning's father wanted to reach out and put his hand on Jiangnan's shoulder, but he seemed to have thought of something, and immediately shifted to take his hand again, saying enthusiastically and incomparably, your aunt's cooking is also great. It's just a pity that this girl didn't inherit it. Dad, what are you talking about? Ning Rusheng pouted in embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Ning's father and Jiangnan glanced at each other, smiled broadly and pushed open the fence at the entrance before walking into the small house. Jiangnan swept a glance. This small house could actually be called a tiny villa, all independent, only that it was just 2 floors, and it didn't cover a large area. Soon, the 3 entered the building. Back, just as she changed her shoes, a happy voice rang out, is Frost back yet? Back, and our handsome son-in-law is also back. Ning's father made his attitude clear straight away. Upon hearing Ning's father's words, a middle-aged woman who still looked well-maintained frowned as she walked out from the living room, and the moment she saw Jiangnan, her face revealed a stunning color. What a handsome young man! For just a moment, her frown immediately loosened. Ta-da! This time, there was also the sound of footsteps, and a 23 or 24-year-old youth with gold glasses stepped out. His first glance immediately locked onto Ning Rusheng, and when he saw her, who was even more beautiful and moving than she was in the photos, his eyes immediately erupted with a ray of excitement to the extreme. It's so beautiful, it has to be taken down. As for the son-in-law that Ning's father had mentioned, this youth didn't care. Come and sit in the parlor. Ning's mother immediately walked up, looked at Jiangnan a few more times, and invited with a smile. She didn't know if Jiangnan had any strength, but it really brightened her eyes. Originally wanted to throw off her face, but at the moment she was also subconsciously enthusiastic. Seeing this scene, Ning Rusheng and Father Ning's eyes instantly lit up. It is often said that when a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she sees, the better she looks. Now it seems that there should be no problem. But however, only Jiangnan himself knew that the task had not yet been prompted to be completed. Then it meant that this Mother Ning had not yet completely recognized him. You must be Uncle Ning, and this is Rusheng, isn't it? It's really something. At this time, the youth is the one who arrives. The group stood right in the doorway. This is Wang Kai, a young and promising young man, currently 24 years old, and already the president of a company. Mother Ning introduced herself, and between her words, she indeed revealed her appreciation for this youth. Mom, this is Gangnam, my date. Ning Rusheng, however, didn't even bother to glance at that Wang Kai, smilingly approaching Jiangnan and leaning on his shoulder, happily introducing herself. Seeing this scene, Ning mother's face changed. She looked towards Wang Kai by her side and saw that his face was a bit unattractive and was about to say something. Jiangnan, however, handed out the gift in his hand and smiled. Auntie, this is a small token of my appreciation. Aha, well. Stretching her hand, Jiangnan, such a handsome young man, took the initiative to offer his attentions. Ning mother naturally also subconsciously smiled to welcome her. After receiving the gift, she also gave Ning father a look. The latter immediately understood, and was about to follow her aside. Dad, this is for you, and Mom, take a good look inside your gift bag, Ning Risheng said directly and explicitly. What? Mother Ning froze for a moment before checking the exquisite gift bag in her hand, only to see a red envelope inside, which made her freeze. All son-in-law or daughter-in-law to the door. Parents give red packets. How come here? Son-in-law to the door to give out red packets? Ning's father also took out the red packet inside Mao Zi's pocket and looked towards Jiangnan in consternation. It's so thin. It can hold a few dollars. Wang Kai snorted. It's a bank card? At this time, Ning's mother directly opened the red envelope, and when she saw that it was a bank card, her face immediately revealed a stunned look. Mom and Dad, this is a little token of Jiangnan's appreciation for you. I was afraid that you wouldn't like the gifts I bought for myself, so I used my identity to apply for 2 more cards, and wrapped up a red packet for you, Ning Ruxiang explained. Chapter 105 The capital you flaunt is less than the value of a man's car. As Ning Russian's words fell, Father Ning and Mother Ning couldn't help but glance at each other. Ning's father, in particular, had a gleam of excitement in his eyes. He knows that his son-in-law is driving a luxury car worth $200 million. This package out of the red envelope small mind. Can't really be a few $100s of small mind mean it? At the very least, tens of thousands of dollars? How much is in this? Mother Ning's brows stretched out and she looked at Jiangnan a few more times. This handsome young man is, indeed, quite good, but nevertheless, she glanced at Wang Kai beside her again, and some tangled colors came to her face. When Wang Kai arrived, she went to pick him up in person. Porsche 911. Although she didn't know much about young people's sports cars, it wasn't hard to tell from that cool model. Les said, it's gotta be worth $1 million, right? Besides, what this chap, man Wang Kai, gave away wasn't cheap. Gold bracelets, and jade pendants, a series of less than 100,000 gifts. When she thought of this, Mother Ning took another look at the skincare products in her hand as well as the red packet, and she couldn't help but shake her head. That's a lot of skincare and a red packet, so it could be a few bucks. Mom, this red packet from Gangnam is not small. Seeing Ning Mother's unconcerned look, Ning Risheng sneaked a glance at Jiangnan, seeing that his expression didn't change much, and hurriedly said, you and Dad are both put to have 888. Ha! Hearing Ning Risheng's words, Mother Ning froze, and the expression of Wang Kai, who had a light smile on his face next to her, gradually stiffened. 1888888? Ning's father, however, stared wide-eyed, while his eyelids darted wildly one after another. Don't look at their little house now can be worth a 2 million or even to 3 million, but that is to buy early, although before the money is worth too much than the current money. But it was a given that their family would only be considered average. One person packs 888 red packets. 2 people that's 776 dollars. A red packet of close to $4 million for just a meet and greet? This son-in-law, he's not giving up too much. Xiao Jiang, you're really breaking the bank. Quick. Let's go into the living room and sit and talk. When Ning's mother was still doubting whether it was true or not, Ning's father had already put the red packet into his pocket very quickly, and then he pulled Jiangnan towards the living room with great enthusiasm, and said, we must have a good walk in a while. Frost, there are fruits in the refrigerator. Go and wash and cut them and bring them over, and I will have a good chat with Xiao Jiang. A car is worth $200 million. You have to say that Ning's father doesn't believe that this red packet has more than $88 million, then he is really brainwashed. Seeing Ning's father's attitude, Ning's mother also froze, looking at the red envelope in her hand and towards Wang Kai. Auntie, do you believe it? Wang Kai just asked lightly. Mother Ning didn't answer, just shook her head. $888. If you say 888, she'll believe it, but $888, she really cannot believe a little. Go along and see. I'd like to see how long this kid can pretend, Wang Kai said faintly. Son-in-law. Wang Kai and Mother Ning had just arrived in the living room when they heard Father Ning grabbing Jiang Nan's hand and saying very heartily, I only have one daughter like Frost. You must treat her well in the future. Uncle, don't worry. Jiang Nan nodded heavily. Although Ning Risheng's progress with him was very rapid, just a day or so later, the two of them had reached such a point. It was genuine. That's good. Ning's father nodded in satisfaction. What are you talking about? What's with the son-in-law? Mother Ning frowned. She admitted that Jiang Nan was indeed handsome to a fault, even to the point that she had a feeling that her heart was racing the moment she saw this handsome young man. But, in the eyes of their generation, handsome can't be a meal. Her daughter is so excellent and beautiful. Her body temperament is even better. In the eyes of Ning's mother, she shouldn't eat a single bit of suffering, and she was born to live the life of a young grandmother with clothes on her back and food on her lips. May I ask which mother would tolerate her daughter, whom she has worked so hard and nurtured with all her heart, to marry into a family to suffer in the future? Though, from the way Gangnam was dressed and his demeanor, it seemed that his family shouldn't be too bad. But, it shouldn't be any better than this Wang Kai beside her, right? She was very optimistic about the young talent beside her. The man was currently starting his own business and had opened a multi-million-dollar company at only 24 years of age. What does it mean for a young man to be able to start a company in this day and age? How is that possible without something behind you? From nothing? Purely a joke. People go up, water goes down. Ning's mother was indeed a realistic person, but she also lived a very transparent life. She didn't treat Ning Rishung as a commodity. She just felt that her daughter deserved a better quality of life. Why not a son-in-law? Ning's father glanced at Ning's mother and spoke. This is Frost's boyfriend. Our daughter isn't too young. She should get married when it's time to talk. If you ask me, let's get engaged earlier. Xiao Jiang you see when your family is free. As he said that, he looked at Zhang Nan Dao with a big smile on his face again. Dad, what are you doing? Ning Rishung came over with a fruit plate and happened to hear her father's words, and immediately said, Zhang Nan and I are still young, so what's the point of thinking about getting married early? That being said, where she didn't want to settle down completely with Zhang Nan, only, she understood, Zhang Nan, this man, was not destined to belong to her alone. So, the whole marriage thing, just think about it for now. No, it's not right. Ning's mother felt that there was something wrong with the development of this plot, and looked at Ning's father with a frown on her face, saying, Old Ning, didn't we agree in the morning that we would try to persuade our daughter to get in touch with little Wang? How come you changed your mind after only a short period of time? She was indeed amazed at what had happened to be able to make Ning's father treat Jiangnan so warmly, even to the point of addressing the son-in-law directly. Could it be, just because of that one so-called red packet of over $1.8 million? What do you know as a woman? Ning's father glanced at Ning's mother with some impatience, waved his hand and said, I see that Xiao Jiang, this handsome young man, is really a sight to behold, and how high his face value is, and how good his temperament is. If he and Frost have a baby in the future, there's really no mentioning what a perfectly behaved grandchild he'll give birth to. Well. Hearing Ning's father's words, Ning's mother laughed back in anger, and then looked towards Ning Rishung and said in a deep voice, Frost, Mom is for your own good. Believe me, the person Wang Kai is really very high quality, the boss of a few million company, still in the ascension period, and behind his parents are even a company with market value of tens of millions of dollars. That's what makes it a good match for you. Do you understand? Auntie, I stand corrected. Hearing Ning's mother's words, Wang Kai pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and inadvertently swept a glance over towards Jiangnan's side, a confident smile appearing on his face as he faintly said, My father's company has currently reached a value of over $100 million due to an order that he picked up some time ago. Look how excellent, Ning mother immediately said. Ning Rishung sighed softly. Cut. At this point, Ning's father, who was sitting on the couch, just snorted. You've worked hard for I don't know how many years in both generations to barely just the company is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Man Xiaojiang's ride, that's $200 million. In other words, the capital you flaunt is not even close to the value of a car for a human being. That's not funny? What are you laughing at? Mother Ning frowned. Chapter 106 A System Beep. The moment of outrage came. What am I laughing at? Ning's father didn't hold back another laugh, and then got up from the sofa under the stunned gaze of Ning's mother, and then beckoned to her, signaling for her to follow him. To this, Ning's mother frowned and followed him towards the floor-to-ceiling window next to the living room. See that car? Ning's father arrived at the floor-to-ceiling window, pointing his finger toward the two cars parked at the front door's parking space. A Porsche 911, a Bugatti Divo. I know. People Xiao Wang drove over. Called what Porsche 911? Xiao Wang, you this car bought into how much to come? Ning's mother hadn't completely walked over yet, and after hearing Ning's father's words, she stopped in her tracks and turned back to give Wang Kai a look, asking with a smile, Auntie, my Porsche 911 landed at 2 million. Wang Kai naturally understood this look in Ning mother's eyes, and immediately straightened his collar and smiled confidently. 2 million? My God, it's almost as much as our little house. Ning's mother's expression didn't look like an exaggeration, but she was truly shocked. If a car costs $2 million, wouldn't this little king live in a villa and mansion worth tens of millions of dollars? Moment. The scene of a big villa with servants serving her right next to it came to Ning mother's mind. Her face immediately showed excitement, and the way she looked at Wang Kai, it was a favorite. Though Gangnam was indeed handsome enough to make her, an aunt, feel the urge to make her heart beat a little faster, But, it's still missing the point and needs to sink in a bit more. Auntie, $2 million car is just okay in my part of the world. I'm confident that I'll sink another 2 years into a more upscale car. Wang Kai smiled confidently. Good, young people have to fight. I believe in you. Wang, a 200 car in the future is nothing. Let's drive a $20 million car in the future. Mother Ning gave Wang Kai a thumbs up. I'll try my best. Auntie, don't worry. Let Russian get in touch with me. I won't let her down. Wang Kai's eyes blazed incomparably as he looked at Ning Rusheng, but he had heard that this woman was also a flight attendant, with such a high face value and an unbeatable body. If he put on his work clothes and paired it with a pair of high-heeled black silk mud, excellent. Wang Kai's eyes instantly reddened. This was really overwhelming to think about. Finished? Ning Rusheng opened her mouth to speak at this time, slowly walking over to Jiang Nan's side and sitting down, sighing softly, her voice resounding in the living room again. Mom, why don't you go over to Dad's and see what kind of car is next to that what's-his-name Porsche 911? That what's-his-name Wang. You go over there and take a look too. You dream of working hard to drive a $20 million car. I wonder how long you can drive this car of my husband's if you work hard. She's really tired. How come this mom is so identified with this Wang Kai, the real golden son-in-law in front of you don't even recognize? Hearing Ning Rusheng's words, Ning mother froze for a moment. Then after glancing at Wang Kai, she quickly arrived in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and then looked along the parking spaces outside. A Porsche 911, a Bugatti Divo. Obviously both cars were in her line of sight, but inexplicably, the first place her eyes went was on the blue and gold Bugatti Divo. What kind of car is this? Ning's mother was stunned. What car? Wang Kai frowned and quickly followed, looking towards the floor-to-ceiling window. At the moment he saw the car Bugatti Divo, his pupils first a burst of tightening and dilation. Next, after seemingly reacting, he slammed down in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking dead center at the Bugatti Divo on the Bugatti Divo next to his Porsche 911, and exclaimed, which one of Bugatti's sports cars is that? The world's limited edition Bugatti Divo. Ning's father remembered the name of the car that someone had set out in the small square earlier, angled his head as if the car was his, and faintly said, recognize it? Old Ning, how much does this car cost? Ning mother's heart skipped a beat. When Wang Kai's expression and movements were not right, she had a high probability of guessing what was going on, and could not help but inquire in a small voice. At least 100 million to start. The one who answered her was not Ning's father, but Wang Kai, whose voice was trembling a little. Although he had never seen this car, how could he not have heard of it? At this time, he swallowed a bit of saliva, stiffly turned around and looked towards Jiang Nan, who was sitting on the sofa, not saying a single word the whole time, calm and incomparable, reached out and touched a handful of false sweat on his own head, and a somewhat hoarse voice rang out in the field. That, Auntie, I suddenly recalled that there is a little bit of a family thing to deal with, so I'll go back first. After saying this, he withdrew his gaze in a panic and quickly walked towards the outside of the living room. Mother Ning waved and was about to say something. Ning's father, however, hastily pulled her back and gave her a warning look. Sensing this look, Mother Ning's face changed, and she also reacted instantly. The golden son-in-law, it's this handsome young man from Gangnam. That, Xiao Jiang, are you hungry? I'll go prepare food for you. Lao Ning, you can walk a few times with our son-in-law properly in a while. Ning's mother's attitude directly reversed greatly, looking at Jiangnan with a warm smile on her face before quickly walking towards the outside of the living room. Listen carefully, and there's a light humming sound coming from outside the living room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the random branch mini-quest. Reward obtained, +1 favorability of Ning Russian. 1 chance to draw a prize. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ning Rusheng's favorability +1. Face value +1. Obtaining a lottery opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing having a confidant with a face value score of 98. Rewarded, $500 million in cash rewards. 3 chances to win a lottery. And Super 5 Senses ability. The moment Jiang Nan's strength was completely revealed, Mother Ning also completely recognized his son-in-law status, and at the same time, the system's beeps were constantly ringing in his head. Cool. It was awesome. Listening to the beeps in his head, Jiang Nan's heart couldn't be any happier at this moment. 5 chances to win the drawing. 500 million in cash prizes. There's also the power of the Super 5 Senses. Currently I have a total of 13 draws. I have already fulfilled the opportunity to redeem a transcendent draw. So take the time to draw it then and let me see what kind of transcendent rewards I can obtain. Jiang Nan couldn't help but look forward to it. Luckily it didn't go too far. Otherwise I really did the wrong thing with good intentions. This Xiao Jiang is not only handsome, good temperament, but also rich. This family education is simply too good. I just saw toward that guy Wang Kai. Did not get angry. It seems that in the future Frost will be able to marry, in the past can certainly live a good life. Just as Jiang Nan was thinking, a muttering sound suddenly rang in his ears. In an instant, Jiang Nan also reacted, and the super 5 senses ability he had just acquired had invariably been activated. Not to say that it has reached the point of the mythical smooth ears, but the sense of hearing is definitely not a level that humans can reach. The kitchen is still some distance away from the living room, and such a whispered mutter was still heard by me, so it can be seen how exaggerated my sense of hearing is at this moment. Jiang Nan's eyes flashed up with a strange luster, and he communicated with the system mentally. Right, system, this ability of mine should be able to screen useless noises, right? Chapter 107, Ning Russian, my husband is #1 in the world. Unable. System response. It's a bit of a headache if you can't. Jiang Nan frowned slightly. Basically his sense of hearing would be extremely sharp in an area like this. Fewer people would be fine. If there were more people, then it would probably be noisy and he would have a huge headache, but the host can choose to use the ability or not. The system explained. The ability will turn on when the host feels the need to use it. I see. Jiang Nan mentally took a deep breath and directly intended to turn off the ability of the super 5 senses. It's kind of a skill that can be actively switched on and off. This, on the other hand, was very satisfying to Jiang Nan. Honey, it looks like my parents are very happy with you. At this point, Ning Rushun came to Jiang Nan's ear and whispered, if such an excellent me can't satisfy aunt and uncle, then I'm afraid there's no one else in the world who's good enough for you. Jiang Nan let out a teasing laugh. Indeed. Ning Rushun pursed her lips, seeing the two young lovers intimately whispering. Ning's father cleared his throat, although he quite wanted to chat with Jiang Nan, but is to understand that at this time or not to be this light bulb. Immediately said, that, Xiao Jiang, I'll go to the kitchen to help your aunt. You and Frost have a good chat. Okay. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Ning's father went towards the kitchen with a smile on his face. Looking at Ning's mother who was preparing the dishes, his face instantly shifted down, arriving somewhat seriously at her side, and said in a deep voice, it's really a matter of long hair and short knowledge. Such an excellent son-in-law. If it's not a person with a good temperament, or else he'll really be pissed off by you. I don't know. Besides, you didn't tell me first that this son-in-law was so powerful. Ning's mother was ferocious and didn't dare to retort at all, and said with a bitter smile, if I knew that this object that Frost talked about was so powerful, I would have let that Wang Kai go a long time ago. Am I not obvious enough? Ning's father sighed softly, and Frost has said, people wrapped a 188-8888 meat in Greek red packet. You yourself as a fake. Even if I say that our son-in-law is very powerful, you will believe it? Upon hearing this, Ning's mother fell silent, and then whispered, you say, Xiao Jiang can't hold a grudge against me, right? Do you think human Xiao Jiang is a woman's mentality like you? Ning's father glared at her. I can tell you, let's talk in a while. Everything is in the wine between me and him. This son-in-law is really good, humble, not love to show off. If it wasn't for my decisive showdown, I'm afraid this day would have been bad. People would have to have a bad impression of us. To what extent? I know. Ning's mother hurriedly nodded, and then glanced outside the kitchen, and lowered her voice so much. Should we also pack a red envelope and return it? You can afford it? Ning's father glared at her. So that's it? Ning mother scrunched her neck. Do your dishes well. Just make sure the human Xiao Jian likes them. Ning's father snorted coldly. In the past, he was the one who was admonished, but this time, the serf turned over and sang. So I can't just use one word to describe Ning's father's mood at this moment. Well, listen to you. Mother Ning hurriedly compensated with a smile. If it wasn't for Ning's father today, then there was a great possibility that this good son-in-law of theirs would really run away. An hour or so later, the sound of fiery frying came from the kitchen. At this point, Jiang Nan and Ning Rusheng had just entered a room. You were so cute when you were little. Ning Rusheng brought Jiang Nan to a cabinet, only to see that there were several photo frames, and among the photos, a cute little double ponytailed loli was smiling brightly with a scissor hand, while her incisors were missing a tooth. That's not true. Hearing Jiang Nan's praise, Ning Rusheng smiled proudly and said with her head held high, when I was in kindergarten, there were so many boys following behind me, thinking of bringing me food every day. Could be. Jiang Nan nodded approvingly before looking at the next picture frame. It was elementary school days. It looked 11 or 12 years old and must have been in the 6th grade. This period of time Ning Rusheng is already completely revealed beauty embryo. That face just a glance will be able to see that the future is bound to be a super beauty. And, by the looks of the photo, she's not short. Gangnam continues to look at junior, senior, and college graduation. These 3 time periods, in addition to junior high school when young many more. Senior high school as well as college graduation beauty has been completely stereotyped. The difference is only makeup. Wearing changes. Growing up beautiful. Jiang Nan exclaimed, I'm afraid you've occupied the hearts of an unknown number of boys during their teenage years. Who cares, right now I have you and that's enough. Ning Risheng opened her hands and hugged Jiang Nan tightly, and then raised her head, those big beautiful eyes watery looking at her beloved. Jiang Nan reached out and touched Ning Risheng's head, just as he felt that the woman was moving. As if she remembered something, her mood inexplicably dropped a bit, and she sighed softly. Hubby, I'm going to work tomorrow. What if I miss you then? I don't think it's like I can't afford you. Jiang Nan stroked Ning Risheng's head and laughed softly. I'm also not living in the middle of Jiangcheng Tianfu's Villa 001 for a long time, so I don't mind if you resign. But, I'm afraid you'll feel like you've turned into a canary. He was never one to go into bondage. Ning Risheng wanted to go to work. Then Jiang Nan wouldn't let her force her to resign as a caged canary. Even if he doesn't want to work, there's still a woman he can't afford? So, not so much. This one really isn't. I'll think about it. It's too much to fly for 4 days at a time on a key only to come back for 2 days. If the man she met wasn't Jiang Nan, perhaps Ning Risheng would never have thought of giving up her job for a man in her life. But, this man is Gangnam. These 2 days were indeed like a dream, to the point that Ning Risheng simply couldn't leave Jiang Nan for half a step. So I'll make the choice for you? Jiang Nan reached out and picked up Ning Risheng's chin. Her eyes flashed with a strange luster as she said with a smile, resign and stay at home for a while first. Just let me know if you have any entrepreneurial ideas. In a sense, this system is also called a loser system. How are you able to spend? Whether it's a loser or whatever, then you're able to get a rebate on your spending. Therefore, if Ning Risheng wanted to start a business, it would be an extremely fast spending method for Jiang Nan instead. I listen to my husband in everything, and I do whatever he tells me to do. Ning Risheng was filled with deep emotion. Yes? Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows. Yes. Ning Risheng nodded heavily. Jiang Nan reached out and touched Ning Risheng's head, revealing a smile. Chapter 108, Opening the Transcendent Draw, Heaven's Destiny Protagonist Title. Around 6, after brushing her teeth, Ning Ruoxian walked out of her bedroom with Jiang Nan. Restaurant. A home-cooked dish had already been placed on the table. Seeing Jiang Nan and Ning Russian arrive, both Ning's father and mother greeted him warmly with a smile on their faces. Xiao Jiang, are you drinking? Ning's father unwrapped a bottle of Maozi and looked at Jiang Nan with a smile. Xiao Jiang, this is Auntie's specialty, tomato chicken. Try the flavor. Mother Ning compensated with a smile and looked at Jiang Nan. Uncle, I'm driving. Jiang Nan shook his head, and then smiled at Ning's mother and praised. Auntie's craftsmanship is really great. Just now in Russian's room I could smell the aroma. And in a while I'm sure I'll be able to eat a few bowls of rice. Ha ha ha. Ning's mother smiled happily. Also, look how confused I am. Ning's father knew that Jiang Nan didn't really want to drink, or else it wouldn't be impossible to let Ning Russian drive for a while. So, with a slap to his own head, he also put down his wine and spoke. Eat eat eat. A meal was spent talking and laughing, and it was a good time. Jiang Nan is also the first time to feel a sense of home. Ning's parents are extremely polite to him, but also really treat him as a son-in-law in general, and one by one to his bowl of food. In the end, it's a matter of strength. At around 7:30, Ning's father and mother also sent the two Jiang Nan out the door. Come back often when you have time. Father and mother Ning watched Jiang Nan and Ning Risheng head towards the car and waved their hands somewhat reluctantly. Car. Jiang Nan started the car and looked at Ning Risheng in the passenger seat, and was about to speak when the cell phone he had put aside suddenly vibrated. Sister Xia, answer the phone. It's the landlady calling. Gangnam, I asked around for you. The landlady's voice rang out. Well, Jiang Nan immediately came to life. There's nothing specific to bidding on land and buildings at the moment, but I've inquired about an auction where there will be a bidding auction for a piece of land for an orphanage. The landlady's voice rang out. An auction? An orphanage? Jiang Nan's eyes couldn't help but flicker for a moment. His mind couldn't help but conjure up the orphanage he stayed in as a child in the old city, and his eyes narrowed instantly. Yeah, it's kinda tight. It's officially tomorrow at 2 p.m. The landlady's voice continued. What do you think? Can we get an invitation? Jiang Nan inquired. The auction was a good place for him, provided, of course, that the lots in this auction were all some high-value contraptions. It would be pointless if they were all tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars in charity auctions. It shouldn't be so bad, though, should it? At least there's an orphanage lot to bail out. Jiang Nan gave a heartfelt cry. Definitely. The landlady smiled. Then tomorrow you watch the time and come to me and we'll go together. Good. Hang up. Jiang Nan came with an expectant smile on his face. What's wrong, honey? Ning Risheng in the passenger seat curiously inquired. I heard you just say something about an auction and an orphanage. What are you planning to do here? I'm going to acquire a couple of parcels of land for investment. Jiang Nan wasn't hiding anything. Land? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Ning Risheng couldn't help but feel another sigh of relief in her heart. Good lord, this husband of hers is a bit too rich for his own good. How big a business is it to buy land to invest in? Yes, and I was thinking of seeing if there was a suitable manor over in the old town when the time came. Jiang Nan laughed lightly. If there's no suitable manor, I'll pay for a large manor myself. Froggy fun. Hubby, you've got a little too much backbone. Ning Rusheng was shocked by Jiang Nan's words. You can't buy a proper manor, so you'll pay for one yourself? Jiang Nan smiled and didn't answer again, concentrating on driving up. It was close to 8 o'clock in the evening when he returned to Villa 001. Get out of the car. Ning Rusheng then took the initiative to hook onto Jiang Nan's arm and very obediently came up to lean on his shoulder. Tomorrow you just quit or what? Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Ning Rusheng's thin waist and softly inquired. Just make a trip to the office tomorrow when you wake up from your nap. Ning Rusheng said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded. With that said, the two arrived on the first floor. Drink. Ha! Just after arriving on the first floor, he heard a low ponytailed girl wearing a purple martial arts outfit in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the side hall was punching with a horse stance, and a dainty cry was also spreading out in the side hall again. You is really diligent. See this. Ning Rusheng couldn't help but sigh. Phew. Seemingly hearing the sound, Lang Bingyue withdrew her hands and let out a long sigh of relief before turning back and looking at Jiang Nan and Ning Rusheng with a smile as she greeted them. Boss, Sister Rusheng, where's Jing? Ning Rusheng inquired. Sister Jing just cleaned the house and just went upstairs saying she was going to take a shower. Lang Bingyue returned. I'm also ready to take a bath. Boss, Sister Rusheng, I'll go upstairs first ha. With those words, she trotted toward the second floor. Honey, I think I should take a shower too. Ning Rusheng looked at Jiang Nan with a smirk that carried the flavor of a clear indication. Jiang Nan naturally picked up the signal and directly picked up Ning Rusheng in a princess carry, striding towards the second floor. An hour and a half later, Ning Rusheng had slowly fallen asleep with a shallow happy smile. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, got up and took a shower, and after getting dressed, he arrived in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, where the full moon shed its silvery light, and the stars shone brightly, making for a good starry night scene. System, open the transcendent draw for me, Jiang Nan cried out mentally. Moment. The moment his words fell, a large carousel emitting a divine light that almost filled his sight appeared. Jiang Nan fixed his eyes on it. This time there was no reward on top of the carousel. It was purely an empty carousel. Open the transcendental sweepstakes. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Nan directly exploded mentally. Biu. The familiar sound of the pointer turning rang in Jiang Nan's ears. A second passes. 3 seconds passed. 5 seconds passed. I wonder if that's the reason for the more advanced draw. Unlike the regular raffle chances, this one is much longer. Soon, half a minute passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully drawn the title of Heavenly Fate protagonist in this transcendent draw. Ha! The moment this reward was drawn, Jiang Nan's eyes instantly widened. His previous sorts have represented his name as a protagonist, and now, surprisingly, he had also extracted a title of Heaven's Destiny protagonist. Immediately, Jiang Nan checked up on the introduction of this Heaven's Destiny protagonist title with immense anticipation. Chapter 109 giving 2 chances to draw in a row. The main character of the Destiny, after wearing it, it will bring the aura of descending wisdom to the person, and the lucky value is against the sky. Even if it encounters danger, it will be able to turn misfortune into good fortune. After checking the introduction of this Heaven's Destiny protagonist title, Jiang Nan's eyebrows instantly twitched, and at the same time, he couldn't hold back a mouthful of cold air, his face revealing some shocked expressions immediately afterward. This title seems simple enough when you look at the introduction, but in reality it is anything but simple. Let's not talk about the fact that this gives one an aura of self-degraded wisdom, but just the fact that the luck value is against the odds is very impressive. System, can this lucky value reversal of mine be reflected in the drawing of various rewards? Suddenly, Jiang Nan looked as if he had thought of something, and his eyes immediately erupted with an astonishing light. Inquiring mentally, unable. The system replied in a second, this ability cannot be reflected in the lottery or consumer rebate multiplier, but the reality of the heavenly effect, the host can personally experience it. Oh, yeah? Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and an intriguing smile appeared on his face. Immediately, Jiang Nan wore this title of Heaven's Destiny protagonist on his back. In an instant, he only felt a warm current spreading out all over his body, and he immediately took out his cell phone, and then directly downloaded a kryptonite card drawing game. Not much. Jiang Nan then directly charged $10 into it. Single draw. Wow. Golden legend. Unique sound effects came from the phone, and Jiang Nan only saw the center of the phone screen filled with golden light, and then an SSS Extreme character card was drawn by him. Asterisk. When he saw that this SSS level extremely valuable character card was just drawn by him for $10, Jiang Nan did not have the reason to burst out. Nice guy. Single draws really work wonders. This Lucky Value's unbelievable passive effect has directly filled up the chances of drawing SSS-ranked character cards in this game. It seems I'm afraid that if I go and buy 2 random lottery tickets, I really do have a high probability chance of hitting the jackpot. Jiang Nan pretty much understood the passive effect of this Lucky Value of his own against the heavens. It really couldn't be denied. He went out and casually strolled around. There was a great chance of picking up money. Not bad. This title of Heaven's Destiny protagonist is really good. A smile appeared on Jiang Nan's face. To say the most powerful, he felt that it should be the wisdom-reducing aura. It was definitely a huge help if he opened a harem. And, in itself, it's just normal for the protagonist to have a harem. And now with the addition of Heaven's Mandate, it wasn't hard to imagine that Jiang Nan felt that even if he found a chance to show his cards, I was afraid that none of the women would roll their eyes. The Shura or whatever is already completely going to be cut off from this kind of thing. Not bad. Although it's a bit off from the awesome abilities I imagine such as immortality and undead body, or the black technology that's unknown number of dimensions higher. But, what this title of Heaven's Destiny protagonist can bring for him is definitely not bad. Jiang Nan let out a long breath and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. There are 3 draws left, and I'll have to keep saving for the next one. Jiang Nan was completely attracted by this extraordinary lottery. If he were to draw a king's attribute ability of controlling time and space in the future, it would not be an exaggeration to say that immortality was simply not too simple for him. Honey. At this time, Ning Rusheng on the bed woke up a bit for some unknown reason and murmured softly. 8 o'clock the next morning. Gangnam got up on time. Looking at Ning Rusheng, who was still asleep, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead, then dressed and entered the bathroom to wash up. While looking at himself in the mirror, Jiang Nan was slightly stunned. The face is still the same, handsome as ever. But, instead, he always felt like he was so much more handsome than he was yesterday. The passive effect of the title of Heaven's Destiny protagonist? Jiang Nan sat and looked right, a satisfied smile coming to his face. If you look at it like this, frankly speaking, there is no chance that just a single sweep of the eyes can make an extremely nymphomaniac face control woman's whole body tense and go limp. Time flies, May 22nd already. Jiang Nan stepped out of the bathroom, his eyes flashing with an excited luster to come. He would go to that auction at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and if there were any valuable goodies in this auction, it would be a big harvest for him. Gently walking out of the master bedroom, just down to the first floor, Lai Jing, who was wearing a wraparound skirt plus black silk heels, just took off her apron and looked at Jiang Nan with a smile. Boss, breakfast. Jiang Nan nodded and headed towards the restaurant, sweeping around on the way. He was surprised. Where's Bingyu? She got up early to work out, so I guess she should be back soon. Lai Jing replied. Jiang Nan was seated and breakfast was a bowl of shrimp and crab congee. Regarding Lai Jing's cooking skills, honestly, Jiang Nan thought it was quite good. At least, the bowl of shrimp and crab congee was very much to his liking. It tastes great. Jiang Nan smiled in appreciation. Lai Jing's favoritism +1. With his compliment followed. Instantly, a beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head, which caused a stunned look to appear on his face. How is it that somehow, 1 point of goodwill was added? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Confidant Lai Jing's favorability has reached 95 points, equal to the face value score, and he has been awarded a lucky draw opportunity. Having gained another chance to draw a prize, Jiang Nan felt very comfortable. Currently he had 4 more draws on hand and needed to gather 6 more. Then he could conduct another transcendent draw. It's good that you like it, boss. Lai Jing's pretty face flushed red as she whispered. Jiang Nan smiled and also quickly finished off the bowl of shrimp and crab congee. There's more in the kitchen, Lai Jing hurriedly said. Almost. It's not a good idea to eat too much in the morning. Jiang Nan, however, shook his head. I'll clean up then. Lai Jing walked over, probably in a bit of a hurry, coupled with the fact that the heels of her high heels suddenly fell off, directly causing her to fall down. There were cries of alarm. Jiang Nan's reaction was naturally very fast, and he instantly got up, holding up the fallen Lai Jing with one hand. Lai Jing's favoritism +1. Before Jiang Nan could apologize, the system's beep once again sounded in his head. Nice guy. A direct spike of 1 point of goodwill? Ding. Confidant Lai Jing's favorability +1. Face value score +1. Obtaining a chance to draw a prize. Another lucky draw opportunity came to hand, which immediately brought a look of excitement to Jiang Nan's face. And it is his excited expression at this time, but let Li Jing misunderstood. A whole face is also more red, only to hear her subtle shy voice in Jiang Nan's ears rang. Boss, we are now in the restaurant. Not too good, right? Chapter 110, Jiang Nan's medical skills are all used to heal sprains. After hearing Lai Jing's words, Jiang Nan froze for a moment after returning to his senses, and then an odd expression appeared on his face. Does this woman mean by her words that it's okay not to be at the restaurant? I'll help you up to rest then? see if you've broken your foot. Jiang Nan asked tentatively. After asking, Jiang Nan wanted to slap himself. Nowadays, Li Jing's favoritism towards him had reached a staggering 96 points, and with her words just now, he still needed to ask? Good. Only Li Jing understood whether she had broken her foot or not, and at this time, she answered with a red face that was shy and incomparable. Upon hearing Li Jing's reply, Jiang Nan immediately loosened his grip while picking her up in a princess carry. This boyfriend power full of feeling, coupled with Li Jing or the first time so close, but also by their own incomparable heart of the man princess hugging. At this time, her small heart is really fluttering a burst of wildly beating, as Jiang Nan picked up Princess Li Jing in his arms and headed toward the second floor. In the meantime, Lang Bingyue, who had a white towel hanging around her neck, walked in from the side door with a slightly reddened face, and was just in time to see the scene of Jiang Nan carrying Li Jing towards the second floor, and her face immediately revealed a look of surprise. Is there something fishy going on with the boss and Sister Jing? Lang Bingyu blinked her eyes, then took a deep breath, showed some thoughtfulness on her face, and pretended as if nothing had happened as she went up towards the second floor. When she was around the corner, she sneaked a glance toward the corridor to go and found that Jiang Nan had carried Li Jing into the middle of Li Jing's room, and her eyes immediately widened as she muttered, "It's like she's bumped into something extraordinary. The boss and Sister Jing really have something fishy going on." Thinking of this, Lang Bingyu couldn't help but gulp a little, and for a moment, her heart didn't know what emotions had risen. "What are you doing, Moon? Why are you acting like a thief?" This time, Ning Rusheng, who was in the middle of the master bedroom at the near point, walked out in her nightgown and saw Lang Bingyue, who was sneaking around the corner, and couldn't help but look at her in surprise. "Sister Russian." Lang Bingyue was still really a thief's vain look at the moment, not daring to look at Ning Rusheng at all. "What's wrong?" Ning Rusheng sensed Lang Bingyue's abnormality and went up to her and approached her, touching her forehead and said oddly, "It's not hot. How come your face is so red and there's so much sweat?" "Sis, I just got done working out," Lang Bingyu hurriedly said. "Have you eaten breakfast?" "Sister Jing boiled a pot of shrimp and crab congee in the morning. I just smelled it. Really smells good." "You go eat it quickly." "Shrimp and crab congee? That can be had. So why don't you go rinse it off and I'll go down and get some." Ning Rusheng didn't feel anything strange, and with a faint smile, she slowly descended the stairs to the second floor. Phew! Seeing Ning Rusheng go downstairs, Lang Bingyue immediately let out a long sigh of relief before hurriedly walking towards her room. Her room was going to pass by Li Jing's room, and as she passed by the door of the room, she subconsciously lightened her footsteps very much, to the point where she held her breath and listened carefully. "Hiss, it hurts. Normal. Take a deep breath, close your eyes and don't be too scared. Boss, lighten up." Just after arriving, she heard this misunderstanding conversation coming from the room, causing Lang Bingyu to hurriedly speed up her footsteps a lot in fear, and her pretty face was even more red and incomparable. "There's really something fishy going on. No, I can't go take a shower. Won't it be bad if Sister Rusheng doesn't see boss and Sister Jing later and comes up to the second floor and crashes through this?" Lang Bingyu immediately tensed up, and she, who had been preparing to head towards her room, also hurriedly turned around and headed downstairs. In the meantime, inside Li Jing's room, the scene at this moment did not look like the scene Lang Bingyue thought it was. At first, Jiang Nan really thought that Li Jing hadn't broken her foot, to the point that the latter didn't even realize that she had broken her foot. When Jiang Nan carried Li Jing to the edge of the bed and sat down, it was only afterward that the latter felt the pain in her ankle. "Need a cold compress?" Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan, who was squatting on his own, although there was some pain in his ankle, but at this time the shyness was even greater than the pain too much, thus not touching her ankle. She still didn't have much feeling. "No, you've broken it gently. I'll move you around and it won't be much of a big deal." Jiang Nan shook his head. Seeing Jiang Nan so seriously and tenderly, Li Jing's heart was really about to melt, and her face couldn't help but show a warm smile. "Ka!" This time, Jiang Nan suddenly broke it, only to hear a crunching sound appear. "Okay." Jiang Nan's voice followed, but his face was a bit odd. Honestly, he thought that he was equipped with holy medical skills. How did he feel that he didn't really have a use for them? Last time, he treated Ning Rusheng's sprain, and this time, he treated Li Jing's sprain. That's good? Li Jing was surprised beyond words. "But, boss, how do I feel still a little uncomfortable? Get up and try walking." Jiang Nan stood up and held Li Jing's hand so that she slowly stood up from the bed. Li Jing stood up obediently. Just as she attempted to take 2 steps, the corners of her mouth were suddenly curved with a hint of triumph. Suddenly, Li Jing's entire body fell down and let out a cry of surprise. Just for a moment, Li Jing and Jiang Nan fell down together, but face to face, and as long as they opened their eyes, they were able to incomparably see the tiny pores on each other's faces, and even the very faint downy hairs on their lips. 10 minutes later, at this point, first floor dining room, This shrimp and crab kanji Jing Jing made is really something. Ning Risheng wiped the corners of her mouth with a face full of happiness and exclaimed from the bottom of her heart, yes. When Lang Bingyue saw Ning Risheng put down her soup spoon, she immediately also hurriedly put down her bowl and nodded in response. I'm going up to put on some makeup. I have to make a trip to the office later. But where's Jiang Nan and Jing Jing? How come I don't see them? Ning Risheng stood up with her bowl and spoon. Sister Russian, wait. Seeing Ning Risheng get up, Lang Bingyue also hurriedly stood up and shouted out with a sweaty head. Chapter 111, any system that knows how to do something will progress on its own. What's wrong? Seeing Lang Bingyue sweating profusely and looking at herself with a difficult face, Ning Risheng was slightly stunned. I have a question for you. Lang Bingyue can be said to be for the sake of this family's harmony at this time racked her brain. Quickly arrived in front of Ning Risheng, will be her hands of the bowl and the soup spoon in her own hands. Directly said, Risheng's sister. The boss asked me to buy a replacement car. What do you think to buy a good point of the replacement car? I don't know anything about cars. Hearing Lang Bingyue's question, Ning Risheng immediately laughed. I thought there was something wrong. It's okay I'll recommend an app for you. It's called Understanding Cars. Most of the prices of the models on this software are available. Just go up and take a look. Hey, wait. Seeing that Ning Risheng was still ready to go up to the second floor, Lang Bingyue hurriedly called out to her again. In the meantime, she was also distressed, and only wished that Jiangnan could make it quick and not make it so difficult for her to hide it. But honestly, it's not like she could do it if you asked her not to stop Ning Risheng from going upstairs. After all, she could very much enjoy the atmosphere within the villa. Whether it was Lai Jing or Ning Risheng, these two sisters who were a drop older than her, Lang Bingyue felt very comfortable getting along with them. So, she didn't really want to see the fixer-upper side of things. What's wrong? Ning Risheng looked at Lang Bingyue in surprise, and a trace of oddness appeared on her face. What is this girl hiding from herself? I have to say, women's intuition is indeed frighteningly accurate. Risheng's sister, where can I have other apps on my phone? Just accompany me to see what kind of mobility scooter to buy. Lang Bingyue held the bowl in one hand, while her other hand shook Ning Risheng's arm in a petulant manner. Seeing Lang Bingyue looking like this, even though Ning Risheng felt strange as hell, she didn't think much of it the moment she heard about this cell phone thing. Also, having grown up alone, she actually wished she had a brother or sister. And now, Lang Bingyue's appearance did indeed give her a feeling of being a sister. Pretty good. Okay, then I'll watch it with you. Ning Risheng nodded her head and agreed, and then with Lang Bingyue first came to the kitchen to clean up a bit. After a few minutes the two of them arrived with smiles and sat down on the sofa in the side hall. I don't think there are many cars around $2 million that are suitable for girls. There's one to talk about. How about you take a look at this Primera? Girls driving this car is actually quite suitable. The two exchanged words. An hour passed quickly. Seen pretty much. The car I recommended for you is pretty much done. The next thing you need to look at is for you to make your own decision. Ning Risheng on the sofa stood up, yawned lazily, and spoke. I'm all a little sleepy again, but I still have to go to the company in a while, so I'll go up and put on some makeup first, and go and come back earlier. Sister Russian, you are naturally beautiful, still need makeup? But I've grown up so big, I haven't put on any makeup. I'll go see how you put on makeup to learn how to do it, can I? Lang Bingyue hurriedly said. Okay, how about I put some light makeup on you later too? Ning Risheng laughed. This time, footsteps came from the second floor. Jiangnan slowly walked down the stairs with a smile on his face. A little more than an hour later, Lai Jing's favorability had managed to rise by 1 point, and his face value score had similarly risen by 1 point, and at the same time, he had once again gained a chance to draw a prize. Seeing Jiang Nan walking down from the second floor, Ning Risheng froze for a moment and said in surprise, Hubby, how did you get down from upstairs? I just saw you guys talking about the car. Then I didn't bother you to go upstairs and get a few things before I came down. Jiangnan was in control of the ability of the Super 5 senses, and when he was busy, he was always paying attention to a whole villa in the middle of the villa. Thus at this moment, he was still very clear about the exchange between the two people for an hour, and smiled and said, Bingyue, I think the Primera that Rufeng said is quite good. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lang Bingyue's eyes widened. Nice guy. If she hadn't known that Jiangnan had been upstairs, she would have believed that this boss had really just come back from being outside. And how did he know that Ning Risheng gave her a strong push for the Primera car? Weird. Hubby, let you go with me to the company to resign in a while, then I'll take her to get the car. Ning Risheng opened her mouth. Okay, and, you watch and buy one too. Jiangnan thought about it and directly transferred 10 million to Ning Risheng. If he wasn't afraid of Ning Risheng fainting in fear, he really wanted to transfer his entire assets to her. This way, if you get a high multiplier spending rebate, Wouldn't that take off in minutes? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Get a rebate on spending, 100 million. Nice. Another billion in the bank. Wait a minute? Why didn't you get a reminder of how many multiples you got? Host, the system needs to remind you that transferring money can't really be considered normal consumption in a sense. So there is a limit to the amount of rebate. At this time, the system's voice sounded in his head. Yes? Jong Nan's gaze flickered for a moment, curiously inquiring, how much amount is that? Think carefully, if there is really no restriction in this regard, he really ruthless. Direct anger turned Ning Ruoshang more than a billion, but where it is given a few times the rebate, then he is away from the first 10 billion can really say that within reach, or even, whenever he wants to, simply just by swiping in a day. No, or even repeat the swipe within a few hours. Then he will become the richest man in the world at a very fast pace, without the slightest exaggeration. Currently the host deposits a standard of $1 billion. Then the maximum amount that can be obtained every day will be able to obtain a rebate of $100 million. And when the host deposit reaches 10 billion, the host can be obtained every day. The maximum amount will be able to obtain rebates of 1 billion. The system's voice continued. Oh, that's an awesome feature too then. Jong Nan's eyes immediately widened. The system is really something. Always upgrading and updating to improve its functions. It allows Gangnam to grow gradually while making this growth process more fun. Just that alone made Gangnam feel great. Even when he reaches his first $10 billion deposit, Gangnam doesn't necessarily go for the option of putting $10 billion on deposit to buy the chance of a big welfare mission when the demand isn't particularly high. Because, as long as he had $10 billion on hand, then he would be able to receive $1 billion in transfer spending rebates steadily. That means that when I'm at the point of reaching $20 billion in deposits, that's when I'll really get started. Jong Nan's eyes suddenly flashed up with a strange luster. In a sense, the system's newly refined feature set is more like a deposit interest. No matter how much Gangnam transfers to people, he ends up with a steady stream of $100 million in revenue coming in. Burst of praise, my tutelary brother. So knowledgeable that he would know how to make progress on his own. Frog fun. This time, Ning Ruoshang's shocked cry rang out in the arena. Brainless cool article is fine. Just have a good time. Don't use your brain too much. Chapter 112, Sister Xia. I brought you breakfast. Hubby, why did you transfer another $10 million to me? Ning Ruoshang was truly stunned. She should know that she hadn't finished spending the 5.2 million last time, even to the point that she didn't know how to spend the 5.2 million, and now Jong Nan had even given her another 10 million. What's going on here? Even if you're rich, you can't treat money like paper, right? What if $10 million is $1,000? Another 10 million. Although Long Bingyu had little interest in money herself, she was still shocked to hear this astronomical figure. You watch and see. Jong Nan smiled lightly and said, I won't be back at noon. I have to go to an auction at 2 o'clock in a while. Yes. Ning Ruoshang nodded and was about to ask where Li Jing had gone. At this time, the sound of footsteps sounded, looking towards the stairway, only to see Li Jing holding the handrail and descending, the whole person looking dainty. How come it feels like Jing is so much prettier than yesterday? Li Jing's face value score went up, and that change was very noticeable. Plus, at 25 years old, she's only been through it, and she has an even more radiant look. Therefore, this caused Ning Ruoshang to look at her several times more, quickly walking towards her with a look of amazement. Jing, are you using some kind of skincare product? Or did you put on makeup? This skin condition of yours is simply much better than before. Hearing Ning Ruoshang's words, Li Jing was slightly stunned. Then she touched her face, only to feel a little hot, shook her head, and whispered, maybe it's because I've been resting better lately. I was always a little anxious at night before. How are you holding up the walk down? Did you twist your foot? It was only then that Ning Ruoshang realized a problem, and that was that there was something unnatural about Li Jing's walk. Moreover, in the past it was all black silk package hip skirt high heels set in. Today she actually broke the ground and wore a simple small white dress, hair cape, style than before. The imperial sister model is much more neighborly. Ah, right. Li Jing's pretty face slightly blushed, and after giving Jong Nan an unobtrusive glance, she gently nodded. Is everything okay? Ning Ruoshang hurriedly asked with concern. It's not much of a big deal. Seeing that Ning Ruoshang was so concerned about herself, Li Jing couldn't help but feel guilty for a few moments. I'll go first. Jong Nan glanced at the time. It was almost around 10 o'clock. Go over to meet the landlady at this time of day. Have another lunch at noon and you're almost ready to go to the auction. I hope that this auction will not let me down. Not to say that it can make me reach $10 billion in deposits. My more than a billion into a few billion should always have to be, right? Jong Nan's heart was overwhelmed with anticipation. 40 or so minutes later, the landlady's neighborhood. A Bugatti Divo slowly pulled up downstairs. Jiang Nan got down from the car and went straight up to the third floor, during which he stopped for a moment when he was at his own door, and then opened the door and looked at it, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's been a dreamlike feeling for a while now. Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled, pulling the gate closed and heading towards the landlady's door. Bang bang, he knocked softly on the door. It was but a short while before the sound of light footsteps came from within. Coming, the gate opens. A landlady in a homelace black nightgown looked at Gangnam with a big smile. Her scale is actually not that far off from Li Jing's, maybe slightly better. At this moment, this outfit appeared in front of Jiang Nan, especially when she flirtatiously ruffled her silver-colored shoulder-length hair and cast another flirtatious glance. What? Can't recognize sis? The landlady pulled in Jiang Nan, who was looking dumbfounded at the door, as soon as she could. Sister Xia, have you had breakfast yet? Jiang Nan closed the door with his backhand and said with a smile, I brought you soy milk and donuts. Brat. The landlady gave him a pouty look and reached out to point her jade finger on Jiang Nan's chest. An hour later. Wow. In the middle of the bathroom, a splash of water rang out. A few minutes later, Jiang Nan walked out bare-chested, his hair not blow-dried and slightly damp. Jiang Nan, what do you think of this one? Just walked out of the bathroom. A small purple mom's open skirt, jade legs white, and did not match the stockings embellishment of the landlady to him in front of a happy circle. What a little mom sense. Jiang Nan shot a few glances at the landlady. This outfit plus her coiled-up silver hair worn through with a silver pin. He couldn't think of any other words to describe it other than the words little mom sensation to describe it perfectly. Oof. The landlady grunted twice and said with a smile, I can't disgrace you by attending the auction later. Sister Xia, your face value and body temperament. If you would lose face if I took you out, then I'm afraid this world is a world where beauty is defined by ugliness. Jiang Nan stepped forward and took the landlady into his arms. Little man's mouth is so sweet that my sister can't stand it. The landlady loves to hear Jiang Nan say love words. At this time did not drink, but look at her slightly red cheeks, coupled with some confused eyes, just like a slightly drunken state. Well, hurry up and go get dressed and blow dry your hair. Be careful of catching a cold. After a few seconds of looking at each other, the landlady forced her delicate body of Microsoft out of Jiang Nan's arms and spoke softly. Jiang Nan laughed softly, took a towel and wiped his hair, and then arrived in the landlady's room. Not long after, Jiang Nan, who was wearing a high-grade men's early summer casual clothes, walked out. It's so handsome, so worthy of being my man. The moment Jiang Nan walked out, a flamboyant smile appeared on the landlady's face. It is often said that a man is only as good as his clothes and his horse is only as good as his saddle. In reality, that doesn't translate perfectly to Gangnam, because, with Jiang Nan's face and body temperament, he really was a walking clothes rack. Not to mention a slightly classy outfit. Is a middle-aged and old people wear old-fashioned shirt on him. That does not affect his charm in the slightest. I'll blow dry my hair and then I can go out. Jiang Nan came to the bathroom. The landlady followed closely, leaning on the doorway, softly smiling at the blow-drying sweetheart, her eyes glittering with happiness. Gangnam's hair wasn't too long and it took a minute or two to blow dry his hair. To his level of charisma, is topped with a cocktail head to go out for a walk. Do not know how many women can want to add his WeChat. Consequently, he didn't care if it was messy or not. He simply blow-dried his hair and walked out the door with his arm around his landlady. Boom! Soon, Gangnam and the landlady got into the car. Bugatti Divo issued a roar similar to a dragon's roar, so that the landlady's eyes flashed up excited luster. Couldn't help but say, this car. Exterior looks handsome enough. I can't imagine that this interior is even more handsome without bounds. Worth $200 million of God car. Really is a penny ah. Chapter 113. An auction held within the Zhongcheng mansion. Not bad. Jiang Nan grinned. This Bugatti Divo is indeed a real pushover. And most of all a concept-level wonder car that is limited to one car worldwide. That means the car is worth in the neighborhood of $200 million. And in fact I'm afraid that's more than a few times that in the eyes of a true car collector. Should we eat something outside or go to the auction? The landlady leaned towards Jiang Nan's side with a pair of jade legs, while also inquiring. Anything. Jiang Nan drove with one hand and was not happy about it. The landlady's pretty face slightly reddened as she whispered. The auction was held right in the Zhongcheng mansion, so watch to casually eat something inside the building. Held on my property? Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. Yes, on the 8th floor. The landlady took out 2 gold-rimmed invitations from amongst a small scented bag and spoke. The highlight of this auction is a piece of land for an orphanage, and it's a bit of a shame that that orphanage can't do it anymore for good. Where in the old town is that orphanage? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he inquired. I've heard that it seems to be the one on the north side of the old town. I don't know exactly where it is, but it's been there for some years anyway. The landlady shook her head. Words. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Orphanage on the north side. Wasn't the orphanage he stayed in as a child just north of the old town? So it seems highly likely that it's the same orphanage I stayed in as a child. Jiang Nan said in his heart. His senses of this orphanage he stayed in as a child could only be described as okay, nothing much to be thankful for and nothing much to loathe at the same time. The only thing is that he still, to this day, doesn't know who the mysterious man who has been sponsoring him since he was a child is. To be thankful, the person he should be most thankful to is the mysterious man who sponsored him, due to the reason that it was close to the mealtime and the rush hour. The road was okay with a slight traffic jam, and the usual 10-minute drive took hard more than 40 minutes. At around 12:30, a Bugatti Divo was parked in the middle of the underground garage of the Zhengcheng mansion. Get out of the car. The landlady immediately came trotting on her high heels and hooked Jiang Nan's arm, leaning on her sweetheart's shoulder like a little girl in love. Ding! Board the elevator. The landlady glanced at the time and finally pressed the elevator to the 8th floor, whispering, there seems to be a bit of time running out. Why don't we just have a casual lunch at the auction? I'm free to do as I please. Not that I'm hungry. Jiang Nan really did not have a sense of hunger. Nowadays he does not say that he can reach the level of the legend of the level of grain, but it is true that there is less hunger. I'm not hungry either, so I won't eat. I'll see what to eat after attending the auction later. Ding! As he spoke, the elevator opened on the first floor. A couple of well-dressed, good-looking men and women in their mid-30s walked in. When these few people saw Jiang Nan and the landlady in the elevator, their faces all showed a bit of astonishment. However, they were not ordinary people, and despite being awestruck, they quickly withdrew their gazes, and when they saw the elevator that was also heading to the 8th floor, a few of them immediately talked in whispers as well. I heard that there are a few small antiques in this auction, and I don't know what grade they are. A man in his 30s pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and talked to a woman beside him. 10 million, the woman faintly said. I heard my father say, this time the collection value of the auction are good. A little bit of luck, with a low price successfully bid to the... It is not allowed to say that after 5 or 6 years to double is no problem. Ding! This time, the elevator doors rattled once, then opened slowly. The men immediately walked out, while Jiang Nan also walked out with his arm around the landlady. There are still a lot of people. Jiang Nan followed those people towards the left. A transparent door amongst the halls. At a glance there were at least 20 to 30 people, which caused him to raise an eyebrow. I should say there are still a lot of rich people in Zhengcheng. The landlady pursed her lips. Indeed, the gap between the rich and the poor is enormous. No matter which place it is, the rich are rich as hell, and the poor are poor as hell. Jiang Nan nodded. The two of them pushed open the transparent glass door and just walked in, and immediately a man in his 30s came smiling. Jiqing, this man looks quite handsome, wearing a decent high-grade suit, face showing a gentle smile too. First to the landlady greeted A, and then this will be the eyes on the body of Jiang Nan. And noticed that the two are quite a bit of intimacy. Cannot help but be surprised. This handsome man is my boyfriend. The landlady smiled slightly and introduced herself. Jiang Nan, this is Zhou Fei, one of my seniors in college. He was the one who got me the invitation to this auction. Hello. Jiang Nan smiled and extended his hand in greeting. Hello. Zhou Fei returned a gentle smile and reached out to shake Jiang Nan's hand, while withdrawing his hand at the same time. He was surprised. Good. When did you fall in love? Surprisingly, there was no news at all. Just talked. The landlady smiled slightly. Very handsome and graceful young man. Not bad. Come, sit over here. Right. Have you eaten yet? Should I prepare a casual meal for you? Zhou Fei brought Jiang Nan and the landlady to an empty seat and asked. Eat up. You get busy. I'll sit with Jiang Nan and go into the infield later to take a look. The landlady smiled and nodded. Good. Then I'll go and receive the other guests. Zhou Fei nodded and smiled at Jiang Nan again before slowly leaving. Zhou Fei is the backstage worker who holds this auction. After Zhou Fei left, the landlady whispered, when I attended my alma mater's school celebration before, I donated a few million to the school, and he took the initiative to add a friend of mine. But don't worry, I haven't chatted with him. Hearing the landlady's words, Jiang Nan couldn't help but glance at her and said with a light smile, What? Still afraid of me being jealous? Explained so clearly. That's true. After all, it has to be explained and explained. Or what if my little man thinks too much about it? The landlady laughed. I'm not so unsure that I would be that unsure. Jiang Nan laughed lightly twice. I'll just do what I'm supposed to do anyway. The landlady smiled and grabbed Jiang Nan's hand and placed it on her lap. After the two had been talking and laughing for about 10 minutes, an amplified voice rang out in the middle of the outfield hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the inner field of the auction is currently accessible, and with the invitation, you can enter the middle of the inner field. Hearing the voice, Jiang Nan and the landlady exchanged glances and rose from their seats, and then slowly along with the crowd arrived outside a large door, queuing slowly into the auction infield. Chapter 114, the auction begins with the 20 times spending rebate in the opening. Didn't we say it started at 2 o'clock sharp? Into the middle of the infield. Jiang Nan first glanced at the number plate in his hand. No, 15, and then swept a glance at the entire interior layout. And when he saw that there were additional private rooms on the second floor, he raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke. This auction seems to be a bit formal. Unclear. The landlady shook her head. This was also her first time attending an auction. Nan wrapped his arm around the landlady's thin waist and casually found a seat. The entire auction infield space is almost as big as a basketball court. Located in the front center there is a small ring. At this time a man in his 30s is wearing a black suit stood on it, from time to time touching the headset to say something, and from time to time and nodded. It's still pretty crowded. Nan swept around to retrieve his gaze. Although he possessed insight spells, it wasn't as if he would throw over an insight spell for each one. How tiring that would be. Gangnam, I don't know why, but I suddenly have a nervous feeling. The landlady took a deep breath and whispered. It's okay. Nan reached out and patted the back of the landlady's hand, placing her hand on his lap, and said softly, it's also my first time attending this kind of auction, so I don't know if there are any surprising trinkets. He did have something to look forward to. This is a great occasion to swipe money. Oh oi. At this point, a voice came from the small ring in the center of the infield, only to see that the host put on the headset microphone, gently shouted a few times, currently received the invitation letter of the guests have arrived. Some guests propose to directly open the auction. Comply with the views of the guests. Half an hour ahead of the opening of the auction. Now give your guests a little time to prepare. Also give the auction house a little time to prepare. Thank you for your understanding. Half an hour early. That's a 1:30 opening. Nan scanned the time, 13:15, which meant there was 15 minutes of preparation time. Nan, I heard from Zhou Fei that the orphanage land this time around starts at a minimum of $200 million. Taking advantage of this period of time, the landlady introduced up some information she had learned to Nan. 200 million? Nan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Yes, this orphanage covers an area of about 26 acres of land, with almost 10,000 square meters of floor space. The landlady continued. A starting bid of $200 million is actually pretty good. According to the market value, this orphanage is also at least in the range of $500 million. Not bad. Nan on these data is actually not important to see. Anyway, shot to hand. This piece of land to bring also not much use. Even more, he might have kept the orphanage alive. After all, it was the orphanage that relieved him when he was a child. And Nan, a person who considered himself not as saintly, but without this orphanage, there really wouldn't have been the person he is now. Now that he possessed the system, honestly speaking, this matter of karma, Nan believed in some of it. It's always a no-brainer thing to build up some of your own good karma while swiping money. Do you have enough money? The landlady asked. No problem. This orphanage isn't so bad that it can't be taken down for $1 billion. Nan smiled faintly. He has more than $1.6 billion on hand. If it is the real old city center area of the land and buildings, then this amount of money is absolutely not enough. But that orphanage is not the center point, is considered to be in the old city is not really worth the money of the lot. So, if you can't get $1.6 billion, then I'm afraid that someone is really like him, controlling some kind of golden finger of consumer rebates. Next, the two chatted a little more and the 15 minutes passed quickly. When, this time, a bell rang throughout the infield. All eyes were drawn to it. Good day, everyone, I am the host of this auction. Wu Nan. The host's voice rang out across the room. I'm not going to talk too much nonsense. There are a total of 10 lots in this auction. Let's start with the first lot. A porcelain plate from the Yuan dynasty. The flowing clouds plate. As the host Wu Nan's words fell, he only saw a flesh silk, long-legged beauty in a cheongsam walk up from the back of the small ring carrying a wooden tray. Wu Nan lifted the red cloth on the wooden plate, and a glowing porcelain plate appeared in everyone's sight. The first lot. The flowing cloud disc. Starting price $1 million. Each bid shall not be less than $100,000. Wu Nan's excited and impassioned voice resounded throughout the infield. 2 million. The moment his words fell, a voice rang out in the entire room immediately following. Mr. 25 bids $2 million. Wu Nan's eyes immediately lit up. This came to raise $1 million. It was really a good sign. 2. 1 million. 2. 2 million. 2. 6 million. With the first person making a bid, the next, the bidding was instantly on fire. In just a short period of 2 or 3 minutes, the streaming cloud disc with a 1 million reserve price arrived at as much as 10 million. Good guy. These people bid up is really willing to $10 million of porcelain plate. As for it, the landlady was also worth 100 million standard, but a china plate was worth $10 million and she couldn't afford to part with it anyway. $10 million a time. 10 million twice. 10 million. Just as Wu Nan in the small ring raised a small wooden hammer with an excited look on his face, ready to knock it down. $11 million. A voice rang out in the middle of the field. $11 million. Mr. Number 15 bid 11 million on the streaming cloud disc. Is there any more bidding? Woonan exclaimed excitedly. Swish swish swish. With Jiang Nan's bidding, people in positions in all directions of the inner arena subconsciously looked toward him. At the sight of such a young person bidding for Jiang Nan, all of their faces showed a slight look of surprise. But when some of the men noticed the landlady beside Jiang Nan, their faces turned into a look of amazement again. What a beautiful, classy woman. Jiang Nan, you really paid $11 million to take down a porcelain plate. Ha! At this point, when the landlady heard the sound of a small wooden hammer falling and striking in the field, she opened her mouth a little wider and looked at Jiang Nan in shock. It's only $11 million. It just so happens that the family is missing a little bit of the bottom line, so it's okay to take it back and put it away for a collection. One might ask, why not take this lot at a price far in excess of its value by an unknown number of times? Then Gangnam will tell you that this approach is the stupidest. Despite all the money in Gangnam, it's all reasonable. But, if you do, it won't make sense. Even if you can't find out what's wrong, that's going to waste a lot of your time. That's why he would only raise the price by $1 million, not $100 million, or $10 million. Soon, the thigh-length Cheongsam flesh silk beauty stepped down with a streaming cloud tray, and behind her, there was a muscular sunglasses man. Hello sir. This beauty smiled at Jiang Nan and nodded. POS machine for me. Jiang Nan was not at all interested in this beauty at this time. He wanted to see if the first lot could give him a good omen. Tick-tock. Jiang Nan directly took out his bank card and began to swipe it. In just a few moments, the sheet prints out. In the meantime, a system beep also sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Get 20 times the spending rebate, 220 million. Chapter 115, The Heart of Romance. A throw of money for the redhead. Oh, the moment the system's beep sounded in Jiang Nan's mind, a look of surprise appeared on his face. 20 times spending rebate. Good good good. This multiplier could not have pleased him more. Mind you, it's a door opener, and this open door gave him a 20-fold consumer rebate. So what if, say, the follow-up was read all the way to the end, and then another 20-fold when he auctioned off that orphanage lot? That would really take off. Jiang Nan's eyes immediately flashed up with an excited luster. According to the calculation of this 20 times consumption rebate, the highest count of this landed 500 million. That's a whole $10 billion. Sir, take the streaming disc. The Cheongsam with long legs and flesh silk smiled slightly, only to see the muscular sunglasses man behind her immediately and respectfully present the flowing cloud disc in a small boutique gift box. Receiving this boutique little gift box, Jiang Nan casually placed it on the side, with all the care of treating an antique worth $11 million. It's as if, for a few dollars, you've bought a replica antique. Gotta hold it. The landlady's eyes danced a little, and she hurriedly placed the delicate little gift box in her bosom, looked toward Jiang Nan, and whispered, something for $11 million is not something for $1,100. No difference. Jiang Nan laughed lightly and shook his head. In his eyes, the value of this thing was only for him to swipe his money. In the eyes of those who like it, it's worth $1,000. In the eyes of those who don't like it, even if it costs $1,000 to buy it back, it's still worthless. Because, money is not too much of an attraction for Gangnam. The biggest reason for earning money is still because he wants to gain superhuman abilities. Money was ultimately something outside of his body, while transcendental abilities, that could allow him to truly be above this world. Brat! That's so trenchant. The landlady reached out and nudged Jiang Nan's arm, but nevertheless valued the streaming cloud disc that cost $11 million to auction. The first lot was successfully auctioned. Next, the second lot. Cheongsam meets silk long legs beauty and muscle sunglasses man retreated after. At this time, the middle of the infield on the small ring Wunan's voice immediately rang. This is from the 18th century romantic capital of the famous master jeweler Lyendl's heirloom classics. Necklace romantic heart. The starting price of $10 million. Each time the price increase shall not be less than 1 million. Bang! The sound of small wooden hammers striking resounded throughout the middle of the infield. In the meantime, the second Cheongsam meets silk long-legged beauty came forward with a small delicate wooden box, and when the moment it was opened, the lights of the entire infield were immediately turned off. At this moment, the entire center small ring immediately shone and burst out a fascinating light, which was precisely the bright light emitted by this necklace romantic heart. Beautiful. Seeing this scene, the landlady beside Jiang Nan immediately covered her small mouth and exclaimed in shock, $20 million. The lights were turned off for just a moment, and as soon as they were turned back on, the bidding began immediately. Hubby, I have to get my hands on this romantic heart. Even though Jiang Nan did not have the ability to turn on his super 5 senses, he could still easily hear the voices from a few seats close by with his amazing ear power. At this point, a woman whose looks were in the mid-80s daintily shook the arm of a middle-aged man in his 40s and pouted one after the other. Well, this middle-aged man is good for this bite. at this moment heard the beautiful woman beside the dainty pampering voice, where the top, directly raised the hand of the sign, bidding up, 50 million. 50 million? With this middle-aged man's $15 million bid. Swish swish swish. Moment. At least a large portion of the entire infield had shifted their gazes over. It was only before he bid that it only reached a mere 25 million. And with this bid, he even directly doubled his bid, which all but represented his determination to take it. $50 million? Okay, Mr. 78 bids 50 million for the heart of romance. Hearing this bid, Wu Nan in the small ring immediately became excited. That price is already considered a premium. It stands to reason that this type of jewelry, while precious, has a set value, $10 million on the low side, and about $30 million on the top side. With some premium, that's $40 million pulled full circle. And this Mr. 78 directly topped $50 million. How can this not surprise him as a host? $50 million a time. 50 million twice. $50 million. As Wu Nan's speech accelerated. $60 million. Bidding sounds rang out in the arena. My God. $60 million. Mr. 15 makes another bid, at which point Romantic Heart's offer arrives at $60 million. Wu Nan was even more excited. This is only the second lot, and the premium is so much. It seems that the last lot is deservedly a door-opening lot. Ah, honey, I want to. This way. The beauty first towards Jiangnan this side looked over. Eyes immediately flashed up excited light, and then subconsciously licked his lips, while continuing to shake the side of the middle-aged man's arm, while coming up to his ear. Petulant up, please, this Romantic Heart, I really wanted dear, can it not be well a moment? The small sweet will certainly be good to repay thee. I'm sure I'll be able to repay my husband well. While she spoke, her eyes were dead set on Jiangnan, so much so, that the latter's charisma affected the tone of her voice, which was called a horse-forked bug. This middle-aged man originally heard the price of 60 million. The first time has stabilized the emotions of the upper head, and this moment the woman's ears wind up blowing up. That is called a loss of wisdom. Both heads are completely and utterly on the head. 61 million. Immediately, he raised the sign in his hand and raised his voice. Hubby is so great and awesome. Love how bossy hubby is. Love you all my life. A whiny, sappy voice followed. $70 million. Before Wu Nan could report the middle-aged man's bid, Jiang Nan's voice immediately sounded. Jiang Nan, you this. At this point, the landlady beside Jiang Nan's side gripped his hand a little harder, looked over at him, gulped a little, and whispered, it doesn't make sense, does it? She didn't know that Jiang Nan was a man who was bound to the system, and when she saw that he kept raising the price, she naturally thought that he was on top of it, and immediately persuaded him. Makes sense. Jiang Nan smiled and placed his eyes on the landlady beside him, saying very seriously, you just said it's so beautiful, so I'm determined to get this necklace. He's not just about swiping money, he's about throwing money at a red herring. Gangnam. Hearing these words, the landlady's eyes immediately rose a mist of misty water, looking at her beloved with a dumbfounded expression of emotion on her face. Chapter 116, Deposits exceeded the 2 billion mark. Crazy Tang Dynasty Buddha Beads. Xia Jiqing's favoritism +1. At this point, a system beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head. Ding. Congratulations host. Confidence Xia Jiqing favorability +1. Face value score +1. Lottery opportunity +1. Hearing this beep, a satisfied smile came over Jiang Nan's face. Now, he has 7 draws in his hand. 3 more times to go and he would be able to make another transcendental draw. Soon, just 3 times, easily able to acquire it. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment. $70 million a time. 70 million twice. 70 million. At this point, host Wu Nan's voice rang out. Hubby, I want this Romantic Heart. Accompanying Wu Nan's voice was the sound of a petulant pout not far away. $71 million. A helpless voice rang out. Thanks hubby, love you. Wahahaha. The woman came up and kissed the middle-aged man. 100 million. Before Wu Nan could open his mouth, Jiang Nan directly raised his card and faintly said, my God, 100 million? Really on top of these two guys? That handsome guy is the one who's really on top, but any other man, just for that beautiful woman beside him, which one wouldn't be on top? As soon as this bid from Jiang Nan came out, the gazes of all the people in the inner arena were all placed on him, with shock on their faces. This kind of premium bidding for them, that is a normal thing. Do not see that the middle-aged man is also because of the side of the woman and the premium is very much to bid? So, it's really not true that redheads are a bad thing, honey. This time, while Wu Nan had yet to finalize the bidding of $100 million, the woman was slimy and pouting again. My old NMLGB. Shut up, snap. The middle-aged man couldn't bear it. $70 million. He gritted his teeth and shot it. This nigga. It's up to $100 million and still shooting? Does he really think his money came from the wind? At this moment, hearing that this woman was ready to pamper herself again, she immediately threw a slap on her face and chided, "One more word of BB, and I'll throw you out." Seeing the middle-aged man angry, the woman immediately shrunk her neck and lowered her head in fear, not even daring to make a single sound even as she sobbed. $100 million for the third time. Congratulations to Mr. 15, the successful bidder of the heart of romance. Wu Nan knocked down the small wooden hammer, his face full of excitement. This romantic heart can be said to be a very high premium was Jiang Nan shot, not to mention his commission more a large income. Let's say that he hosted the auction of the war will add a more glorious. This is the most important thing. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Get a six-fold spending rebate, 600 million. 6 times spending rebate, $600 million arrived. Yes, Jiang Nan couldn't help but cry out mentally. Sure enough, this kind of occasion for him was truly like a cave of heaven and bliss inside a metaphysical immortal cultivation novel, and it was simply too useful for him. The deposits he currently has on hand have surpassed the 2 billion mark, arriving at 2.38 billion. That number is, frankly, an exaggeration, but if you insist on saying how exaggerated it is, then Jiang Nan thinks it's just like that. After all, $10 billion could only be exchanged for a chance at a big welfare mission. It's only 2.38 billion. What's it worth? Still need to work hard, aiming to break through the first $10 billion deposit today. Jiang Nan's eyes shone with an expectant glow. This is only the second lot. There are 8 more to come, and even the land of the orphanage has not come out, so it is not possible to say that if you are lucky today, you can really accomplish the achievement of 10 billion deposits. That said, reach 2 billion deposits without welfare mini-quests. The way it looks, it seems that it's no longer the standard that 1 billion will trigger one welfare mini-quest at a time. Jiang Nan didn't receive the system's beep and instantly understood what was going on. Jiang Nan, this romantic heart, it really looks good. At this point, the excited voice of the landlady beside her rang out. Let me put it on for you myself. Jiang Nan looked back at the landlady and smiled as she took the exquisite gift box she handed over and removed the romantic heart inside. The landlady's face was like a peach blossom, and the way she looked at Jiang Nan was so slimy. It's not an exaggeration to say that at this point, if the two had been alone, the landlady would have pounced. Jiang Nan put the necklace, heart of romance, on top of his landlady's jade neck, and when he met her drawn eyes, he also revealed a smile and exclaimed, "Sister Xia, you're so beautiful." Gangnam. The landlady couldn't stop her heart from beating faster when she met Jiang Nan's affectionate eyes. This little man, he's so mesmerizing. Next, the third lot, a string of Buddha beads, from the Tang dynasty, with a reserve price of $500,000, and each increase shall not be less than $100,000. Wu Nan's voice sounded again at that moment. Jiang Nan casually scanned the starting price of $500,000, but was not particularly interested. If he could really top the price, then he wouldn't mind making a bid. $600,000, $800,000, $1 million. A bidding voice rang out in the arena. $2 million. At this time, an unprecedented bidding sound came from the second floor. $4 million. As the voice of the $2 million bid just dropped, another bidding voice took over in seconds. $8 million. $16 million. $32 million. In just a few moments of work, the bidding for this Buddha bead soared all the way up to as much as $64 million. This spike froze everyone in the room. What's going on? This Tang Dynasty Buddha bead, is it that much of a stretch? $64 million? The landlady froze for a moment and hurriedly looked towards the small ring in the center, where a Cheongsam meets silk long-legged beauty was elegantly carrying a small wooden box with a smile on her face, and a string of Buddha beads was lying quietly in the middle of the wooden box. Her eyesight was good, and she counted the total of 13 Buddha beads, each of which emanated a strange halo, and she didn't know if it was the lighting or what, but it did look a bit forced. This thing, I'm afraid it's not simple. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment. This can go up to the second floor, in the middle of the private room. I'm afraid that are not ordinary people, directly to the bottom price of 500,000 yuan of Buddha beads to a moment to raise to as much as 64 million. As you can imagine, this string of Buddha beads left over from the Tang dynasty is definitely not something ordinary. Wait, Jiang Nan suddenly had a flash of light in his mind, because his insight can be used on people. Then, can it be used on items? After all, the insight technique doesn't have to be used only on people. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly lit up, and his face showed a look of anticipation, and his gaze was instantly locked onto a string of Tang Dynasty Buddha beads in that small wooden box. Chapter 117 Extremely High-Quality Sherpa Strings. One worth 100 million. Item, a string of superb sherds. Value, 1.3 billion. Aha! The moment Jiang Nan threw the insight technique towards the string of Buddhist beads, a box immediately appeared in front of him, similar to a kind of phrase. Extremely high-quality Sherpa strings? Worth $1.3 billion? Jiang Nan froze. This string of Buddha beads turned out not to be Buddha beads, but a string of sherds. 13 shekels? Jiang Nan's eyes instantly narrowed, which meant that a single relic was capable of being worth $100 million? 100 million. This time, a voice came from the second floor. 100 million. What the hell is this string of Buddha beads? Strange. This string of Buddha beads is from the Tang dynasty, but it's not so valuable. What's going on? A gasp of astonishment rang out continuously in the arena. To the untrained eye, this is nothing more than a string of Buddha beads. At best, it's just a string of Buddha beads left over from the Tang dynasty. Other than that, there's nothing awesome about it. $120 million. An accent from Hong Kong Island rang out in a private room on the second floor. Friends, between the string of Fukui, oh remember in the bide, broad not broad to give a face a fewit? When this Hong Kong poo came out, it immediately made a group of people on the first floor of the infield didn't hold back their laughter. Although his words were hard to understand, they were barely intelligible after listening carefully and thinking about them a little. My friend from Hong Kong Island, I'm quite interested in this sherbet string. Sorry about that. A faint voice rang out from another private room. $200 million. Hiss. As soon as the bid of $200 million came out, the entire room was immediately startled by a sound of sucking in a mouthful of cold air. Not just because of the $200 million bid, but more so because the beads on that little ring were actually strings of sherbet. 13 shekels. Ha! Despite the fact that there are an extreme number of fakes of sherds nowadays, it says something to be able to be frantically fought over by all the people in the private rooms on the second floor. There is really a great possibility that the string of sherds was left over from the Tang dynasty. If you're talking about a regular string of Buddha beads, there's a top dollar for that. But this kind of string of relics left over from the Tang dynasty, moreover, there are as many as 13, which cannot be suitable for the value of the common people's eyes to see the calculation. Such, to those who are really into collecting, are priceless, 200 million at a time. At this point, the host on the small ring, Wu Nan, was even more excited. He really did not expect his luck to be so good that he was able to win the heavily auction again and again. $250 million. The Hong Kong Island's boss got a bit irritated with his tone and spoke directly in Hong Kong-style Cantonese. I don't even know what you're pretending to be. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. A mainlander. He was speaking so fast that most people didn't hear what he was saying. Even if he could hear it clearly, Zhang Chang and Yu Chang were already very far away. Not to mention that this man was still speaking in Hong Kong-style Cantonese, so I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to understand it. However, Jiang Nan's brows furrowed. He could barely understand some Cantonese, because he was very interested in the language of this place, and he also liked watching Hong Kong movies since he was a child. Plus he might have some linguistic talent himself, thus he was able to understand his words half well. 300 million. Not to mention that this Hong Kong Island man pretending to be more than very, just say the string of sherds at this time bidding. It is not possible to Jiang Nan not heart down, directly raised the hand of the card, faintly said. Hearing Jiang Nan's bid, the landlady beside him had her eyes jumped, and a shocked look came on her face as she jerked toward him. Surprised, Jiang Nan, can this thing be worth this much? This is an extremely high-quality Sherpa string. It's a bit more precious than that orphanage land. If we can spend a few $100 million to pick up the pieces, it's a huge profit. Jiang Nan had gotten the value of this sherbet string from the insight technique, so he naturally didn't care about this point in the auction bidding. Yes? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady's eyes lit up. Now she finally realized why rich people were getting richer and richer. Having a good eye is one reason, and then there's the money. $311 million. $320 million. $400 million. The first two bids were from people on the second floor. As for Jiang Nan, he was very calm and directly raised the price by a whole billion. He doesn't engage in this nonsense. As long as these two people add, then he won't hesitate to add. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At this point, second floor, in the middle of a private room, a man with sunglasses aged around 40 slammed his own table and cursed. These two mainlanders are really disgusting. I can't imagine that they both came here for this sheer string. Mr. Xiang, don't be angry. It's not good to be angry. Since they want to fight, let's fight them properly. A beautiful woman in her mid-20s reached out and took the man's hand, gently calming up his angry emotions. Mud, I'm really on fire right now, you know? Mr. Xiang glanced over towards the woman, clenching his teeth and reaching out to grab her by the hair as he coldly said, 500 million. The voice came out of the loudspeakers on the second floor. This bidding directly pushed this auction to a small climax. Asterisk 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 $500 million. Which character is on this second floor? Bidding directly for this string of Buddha beads with $500 million? What Buddha beads? Didn't I hear someone say they were strings of sherds? This auction was basically attended by people with small fortunes. Not to say that all of them are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, but at least they are tens of millions of dollars worth of multi-millionaires, and individually there are many billionaires. But at this moment, all of them were like fellow NPCs, marveling in awe. In their eyes, ordinary people were just one NPC after another, but in the eyes of the richer people, how are they? The so-called millionaires and billionaires, not a single NPC? And likewise, in the eyes of Gangnam, aren't these richer, wealthier people? These two roadblocks are really something. My limit is at $1 billion. Any higher and there won't be enough money to carry. At this point, in a private room on the second floor, a middle-aged man in his 40s sighed softly. Mr. Zhao, how much can the value of this Buddha bead? No, Sherpa string be? In the same private room, a man in his 40s inquired in a whisper. At least $1 billion. Mr. Zhao said indifferently. There was once also one of these extremely high-quality relics that was auctioned out at a sky-high price of $125 million. This 13 relics strung together into a string of relics. Think about what level of value it could be at. Hiss. The man sucked in a breath of cold air. And at this point, first floor infield, Jiang Nan's indifferent voice rang out. $1 billion. Chapter 118, the first $10 billion deposit achievement is about to be reached. $1 billion. The moment Jiang Nan's bid came out, everyone on the first floor of the entire inner court just felt their hearts beating wildly. $1 billion. A string of sherds, just 13 of them, and there was a bid of $1 billion. My God, who is this young man? Which big family in Zhangcheng is this? The second generation of a big consortium? It's too exaggerated. $1 billion. The dream I've been striving for all my life. And now it's just a string of shekels? People are more angry than people. Now I finally feel that the $100,000 in other people's eyes is no different from $10 for me. And now, the $1 billion in other people's eyes. How is it not no different for me than $100,000? There are people outside of people. And there are people outside of people. These words, along with Jiang Nan's bid of $1 billion came out. All from the minds of most of the people present also followed. 10 billion. It was the landlady who was truly stunned, looking incredulously at Jiang Nan beside her and exclaiming, Jiang Nan, you, what's wrong with me? Jiang Nan lightly laughed and glanced at the shocked landlady, reaching out to pat the back of her hand and spoke. There are things that will have to amaze you even more in the future. This is just an appetizer. Saying that, his gaze was placed in front of a private room window on the second floor, his eyes flashing with a strange luster as he quietly waited for the two people on this second floor to proceed with the bidding. For him, it was perfect that these two followed the bidding. A few more billions, then he might have a chance to swipe as $1 billion more with a burst of luck. Or less. That's a few more billions. 1 billion at a time. 1 billion twice. 1 billion 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. No. 15, who successfully took this Buddha from the Tang dynasty. No, I should say a string of relics with a bid of $1 billion. When, with the hammer blow, Wu Nan's excited and impassioned shouts rang out throughout the infield. Throw your mother a hike. In the meantime, in a private room, that Mr. Xiang angrily grabbed the hair of the woman lying on his lap, and directly threw it to the side on the ground, and then only heard the sound of snorting, and saw him arrive a few steps to the side of the window, and looked towards the first floor. It just so happened that Jiang Nan on the first floor, while paying, his eyes seemed to sense something and looked up to meet Mr. Na Xiang at the window. This little scumbag, if it wasn't for the fact that old me wasn't prepared, otherwise I would definitely let you understand what is truly awesome. It really pisses me off. Mr. Xiang hammered his fist violently on the window glass, and the sound of the impact drew the eyes of a crowd below. This Hong Kong Island douchebag is so pissed off it's hilarious. I just understood some of what this person from Hong Kong Island said, and there was a strong flavor of discrimination in his words. Ha, this mustn't jump up and down in anger? This stupid fork. Really pretentious. A voice rang out in the middle of the field. When you talk, it's all in a whisper. Although they were all multimillionaires, they were all but ants to the big bosses who were able to call in hundreds of millions of dollars in bidding, without a single difference. Seeing this guy from Hong Kong Island pissed off half to death makes me feel a lot better. At this point, another second floor private room of Mr. Zhao also arrived at the window, but he was not a bit of annoyance. Looking at the bottom of the already paid Jiang Nan, face showed a surprised color too. This little young man is still very strong. $1 billion said auction, and so young to be able to control so much cash. Not simple nah. Mr. Zhao, would you like to reach out to contact this little man? Could he resell it to you? A middle-aged man behind him whispered a suggestion. Not good. Mr. Zhao hesitated, and even though he was quite impressed, he wasn't quite ready to go out of his way to ask. Moreover, with $1 billion all bid out, it was obvious that this youngster was also aware of the value of this string of relics. A few $100 million more is not much of a problem for him, but I'm afraid that this youngster is also shooting back to collect, which is not something that money can solve. You can only blame it on not being prepared today. After all, who knew that 2 programmers would come out halfway? Jo shook her head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Get 5 times the spending rebate, $5 billion. 5 times spending rebate. The whole $5 billion. It was awesome. Apart from the principal of $1 billion, he directly made a wild profit of $4 billion. Directly let his deposits from more than $2 billion. A leap soared to more than $6 billion. Just $62 billion short of the first $10 billion in deposits. A look of excitement came over Jung Nan's face. Even if he couldn't reach a deposit of $10 billion for this auction today, I'm afraid that after it's over, the difference won't be too much. And, don't forget, he didn't get much use out of taking this string of shekels, backhanded and then sold. Not to say sell higher than $1 billion or more. Alone sell $1 billion, always will not be excessive, right? After all, just now, during the bidding, he had taken the initiative to turn on his super 5 senses. That what Mr. Xiao said. He still heard a little bit. No loss. Jung Nan was very satisfied and wasn't disappointed why there wasn't a 20 times spending rebate this time. It was important to realize that this alone was only a 5-fold consumption rebate, which was actually already considered a rebate with an extremely high multiple in Jang Nan's eyes. That's how long it's been, and it's a $4 billion binge. And before that, he had bound the system for so many days, which had only swiped over $1 billion in deposits. So how can he not know enough here? Gangnam, what do you say about that land? The landlady inquired in a whisper. Shoot as usual. Jung Nan smiled confidently. What I see, within the scope of my ability, will never be able to escape me. You're exaggerating a bit too much. That's more than $11 billion spent, and you still have the strength to take that orphanage plot? The landlady gulped in shock, a look of incredulity on her face. How rich is this little man of hers? Wait, in the face of this amount of money he consumes, that Jiangqing mansion is his. On the contrary, is more shocking, the person who owns a building worth tens of billions of dollars. This amount of money, it seems to count for nothing? The landlady snapped back a question. That is, the Jiangcheng building, which counts as half of Jiangqing's iconic buildings, an entire building is owned by Jung Nan. Comparing the two, the $11 billion spent sounds as if that's all there is to it. Sister Xia, the more you spend something like money, the more you can get. Jung Nan spoke meaningfully. To the landlady, his words were, rightly, taken by her to mean that he had the vision to make a perfect investment of the money spent, and thus make more money. Chapter 119. $700 million to take the orphanage. The next auction continues. Lot 4, Lot 5, Lot 6. The pace wasn't too slow, but it wasn't too fast either. An hour passed quickly and came the 8th lot. This one lot, I'm sure a lot of people are here for it. Above the small ring in the center of the infield. At this moment, Wu Nan's voice rang in the ears of everyone in the room. I'm not going to sell out. The 8th lot, an orphanage located in the northern part of the old city. This auction is for the ownership of this orphanage, with a reserve price of $200 million, and each bid shall not be less than $10 million. Here we go. Jung Nan's eyes danced for a moment. From the 4th lot onwards, Jung Nan didn't even make a bid. The reason is naturally very simple. They are all hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, and the highest is only $8 million of auction. For this kind, Jung Nan was not the least bit interested. And now the 8th lot, the very same orphanage where he stayed as a child, immediately put him in the spirit. This 8th lot turns out to be the orphanage. I always thought it would be the finale. The landlady was slightly surprised. Several consecutive pieces are uninteresting lots without many bosses making a bid. So I'm afraid I'm taking the finale out early to warm up the scene. Jung Nan saw through everything. Both he and the powerful people in the various private rooms on the 2nd floor were silent for some time. This is still too much of a poor feeling for the pace of the auction. Sure. And don't rule out the possibility that there really will be a finale lot more than the orphanage. After all, the bidding on that string of shekels reached a minor climax. 300 million. Jung Nan didn't wait for anyone to make a sound this time, and directly waved the sign in his hand high in the air and started bidding. Strike again. This no. 15 is really powerful. Having spent $11 billion earlier, now he even has the strength to bid for this orphanage's land. Good guy. Is this preparing to pocket all the big head of this auction? This orphanage is being looked at by a boss who's ready to bulldoze it for development. The murmur went up. $320 million. An unfamiliar voice came from the 2nd floor. Jung Nan did not change his face, held up the sign in his hand, and faintly said, $400 million. Good lord, this is really ho-hum. A crowd of people once again looked toward Jung Nan, and their faces were all filled with astonishment and admiration. $450 million. Voices continued to come from the second floor. 500 million. Gangnam seconds to take the price. As his 500 million words fell, a silence came from the second floor. $500 million is about right. The location of this orphanage isn't a prime location either, so a value of $500 million is already considered the limit. Someone whispered, further up the bidding, but also add the cost of development. This back and forth down. At least have to invest another 1 or 200 million is not impossible. 500 million at a time. Wu Nan's voice rang out. 500 million twice. 600 million. This time, a voice suddenly came from the second floor. Very familiar. From that Mr. Xiang from Hong Kong Island. Hearing this voice, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked as if he was a bit upset, but in reality, his heart was actually happy as hell. Every time this guy raises the price, for Jiangnan there could be several $100 million more revenue coming in, or even with a little bit of luck, it would be more than $1 billion coming in. $700 million. Jiangnan's voice resonated throughout the room. You win, Mr. Xiang's voice came through the loudspeaker. The corner of Jiangnan's mouth just curled up in a hint of sarcasm. 700 million at a time. 700 million twice. 700 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. No. 15 on his successful bid for an orphanage in the northern part of the old city. When Wu Nan directly hammered away, a huge smile on his face, Jiang Nan got up straight away, and the landlady followed suit. Mr. 15, please follow the staff to the backstage of the auction to sign the contract before making payment. You can rest assured that the auction will be suspended for the next lot. Wu Nan's voice rang out. No, just auction as usual. I'm not much interested in the later ones. Jiang Nan's super 5 senses had not been turned off and heard what the next 2 lots were, the value of which was too small for him to be even remotely interested. In that case, fine. Wu Nan nodded. This way sir. A Cheongsam beauty with long legs and meat silk arrived in front of Jiang Nan and the landlady respectfully, and with a warm smile, she led the two towards the backstage of the auction. Soon, the trio stopped in front of a room. Knock knock. The Cheongsam meat silk long-legged beauty knocked gently on the door of the room. Come in. A nice voice came from inside. The door was gently pushed open, and Jiang Nan walked straight in with his arm around the landlady's thin waist. The door to the room was gently closed by the Cheongsam flesh silk thigh-length beauty outside the door. Jiang Nan glanced towards the room. A woman with a face value score of over 90 to the naked eye was sitting in front of a desk, while 2 middle-aged men were sitting on the sofa next to her. Upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, one of the middle-aged men immediately stood up from his seat and sent him a gentle smile. Hello Mr. 15. This middle-aged man took the initiative to walk over, smiled, extended his hand, and introduced himself. My name is Zhao Benz, a native of Kyoto. My name is Gangnam. Jiang Nan extended his hand to shake his. Great name, Zhao Benz exclaimed in admiration. Jiang Nan smiled without saying anything and placed his gaze on the woman who was still sitting on that desk without seeing her get up, and instantly threw an insight spell over towards her. Name, Su Sherman. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Face value, 92 points. Favorability, 1. Ha! After looking at the woman's attribute panel, Jiang Nan's face showed some surprise. There's one thing to be said for that. It's still the first woman to have an initial favorability of only 1 after seeing him since his charisma has gone up so much. At this point, Su Sherman, who was sitting on the chair, slowly got up, and after looking this way, her eyes lit up in vain. Jiang Nan clearly saw this futile light in her eyes, and his heart suddenly dawned on him. It seemed that the woman hadn't looked at him properly just now, so she hadn't understood his handsomeness at all. No, the favorability rating should go up right away, right? A few seconds passed. Jiang Nan was slightly surprised to look toward the woman again, only to see that her eyes were still shining brightly, and it looked like she was staring at herself. But how did it feel like she wasn't staring at herself? Looks like Jiang Nan's afterglow swept the landlady beside him, and suddenly had a flash of insight. This woman. It couldn't be that the person staring, with glowing eyes, was the landlady next to him? Xia Jiqing, could it? Hello to the beautiful lady. This time, standing up Su Sherman opened her mouth to speak, only to see her walk out from the desk. A workplace female suit with a pair of black silk high heels. Accelerated steps arrived in front of Jiang Nan and the landlady. Her eyes were quite a bit blazing as she looked at the landlady. Her voice continued to ring out. Have we not met before? Chapter 120 Billionaire's Achievement Reached. In the face of Su Sherman's enthusiasm, the landlady froze for a moment before carefully sizing her up for a few moments and finally shaking her head. I'm sorry, I don't have an impression. It's okay. Su Sherman smiled. Only then did she notice the landlady hooking Jiang Nan's arm, and couldn't help but look at the man a little more, her eyes flashing a color of amazement as she noticed how handsome the man was. Su Shimon's favoritism +1. Aha, add 1 point of goodwill? Kind of funny. Jiang Nan couldn't help but look at the woman twice more, his interest in her rising in vain. For the moment he feared the woman was a lesbian, far more interested in the landlady than in him. However, from that 1 point of favorability, it does seem like he has a ridiculous amount of charisma for a woman. What does it say about a lesbian that she can't help but be attracted to his face and increase her favorability? He is strong enough to straighten out a lesbian. Hello sir, my name is Su Sherman. I'm the administrator behind this auction. Su Sherman took the initiative to extend her hand. Gangnam. Jiangnan reached out and shook her hand. Knock knock. There was a soft knock on the door of the room as the two men's hands unclenched. Come in, Su Sherman faintly said. The door to the room was pushed open and a young man with glasses walked in with a file bag. Supervisor Su, this is the formalities contract for the orphanage in the northern part of the old city. The youth trotted to Su Shimon's front and handed over the document bag with both hands. Good. Su Sherman nodded and waved her hand. You go out. Yes. The youth turned and trotted out of the room again, closing the door softly behind him. Mr. Jiang Nan, you spent $700 million to auction this orphanage on the north side of the old city. This is the ownership of the land of the orphanage. As long as anything that is in the orphanage, it will belong to you. Su Sherman walked around and returned to sit down within her desk, her voice coming out. Any relevant formalities we have prepared for you at the auction. We just need you to sign and pay, and that orphanage will belong to you. Aha. Jiang Nan wasn't prepared to waste any time. He currently had a staggering $6.38 billion on hand, and only needed a mere $3.62 billion to be able to reach a $10 billion deposit. This achievement can be very important for Gangnam, because only after reaching 10 billion would he be able to look ahead to more nice transcendent abilities. Sure, he wouldn't be foolish enough to directly redeem the opportunity for a big welfare mission when he only had a mere 10 billion deposits on hand. When his deposit reaches $10 billion, when he transfers money to people, he will have a fixed base interest of $10 billion in rebates. As long as one was a smart person, it was unlikely that they would make the opportunity to immediately redeem a big task of welfare just after having a $10 billion deposit. Mr. Zhao, I know what you want to talk to me about, so hold your horses until I sign the contract. Jiang Nan walked over and saw Zhao Benz, who was about to say something, and revealed a smile as he spoke softly. Okay, you go ahead. You go ahead. Zhao Benz's eyes lit up when he heard Jiang Nan's words, and he knew that he might actually have a chance to take another string of sherds in the hands of this youngster. Jiang Nan and the landlady arrived at the desk, and he picked up the bag of documents that Su Sherman pushed over to him, while opening it and scanning it. It says he's looking at it, but it's still actually a direct scan of the system. Host, no problem, just sign and pay. After a short while, the system's beep sounded in the head of Jiang Nan, who had finished pretending to rummage through it. Swish swish swish. Jiang Nan picked up the signing pen on the table and signed his name directly on each of the required signatures. Tick-tock. After signing his name, Jiang Nan directly opened his brush. As the slip from the POS machine printed out, the system's beep sounded in his head once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Receive 5 times the spending rebate, $3.5 billion. 5 times spending rebate, $35 billion? That means he's currently up to $9.18 billion in savings. The achievement of 10 billion deposita is close at hand. Jiang Nan's face immediately showed excitement. Congratulations to you, Mr. Jiang Nan, for completing the bidding on this orphanage. Su Sherman got up from her seat and extended her hand again with a smile on her face. Jiang Nan casually shook her hand. Right now he didn't have the heart to exchange more of these has-beens with this woman. This is our auction house's VIP black card. As long as you go in and out of any of our company's venues, you will be treated with the highest specifications. Su Sherman took out another black card. Jiang Nan turned back and took this black card, casually swept it and casually put it into his pants pocket, and then with a smile on his face, he looked towards the Zhao Benz who had come from Kyoto. Mr. Cho. At the same time Jiang Nan shouted. He also took out the small wooden box containing the string of sherds and opened the door. At what price do you want to recycle this string of sherds to go? $100 million for one relic, 13 for a total of 1,300 million. What do you think? Zhao Benz said with great sincerity. 13 billion. When the landlady heard this figure, her eyes couldn't help but jump a little. Her grip on Jiang Nan's arm couldn't help but worsen a little, and a look of shock came over her face. And, by the tone of this one, it seems like there's room to add towards the top. In other words, Jiang Nan's $10 billion auction of the Sherpa string was able to make a few $100 million once it changed hands. I'll be damned. No wonder the richer you are, the richer you are. For Zhao Benz's offer of $1.3 billion, Su Sherman was calm. It was someone else's luck that they had gone out of their way and not advertised properly, and she didn't really see anything to be sorry about. Good. Jiangnan knew that he could still add more money, but didn't choose to add more, and just agreed to it. Thanks. Zhao Benz immediately shook Jiangnan's hand excitedly, and then said, Mr. Jiang, let's add a WeChat. You send me your account, and I'll transfer the 1.3 billion directly to you. Drops. The two swiped a code and added a Weibo. Jiangnan didn't waste any time and directly sent him his account. Zhao Benz also hurriedly copied this account card number while making a phone call. I sent you an account. Transfer $13 billion to this account the moment you answer the phone. This was because Mr. Zhao's air of superiority was immediately apparent, and his tone was not to be questioned. Hang up. Zhao Benz's aura of superiority immediately dispersed, looking at Jiangnan with eyes that screamed enthusiasm, and opened his mouth. Although you are similar to my daughter's age, I'm going to stiffly call you a senior brother. I don't know if it's okay. Older brother. Jiangnan knew that this Mr. Zhao should not be an ordinary person, so he immediately smiled and nodded. Whenever you are free to come to the capital, I will definitely entertain you. Old brother. And, younger siblings, you too, come to Jingdu to play when you have time. I'm always free to take you guys on a tour. Zhao Benz slammed his chest. At this time, a text message tone came from Jiangnan's cell phone, and when the SMS notification arrived, a beep from the system sounded in his head. Chapter 121, which is a welfare mini-quest. The rewards are too generous. Congratulations to the host. The deposit has reached $10 billion. In view of the host's spending aggressiveness, a small task of welfare is issued, to have 3 confidants with face value scores of up to 98, favorability of 90 points or more. Quest reward, the residence of King Shan in Kyoto, 5 chances to draw, and mind-reading skills. After Jiangnan took out the cell phone in his pants and looked at the 10.48 billion deposits in his account, and then heard the system beeps ringing in his head, an odd look gradually appeared on his face. The first 2 rewards, Jiangnan found normal and incomparable. What's with this mind-reading ability? With his Gangnam's charm, he still needs to use this? Sure, he thinks so, and only engages in abstraction. After he got serious, his eyes sparkled up with an excited gleam. The mind-reading thing is a good one. It's not an exaggeration to say that mind-reading paired with insight will make him invincible in the area of interpersonal relationships. In other words, no one will have any secrets to tell in his presence. Thinking of this, Jiangnan's eyebrows raised slightly. Speaking of which, it was his luck that seemed to be truly extremely good. This was only the reward of the small welfare mission, but it was so good. What if this was the big welfare mission? Anyway, all in all, this time's welfare mini-quest rich rewards, whether it's the first 2 rewards, or the 3rd reward, that is absolutely overriding the previous welfare mini-quest. Jiangnan old brother, I'll be on a plane back to Kyoto in a while. I'm afraid I won't be able to have a few good drinks with you today. When I have the chance to come to Kyoto next time, I'll definitely treat you well. This time, Zhao Benz's voice rang out, which also brought Jiangnan back to reality from his thoughts. Well, there's always a chance. Don't care if it's just for a day or 2. Jiangnan smiled and nodded. Next, Jiangnan walked out of the room with the landlady as well as Zhao Benz and the middle-aged man who followed him. As for Su Sherman, she also followed behind, but nevertheless, her eyes were always on the landlady. This sister, can I add you a WeChat? Just as Jiangnan was about to leave with his arm around the landlady, Su Sherman, as if she had made up her mind, quickly followed her, taking out her cell phone and looking at her with an expectant face. Okay, the landlady did not think much of anything, nodded and added WeChat with this Su Sherman. In her opinion, I'm afraid that this pretty auction house supervisor might be a bit of an idea for her little man, and it's not good to directly add him in front of her, so she turned to add her, which is also considered to be a match. How could she know that Su Sherman was here for her? Before leaving, Jiangnan took a deep look at Su Sherman, who was full of excitement, and couldn't help but let out a chuckle in his heart. If you want to pry me, Jiangnan, you still have to worrying about whether or not you'll be broken straight by me. Su Sherman is interested in the landlady. He, Jiangnan, is also very interested in this kind of lesbian. He wanted to stamp out whether his charm was really enough to normalize an abnormal woman. Shared an elevator with Zhou Benz. The group arrived at the negative floor laughing and joking. Mr. Zhao, the special car is over here. This way please. Exiting the elevator, he arrived in the middle of the underground garage. The middle-aged man beside Zhao Benz was very respectful as he led him towards the left. Elder brother Jiangnan, remember, give me news if you arrive in Kyoto. Before leaving, Zhao Benz said very seriously, copy that. Jiangnan gave an okay gesture, and then wrapped his arm around the landlady and headed to the right. Jiangnan, you're the one who opened my eyes hard today. The landlady looked adoringly at Jiangnan, her eyes glittering with amorous fascination. tiptoed up to his ear, and whispered a whisper. Hearing the whispers in the back that got smaller and smaller, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. He had planned to visit the orphanage, but at this point, after hearing the whispered words, where did he have the heart to waste time? More than half an hour later, in the middle of the underground garage of the South Heavenly Pavilion Villa, the Bugatti Divo slowly came to a stop, but there was no sign of Jiang Nan and the landlady walking down. Around 5 in the afternoon, in the villa's master bedroom, Jiang Nan walked out from the middle of the bathroom, a gentle smile coming to his face. Walking over, he lowered his head and kissed the landlady on the forehead. At this time, the latter slowly opened his eyes. Gangnam. The landlady's face was all smiles of happiness. Do you want to get some sleep? I'm getting ready to go out. Jiang Nan reached out and ruffled the silver-colored bangs in front of the landlady's forehead and said softly, I'll get some sleep. I just sent a message to Suyun. She said she'd be here later with 2 little girls. The landlady raised her jade finger and gently tapped Jiang Nan's brow, whispering, Suyun actually still has some inferiority complex in her heart. The better you are, the more she feels unworthy of you. You still need to care more about people. Sister Xia, I understand. Jiang Nan nodded. He could see through Suyun's character at a glance. I don't compete. I just want to be able to accompany him silently, and I won't ask for too much. This kind of woman, it's so rare, and he won't forget it. Suyun was his first confidant. Anymore, Gangnam wouldn't say he wasn't happy to take care of her emotions. He's amorous, no doubt, but he doesn't think he's promiscuous. Much less would it be a lousy one. After a while I'll go and see what suitable manor there is in Jiangcheng. If it's not possible, let's move over to South City. I have a villa over there. It's comparable to a small manor. Jiang Nan said softly, it's better not to for the time being, if it's too sudden. I'm afraid that the sisters over there aren't mentally prepared. The landlady deserved to be the landlady. Immediately knew what Jiang Nan was thinking, but she also instantly figured out the key. Whispered, if I say, when you make time, let's meet first and see if we can get along before we move over. Okay, listen to you. Jiang Nan nodded. He naturally could not tell the landlady that he was in control of the title of having a heavenly destiny protagonist, and the passive BUFD effect was simply heavenly, and the Shura, overturning and whatnot, was categorically impossible to happen. Come to think of it, nowadays he has 5 confidants around him. If Long Bingyue and also Cho Ruiwe were to be rigidly added to the list, it would be possible to reach the achievement of 7 stars high before long. But for now, it's better to complete the 5 fortunes achievement first. The corners of Jiang Nan's mouth rose slightly, and he was somewhat looking forward to the arrival of that day. Chapter 122. The director of the orphanage called. A completely compromised Kongyun. Before walking out of the master bedroom, Jiang Nan also kissed the landlady's forehead one more time. At this point, first floor, Gangnam went straight down to the underground garage and got into the Bugatti Divo. Buzz off. Just get in the car. He hadn't even started the car when the cell phone in his pants rang. Took it out and scanned it. An unfamiliar number in Jiangcheng. After thinking for a while, Jiang Nan picked up the phone while also mentally sending a task to the system. Brother Tuzi, with your magical powers, in the future, if the strange numbers coming in are fraudulent, it should be no problem to automatically intercept them for me, right? Okay, host. The system replies in seconds. Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction and also started the car, slowly driving with one hand on the steering wheel. Hello, is this Mr. Gangnam? The voice was very soft and melodious. With just a first impression, Jiang Nan's mind couldn't help but conjure up a soft and tender girl wearing a small white dress that could be called a white moonlight. It's me, Jiang Nan responded. Hello, I'm Zhu Yun, the director of the Chuanqing orphanage. The soft voice continued. Gunstar Orphanage? Jiang Nan did not react for the first time, and then after thinking for a while, it dawned on him that this Chuanqing welfare institution was not the one he stayed in as a child. Also, it was auctioned off today at a cost of $700 million to him. Yes, I wanted to ask you when you're free and can I ask you out for dinner? Zhu Yun inquired in a small voice. Yes? Jiang Nan was naturally free at any time, but if he was not sure what this woman was looking for him for, he naturally could not directly indicate it. Here's the thing, I would like to plead with you not to bulldoze the Gunstar orphanage. Zhu Yun's voice carried a slight hoarseness. As long as you don't bulldoze the Chuanqing welfare institution and are able to let it continue to exist, you are my great benefactor. Is that all there is to it? Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh after hearing her words. He thought how big a deal it was. That's what it turned out to be. He hadn't meant to have much interest in bulldozing the Gunstar orphanage and making any more investments. Of course, it was impossible to say if this orphanage was not the one that Jiang Nan had stayed in as a child. However, this Zhu Yun's voice sounded too good to be bullied, making Jiang Nan not hold back from wanting to scare her, and immediately said, It's fine for you to ask me not to bulldoze. You said that I'm your great benefactor, so how will you be able to repay me after I promise you? Jiangnan this word but instantly to the phone across the Zhuyan also said do not know how to answer. Suddenly a burst of stuttering up. I also do not know. This weak voice, coupled with a slightly frightened tone, made Jiangnan really hold his tongue for a while. Are you at the orphanage yet? Jiangnan's gaze flickered for a moment, and it just so happened that he also wanted to go back and take a look. What's the saying that not returning to one's hometown when one is rich is like traveling at night in brocade? He had grown up in an orphanage from childhood to 6th grade, and honestly, it could be considered his hometown in the truest sense of the word. The people in the middle of the orphanage right now are not necessarily known to him, or even him for that matter. But that was, after all, where he grew up as a child. I am Mr. Gangnam, Zhuyan weakly replied. Okay, I'm coming over to see the orphanage now. Jiangnan finished speaking and directly hung up the phone. He was about to throw his cell phone aside when a message came from WeChat. Brother Jiangnan, are you free this afternoon? I would like to invite you for dinner. It was a message sent by Kong Yun. Seeing this message, Jiangnan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. This woman, she still can't hold back, can she? Jiangyan's favorability towards him wasn't low, it was as much as 50 points. Jiangnan is a standard super rich man. This woman, even if she is no longer a gold worshipper, that cannot resist his charm. I'm not available in the afternoon, but I'm free in the evening. Jiangnan tapped into WeChat and sent a voice note to the woman, and then he put the phone aside and focused on driving. In the meantime, in the middle of a college women's dormitory, with a nervous face, Kong Yun slowly clicked on the voice bar sent out by Gangnam. I'm not available in the afternoon, but I'm free in the evening. Hearing these 8 words, Jiang Yan instantly let out a huge sigh of relief, and the tense color on her face instantly turned into a color of determination as she whispered to herself, as long as the reply comes back to me, I still have a chance to turn it around. Jiang Yan, go for it. After muttering to herself, she took a deep breath, while a smile came to her face, cleared her throat again, pressed the button to record a voice bar, and began to speak. Brother Jiangnan, then can I ask you out for a snack tonight? After saying this, she frowned and cancelled it out again, always feeling like she didn't sound expectant enough, or even to the point. Immediately, she cleared her throat again and revealed another sweet to the core smile to continue recording. Brother Jiangnan, I know there is a spicy crayfish. Why don't you come and pick me up at night and let's go and try it together? Summer is almost here. Let's feel the summer in advance. As the words came out, Kong Yun cancelled the voice again, frowning a little more tightly, holding her cell phone and pondering for a while before finally biting her lip and recording it once more. Half an hour later, Brother Jiangnan, I don't have class tomorrow. Let's go eat spicy crawfish together in the evening and have some cold beer on the way. On Jiangnan's side, he had already arrived at the front gate of the Gunstar orphanage. He just got off the car, holding his cell phone and listening to the voice bar sent by Kong Yun. He couldn't help but reveal a smile to him. These words were already almost barefacedly explicit. No class tomorrow, spicy crawfish, and most importantly, cold beer. Yes. Jiangnan stopped paying attention to her after replying one word succinctly and looked towards the front, only to see that in just half an hour's time, this Gunstar Welfare Center had actually made a big preparation. There was a banner at the main entrance that read, Welcome Mr. Gangnam to Gunstar Orphanage, being held by 2 dark, thin, short boys. Around the sides are each 8 double-twisted braids, looks like 5, 6, 7 or 8 years old little girl hand holding 2 small red flowers, faces all bright and enthusiastic smile. As Jiangnan walked around, a double-twisted braid, white long skirt and powderless face pure girl who was holding a cell phone at the gate suddenly placed her eyes on him. It should be Mr. Gangnam. Children, hurry up and welcome Mr. Gangnam. This innocent girl's face showed a color of excitement, and she hurriedly yelled out, quickly walking towards Jiangnan. Welcome Mr. Gangnam to the Gunstar Orphanage. A warm welcome resounded at the gates of the orphanage. Listening to this warm welcome, Jiangnan could not help but shake his head and smile. At this time, he also noticed the little white-skirted innocent girl who came trotting along, 2 twisted braids in front of the chest, that bright, from the heart of the innocent smile, together with a small white dress, really deserve a young white moonlight called, Chapter 123 Zhu Character Attribute Panel, a photo from her childhood. Jiangnan was used to seeing beautiful women. The beauties beside him are even more unique. Their face, body and temperament are even better. Even nowadays, Ning Risheng had reached a face value score of 98. Which was as much as 2 points higher than even Meng Qingqiu. Therefore, the woman who could just let Jiangnan cast her eyes more than once at the first glance, even to the point of feeling stunning, this face value score, can be imagined how high it is. Name, Zhu Yun, age, 21, height, 167 centimeters, weight, 48 kilograms, face value, 96 points, favor, 10 points. a beauty on the same level as Meng Qingqiu. Again, the initial face value score is a whopping 96. Hello, is this Mr. Gangnam? While Jiang Nan was in a daze, Zhu Yun had already trotted in, revealing an extremely innocent smile, extending her hand and enthusiastically saying, I am Zhu Yun, the director of the Chuanqing Welfare Institution, and I would like to welcome you here. It's me. Jiang Nan nodded and briefly shook hands with Zhu Yun. Please. Zhu Yun gave up a seat and gestured for him to go first, giving enough respect to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was not polite and took a step to walk around. However, his afterglow was on the woman. Too tender. This description of tenderness is not just about her skin, her face being tender. Then there's the tenderness of temperament. Moreover, at the age of 21, she became the director of this orphanage, which was unexpected by Gangnam. Boys, it's time to be quiet. Snap. Zhu Yun clapped her small hand, and with her command, a group of children stopped calling enthusiastically, and a dozen little girls stared at Jiang Nan with big eyes. What they have been exposed to is not as much as what the children in the outside world are exposed to. They just think that this big brother is very good looking, so that they can't help but look at him a few more times, and even then, it gives them an inexplicable sense of affection. These are the children from our orphanage, and they're all very cute, aren't they? Zhu Yun always followed Jiang Nan at a distance of half a step behind her, her voice very gentle. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded approvingly. He had grown up in the same environment and knew that the current girls had not yet been contaminated by society and still had innocent hearts. At least the current group of small children, boys and girls alike, are simply adorable. The two walked into the middle of the orphanage one after the other, and Jiang Nan stopped at the door for a few seconds. Mr. Gangnam, what's wrong? Zhu Yun followed suit and stopped. Don't I remember there was a statue of Confucius in that place before? Jiang Nan turned back, surprised, pointing to the fountain not far ahead. You've been to Gunstar Orphanage? Zhu Yun was also a bit surprised and hurriedly replied. Yes, there were a few years ago, but they were just removed for some reason. At those words, Jiang Nan shook his head and continued to walk around, his gaze looking towards the surroundings from time to time, before seeing a ping-pong table on a small playground on the right, as well as some equipment for exercising. This scene slowly overlapped with his childhood memories in his mind. This orphanage is so much older than it used to be, Jiang Nan said softly. Old indeed. But Mr. Jiang Nan, we pay a lot of attention to the children's meals, and even their education. So in my opinion, what makes it so that the little children in the orphanage must not be able to have the same kind of upbringing as the children with families outside? Zhu Yun immediately stepped forward when she heard Jiang Nan's words and said in a deep voice, Mr. Jiang Nan, listening to you, you should have come to our Chuanqing orphanage as well, right? I remember the previous director of the Gunstar Welfare Center. It wasn't you, was it? Jiang Nan stopped and looked back at Zhu Yun, not answering her question but asking her a rhetorical question. The old dean from before was my grandmother. Do you know my grandmother? Zhu Yun looked at Jiang Nan a few more times, really a little curious that this man who didn't look too different from her in age could know her grandmother. Recognize, as a child, she hugged me. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, revealed a smile, and asked, she, retired? Died 3 years ago. Zhu Yun looked suddenly sentimental. Sorry. Jiang Nan laughed bitterly. It's okay, Grandma, her old man at least didn't die of an illness. Her only concern, though, was this orphanage, and she hoped that it wouldn't have any children, but at the same time, she hoped that it would have lots of them. Zhu Yun whispered. There is a contradiction in terms in that statement. However, Jiang Nan was the one who understood the deepest meaning. Jiang Nan nodded and headed towards the main building of the orphanage. Zhu Yun followed behind him with slow steps, and the two of them were followed by another dozen or so children, not making any noise, very quiet. When he entered the main building, Jiang Nan took a step towards the staff photo area on the first floor. You're the only worker in the entire orphanage? Jiang Nan froze for a moment when he realized that there was only one picture of Zhu Yun in the entire area. Nice guy. This orphanage covers an area of about 26 acres in size. The whole orphanage can be said to be very large. The staff just Zhu Yun a person? That's really a bit of an understatement. That's all the kids there are at the moment, so I'm more than enough on my own. Zhu Yun glanced at the dozen or so children at the entrance to the main building and whispered back. Jiang Nan's mouth opened slightly wider as a stunned look came over his face. It's not called an orphanage anymore. It's just a simple welfare club, right? To this, Jiang Nan took a deep breath, and then placed his gaze on a piece of wall behind him, which was filled with a picture, and he immediately walked around. Before, our Gunstar orphanage was still very impressive, having won the honor of being the best orphanage in the city several times. Zhu Yun walked over, pointed his finger to a photo, and whispered, but, I don't know what the reason is. It slowly started to go downhill 10 years ago. Jiang Nan scanned the photo, a photo of an old woman shaking hands with a middle-aged man. The old lady, needless to say, was none other than the former director of the Chuanqing Welfare Institution. And as for the middle-aged man, he also had some impression that he seemed to be the old city district chief in the previous years. His gaze didn't linger much on the photos, moving, searching. Eventually, he settled on a photograph. A chubby, still snotty little boy with one hand in his pants pocket, next to whom stood the previous director of the Gunstar Orphanage, was lovingly holding the little boy's other hand. Dean Shu, you just said that the Chuanqing Welfare Center has been slowly going downhill since 10 years ago. Is it less of a capital injection? After looking deeply at that photo for a few moments, Jiang Nan turned back to look at Zhu Yun and asked softly, 10 years ago, he just graduated from elementary school. And the reason why the Gunsing Orphanage also started to go downhill slowly 10 years ago and gradually failed to maintain its expenditure was because he left the orphanage? Chapter 124 Darling, one good news, one bad news. How this never came to my attention, and my grandmother never told me about it. Zhu Yun shook her head and seemed to have thought of something as she took a deep breath and whispered, speaking of which, your name, sir, seems somewhat familiar to me. Sound familiar? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment. Yes, Zhu Yun nodded, her gaze also resting on the chubby little boy with snot hanging from his nose, and whispered, I saw this photo when I was packing up my grandmother's belongings 2 years ago. Hearing this, Jiang Nan dropped his head to look at the picture again. There was no doubt that the little boy in the photo was Gangnam as a child. When you think about it, everything seems to be in order. It may seem like everything about him is systematically altered reality, but really, it can't have been since he was a kid, can it? The system might have been acquired not too long ago, but in reality, I'm afraid that his birth had already been destined for a long time. That is to say, even without the system, he was still a Mansion legacy son. Jiang Nan's eyes couldn't help but narrow at the thought. He wished for 5 years and hoped that these 22 years of poverty were just a grind given to him by his richest father, whom he had not met once. When it was really realized, Jiang Nan's emotions at this time were conversely a bit complicated. How much money do you currently need to put into your Gunstar Orphanage to make it work like it did before? Jiang Nan no longer thought much about it and placed his gaze on Zhu Yun's face, asking very calmly, you mean? Zhu Yun's face showed a look of surprise. The little boy in this picture is me. The old dean didn't treat me badly when I was a child, and this arrival is a way of returning that blessing. Jiang Nan said indifferently, I will not bulldoze this piece of land. You can continue in this children's orphanage. At the same time, initially I will donate $1 million a month to the orphanage. If there is anything that is not enough, you can feel free to tell me. Since he chose to do it, it was natural that Jiang Nan would not be stingy. $1 million a month, that's 12 million a year. Don't think that Gangnam is not short of money and still only gives so little. It's not true that he got his money in a big way, but that doesn't mean he has to give it away indefinitely. Even after this orphanage is able to function properly, he will not donate another penny. Mr. Gangnam, you, me, I thank you for your great kindness on behalf of all the children in the Gunstar Children's Home. Zhu Yun was directly moved to tears when he heard Jiang Nan's words and bowed to him vigorously. She had only thought about whether or not she could retain the orphanage in the beginning, but who knew that not only did she succeed in retaining it, but Jiang Nan was even willing to donate money. So how could this not make her happy? Zhu Yun's favoritism plus 20. A system beep sounded in his head, causing Jiang Nan's gaze to flicker. Zhu Yun's face value is indeed high, and her temperament is also very good, with the kind of unique temperament of a young lady coming out of a bookish family. So, for you to say that Jiang Nan wasn't interested in this kind of beautiful woman would be a lie. What's your WeChat number? Jiang Nan took out his cell phone. I'll sweep you. Zhu Yun also hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened WeChat to scan the code to add Jiang Nan's friend. I won't look at it next. In a moment you give me the orphanage's account. I'll put $1 million in first. Jiang Nan headed toward the entrance of the main building, speaking as he did so. Okay, Mr. Gangnam. Zhu Yun wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and responded with a serious nod of her head. Arrived at the door, Jiang Nan glanced at the group of small children who looked at him with bated breath, could not help but reveal a smile to them. This group of children, although not good, but at least there is no disease or disability or something. Thus, it is considered lucky. Brother Jiang Nan, thank you. A few 7 or 8-year-old schoolgirls came up and handed the small red flowers in their hands to Jiang Nan. You're welcome. Jiang Nan received a few small red flowers, which were then passed on to these little girls, and spoke. Brother still has a few things to do, so he will leave first. The orphanage will be left to your own loving care in the future. Will do. Goodbye, Brother Jiang Nan. We will definitely take good care of the orphanage. Can Brother Jiang Nan come to visit us more often? How many people came and how many people left? I'll put money in the account later. Just let me know if you need help with anything. Car. Jiang Nan politely declined Zhu Yun's request to invite him for a meal and gave Zhu Yun a slight smile before starting the car and leaving. Looking at the Bugatti Divo slowly disappeared in their own line of sight, Yun's face could not help but reveal a happy smile, could not help but whisper to himself, "Grandma, our Chuanqing Welfare Institute is saved." A few minutes later, Bugatti Devo car. Nan took his cell phone and copied and pasted an account, while then directly transferred $1 million into the account. Yun, thank you, Mr. Nan. Your donation has been received. Please rest assured that I will make every penny of your donation to the point. Determined not to waste a penny. Gangnam, go for it. After casually replying, Nan saw her reply again definitely. After that, he simply exited the chat with her. Just after exiting the chat box with Yun, a video call from Meng Qingqiu called in. Darling. Just after connecting the video call, Meng Qingqiu's sweet smile full of energy appeared in front of the camera. Ha, is Darling driving? Upon noticing that Nan in the middle of the camera was inside the car, Meng Qingqiu hurriedly said again, "Then why don't you focus on driving and call me back when you're free in a while, and it's fine to talk about it later." "It's okay, I'm slow." Nan glanced out the window. He didn't enter the city again. At this time it was just a small road. The vehicles were sparse. It wasn't much of a problem for him to slow down some speed. "That's fine, but darling, drive carefully." In the middle of the shot, Meng Qingqiu smiled and looked close at Nan. Nan glanced at the road ahead, and then inadvertently swept a glance at the camera in the middle. Today Meng Qingqiu face without powder, purely vegan state, and even lipstick have not wiped, but that cherry mouth is still a kind of powdery sense of immediacy. The video under such close proximity, coupled with the absence of the slightest beauty effect, it had to be said that just this initial 96 points of high face value alone, Nan felt as if Meng Qingqiu seemed as if she was still a bit more attractive. Why do I get the feeling both are good news? Looking at the sweet smile on Meng Qingqiu's face, Nan couldn't help but smile along. Chapter 125, The One Who Knows Me is Darling. Those who know me, darling too. Meng Qingqiu and the camera laughed happily. Alright, I won't sell the story. I've taken my petty cash and bought a suite in Magic City, and my family agrees that I can move out when the time comes. This is indeed good news. When I come to Mordor in a while, won't that be our sweet cottage? Nan understood that the suite was irrelevant, and the most important thing was actually that Meng Qingqiu had gotten permission from her family to be able to stay away from home even if she wasn't in the middle of classes. And the other message? Nan inquired. It's, cough cough. Meng Qingqiu gently coughed twice and lowered her voice a bit. Yao Yao has to live with me, otherwise my family won't agree to me moving out. Hearing this, Nan froze, then reacted, and didn't hold back blurting out, "What kind of bad news is this? Shouldn't it be good news?" After saying that, Nan immediately returned to his senses. At this time, the camera, from Meng Qingqiu's gaze oppression immediately attacked, so that he awkwardly coughed twice, hurriedly explained, "I mean, by the time I'm not in the Magic City, not exactly have her to accompany you." "You say right, yes indeed, but, you know, me and darling, oops, weird anyway." Meng Qingqiu's pretty face immediately turned red, and she hastily changed the topic, staring at Nan in the camera. "Darling, when are you coming to Magic City? I miss you so much. There's always a feeling that I've only been away from you for 2 days, and I have the illusion that I've been away for 2 centuries. In a couple days." Nan heard Meng Qingqiu's tone and then saw her expression at the moment, thought for a moment and replied, "I'll deal with a few things in the next few days, and then I'll take the time to come to Magic City to look for you. It's almost the end of the month. Won't you be busier?" "Well nah, there's an exam at the end of the month, but it's not a big problem. Who am I? I'm Meng Qingqiu. A small month-end exam. It doesn't matter at all." Meng Qingqiu couldn't wait for Nan to come tomorrow. If she delayed until the end of this month and the beginning of next month, then she would be the one who would explode with difficulty. "Good, then I'll arrange some time in the next few days and take the time to come to Magic City for a few days." Gangnam finalized the trip straight away. Next, the two of them chatted briefly for a while longer, and Meng Qingqiu also went to the school cafeteria to eat with her good girlfriend. Yao Yao. Nan, too, was gradually traveling into the city, and there was a lot of traffic in Zhangcheng. Now there are still 10 minutes to 6 o'clock, the rush hour plus dinner node. This car, not to mention how much traffic jam. Zhang Yan is over in the university town, and Lin Man is over there too. Zhang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment, and taking advantage of a 99-second red light, he picked up his cell phone and called Lin Man over. "Brother Gangnam, just pick up the phone." Lin Man's surprised voice then rang out. "Have you had dinner? I have to say, this girl gives a lot of emotional value." This little tone of voice made Zhang Nan very satisfied. "No, is brother Zhang Nan coming to pick me up?" Lin Man immediately understood Zhang Nan's meaning in seconds. At that moment, she, who had just sat down in the school cafeteria, immediately stood up and trotted off in excitement under a gaze of amazement from the surrounding area. "You pack up. I'm on my way to your school now." Gangnam Road. Yes. The phone hung up. Jiang Nan looked at his cell phone and couldn't help but laugh lightly and shake his head. This girl, Lin Man, was the first girl he came into contact with after he obtained the system. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, this sister's attitude was like one, almost can be said to be his little licking dog general existence, together with her ingratiating personality. Honestly speaking, if it was really a choice between Jiang Yan and Lin Man, Jiang Nan really said that the latter was still too much more nice, at least, equivalent to Jiang Yan's rather self-important attitude. Lin Man's character was undoubtedly not more pleasing to the eye. 40 or so minutes later, the night is getting dark. A cool blue and gold colored god car slowly stopped at the entrance of a university. Jiang Nan picked up his cell phone and prepared to send a message to Lin Man, but he realized that it was already 10 minutes past 6. If it wasn't for a bit of traffic, I'm afraid I would have been able to get there in a 20-minute drive or so. Knock knock. This time, co-pilot door was gently knocked. Jiang Nan looked, put the window down, only to see Lin Man wearing a white upper lining, the neckline hanging a small blue bow, hair tied into a double ponytail, hanging a sweet happy smile bending down some waist. To the car Jiang Nan waved his hand. Sweet voice rang out, "Hello handsome brother, can I add you a WeChat AC? Come on up here, don't round up another crowd later." Jiang Nan saw that there were already gold-worshipping women on the side of the road who had noticed his car, and immediately waved at Lin Man. Yes, Lin Man also glanced towards the side and hurriedly got into the car. This was the first time she sat in this divine car worth $200 million, and after closing the door she kept surveying the car's interior decorations, her little face filled with excitement. Lin Man surveyed the decorations in the car, while Jiang Nan surveyed what she was wearing. The lower half of her body was a light blue pleated skirt. She was sitting on the passenger seat at the moment looking here and there, and her skirt was pulled up a little. A pair of white legs naturally entered his line of sight. Looking down, a pair of black calf socks over a pair of white socks, and as for further down, a pair of small brown leather shoes, pair black calf socks with little white socks and add little leather shoes. Between this outfit, it's perfect. Jiang Nan could only say this. Lin Man's JK wear was definitely studied hard, at least in Gangnam's eyes. Every JK outfit she paired with was perfectly on point for his appreciation, especially today's black calf socks plus little white socks. That visual effect, really top center. Brother Jiang Nan, someone's coming, run. This time, Lin Man suddenly reminded. Boom! Jiang Nan immediately reacted and directly started the car, as if the roar of the dragon's roar instantly exploded in the outside world. Although it was attracting more people's eyes to see, but it was also stopping a lot of gold-worshipping women who wanted to come over. While the car drove up, Lin Man covered her mouth and laughed. Brother, I saw your last video in the school forum. That scene, it was so exaggerated. Yes? Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This world is indeed too crazy, especially his face value coupled with a luxury car. Really not the slightest exaggeration to say that for the gold-digging women. It is a nuclear bomb level of power. Not only the school forum, but also Shake, seems to be just fermented not long, or someone cast Shake plus up. I brushed to a video in the morning, directly broke a million likes. As Lin Man spoke, she also took out her cell phone from among the small fragrant bag. Chapter 126, The One Who Knows Me, Manga. Hearing Lin Man's words, Jiang Nan's remaining light looked towards the cell phone in her hand. In the middle of the screen was a short video without any BGM additions, a complete live pure version. Asterisk. That's awesome, just awesome, handsome. Is it okay to add a green bubble? I'm still simple. I've never been in love, held hands with a boy, and even more so, I've never smooched. Can you let me experience it? Handsome guy, your sports car is too cool. Can I sit on your co-pilot and go for a ride together? It's crazy. It was Jiang Nan, who had personally experienced this scene himself, who couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile when he saw this video again at this time. Brother, look at this comment. I was giving a straight laugh. Lin Man paused the short video, and then opened the comments section and read to Jiang Nan. The hot comment on the first floor says, "Don't doubt it. This is your slow girlfriend in a long-distance relationship." Hearing these words, Jiang Nan also couldn't help but recall Meng Qingxiu. There really is no comparison between people. The more you compare, the deeper Meng Qingxiu's gold is really. Brother, some people want to pickpocket your identity feed. Said they want to get a glimpse of your real face, to be able to be surrounded by so many girls. I think in addition to that a Pagani Win child. I'm afraid that really has a great face. Lin Man is also brush up the comment area too, and then notice just a little while of effort. This video has broken through to 1,200,000 likes, and is straight to the day of the top 10 hot search list. Seeing this data, Lin Man's eyes instantly widened. Let them take their time picking it up. Jiang Nan smiled carelessly. Nowadays he how to pickpocket. That is also the bright side, can pickpocket out of the things. can also give him the system to pickpocket out of it? It's often said that reality is a giant tomato novel site. But really, with all that being said, would anyone really think that someone who stands out really has a system for this? My god, brother, this video was officially noticed. I exited and clicked back in, and I already found that the number of likes had risen to 1.5 million in seconds, and it was squeezed into the top 5 of the day's soaring hotspots. If you want to come out at this time, I feel that with your face value. It's really not a fantasy to have millions of fans in seconds. Lin Manmang's voice suddenly raised so much, and her little face was filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, but don't, when the time comes to pick out you and Sister Xia as well as Sister Rhyme that's really finished. This wave of heat, Jiang Nan did not care to eat it, nor was he likely to do so. Like he's bound to the system, he can just brush up on his money and his abilities in peace, and develop his redheads properly. How tiring is it to be a public figure, always being watched by countless pairs of eyes? It's not necessary. System, it's not like you're around enough to find out about me, is it? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment, mentally understanding with the system. Host, please put 100 hearts. The system's voice rang out. No matter who it is, you won't be able to pick your true identity out. Hearing the system's reply, Jiang Nan naturally nodded in satisfaction. As for how the system made it impossible for others to pick out his identity, there was no need for him to think deeply about it. As a qualified host, Jiang Nan said that he had absolute trust in the ability of the unified sun. That is, right roar. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Manmang slapped her forehead. Her face, which was full of excitement, turned into a color of worry and vain, and whispered, then I think that next time, brother, you'd better not come to pick me up at the school gate, or else if you are really targeted at that time, your reputation will be finished. Not so much. Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. What kind of system was the system he was bound to? Unbridled life system. If the course of his life was even remotely bitter after the binding, it could only have been the bitterness of the bitter coffee he drank. So, he is really not worried at all. Seeing Jiang Nan so confident, Lin Manmang then remembered how rich her brother Jiang Nan was. The levels were all different, and her worries seemed really redundant. Want something to eat? Jiang Nan drove with one hand and uttered an inquiry. I am whatever my brother wants to eat. The teenage girl has just the right amount of petulance. At this time Lin Man lowered her head with a red face. Her lips pursed slightly. If she was able to see her eyes, she was definitely able to notice that a layer of misty fog had gradually begun to float out from within her big beautiful eyes. Hearing Lin Man's words, Jiang Nan glanced at the time, 18:20, pondered a little, and was about to think about pulling off another hot pot meal. Brother, if you don't have the optimal choice, then why don't I take you to another alley old hot pot? Lin Man whispered a suggestion. He who knows me, manga too. Jiang Nan laughed out loud. Before he had acquired the system, that was an ordinary low-level person who couldn't be more common. You hard to say let him choose to go to what upscale Western restaurant to eat a forced. That Jiang Nan is directly shaking his head. It was not true that he was a thug, but there was no such thing as thuggishness. You let him to that kind of occasion he is able to adapt nowadays. But really compared to the taste, he really think it is not as good as eating a bowl of $10 of fried rice at the roadside. Still, a person with strength and depth is eating fried rice from a roadside cart. Then no one will look down on him. As for whether Jiang Nan looked like someone with power underpinnings or not, it didn't seem to be particularly important to the $200 million Bugatti Divo parked next to him, did it? Besides, does anyone care what he wants to eat? 10 minutes later, a parking space near a food court. Jiang Nan and Lin Man got out of the car. The Bugatti Divo attracts a lot of attention. From the moment Jiang Nan got off the bus, due to the extremely large number of gazes sweeping in, the super 5 senses directly and automatically turned on the warning. Misty grass, cool car, handsome female companion. Holy, this template is unbeatable. It's often said that the watershed in life is amniotic fluid, and it's true. It is a true quotation that some are born in Rome, while others remain always mules and horses throughout their lives. A murmur of voices entered Jiang Nan's ears, and he could not help but shake his head and laugh a little before closing his super 5 senses ability and wrapping his arm around Lin Man, who was walking over and heading towards the food street not far away under the gazes of many envious and marveling gazes. Walking into this food court, there is a lot of foot traffic at this time of day. Sugar loaf. Lin Manmang hooked Jiang Nan's arm, and suddenly her eyes lit up, pointing her finger at a store and whistling happily. Upon hearing her happy cries, Jiang Nan but suddenly froze. Whether it was Meng Qingqiu, or the landlady or Ning Risheng and the others, it seemed that he had never even properly so much as hung out with them, enjoying the feeling of being truly in love. Meng Qingqiu, in particular, had come from Mordor, and for 2 days, it seemed to have been centered on him as well, and it seemed as if the alone time for a real love affair had never been there. Brother, I want to eat a candy cane. Lin Manmang's sweet voice made Jiang Nan come back to his senses and met her big, flashing, expectant eyes, which didn't make him smile, nodded, and said, "Why don't we skip the hot pot today, and see what kind of tasty snacks there are in this food street?" At this moment, Jiang Nan felt as if his experience in love had deepened a lot. Always feel that this chapter is strange, but I am inexplicably satisfied. Regardless, there is no boss to underwrite the 15. A dime or two is not too little. A dollar or two is not too much. Chapter 127. The sour stench of love was about to overflow the screen. Howl sting. 2 strings of sugar gourds, 1 in each hand. Lin Manman's cheeks puffed out, her eyes squinting in a line, happily handing the left-handed string of sugar gourds to Jiang Nan. "Brother, eat." Jiang Nan inclined his head over and ate a candy cane before noticing that her 2 cheeks were puffed up at the moment and the corners of her mouth were stained with a little bit of sugar, which made him shake his head and laugh. "What's wrong?" Lin Manhwa chewed and slurred. Jiang Nan didn't say anything, but just stretched out a finger and slowly approached the corner of Lin Manman's mouth. Seeing this, Lin Manman was directly misunderstood, swallowing the chewed sugar gourd in her mouth, squinting her eyes and smiling as she put Jiang Nan's finger into her mouth. Jiang Nan froze for a moment, and then immediately met Lin Manman's gaze. Much sweeter than a candy cane. Lin Manman quickly let go of her mouth, while then sticking out her tongue to lick the candy stains off the corners of her mouth, bouncing towards a snack bar, her cheerful voice coming out. "Brother Jiang Nan, there are roasted dried beans over here." This woman. Jiang Nan twisted his fingers and looked at Lin Manman's cheerful back to reveal a smile. Next, Jiang Nan and Lin Manman started to wander around this food street like a young couple in love. An hour passed quickly. Brother, people seem to be getting more and more, and your face value is too high, and the girls surrounding the perimeter to come over are gradually fast forming an encirclement. At this point, mid-range area location in the food court. Lin Manmang hooked Jiang Nan's arm and watched as from time to time there were girls with cell phones taking secret pictures, recording videos and whatnot, and her heart was still a little worried that it would be passed on to the internet. After all, the netizens of this term were able to find anything but a girlfriend. "It's okay." Jiang Nan smiled carelessly. "Hello." At this time, a man who seemed to be dressed in a rather trendy way came up, and while saying hello, he also touched out a business card. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Nan, but he was oblivious to Lin Manman, who was also very beautiful next to him, and said with a smile, "I'm a talent scout, and I saw your face, body, and temperament of the handsome man. It's really wowed, and I don't know if you're interested in becoming a star?" "Thanks, I'll think about it." Jiang Nan took the business card, but he put it directly into his pocket without looking at it and nodded with a smile. Seeing Jiang Nan's attitude, this star scout sighed in his heart. He naturally knew that he was being politely rejected. If Jiang Nan was truly interested, I'm afraid that he would already be starting to ask about some of them by now. "Then I'll leave you two alone." Before the star scout left, in addition to looking at Jiang Nan a few more times, he also looked at Lin Manman a few more times, and his eyes were filled with amazement at this handsome pair. If my brother went to be a star, he'd be a super top streamer. Lin Manmang hooked some Jiang Nan's arm tightly, smiled and said, "Moreover, that group of showbiz actresses, I think I'm afraid that they will really scramble to want to take a CP scene with you." Jiang Nan smiled without saying anything. What Lin Manman said was really not wrong. "Would you like anything else?" Jiang Nan glanced around and asked softly. "Think." Lin Manman hugged some Jiang Nan's arm tightly, narrowed her eyes and nodded, then tiptoed up to his ear and whispered. Hearing this, Jiang Nan understood in an instant, and then brought Lin Manman out of this food street. Around 8:30, in the middle of a deserted alley, the Bugatti Divo slowly backed out of it. At this point, inside the car, Lin Manman on the co-pilot's face was flushed and adorable. "I'll take you back to school?" Jiang Nan looked toward Lin Manman and said softly. "Well nah, Wanderer is really happy today brother." Lin Manman's face was full of happy smiles. Jiang Nan was able to accompany her for more than an hour, honestly speaking, letting her really experience the feeling of a young couple in love. "It's great. I heard from Sister Xia that you have to take an exam recently. Cheer up," Jiang Nan said while also looking at the rearview mirror and slowly exited the alley. Boom! A roar that resembled a dragon's roar rang out. The Bugatti Divo disappeared in a flash of blue and gold lightning. In 10 minutes or so, the car stopped at Lin Manman's school entrance. "Bye brother, I'm going back to school first." Before getting off the bus, Lin Manman sent another fragrant kiss, and then bounced towards the inside of the school. Jiang Nan watched Lin Manman go, and not a moment later, she dropped her head and waved her hand again with a smile, before taking out her cell phone and sending a voice to Jiang Nan. "Today's outfit brother seems to like it. Next time I'll change it to another similar one, okay?" Hearing this voice, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile. This girl, she really has a knack for pleasing people. Indeed, it was worthy of a pleasing personality, being able to keenly detect how much Jongnan liked her outfit today. Yes, Jongnan replied back with a message, and then exited the chat box with Lin Manman, tapped into the chat box of the woman, Jongyen, and directly sent a voice bar. Give me a location. You pack up and I'll pick you up now. Yes, Kangyan replied in seconds, quickly sending another locator in. It's not far, less than 10 minutes away. Jongnan glanced at the navigation and also slowly headed towards Jongyan School. Soon, Jongnan drove his Bugatti Divo and stopped at the entrance of a university. The moment this car appeared, a gaze immediately swept over. What a handsome car! At this point, at the entrance of the school, a pretty girl wearing a Korean JK was ruffling the hair on her shoulders, and when she heard the exclamation of surprise not far away, she couldn't help but follow and incline her head to look. At the time of seeing that Bugatti Divo, Jongyan's face immediately showed a shocked color too. Cannot help but exclaimed, "This car is not too cool. Buzz off." At that moment, her cell phone suddenly vibrated twice. Immediately, Jongyan backed to God, looking at the phone, and then fiercely again placed his eyes on the Bugatti Divo. His face instantly surfaced the color of excitement. Developed, this Jongnan brother, so rich? Kangyan was stunned. At first she thought that Jangnan's car was just an ordinary Porsche Cayenne, and although she had subsequently swiped a lot of money for her, she never did expect that she would be picking her up in such a cool and luxurious sports car. My mom, this car must be at least tens of millions? Tens of millions? You have a small grid. I just photo-checked this car. It's called the Bugatti Divo, and this one seems to be a global limited edition. Just this one, worth $200 million. Hiss. Hearing the voice not far from the side, Zhang Yan immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 128, The world's eyes have to call me a godly man. 200 million? This brother Gangnam's ride is surprisingly a divine car worth 2 small goals. Kangyan's favoritism plus 10. Inside the car, the system's beep suddenly sounded in Jangnan's head, which caused a smile to appear on his face. This woman looked like she was really a very obvious gold-digging woman. Knock knock. Someone knocked gently on the passenger window. Jongnan casually swept a glance and ignored it. Knock knock. The man outside the car didn't give up and knocked gently again. To this, Jongnan sighed helplessly and was about to lower the window to say something. Beauty, you're blocking me from getting in the car. Outside the car, Kangyan gently patted the girl who knocked on the car window and smiled. You, get in? This girl somewhat unconvincingly sized up Zhang Yan for a few moments and faintly said, do you know what it means to come first? You knocked on the car window twice and got no answer. Don't you recognize your own strength enough in your heart? Kangyan frowned, and after saying this, she crossed over to this sister, replaced it with a sweet and enthusiastic smile, and gently knocked on the car window. Come on up. Jongnan lowered the car window and faintly said, yes. Kangyan immediately laughed happily and glanced back at the wide-eyed sister. At this time the passenger door was also open. She gave a provocative look and directly got into the car. Bang! The car door closed gently with a melodious crunching sound. Boom! The Bugatti Divo launches, and a roar as if of a dragon explodes through the field. In just a moment, it disappeared in front of the entrance of this university. Brother Jongnan, this car of yours? It's too handsome. Car. Zhang Yan excitedly surveyed the car's interior decorations, and exclamations of surprise continued to ring out. I heard someone say that this car is worth $200 million? 200 million. Zhang Nan nodded, and his afterglow was also measuring up Zhang Yan. The woman's outfit for today's portion, Korean JK suit, the upper half of the white shirt with a small blue tie, the lower half of the body is a pink package hip skirt, that straight legs with a pair of light type of black stockings. As for the feet, it was naturally the versatile black brogues. This kind of small leather shoes is not the pig waist shoes that the internet said that wearing it rang stinks. The specific stink. Jongnan anyway knows that Lin Manman's doesn't stink. As for Zhang Yan, he doesn't know anymore. Kangyan's favoritism plus 5. I can't believe you're so rich. Zhang Yan looked towards Jongnan, her heart not to mention how active she was. The main driver of this man, willing to give her money, high value, but also so trenchant. This is not a proper golden son-in-law. If she could be his girlfriend, what need would she have to become an anchor? Just be a canary in a cage and lie down comfortably. Hearing this, Jongnan only smiled faintly. In fact, right now he had the strength to be able to say one thing, the godly men in your eyes have to call me godly men in front of me. Then spending, Jongnan wouldn't wimp out on anyone. While other people's money was getting less and less the more they spent, his money in Gangnam could be more and more. 20 minutes later, under Zhang Yan's directions, a Bugatti Divo slowly stopped in front of a crawfish restaurant. The current time is around 9 p.m. and there aren't too many late-night snacks. For Jiang Cheng, the real nightlife all starts around 10 o'clock. Walking into this crayfish store, Zhang Nan and Zhang Yan, a pair of handsome men and women, immediately attracted a crowd of people inside the store to look over. Two handsome ladies? An aunt came trotting up with a warm smile on her face. Yes. Jiang Yan smiled sweetly, and then took the initiative to pull Jiang Nan to a location to sit down, and directly said, "Brother Jiang Nan, you're driving or you don't want to not drink, right? Let's just drink some ice coke. It doesn't matter if it's beer or not, the main thing is ice." Jiang Nan naturally didn't care. With Jiang Yan's favorability towards him, plus her own face value here, where was the need for any alcohol to guide her? It is not an exaggeration to say that now Jiang Nan said to pack up and go to eat in the hotel. With Jiang Yan's attitude, I am afraid that she would just pretend to hesitate and be reserved for a while, and then she would definitely agree with her pretty face and blush. "Auntie, 2 cans of ice coke please, then 2 pounds of spicy and 2 pounds of garlic," Jiang Yan skillfully ordered up, in addition to 4 pounds of crayfish, but also added some popping vegetables, chicken blood, flour armor and small screws. "Brother Jiang Nan, do you see anything else you need?" Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Nan. "That's all, I can't eat too much." Jiang Nan, however, had just strolled around with Lin Man eating snacks for about an hour, so he really didn't feel much hunger at this time. "Okay," Kang Yan nodded with a smile, waiting for the aunt at the store to bring over the ice coke. Snort! Jiang Yan was the first to open it, then handed it to Jiang Nan, followed by opening it herself and taking a sip. Cozy. Kang Yan is also true to life, but also without the slightest image of a lady. Finished a mouthful of hiccups. Anyone else, maybe just that one burp would have made someone's head drop instantly, but for Jiang Nan, this woman's posture at this moment, although he felt that the reality was realistic, but it was not at all pretentious, which made him feel quite good. If it was pretending and acting, then Gangnam really showed little interest. Kang Yan. This time, a cry of surprise rang out. Hearing the sound, Kang Yan looked towards the entrance of the store, only to see 3 boys walking in as a group, one of them looking at her with great surprise, which caused her eyebrows to furrow. "I can't believe I can meet you here. Jiang Yan, you also like to eat this family of crayfish? Ah, me too, boss, this is my friend, the bill is on me." The boy took a few steps and ran over, talking, and suddenly noticed Jiang Nan, and when he saw that this dude sitting at the same table with his goddess was so handsome, his face suddenly showed a color of embarrassment. A man who can make a guy feel good about his looks is a really handsome mess. "Sorry dude, just noticed my goddess, didn't notice you." The boy had a good personality, too, and immediately apologized. "It's okay." Jiang Nan smiled carelessly. Reach for the stars. Granted, at his current level, reckoning with these students would flat out bring him down. But, if the boy really wanted to cause trouble, Jiang Nan wouldn't let himself be aggravated. You eat. The boy laughed awkwardly while assembling with his 2 buddies. Asterisk. The dude is so handsome. I feel like I can even use his name as an adjective for boys. The 3 boys had just sat down when several small murmurs rang out. If you ask me, it's still the handsome sports car that was just in front of the store. Holy, I just took several pictures of that car and checked it out along the way. Guess how much? 200 million. This price, it's so damn unbeatable. At Jiang Nan's table, he just smiled slightly. "Brother Jiang Nan, that boy just now is my school's suitor. I've never been in love since I grew up. I'm very clean and innocent." Kang Yan's weak voice rang out. Chapter 129. I'm going to grow this dude's face. So ga messed up killing. Hearing Jiang Yan's explanation, Jiang Nan glanced at her. With a girl with her kind of face value, inside her university, there was no doubt that she was definitely a school flower level existence. After all, it's a 92-point face. Moreover, Jiang Yan's body, temperament is not bad. If there is a channel in the case, just to participate in some of the identity of the vegetarians to participate in a variety of love, it is not allowed to have a great chance of entering the circle. This kind of girl is still able to stand alone. Seriously, it's not innocent, it's just really up for grabs. In terms of Kang Yan's attitude towards him, it was simply impossible, so it could only be a case of waiting to see if he hadn't met a more suitable, more perfect man. You're pretty, so it's only natural that there are a lot of people after you at school. Jiang Nan smiled lightly. I'm the same, with just as many sisters around me. Jiang Yan naturally understands this reasoning. Like this kind of seat are worth 200 million god car. Casually brush the gift or hundreds of thousands of millions of brush. This which woman is not heartbroken do not want. It was she who thought she couldn't help herself, and if she really let go of such a super rich man, Jiang Yan didn't know if there would still be such a quality man like Jiang Nan in this world. Cheers! Kang Yan clinked her can of coke with Gangnam. In no time at all, a couple of stir-fries were simply served, among them stir-fried baby snails. When the dish came up, Kang Yan immediately put on her gloves and took a toothpick and started to take the snail meat, while smilingly handing it to Jiang Nan and opening her mouth. Nah, Jiang Nan did not expect this woman to be so well behaved. After all, Like the two previous polls, this Jiang Yan's temperament was still with some self-righteous condescension. So, it's still the Bugatti Divo that gets the credit. The $200 million value of this thing directly shatters Kong Yan's so-called high spirits instantly. Jiang Nan looked deeply at Jiang Yan. Kobayashi, look at your goddess's side. Another table. The remaining two boys raised an eyebrow at the sight. Hey, that didn't call it. Xiaolin's boy looked back. His face showed a bitter smile color too. Shook his head inside. Whispered, can't compare. That dude's face value. I'm really not kidding. I think there's that face. That temperament. He meowed. Look at Jiang Yan is still really not certain it. Kong Yan is indeed beautiful. But, there are so many beautiful women in this world. That face of Jiang Nan's was described as an absolutely perfect modeling face. So exaggerated? The two boys at the same table froze. They couldn't help but look at each other. Stunned. The way you said that, it made us all curious. Is it that handsome? You kid. Wouldn't be a man or woman? But don't. I'm purely straight. Just like Daniel Wu and Eddie Pang in Hugu. Do you guys think it's handsome? Kobayashi said. Cool. Both boys nodded in unison. So Cohen, Lee Nong, those new generation traffic stars, do you think are handsome? Kobayashi asked again. Don't tell me. Although laughing at the stems is not laughing at the people. But, one by one, I really don't think there is anything handsome about the Korean wave-infested stuff. The two boys at the table shook their heads back. That's not right. A moment after the people eat out, you see. No. Compared to people, I'm still very self-aware. Really forced to fight. Not like a clown. Kobayashi shook his head bitterly. You're the one who's sober on earth. Come on, brothers, take a walk. A few of the youngsters raised their glasses and clinked one before starting to drink. The title of Heaven's Destiny protagonist aura doesn't seem to be the so-called passive skill that comes with a taunting aura. Even though Jiang Nan didn't have the ability to turn on his super five senses, this store was just so small, and he had a good ear, so he naturally heard the exchanges at that table. Honestly, at first, when he noticed the boys' arrival, he really thought there would be some kind of argument, or maybe a few shady comments or something, and now it seems to have a unique protagonist persona for some of the more average temperaments? Kind of. Overall, Jiang Nan was still very satisfied with this title of Heaven's Destiny protagonist. It didn't take long for 4 pounds of crawfish to be served. In the process of eating, Jiang Nan almost want to eat when, at any time can receive Jiang Yan feeding, and this woman is also from the beginning of entering the store. Sit down a slight distance, to the end is also with Jiang Nan as a couple generally lean very close. Although this public Jiang Nan did not move a little action, but so close under. Jiang Yan, this woman's body unique fragrances from time to time into his nostrils between. What perfume are you wearing? It smells good. Jiang Nan came close to her ear and gently asked, and with him suddenly being so close, coupled with being close to his ears again, only to see Jiang Yan instantly gulp, her pretty face even reddening in an instant. Kong Yan's favoritism +8. Just close to Jiang Yan's ear, managed to let her add 8 points of goodwill, which let Jiang Nan could not help but be a little surprised. And then, he noticed the woman. Under the table issued some black silk legs friction of the rustle sound, which let him even more eyebrows stirred a bit, face showed surprise. Nice guy. This woman, is she that perceptive? Or maybe the point of her acumen is at the ear? I don't wear perfume. Jiang Yan's voice were softened by an extreme amount, and even more so with an extreme amount of wine. Isn't that your body odor? Jiang Nan sniffed and revealed a smile as he spoke. I saw a comment online earlier. That video was of a girl who wore a really wow outfit, and right underneath it was a comment that said, I can't believe how much scent this kind of girl would have on her. Now, I mentioned that online dude smelled it, and it did smell good. Yeah. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Jiang Yan immediately knew that he was flirting with her, and couldn't help but give him a winking look towards him before sending the peeled crayfish shrimp tail to Jiang Nan's mouth. Jiang Nan stared straight at her and opened his mouth slightly. Next, for some unknown reason, Jiang Yan's petite body tensed up in vain for a moment, and then it was clearly noticeable that her entire face flushed red, sheepishly retracting her own hand and whispering, Brother Jiang Nan, you can really be a snacker. I'm going to the restroom. Thanks for the 20 hypnotic charms from brother speaking Jiang. Big brother awesome. Chapter 138 Chances for the lottery on hand and another call from Kyoto. Jiang Nan watched as Jiang Yan shyly headed towards the restroom, and his gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. This woman, she's really something. A few minutes later, a payment sounded. At this time, Jiang Yan re-entered back, her eyes staring at Jiang Nan. That mesmerized little eyes, when she was really drunk even without drinking. I'm almost done eating. Brother Jiang Nan, why don't we go for a stroll? Kong Yan smiled. For her, eating was also just a reason to ask out Gangnam. Okay, Jiang Nan nodded, and as he got up, Jiang Yan was no longer reserved, reaching out and hooking her hand around his arm, leaning against his body in a bird-like manner. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really a handsome mess like Kobayashi said. It's a shame to really not go out with this face. When Jiang Nan and Jiang Yan walked out, the two male adults at the table in front of the store immediately showed a shocked look on their faces. Am I right? With this dude's face value and temperament, not to mention pursuing a schoolgirl of Jiang Yan's class, even if it's a little more beautiful, I think it's also a matter of hand-holding and pinching. Kobayashi glanced back, smiled bitterly and withdrew his gaze again. When Jiang Nan and Jiang Yan walked out of this crawfish restaurant, they went straight to the Bugatti Divoon the side of the road. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At this time, the calm Kobayashi suddenly let out a cry of alarm, followed by a whole person jumping up from his seat. What's wrong? The two boys at the same table froze, and subconsciously followed suit and stood up, before following Shaolin's shocked gaze to follow towards the back. As it happened, Gangnam and Kongyun got into that Bugatti Divo. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These two boys also didn't hold back their foul mouths, and a shocked look came over their faces. I can't believe this car is his. A cold sweat grew on Kobayashi's back at the shock. He said just now, he put on a bit of a show himself. Did he not provoke a really big man? Shaolin, it's a good thing you didn't make a scene when you saw Goddess Jiang Yan just now, or else you've really messed with a big shot that you can't afford to mess with. The two boys looked at each other and couldn't help but take a deep breath with shock on their faces. It's okay. It's okay. Kobayashi smiled bitterly and wiped a cold sweat that had appeared on his head at some point. Never mind whether that car was Jiang Nan's or not, even if it wasn't his. Anyway, the person who could drive this kind of car was definitely not a rich second generation that he, an ordinary male college student, could provoke. Brother Jiang Nan, I'm a bit tired. Get in the car. Jiang Yan immediately moved a pair of black silk legs over some, and at the same time, she also pretended to stretch her back. Send you back? Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows and began to tease the woman. Why do you feel suddenly a little more energized? Jiang Yan immediately coughed twice and hurriedly said, Brother Jiang Nan, where are we going to hang out next? Hearing her words, Jiang Nan swept a glance at her with his afterglow and lightly laughed. There's a shopping center street over there, so I'll take you for a stroll. Oh, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. 10 or so minutes later, a shopping center street. Kongyun hooked Jiang Nan's hand and walked into a Prada boutique. It wasn't long before another large bag came out standing. And after, D.O., Hermes, Chanel, it's only been an hour. Jiang Nan directly bring Jiang Yan anger brush 5 million consumption. Obtain consumption rebate is also successful to let his deposit arrive 10.5 billion. After obtaining a big rebate, this rebate has already let him not much emotional fluctuations. When she walked out from the last store, Kongyun's hands were already devoid of any of the high luxury pockets from any of the stores except for a small pocket from Parisian House. But the smile on her face was even happier to the extreme. Because everything consumed today will be delivered to her school tomorrow. Gangnam-chan, I've made you spend a lot of money. Jiang Yan stuck a lot tighter. Looked very good. Whispered. I left a few Paris House black silk. Wear it in a while to try to see what's different about this high luxury brand of black silk. Tired of shopping? Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around this woman's water snake waist. I don't know if it was because this woman usually worked out. Her hands felt really good. Tired. But I don't want to go back to the dorm. After Jiang Yan said this, her pretty face instantly turned red. Hearing this, the corners of Jiang Nan's mouth rose slightly as he continued. Then where do you want to go back to? Kongyun's favoritism plus 5. Another 5 points were added, and the consumption of an hour just now had reached 85 points, and now it was already as much as 90 points. Want to go to? Jiang Yan came to Jiang Nan's ear and whispered. Kongyun's favoritism plus 1. Kongyun's favoritism plus 1. Kongyun's favoritism plus 1. 2.5 hours later, in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, Jiang Nan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the lighted streets below, and while his gaze was withdrawn, he glanced twice more at the floor-to-ceiling window glass, an unknown smile coming to his face. Buzz off! At that moment, the cell phone on the coffee table in the living room suddenly vibrated a few times. Jiang Nan returned to his senses and headed toward the living room. Got a very comfortable 8 more draws saved up in my hand. 2 more draws to go and I'll be ready for another transcendental draw. Jiang Nan knew the 2 chances to win the lottery were not hard to come by. Just Kongyun alone. As long as he wanted to, it wouldn't take him more than 2 or 3 days to be able to swipe these 2 lottery chances on her. Soon, Jiang Nan picked up the cell phone on the coffee table. It was still the number from Kyoto, which made him raise his eyebrows. The phone number was very familiar to him. It was the woman who had said last time that he should go to Kyoto to pick up a delivery. Strange, doesn't the system block all scam calls? Could it be that I still really have a courier over in Kyoto? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment. Then he picked up the call. Hello, Mr. Gangnam. The familiar sweet sister's voice rang out. My name is Zhao Wanqing. I called you last time. What courier do I have in Kyoto? Jiang Nan sat down and inquired. This call was able to come in, so it was bound to be impossible for it to be a scam call. Besides, didn't he remember that he had said last time to just let her handle this delivery? How? Called again? Express? What courier? Zhao Wanqing also froze for a moment when she heard Jiang Nan's words, and then, she suddenly reacted and exclaimed, Mr. Jiang Nan, you shouldn't think that the piece of land that I said on my last phone call was a courier, right? Chapter 131, Showdown. The first heir of the $10 billion consortium, Gangnam. Hearing the voice on the phone, he seemed to finally understand something. A piece of land is not the same as a courier. He's making a fool of himself. And, in this society nowadays, there are simply too many scams. How can you let Jiang Nan feel that the piece of land that this Zhao Wanqing is talking about is a piece of land, not an express? After all, the two harmonies have different meanings, and no one's first thought would be a piece of land. Mr. Jiang Nan, I am now telling you very clearly that I was entrusted with a plot of land that was originally going to be passed on to you, but at that time, you told me to deal with it casually, plus I inquired about that again, so that's why that plot of land of yours was put up for auction. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath. Now she finally understood. The feelings had made such a big mess. I did receive a text message last time that a piece of my land had entered an auction in Kyoto. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment, and he said in surprise, this looks like it's still true? That's right, Zhao Wanqing said in a deep voice. I need to talk to you about something important now. Say it. Jiang Nan crossed his legs, and then pulled out a cigarette from the cigarette case on the coffee table. Barta. Phew. Letting out a long breath. He naturally knew that this woman was afraid that she was going to show her cards to him. Mr. Jiang Nan, although you grew up in Jiangchang, your hometown is actually Kyoto. Zhao Wanqing's voice rang out. Oh, hearing that his parents, whom he had not met once, were from Kyoto, Jiang Nan could not help but raise his eyebrows for a moment, and a look of surprise quickly appeared on his face. He thought it would be from Jiangcheng, but he didn't expect it to come from Kyoto. The distance between these two places is quite an exaggeration. Actually, you are not an orphan. Your parents are both in Kyoto. Back then, your parents brought you to Jiangcheng for a trip because a certain fortune teller said that your destiny was suitable for Jiangcheng, and that's why they placed you in Jiangcheng. Zhao Wanqing's tone didn't change much as she quietly described everything. Fortune teller, numerology. Hearing these words, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. In this way, it seems that leaving him in Jiangcheng has really created the present-day him? But, this pair of parents are also cruel enough to abandon it for 22 years when it's true. In the meantime, have these parents of mine ever come to Jiangcheng to see me? Jiang Nan was a bit curious and asked out loud. I've heard that old man say that he's seen you in secret every single one of those 22 years. Zhao Wanqing replied back in a deep voice. Yes? Jiang Nan's heart's displeasure disappeared by half in an instant, and he opened his mouth to say, so did the fortune teller say that we can't recognize each other? Or perhaps it is only until the day of my 22nd birthday that the recognition can take place? This he was indeed curious to know. Did the system had been on to him from the moment he was born? Everything is arranged? Listening to what the old master said is like this. I have understood it properly. Before I also thought it would be because your parents have a second son, so there is not much care and concern for you, unbeknownst to me, without your father's acquiescence. How could the old man send that piece of land to your name? Zhao Wanqing's voice continued to ring out. Gramps, it's my grandfather? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment. Yes, the old master is very powerful. There's an adjective on the internet. That's an internal player. I don't know if Mr. Jiang Nan understands? Zhao Wanqing's tone was a bit more condensed, and now it was not good to say anything more. Hearing this, Jiang Nan instantly understood. Inside player. Moreover, it's still an internal player from the Kyoto side, so you can imagine how exaggerated the gold content is. I've inquired for you. The current first successor of the Jiang family is none other than Mr. Jiang Nan. Zhao Wanqing knew how shocking what she said was to someone who had been poor for 22 years, and after seeing that Jiang Nan didn't say anything and took a deep breath, she continued. Currently, the Jiang family's market capitalization is several tens of billions of dollars, which means that Mr. Jiang Nan is the first heir to a $10 billion consortium and the first heir to a powerful family that owns a player of the inner circle. Hearing this, Jiang Nan was very calm. Tens of billions or not, he doesn't care. After all, nowadays his savings are up to $10 billion. Not to mention there is also a Jiangqing mansion, which can be worth tens of billions of dollars to start with. Actually, he cared more about the fact that his grandfather was an insider player. Aren't you afraid of the repercussions now that you've given me a direct showdown? Jiang Nan asked. It was only when she heard Jiang Nan's calm tone that Zhao Wanqing was stunned. This guy, he's a little too calm. That's the status of the first heir to a $10 billion consortium. Just fade away? I dared to show my cards to you, That was naturally with the old man's permission, Zhao Wanqing whispered. But, what I'm more curious about is that you don't seem to be shocked at all? Shocked? Why not? Jiang Nan laughed. Hearing Jiang Nan's calm smile, Zhao Wanqing couldn't help but look up to the Jiang family's first heir who had been abandoned for 22 years. Just this heart alone, Zhao Wanqing felt that this man was not an ordinary person. Is there anything else going on? Jiang Nan's ears twitched slightly as he heard the sound of a door opening coming from the back room and faintly said, "No, no more." Zhao Wanqing faced Jiang Nan, even though it was only in the middle of a phone call, but for some reason, it was an illusion of calling with a higher power. Her voice softened a bit. "Now we'll wait for the land in the auction house to be bid on, and you'll receive the news by then." "I know." Jiang Nan nodded. "I'll hang up if there's nothing else." After saying this, he also directly hung up the phone, put out the cigarette in his hand, and looked at the cell phone with his eyes slightly narrowed. At this time, a pair of jade hands wrapped around his neck, and the soft touch came in an instant. "Honey, 2.5 hours of exchanges. That is naturally Jiang Yan, this woman whole heart to conquer." At this moment intimate address is very casual called out of the mouth. "Hungry? Want a snack?" Jiang Nan laughed lightly. "I'm too full to eat anything." Kang Yun weakly said, "Aren't you going to sleep?" "Sleep? Why don't you?" Jiang Nan stood up from the sofa, and then walked a few steps, picked up Jiang Yan, who was wearing a light little black nightgown, in a princess carry, and quickly walked towards the bedroom of the presidential suite. "Ask for a free one for love. Thank you all." Chapter 132, Returning to Villa 001. 8 o'clock the next morning. Jiang Nan slowly woke up from his sleep. Why these women are all vegetable and fun-loving. Jiang Nan woke up from his bed and Jiang Yan had already left, which made him think back to the middle of the night and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Come to think of it, with his physical qualities, even if it wasn't a dish of a woman, that seemed to have to turn into a small dish of chicken in front of him. Putting on his clothes and arriving in the bathroom, Jiang Nan also washed up. While brushing his teeth, he checked up on his cell phone. Ning Rusheng, a certain guy stayed out at night. Prepare how to explain tomorrow. Ning Russian, yeeha? I can't believe you're really not replying to me. Ning Russian, hubby, why aren't you back yet? This was a message from Ning Rusheng, and Jiang Nan glanced at the time, 3 o'clock in the morning today. Nice guy. He didn't have time to look at his cell phone back then. I went to bed early last night and forgot to tell you I wasn't coming back. Jiang Nan sent a voice bar over. Of course he knew the woman was just sending a message and wouldn't even think much of anything else there. How smart Ning Rusheng was. How could Jiang Nan not be clear about it? Lemon, pictures. Lemon, pictures. Lemon, video. Exiting Ning Rusheng's chat box, Jiang Nan clicked on Lin Manman's chat box. 2 photos of 2 different JK wearers. Jiang Nan clicked on them to take a closer look, and a look of appreciation came over his face. If Su Yun was an innate flesh silk sacred body in the words of the internet, then Lin Man truly deserved to be an innate JK sacred body. You know, nowadays Lin Man's face value score is not 88 anymore, but has risen to more than 92 points. This score might not be comparable to Meng Qingxiu's girls, but it wasn't weak, and even Jiang Nan felt that Jiang Yan, who had the same score of 92 at the time, was a touch worse when compared to Lin Man. After looking at the 2 photos, Jiang Nan clicked on the video and watched it. It's a short 15-second video. 1 point in and the otaku dance BGM comes on. Just see Lin Man in the dormitory in the middle of a very cheerful jump up the house dance. Unlike the previous 2 sets as JK wear, this video of her is a cos outfit, wearing 2 rabbit ears on the head. Jiang Nan wasn't an old secondary, but some anime from the side of Kamehameha Island had still been seen. In just a moment, he recognized who Lin Man cosplayed. Mamoru Senpai. And it's still the uniform plus black silk little leather shoes that's worn. Brother Jiang Nan, do you know a Seijai Senpai? What do you think of my cosplay? Exit the video. A voice was sent. Jiang Nan nodded appreciatively after hearing this, then returned a voice bar over. Not bad. It has that flavor. Then next time we meet, I'll wear this set to meet brother Jiang Nan, okay? There's also a set of Bunny Girl. I'll bring it along too. Lin Manhwa replied back in seconds, her voice coming out happily. Could be. Jiang Nan's eyes instantly lit up. If you were to say that he wasn't interested in the Kasa's Madi schoolmate, that would inevitably be impossible. He hadn't thought about it before, but this day Lin Man took the initiative to talk about it, which immediately made him interested. Then I'll change my clothes back and go to class. Brother Gangnam Wave Mua. Lin Man's sweet and fragrant kisses were delivered, making Jiang Nan more and more interested in this woman. Honestly speaking, Lin Man, this girl's emotional value given very much in place, even in private. Never need Jiang Nan too much to say anything, just a look, or a request. Immediately obediently comply with the heart. In a word, it's meek as a kitten. This was also the reason why, from the very beginning, Lin Manman's mere 88 face value score had not been hung out to dry by Jiang Nan as he had done to Jiang Yin. Not only is the emotional value given by Lin Manman herself very much on point, but also the fact that she's proactive enough. Exiting the chat box with Lin Manman, Jiang Nan read up the messages sent by Su Yun, the landlady, and Xiao Ruiyue again. Su Yun and the landlady did nothing more than ask him if he wanted to come back for lunch. Jiang Nan thought for a moment or refused, and then looked at the message sent by Xiao Ruiyue. Xiao Ruiyue, Jiang Nan, don't forget, I'm on vacation in a few days. Teach me a few tricks. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan, don't worry, vacation call me, basically free. After replying to Xiao Ruiyue, Jiang Nan also finished brushing his teeth, while casually washing his face afterward and exiting the bathroom. He had just stepped out of the bathroom, but he heard footsteps outside the bedroom. Honey, are you awake? Immediately after, bedroom room door was gently pushed open. Jiang Yan's small head from the outside poked in. At the sight of Jiang Nan, immediately pushed open the room door, hand carrying a cup of soybean milk and a small pocket, which is loaded with xiaolong bao, only to hear her smile and said, eat breakfast. Okay. It was an hour later when I left the 5-star hotel. After sending Jiang Yan back to school, Jiang Nan also went straight to the southern city. After the rush hour of work, in just half an hour he was directly back to Villa 001. At this point, in the middle of the underground garage, Jiang Nan got down from the Bugatti Divo and saw two more cars in the garage, a BMW 7 Series and a Porsche Panamera. In response, he couldn't help but let his eyes flicker for a moment. Walking out of the underground garage, while passing the gym, Jiang Nan, who had good hearing, heard the sound of rapid breathing in the hallway, which made him walk to the doorway to look towards the inside. In the middle of the gym, Li Jing was wearing yoga clothes, and the position she was in happened to be facing the doorway. Sister Jing, I really have enough to envy you. Voices rang out in the middle of the gym, and Jiang Nan looked toward the side, only to see that Lung Bingyue was similarly wearing a yoga outfit, the difference being that she was not running, but rather doing stretching movements on a yoga mat. One of those moves is the upward leg press, which is a big one. With Jiang Nan's eyesight, this look over. This made him clear his throat and hastily retract his gaze before pushing open the gym door and walking in. Boss. Good morning, boss. As soon as Jiang Nan walked in, Li Jing and Lang Bingyue on the yoga mat immediately greeted him. Moon. Li Jing saw that Lang Bingyue didn't seem to react and couldn't help but whisper a reminder. Ha, ah. Lang Bingyue instantly reacted and immediately lowered her raised leg, and immediately after meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, her pretty face instantly turned red. Lang Bingyue's favoritism +5. Thanks for the 5 capsules rewarded by Wandering Star Universe. Big Brother V587. Chapter 133. Lang Bingyue's interactivities are so rich. Good morning. Good morning. Jiang Nan shifted his gaze rather sheepishly. He could guarantee that he definitely didn't mean to look over just now. It can't be helped. Being a person with extremely fast reflexes, it's as if he has self-targeting on, so it's not like he can be blamed for that. Rufang is still awake? Jiang Nan found a topic to talk about. Woke up, should be in the kitchen making breakfast. Li Jing turned off the treadmill. At this time, the beads of sweat on her forehead fell slightly. One or two bubbled out at the tip of her nose. Her stunningly beautiful and pretty face was flushed, but it was a different kind of beauty. This is not the key. The main thing is a yoga suit. Li Jing. That body was already very wow. With this slim yoga suit, don't mention how attractive to the eye, compared to Lang Bingyue's mediocrity. Jiang Nan looked at Li Jing at this time but was more incandescent. Li Jing was naturally able to feel Jiang Nan's blazing eyes, and she, who had already finished exercising, only felt her body soften a little, and even when she walked off the treadmill, her legs were shaking a little. At this moment, she was slightly biting her lower lip with her shell teeth, and when she met Jiang Nan's blazing eyes, she only felt that every bone in her body had softened in general. The boss is really killing me. Li Jing gulped, and her eyes gradually became mesmerized as she looked at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's charm was irresistible, not to mention that she already had a substantial relationship with him, so she naturally knew how powerful this boss was. Consequently, she couldn't help but think back to yesterday in her mind. I'll go up first. Jiang Nan looked at Li Jing, who was already a bit slightly drunk, and immediately withdrew his slightly aggressive gaze and slowly walked out of the gym. When Jiang Nan left, Li Jing suddenly took a long breath and unconsciously sat down on the ground as her legs went limp. Sister Jing, what's wrong with you? Seeing that she had gone soft, Lang Bingyu hurriedly got up from the yoga mat and assisted Li Jing, who was sitting on the ground, to stand up. At this time, close to her but noticed that Li Jing's not right. Surprised, sister, how do you face so red? There, is a good hot feeling on your body, isn't it excessive exercise? Maybe. Li Jing lowered her head in embarrassment, but as soon as she did so, she immediately noticed that something was wrong with her and hurriedly whispered, I'm fine, I'll go up and take a shower first. You go and take a shower as well, and you'll be able to have breakfast in a while. Then I'll help you up. Sister Jing. Ling Bingyu didn't notice anything and helped Li Jing out of the gym. Kitchen. Gangnam had arrived at the door. Yoo-hoo-hoo, you're back. Hearing the footsteps, Ning Rusheng, who was making kanji, subconsciously looked over, and when she saw Jiangnan, she immediately deflated and flirted. Ha ha ha. Seeing Ning Rusheng with such an expression, Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh. Arriving behind her, he directly wrapped his arms around her from behind and gently blew a breath in her ear. And instantly, Ning Rusheng's petite body didn't resist trembling for a moment. Honey, the tone softened in an instant. Make it up to you later, Jiangnan said softly. Well nah but, I have to make kanji first. Jing and you are almost done working out. Ning Rusheng blushed her pretty face and whispered. It's okay, how about you quit? The company didn't disagree, did they? Jiangnan asked. It was important to know that Ning Rusheng, whether it was her face value, figure, or temperament, it was all top-notch, and with such a superb woman, it's honestly impossible that there really isn't someone who already has their eye on her. So, it's pretty normal to not really be that good at quitting your job. It's true that it wasn't agreed upon at first. Speaking of this, Ning Rusheng's face revealed a look of excitement. But after you kicked a few security officers, everyone in the company has subsided a lot. So it's resigned? Jiangnan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. Hasn't completely agreed, said to notify the higher-ups, but it doesn't matter, love to agree or not. The big deal is to forcefully resign. At most, we will lose some money. Ning Rusheng smiled and turned around, backhanded Jiangnan, a whole face pressed tightly against his chest, and after a fierce sniff, she raised her head to reveal a happy smile. Her red lips moved slightly, and her voice rang out. My family's husband will definitely be willing to compensate for his beloved, beautiful, obedient, and understanding good wife. Right. Small problem. Buying you this airline and making you the boss is just a small thing. Jiangnan reached out and scraped the tip of Ning Rusheng's nose, looking at her in a doting manner. He currently has $5 billion on hand, which is no small amount of money. So how much could this one airline be worth to him? That's not necessary. Ning Rusheng hugged Jiangnan some tighter and said with a smile, I just want to stay by my husband's side in peace and quiet. Time to stir the pot. Gangnam reached out and patted her. Right. Ning Rusheng reacted and hurriedly let go of Jiangnan, while then taking a spoon and stirring a few rounds inside the small pot. Her gentle voice came out, hubby, go out and stay. You can have breakfast in a while. Good. Jiangnan nodded and walked out of the kitchen, and without taking a few steps, he bumped into Ling Bingyue, who was holding up Li Jing, at the entrance of the first staircase going up to the second floor. Boss, Sister Jing and I will go up to take a shower. See you later. Ling Bingyue didn't feel too good about looking at Jiangnan, but she remembered that she had made a fool of herself just now. How slimming these yoga pants are. She also knows, although her figure is far from Li Jing's material, but that she has lifted her legs so high, she still cannot see anything? So shy. Boss, don't you dare stare at me. Oh-hoo. Ling Bingyu felt Jiangnan's gaze sweeping over her. She only felt a feeling of ants crawling all over her body. It was hard to say, but for some reason, there was a strange feeling that inexplicably made her heart beat faster. Ling Bingyu's favoritism +2. Jiangnan, who had just removed his gaze from Ling Bingyue, heard the beeping sound in his head, which caused him to place his gaze on the woman again. Don't look at Ling Bingyu's age as 1 or 2 years older than him, but in reality the degree of innocence is really just like an 18 and 19-year-old girl. Even, I'm afraid, she's more innocent than even a girl of that age could possibly be. If I remember correctly, Ling Bingyue's favorability towards me has already reached as many as 77 points. This way it seems like it won't be long before there's one more confidant by my side. Jiangnan's gaze flickered for a moment. Ling Bingyue possessed actual combat ability, and it wasn't weak. If he was able to extract another bottle of body-transforming liquid afterward and give it to her to use afterward, then the safety of his confidant by his side would gain a huge guarantee. Of course, he wasn't just using Ling Bingyue to make her the perfect bodyguard for his confidants. He Jiangnan, in essence, was still extremely favorable to Ling Bingyue. A simple sister was the key. Chapter 134, Ling Bingyu, Sister Russian, why is your face so red? Ling Bingyue helped Li Jing up to the second floor, and Jiangnan also arrived and sat down on the sofa in the side hall after seeing the two women up. Currently the landlady, Li Jing are both 97 points in face value, just 1 point away from me completing the welfare mini-quest, trying to work harder to complete it as soon as possible. Jiangnan thought back to the welfare mini-quests that were currently in his hand, and his eyes flashed with a strange luster. Whether it was that Kyoto Shun Wang's residence, or the 5 chances to draw a prize, or that mind-reading skill, they were all very nice rewards for him. With these 5 draws, plus the 8 draws he had in hand. Then he would be able to make another transcendent draw. There are currently $10 billion on hand. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he took out his cell phone, thought for a moment, and transferred $1 million to Jiang Yan. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Get $1 billion spending rebate. That's a real perk. Jiang Nan's face showed a look of excitement. The truth is, as he thought, it's kind of a daily bailout. In other words, even if he didn't go to spend, with his $10 billion deposit, he would be able to earn $10 billion of interest every day. If there are no extraordinary abilities then undoubtedly it is not really lying flat in life. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. Still, that sentence, no matter how rich a person was, at the moment of the end of his life, even more money he could not possibly renew his life. Money is a bunch of useless numbers to the really rich. Dump your family, that's no way to reach immortality. The transcendent rewards were different. He was able to exchange his $10 billion for a chance at a welfare grand mission, which was able to bring him transcendent rewards, or transcendent abilities. This, then, is awesome. Not to mention how awesome the rewards are. Just adding random lifespans is pretty darn awesome. Not only that, the tradable lifespans are the most powerful. Even if you die on the spot, you'll be able to resurrect immediately. Jiang Nan was very confident about his future. That is, buzz. Thinking about it, the phone vibrated. Jiang Nan looked down. It was a message from Jiang Yan. Honey, you transferred me $1 million? Immediately afterward, a voice call came in. Honey, is that you? Kang Yun's voice came. It's me, Jiang Nan returned. Phew, scared me. I thought I was somehow being targeted by the money launderers. Kang Yun let out a big sigh of relief, then came back to her senses and whispered, what are you doing here transferring $1 million to me? Take it and spend it. Just find me when you're done. Jiang Nan did not care to say, by the way, I will transfer a few million to you in a while. You look at what kind of car to buy. As for the house, you have any ideas can also give me. Buying your woman a car and a house, that's a must. Although the car of this consumer rebate he does not see, but a set of better villa, with a little luck, is not likely to be able to rebate a few $100 million, or even more than $1 billion. Wow, honey, love you love you love you. Kang Yun immediately cheered excitedly. Okay, hang up for now. I'll transfer the money to you. Jiang Nan hung up the phone directly. His attitude towards a woman like Kang Yun, who didn't have any hint of an emotional line, was not quite the same. Not really a confidant in a sense, but currently a wildflower at best. Jiang Nan didn't waste any time, and directly transferred another $5 million to Jiang Yan the woman. 500 million. Holy crap, yeah, hubby, that's a little too much. Seconds to account. Jiang Yan also sent a message in seconds. Listening to the voice, it is difficult to suppress that excitement. Take it and use it. Find me if you don't have enough. After Jiang Nan returned a message, he didn't care what Jiang Yan replied before exiting WeChat. Opened the Tomato novel app, while checking up on an author that he had previously rewarded. Jiang Nan clicked on this author's homepage, but saw a statement. The author won $5 million and went back home to his small county to lay flat. Currently more as he goes. The statement was just that. And seeing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Pretty good, honey. At this time, Ning Risheng's voice came from the dining room. The porridge is ready. Come and eat. Good. Jiang Nan exited the Tomato novel app and put away his phone towards the restaurant. Come to the restaurant. Hoo. Ning Risheng was holding a small bowl and was whistling the steaming porridge. Jiang Nan sat down, and Ning Risheng immediately took a spoon and sopped up a spoonful of lean meat congee and sent it to his mouth, saying with a tender face, hubby, open your mouth. Think I'm a child? Jiang Nan spat and opened his mouth. How does it taste? Ning Risheng immediately looked at Jiang Nan expectantly. Although it was just a bowl of ordinary lean congee, it was the first time she had made congee for a man. Yummy. Jiang Nan nodded appreciatively. Honey. Ning Risheng suddenly came over. The two of them faced each other, and under Jiang Nan's astonished gaze, the woman was even a little closer, for eyes facing each other at close range. What's wrong? Jiang Nan was curious and was about to reach out and touch the corner of his mouth. Ning Risheng, however, came up and kissed him at the corner of his mouth. He, missed a bit. Ning Rushen revealed a smile after the kiss. In response, Jiang Nan laughed lightly. 20 or so minutes later. Da. Sister Jing, your skin is really getting better and better. I'm really envious. On the second floor stairs, Lang Bingyue's voice rang out. Yes? Maybe I've been resting quite well lately, and with the regularity of my routine, it's normal for my skin to be in much better condition. Lai Jing whispered back. In fact, I really envy your figure. I wonder when I'll be able to be as material as you. Lang Bingyu looked towards Lai Jing's chest and muttered in a small voice. Well, it's probably because I was quite fat before. Lai Jing's pretty face reddened. In middle school and high school and even in her college days and also after she stepped into the society, she could be said to be bitter about her own explosion of thunder. But, after meeting Gangnam, it didn't seem to her that the burst of thunder was nothing. At least, being able to make her beloved man feel pleasure made her feel very satisfied. Da-da-da-da. The footsteps continued. The two arrived at the entrance of the restaurant hand in hand. Boss, Sister Russian, Sister Jing Jing and I are done with the bath. Lang Bingyue's voice rang out. Come and eat. The seated Gangnam turned back and beckoned. Ha, Sister Russian, why is your face so red? Lang Bingyue and Lai Jing moved closer. And suddenly, the former glanced at Ning Russian in surprise. Chapter 135, Lang Bingyu Good Sense +3. Ning Russian, what should she say? I've got nothing. Nowhere. Ning Rusheng only had to say this. Hurry up and drink the kanji. It won't taste good if it gets too cold later. Good da. Lang Bingyu sat down, picked up the bowl on the table and started to serve up the lean meat porridge. I'll go up and get something while you guys eat. Ning Rusheng glanced at Jiang Nan one more time. The implication was obvious. Jiang Nan is not a cutie. Naturally picked up the signal. In the middle of a line of sight with Lai Jing, he also got up and his voice rang out. I'll go up and take a look. You guys eat. Lai Jing opened her mouth and eventually pursed her lips. Her pretty face slightly reddened for a moment before returning to normal. Obviously, she was aware of what Ning Rusheng and Jiang Nan meant by going up to the second floor one after the other. Lai Jing glanced at the table. There was only one bowl, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Sister Jing, don't say it. This thin meat porridge really smells good. After Lang Bingyu blew a few breaths, she drank it in a big gulp, with no ladylike image at all. Yes, Lai Jing's mind was not on the porridge at this time, thinking about whether she could find time to spend some time with Jiang Nan in a while. Yikes, hiss. Thinking about it, Lai Jing also didn't blow the hot porridge and was slightly scalded. Sister Jing, what's wrong with you? Lang Bingyue looked over and saw that Li Jing's brows were slightly furrowed, and she immediately became worried. It's okay, I forgot to blow the porridge and got a small burn. Lai Jing smiled and shook her head. The elders in my old family said that you can't rush kanji. Take your time. Hoo. Lang Bingyue drank 2 sips and blew 2 mouthfuls. That cute appearance, but it made Lai Jing couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. Honestly speaking, although Lang Bingyu was already 23 years old, in the eyes of Lai Jing, she was just like a little girl who hadn't grown up, simple and without a trace of heart. With this kind of sister, Lai Jing felt very comfortable. There's another one. Autumn Rueyue. That policewoman is also very comfortable to get along with. Lai Jing also blew 2 mouthfuls of hot porridge, and after remembering Chiu Rueyue, her mind once again recalled the first pretty girl who appeared in the middle of Villa 001. So, me, Ruosheng, and that pretty girl, the boss already has 3 confidants? Lai Jing drank kanji while her heart was counting up. More than that, she glanced at Lang Bingyue beside her, as well as remembering Chiu Rueyue's presence again. She felt that she was afraid that these 2 sisters with very high face value had a great chance of becoming her real sisters in the future. That's, boss really not afraid of the Shura? Although, I don't care. What if Ru Frost knows about it, and that pretty girl knows about it? Lai Jing couldn't help but worry about Jiang Nan. An hour and a half later, Lang Bingyu's favoritism +3. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Jiang Nan, who was slowly heading towards the bathroom, suddenly froze. Then, an odd smile came to his face. Good. This woman. Wow. Soon, the sound of water coming from the bathroom. At this point, in the master bedroom hallway. Phew. After Lang Bingyu, who was leaning on the wall, gulped a bit, she exhaled heavily out. Luna, what's wrong with you? At this time, Lai Jing, who had walked out of her room, saw Lang Bingyue, who was relying on the wall and had a reddened face, and her face was filled with odd colors. Sister Jing, I just inexplicably felt my heart palpitate and leaned against the wall. To take a break, Lang Bingyue hurriedly stood upright, not daring to look towards Lai Jing at all. See Lang Bingyu this look of being a thief, Lai Jing everything in the eyes, understand very well, and did not point out, smilingly walked over, along with her words of concern. Alright, do you want to go to the hospital to see, or, let the boss look at? I heard the boss said, he slightly know a little medical skills. No need, I am fine, don't bother the boss. As soon as Jiang Nan was mentioned, Lang Bingyue's pretty face was even more red, and she hurriedly waved her hand and said, that, summer is coming soon, and the temperature has still risen a bit recently. Hoo. Sister Jing, I'm going to go and take a bath. I'll see you in a while. Da. After saying that, she buried her head and walked quickly towards her room. Lai Jing glanced back at her escape-like back and couldn't help but purse her lips. As she turned back, her afterglow inadvertently swept the wooden floor, and the smile at the corners of her mouth couldn't be suppressed even further. the boss's charm is really something. Looks like it won't be long before you will be just like me yesterday. Thinking of yesterday, Li Jing did not have to lick her lips, but also subconsciously took her cell phone out, and after taking a deep breath, clicked on WeChat, thought for a moment, and sent a message to Jiangnan, and then turned back toward her room. Master bedroom. In the middle of the bathroom, Jiangnan wiped his body and blew out his hair again, and looked at himself in the mirror with a satisfied smile. We'll have to go to Mordor early in the next couple of days to look for Chosho. Being her own rightful queen, there's no reason to let her face value score, which should be number 1, stay at 96. Jiangnan's gaze flickered for a moment. Moreover, he was also very curious about Meng Qingxiu's good girlfriend, Yao Yao. After all, in Meng Qingxiu's mouth, this Yao Yao's face value was higher than even hers. It's higher than even Meng Qingxiu's initial face value score of 96. It should always be 97 or above, right? Walking out of the bathroom, Jiangnan put his clothes back on, and then picked up the cell phone on the nightstand. But he saw the message that Li Jing had given him. Seeing this, his eyes couldn't help but flicker for a moment as he looked towards Ning Risheng, who was sleeping on the bed. The corner of his mouth curved up in a trace of an arc, and then recalled the 3 points of goodwill that Lung Bingyue had added just now. Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh. Walking out of the master bedroom, Jiangnan headed to the left. Jiangnan didn't walk for a while, but suddenly stopped at the door of a room. Which one was Li Jing's room again? The doors to the rooms on the second floor of Villa 001 are all of a type that can only be known by pushing them open. Therefore, at this moment, Jiangnan looked at the door of the room in front of him that should be Li Jing's room in his memory and immediately fell into thought. Chapter 136, Jiangnan, I'm going to the Magic City in a few days. Squeak! Jiangnan gently unscrewed the door in front of him, swept a glance at the pattern inside, and immediately turned on his Super 5 Senses ability. Phew! At this moment, the sound of rapid breathing immediately reached Jiangnan's ears. Boss! A gasp with some urgency sounded. Jiangnan followed his gaze, only to see just the bed in the room, and an odd color came to his face. Nice guy! This was surprisingly Lang Bingyu's room. This caused Jiangnan to gulp a little without holding back, and after taking a deep breath, he slowly exited the room. However, his Super 5 Senses ability could not be turned off. The sound of Lang Bingyu's breathing was still coming from his ears, which made his footsteps speed up a little bit and gently closed the door towards Li Jing's room. In fact, Jiangnan understood that at this moment, he was absolutely capable of doing anything by going in Lang Bingyu's room. But, he thought about it for a moment or didn't decide to do it. As for why, it was naturally that this was too abrupt for Lang Bingyue, and it's more in line with Gangnam's character for water to flow and go with the flow. Soon, he arrived at Li Jing's room. Just at the doorway, the passionate and fiery Li Jing was already walking quickly in a lacy little black dress. Boss, there was no need to say much at all, just a look in the eye. Everything was in the air. Lang Bingyu's favoritism plus 10. An hour later, a system beep sounded in Jiangnan's head, and Lang Bingyu's favorability towards him came to as much as 90 points. At this point, boss, I'll squint. Ha! Li Jing squinted her eyes and yawned, falling into a deep sleep, walking out of Li Jing's room. At the same time, Ning Risheng also happened to walk out of the master bedroom's room. The two of them were in the same corridor, and it seemed that they had sensed something, as Ning Risheng glanced towards the left and instantly locked eyes with Jiangnan. 4 eyes. Jiangnan's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a lot. Honey, why did you come out of Jing's room? Seeing Jiangnan, Ning Risheng was first stunned, then an odd color appeared on her face. Just now Sister Jing asked me what dish I want to eat for lunch. Jiangnan did not change his face and walked slowly. Soon, he arrived at Ning Risheng's side, reached out and wrapped his arm around her water snake waist, and said with a smile, "It's not too early. What are we going to eat in a while? I'll cook it myself." Poof! Hearing Jiangnan's words, Ning Risheng hummed lightly, looked deeply at him, and lowered her voice a bit. "Husband, just don't lie to me." Ahem. Jiangnan lightly coughed twice and was about to say something. Ning Risheng reached out and placed a finger on his lips, revealing a smile, and after taking a long breath, she spoke, "Sooner or later, I'm not surprised. Moreover, a man as outstanding as you is not destined to belong to me alone. This is something that I am very self-aware of. Not to mention the huge difference between her and Jiangnan's status. Even she, Ning Risheng, is also a super rich white beauty, really against Jiangnan. It's not an exaggeration to say that, but also have to obediently fall. Can't be extricated. Kishin." Hearing Ning Risheng's heartfelt words, Jiangnan couldn't help but embrace her into his arms, stroking her hair, and said in a deep voice, "It's really my good fortune to have met you." Love words. You have to say a few words in this situation. Don't think that Gangnam is just a pure scumbag. It should be more about guilt at this point. Honestly, he's in a position where it would be a real doozy for any man to come to this script and not start a harem and be a pure love. Crap. He's taking the mindless urban thuggish male lead script and you're asking him to be pure love? Even in the future, he is destined to be an everlasting being. A lifetime of pure love? No way. Absolutely not. Jungnan himself is also very self-aware. Pure love this one road. One is impossible. One is not go. Is it still called a reckless life if you don't follow your heart and mind? What he could do, that is, not to shortchange each of his confidants. Amorous but not promiscuous. It's also my good fortune to have met you. Now, I'm also incredibly glad that I had the audacity to go up to you and ask for your WeChat when I saw you. My husband, giving a little fairy-like girl a ride into the airport. Ning Russian spoke out a little secret. Hearing this, Jungnan's face revealed a look of surprise. Nice guy. So it turns out that on May 20th, Ning Rusheng saw Jungnan sending Meng Qingqiu to the airport. Therefore, this woman was afraid that she knew from the beginning that Jungnan might already have a girlfriend. Only, she had been lying to herself before, had been brainwashing herself that might not be Gangnam's girlfriend? It's the initiative that makes the story. Jungnan laughed lightly. I can't, it's noon. Ning Rusheng forced down her heartbeat and after swallowing several times, she gritted her teeth and shook her head. I have to cook later. I cooked it, I guess. Ha ha ha, but there's plenty of time. Jungnan put his arm around Ning Rusheng and headed downstairs. An hour later. Restaurant. The standard four-course meal at the table. All cooked by Gangnam himself. It smells so good. It smells so good. Lang Bingyue shouted happily. Her little face was flushed. And in just one day, she had been completely integrated into the family. We're all going to get fat at this rate. Ning Rusheng looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the dining table, and couldn't help but shake her head up with a bitter smile, whispering, starting tomorrow, I'll have to follow Jing Jing and also you in doing exercises and shaping together too. She's under a lot of pressure. Also, she is very hard on her body, plus Jungnan around the confidant. Are the value of body temperament of the existence of a top, if mixed into her a pull down the standard, is her own cannot bear to appear in this situation. Boss, I'll still be cooking from tomorrow, Lai Jing whispered. It's fine, it's all the same. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to go to Mordor in a couple days. Jungnan sat down, took the bowl and chopsticks handed over by Ning Rusheng, and chucked a piece of braised pork straight into his mouth, giving advance notice of his trip. Meng Qingqiu's place had to be visited, but before that, he had to make a good fight at the same time, so that Lai Jing and the landlady's goodwill would increase a little bit more. That, then, was his goal for the last 2 days. Chapter 137. The next schedule was full. Mordor? Ning Rusheng glanced at Jungnan in surprise, but quickly reacted as well and did not say anything more. Boss, don't worry about going. I'm here at home. Sister Rusheng and Sister Jing will be left to me to guard. Lang Bingyue patted her chest and said very seriously. Hearing this, Jungnan glanced at the fellow. That's kind of a weird thing to say. How? Roar eat. Sister Jing. Sister Russian. This braised pork is really so delicious. Fatty but not greasy. Burst of praise. Next, Lang Bingyue's excited shouts rang out again. Ha ha ha, not afraid of getting fat? Ning Rusheng and Lai Jing glanced at each other and flirted. Let's enjoy it first. Fat or not, don't care. Lang Bingyue was a bit more open-minded and put another piece of braised pork into her mouth with a happy smile on her face. The meal was very cordial, basically praising Gangnam's cooking. This master's cooking is indeed of a caliber, and it feels like it can be compared to the real top imperial chefs among the ancient imperial kitchens. Jungnan's gaze flickered for a moment. Just half an hour. All 4 dishes were wiped out. Looking at Lang Bingyue, Ning Rusheng, and Lai Jing sitting on the seat full of happiness, Jungnan was quite contented and got up to start preparing to clean up the dishes. Honey, just put it away and we'll clean it up later. Boss, you just cooked. Let's clean up and wash the dishes while you take a break. Ning Rusheng, Lai Jing, and Lang Bingyue immediately waved their hands, preventing Jungnan from cleaning up the dishes. Okay. Jungnan didn't bother to argue, getting up and heading towards the side hall. Road. He got out his phone and by the time he got to the window, he was already tapping on the booking app. It was May 23rd. He scanned. Week 4, tomorrow Friday, and the day after that May 25th was Saturday. Go for the weekend. Jungnan had never been a procrastinator, and directly booked the airplane for the 8 o'clock flight on Saturday morning. Buzz. Just after booking the ticket, a message popped up in the background of WeChat, showing that someone had added his WeChat friend. Tapping WeChat, Jungnan scanned it. Hello Mr. Jungnan, I'm Zhao Wanqing. The verification message is this. Immediately, he agreed to the friend request straight away. Mr. Jungnan, your piece of land will be auctioned at the Kyoto Purple Sun Pavilion auction house in a week's time. I wonder if you're free to come and have a look. Not long after agreeing to the friend request, a voice bar was sent. In a week? Jungnan counted the time. That is, May 30th? How's the size of this auction? Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and inquired. The preliminary valuation of your lot is around $1 billion. It has not yet reached the finale lot, Zhao Wanqing replied. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. What does it say about him that his lot worth about $1 billion didn't even make it to the finale out of the auction? There are lots more valuable than $1 billion. In that case, I really need to hurry up and finish that welfare mini-quest I currently have in hand, and visit my Shun Wang's mansion in the meantime. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. The name Shun Wang's residence sounds like the standard for an ancient royal residence at first glance. That's more than just sounding pushy. The scale is definitely very pushy. Okay, Jiang Nan agreed straight away. Do you need an invitation? Usual people need an invitation, but as the owner of the lot, you are able to directly participate in this auction. Not only that, but with your status, you will also receive a membership card to the Purple Sun Pavilion when the time comes, Zhao Wanqing explained. Understood. Jiang Nan replied back and suddenly remembered the last auction he attended with his landlady. A membership card given to him by the woman called Su Sherman was a membership card of the Purple Sun Pavilion, wasn't it? So it seems that this Purple Sun Pavilion is indeed something. It should belong to a very large auction house in the country, spread across various cities. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. In this way, he was looking forward to this trip to Kyoto. Although Jiangchang is a new first-tier city, but compared with Kyoto, no matter which aspect, that is not any comparable. So there is a great possibility of a multi-billion-dollar lot in this auction? Even if it's not billions, but if it's more than $1 billion, more than $2 billion, then as long as I shoot it, it'll definitely take off where it is. Jiang Nan revealed a smile. Fortunately, he had the foresight to understand that at present, this first 10 billion deposits were not necessary to immediately use the exchange of benefits for the big task. Otherwise, this trip to Kyoto would be a huge loss, making myself better and better so I can rely on consumer rebates to make more money. Jiang Nan's eyes were filled with wild hope. A big perk quest doesn't get him a really awesome reward. Then work on redeeming 10. Set. 100. How old and young is he now? So much time ahead. Someday, he would truly earn the reward that would allow him to live forever. The path to immortality may be lonely, but what if all the confidants around him reached it as he did? But it wouldn't be solitude. It would be enjoyment. Zhao Wanqing, Mr. Jiang Nan, I'll be busy first. 30th of the afternoon auction will be held. When you get on the plane, notify me in advance. I can come to pick you up. JN, good. End of topic. Jiang Nan held the cell phone in his hand. His other hand raised to rub his smooth chin. The corner of his mouth didn't have to hook up a trace of curvature. Muttering, the next trip is rather full of arrangements. Moreover, I have to work a little bit harder, and strive to make the landlady or Lai Jing raise their favorability a little bit more when they travel to the Magic City again. Though it would be best if both were successfully boosted. But, there are no absolutes. This he still understands very well. Ta-da! This time, a footstep sounded. Next, a scented breeze hit the room. Jiang Nan knew who the person behind him was just by sniffing alone. Sister Jing. He turned back around and directly embraced Li Jing into his arms. Boss, Russian is still in the kitchen. Li Jing's pretty face was red for a moment and white for a while. Clearly, she was afraid of being bumped into by Ning Rusheng when the two of them were this intimate. It's fine. Rufeng she already knows. And, she's not mad. Jiang Nan gently blew in her ear. What? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Li Jing's eyes widened in shock, and then immediately turned into a color of excitement. Rusheng she, really doesn't care? Yes. Jiang Nan nodded, and in the meantime, after receiving his affirmation, a golden illusory exclamation mark that had appeared above Ning Russian's head the last time also appeared above Li Jing's head. Ding! Next, a system beep also sounded in Jiang Nan's head. Chapter 138, Li Jing's Branch Line Mini-Quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Due to the high favorability of his confidant Li Jing, he has successfully triggered a random mini-quest. Complete it and you will be rewarded for the quest. Please ask the host to click on the golden exclamation mark above Li Jing's head to view the side mini-quests. Here we go. Jiang Nan's face revealed a look of surprise when he heard the system beep in his head. Immediately, he wasted no more time, and with a thought, an illusory and invisible fingertip tapped on the golden exclamation mark on top of Li Jing's head. Mission statement, accompanying confidant Li Jing to her high school reunion, making her confidant the most envied woman of all women in the room. Quest reward, +1 favorability of Li Jing, 1 chance to draw a prize. Oh, after reading the mission description and mission rewards, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and reveal a hint of a smile. This quest is purely a welfare quest. It's too easy to have any difficulty to speak of. Boss. At this time, Li Jing swallowed her voice and sounded, I have a request I don't know if you can promise me. What? Jiang Nan pretended to know nothing. It's, Li Jing came out of Jiang Nan's arms, stared straight at him, and whispered, I'm going to a high school reunion this afternoon. I wonder if you're free to accompany me for a while. No problem. Jiang Nan nodded his head in agreement without even a hint of thinking hesitation. Boss. Li Jing was touched beyond words. When you're at home, you're called boss. When you're out with outsiders, what do you call me? Jiang Nan reached out and stroked Li Jing's hair, squinting and smiling. The old male? Li Jing was obviously not used to shouting this title, and after she lowered her head and shouted in a small voice, her pretty face instantly turned red. Why do you look so reluctant? Jiang Nan's index and middle fingers were together, gently lifting up Li Jing's chin and looking at her playfully. I remember just now when a certain guy called his husband and a certain title, but he was very emotional. Bummer. Li Jing's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip. Her beautiful big eyes instantly flooded with a burst of mesmerizing water mist. Pouting. No one is allowed to say that epithet. I won't say it except when that. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan burst out laughing. Chatting about what? Talking so happily. At this time, Ning Rusheng and Lang Bingyue walked over. The person who opened her mouth to speak was Ning Rushen. Jiang Nan looked over and there was nothing on Ning Rusheng's face, just a gentle smile. As for the girl Lang Bingyue, she could not hide her emotions at all, and at this moment, her eyes widened as she looked at Jiang Nan and Li Jing, who looked somewhat intimate. Boss and Sister Jing are so not taking Sister Ruosheng seriously? Holy yeah. Aren't you afraid of flipping out? Lang Bingyu's small mouth opened into a big O, looking very incredulous. Didn't talk about anything? I'm accompanying Sister Jing to a class reunion later this afternoon, Jiang Nan said directly. What class reunion? I've been to one of those, and I don't go to anymore. All they do is talk about how much money they've made, what kind of car they're driving, or they just want to chase me. Ning Rusheng skimmed her lips. This one was held by a teacher who was very nice to me in high school, so I don't think there will be anything, right? Li Jing, who was also attending a class reunion for the first time, couldn't help but say, there must be something, except that hubby is going with you, and that's bound to be impossible. Ning Rusheng smiled and said, next time there's a class reunion I'll go to one too, and take my husband with me. I'll see who dares to pretend to be X in front of me. If my husband takes out any seat, it has to be a luxury car that they can't touch for the rest of their lives. That was very realistic of her, and at the same time, very much on point. Jing, I'm telling you, it's almost enough to casually attend for a while. These class reunions are mega boring, there's no point at all. Ning Rusheng continued again. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Jiang Nan. Don't listen to her. One of the teachers who was the best to you in your high school days invited you. It's better to go there. Just don't participate after this one. He was a bit afraid that Li Jing was really discouraged from attending the high school reunion by Ning Ruosheng, and when the mission reward flew away, he had to give Ning Ruosheng a good lesson. That's what I thought. Li Jing nodded obediently. Hubby will be able to eliminate a lot of flies by following you there. Quite good. Ning Rusheng stepped forward and hooked onto Li Jing's arm, while then leaning close to her and whispered something very quietly in her ear. Ha! Li Jing immediately exclaimed out, followed by a whole face simply don't be too red. From time to time looking at Jiang Nan, from time to time looking at Ning Rusheng, swallowed up. Rusheng, you. Seeing Li Jing with such a look on her face, not to mention that Jiang Nan had heard what Ning Rusheng had said, even if she hadn't, it wasn't hard to guess anything from the way she looked. To this, the corners of his mouth curved up in an arc as he looked toward Ning Rushen with all the colors of appreciation. Rufeng BB, you're such a good baby to me. Calm down. Feeling Jiang Nan's appreciative gaze, Ning Rusheng pursed her lips and smiled, before gently patting the back of Li Jing's hand and lowering her voice even more. And as her sentence fell, Li Jing couldn't help but gulp a little, and when she looked toward Jiang Nan again, it was a wink. At this point, behind her, Lang Bingyue's mouth was completely wide open. The distance between her and Ning Rusheng and also Li Jing could not be far. Moreover, she was at least a person who practiced martial arts, although her ear power was far less than that of Jiang Nan, but that was also a bit stronger than the average ordinary person. So, even though she hadn't listened to the entirety of what Ning Rusheng had whispered to Li Jing, but some keywords she still heard. Example, together, effort, we. There were also words of tigers and wolves that Cold Bingyue was too embarrassed to recall. At this moment, she seemed to have guessed something, or had already completely understood something. Ning Rusheng knew about Li Jing's affair with her boss, and didn't care. My goodness, isn't that just like great-grandma, acquiescing to the existence of multiple grandmothers? Lang Bingyue swallowed deeply before incredulously looking at Jiang Nan a few more times, unable to resist mentally giving this boss a thumbs up. It's awesome. Wait a minute. In that case, don't I have a chance to give my boss little monkeys too? Suddenly, the moment a thought came out, Lang Bingyue's eyes suddenly lit up. Lang Bingyu's favoritism +5. Chapter 139, Sister Russian. You said the boss accompanied me? What? When it rang in his head that Lang Bingyua's favorability had skyrocketed by 5 points all of a sudden, Jiang Nan only felt a few big black question marks pop up on his brain. Nice guy. What does that mean? An inexplicable 5-point increase in favorability? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Lang Bingyu's favorability has reached 95 points, earning a chance to draw a prize. Another chance at the lottery came to hand, causing Jiang Nan's eyes to narrow. Great to have another 9 draws in hand. This time, Jiang Nan met Lang Bingyue's gaze and found that the woman's eyes were flickering with a strange luster, and her face was even more as if she was fantasizing about something in her mind, thus revealing a demented smile, which didn't make him tickle an arc too. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. In a while, you will accompany me to go shopping in the afternoon? I see you seem to have quite few clothes. Ning Rusheng took half a step back and pulled the hand of Lang Bingyue, who still had a demented smile on her face, and said with a smile, hubby accompanies Jing Jing, and you accompanies me. Ha! Only then did Lang Bingyue come to her senses, looking towards Ning Rusheng with a bewildered expression, saying in consternation, I'm sorry, Sister Rusheng, I've just gotten lost in thought, and you said that the boss is accompanying me? You girl! A strange light flowed in Ning Rusheng's beautiful eyes as she reached out and pinched Lang Bingyue's nose, shaking her head and laughing. This wandering of yours is too exaggerated. Sorry about that. Lang Bingyue lowered her head in embarrassment, sneaking a glance at Jiang Nan before she lowered her head, and when she met the latter's line of sight, her pretty face reddened. Lang Bingyu, why are you like a dream girl? Directly in front of the boss started to fantasize about it. But, by the time you have time to give the family's great-grandmother a call over and ask, Lang Bingyue's heart flooded with mutterings. Next, Jiang Nan accompanied the 3 women to watch a 2.5-hour-long movie in the private theater on the negative floor. This heroine has some great acting skills and, well, she's really pretty. Walking out of the private theater, Ning Rusheng was filled with appreciation, very sure of the female lead in that movie just now. That female lead seems to be quite bullish, all quality scripts and great acting skills, and from her debut to now, she hasn't even made a single scandal. Li Jing seemed to be quite fond of watching movies, and at this moment, when she talked about the heroine of that movie just now, she was suddenly excited. Also, she writes and sings the theme song of every one of her movies. What was her name again? Ning Rusheng was instantly curious. Just now she was so focused on sneaking around with Jiang Nan that although she had watched a little bit of the plot, she hadn't noticed what the heroine's name was. Sun Weiwei, Li Jing said. I think I've heard that name before. Ning Rusheng nodded, then glanced at Jiang Nan beside her. Her eyes rolled a bit, moved a bit closer, and stood slightly on tiptoe to whisper in his ear. I see that Jing Jing seems to be quite fond of this big star Sun Weiwei. Hearing this, Jiang Nan glanced at her in surprise, his eyebrows slightly raised, and when he met the woman's big, shining, beautiful eyes, he instantly understood the meaning of her words as well. Nice guy, this woman. After talking it out, that's really letting go. There's no rush. Jiang Nan thought back to the heroine of the movie just now and shook her head with a light smile. Even though this woman was indeed beautiful, the entertainment industry and all, honestly, with Jiang Nan's knowledge of this circle, he really wasn't sure if there was an existence that could stand alone. This woman is extremely well-resourced and very good at what she does. Jiang Nan didn't think there would be no capitalist bigwigs eyeing her. Sure, if it was truly flawless, Jiang Nan wouldn't have been able to reach out for contact when he had the chance. After all, Li Jing had revealed between her words that she liked the actress very much. Everything, for his own red-headedness. Come to the first floor. It's getting late. I'll go up and take a shower and put on some makeup. And the old boss, let's go out? Li Jing glanced at the time, almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, subconsciously almost blurted out a husband, but suddenly remembered Lang Bingyue is still next to him, and immediately turned his mouth to shout into the boss, and then the pretty face of the flushed light quickly on the second floor. Hubby, you and I will go up and put on some makeup too. We'll go out shopping later. Don't miss us too much. Ning Rusheng loosened her arm that was hooked around Jiang Nan and perfumed a bite on his cheek before pulling Lang Bingyue, who couldn't take her eyes off Jiang Nan, to follow lightning up to the second floor. Phew, Barta. Jiang Nan arrived at the side hall to settle on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Smoky. Jiang Nan exhaled a long smoke ring and leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, his eyes glittering with anticipation and excitement. Currently, he already had 9 lottery chances on hand, and as soon as he completed the side mini-quest about Li Jing in a while, then he would receive 2 more lottery chances. It's time for another transcendental raffle. If you want to say what Jiang Nan's most desired ability or thing is now, then I'm afraid he doesn't even know himself, or what he needs is too much again. Immortality, or whatever super black technology that goes beyond the very many dimensions. Take your time, there's no need to be too anxious at all. What's due is always due. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. Half an hour later, hearing footsteps, Jiang Nan also got up and looked toward the stairway. The one who came down first was Li Jing. Unlike the black silk wrap skirt and high heels of the past, today she had a gray short-sleeved bow knit sweater on the top half of her body and a white cake skirt on the bottom half, a pair of small white shoes, plus a small white socks, hair tied into a high ponytail. Looks rather a kind of full of vitality pure female big immediate sense. It can be sweet or imperial. Such 4 words immediately surfaced in Jiang Nan's mind. Jiang Nan came, and Li Jing also descended the stairs. Feeling her sweetheart's blazing gaze, she couldn't help but joyfully turn a circle in place and whispered, "How was it? Good looking." Jiang Nan nodded seriously. He. Li Jing's eyes narrowed like crescent moons. Da. Footsteps sounded again. Soon, Ning Risheng and Lang Bingyue also came down. Jiang Nan looked at it and his eyebrows twitched. Nice guy, what's going on today? Did all 3 women agree to wear the same style? Especially Lang Bingyu, pure as sweet girl college style. Her figure could be far from as hot as Li Jing's, that's all, but instead, with a black and white college style short skirt she was wearing at this time, a pair of jade legs with a pair of black calf socks. I don't know if it's because she's very unused to wearing dresses, but every now and then she pulls at the corner of her skirt, and a slightly embarrassed smile comes to her face. Chapter 140, coming back to Jiangcheng Mansion, a line of Sakura people. Honey, how's it going? Ning Risheng held Lang Bingyue's hand as she walked down, holding her head high with some pride. How about what? Jiang Nan asked rhetorically, feigning ignorance. Look how pretty Yu is. Ning Risheng made the shy-faced Lang Bingyue turn a small circle in place, and the latter also cooperated and turned a circle. Her remaining light looked towards Jiang Nan and noticed the smile on his face. Her heart was instantly happy. Good looking. Jiang Nan nodded seriously. Lang Bingyue's figure might not be hot enough, but this kind of height online, bone structure and looks very small girl, with this sweet girl college style wear at this time, is simply enough to come out from the comic out of the white moonlight schoolgirl in general. That doesn't depend on who matches the set. Ning Risheng laughed happily. Jiang Nan also looked twice more at Ning Risheng at this time. Although this woman was also in the college style, she was not in the sweet girl style, but in the hot style. Pure black department of the college style package hip dress, hair cape, makeup is not cold ice moon general pure desire makeup, but pulled out some corner of the eye, outlined a pair of shiny fox eyes, especially the big red lips. If the micro iron hair becomes a big wave, there is really a sense of slag female style of vision. In a while, sis will take you to pick out a few sets of prettier outfits. In the future, you'll be wearing less of those jeans of yours. Even though you're applying for a job as a security guard, you're still a pretty girl. You always have to show off your beauty. In the future, but also to fall in love. Ning Risheng spoke with a smile, but her eyes were on Jiang Nan, and the light in her eyes flickered with a deep other meaning. In response, Jiang Nan just smiled. Lang Bingyue responded obediently. Go. Ning Risheng held Lang Bingyue's hand and waved to Jiang Nan and Li Jing before heading towards the underground garage. Bye boss, bye sister Jing. Lang Bingyue waved her hand. After Ning Risheng and Lang Bingyue went down to the underground garage first, Jiang Nan exchanged glances with Li Jing next to him. The two flashed a smile in unison. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around her waist and also slowly descended into the underground garage. The pair's pace was slow, and when they arrived at the underground garage, they only saw a silver Panamera driving out. Jiang Nan and Li Jing got into the Bugatti Devon after the other. Boom! A familiar roar similar to a dragon's roar rang out. Driving with one hand is not fun. More than half an hour later, Old Town, in the middle of the underground garage of the River City building. Stepping down from the Bugatti Devo, Jiang Nan's face couldn't help but look odd. How's this for an occasion to come here? How many floors? In the elevator, Jiang Nan inquired. 58th floor. Li Jing took out her cell phone from inside the small fragrant bag and scanned it, and immediately pressed the 58th floor. Ding! Coming soon to the first floor. The elevator doors opened slowly. Two middle-aged men and three middle-aged women walked in talking and laughing. When they saw Jiang Nan and Li Jing in the elevator, the group couldn't help but look at Jiang Nan twice more. Yes, it's Gangnam. The three middle-aged women were looking at Jiang Nan because he was so handsome. As for the two middle-aged men, they seemed to think that Jiang Nan looked somewhat familiar. Suddenly, something seemed to come to mind. These two middle-aged men looked at each other, and then in unison, they stepped forward and took out a golden business card from inside their wallets. Jiang Nan looked at the two middle-aged men strangely. Hello, this gentleman. I saw you once last time at the auction, and at that time, your strength was truly impressive. Right, this is the name card of the two of us. Usually also like to participate in this kind of auction and so on. If when you are free to give a phone call, at any time we'll be able to arrange arrangements for you. Two middle-aged men bowed 90 degrees with both hands to present the business cards in their hands. Seeing this pose, Jiang Nan frowned. This pose is not for the average person. At just the first moment, he expected the Sakura Nation on Kamehameha Island. Casually scanning the names on those two business cards, Kamita Daisher, Yamamoto Haraya. Ooh, it's really on Turtle Sun Island. Honestly speaking, if not for this bowing posture and the name on that business card, and just that very fluent Mandarin alone, Jiang Nan would not have been able to tell that these two guys were from the side of Turtle Sun Island. Not interested, Jiang Nan retracted his gaze, and his indifferent voice rang out in the center of the field. Hearing Jiang Nan's voice, this Kamita Daisher and Yamamoto Hara also glanced at each other and slowly raised their bodies, not embarrassed at all, and smiled faintly at this handsome-looking little brother, slowly withdrawing their hands at the same time, only to hear a man softly say, "Since you're not interested, sir, then forget it." Ding! This time, the elevator rattled and the doors opened slowly. Farewell. Kamita Daisher and Yamamoto Hara also bowed to Jiang Nan before walking out with the three middle-aged women. Honey, I took a look. Those two guys are from Turtle Island, right? The elevator door slowly closed, and Li Jing whispered, "Well, so are those three women?" Jiang Nan nodded. These few people from Turtle Island were probably in the country all year round, so much so that their faces and accents were somewhat less like those over there. Those old ants looked at you husband like they wanted to eat you alive. Li Jing hummed lightly. Ha ha ha, maybe the charm of your man is really too much. Jiang Nan laughed. Soon, the elevator continues to rise. Ding! Arrive on the 58th floor. The elevator opened slowly. Oh, there's a big liquor store up here? Jiang Nan and Li Jing walked out of the elevator and were greeted by a Wang's restaurant sign. This restaurant is owned by the family of a rich second-generation kid in my high school, and I heard that Mr. Li was having a class reunion. Thus I purposely chose this place, Li Jing explained. Oh, hearing this, Jiang Nan immediately understood what was going on. This dude was trying to play the fool. Welcome. The two men came to the door. Immediately, there were two small attractive welcoming ladies who bowed to the two. May I ask if you two are here for the class reunion? After the two young ladies raised their bodies, their eyes stayed on Jiang Nan, and that sense of lassitude didn't even look like it could be acted out. Yes, Li Jing nodded. Come in, I'll show you two to the private room. A young lady pushed the door open and took the lead, ready to lead the way up. Jade, let me take these two to the private room. The other young lady hurriedly said. It's okay, Han, I'll just take these two. This Jade had a flamboyant smile on her face. Hey, I suddenly kind of want to make the restroom. Let's send them in together. That little Han had a flash of light. Her index finger was up, and she looked at Jiang Nan with a smile and said. To this, Jiang Nan and Li Jing, who had hooked his arm, glanced at each other, their faces showing some odd colors. These two girls, in front of a handsome guy, that's really active. Chapter 141, Wang Kai, brother, hello again, what a coincidence. The attitude of the two welcoming ladies was but a mere hiccup. Soon, a few people arrived at the door of a large luxurious private room. Both of you, this is the private room left behind by Mr. Wang, please come in. The two welcoming ladies pushed open the door. Jiang Nan and Li Jing walked in, and what they entered was a huge private room capable of holding at least 30 people or more. Incoming. Wow, Li Jing is here. Holy yeah, after all these years, Li Jing is still as beautiful as ever. I'll go. The man beside Li Jing is so handsome. With Jiang Nan and Li Jing's entry, the people who were chatting in the private room had shifted their eyes over, and when they saw this handsome man and beautiful woman, their faces suddenly showed a shocked and unbelievable one. Mr. Li. Facing the shock of her high school classmates in the private room, Li Jing set her eyes on an old woman in her 60s wearing glasses, and immediately waved her small hand in a smiling greeting. Ri Jing ah, it's really been a long time. A man and a woman came supporting that Mr. Li, who reached out and patted the back of Li Jing's hand that she was holding over, before placing her gaze on Jiang Nan with a smile on her face. Is this your boyfriend? The young man is really handsome. Right, this is my boyfriend, Gong Nam. Li Jing nodded in response. Hello, Mr. Li. Jiang Nan smiled and said hello. Well, Mr. Li said 3 times in a row, looking at the meeting with that appreciative look in his eyes. My God, it's so handsome. This face value, this body and this temperament. When you smile, it's really simply not too handsome. Li Jing really eats too well. Several women stared at Jiang Nan that couldn't move their eyes. Bang! Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Swish swish swish. Everyone in the private room looked toward the door. Only a small, handsome young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a smart black suit walked in. Wang Kai is here. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be able to come to such a high-class place. Right. I remember that this Wang's restaurant is not cheap. A private room gathering like this big, at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. It's simply not something that ordinary people can afford to gather. I seem to remember that when Wang Kai transferred over to our school in his senior year of high school, didn't he fall in love at first sight with the slimmed-down Li Jing? Although this class reunion was proposed by Mr. Li, the one who will actually make a splash will be Wang Kai. This Li Jing's boyfriend doesn't look bad at all. Handsome has no advantage at all in front of rich. With Wang Kai's appearance, a murmuring sound rang out. At this point, Wang Kai, who was at the doorway, placed his gaze on Li Jing, and then subconsciously swept a glance at Jiang Nan, and directly met the latter's teasing gaze, and instantly widened his eyes, and then hurriedly took down his gold glasses, rubbed his eyes and put them back on to look towards Jiang Nan. "It's you!" Wang Kai exclaimed incredulously. "What's going on?" Seeing that Wang Kai seemed to recognize Jiang Nan, some of the people in the private room froze on the spot. Originally they also thought to see a good show. After all, now this society, rich really is the big brother. Even if your face value is high, in the end, it is just a rich man playing with people. And now, this expression of Wang Kai's was unusual, causing these people in the private room who wanted to see what was going on to immediately place their eyes on Jiang Nan again. "Honey, you know Wang Kai?" Li Jing was also stunned. "Met you once at Kishan's house," Jiang Nan whispered back, before casting a teasing gaze toward Wang Kai once more and faintly said, "Hello again, brother." Wang Kai finally reacted. His face piled out a warm smile, quickly stepped forward at the same time, is also out of a packet of 100 yuan cigarettes, take out a hands-on, opened, meet again. Really coincidental? Coincidence. Jiang Nan did not refuse the cigarette from Wang Kai. "Brother, I'll give you a light." Wang Kai smiled fawningly while taking out a privately customized unknown lighter. "I'm not smoking right now." Jiang Nan waved his hand. "Yes." Wang Kai immediately put away the fire. The whole time did not dare to look at a glance at Li Jing. Looking at Jiang Nan all fawning smile, is a dog's leg posture. Regarding this point, honestly speaking, Jiang Nan was feeling a bit surprised. When he was reading the God's Hero text on the Tomato novel app before, when he switched to the scene at this moment, then this Wang Kai must have screamed all over the place, inevitably disgusting a wave of Jiang Nan, saying that he had his feet in two boats. Now, it wasn't hard to see from Wang Kai's attitude that he didn't have such thoughts at all. In the face of absolute strength, the saying that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do was perfectly interpreted by him. Crap, worth $200 million, the world's limited to one Bugatti Devo God car are taken by this brother. Ask how big the background behind him. Just a car. Is his father's whole life has not yet fought to the entire wealth? You let him wear the courage to mess with this kind of top big young He is a rich second generation is indeed not false. Usually look at the extreme majority of people or heartily despise is also indeed not false. He is more very like to pretend then. But, come on, he's pretending, but he's really not a sand dollar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The moment, Wang Kai, the super rich second generation in their eyes, is now such a lapdog posture to face Jiang Nan. The entire private room of all high school classmates of Li Jing all did not hold back to burst a foul mouth. One face is more incredible color. This dude is invincible. It should be an even more powerful rich second generation. No, can make a super rich second generation like Wang Kai look like this? He should have to be called a great young man. Someone gulped. How great would it be if I were Li Jing? Can't I have one of these superb boyfriends? The women in the private room were looking at Jiang Nan with eyes that were even more drawn than before. And it wasn't an exaggeration to say that there were already several women who had already begun to fantasize in their minds about replacing Li Jing and becoming the girlfriend of such an outstanding man. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the branch mini quest. Reward obtained, plus 1 favorability of Li Jing, 1 chance to draw a prize. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Confidant Li Jing's favorability plus 1. Face value score plus 1. Number of lottery chances plus 1. At this moment, a system beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head, and as he walked slowly towards the dining table, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. That's good. 11 raffle chances are currently in hand. Moreover, Li Jing's favorability and face value score had both reached 98 points. That is to say, just one more confidant to promote to a face score of 98, and then he will have completed one of the very rewarding perk mini quests he currently has on hand. Chapter 142 Conducting the Second Transcendental Draw. Soon, everyone was all seated, with Wang Kai such a rich second generation to Jiang Nan respectfully. This kind of occasion that should have been all kinds of pretending, all kinds of ostracizing people did not appear a bit uncomfortable. A meal that starts fast and ends fairly quickly. Around 7, Jiang Nan and Li Jing, who had finished eating long ago and had been chatting for a while, slowly got up. I have a few things to do, so we'll get together another time. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, and after exchanging a glance with Li Jing, the two of them left the table. Brother, I'll give you a ride. Wang Kai hurriedly followed. Out of the private room, Wang Kai took out the cell phone, licking a face-fawning smile up. Brother Jiang, add a WeChat can? In the future, if you come here to eat, feel free to call me, to brother you free. Okay. Jiangnan didn't refuse. This Wang Kai pretended to be a bit pretentious, but that couldn't be pretended to him, and this guy's attitude was really good. After the two added WeChat, Jiangnan reached out and patted Wang Kai's shoulder and left with a smile. Wang Kai followed closely to send Jiangnan and Lai Jing to the elevator door, then smiled and waved his hand to say goodbye to the two inside the elevator. Phew! Waiting for the elevator door to close, Wang Kai suddenly took a long breath. A bitter smile appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but mutter, "This brother's temperament is also really good, to say the least." It's also considered that he has snatched his girlfriend twice in a row with him. Damn! In the future, it seems like it's better to pursue less women who are too pretty. Finally, a peace of mind is closed. Not a moment too soon. Bugatti Divo car. Lai Jing in the co-pilot seat stretched her body and a smile appeared on her face. Have you wanted to come to this reunion for a long time? Jiangnan inquired. No, I've been wanting to see Mr. Li for a long time. Only that teacher has been traveling abroad for the last few years. Lai Jing returned. So, Jiangnan nodded and glanced at the time. 7 o'clock in the evening. He couldn't help but flicker his eyes for a moment. Where to next? Take a drive or go back to South City? Take a ride. Slow down and go back. Lai Jing looked toward Jiangnan, her eyes filled with tenderness. Jiangnan also placed his gaze on her, and as the four eyes met, a strange atmosphere spread between the two. Buzz off. Just then, the phone vibrated. Lai Jing slowed down and took out her cell phone from inside the small fragrant bag placed on her lap. It's Kisho. Lai Jing glanced at her cell phone and then picked up this call. Jing, where are you and your husband? Ning Russian's voice rang out. Just finished the reunion and ready to come back. Lai Jing returned. Can I and you and I are also departing back. Jing, a while later in the evening. Ning Russian's voice continued to ring out, only to see Lai Jing quietly listening. Her pretty face was already red, and from time to time, she looked at Jiangnan, with eyes that were, not to mention, more drawn out. Obviously, she didn't say no. The corner of Jiangnan's mouth, who was driving with one hand, was curved, and it was clear that he understood something. 40 or so minutes later, Jiangcheng Tianfu, in the underground garage of Villa 001, Jiangnan and Lai Jing got down from the Bugatti Divo. As soon as she stepped out of the car, Lai Jing happily trotted over and hooked Jiangnan's arm, leaning on him in a bird-like manner and whispering, "Hubby, I feel so lucky to be able to know you." Me too. Jiangnan wrapped his arms around Lai Jing's thin waist, and the two of them slowly went up to the first floor. Just as they went up to the first floor, the playful laughter of Ning Rusheng and also Long Bingyue came from the side hall. Sister Russian. So, so ticklish. Hearing Lang Bingyue's voice, Lai Jing was a little embarrassed as she tried to let go of Jiangnan's arm. Jiangnan, however, patted her and whispered, "It's fine. She's no fool. I'm afraid she already knew something." Lai Jing's pretty face flushed red again. When Jiangnan arrived at the side hall with his arm around Lai Jing, he saw a black and white lace halter nightgown Ning Rusheng riding on top of Lang Bingyue on the sofa, reaching out to tickle the latter non-stop. Don't. Russian's sister. I'm wrong. Don't tickle me. It's really too itchy. Lang Bingyue's pleas for mercy resounded inside the side hall. What's wrong? Ning Rusheng smiled and said, "Yeah, where did I go wrong?" Lang Bingyue returned to her senses. Lai Jing didn't have to laugh out loud. Back. Ning Rusheng looked up. She was slightly bent over at the moment, riding on top of Long Bingyue on the sofa. Thus this angle met Jiangnan's line of sight. No at all. But for Gangnam, this scene was really cozy enough. After all, that's what he wanted most out of life. To him, this was the cozy flavor of a small home, the happily ever after he had wanted to touch, but had never been able to. At this point, Ning Rusheng also pursed her lips and smiled. Her own man was on the opposite side of the room, so she had nothing to restrain herself. Her gaze turned on Jiangnan and Lai Jing, and she instantly revealed a smile, only to see her get off of Long Bingyue, and then trot over. Nothing was said, just a look, and immediately afterward, she headed for the second floor. Lang Bingyue's favoritism +1. 2.5 hours later, a system beep immediately sounded in Jiangnan's head. To this, the corners of Jiangnan's mouth curved up a little as he walked towards the bathroom alone. He has the ability of the super 5 senses, and, just now, he turned it on. As a result, any windy movement in the entire villa was actually basically within his senses. Therefore, this little bit of goodwill added by Lang Bingyue was very reasonable. 96 favorability points now, already flush with Long Bingyue's face value score. It's reached the extreme before anything has really happened. If something happens, can it rise another 2 points of favorability in a very short period of time? Thus bringing her up to a face value score of 98, thus completing the current welfare mini-quest at hand in one fell swoop? Jongnan pushed open the bathroom door, his eyes flashing with a strange luster. It seemed to him that it wasn't as difficult as he thought it would be, and that anything was possible. After all, with Lang Bingyue's character as a sister, I'm afraid that once something indescribable really happens with her and breaks through substantial progress, that, absolutely single-mindedly and truly giving her a whole person. No panic, for now it's better to draw a transcendent raffle. Jongnan turned on the water, and the sound of clattering water immediately resounded in the middle of the bathroom. Jongnan, on the other hand, was also mentally communicating with the system. System, conduct a second transcendent draw for me. Chapter 143, Transcendent Reward Out. Precognition. A huge illusory turntable immediately appeared in front of Jongnan's eyes. Wow! Biu. Along with the sound of water, the turntable began to turn. 10 seconds later, ding! The system's beep sounded in Jongnan's head. Congratulations, host. You have successfully extracted the precognition ability in this transcendent lucky draw. Aha! The moment the drawn rewards appeared, Jongnan froze. Immediately afterward, his eyes snapped open. Nice guy. Precognition? He didn't hear right. System, let me check out this precognitive ability. Jongnan hurriedly said. Precognitive ability. The first stage of precognitive ability is a weakened version of precognitive ability. After extracting 3 stage 1 precognition abilities, it can evolve into stage 2 precognition. This stage of precognition only has the ability to precognize things within a week, and cannot mastery precognition. After reading the introduction of this precognition ability, Jongnan's pupils tightened and dilated for a moment. Stage 1 precognition? That is to say, it was equivalent to a primary precognition ability, a stage that he could not control and could only passively perform precognition, and it was still only for things within a week or less. From the sound of it, it doesn't seem impressive. In fact, there doesn't seem to be anything impressive about it. But, it's a growable superpower, and just because it might not be great now doesn't mean it won't be great later. It's kind of interesting. Something is better than nothing. Even though we can't master the release of this ability at the moment, there's still a great deal of room for development. Jongnan didn't feel sorry for this precognition ability just because it wasn't complete. On the contrary, he understood very well how powerful this precognition ability was. This ability, in a sense, was already considered an offshoot ability of a kingly ability like time. Interesting, really playing a world as an escalation game. But, seems to be pretty fun. The corner of Jongnan's mouth hooked up a trace of arc to come, and then closed his eyes to enjoy the strange feeling of letting the water wash over his head. In the meantime, in his mind, an image inexplicably appeared. Thumbs up, an image of a woman dressed very maturely, but with a baby face, or even a popped thunderbolt, being slammed into by a car and sent flying a dozen meters away, killing her directly on the spot. And in the upper left corner of the screen, the time is very aptly displayed. May 30th, 2024, 17:20 and 43 seconds p.m. Ha! The moment this image appeared, Jongnan's eyes snapped open and a stunned look came over his face. What does that mean? Precognition unleashed? Besides, he should be in Kyoto on May 30th, right? Wow! The sound of water remains. Jongnan, however, tried to recall the woman in the picture who had been in a car accident, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. The way it looks, that childish face exploding thunder woman should be somewhat related to me. Otherwise how could she unleash her precognition ability out for no reason? Jongnan's gaze flickered for a moment, and he shook his head to stop thinking further. A few minutes later, Jongnan blew dry his hair and walked out of the bathroom. At the same time, the Super 5 Senses ability was activated and he slowly closed his eyes. Great grandma, what if I realize I like my boss? Gee, I would like to go for it. But, like grandpa, the boss is surrounded by many confidants. Yeah, the boss is good and handsome, and he knows kung fu. I'm no match for him, and he can defeat me in a few blows. I'm afraid that grandpa isn't a match for him either. You don't believe me? Humph. When I bring the boss back sometime you'll let grandpa practice with him and you'll know. Lang Bingyue's voice on the phone reached Jongnan's ears. Oh, hearing these words, Jongnan's face revealed a look of surprise. Nice guy. Lang Bingyue's grandfather even had several confidants? It's a little something. Turning off his Super 5 senses, Jongnan laughed lightly and shook his head as he walked down to the second floor, arriving to sit down on the sofa in the side hall. Barta, just lit a cigarette and pulled out my cell phone. Jongnan then saw a live message push from the back end of Jitterbug to come. The anchor you've been following, Jongyan, is on the air. What's on at this time of night? Jongnan curiously clicked in. Welcome Brother Smoky Jongnan into the live broadcasting room. Brother Jongnan, why are you here? Just entering the live broadcast room, Jiang Yan's surprised and incomparable voice immediately rang out. Just had a snack and was going to check my phone. Jiang Nan replied, it's already past 10 o'clock. Why are you suddenly on the air? There was a female anchor in a live group who had a couple of words with me in the group, talking about opening up the broadcast to fight a little PK, and whoever loses will be live woofing for a minute. Jiang Yan smiled bitterly and said, no, it's just started. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. Honey, look, this time. Backstage Kong Yan sent in 2 screenshots, and the time was only about 10 o'clock, just a few minutes before the fight. I just started the broadcast, and I haven't had a chance to tell you, husband, yet, and here you are. I can assure you that it really wasn't me who wanted to secretly start the live broadcast. Obviously, Jiang Yan was truly afraid that Jiang Nan would misunderstand something and hurriedly explained, I'm not so much as going to mess with my head. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile when he saw the woman's message and replied, don't worry about the fight. It's impossible to lose with me around. Thank you, hubby. Hubby is number 1 in the world. Love you. Wahahaha. Kong Yan immediately let out a huge sigh of relief and hurriedly pouted. And, at this moment in the live broadcast, she could not hide anything, because the words came from a direct voice send. So, even without listening to this voice bar, Jiang Nan knew what it was. This woman is much more docile. It would be impossible for Gangnam to say that he didn't have a sense of pride. Returning back to the live broadcast room, seeing the crazy pop-ups, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a disdainful smile. The anchor has a husband? Caveat emptor. I never swipe money for female anchors with husbands. You can have a husband, but you can't say that. Otherwise, really treat us like ingrates. Looking at this one little white number that is only a few levels, Jiang Nan skimmed his mouth. This is what he said. Does Jiang Yan not have a husband? And how much can you brush? Exiting the live broadcast, Jiang Nan directly charged $5 million into it. 5 million equals 50 million for the Shake Diamond. It shouldn't be so bad that you can't win a PK fight, right? Jiang Nan re-entered Jiang Yan's live room again and scanned the number of people. Before there were more than 100 people, but now there were only 30 or so. Seabreeze, anchor, I'm with you. I don't have a lot of money, but I'll give you all the Shake Diamonds I grabbed from the other female anchors. Fox Baba, from the Doohoo Live platform side. A moment PK not to say give you a wazi. A plane I can still send on. Come on, anchor. Egg fans 15, anchor. Why aren't you wearing white silk today? I'll give you a hot air balloon later. Can you sell me a tea bag? Please, I really want to buy a tea bag to make tea. Mosquito Bite ZC, dude upstairs, why does your name look so much like the author of a book I read on Tomato? Although there were only about 30 people in the live room, this pop-up screen was still swiped quite a lot, and the activity was great. Chapter 144, The Wife's Pavilion, The Husband's Honor. Speak of the River Leagues delivered a hot air balloon to the Anchor X1. Mighty Yuppies deliver the hot air balloon to the Anchor X1. Smoky South delivers Carnival X1 for the Anchor. Has not yet begun PK. The entire live broadcasting room valuable gifts and worthless small gifts are also playing brush up. Thanks to everyone for the gifts. Thank you to my husband for the carnival. Kong Young compared it to love on the air. Husband? Hearing this name, the fans in the live broadcast room finally realized that the feelings of the big brother Smoky Jiangnan, who had been brushing the anchor before, had already taken Jiangyan off. However, for Gangnam, the fans that were left now were some true fans. Thus one by one, they gave their blessing. Seeing these blessings, Jiang Nan directly sent a red packet of 100,000 Shake Diamonds, and then began to brush up Carnival for Jiang Yan again. In just under a minute, Jiang Nan had directly swiped 300 carnivals in anger. $3,000 for one carnival, 10 would be $30,000, and 100 would be $300,000. A full 300 carnival swipes, that's a full $900,000. Brother Gangnam V587, still calling brother? Hurry up and call dad. I rubbed a DJ. 100,000 Shake Diamonds lucky red bag is the first time I've seen it. Father Gangnam, I wish you and Mama Kangian a lifetime of happiness. A pop-up screen scrolled and brushed up in the live broadcast room. Seeing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh for a while. These guys, they really have fun. Hey, can you hear me? Am I not blowing up, am I? Right at this moment, a sound of a blown-up mic rang out in the live broadcast room, causing Jiang Nan's brows to furrow. It's fried, please tune in. Jiang Yin frowned tightly, looking at a female anchor who had joined her connecting PK, and said somewhat impatiently, hurry up and fight, pull back after fighting. I have to sleep on my beauty sleep in a while. Her character wouldn't actually be like this, but this anchor woman's blowing up of the microphone was definitely intentional in her opinion. Thus naturally she didn't have a good face. Hello. After a few seconds, there's still some blowing up of the mic coming from this anchor woman. Moment. Jiang Yan directly cut off the connecting PK, took another cell phone and sent a voice in a group. Trouble you to adjust the mic thoroughly before connecting me. That stupid bastard. Definitely on purpose. Even the best-tempered person could not bear to suffer these 2 blasts of wheat stinging his ears. Not to mention, there was her man on the air. How could she stand that? After a few seconds, a connecting PK popped up. Kanghyun first hung her out to dry for a few seconds before agreeing to the connecting PK in a nonchalant manner. No problem this time, right? The female anchor across the room said faintly. Alright, the punishment remains the same. A 5-minute PK to determine the winner. With Jiang Nan around, Jiang Yan really didn't know how to lose, and directly said, I hope you won't deny it when you lose at that time. Ha, what confidence. You're a little anchor whose pavilion isn't even lit up, and you dare to act like this? Don't you know there's a saying in the live broadcast circle? The wife's pavilion, the husband's honor. See how my big brother on my side will beat you up in a while. Ha ha ha. The female anchor on the opposite side instantly laughed arrogantly, not hiding her mockery of Kanghyun at all. Hearing this, Kanghyun didn't say anything, and directly and silently closed the woman's mic, and then officially opened the PK. Just a moment after opening the PK, this female anchor called Xiao Baoying on the opposite side immediately took the lead with an overwhelming score. 30,000 points. That is, a carnival score. Although there was no sound on little Bao Ying's side and only the live broadcast screen, it was still possible to see that she was looking out of the corner of her eye, as if she was saying, see, this is the strength of Big Brother on my side. Jiang Nan swept a glance, and directly began to furiously brush up as his opponent's score arrived at 100,000 points. In just 10 seconds or so, with Jiang Nan's Kato hawk-like hand speed, he instantly ordered out as many as 50. The moment the 150,000 points hit out, even the opposite side of the small Bao Ying the first time did not react. When she finished with a live chat with a Big Brother in the live room, when she looked to the live room of the time, she only then noticed the opposite side of the score. 3 million? Asterisk. Am I blind? At this point, in Xiao Baoying's live room, she violently wiped her eyes and saw that Kanghyun's PK score had reached 3 million points. No! In just a blink of an eye, another 4 million arrived. 5 million. 6 million? Asterisk. 6 million points. Little Baoying was shocked by another new high, directly jumped up from his seat, exclaiming in shock, and came in front of the camera, a pair of eyes staring dead at the score that was still furiously rising, only to feel a burst of scalp numbness. Opposite the Big Brother can brush not to say much. How this hand speed is also so fast. It had only been less than a minute, and it had actually allowed the score to break through 10 million points. Converted into gift money, those 10 million cents are worth $1 million. Big Brothers, follow. Today must win. The opposite did not score. Let's keep up. Only a small 10 million points only. Now you guys make an effort. After that I can work harder. Xiao Baoying stopped when she saw that the score in Jiang Yan's live room reached 10 million points, and hurriedly sat down peacefully to give orders to the Big Brothers in the live room. This little persimmon does have a little something going for it. Kanghyun live on air, seeing that the opposite side's score had caught up within another minute, and even went back up by 1 million points. It made her laugh lightly. If others didn't know how exaggerated their man's strength was, could Jiang Yan not know? Smoky South delivers Carnival X1 for the anchor. Smoky South delivers Carnival X1 for the anchor. Smoky South delivers Carnival X1 for the anchor. Jiang Nan continued to brush up, and at the same time, he pondered whether or not to let Jitterbug get him an exclusive gift. All of a sudden swiped out is a $10,000 gift, or maybe a $100,000 gift. It's a bit of a waste of time to brush up on these $3,000 a pop carnivals. What's the best way to call an exclusive gift? As he thought, he also unconsciously clicked vigorously. So, at this point, it was possible to see Kanghyun's PK score start to really skyrocket. 15 million, 20 million, 25 million. In just another minute's time, the PK score of Jiang Yan's live broadcast instantly arrived at a terrifying 40 million points. At this time, Jiang Nan also came back to his senses, not waiting for Jiang Yan and the audience in the live broadcast room to come back to their senses. Immediately sent a pop-up screen. No more drilling. I'll go and charge another 5 million. Chapter 145. The long night is long, and there is no desire to sleep. When Jiang Nan finished recharging and came back into the live room, he only saw that the number of people in the live room had risen to as many as 1,000. And at this moment, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even one after another, making people's eyes dazzled. Jiang Nan swept a glance at the opposite side of this female anchor Xiao Baoying's score. 15 million or so points. If you want to catch up, I'm afraid that you really have to spend a lot of effort. Honey, I don't feel like I need to brush it. The other side doesn't seem to have it anymore. As soon as Jiang Nan came in, Jiang Yan's voice immediately sounded in the live broadcast room. It's okay. Jiang Nan said he was charging $5 million, but actually charged another $6 million. Currently, Jiang Yan's PK score is at 40 million, and when the time comes to get stuck at 90 million points, Jiang Nan, the obsessive-compulsive disorder, is still quite difficult to prepare for a direct score of 100 million. Immediately, he didn't waste any time, he just fired it up. 50 million points, 60 million points, 70 million points, asterisk 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 asterisk, started scoring again. This big brother across the street. I just noticed, a 74th level big brother. Didn't it just look like it was only at the beginning of level 70 just now? How did it come up so quickly? Nonsense, the way it looks. This big brother is ready to go straight to level 75 at the opposite that and become a real full-level jitterbug. At this point, little persimmon live in the room. Everyone looked at the PK score that just quickly soared up. It didn't take long for it to reach 100 million. After a face full of incredulity, 100 million PK scores. That's $10 million. $10 million for just one PK? Bosses. Little Bowing looked at the amazing 100 million PK score, bitterly opened his mouth. His face was even more constipated, and weakly said, "Can we get some more points? And on your M score, who can beat this 100 million score down? Remember, I've swiped a lot for you today, so have a nice private chat later." Mud, you fight with a female anchor with such a top-notch big brother. Don't you have any pussy about yourself? It's fine for you to lose face, but it's really hard for me to lose face. The big brothers in the Little Bowing live broadcast room burst into a burst of cursing. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Get 10 times the spending rebate, $110 million. Jiang Nan sighed. The shivering diamonds in his account were also consumed cleanly when he managed to level up to 75. And in his head, a beep from the system rang out. 10 times the consumer rebate. $100 million of pure profit. Comfortable. Smoky Jiangnan Brother 666. A level 75 divine hero. Holy, I've witnessed the birth of a level 75 divine hero. Dad, let's give out another lucky bag. Jiang Yan live room a pop-up screen that is called a crazy. The last one just sent out. The same frequency immediately have another pop-up screen will cover the last pop-up screen. The frequency of the screens simply do not be too exaggerated. I'm down. Jiang Nan sent out a pop-up and was about to exit the live room to brush 2 short videos to sleep. Honey, wait, the anchor across the street hasn't woofed yet. Jiang Yan immediately opened the opposite my, and then faintly said, Little Baoing, you lost. What a bet. I hope you keep it. I'm not so sure I'm going to rely on you for a minute of woofing. Although little Bao Ying's face was not looking too good, after taking a deep breath, she also began to scream. It was a minute long, and after calling out, this little Baoing also cut off the connection in seconds. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yan immediately laughed happily, and then seeing Jiang Nan exit the live broadcast, she immediately said, Everyone, today's live broadcast is over. I'll see you when I have the chance. Snap. Seconds off the air. In the meantime, Jiang Nan's WeChat received a message. Hubby, can you answer the phone now? Can. Jiang Nan replied to Kong Yun. Moment. Kong Yun then made a video call. Honey, it's really thanks to you just now. Otherwise the woofing would have been me. As soon as the video call was connected, Kong Yun's petite voice rang out. That's 100 million PK points. This exaggerated number was something Kong Yun never dared to think about. And she, just moments ago, accomplished this achievement. It's not an exaggeration to say that after today, I'm afraid that Jitterbug might actually have a marketing number seize this point and start pushing it hard, and it's unlikely that her fans will plunk up with it. Can I still let my woman lose? Jiang Nan laughed lightly. At this time, he was also noticing Kong Yun's outfit. Very formal set of loungewear. Not a single thing visible at all. Jiang Nan was naturally satisfied with this point. You knew me before you could rub, but after you met me, after you became my woman, you can't rub it in a bit. Honey, why are you still up? Kong Yunlei's eyes looked over and also came closer to the camera. Her index finger placed on her lips, her shell teeth gently biting her lower lip with a micro-expression of knowing it all facing Gangnam. Not just after a late-night snack. Jiang Nan saw the woman's appearance at this moment. How could he not know what she wanted? Hubby, it's a long night and I have no desire to sleep. So I wonder, can I ask you out for a little pressure? Kong Yun said softly. Hearing this, Jiang Nan glanced at the time. 10 o'clock passed. It wasn't too late, and immediately said, Okay, take a taxi over yourself. Hubby, remember to drive out. Kong Yun hinted at it. Good. Jiang Nan nodded and hung up the video call. Looking at his cell phone, he laughed softly and got up from the couch. Let him drive out. It would be a cutie if Gangnam didn't understand the meaning of that. Kong Yun's favoritism +1. May 24th. 0 o'clock at night. A Bugatti Divo slowly backed out of a small dark alley. Inside the car, Jiang Yan on the co-pilot's seat was red in the face, and her winks glanced towards Jiang Nan. before she obediently straightened up her rather messy skirt. Well, you should be able to sleep tonight, right? Jiang Nan looked toward Jiang Yan, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. This woman's good sense had just been added a little bit, and it was also the reason why he had managed to get another chance at a normal draw. There are currently 2 in hand, and it looks like there are still 8 more to go before 10 draws are exchanged for 1 transcendent draw. But in reality, it's not a difficult thing to really want to accumulate 10 quickly. Jiang Nan still had a small task of welfare on hand, and only needed to complete that small task, then would be able to obtain 5 more chances for the normal lottery. Therefore, it wouldn't be too far away from the next transcendent lucky draw in Jiang Nan's opinion. If I could sleep with my husband in my arms, I'm sure I could sleep better. Kang Yan responded shyly. I'm afraid you'll sleep even less. After Jiang Nan exited the alley, he picked up his cell phone and directly transferred 5 million to this woman. Chapter 146. The golden exclamation mark above the landlady's head. 5 million turned out. Another $1 billion in hand. This caused a pleasant smile to appear on Jiang Nan's face. Ha, hubby, how did you transfer another $5 million to me? When Jiang Yan heard the tone of her cell phone's text message, she immediately took out her cell phone and glanced at it, and her eyes widened when she saw the arrival of $5 million. Reward you for being so well behaved. Jiang Nan drove with one hand and smiled. When the time comes to buy a good car, you won't need to take a taxi next time, and taking a taxi isn't always safe these days, so be careful. What he said does make sense. There are simply not too many people who are too hostile in this world now. After a little bit of bad luck and cursing, there is really a great possibility that something will happen. But, Jiang Yan opened her mouth, but met Jiang Nan's gaze and immediately nodded her head obediently, saying happily, thank you, husband. Jiang Nan transferred quite a lot of money to him, plus a few times of live streaming rewards. Really no kidding. Once the share arrived, she immediately became a multi-million little rich woman in seconds. But don't say that once she became a multi-millionaire little rich woman. Kang Yun thought she was awesome. Let's not talk about Gangnam's background, but let's talk about his face, his body, and his strength. Kang Yun then realized that she could never leave this man in her life. Around 8 in the morning, a 5-star hotel presidential suite bed, Jiang Nan slowly woke up. The Izzy at his side was no longer there. Rolling over and up, he glanced at the cell phone sitting next to him. 8 o'clock in the morning. Ha! Yawning, Jiang Nan stretched his back again in a refreshed manner, and while heading towards the bathroom, he also checked up on the WeChat messages. Jiang Yan, hubby, there's a class in a while, so I'll go back first. Ning Russian, why did you sneak out last night? Landlady, pictures. Wash up. Jiang Nan also replied one by one. What was clearly a few minutes long to wash up was upwards of half an hour because of multiple redheads. Receiving a confidant is good for a while. Receiving a confidant all the time is good for a straight time. Ah no, it's still quite annoying once in a while. Although there was no Shura, Jiang Nan still felt quite tired after this day of chatting, saying that he was tired. In fact, at this moment, the smile at the corner of Jiang Nan's mouth, that could not be suppressed at all. Walking out of the bathroom and getting dressed, Jiang Nan also checked out and left the hotel. Bugatti Devo car. Jiang Nan's fingers gently tapped the steering wheel. His eyes flashed with a strange luster and muttered, it's the 24th, tomorrow morning's 8 o'clock flight to Mordor, and after a few days of playing, then to Kyoto. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany my confidant in Jiangqing for the rest of the day. On Ning Rusheng's side, he had made all the arrangements and said so. I'll be able to spend some quality time with the landlady in Suyun today. Buzz off. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly vibrated. Jiang Nan returned to his senses and glanced at it. It's really what you think about. Sister Xia. Jiang Nan picked up the phone and said hello. Brat, you said you're going to Magic City tomorrow to find Xiuqiu to play for a few days. Aren't you going to keep Suyun and I company today? The landlady's voice rang out. It's on the way here. Jiang Nan smiled. Ready for the battle robe? Flagstaff. The landlady smiled and said, Suyun and I hoofed it back after dropping the 2 girls off at the kindergarten, and we didn't even eat breakfast. It's okay, I'll bring you guys back with soybean milk donuts later. Jiang Nan lit up when he heard the cheongsam. After a couple sentences of small talk, the phone hung up, and Jiang Nan concentrated on driving up. Half an hour later, in the middle of the small villa of the Southern Heavenly Pavilion, just parked down in the underground garage, only the sound of high heels was heard. Jiang Nan looked in the direction the voice came from, only to see the landlady and Suyun, 2 wifely and sensual pretty ladies, twisting their crotches and coming. As we all know, cheongsams can be very reflective of the body, and both the landlady and Suyun have extremely perfect bodies. One of the landlady's explosions was even more exaggerated. At the moment wearing a cheongsam, that's really enough to call out the immediacy. Not to mention, at this time, both the landlady and Suyun had their hair tied up and coiled high, and the look that came over, not to mention how lethal it was. Fragrant cars, Beautiful people. 2.5 hours. Suyun's favoritism +1. Suyun's favoritism +1. At this point, first floor living room in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Barta. Jongnan looked at the palm print on the glass and a satisfied smile came to his face. A cigarette afterward makes you feel like a god. Jongnan turned back to the sofa and sat down, a few flesh-colored stockings resting on the sofa, and he couldn't help but exhale a long drag on his cigarette, nodding appreciatively. He felt like he'd definitely taken a lot of steps today, from the underground garage to the living room. With that, the second floor staircase, slowly heading towards the master bedroom again. There are already 4 draws on hand, so no, it's still quite efficient. Jongnan was still very satisfied with the speed of accumulating opportunities for raffle times, and most of all this meeting, Suyun directly skyrocketed by 2 points of goodwill. Lin Nanman's favorability is also only 92 points. There's still a lot of room for development. Jongnan revealed a hint of a smile. Suddenly, he thought of something, and a bright light immediately burst out of his eyes. Currently the landlady's favorability has also reached 97 points, and if you still want to refine it, is it also necessary to carry out side mini-quests? At that thought, he exhaled a long smoke ring, and then stubbed out the cigarette, and had just gotten up from the couch when he heard the sound of tiny footsteps coming up the second floor stairs. Jongnan looked back, and the landlady with silver hair draped over her shoulders and quite a bit messy walked down with a slight hesitant look on her face, especially on the concerned eyes of Jongnan looking over at this moment. A beautiful pretty face even showed some sorrow. Jongnan headed towards the landlady as he wrapped the latter, who was full of sorrow, into his arms, wondering why she had this expression even though he did not see the golden exclamation mark above the landlady's head. Sister Xia, what's wrong with you? Seeing that your face doesn't look right, is something wrong? Jiangnan, there's a parent-child activity at little girl's kindergarten on the 1st of next month, and I was thinking if I could have you join little girl and I in this parent-child activity? The landlady whispered. Hearing this, Jiangnan was slightly stunned. He thought something was wrong, but it turned out to be this, and immediately smiled. No problem. The little girl is also my goddaughter. What's not to like about participating in this parent-child activity? The moment Jiangnan said this, he saw a golden illusory exclamation mark slowly emerge above the landlady's head. Chapter 147, The Stir-Frying Kung Fu was not his stir-frying Kung Fu. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Due to the high favorability of confidant Xia Jiqing, he has successfully triggered a random mini-quest. Complete it and you will be rewarded for the quest. Please click on the golden exclamation mark above Xia Jiqing's head to view the side mini-quest. Immediately, as one of the system's beeps sounded in Zhang Nan's head, he moved his mind and saw an illusory finger pointing on top of that golden exclamation mark on top of the landlady's head. Mission statement, accompany Jiqing Xia and Ying Xia to a parent-child activity. Mission reward, Xia Jiqing goodwill +1. 1 chance to draw a prize. After reading this branch mini-quest, Zhang Nan's eyes suddenly flashed up with a strange luster. I'm afraid that this mission would have to wait until he returned from Kyoto before he could complete it. And although he couldn't complete it now, Zhang Nan didn't feel any pity at all. Gangnam. The landlady was moved to hug Zhang Nan and whispered. The reason I was so hesitant was because of Su Yun. Rhyme. Zhang Nan recalled that both little girls had the same kindergarten. It does seem a little favoritism somehow. I talked to Su Yun, but she was a bit open-minded, saying that the little Nui isn't your goddaughter in the first place, and that it's normal to participate in parent-child activities with Ying. Participating in parent-child activities with little Nui, on the contrary, is a bit strange. The landlady whispered. It's fine. This kind of thing takes its time. You and Sister Rhyme are both my confidants. Both little girls. I will treat them equally, and will always be able to level the playing field. Zhang Nan said softly. This side owed a little. The other he was bound to make up for it. Well nah. Then, it's a deal. June 1st. The landlady nodded and gave a smile before her voice rang out. It's close to lunchtime. I'll see what's on offer in the kitchen. I'll cook today. Zhang Nan directly picked up the landlady in a princess carry, arrived at the living room with a healthy stride, placed her on the sofa, and then rolled up his sleeves and said, I'm not pretending anymore. Showdown. I'm a top chef. It's true that you're quite good at stir-frying, and I also recognize that you're a top chef. But, this stir-fry is not another stir-fry. Are you sure it's okay? The landlady looked at Zhang Nan in surprise. Since she had known Zhang Nan, she had never heard that he could cook. You can't use such a questionable sentence in front of a man. Zhang Nan smiled confidently. Seeing Zhang Nan turn toward the kitchen, the landlady was also curious. Eyes rolled for a moment. Just as he was about to follow toward the kitchen, footsteps came from the stairwell on the second floor. Sister Xia, Gangnam. Soon, Su Yun, dressed in a white lace nightgown, walked down. Chop chop. At this point, there was a sound coming from the kitchen, which made Su Yun look towards the kitchen side in surprise. Su Yun, the landlady stepped out of the parlor with a soft whimper. Ha, why are you here, Sister Xia? That kitchen. Soo-yun looked at the landlady who approached him with surprise. It's Gangnam. The landlady laughed. He says he's not just good at the other frying, but this real frying, too. The first type of frying kung fu was excellent. Soo-yun naturally knew what it was, which caused her to not be able to help but slightly redden her pretty face, followed by an instant reaction as well, pulling the landlady towards the kitchen. Chop chop, come to the kitchen door. Soo-yun and the landlady looked toward the inside, only to see a kitchen knife in the hands of Jiangnan is simply playing out of the flour. Directly as the show turned a very handsome knife flower, even cutting things, but also take the time to turn his head to look at their own too. Does not affect the things in his hands in the slightest. Jiangnan, this knife work of yours, it's fine. The landlady wasn't a very good cook, but at this point she was also blown away by this knife work of Jiangnan's. Sister Xia, this Jiangnan's knife work is not just as simple as it can be, it's simply an ox. Soo-yun is a perennial cook. See at this time Jiangnan show the horror of the knife work, directly stared wide-eyed, exclaimed, this is the cooking to make art, really not exaggerated. If I record a video to send the internet, it is not possible to Jiangnan's face value. A little bit of operation, a few days to become a million netizens should not be a problem. Faced with the shock of the two confidants, Jiangnan smiled faintly before saying, Sister Xia, Sister Rhyme, you guys go to the living room and wait for a while, you'll be able to eat in a while. No go. It's so enjoyable to see your knife work, I'm sure it'll be even more enjoyable when you start frying in a while. The landlady grinned before stepping into the kitchen. Hearing this, Soo-yun only felt that the wheels of the car were crushed in front of her, and she, who herself was prone to be a bit shy, at this time, her pretty face flushed red, and she looked towards Jiangnan, who had already started the pan and burned the oil in preparation for stir-frying the vegetables, and her eyes flickered with a strange luster. This man, truly the perfect man sent to her from heaven, was simply too versatile. You better be talking about stir-fry. Jiangnan glanced at his landlady who was close to him, and then began to fry. The truth is indeed as the landlady said, watching Gangnam stir-fry is indeed a treat. In just a minute or two, the smell of meat immediately spread throughout the kitchen. It smells so good. The landlady gave a few excited sniffs and looked at the busy Jiangnan with little peachy eyes. Hearing the landlady's excited cries, Jiangnan said that it would be false to say that he wasn't happy, and directly began to show off his skills, immediately attracting another burst of adoring cries from the two women. Soon, but in a little while, a plate of fried pork with green peppers came out. Taste. The landlady immediately couldn't help herself, drew a pair of chopsticks and directly tasted a piece of fried meat, and the moment she chewed it up, a bright light burst out from her eyes, and she very exaggeratedly exclaimed, it's too delicious. Soo-yun, you come and taste this plate of green pepper fried meat. I would like to call it the best green pepper fried meat in the world. Is it that much of a stretch? Soo-yun felt that Jiangnan's cooking wasn't bad, but it wasn't so exaggerated, was it? Immediately, he walked over, took the chopsticks handed over by the landlady, and caught a piece of fried meat and put it into his mouth. Ha! The unique flavor spread out on Soo-yun's tongue, causing her eyes to widen in vain as well, exclaiming, delicious indeed. She had watched Jiangnan's ingredients just now, and it was the same as her usual steps as well, but the flavor was one in the sky and one on the ground. What's going on? Gangnam, did you put any different flavorings? Soo-yun was stunned. No, that's strength. Jiangnan smiled mysteriously. With a master chef level ability, you'd have to say it didn't come with some sort of flavor bonus, and he really didn't think it counted as an ability produced by the system. Soo-yun's favoritism +1. Ding. Congratulations host. Confidant Soo-yun favorability +1. Face value score +1. Lottery opportunity +1. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Confidant Soo-yun's favorability has successfully reached 95 points, and he has been given one additional chance to draw a prize. As a system beep sounded, another system beep sounded in his head, which caused his eyes to light up. 2 more raffle chances in hand. In other words, he currently had another 6 draws on hand already. Cool. Chapter 148, Charm, 100 points. Xiao Ruiyue came to the phone. Soon, for home-cooked side dishes complete. At this time, on the dining table, the landlady, Soo-yun looked at these few home-cooked small dishes. Her face was full of unbelievable colors. I feel like I need to eat at least a couple big bowls of rice today. The landlady took a few deep sniffs, and a look of obsession came over her face. Jiangnan, you really do have a deep secret. I never thought that your cooking skills would be so great. Soo-yun is also capable of home-cooked small dishes, but compared to Jiangnan's culinary skills, she felt that there is really no comparison. Just the aroma of this dish alone, so that she could not stop drooling. Let's eat. Gangnam ate it. It was delicious. The landlady and Soo-yun also moved their chopsticks, and soon, The two women's exclamations immediately rang out, sounding as if they were exaggerated, but in reality, for the deliciousness of these few home-cooked small dishes, it was not exaggerated at all. In response, Jiang Nan revealed a smile. Next, the landlady and Su Yun are on fire. The first time to eat Jiang Nan cook home cooking, and still so delicious. The two directly really angry show off 3 bowls of rice, and 4 home cooking dishes even to the soup show off clean. 2 bracing. The landlady as soon as the whole person paralyzed on the seat, touching her slightly bulging stomach. Her face was full of unfulfilled happy smile. She felt that today's meal was countless times more delicious than the food made by the chefs of those so-called 3-star Michelin restaurants she had eaten. No way. Gangnam can't cook from now on. I'm afraid that if I eat a few more times, then I'm definitely going to gain weight. Soo-yun shook his head with a bitter smile. Every time she cooks, it's at least 3 bowls of rice, and that's if she restrains herself. If not, 4 bowls of rice are definitely not out of the question. Ha ha. Faced with the two women's compliments, Jiang Nan was naturally very cool. Standing up, he prepared to clear the dishes. Gangnam, don't pack, leave something for us to do, just to digest, the landlady said hastily, and then she too rose forcibly from her seat. Yes, we must be allowed to do something, or our stomachs are too full. Soo-yun also got up and started cleaning up the dishes with the landlady. Okay. Jiang Nan also did not argue. Toward the living room, and at the same time, the voice also continued to sound, I'm going to go to a magic tomorrow, after a few days over there, and go to Kyoto to deal with some things. The first morning to fly back. The parent-child program is in the afternoon, so that's definitely in time. The landlady nodded. Arriving at the living room, Jiang Nan did not light a cigarette this time, but called out his character attribute panel to check it out. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21. Charisma, 100 points. Height, 185 centimeters. Wealth, $11. 6 billion. Abilities, Stage 1 Precognition. Insight, Vajra Unbreakable Kidneys. Super 5 Senses. Master Culinary Arts. Master Physical Arts. Master Piano. Master Traditional Chinese Medicine. And the title of Heavenly Fate Protagonist. Assets, 10 years of tradable life. Jiangcheng Mansion, Jiangcheng Tianfu 001 Villa. Porsche Cayenne. Pagani Windchild. Bugatti Devo. Life events, will receive a great gift on the day of his 22nd birthday. Ha! After checking a glance at his attribute panel, Jiang Nan could not help but raise his eyebrows for a moment, his face revealing a bit of surprise. Updated a few abilities in addition to a charisma column. Moreover, his charisma was already pulled full at this point if 100 points was a full value. There's already 6 billion on hand. So when we finish the small welfare mission and do a little more spending, we'll almost be able to redeem a large welfare mission to test the waters. The rewards for just the small welfare tasks alone are so generous. It's not hard to imagine how generous the rewards for the big welfare tasks should be. Also, the tradable 10-year lifespan is of great use. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. There was never a shortage of rich people in this world, not to mention 10 years of life expectancy, a month of life expectancy, or even half a month of life expectancy, for the kind of rich people whose life expectancy is coming to an end and who still want to continue to live, not to mention scattering their family's wealth just to live for half a month. This scattering half of the family's wealth in order to live for half a month is also absolutely willing. But, money is extremely simple for me to earn, and those 10 years of tradable life must still be used for the right purpose. Jiang Nan was essentially not short of money, and it was naturally impossible to really let him sell these 10 years of life, unless a $10 billion deal for a few days of lifespan. This Jiang Nan wouldn't mind selling a few days of lifespan out. After all, $10 billion was able to redeem a chance for a big welfare mission for him. With this perk of a big mission, maybe he'll still get a tradable lifespan. When one day the lifespan I have on hand to trade out reaches an apex, I will be the true uncrowned king of this world. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Not only was his lifespan infinite, but the confidants around him would inevitably be infinite as well. And for some truly high-ranking beings to survive, then they must give up something and become slaves to longevity. He controls the distribution of lifespans, and those in high positions of power and influence are not tantamount to becoming his slaves. There's no rush, no need to rush at all. I'm still young, and I simply don't have too much time to develop. The corner of Jiang Nan's mouth curved up in a hint of confidence. Other people's time will be very valuable in the future, but I'm afraid that for him, the least valuable thing is time. Barta said not to light a cigarette, but thinking about it, subconsciously Jiang Nan also lit a cigarette, got up and arrived at the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the small cottage's small garden in the front yard. His eyes narrowed slightly, and began to look forward to the future. Around 3 in the afternoon. Wow! In the middle of the master bathroom, the sound of rushing water rang out. Buzz off! Not long after, Jiang Nan, who had finished his shower, had just stepped out of the master bedroom when his cell phone vibrated. Taking it out and scanning it, it was Cho Rueyue's WeChat voice call. Sister Autumn. Cho Rueyue's age was still a few years older than his, thus this sister Jiangnan called him without any awkwardness. Jiangnan, I'm going on vacation in a few days. I wonder if you're free. Autumn Rueyue's happy voice rang out. A few days? Probably not. I'm going to go to Magic City tomorrow to look for my girlfriend, and after a few days over there I'll have to go to Kyoto to take care of some things again. Jiangnan pondered for a moment and shook his head. Next month? I basically have nothing to do next month, even if something is going on. It depends on what the task at hand is at the time. Chapter 149, Your family lives in Dunhuang? How come there are so many murals? Ha? To Mordor? Kyoto again? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Cho Rueyue was quite a bit lost, but she also quickly sorted out her emotions. After all, she had nothing to do with Jiang Nan, and it's not like it's possible for someone to stop going to Mordor to be with their girlfriend in turn to be with her, who has no connections whatsoever, right? Then I'll take a transfer backward in time. Autumn Rueyue took a deep breath and whispered, how was the beginning of the month? Could be. Let's do it after the first. Jiang Nan no. One also had to accompany the landlady and the little girl to the kindergarten's parent-child activities, so naturally he was unavailable that day. Good. Then start on 2. Autumn Rueyue immediately laughed. She was looking forward to it for a long time. She was in love at first sight with Jiang Nan, if not her reasoning made her a little reserved. Otherwise she would definitely have been unable to hold back from looking for Jiang Nan for a date every day. Okay. Next. The two made some more small talk and the call hung up. Not the first time to exit WeChat. Jiang Nan also glanced at the circle of friends, brushed a few dynamics. After perceiving that the hand of the cigarette is almost finished, this is the only way to exit WeChat. Take the phone to arrive in front of the coffee table will be stubbed out the cigarette. Buzz. Just as he was about to sit down, his cell phone vibrated once more. Unlike the voice of WeChat's phone call, this time the voice was surprisingly from Penguin, a chat program. Cold Ice Moon. Sweeping a glance, Jiang Nan's face revealed a look of surprise. Entering the Penguin, Jiang Nan picked up the voice call from Lung Bingyue. Boss. Just after connecting, Lung Bingyue's yuan-chi-filled voice rang out. Now Lung Bingyue's favorability towards him had reached an exaggerated 96 points. It really wasn't an exaggeration to say that wherever two people had a little bit of space to be alone, they were definitely able to naturally have something wonderful happen. What's wrong? Jiang Nan sat down. I have something to discuss with you. Lung Bingyue's voice rang out. Say it. Jiang Nan laughed lightly. One of my younger sisters from the countryside will come to Jiangcheng to study at the university this year. I'm thinking if I can get her to come to the house and study half-time at that time? Lung Bingyue whispered. Okay, you can just make these. You don't need to tell me much about them. If his brother came, Jiang Nan would naturally refuse. It was natural that he would not find it inconvenient for this sister to come. Thanks, boss. Lung Bingyu immediately smiled happily. Don't worry, this sister of mine is very obedient and understanding. If you tell her to go east, she absolutely cannot go west, and is also very diligent, and even cooks a good handful of dishes. It's fine, you can just arrange it when she arrives. Jiang Nan didn't care about these have-nots. Okay then, I'll leave the boss alone. I'll go call my sister back. Hang up. Jiang Nan was about to exit Penguin, a chatting program, when he noticed that he still had multiple messages from Penguin, most of which were group chats. Middle school, high school. As for the university, he dropped out of school after 2 years and entered society to work. It's not that he doesn't get grants in the back anymore, but he's just burned out. An ordinary second university. In his opinion at the time, it would be better to come out early to work to earn some money to earn their own living. That said, it's kind of the young at heart self-esteem thing, but honestly, really, if he had gone along with the university, now he really didn't know if he would have been able to get the system and go on with the life he was living now. So everything is fate. Jiang Nan shook his head and was about to cross out these group chats when he accidentally clicked into a high school class group chat. He was just about to quit when he was greeted with several messages from Aitken. And, from the chat box he just clicked into, he saw many Jiang Nan is such a scum. Such words, which immediately caused his brows to furrow. What do you mean? Word got out that he was with a couple of redheads? Shouldn't I? Immediately, Jiang Nan glanced upwards at the chat logs, eventually showing a stunned look on his face, followed by a stunned look that turned ironic. I'm Nima. What a great guy. A woman named Wang Xiaoman went so far as to say inside the high school group that he, Jiang Nan, had abandoned her, even to the point of not paying to support her body when she got pregnant, or something like that. He glanced at the clock. The news had been circulating for a few days now, and had only begun to officially fester in the last day or two. Wang Xiaoman? Who is this woman? Jiang Nan really did not first think of who this person is. Thought for a moment, directly ate that Wang Xiaoman. Did not say anything else, just a question mark dumped out. With that, he slowly got up from his seat, not taking his eyes off his cell phone. Not 2 steps away, a message popped up in the group. It is a person called Chen Jinfei sent out the message. Buddy, what do you mean by this question mark? People Wang Xiaoman or Sunshine pregnant list in the group. You dare to do not dare to do it, right? Gangnam at Chen Jinfei? Still simply a question mark. Chen Jinfei, everyone come out and see. The scum who dares to do nothing is finally out. JN, your family lives in Dunhuang? Chen Jinfei, what do you mean? JN, what's with all the murals? Chen Jinfei, I'm holding out for my high school classmates. People like you are really disgusting. Knocked someone up and still won't admit it. JN, so if someone says they knocked up your mother, are you admitting it? In the end, Jiangnan was only a young man in his early 20s. How could he be without some temperament? Chen Jinfei, you right you? Jiangnan, hush, don't bark. No one will take you for a dummy if you say less. Wang Xiaoman, hurry up and come out to explain. Who are you? You are here to spread rumors. Chen Jinfei at Wang Xiaoman. Xiaoman, come out. This scumbag is out. What's your grievance? You tell it all. Seeing this message, Jiangnan couldn't help but shake his head. I feel like this dangling hair is a dog licker. Thinking of this, he also looked up this Wang Xiaoman and then clicked on her data card to look at it. That look at the avatar immediately made me remember something. Meng Qingqiu came to Jiangqing at that time. The two went to dinner and encountered a high school classmate. That girl at that time, but also in the face of her boyfriend, wanted to ask him to dinner. True version of T0 female players. Jiangnan sighed, exiting this Wang Xiaoman's profile card and returning to the chat box of the group chat. Wang Xiaoman at Chen Jinfei, do you have nothing to do? What's between me and Jiangnan is none of your business. You really live in Dunhuang and have a lot of murals, don't you? When exiting the data card, Jiangnan saw this message from Wang Xiaoman, and then took a look at the above that Chen Jinfei at least ate a dozen messages from Wang Xiaoman, and then he did not hold back his laughter and sprayed out. Ha Gangnam, what are you laughing at? This time, down from the second floor came the landlady, sleepily rubbing her eyes and looking curiously toward Jiangnan. Chapter 150, Meng Qingqiu, if I reach the order, I may not be able to reach the order for you as well. A fun guy showed up. Jiangnan laughed. What fun people? The landlady walked over and curiously looked at the cell phone Jiangnan handed over while looking at it. After a short while, her brow furrowed and she was instantly offended. What do you call this fun person? This is purely a. Also, that Wang Xiaoman. What the hell? She's also worthy of rumors that she's your woman? Chen Jinfei at Wang Xiaoman. Xiaoman, what's wrong with you? Didn't we just chat privately yesterday, saying we'd meet up when I got back to Jiangcheng? Also, I just transferred $3,000 to you and now you're doing this to me? This time, the group was updated again. Seeing this, the landlady directly took her cell phone and etched this Chen Jinfei and also Wang Xiaoman, then opened the recording video, directly into the mirror faintly said, that what Wang Xiaoman? I took a look at your avatar. What kind of goods also dare to come to touch porcelain sisters man? Recording complete. Send directly. In just a moment, the group exploded. Su Xiaojiang, ha, I'm laughing my ass off. I told you this Wang Xiaoman was off. As an extra compliment, the sister in this video is really good looking, and her temperament is great. Zhao Feng at Wang Xiaoman, at Chen Jinfei. Still rumors? You two are the only ones with a lot of murals in the whole group. Can't you see that the students in the group don't want to give a damn about you? Qian Chang, laughing me to death. Licking a dog to nothing in the end. I remember this Chen Jinfei liked this Wang Xiaoman when he was in high school, right? It's not possible that he still wants to be the receiver, right? High school classmates who had been hiding and eating were bubbling over after seeing this video of the landlady. They were all rational melon eaters. Not to mention that Jiang Nan was nothing. Even if Jiang Nan really abandoned someone and was an iron scum, it would be just a melon to them. The melon eaters. As far as rambling about anything, that would only be something that would be said in private. Really rambling in front of a group of so many people. But anyone with a bit of emotional intelligence couldn't have rambled. Chen Jinfei at Wang Xiaoman. Xiaoman, what do you mean? You lied to people? Wang Xiaoman, a group of things. What I say you believe is it? Ha, not with Chunju in a group. Sis slip away. Wang Xiaoman exited the group chat. After cursing this, the public screen received a prompt from Wang Xiaoman to exit the group chat. Seeing this, the landlady couldn't hold back her laughter and shook her head. Jiangnan, these high school classmates of yours are really interesting. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty fun. Jiangnan was definitely very upset at first when he knew that he was being rumored about, but after he slowed down, he really didn't have any other emotions other than amusement. Now he was not even remotely comparable to these people, truly being affected by too many emotions. Instead, he was pulling down his Gangnam's class. Withdrawn. The landlady directly withdrew the recorded video, and then returned the cell phone to Jiangnan, yawned, and looked toward him with charming eyes, smilingly saying, You're going to find Xingqiu in Magic City tomorrow, and then go to Kyoto, so you'll have to come back at least a week. Jiangnan, today you don't go out. Stay at home properly? Good. Jiangnan nodded. This time when he left Jiangcheng, it would indeed take a little while before he could return. May 25th. At around 6:30 in the morning, Jiangnan had already washed up and left the house. At this point, on the yellow Ferrari, driver master enthusiastically said, "Not I brag, you, but wherever you say you rush tight. I packed 20 minutes to you to send you, believe it or not. 8 o'clock flight, not much of a problem." Jiangnan didn't bring anything with him, and when the time came to pick up the ticket and get on the plane directly, it was done, and it didn't waste much time. After saying this, he instead rejected the driver master who still wanted to interact, closed his eyes and thought back to yesterday, and there was a smile on his face if nothing else. This kind of cozy daily life can be so blissful in his opinion. After half an hour's drive, he successfully arrived at Jiangcheng Airport. After paying the money and getting down from the yellow Ferrari, Jiangnan also headed towards the entrance. Buzz, the phone vibrated, and Jiangnan scanned it to find a voice message from Meng Qingqiu. "Darling, good morning, good morning." Jiangnan replied, "Isn't today the weekend? Why are you up so early?" "Getting used to it, getting ready for a morning jog in a little while." Meng Qingqiu was the one who was curious. "You're the one who's strange. Why did you reply to my message so early today? Shouldn't it be after 8 o'clock? Click. Jiangnan didn't reply the first time, but took a picture of Meng Qingqiu over. In the meantime, Magic City, a small cottage, in the middle of a room. Meng Qingqiu, who had just gotten up and was still brushing her teeth in the bathroom in a daze, suddenly saw a photo and was first stunned. Then her eyes widened violently. "Ah!" Immediately after, Meng Qingqiu's incredibly excited voice rang out from the bathroom. "Da-da-da-da." It was only a few seconds before the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the bathroom. "What's going on? Autumn?" Knock knock. Someone knocked on the bathroom door, and the worried voice of her best friend Yo-Yo rang out. "Yo-Yo, no, it's fine." Meng Qingqiu excitedly jumped in place several times, and then took the time to open the bathroom door. Looking at her good girlfriend Yao Yao standing in the doorway, hurriedly showed her cell phone, and happily shouted, "Darling, am coming to me. You're hopeless, you love brain." Yao Yao let out a huge sigh of relief. Then she blanked Meng Qingqiu and shook her head. "As for being so excited, you, humph, Yao Yao, you're still young, you don't understand anything, the sweetness of being in love, you have no idea how mesmerizing it is." Meng Qingqiu grunted, happily biting her toothbrush as she replied, "Darling, what time's the flight? I'll come pick you up later." After replying, she looked towards her good girlfriend Yao Yao and said with a smile, "Yao Yao, good wife, accompany me to pick up darling in a while? That's your order, not mine. So what am I picking up?" Yo-Yo deflated. "Will some girl spit on me later for being a light bulb? How can that be? You're my good wife. Moreover, didn't we two say goodbye when we were kids? In the future, we will marry the same man. Yao Yao, in fact, my darling, may not be your darling too." Meng Qingqiu glanced deeply at her best friend and said something seemingly in jest. "I see a kid with the same avatar as me. Don't you want to swipe some gifts? I see a kid with the same avatar as me. Don't you want a gift?" Chapter 151, Airport Encounter. "Go go go." Hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, Yao Yao's pretty face immediately turned red, and she hurriedly waved her hand, faintly saying, that was something she said when she was a child, and she was completely clueless. "Now that you've grown up, you can really marry a man together. He, it's not impossible." Meng Qingqiu smiled and said, "Well, I just heard you screaming and thought something had happened. I'm also going to go wash up, and later go with you to pick up your darling. Look at the photo, is indeed handsome. I don't know how to see it in person, and fascinate my family Chochu with 5 souls." Yao Yao was indeed very curious. All that could be seen in that photo was that Jiangnan was indeed handsome, but it wasn't such a huge impact. Moreover, having heard Meng Qingqiu say that this darling of hers was even more outstanding, she really wanted to see just how outstanding it could be. "Okay." Meng Qingqiu nodded and directly made a video call over to Jiangnan. At this point, in the middle of Jiangcheng Airport, Jiangnan had also just picked up his ticket and was about to go through security when Meng Qingqiu's video call came through. "Darling." Just after connecting, Meng Qingqiu's excited voice came through. "It takes off at 8 and arrives around 10, so you don't have to rush." Jiangnan found a seat and sat down, and as he did, a dramatic scene emerged. Just see Jiangnan around several seats, have been seated pulling the suitcase of the girl sat down, and also very neatly a seat on the cell phone out. Began the selfie. "The timing of your arrival is really on point. He, Yao Yao and I will come over to pick you up in a while. She's very curious about what you actually look like offline. If you're even more handsome than your pictures." Meng Qingqiu brushed her teeth, spat out a few mouthfuls of mouthwash, and said rather vaguely, "By the way, Darling, the soundproofing in the house doesn't feel very good. Do you want us to go stay outside at night? She remembered her screams in the bathroom just now were heard by Yo-Yo. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if she went overboard with her passion at night and completely let go of her ego? Whatever. Jungnan does not care. Really not. He cannot buy a set of villas directly in Magic City is not impossible. Didn't you say there's some kind of Townsend's that's pretty good? Belonging to one of the top luxury residential properties in the Magic City. A set of ordinary point of the large flat floor are counted in hundreds of millions of dollars. Let's just meet up then, darling, then I'll go wash up and pick you up in a few minutes when I'm cleaned up. Meng Qingqiu waved her hand at the camera while sending a kiss. Mua, see you in a while la darling. See you in a minute. Hanging up the video call, Dongnam just got up from his seat. Handsome, can you add a green bubble? Handsome, I just noticed you for a long time. Are you going to Magic City too? Can you add a green bubble? I'm a local of Magic City. I can take you to have a good time in Magic City for a few days. Handsome, add a green bubble. You're going to Magic City, right? I'll change my flight right away. Then how about a romantic date? Ugly Bai is never going to understand the world of Handsome Ebby. This woman took the initiative and simply didn't want to exaggerate a bit too much. Just the moment Jungnan stood up from his seat, the many girls still sitting around him directly ejected and immediately arrived in front of him, pulling their suitcases in quick steps. Jungnan swept a glance, and if he rated it with the naked eye, the highest one sister had about 70 points under her makeup. Don't think that makeup has 70% of the girl is not beautiful. This score of the girl, really not jokingly, most men pursue the goddess. It has been this level. To use an adjective, the girl with this score can definitely be called Little Beauty. As for the other girls, Jungnan took a look at a woman wearing a wedding ring on her ring finger. In 30s, her face value can only be said to be average, more than 60 points, but the eyes of a pool of spring water, blazing to see as to let Jungnan are not too good with her more than a few eyes. I'm sorry, I'm with someone, please make way. Jungnan politely refused, and then peeled away from the piles of women surrounding him toward the security checkpoint. It was such that he could feel his abs being touched a few times. For this, Jungnan felt indifferent. Anyway, he didn't suffer. It wasn't him who had a hard time, but this group of passionate women. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I just touched his abs. What a giggle. It's so good. That handsome guy I think should be an internet celebrity, right? Or else he's a star. This face and body. It's simply don't tell me. He just looked at me and I got a little topsy-turvy. Mud, go to the restroom. Swish swish swish. As the last sentence was said, several women looked towards that woman. It was the woman in her 30s. At this time, a red haze was all over her face. Looking at Jungnan's back, her eyes were that much hungrier. But, looking as they did, these women didn't use any disdainful looks, because, when this woman says it, it shows exactly what they are just thinking inside at the moment. Looks like I'll have to wear a hat mask or something on my next trip. Jungnan shook his head, and then cooperated with the security check and directly arrived at the first-class waiting room to wait up. Just entering the waiting room, Jungnan saw a guy wearing a duck-tongue cap, a black mask with big sunglasses, and by the looks of his body type, he should be a woman sitting on a small sofa. Seemingly sensing something, the heavily armored woman inclined her head to look over and froze the moment she saw Jungnan. Sun Weiwei's favoritism plus 15, and at this moment, a system beep sounded in Jungnan's head. Vivian's son? Hearing the system's beep, Jungnan froze for a moment and glanced over toward the heavily armed girl again. This time, he dropped an insight spell. Name, Sun Weiwei. Age, 23. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Face value, 96 points. Favor, 15 points. A superb girl with a face value of 96 points. Moreover, this 170 height can be deeply loved by Gangnam. But, why does that name sound familiar? Sun Weiwei's favoritism plus 5. Let's go. Looks like another proper face reader. When Jungnan approached and sat on the small sofa opposite this heavily armed Sun Weiwei, the system's beep once again sounded in his head. Bang bang, 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 bang. At this point, Jungnan didn't know that the heartbeat of the heavily armed sister across from him couldn't mention how fast it was beating. This face value, it's really heaven-defying. And that body temperament. My God, is this really a man that can be seen in reality? Sun Weiwei couldn't help but gulp a little, subconsciously removing her sunglasses and once again looking towards Jungnan. And at that moment, Jungnan also looked towards her and met her eyes. The eyes are quite nice. Speaking of which, how does this Sun Weiwei's name feel really a bit familiar? Jungnan's face showed some thoughtfulness. Chapter 152 Big Star Sun Weiwei. The handsome man. Just as Jungnan recalled whether he really knew this Sun Weiwei, the opposite side of the girl took the initiative to open her mouth to speak. The voice and even more very good to hear. What? Jungnan and Sun Weiwei were the only two people in the entire waiting room. And when he heard this handsome man, he immediately responded. Have we met? Sun Weiwei, despite not being able to see her own face, from what she sensed on her slightly hot cheeks, she was pretty sure that her face under her black mask had reddened. It was her first time hitting on someone, and she really didn't have a lick of experience, so she could only think back to the words of the person who had hit on her before herself, and thus borrowed from them. Nope. Jiang Nan could guarantee that he had never seen this Sun Weiwei, and could not help but shake his head. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Sun Weiwei pondered and hesitated for a moment, and then slowly took off her duck-tongued cap, revealing a head of golden yellow hair, followed by her hand removing her black mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that had fallen to the ground. It was knowing that this Sun Weiwei's face value was scored at the 96th level, but the moment she took off her mask, Jiang Nan's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate several times. Yellow-haired sister? You don't recognize me? Sun Weiwei froze when she saw Jiang Nan for just a moment, and did not feel too much emotion instead. Not recognizable. Jiang Nan shook his head and complimented. But you're very pretty and have a good temperament. You have the immediate feeling of a big star. I am Sun Weiwei. Sun Weiwei said her name, and then widened some big beautiful eyes. Surprised? Do you still have no impression? It feels kind of familiar. Jiang Nan recalled carefully, and then looked at Sun Weiwei a few more times. Suddenly, a flash of light in his mind, violently remembered something. Surprised? I seem to have some impression. You are really a big star. Previously, he had accompanied Ning Risheng, Lang Bingyue, and Lai Jing to watch a movie in the theater in Villa 001 of Jiangqing Tianfu, and the main female character was the yellow-haired sister in front of him. Looks like I'm not so nameless after all. Sun Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. If Jiang Nan was a middle-aged or elderly person, then she felt it was quite normal not to recognize her. But for such a young man as Gangnam to really not recognize her would be a bit of a blow to her, who was supposed to be occupying the market of the younger generation. Handsome. I see you have quite a good temperament and a very high face value. My company is in urgent need of fresh blood lately. Are you interested in entering the circle to try? Sun Weiwei's eyes turned around, and then stood up from the small sofa, and then took a few steps to Jiang Nan's side, took out a business card from inside a small bag with her, and said with a smile, a boy with a face like yours. No kidding, entering the entertainment industry is directly in storm mode. Thanks, I'm not really interested in the circle. Gangnam politely declined. He really wanted to enter this circle, just directly acquire an entertainment company, and, with that time, he might as well think about how to spend more. The pleasure gained as well as the money. That was not comparable to a small star. He enters the entertainment industry, that is purely capital Big Brother into the circle, directly is a real downward strike. It's fine, how about we add a green bubble? If you're interested later, you can tell me about it too. Sun Weiwei or the first time so active, heart are incomparably surprised, but the words are set out. She naturally is not entangled so much, although the pretty face read, but the performance is very frank. Okay. Jiang Nan did not refuse, nodded and took his cell phone to scan the code to add the green bubble to each other. Gangnam. Sun Weiwei looked at the name Jiang Nan sent. Her eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, your name is quite close to me. The first movie I debuted in a few years ago was called Jiang Nan, and the first song was also called Jiang Nan. Oh, Jiang Nan's eyebrows twitched, and he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Then it is indeed quite fateful. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +5. With another 5 points of goodwill scored, Sun Weiwei's eyes were a little less different when she looked at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan looked toward her and met her 4 eyes. Crackle! At this moment, it was as if an arc of electricity exploded between the two men's eye spacing. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +1. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +1. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +1. In just a few seconds, another 5 points of goodwill had risen once again, and it took less than a few minutes for the two to communicate, and Sun Weiwei's goodwill towards him had already arrived at as much as 30 points. At this time, Jiang Nan's gaze shifted down a bit. It was found that this woman was wearing but a white pleated skirt, a pair of white calf socks with a pair of white coconut sneakers. Those legs were slightly together, and with Jiang Nan's angle, it was simply not too perfect. Does that? You eat lollipops? This time, Sun Weiwei's voice rang out. She didn't dare to look at Jiang Nan at all. Her pretty face was red. Her head lowered and her hand fumbled for a lollipop in her accompanying small bag, and then handed it over. Thanks. Jiang Nan didn't refuse, resulting in this strawberry-flavored lollipop, while tearing open the package and putting it into his mouth. You're welcome. Sun Weiwei's afterglow stole a glance at Jiang Nan's neck and saw the knot in his throat sliding up and down as he swallowed, and she subconsciously gulped. Sun Weiwei's favorability +3. Another 3 points of goodwill went in, and Jiang Nan's afterglow swept her a glance, revealing a smile. Is there something on my face? No, nothing. That. I'm going over there. Just micro me if you're interested in getting into the circle. As long as Sun Weiwei met Jiang Nan's gaze, she couldn't mention how shy she was, and at this moment, her eyes were quite flustered as she looked around, getting up and heading towards the small sofa on the opposite side of the room. Take it easy. Jiang Nan saw her trying to escape. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but hook up a smile, reached out and grabbed her hand. Who knew that such an inertia caused Sun Weiwei to directly pounce down towards him, and steadily sat on his lap, and, still, sitting face to face on his lap. Sun Weiwei merely met Jiang Nan's eyes, immediately panicked and looked elsewhere again, even more nervously stuttering, "What do you want to do? The voice is too soft." It was as if being bullied by Gangnam. "Why do you look so aggrieved? If you didn't know better you'd think I was bullying you." Jiang Nan smiled. Under such a close distance, he was able to clearly hear that this woman's heart was beating at an extremely fast speed, and he was also able to feel a sense of heat emanating from this woman's body. Not only was her pretty face incomparably red, but her neck, the roots of her ears, and even when she glanced further down, that pair of beautiful legs were also tinged with a slight redness. Chapter 153. Do you like imported candies? You let go of me. Sun Weiwei's voice had a slightly petulant tone. "Come on, wasn't it you who hooked your hand around my neck sometime?" Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh, as he had just ogled, and without knowing how it happened, Sun Weiwei's hand had unconsciously hooked around his neck, and her body was stabilized on his lap, and the two were much closer together. And, at this time, Jiang Nan was still eating a strawberry-flavored lollipop in his mouth, and this time when he spoke and got close to Sun Weiwei, that strawberry-flavored fragrance immediately entered between her nostrils. "No, sorry." Sun Weiwei hurriedly let go of her hand and subconsciously leaned back a bit, this leaning, that her whole body fell directly backward. "Ah!" Exclamations of surprise rang through the waiting room. Jiang Nan's reaction was so fast, his right hand wrapped around and easily wrapped Sun Weiwei's thin waist around. At this time, he lowered his head, with a hint of a smile staring straight at the blossoming Sun Weiwei. The two gazes locked once more. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! The heartbeat accelerated, and it was still a very rhythmic heartbeat that resounded through the field. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +5. It's hard to describe how heartfelt this moment is. The shyness of this moment is better than the spring water. Jiang Nan bent down slightly. Bang bang! Sun Weiwei's heartbeat stopped in vain, followed by a powerful heartbeat again. As Jiang Nan lowered his head, for some reason, Sun Weiwei actually closed her eyes subconsciously. "What are you closing your eyes for?" After 2 seconds, Jiang Nan's playful voice rang in Sun Weiwei's ears, which caused her to open her eyes violently and immediately get down from his arms, and after straightening her skirt, she glared viciously at Jiang Nan, and then with a toss of her blonde hair, she quickly walked back to the small sofa where she had been seated before and sat down. Wear a hat, sunglasses, mouthpiece, one and done. Back to that heavily armed look. If Jiang Nan had perspective eyes at this time, he would definitely be able to see clearly the bulging cheeks under Sun Weiwei's mask, plus the chest that looked rather unsettled and undulating up and down, and would definitely be able to guess what was going on. "Damn it guys, what are you doing with your eyes closed? Oh, what a pissed off person. Has this guy ever been in love? Even if he's never been in love, he's seen a drama, right? Even if he hasn't seen a drama, he's seen some romance movies, right?" Sun Weiwei didn't even notice where the point of her anger was. Was she the one who closed her eyes and Gangnam didn't kiss her? Or she had closed her eyes. Why the hell didn't this guy kiss her? Wait, Sun Weiwei, what are you thinking about? Underneath the sunglasses, Sun Weiwei's brows furrowed. Is she crazy? It's amazing to desire someone you've only known for less than 10 minutes. No, I should say, less than 5 minutes man. Kiss her? I'm crazy. I must be crazy. Under the sunglasses, Sun Weiwei's afterglow swept a glance at Jiang Nan and found that this guy surprisingly did not have any mood swings at all, holding his cell phone and constantly swiping. She's Sun Weiwei. Why didn't this guy kiss down when she just closed her eyes? Take a step back and think about it. Then it gets more and more topsy-turvy. No! Sun Weiwei stood up fiercely. Sensing Jiang Nan's astonished gaze cast, she clenched her teeth, and under its astonished gaze, she came with large strides, immediately, taking off the mask, reaching out and pulling out the lollipop from Jiang Nan's mouth, and then put it into his own mouth. Moreover, he looked at him with a provocative gaze, and then slightly leaned down and directly kissed Jiang Nan's lips with a dip. Oomph! A haughty, soft grunt sounded in the center of the room, only to see her turn around while ruffling her blonde hair over her shoulder one more time with her right hand, and returning to sit down with her legs crossed on the small couch across the room. Jiang Nan was all confused. What does that mean? He was forced to kiss? And he was almost done with the lollipop and this woman snatched it back? The lollipop grabbing to the end of the kiss was only in a matter of seconds, but it is to let back to God Jiang Nan. Stay sitting on the small sofa a whole dozen seconds more. This is the afterthought to react to. A face oddly towards that Sun Weiwei look. This woman. She's a real defiant character, isn't she? He had only teased her on purpose, but he didn't know that she had really taken it seriously. But don't say. Just a dip and a split. And that touch is very nice. Are you into imported candy? Jiang Nan couldn't help but ask a question when he saw Sun Weiwei casting another rather provocative look. Imported candy? Sun Weiwei didn't react at the first time, and immediately after the emotions from above came down, she snapped back to her senses, widened her eyes, and directly took the lollipop out of her mouth, immediately poo-pooing it twice, looking at her disgusted look. At a time when Jiang Nan even thought that she would drop her favorability, who knew that this woman just poo-pooed it twice and put it back into her mouth? Sun Weiwei's favoritism +2. You mind me? Cut. Sun Weiwei took a bite of the lollipop in her mouth while chewing it. It was only at this time that Jiang Nan noticed that this woman had a pair of small tiger teeth that showed when she refused to get up the lollipop, paired with her expression at this time, not to mention, to tie up some kind of double ponytail again. It's kind of like a haughty blonde ponytailed girl from a manga. Jiang Nan shrugged and lowered his head to continue looking at his cell phone to go. From the beginning he really didn't see that this big star was still an arrogant girl, if he hadn't teased her just now. Otherwise he really didn't know that she had this attribute. Hey! 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan was mesmerized by brushing a short science fiction video when Sun Weiwei suddenly yelled. What? Jiang Nan had just raised his head, only to see a lollipop come flying in, steadily smashing into his chest, and then slowly falling onto his leg. One of my favorite flavors, and the last lollipop, for you, as compensation for treating you like that just now. Sun Weiwei slowly got up and put on a black mask before walking out of the waiting room with a small scented bag. This woman. Jiang Nan watched her leave the waiting room, her figure gradually disappearing into thin air. Only then did he slowly retract his gaze to the lollipop on his lap, and when he saw that it was durian flavored, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a little. Giving someone a durian flavored lollipop? You're a nice guy. Chapter 154, Sun Weiwei, smells bad, tastes good, take off at 8 o'clock sharp. At this point, on the airplane, Jiang Nan closed his eyes and relaxed. With his senses, it was at all times that he felt a gaze constantly scanning over his body. It's so handsome. Is this some big star? My goodness, this handsome guy should be a vegetarian. You see what big star is not fully armed. It's the one in the seat next to this handsome guy that I feel is a big star. This face, this temperament, this body, if it's really a big star, how could I not know? It's so handsome. A subtle murmur went up. Da-da-da-da. That's when the crunching sound of heels making contact with the ground rang out. Hello sir. A fragrant breeze hit the room, and a very gentle voice followed. Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes and saw a beautiful air hostess with a score of about 80 crouching in front of him, and the level of lassitude in his eyes was simply exaggerated. Sir, I see that you seem to be trying to sleep. Let me get you an eye mask and a blanket. The pretty stewardess said gently. No, I'm just closing my eyes for a bit. Not sleeping. Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head. Then, let me pour you a glass of hot milk and cut some fruit over. The beautiful stewardess looked at Jiang Nan with the same lassitude and was very proactive. Thanks. No. Jiang Nan waved his hand, being rejected one after another. This pretty stewardess had nothing to be unhappy about, but Jiang Nan's attitude was clear enough, so she naturally didn't dare to force herself to strike up a conversation, smiled and nodded, and slowly got up, before bowing to this handsome mess of a man, and slowly retreated back to the rest cabin. Young, how's it going? Seeing this beautiful stewardess come back, two stewardesses immediately gathered around and hurriedly inquired. It's too hard to make conversation. It's so hard to give up. This handsome man is really my favorite. That is, let me pour money. I am happy. This pretty stewardess with about 80 points smiled bitterly and shook her head. Me too, but if you don't have the strength to hit on them, let alone us, I'm afraid, only the resigned Rufrost can go up and hit on us. A flight attendant whispered. Ning Risheng's face value is indeed also heaven-defying, and it can't be compared to her. But, I feel it is not necessarily. I just squatted down and didn't cover up my chest at all these, but the person didn't even have any interest at all at a glance. I think pretty women are just having a good-looking skin for him. Xiao Rong sighed softly and shook her head. I think this kind of man pays more attention to a woman's inner self. Of course, the first prerequisite must also be the outside. Yes, I see that handsome guy's temperament is really good. There's a kind of immediate sense of that noble gentleman. I'm afraid it's really a second generation of either rich or noble. Faced with the discussion of several flight attendants in the rest cabin, Jiang Nan was completely unaware of it, and was just about to close his eyes at that moment. Gangnam. At that moment, a subtle voice rang out. Jiang Nan inclined his head to look over, only to see Sun Weiwei, who looked like a thief, beckoning at him and calling out in a low voice. Come over here. Not coming. Jiang Nan refused outright. You do it. Sun Weiwei's voice got a little louder. In response, Jiang Nan withdrew his head and directly closed his eyes. This guy really is. Sun Weiwei looked at Jiang Nan's appearance, was immediately angry, straight clenched teeth, a beautiful face under the mask, but also bulging cheeks, chest a burst up and down, obviously was angry. After a few minutes, Sun Weiwei glanced at the location of the rest cabin, and then returned to look at the other locations, and then unbuckled her seatbelt and gingerly made her way towards the Jiang Nan next to her. What are you doing? Jiang Nan opened his eyes for a second and stared at Sun Weiwei, who came up to him with a slight frown. You didn't eat that lollipop, did you? Sun Weiwei lowered her voice and inquired. Nope. Jiang Nan shook his head and couldn't help but spit out. You really have a heavy taste, durian-flavored lollipops, and you bring them to give away. So what? Sun Weiwei grunted. Tastes are all different from person to person, and besides, how great is the durian flavor? I love things that smell bad and taste good. Hearing this, Jiang Nan gave her a meaningful look, seemingly understanding Jiang Nan's eyes in a second. Sun Weiwei took off her big black sunglasses and glared at him, her small pink fist raised and waved twice in the air. I'm telling you, you're looking at me all wrong. What's wrong? What's wrong with me? Jiang Nan's hands were spread out with a blank look on his face. Give it to me. Sun Weiwei held out her hand. What? Jiang Nan's performance could be described as a natural one, without a single trace of acting at all, with a blank look on his face. I just gave you a lollipop. Sun Weiwei frowned. You don't like it, so you might as well give it to me. You the man. Jiang Nan was really helpless. How to give away something, but also want it back. Immediately shook his head, spread his hands and said, Lost it. Lost? Sun Weiwei's decibel raised so much in vain. Moment. One by one, the passengers in the first-class cabin immediately opened their eyes, and some of those who were already reading magazines had enough heads to look over. What's wrong? The pretty flight attendant in the rest cabin, Xiao Rong, also hurriedly walked out, and seeing Sun Weiwei coming down from her position and arriving in front of Jiang Nan, she couldn't help but speed up her steps a little, first giving Jiang Nan a gentle smile, and then only after that did she put her gaze on the face of Sun Weiwei standing next to her. This lady. After just 4 words, her voice ended abruptly, because, just from that pair of eyes, she saw a sense of familiarity. Her pupils constricted and dilated for a moment, covering her mouth as she was about to cry out in shock. Sun Weiwei, however, hurriedly put on her big black sunglasses and made a silencing gesture at her. To this, pretty stewardess Xiao Rong immediately gently pinched her black silk thighs, forced herself to hold back her excitement, and whispered, Ma'am, do you have something to do? Nothing, just talking to a friend for a while. Sun Weiwei was also stabilized at this time. Under the big black sunglasses and black mask, her face was full of depression. How can this guy throw away the lollipop I gave him? Damn, what a brat. The more she thought about it, the more angry Sun Weiwei became, and after stomping her foot, she cursed at Jiang Nan, stinking scum, and then huffed and puffed as she returned to her seat. To this stinking scum had confused Jiang Nan and the pretty stewardess Xiao Rong. Xiao Rong's eyes widened, looking at Jiang Nan a few more times, and then with melon-eating eyes towards Sun Weiwei, who had her hands clasped on her chest and looked like she was exasperated. And then after bowing to Jiang Nan once more, she quickly stepped back to the resting cabin. Chapter 155. It's not a lollipop that's missing, it's an opportunity. Shocking news. As soon as Xiao Rong entered the rest cabin, the flight attendant who was looking at some magazines immediately placed her gaze on her. What? A few stewardesses asked with a curious look on their faces. Guess who I just saw? Xiao Rong sold the story. Geez, don't sell me short. Hurry up, my good sister. A few stewardesses immediately came up. Sun Weiwei. Xiao Rong took a deep breath, a rather attractive face filled with shock. Sun Weiwei? My mom. It's Sun Weiwei? Where? Can I get her to give me an autograph later? I've been a fan of hers since she first came out. My wife. The resting cabin was kind of calm at first, but soon, it immediately boiled over, and each and every one of them stared at Xiao Rong with wide eyes, incredulously. What's more, a stewardess tried to lift the cloth of the rest cabin to walk out and take a look. Xiao Rong hurriedly pulled her back and warned, You're crazy. If you cause a stir here, you'll be finished. Yeah, but, that's Sun Weiwei. This stewardess stomped her feet in place for a while in a hurry, obviously a loyal female fan of Sun Weiwei. In the entire entertainment circle, when it came to comparing female fans, there really wasn't a single star whose female fans could compare to Sun Weiwei. Whether it is a movie, or singing, or a TV series, that really has it is bound to be a hit. Plus her character is very good, plus debut so many years, never a bit of gossip, directly is a perfect to the extreme of the big female master character. That's why this attracts countless more female fans. And now, after a chance encounter on an airplane, how excited do you think these flight attendant fans are? No, wrong, there should be something else, right? a stewardess whispered in inquiry. Swish swish swish. In an instant, a crowd of people had their eyes on her. Seeing this, Xiaorong took another deep breath and said in a deep voice, I'm telling you guys, don't spread it around. Hearing this, the faces of the several stewardesses changed and their brows furrowed. Did their big heroine Sun Weiwei, who's been a fan for so many years, is in love? Just now Sun Weiwei cursed that handsome smelly scumbag, Young said in a deep voice. Handsome? Which handsome guy? For the first time, several people didn't react. Next, one's eyes widened and they covered their mouths in shock. Shoo, Young was hastily silenced. Hoo. Several flight attendants heard this incomparable shocking news, and at this time, they were breathing heavily, with unbelievable colors on their faces. Although I don't know whether there is a big melon or not. The two people are definitely a little ambiguous in it. Now it seems that handsome man is eating so well, where else would he look at us? After all, that's Sun Weiwei. Ah, Young laughed bitterly. As a matter of common sense, a top-notch big beautiful star like Sun Weiwei must have more male fans than female fans. But Sun Weiwei is too good, so much so that the female goat doesn't even exist to be a female fan of theirs, even to the extent that Sun Weiwei's charisma was so great that how exaggerated it was. The female second, female third, and even some of the female supporting casts that she was partnered with were every bit as complimentary of her. Really, no black spots whatsoever. How could anyone not like this perfect goddess? Pissed off. This Gangnam, I'm sure he's a single dog at first glance, and a guy who's been modeling solo for I don't know how many years. While a few stewardesses were talking about it, outside, Sun Weiwei had been puffing out her cheeks from the moment she returned to her seat. Her chest had been heaving up and down in anger, and every now and then she glared over towards Jiangnan, obviously getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. Regarding Sun Weiwei's anger, not to mention, Jiangnan was really a bit puzzled and felt strange. Although he was surrounded by a very large number of confidants nowadays, in reality, which woman was incredibly straightforward for him. I like you, then I like you. What I say, what I show, that's all through and through. Therefore, Jiangnan were to understand that in fact, Sun Weiwei's initiative to come up like this was nothing more than wanting to find a topic. Lollipop or not, it doesn't matter at all. The point is that the two were able to communicate. Plus, there was an empty seat next to Jiangnan, and she was just able to chat and sit together. Who knows? Lost it. It's not just any lollipop thrown in anymore. It's an important topic that can go a long way. Jiangnan had never been a person who liked to take the bull by the horns. Moreover, he possessed the insight technique and knew that Sun Weiwei's favoritism towards herself had never diminished from the beginning, though it didn't increase either, staying at the 40-point favorability level. So, he didn't particularly care. Closing his eyes, he began to shut up straight away. 2 hours passed quickly. Without realizing it, Jiangnan had already fallen asleep. When he woke up, he glanced at the blanket he was covered in, and was not at all surprised. Cozy. This sleep Jiangnan is really comfortable. Put the blanket away. While unbuckling the seatbelt slowly stood up, and the moment he stood out, Xiaorong, the pretty stewardess who had been paying attention to him, immediately came with a smile on her face and bowed in front of him, saying, Sir, just give it to me. Thank you. Jiangnan said thanks. It's an honor to help you, sir. Rong smiled happily. Almost there, right? Jiangnan swept a glance out the window, and it was now starting to feel like it was falling. Yes, you sit tight. The plane is about to land. Young smiled and nodded. Good. This bit of weightlessness was not really important to Anami, but nevertheless sat down and refastened his seatbelt. Xiaorong took the blanket and headed towards the resting cabin. Jiangnan also glanced over to the side at this time and realized that Sun Weiwei was looking towards his side, and immediately returned a smile. Humph. Seeing Jiangnan smile, Sun Weiwei gave a petulant grunt and withdrew her gaze. Ha! This woman. She really has a lot of arrogance. Jiangnan wasn't the first to have 40 points of goodwill on a woman, so he still knew what 40 points of goodwill represented. This good sense, but where Jiangnan initiative point, absolutely is able to rub up. But however, Gangnam wasn't going to be like that. He just wanted to see if this woman would really just be arrogant while slowly becoming more fond of him. Honestly, this style of woman was still the first one he had met. It's still fun to tease. A short while later, the plane came to a steady stop. As the radio blared, Gangnam also unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up. Chapter 156 Yu Yao, a top-tier divine face goddess who was close to a perfect score. Sun Weiwei. As Jiangnan rose, Sun Weiwei also stood up. At this time, Jiangnan fished out a lollipop from his pocket, and after calling out, threw it to her under her stunned gaze. Ha! Sun Weiwei caught the lollipop, and when she reacted, she looked towards Jiangnan again and realized that this guy's figure had already disappeared. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +5. Jiangnan sighed. Already out of the plane and down the priority lane. Buzz off. Just as he stepped out of the priority channel, Jiang Nan's cell phone vibrated. Darling, darling. 2 consecutive shouts. Meng Qingqiu's happy tone was hard to describe. Excited. Almost out. Jiang Nan's steps also quickened a bit. No. 20 Meng Qingqiu left. Today 25. Almost just 5 days. For Jiang Nan as if a month or even 2 months that long. Okay day. We're at the exit. You'll definitely be able to see me and Yo-Yo when you come out. Meng Qingqiu said excitedly. Good. The phone hung up. Jiang Nan's pace quickened a little more. A few minutes later, Jiang Nan arrived at the exit. Simply by looking towards the outside, he immediately locked eyes with Meng Qingqiu outside. Darling. The moment they matched up, Meng Qingqiu immediately whooped happily. Swish swish swish. As her excited cries rang out, a gaze was placed on her, and at the sight of such a beautiful woman, and an even more beautiful one standing beside her, the eyes of one man suddenly lit up greatly. Jiang Nan's side also had many gazes sweeping in. There were men, there were women, and more than that, there were still a lot of women that cast hot gazes. He ignored them one by one, and as he stepped forward, he also looked at a long black top girl beside Meng Qingqiu. The moment he saw this girl, Jiang Nan briefly froze for that moment. Can't tell you how it feels. Immortal energy? Reiki? Or rather, it really gave Jiang Nan a feeling that this sister was definitely not a real little fairy that could appear in the mortal world in general. Immediately, after Jiang Nan came back to his senses, he took a deep breath and threw an insight spell over towards this sister. He guessed that this girl definitely had an initial face value score of 98. Name, Yue Yao. Age, 20. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Face value, 99 points. Favor, 10 points. Take away. Taking less face points? 99 face points? Just a fraction of a point is a % full goddess. Darling. Jiang Nan walked out, and Meng Qingqiu happily came trotting in with her hands open. Soon, the two men met. Meng Qingqiu tightly hugged Jiang Nan's waist, rubbing against him with incomparable excitement. It's only been a few days since we've seen each other. Why does it feel like it's been ages? Meng Qingqiu stood on her tiptoes and kissed Jiang Nan's cheek, and then smoothly hooked his arm and leaned on her sweetheart's shoulder, looking towards her good girlfriend who came over and introduced herself. Darling, this is Yao Yao. Hello, I'm Gangnam. Jiang Nan looked towards Yu Yao and extended his hand with a smile. Yu Yao. Yu Yao did not show any constraints, and with a smile on her face, she graciously extended her hand to shake Jiang Nan's. Go. Meng Qingqiu whooped happily. She couldn't be more excited about this moment. Soon, the trio arrived in front of a silver Primera. Yo, please work hard as a driver. Meng Qingqiu smiled and let go of Jiang Nan, while then turned her head and hugged Yu Yao, giving her a happy fragrance on her face as well, and then pulled open the backseat door of the car and sat in with Jiang Nan. This girl. Yu Yao smiled dotingly and got into the car, and after fastening her seatbelt, she glanced at the two people in the backseat from the car's rearview mirror, and when she saw Meng Qingqiu, who was ready to get all mushy, she immediately cleared her throat and opened her mouth to say, "You really don't treat me as an outsider?" Yo-Yo is not an outsider. She's my heart and soul North knows. Meng Qingqiu playfully laughed and hugged Jiang Nan's shoulder and perfumed his face again, while after that, she really didn't treat Yue Yao as if she was an outsider and directly took Jiang Nan's hand and put it on her lap, and her pair of beautiful legs were also on Jiang Nan's legs. It was then that Jiang Nan realized what the woman was wearing. A white halter dress. Legs without any stockings embellishment, but the white incomparable pair of legs is able to make any leg control people obsessed. The viewer moves down to a pair of little white shoes, plus a pair of little white socks, just enough YYDS. At least, in the face of Meng Qingqiu's innocence in this white moonlight outfit, Jiang Nan couldn't stop his heart from fluttering anyway. Darling, let's go back later. Meng Qingqiu came over and wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck, whispering in his ear. As she said it, her voice got lower and lower behind her, and at the same time, her pretty face was getting redder and redder. Jiang Nan naturally heard what she said, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, also coming to her ear. He whispered, "It's only been 5 days since we've seen each other. Are you so impatient?" "Yeah, I didn't even feel anything until I saw darling. Once I saw you, I really couldn't restrain myself." After a few days of separation, Meng Qingqiu was clearly a bit bolder than before. Lowering her voice, "I'll prepare several kinds of socks, as well as being able to follow along with matching little angels and little devils to wear. After a while, whether darling wants me to disguise as an angel or a demon, simply just lies in your favorite." Hearing Meng Qingqiu's whisper, Jiang Nan's eyes instantly lit up. Good. Those few days apart have really created the perfect girlfriend. Go back first or what? After 10 minutes or so, when she saw from the car's rearview mirror that the two weren't getting any more mushy, Yu Yao cleared her throat and spoke out inquiringly. "Go back first. I'm going to warm up to darling and we'll go out for dinner later." Meng Qingqiu didn't have anything to be embarrassed about. Probably in the Yu Yao photo. She didn't want to hide anything at all and said it very directly. Then I'll drop you guys off first and call me when you're done. Yu Yao understood in a second and said softly, just right, I'll research where to eat. Your object is Zhongcheng people. Then how about going to eat hot pot? Nope. Zhongcheng people must have eaten hot pot all eaten vomit. How about eating the local dishes of Magic City? Darling, would you like to try some local Mordor cuisine? Meng Qingqiu inquired. I'll do anything, I'm not picky. Jiang Nan laughed lightly. That's fine. Yu Yao nodded, inadvertently glancing at the rearview mirror of the car, seeing Jiang Nan's handsome mess, even to the extent that it was really countless times more noble than the noble gentleman. She could not help but mentally exclaimed, Cho Cho, this online love object, it's really a bit outrageous in terms of quality. There is a big brother wrapped up T. I see the same type on my day, not a few bounties. Do not much ha, to a few hundred what the king of gifts on the line, joking. A hair 2 hairs is not too little. A piece of $2 is not too much. Chapter 157, 7 chances to win the lottery. And the deposit reaches 126 crores, around 12 noon. At this point, in the master bedroom of a small cottage, Jiang Nan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, listening to the sound of clattering water coming from the bathroom, and looked into the distance with a deep gaze. Got another draw. I currently have 7 draws on hand. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. You'd have to say he didn't have a single mood swing. That's impossible. After all, with only 3 more chances to win the lottery, he will be able to make another transcendent lucky draw. That's huge for his growth. Phew. After a short while, he let out a long breath before turning back and walking. He scanned the bed, the floor, and some small objects on a small couch near the floor-to-ceiling window, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. It had to be said that these few days of separation had really created a heck of a crazy Meng Qingqiu. Soon, the sound of the bathroom water stopped, and Meng Qingqiu, wrapped in a bath towel, walked out of it. Darling, I'm all washed up. I'll change into some clothes and just put on some light makeup and I'll be ready to go out. Meng Qingqiu's small face was flushed and very playful as she winked at Jiang Nan and spoke. Why don't you wait for me downstairs? I think Yao Yao is about to get impatient, so go down and talk to her. Okay. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, and then he only saw Meng Qingqiu coming in quick steps, perfuming her beloved's face and waving her small hands to swing at him a few times. Downstairs, parlor. Jiang Nan arrived and saw that Yu Yao was holding a book and looking intently at it. Even when someone arrived next to her, the latter did not have any notice. He scanned it and froze. Honestly speaking, Jiang Nan originally thought that a girl with a temperament like Yu Yao's should be reading some kind of famous and ancient book. Who knew that this reading was actually a romance novel? Ahem. Jiang Nan cleared his throat. It's over? When Yu Yao heard the voice, she slowly closed the book, and then calmly looked towards Jiang Nan, and after sizing him up a few more times, she was surprised and said, You two youngsters have been warming up for a bit too long. 1 day's absence is like 3 autumns, and these 5 days of absence can be called a small farewell. Yu Yao, such a sister, had nothing to avoid on this topic. Jiang Nan naturally answered bashfully. I booked one of the most famous Shanghai cuisine restaurants in Magic City. You bought me so many things in Jiangcheng. Don't sneak in the bill today. Yu Yao stood up, holding the unknown romance novel in her hands. This time, Jiang Nan also shifted his gaze from her face and checked up on what Yu Yao was wearing. Her hair was draped over her shoulders, and the top half of her body was a small, strapless white camisole, while the bottom half of her body was a pair of high-waisted jeans. A pair of crystal sandals were worn on her jade feet, and the lush general jade fingers were exposed. Not exaggerating at all to say, let any foot control see, that directly on the spot into the raging excitement mode. Honestly speaking, Jiang Nan felt that this Yu Yao woman had the style of a classical beauty. Not only her name, but also her face seemed, and her temperament, all gave the impression of a classical beauty. Therefore, Jiang Nan felt that a Cheongsam or Hanbok or something like that would be more suitable for Yu Yao. I'm afraid, Yu Yao's favoritism +2. Don't you know it's embarrassing to check out a girl like that? This time, as the system beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head, Yu Yao's voice followed suit. Jiang Nan slowed down. If he hadn't received the system's beep in his head, then he would have inevitably felt that he had aroused Yu Yao's revulsion when he heard this. But, what these 2 points of goodwill growth represent is undersimplified. Pretty and beautiful will always attract the unconscious eye to look. Jiang Nan gave a heartfelt word of appreciation. Hearing these words, Yu Yao looked deeply at Jiang Nan, a smile coming from the corner of her mouth as she said softly, You top such a face, complimenting people is really lethal enough. Thanks. Jiang Nan laughed and also looked deeply at Yu Yao. This girl, she's really something. The initial face value is 99 points, close to a perfect score for a top goddess, and it really is a little bit different. Buzz off. This time, the sound of a vibrating cell phone pulled the conversation away. Jiang Nan touched his pocket, took out his cell phone and scanned it. his eyebrows slightly raised. It was a voice call from Ju Yun. Hello? Gangnam connects. Mr. Gangnam, you gave another $1 million to the orphanage's account? Ju Yun's soft and weak voice came out. Nope. John Nan was slightly stunned. That's strange. Ju Yun also froze. Then who made another $1 million to the orphanage's account? Have you checked? John Nan's eyes flickered for a moment, recalling that Zhao Wanqing, the woman, had told him about her parents over in Kyoto who would come to secretly see her once a year. It was impossible to say that the changes he had made nowadays might have been known. But there are no absolutes in everything. It's all hard to say when you haven't met. And he was thinking that if what he currently possessed was known by the Jiang family side in Kyoto, he didn't know how they would look or how unbelievable they would be. After all, doesn't the fact that a young man with no funding whatsoever has so much for no reason make anyone suspect anything? Jiang Nan frowned slightly at the thought. I haven't checked. I'm going to go to the bank in a few minutes to check. Ju Yun's voice continued to ring out. Good. Let me know when you check it out. Jiang Nan nodded. The phone hung up. Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with a strange luster as he held the phone, and after pondering for a while, he first glanced at Ju Yao, who stood holding a book and looking at him curiously, before sitting down on the sofa. System, what will the Jiang family side in Kyoto think of me nowadays? Something. It's not really easy to explain. Therefore, Jiang Nan was also curious. Host, you wear the title of having a divine order protagonist aura. The system replied in seconds. Moreover, it's not like you've been constantly being watched by your biological parents for so many years. There are points of explanation for everything. This, please rest assured. So, Jiang Nan thought about it and felt that it was right. After all, from the very beginning when he was released in Jiangchang, it was his biological parents who listened to that fortune teller and thought that this Jiangchang was the place for him to take off. So, coupled with the title of Heaven's Destiny protagonist halo that he wore, everything was indeed able to make sense. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan revealed a smile before taking his cell phone and transferring $1 million to Lin Namnan. In just a moment, he had gained today's guaranteed interest, $1 billion. I currently have 12.6 billion in my hands, which sounds like a lot, but it's actually not that much. As soon as he wanted to, redeeming a big welfare quest instantly left him with only 2.6 billion. So it's not enough. This 12.6 billion, it's not enough. Chapter 158. A full score of heterosexual beauties can give 4 chances for the extraordinary draw. I'll go up and see why this ninny autumn hasn't come down yet. While Jiang Nan was pondering in his mind, Yu Yao took a step towards the second floor. Jiang Nan slowed down and gently exhaled. Now Meng Qingqiu's favorability and face value score had reached a score of 97. Just short of that, he was able to complete the small task of welfare currently at hand. By the way, system, Yu Yao's initial score alone reached a staggering 99 points. Would it be too little for a girl of this caliber to only receive an additional chance to draw a prize after reaching 95 points? Jiang Nan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly inquired. He was a master who was never happy to take a loss. This Yu Yao's initial face value score was 99 points, even after pulling his goodwill up to 99 points, and then advancing upwards to reach the full value. Wouldn't he only be able to obtain only one chance for an ordinary lucky draw? If that's the case, then it's really not as cost-effective as rating a girl with a slightly lower face score. Host, please rest assured that naturally it will not be as you have in mind. The system replies in seconds. Tell me about it. Jiang Nan was instantly interested. Any person of the opposite sex who reaches 99 in their initial face value score will receive a chance for a transcendent lucky draw when their favorability reaches the same value as their face value score, and when the value of 100 is reached, another chance for a transcendent lucky draw will be granted. The system replied. Hearing this setting, Jiang Nan's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. Nice guy. It's amazing that the rewards given out by this 99 face score girl would be so high. What about 98 points? And 100 points? Jiang Nan inquired again. Face scores below 99 are rewarded as usual, but after reaching 100, all will likewise be rewarded with a chance at the transcendent draw. The system replied. I see, but this 100 points, though, has really pulled out all the stops, and this girl with an initial face score of 100 should be one of the rare ones in the world. As the saying goes, there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. This face value really pulls full and reaches the highest degree of face value. Jiang Nan thinks that it really should not appear, right? Host, true beauty is not limited to skin. The system continued to explain. I see. Jiang Nan completely understood that a true full-score heterosexual beauty was no longer limited to skin beauty, but true inner beauty. So how many times can a 100-point heterosexual beauty give me a chance at the transcendent draw after reaching 100 points of favorability? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. 3 times, the system replied in seconds. 3 times is rewarded together when the goodwill reaches 100 points, and when the goodwill reaches 95 points. there will be an additional chance for the transcendent drawl. Bull. Jiang Nan sighed heartily and gave the system a thumbs up in his heart. The setting is so awesome. Let's not talk about whether or not it was difficult to meet this 100-point heterosexual beauty, but let's just say that this welfare setting, Jiang Nan felt that since it existed, it wouldn't be so bad that he wouldn't be able to meet this kind of top-notch beauty. After all, Yu Yao, a whopping astonishing 99 points top beauty, had appeared. Thinking about it, the 10 or so minutes passed quickly. Darling, Meng Qingqiu's voice came from the second floor stairs. Immediately afterward, footsteps sounded. Jiang Nan came back to his senses and got up to look towards the stairway, only to see Meng Qingqiu, who was dressed in a small white dress, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, and her pure breath coming out of her face, was smiling and waving her hand at him. Beautiful, I have to say, a lover's eye is a lover's eye. Even though Meng Qingqiu's face value score was 2 points less than Yu Yao's, her initial face value score was even a full 3 points less. But, in Jiang Nan's eyes at this moment, the heartwarming that Meng Qingqiu brought to him was definitely countless many times greater than that of Yu Yao, and the face value of the two, not to say that they were slightly better, but slightly better was inevitable. When Jiang Nan walked in, Meng Qingqiu came with quick steps, hooked his arm and snuggled into his shoulder obediently, while then looking at Yu Yao. Smiling, she said, Yao Yao, my belly is hungry. Who let you guys warm up for so long? Don't worry, we're driving over there now. I've greeted the pavilion in advance, so as long as we go over there it should be almost ready to eat. Yu Yao blankly glanced at Meng Qingqiu. It can't be helped. Who made my darling's body good? Meng Qingqiu laughed happily. It was only in front of her nearest and dearest that she looked like this, devoid of the appearance of a top goddess in the eyes of outsiders. Really at her level, such as Yu Yao, even the outside world hadn't rumored about this top goddess who was several points prettier than even Meng Qingqiu, thus showing that they didn't care about these names at all. Blah blah blah. Yu Yao spat, and her pretty face reddened for a moment. The two sisters would still talk some in private, but if they really talked about anything in front of such a boy as Jiang Nan, who was also the object of her best friend, she would be embarrassed after all. The three departed. It wasn't far from the Shanghai cuisine restaurant that Yu Yao had ordered. It was only a 10-minute drive, and after parking the car, he headed towards a Shanghai restaurant. Happily ever after. Jiang Nan glanced at the name of this Shanghai cuisine restaurant. This Shanghai cuisine restaurant is the most famous Shanghai cuisine specialty in the entire Magic City. Meng Qingqiu explained. It's a pavilion that has been passed down for close to 200 years, and the flavor is exceptional. Yes? Jiang Nan smiled. In front of him, a master chef. He felt that the chef of this Shanghai restaurant was just like that. I'm afraid. Really? Meng Qingqiu nodded. Basically, Yao Yao and I would come to eat here 4 to 5 times a week, which shows how great this place tastes. That's really good. Jiang Nan nodded. The three of them stepped into the pavilion, and when they said it was a pavilion, it was actually described more appropriately as a tavern. There are a total of 3 floors in Happiness. The first floor is a lobby, and the second and third floors are all private rooms. Meng Qingqiu hooked Jiang Nan's arm and watched as Yu Yao respectfully led the trio towards the elevator after taking out a black card in front of a welcoming young lady, explaining in a low voice. The second floor is basically some small private rooms, and the third floor is a large private room for company reunions and whatnot. Not bad. Jiang Nan passed by the hall was to see a packed house, simply not too lively. Even the queue is a long one, which shows how hot this Shanghai restaurant is. Chapter 159, a soft rice man who wants to be with a rich woman is just a soft rice man. 3 honored guests inside please. Miss Yu Yao already has a reservation. Wait for 2 minutes. I'll go and order. The food will be served soon. At the entrance of a small private room on the second floor, this welcoming young lady who had brought Jiang Nan's trio to the door bowed, and then gently pushed open the door of the private room. Understood. Go about your business. Yu Yao waved her hand before walking into the small private room with Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. Not a bad layout for a private room in this bliss. Meng Qingqiu smiled. It looks quite cozy. Yes. Yu Yao walked over to a dining table and sat down while taking out her cell phone and reading. Braised catfish, 8 treasure duck, crystal shrimp. After reading several dishes, Yu Yao suddenly looked up at Meng Qingqiu and continued. Qiu, I'm ordering this Magic City white chopped chicken as well, so I'll rely on you and Jiang Nan in a while. It has to be on point. My favorite. Meng Qingqiu immediately said. Darling, this Magic City white chopped chicken is a must-eat dish. Believe me, it's absolutely delicious. Believe you. Why not? Jiang Nan let out a light laugh. The moment the name of the dish, Magic City white chopped chicken, appeared, Jiang Nan's mind had automatically conjured up the ingredients that should be there, and after all, the step-by-step process of making it. Such is the power of a master chef that, almost speaking, there is no dish that Gangnam doesn't know how to make, but any dish that is out of the ordinary is very easy to make in his hands. Moreover, even if it is a local dish. Jiangnan has absolute confidence in making local flavors. Soon, Yu Yao handed her cell phone over. I already ordered 10 dishes before I came here. Do you guys see anything else you need to order? Froggy fun. Yao Yao. You ordered all 10 dishes that are kind of famous? Either that or there are only 3 people today. Would it be a bit too wasteful? Meng Qingqiu swept a glance at the dishes ordered by Yu Yao, and her mouth widened a bit. You're forgetting that the portions in Happily Ever After are a little small when you haven't eaten in a week, aren't you? Yu Yao blankly glanced at Meng Qingqiu, but didn't point out her good best friend. It's not unusual for 2 people to come and eat in happiness, and that's a 5 or 6 course order. Today, with 3 people, ordering 10 dishes whose portions were already small, Yu Yao truly felt that there was not a single problem with the CD-ROM action. Yeah. Meng Qingqiu smiled cheekily, then looked at Jiangnan and asked in a low voice, Darling, do you want some wine? This is drinking in the middle of the day. Are you sure? Jiangnan looked at Meng Qingqiu with some surprise, thinking that it was only noon, and if the 2 women got drunk, then he could really fight one off with one hand. Forget it then. Night, let's go out tonight. Meng Qingqiu's eyes gurgled and turned around. Her afterglow swept a glance at Yu Yao, and she hurriedly said, Yao, let's get together in the evening. You don't have much to do anyway. No, I haven't finished that novel I have. Without a hint of hesitation, Yu Yao rejected Meng Qingqiu's offer on the spot when it came out. Hey, Yo, why don't you follow the footsteps of the army? Meng Qingqiu beamed, then sighed and shook her head. Hey, I don't know who was 15 years old when he quarreled with his family and ran away from home. Stop. Yu Yao's face changed and she hurriedly said, just 2 hours. 2 hours and I'm about as drunk as I can be. Meng Qingqiu suddenly laughed triumphantly. It's really fireproofing against girlfriends. Yu Yao couldn't help but spit it out. Ahem. Yo, that's not the word for it. When Meng Qingqiu heard her say this, she immediately coughed, as if she had really said something. Her expression at this moment flickered with a color of embarrassment. For this point, Yu Yao may not have captured, but Jiangnan is completely captured, which makes his eyes flicker for a moment, and his heart is also rising up a guess. Is Xiuqiu ready to let her own good girlfriends really become a real good sister of her affront? It seems like I have to finish this welfare mini-quest on my hand as early as possible. That mind-reading ability reward is still particularly fragrant. With this ability, where do I still need to guess the other party's mind? Directly a mind-reading spell thrown over. Seconds and seconds to know what the other party is thinking in their heart. Jiangnan said in his heart. Knock knock. This time, there was a soft knock on the door of the small private room. Come in, Yu Yao faintly said. As her words fell, she only saw a young man wearing a chef's uniform with a few handsome looks walk in with a few waiters serving food. Miss Yu Yao, Miss Meng, how are you too? When the youth came with a few waiters, his gaze instantly locked onto Yu Yao, an excited color crossing his eyes as he said with a smile, the 2 of you haven't been here for more than a week. Right, aha. Yu Yao nodded coldly. As for Meng Qingqiu, she was directly ignoring this youth, smilingly picking up a raisin from the fruit platter served by the waiter and feeding it to Jiangnan's mouth. Darling, open your mouth. Darling? Hearing Meng Qingqiu's voice, the youth then noticed Jiangnan's presence, and a stunned look came over his face. Good lord, why was this person's presence so low? Also, Meng Qingqiu, such a top-ranking rich white beauty, even has a date? Asterisk. So handsome? So classy? The moment this youth's gaze was placed on Jiangnan, his pupils tightened and dilated. I'll be damned. It wasn't that he hadn't seen handsome men before, but it was really the first time he had seen such a handsome man, with style and temperament. If this man said he was a beggar, he wouldn't believe it. Definitely a top rich kid. In just a moment, the youth guessed Jiangnan's identity. There are still a few dishes that have not been served. I'll go and rush them for the 3 of you. By the way, Miss Yu Yao, that oil-blasted river prawns are made in large portions today. The youth immediately averted his gaze in a disciplined manner and then got down to business. He was nothing more than a small chef of a restaurant, and it was indeed not true that he was very interested in both Yu Yao and Meng Qingqiu, and it was not true that he wanted to evening a rich woman even more. But, the youth is still very much be counted when faced with a really rich kid. Even if he was going to do something, there was absolutely no way he could foolishly reveal anything in front of Jiangnan. Good. Yu Yao still nodded coldly. Then I'll leave the 3 of you to dine. The youth took a deep breath and respectfully exited the small private room with the few waiters who had brought the food up. Who is this guy? The chef of this restaurant? Jiangnan was slightly surprised. That youth looked like he was only around 26 to 28 years old, and he had actually made it to the position of the chef of this still famous restaurant? Not really, it's supposed to be a preparatory training. Meng Qingqiu explained. Just a soft-boiled guy who wants to be with a rich woman. Yu Yao, however, said in a very nonchalant manner, Chapter 160 Yo-Yo. You and Darling have a four-handed fight. Swish swish swish. The moment Yu Yao's words fell, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu's gazes were immediately placed on her. How? Meng Qingqiu immediately became interested. Haven't you noticed that every time the two of us have been here before, this guy has been incredibly attentive? Yu Yao said indifferently. When I first discovered this treasure restaurant, this guy had his eyes on me. I thought that it doesn't matter. It's okay to know someone who can order food in advance. And then what? Women. Eating melon when it really is always on the front line. At this time, Meng Qingqiu could have no attitude that a goddess should have, and looked completely excited as a melon eater. And then it's this guy trying to be soft and hard, really thinking he's Chao Dahua? The corners of Yu Yao's mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. Where are the specifics? What about details? Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened. Nothing specific or detailed. Yu Yao blankly glanced at Meng Qingqiu, and after her afterglow stole a glance at the equally interested Jiang Nan. She thought for a while, but still explained. I once heard this person on the phone, saying something about how like us white rich beauties, we're spoiled at home, and it's simply not too easy to pin down outside. Casually pretend to have no interest in her appearance, may be able to attract some attention, and then by virtue of their own excellence, complete the class leap. After saying this, a sneer really appeared on Yu Yao's face. Class, is it that good of a leap? This man is so shameless? Then why are you still hitching a ride with him? Meng Qingqiu's face also revealed a displeased color to her, and she coldly said, really have no number at all in your heart, and really think we're little cuties. The drama of the prince and Cinderella. The princess and the poor boy is something largely impossible in reality. Even if the two had really reached the point where they were in love with each other, when it came to the final step, they would definitely be stopped by the elders behind the higher class side. This is something that is not in doubt. Take Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. Meng Qingqiu was willing to stay with Jiang Nan, who had nothing, and the elders behind her were absolutely unwilling to do so. At the end of the day, being torn apart is an absolute. I'm not interested in hitting on him, and besides, wouldn't it be fun for you to just quietly watch this guy clown around? Yu Yao pursed her lips and smiled. Also, Meng Qingqiu smiled. At this time, the knock on the private room door also sounded once again. Come in. Meng Qingqiu continued. Soon, a couple of waiters serving food walked in. The dishes have been served. Please enjoy your meal. Honored guests, a waiter said respectfully. Okay, thanks. Meng Qingqiu smiled and nodded, then picked up her chopsticks and clamped two small river prawns, put them to Jiang Nan's mouth, and opened her mouth. Darling, although this oil-blasted small river prawns can be found in various places, the flavor of our Magic City's oil-blasted small river prawns is definitely able to rank up there. Jiang Nan opened his mouth. Two small river shrimp entrants actually taste impact is not particularly large, but the flavors are okay too. At least, in the eyes of Jiang Nan, a person with master chef level abilities, there was nothing wrong with the oil-blasted baby river shrimp. Nice. Jiang Nan nodded. Surprisingly just merely good. Then, darling, you try this 8 treasure duck. Meng Qingqiu tore off another piece of duck meat with skin and dipped it in some soup, and then clamped it to Jiang Nan's mouth. Jiang Nan ate it and met Meng Qingqiu's and also Yu Yao's expectant eyes, revealing a smile as he nodded his head and said, delicious. Yay! Finally for our Magic City cuisine certificate name. Darling, come continue. This one braised catfish, this white chicken, this hibiscus crab dipper. 40 or so minutes later, lunch is over. By now the time was also arriving at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao who were full of enjoyment, relying on the seat and gently patting their stomachs with their jade hands, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile. If you guys like these dishes, why don't I cook for you tomorrow, and see if you like my handiwork or the handiwork of the chef of this restaurant. Ability is what it's all about. Moreover, cooking for the woman he loved. Jiang Nan didn't feel ashamed of anything. Equal treatment. Ning Ruxiang, several women, landlady, a couple of daughters, all had tasted his own cooking, and he naturally couldn't let Meng Qingqiu, the queen mother of the palace, not have tasted his handiwork. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao didn't react at first, and when they came back to their senses they couldn't help but look at each other, their faces showing surprise at the same time. Darling, you still cook? Meng Qingqiu sat slightly upright and looked toward Jiang Nan with a surprised expression. Sure. Jiang Nan smiled confidently. Frog fun. Darling, you are so awesome. You know martial arts. You can play the piano. You're so handsome. You have such a good temperament. And you can also practice medicine. You're a bit too well-rounded. Meng Qingqiu looked at Jiang Nan with the utmost admiration. Hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, the surprise on Yu Yao's face increased a little more. And when she looked towards Jiang Nan and saw that he just had a faint smile on his face, and no extra arrogance because of how good he was, her heart was filled with good feelings. Yu Yao's favoritism +5. The system's beep sounded in his head, which caused Jiang Nan to sigh. this 99 points of high-value beauty, good sense to improve the ground is really far from the previous confidant fast, meet so long since, until now only 17 points of good sense, but however, there is an uptick that is a good thing. I remember there's a small piano inside the small private room. Yao yao. I remember you've been having piano lessons since you were little. How about you and Darling have a four-handed play? At this time, Meng Qingqiu snapped, it just so happens that after dinner activities, let me enjoy myself as well. I've never heard Darling play before. Shui, hearing Meng Qingqiu's proposal, Yu Yao gave her a rather embarrassed look before locking eyes with Jiang Nan on. I can. Jiang Nan smiled slightly, then Yo-Yo is okay with it. Meng Qingqiu immediately smiled, pulling Jiang Nan's hand to get up, while then pulling Yu Yao's hand towards a small curtain in a corner. Swish, pull back the curtains and a small home piano is on the windowsill. We have a performance from both of you. Meng Qingqiu pulled Jiang Nan and Yu Yao with her right and left hands, gently sending the two forward. Jiang Nan and Yu Yao exchanged another glance. Yu Yao's favoritism +3. This time, another 3 points of goodwill scored from this stare down, making Jiang Nan fall back on his satisfaction. Unsurprisingly, if this four-handed combination went well, he guessed that Yu Yao should be able to get at least another 10 points or so of goodwill towards him. Chapter 161 Meng Qingqiu who knocked on Jiang Nan and Yu Yao CP hard. Sit. Jiang Nan and Yu Yao arrived in front of the bench, and he smiled and nodded. Yu Yao returned a smile and settled on the right side of the bench. Jiang Nan followed suit and sat on the left side of the bench. As for Meng Qingqiu's angle, she pulled a chair over and sat down on the side to watch the two. You can choose your own sheet music. Jiang Nan and Yu Yao, who had taken their seats, glanced at an iPad on the small piano, and Yu Yao whispered, I just happen to want to practice four-handed canon in recent times. Would you be okay with that? The canon is a piece that is not too difficult to say, and not really simple, depending on the version and playing technique. Example, violin and piano ensemble canon. This cross-instrumental joint performance, the difficulty is very big. There is no corresponding tacit understanding, or that the level of the player is poor. That is absolutely less than a lot of listening resonance. No problem. Jiang Nan nodded. In the field of piano, he is a true master. Even more, he didn't even need to check the sheet music. His nimble fingertips would autonomously play the notes as they should be. No kidding. Nowadays Jiang Nan when it is known as the human song library. Yes. Yu Yao nodded her head in quite a bit of surprise, before sliding her jade finger and selecting the iPad screen on the piano stand. Eventually, a four-handed piano score of canon appeared on the screen. Yu Yao took a deep breath. She was still quite a bit nervous about her first four-handed battle with someone she didn't have any tacit understanding with. The two men looked at each other and nodded their heads in unison and smiled. Yu Yao's 10 fingers were placed on the black and white piano keys, and the moment she slowly dropped down to strike the first note, her temperament instantly rose to a high level. The first bar was slowly entered by Yu Yao's solo while Jiang Nan waited quietly for the entrance. During this time, Jiang Nan showed a look of appreciation. There's a saying that a connoisseur knows if there's one or not. Obviously, Yu Yao's attainments on the piano were not to say that they had reached the master level, but at least an extremely high level was able to be counted. The long and slender fingers, coupled with her body swaying gently from time to time because of the high or low intoxication of the syllables, and the swinging of her hair made her look like a music goddess in general. Soon, the first section of the entrance ended, and the moment the last note fell, Yu Yao was still afraid that Jiang Nan wouldn't be able to keep up and break the rhythm, thus glancing over towards him. Who knows? At the moment when she turned her sight, Jiang Nan's piano masterclass temperament that transformed into a state in an instant directly made her eyes widen, and her face revealed a look of surprise. Seconds pick up the second quarter. Jiang Nan knocked down the black and white piano keys. The first sound came out, followed by the flowing sound perfect playing. This smooth second connection caused Yu Yao's pupils to tighten and dilate for a moment. What could be heard was the sound of a subtle inhaling of cold air, thus showing how surprised Yu Yao was at this moment. Because, the two hadn't rehearsed before this, and even more so, they didn't have any shred of four-handed understanding. Jiang Nan, however, was able to catch the syllables that he had just finished playing so smoothly, which not only represented Jiang Nan's proficiency in this tune, but also how skillful he was. Yu Yao's favoritism +5. The second stanza was soloed by Jiang Nan, and the moment the last syllable fell, he didn't stop, nor did he look towards Yu Yao at his side. At this moment, his 10 slender fingers danced on top of the black and white keys, and Yu Yao didn't follow at all in the first place, because she was directly mesmerized listening to Jiang Nan play the second stanza. So much so that when Jiang Nan directly played up the four-handed combination that she was supposed to join in on, she gently spat out her little tongue this time and slowed down to completely join in the four-handed combination. While playing with all four hands, Jiang Nan and Yu Yao glanced at each other from time to time, and their cooperation went from strength to strength. There was no need for eye contact at all. both of them were able to understand what they should do next. Yueyao's favoritism +1. Yueyao's favoritism +1. Yueyao's favoritism +1. And during this period of time, Yu Yao's favorability had steadily risen. In just a small amount of time, her favorability towards Jiang Nan had arrived from 25 points to as many as 30 points, already accomplishing what the latter's heart had expected. Why does it feel like Yao Yao and Darling have more of a match made in heaven immediacy? At this point, as the four-handed piece cannon neared its end, Meng Qingqiu, who was sitting on the side, was muttering in a small voice. Listening to her, it seemed to be tinged with a bit of jealousy, but in reality, there was a feeling of knocking CP on Meng Qingqiu's face now instead. Even more, her eyes did their best to twinkle with a small heart of excitement. It's so awesome. Darling and Yo-Yo have such a natural understanding. They really should be a couple too. Meng Qingqiu's mind was even more thoughtfully and frantically active, and his mind even recalled the agreement between Yue Yao and himself back when he was 7 or 8 years old. We must marry a man together in the future, so that we will never be separated and will always be a good pair of sisters. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Meng Qingqiu's face, and she couldn't help but mutter, Yao Yao, Yao Yao, my family darling is so outstanding. I don't believe you won't be moved. Humph, the promise you made when you were a child. I hope you can remember and keep it. If you don't, humph, then don't blame me for playing small tricks. Soon, under the gaze of Meng Qingqiu's knocking CP's excited eyes, this four-handed strumming song canon also came to an end. Yue Yao's favoritism +5, and the moment it ended, the system's beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head, and once again, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At first, his expectations were at being able to raise his favorability by about 10 points. Now it was unexpected, boosted by as much as a full 15 points, and the overall favorability rating has reached a very satisfying 35 points. Currently, Qiuqiu's favorability towards me has also reached 97 points, and according to common sense, after this level, it should be the limit, and you need to obtain random branch mini-quests to break through the limit. Jiang Nan withdrew his hand and glanced at Yu Yao, whose pretty face was flushed with red, and revealed a smile, and his heart speculated and pondered at the same time. I wonder if a high-value goddess like Yu Yao, who is close to a perfect score, would exist in a standard where 97 points of goodwill is the limit. Snap! Oh ho! My dearest darling, dearest Yo-Yo, your four-handed play just now was truly perfect. Meng Qingqiu's excited shout rang out as she got up from her seat and looked at Jiang Nan and Yu Yao with that blazing gaze. Chapter 162, How did a date become a favorite? It's not bad. It's Jiang Nan who was very strong. Yu Yao glanced at Jiang Nan and nodded in embarrassment. Meng Qingqiu also knew how to play the piano, but was not too deep into the skill, and of course did not know that in fact, in the four-handed play just now, it was basically Jiang Nan who was the one driving the rhythm. For me, all strong, all strong. Meng Qingqiu excitedly stepped forward and reached out to take Jiang Nan and Yue Yao's hands, saying with a smile, if there were violins, honestly, I'd really like to join you guys in playing. Speaking of this, Meng Qingqiu curiously looked at Jiang Nan and inquired, darling, you don't know how to play the violin as well, do you? In her eyes, her own darling was truly an all-around man, controlling too many skills. If this really knew how to play the violin and was very good at it, then Meng Qingqiu was really hard wowed. No. Jiang Nan currently did not have control over the skill regarding the violin, although it might be controlled subsequently, but as long as he did not have this ability now, then he would not force himself to pretend to be more than he was. Moreover, if you really obtain any violin master level ability in the future, I'm afraid that the shock will be even greater if you display it inadvertently. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to play. Darling, the standard of your piano is already strong enough in my eyes. In the past, it's always me and Yao Yao playing. When there's a chance next time, let's play a song together as a couple for Yao Yao to hear, and see how well we get along. Meng Qingqiu smiled, and her heart was unusually expectant. No problem. Jiang Nan nodded. It's almost digested. Let's go. Meng Qingqiu moved closer to Jiang Nan. A whole person pressed up, hooked his arm, and slightly tiptoed up to his ear and whispered, darling, where do you want to go play? The places we girls play may be a little too different from the places you boys play. Where do you want to go? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he asked rhetorically. Amusement park. Meng Qingqiu blurted out, excitedly clenching her fists and waving them in the air a few times as she spoke. I want to go on a roller coaster ride with you and Yao Yao, go on a merry-go-round, and do a lot more fun and interesting projects. This is how she remembers being in love. As it should be. Meanwhile, the one about going to the amusement park with Gangnam was kind of a little obsession she had with him for the 2.5 years she had known him together. She had never been in love since she was a little girl, and what she thought about love was only a fantasy in movies, TV shows, and novels, and the amusement park. That's what she's looking forward to the most. Yes, Jiang Nan looked at Meng Qingqiu's excited appearance, reached out and touched her head, nodded and smiled. As you wish. Yo, you're not thinking of running away, are you? This time, Meng Qingqiu seemed to have sensed something and turned her suspicious gaze towards Yu Yao, narrowing her eyes inquiringly. Cough cough. Hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, Yu Yao coughed twice in embarrassment. She did try to slip away. Not that she was a girl who liked quiet solitude very much. Rather, Meng Qingqiu and Jiang Nan were a couple. What was the point of her being a best friend to go and make a scene? She admitted that Gangnam was indeed excellent and heartwarming. But Meng Qingqiu was her best BFF. A good sister who grew up wearing the same pants and sleeping in the same bed. Friendly husband, not to be taken. She was a very measured cognizant of that statement. No. Meng Qingqiu directly stepped forward and pulled Yu Yao, speaking, but don't perfume me with words like you'll be a light bulb. I'm telling you, no way. Hearing this, Yu Yao couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile. What could she do? Could only nod her head. However, she was somehow looking forward to it a little. The sense of being in love that Meng Qingqiu sought was naturally the same for her, who had never been in love since she was a child. All three are men of action. After exiting the happily ever after restaurant, they drove straight to an amusement park close by. After parking the car and paying the fee of 388 per person for the unimpeded play ticket, the three of them also stepped into this amusement park. Strange, how come this amusement park costs 388 so much even if it's a free ride? When the payment was made, Meng Qingqiu's face showed a strange color. Maybe it's the weekend, Yu Yao said uncertainly. For such a small amount of money, Jiang Nan was indifferent, as long as this trip to the amusement park could make Yu Yao, a top goddess with a near-perfect face value, bring him more favorability, not to mention 388, what if it was 3,888, 38,888, 388,888? It's all just loose silver. It had to be said that the trio of Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao was eye-catching, and the moment they appeared inside the amusement park, they instantly attracted the eyes of all the people around them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Top beauty. Or two top beauties. That body, that face, that temperament. My ass. It's just exaggerated. What top beauties? I think it's definitely a tech face. If you ask me, the handsome guy next to them is the most handsome in the world. If I could date him, I'd be happy to drive a luxury car, live in a mansion, and wear gold and silver. Surprise T0 fairy. I drop a good boy. I admit that those two top beautiful side of the handsome man is indeed handsome. Better than Wu Yanzu, Pong Yuyen, but also not to denigrate people. Sister, you are here to make a wish. You're happy to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion, but you look like a big chicken buzzing on a tractor. As the three of them picked their items, and I directly followed them, and a whispering sound reached Jiang Nan's ears. In response to this, Jiang Nan just smiled faintly. Now he could be said to have gotten used to the sights coalescing around him long before he could get used to them. Hello, this way a couple of you. Just as the three of them were hanging out, several people who looked like the staff of the amusement park came jogging, looking at Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao with enthusiastic smiles on their faces. What? Jiang Nan froze for a moment. The stage is this way. A few of you this way. A man in his 30s said with a big smile. Wait, what stage? Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao exchanged a glance and looked at the man in his 30s strangely. Aren't you the big stars that the amusement park paid good money to bring here? Seeing Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao's faces were blank, this man in his 30s also froze, and then hurriedly took out his cell phone and spoke. Which one of you is Miss Sun Weiwei? Sun Weiwei? Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao froze. Why did this name sound somewhat familiar? Jiang Nan also froze. They are simply dating. How somehow they are considered big star love beans. Vivi is here. Just then, an excited shout rang out from behind the side. Chapter 163 I see you. Broken feeling pulled full of Sun Weiwei. Swish swish swish. And with that Vivi, most people's eyes went to the back of the room, only to see a woman with black sunglasses and wearing a casual dress slowly coming under the embrace of several bodyguards, surrounded by some young men and women. All of their faces were too excited to be excited. I'm sorry a few of you. I saw your faces, and your temperament are very good, and I thought a few of you were big stars. The man in his 30s bowed in embarrassment before taking a few amusement park staff behind him in quick steps towards Sun Weiwei. Sun Weiwei, what a familiar name. Big star. Meng Qingqiu blinked and couldn't help but mutter. Chiu. This seems to be the big female lead of that explosive drama we watched last time. Yu Yao fixed her eyes towards Sun Weiwei. Although a big black sunglasses covered almost half of her face, she was still able to see something. Oh, I remember. This Sun Weiwei is very pretty. Moreover, her temperament is also very good, and her acting skills are even better. She's a one-of-a-kind in the entertainment industry's flower girl. When Meng Qingqiu heard Yu Yao's reminder, she also reacted immediately, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Yao, let's go ask for a group photo. It feels so cool. Too many people. Yu Yao looked towards Sun Weiwei's side. A large encirclement. Not to mention squeezing in to take a picture with Sun Weiwei. It was difficult to take a perfect picture outside. She's coming over, Meng Qingqiu suddenly exclaimed. At this point, on Sun Weiwei's side, listening to the excited shouts of the people around her, she had long been accustomed to this kind of star-studded crowd, and she was naturally very calm. For some unknown reason, she swept her afterglow and inadvertently saw Jiang Nan standing with Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, which caused a look of surprise to appear on her face. This guy has such two big beauties around him? And there's a beautiful woman who seems to be very close to him. Scummy guy. Really deserves to be scummy. Sun Weiwei pondered in her mind. Her eyes under the big black sunglasses could not help but turn around. The corner of her mouth slowly hooked up a trace of curvature as she took a step towards Jiangnan's three people. Vivi, I love you. Vivi, we will definitely support you all the way. You will definitely become a national idol one day. Every single person loves you and supports you. Ah, it's Vivi. It's the living Vivi. You damn. Cursing my Vivi, huh? As Sun Weiwei walked around, the group of fans surrounding her went crazy. Fellow fan babies, I'm about to enter. Can you make a way out? When she was very close to Jiangnan's trio, Sun Weiwei took off her sunglasses, revealed a very standard smile, and raised her hand to gently wave it in the air a few times. Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't get in Missy's way. Just the moment Sun Weiwei's words fell, the fans surrounding them immediately dispersed. See this. Sun Weiwei nodded very happily and interacted with a group of fans a few more times, and sent a few flying kisses to a few female fans close by. Ah, Vivi fly kissed me. Those few flying kisses immediately made a few female fans close by scream wildly with excitement. Holy crap, what a reaction. When Meng Qingqiu saw the scene, her little mouth couldn't help but open slightly wider, and her eyes widened a bit. The fact that she doesn't follow the stars doesn't give her any idea of the madness of groupies. However, she doesn't despise such people either, because everyone has everyone's way of living, as long as it doesn't affect her. For her it's all about not understanding, but respecting. Hello again. This time, Sun Weiwei also arrived in front of Jiangnan's several people. She walked up past several bodyguards and looked at Jiangnan with a smile. See you again? Swish swish swish. Sun Weiwei's proactive greeting immediately caused the surrounding fans to shift their gazes to Jiangnan's several people. This does not transfer to all okay. Once transferred over, the whole scene instantly not come up. Frog fun. Vivi even took the initiative to say hello. Is this handsome guy any freshly debuted trainee? This temperament, body, and face value is simply amazing. Didn't notice the two beauties beside this handsome guy? My god, this world is really crazy. Top-notch handsome guys and top-notch beautiful girls that you normally don't see one. And now you've seen three of them all at once. Outrageous. This handsome guy and two beautiful girls. I think if they are vegetarians, it's really the point where they can debut in situ. If they debut, I would like to be the co-station sister of the three of them. Boiling over. At this moment, when these fans, who were already star-crossed and crazy, saw Jiangnan, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao, the three top-notch handsome men and top-notch beautiful women, they directly fell into crazy mode. A murmur, an exclamation, and a shout of excitement, as well as a sound of a shutter being pressed rang out in the center of the room. Darling, you know Sun Weiwei? Meng Qingqiu was also surprised at this moment as she shifted her gaze from Sun Weiwei and placed it on Jiangnan. I was on the same flight as her. Jiangnan nodded. Oh, Meng Qingqiu trailed off a bit and revealed an intriguing smile. Jiangnan reached out and pinched the tip of her nose, smilingly wrapping her in his arms before saying, what do you mean by this little expression? You guess. Meng Qingqiu blinked. Guess if I'm guessing? Jiangnan laughed and placed his gaze on Sun Weiwei. Seeing her rather tasteless expression, he spoke. There really is a coincidence. Is this your date? Sun Weiwei looked at Meng Qingqiu a few more times. Whether it was her face value and temperament or her body, it was not different from her, so it could be seen how high the quality of this girl was. Yes, Jiangnan nodded. So, then you were still doing that to me on the plane? Sun Weiwei's eyes turned in a circle and suddenly made a pathetic gesture. At this moment, the tears seemed to be swirling in her eyes, rather like a tearful and broken sense of immediacy. Nice guy. Dang true. It's an actor. For just a moment, it was as if she was substituting for a female character who had been hurt and abandoned by a scumbag. Not to mention Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. Even Jiangnan couldn't help but ponder at this instant. It seemed like he was the one who was being kissed by this woman at the time, instead of him kissing her south of the river. What's more, the woman ate his imported candy. Oh my god. It feels like there's going to be shocking news. Sun Weiwei's voice was not loud, but at this moment, her appearance was seen by the fans around her, and just for a moment, they couldn't help but brainstorm a love-hate drama in their minds. Chapter 164, The Attitude of the Queen Mother of the Main Palace. Golden exclamation mark coming. hearing Sun Weiwei's words that made people suspicious. Meng Qingqiu didn't react at all, but instead looked at the big star with a strange gaze, and the oddness in those eyes in turn made the latter a bit unsettled. Strange, why doesn't this beauty react at all? According to common sense, shouldn't it be questioned on the spot? Sun Weiwei was indeed very strange. Her gaze was placed on Yu Yao. Her face flashed a trace of unnatural and eccentric expression. Her heart was even more rising up an incredible idea. This sister shouldn't also be the girlfriend of this guy in Jiangnan, right? The moment this thought came out, Sun Weiwei's eyes widened. Nice guy. It can't be, can it? Shouldn't I? Sun Weiwei, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Meng Qingqiu didn't have any reaction, but Jiang Nan understood that he couldn't say nothing and frowned. Whether or not anything has happened, I'm afraid that you know best in your own heart. Shay just teasing you. Sun Weiwei ruffled her blonde hair as a way to hide her slight embarrassment. Less teasing. This is in plain sight. I do not suffer. You pass out the influence. Who is not good? You figure it out yourself. After saying this, Jiang Nan put his arm around Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao and walked towards one side. This guy is really something. Does he really think that he is amazingly handsome and is directly invincible by relying on a face? Sun Weiwei stared at Jiang Nan's back and hummed lightly, before revealing another smile to the surrounding fans and waved her hand. Fellow fan babies, what do you want to hear most in the first song in a while? As the words fell out of her mouth, she hastened to say, oh, no Gangnam song this day, anything but this one. After saying this, she glanced at Jiang Nan's back with her afterglow and gave another light hum. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +2. On Jiang Nan's side, the system's beep sounded in his head, which caused his footsteps to slightly lurch and an odd color to appear on his face. This big star, Sun Weiwei, is really inexplicable. Darling, this Sun Weiwei seems quite fond of you to me. Meng Qingqiu smiled and said, I don't know. Jiang Nan shook his head. Currently Sun Weiwei's favorability towards him had reached 47 points, a level that was definitely likable. Even in the case of knowing that he had a girlfriend, the favorability did not decrease but inexplicably increased by another 2 points, so it could be seen that his Jiang Nan's charisma was indeed terrifyingly large. However, if you think about it, he was burdened with the title of Heaven's Destiny protagonist or a buff, and his own charisma value was even more drawn out. So basically speaking, he was well liked by the opposite sex. You don't know, I do. Meng Qingqiu stuck a little tighter to Jiang Nan and said with a smile, being a woman's intuition, I'm telling you, that Sun Weiwei is definitely interested in you. Yes? Jiang Nan laughed and spoke, then why don't you show any attitude at all? Logically speaking, when Sun Weiwei spoke out just now, shouldn't you have directly started to fight over your jealousy? Darling, do I look like such an unsure woman to you? Meng Qingqiu said unconcernedly, I understand my man's excellence myself, and few women in the world can resist it. Speaking here, her afterglow inadvertently glanced at Yu Yao who had a thoughtful look on her face, revealing a smile, and her other hand was also pulling Yu Yao's hand. Continuing, not to mention her Sun Weiwei, even if Yao Yao likes darling. So what? Ha? When Yu Yao heard this, she was shocked for a moment and hurriedly waved her hand and said, Chiu, don't be ridiculous. Where do I like Jiang Nan? I'm not talking about it. And, as I've said, who are we? We've grown up wearing a diaper since we were kids. Good girlfriends, good sisters. I'm darling. Isn't that your darling? Meng Qingqiu deeply glanced at Yue Yao whose pretty face had inexplicably reddened, then gave Jiang Nan a look and said with a smile, if I say so, Yao why don't you just call darling with me? Didn't we say we'll marry a man together in the future? It seemed like a joke, but in reality, Meng Qingqiu's words could almost be said to be a showdown. Her mindset has never been such that it doesn't matter how many women like her man. Her Meng Qingqiu's self-confidence, it was sky high. If there really was some beautiful woman who could snatch Jiang Nan over, then it would really be that woman's skill that was too great, and that would be something that could not be faulted. Chiu, don't tease me, you girl, still rushing to let me fall in love with your object? It's really weird. Yu Yao was really shy. Yue Yao's favoritism +5. Meng Qingqiu's words were also to the point, and did not delve any deeper into the topic. Her attitude was already very obvious. She understood that Yu Yao wasn't a cutie pie either. If there was a day when her heart was so moved that she couldn't hide it, she believed that this good sister of hers definitely wouldn't have any psychological burden. Jiang Nan did not say a word throughout the whole process. Meng Qingqiu, the attitude of the queen mother was so obvious. He was a guy who took advantage of a big advantage. If he said something, it would be that he was a bit uneducated. Next, the threesome started completely. Pirate ship, Ferris wheel, carousel. After 3 hours or so of playing, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. So happy. At this point, in the middle of a square at the center point of the amusement park, Meng Qingqiu and Yue Yao, who were holding sugar gourds in their left hands and ice cream in their right hands. Both had happy smiles on their faces. It wasn't like they hadn't been to an amusement park before, but today it had been a couple hours of painful fun, and that was all it took to make them all experience what it was like to be in love as they had imagined it. Though, this relationship experience is made up of 3 people, but, whether it was for Meng Qingqiu or Yu Yao, it was a memorable, lingering experience of a heartwarming romance, especially Yu Yao. Before starting, the favorability was only 40 points, but now it was a full 50 points. Don't look down on this 50 points of goodwill. It's really not an exaggeration to say that there is not a single problem in letting Jiangnan and Yu Yao be alone in a situation where the atmosphere arrives to the point of pulling a silk. Yo, how's it going? Meng Qingqiu smiled and hooked Yu Yao's arm, whispering in her ear. How about what? Yu Yao asked in a small voice after glancing at Jiangnan rather embarrassedly. Hey. Meng Qingqiu smiled without saying anything and looked towards Jiangnan. It was fun. Yu Yao responded in a small voice at this time. In the meantime, Jiangnan's gaze turned and his eyes lit up, because a golden exclamation mark appeared on Meng Qingqiu's head. The little side quest that belonged to the queen of the main palace had finally arrived. Chapter 165, Meng Qingqiu's branch line mini quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Due to the high favorability of his confidant Meng Qingqiu, he has successfully triggered a random mini quest. Complete it and you will be rewarded for the quest. Please click on the golden exclamation mark above Meng Qingqiu's head to view the side mini quest. Along with the golden exclamation mark that surfaced on top of Meng Qingqiu's head, a system beep sounded in Jiangnan's head, which caused a trace of a satisfied smile to appear on his face. Immediately, he didn't waste any time, and as his mind moved, an illusory finger pointed at the illusory golden exclamation mark above Meng Qingqiu's head. Mission statement: successfully make Yu Yao's favorability reach 80 points or more. Quest reward: +1 favorability of Meng Qingqiu. 1 chance to draw a prize. When he saw the description of this side quest, Jiangnan froze. Is this considered Meng Qingqiu's side mini quest? Wait, could it be that Meng Qingqiu wanted Yu Yao to truly admit her good feelings towards herself, or perhaps, to directly tear through this rigid situation? With the relationship between the 3 opening up directly on the bright side, Jiangnan was not a fool, and under a little thought, he also immediately guessed what was going on. Meng Qingqiu had told Yu Yao about it again and again, and she didn't care, and was more than willing to share Jiangnan with her. It's easy to see how deeply she's obsessed with this from here. So, this little side quest makes perfect sense and there's nothing wrong with it. Having figured out the key, the smile on Jiangnan's face grew a little wider. Welcome to the Light of the Stars amusement park. Just then, excited shouts came from a large ring not far away. Jiangnan's few people shifted their gazes over. There were quite a lot of people under the big ring over there, not to mention a few thousand people. These 1,000 people were at least there. Vivi, we love you. A mountain of voices rang out. Don't think for a moment that with just 1,000 people, Sun Weiwei's top stream isn't rowdy enough. In fact, like there was no special announcement sent out, there were still thousands of people who came here spontaneously, so it was evident that Sun Weiwei's influence was definitely very exaggerated. There are rumors that this Sun Weiwei has a big background behind her. If she sends out notices, she will definitely come to more people. This way it seems that this amusement park is not her family, right? Meng Qingqiu looked curiously, remembering that today's tickets for the amusement park were inexplicably more expensive. She couldn't help but say, I think I've read Sun Weiwei's introduction, and she's a local of Mordor as well. Yes? Not sure. Yu Yao at this time, where there is a small mind to care about Sun Weiwei, shook her head, the afterglow from time to time towards Jiangnan, but wherever she inadvertently meets the line of sight for a second, she just feels her heart suddenly accelerates at this moment to beat unknown number of times. What a strange feeling. Yu Yao. Ah, Yu Yao. Although Qiuqiu said on her lips that she doesn't care about sharing Jiangnan with you, there's no way you're really just going to take it. Hold on. You must hold on. At this moment, a cherub-like spirit flew over Yu Yao's left ear, whispering softly. Bang! The moment this little angelic elf's words fell, another little devilish elf with a trident suddenly appeared, kicked it directly out, and a flying body arrived at Yu Yao's right ear, starting a devilish whisper. Yu Yao, you and Qiuqiu are like sisters. In the future, what if Qiuqiu follows Jiangnan and marries in Zhengcheng? Then it will be hard for you and Qiuqiu to see each other again. And yeah, think about it, you're so good. It's hard to get your heart set on a guy for once. Why would you try to resist? Jiangnan has a high face value, good temperament, and from what Qiuqiu said, his body should be great as well. It's even excellent to the extreme. With your four-handed tacit understanding, such a perfect man, you can't bear to miss it? The imp's words fell. Yu Yao's face showed some confusion. No, this time, the cherubic elf exclaimed. Asterisk 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 off. The imp-like elf kicked it off again. Yu Yao's favoritism +5. Ha, Yu Yao's mental activity was only for a moment. At this point, Jiangnan, who received the system tone in his mind, showed a surprised color on his face. And this is another inexplicable increase of 5 points of goodwill? It's true. Women are self-cheaters. Jiangnan looked towards Yu Yao, his four eyes facing each other, and electric arcs exploded between their eye spacing in a matter of moments. Unlike before 55 points of goodwill, the two would immediately shyly avert their gaze when they looked at Yu Yao. Right now, Yu Yao was more of a lass, despite her delicate and shy eyes. 55 points of favorability was already considered a very high favorability for a top beauty of Yu Yao's level. It could almost be said that she had made it very clear how much she liked Gangnam. But however, you want her to completely showdown with Meng Qingqiu. With this amount of goodwill, it's still a lot worse. At the same time, Yu Yao only felt that it was really crazy somehow. Although in the mouth of Meng Qingqiu heard a lot of things in Jiangnan. How good. How to let a person's heart fascinated. But really when this man appeared in front of their own moment, she is really first-hand experience to experience. She didn't know that without Meng Qingqiu's constant brainwashing, although she had a good feeling about Jiangnan, she wouldn't have been so bold as to move her heart. This time, the melodious singing came from the ring not far away. It's the song Mortal Dust. Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out, the theme song of the same name from that breakout drama. That's a great song. Jiangnan shifted his gaze over, and with his eyesight, he was naturally able to easily see Sun Weiwei on the stage, who was wearing a Chinese dress. I have to say, this woman was also perfect for hanbok wear, especially the way she was getting into the swing of things and singing at this point, which was indeed somewhat appealing. I only wished to wait in the midst of Mortal Dust, not realizing that you never returned. The song with a slightly raspy crying voice came, and Jiangnan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Is this drama? Mortal Dust? So abusive?" Reviewing the song sung by Sun Weiwei alone, he felt that the heroine played in this woman's play hadn't died a few husbands, and Jiangnan pondered that he really couldn't sing this kind of tearing and crushing feeling. Cough cough cough. Hearing Jiangnan's words, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao exchanged a glance and coughed twice in unison in embarrassment. Yo you say. Meng Qingqiu was embarrassed. It's better if you say it. Autumn, I have some hard words to say. Yu Yao gazed elsewhere. The play is a lesbian play. Meng Qingqiu cleared her throat again and whispered back. Not only that, most of Sun Weiwei's popular breakout dramas are big female lead dramas without the so-called CP, which is why she's had zero scandals since she debuted for so long. At those words, Jiangnan was slightly surprised. Of course, it wasn't Sun Weiwei that he was surprised about, but how this Meng Qingqiu suddenly understood Sun Weiwei so well again. Chapter 166, Absolute Confidence from the Queen of the Main Palace. Seemingly sensing Jiangnan's gaze, Meng Qingqiu gently coughed twice and said with some embarrassment, "Just now." She took the time to encyclopedia Sun Weiwei's information. It wasn't that Meng Qingqiu felt threatened by Sun Weiwei, a beautiful big star, so she wanted to know herself and her enemy in order not to fall behind. Rather, Sun Weiwei herself was excellent and beautiful, and Meng Qingqiu from the bottom of her heart was not repulsed by this kind of a level of woman sharing Jiangnan with her. The point was, she had to find out about this woman and if anything bad had really happened to her. After all, she, Meng Qingqiu, did not enter the entertainment industry, but still heard about the cruelty of the entertainment industry. Is how many subterfuge. Rumor has it online that this woman has a background behind her, but who knows what kind of background. For example, she, without the slightest exaggeration, topped with the name of the first school flower of Mordor University directly into the entertainment industry, with the Meng family behind her as a support, that is also absolutely able to swim under the dragon in this environment. There have even been more than a few variety shows that have invited her as a springboard to debut in place. She's not interested in the industry that's at all. Now that Sun Weiwei had appeared, she naturally had to pay extra attention. Well, find out anything yet? Jiangnan teased. Whether Sun Weiwei had a problem or not, he who possessed the insight technique could be said to understand it best. Such a great face, such a great body, such a great temperament. The charge column remains at 0, which shows that she does have a lot of power behind her. Otherwise, in the capital all over the place, subterfuge rampant in the showbiz dye stuff tank. How can it be unique? Out of the mud and not stained it? Like Jiangnan, if his woman really wants to enter the entertainment industry, with his financial strength, which person in the entertainment industry dares to have a thought about his woman? Wealth may not be as great as power, but keep in mind that when wealth reaches an exaggerated peak, it may not be able to compete with power. Of course, having said all that, Jiangnan's current financial resources are not at that level. All he could say was that alone was the tradable 10 years of life he had on hand. It was firmly not an exaggeration to say that traveling to Kyoto, with his inner player grandfather as a jumping off point, he couldn't think of a scenario in which he'd be the least bit aggravated. Until then, there is ultimately a need to work on enrichment. Jiangnan's eyes flickered with luster. He understood that he himself did not have absolute strength. No matter how many tradable lifespans he had on hand, that was all in vain. It was all a small caramels of leaks by the real big shots ka leaks. Soon, the song, Mortal Dust, was sung and followed by a very nice intro. Gangnam, Meng Qingqiu suddenly shouted. Jiang Nan came back to his senses and looked toward Meng Qingqiu in surprise. In the past, they used to call out darling darling. Why are they calling him by his first name now? Qiu, love can become yes? Actually, I think you calling me husband, or darling is also a very good one. Of course, Jiang Nan laughed. He had wanted to utter a highly tigerish term of endearment, but thinking that Yu Yao's current relationship with him hadn't broken through any substantial progress, he had retracted his words in time. Darling? No. I mean the song is called Jiangnan, same as your name dear. Right, Yao Yao. Husband, he even said that about me. Meng Qingqiu beamed her little mouth with an aggrieved look on her face. And, within a short sentence, she changed 3 names in a row. Although, darling and dear mean the same thing, Qiu was right. The song is called Jiangnan. Yu Yao nodded heavily, explaining, this song is the theme song of the same name of a breakout drama. Speaking of which, this Sun Weiwei's strength is indeed good. It is said that the arrangement and lyrics are all hers alone. Of course, whether it is specifically a buyout system or not, who knows? Between the words, she didn't seem to feel as good about Sun Weiwei as she thought she did. Jiang Nan heard it out, and when he saw that she looked indifferent, he couldn't help but mentally shake his head and laugh. I'm kidding, I've heard that song before. Jiang Nan reached out and patted Meng Qingqiu, saying softly, I liked this song quite a bit before, but because of copyright issues, all I listened to were covers. This close-up listening to the original singer of this song. Honestly, covers are really nothing in front of the original singer. This is still the scene. Sun Weiwei are so stable. If this is really in the recording room, where there is still a need to repair the sound or something, directly is pure enjoyment of heavenly music. Oof. Meng Qingqiu hugged Jiangnan a little tighter and whispered, but, darling, I only want to call you that. Of course, in happy times, I'll be happy to call you something else. The voices in the background were getting quieter and quieter. If Jiang Nan's ear power was not amazing, just under such a close distance alone, he really didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to hear clearly what Meng Qingqiu had just said. I'm fine with it. Name calling, it's just name calling. There's no such thing. Jiang Nan laughed softly and looked toward the big stage far away, not knowing whether it was sensed or not, or that Sun Weiwei, who was singing on the stage, might also be looking toward this side from time to time. Thus, the moment Jiang Nan looked over, Sun Weiwei also happened to be looking this way, and at this time, the song Jiangnan had also arrived at the chorus. In the memory of the hazy Jiangnan smoky rain, what sad thoughts. At this point, Meng Qingqiu also hummed softly. Around 5. Jiangnan left this amusement park with Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. There's one thing to be said for this Sun Weiwei scene, it's a real powerhouse. Car. Jiangnan started the car. Meng Qingqiu in the back row took Yu Yao's hand and exclaimed rather appreciatively, you ninny, ever compliment someone like that? And, Yu Yao said as she stole a glance at Jiang Nan in the main driver's seat, and moved to Meng Qingqiu's ear, whispering, that woman isn't a good woman as far as I'm concerned. I was quite appreciative of her before, but it turns out that she wanted to mess things up the first time we met. Furthermore, she might even like Jiang Nan. Isn't that your love rival? Her voice was small, but to Jiang Nan's ear, there was no doubt that she wasn't talking to his ear in general. Hearing such a thing, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He said how come Yu Yao's attitude changed so quickly? So that's how it is. Yao Yao, love rival or not, this is fine with me. Meng Qingqiu smiled, reached out and patted the back of Yu Yao's hand, saying softly, you and I weren't originally from ordinary families, so can you still not be used to seeing this kind of thing? The thing she was talking about. Then, naturally, was that the big one and the little one were getting along with each other? Between her words and even her expression, Meng Qingqiu had a very confident stance, and this kind of confidence made Yu Yao, who had been with her since childhood, admire her for it. Chapter 167, Qiu's brainwashing, gradually compromising Yu Yao. Hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, Yu Yao opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but once she thought of the truth she didn't know what to say. After a short silence, Yu Yao's afterglow stole another glance at Jiang Nan. Facts were facts, but when it really happened to her, she seemed to find it hard to accept. Sure, what she thought was hard to accept wasn't that she only wanted to have Jiang Nan all to herself, but that she didn't care to share Jiang Nan with Meng Qingqiu. But, if you let her share Jiang Nan with other women, especially Sun Weiwei who tried to make trouble right off the bat, then Yu Yao was really a bit upset. Wait, the moment this thought came out, Yu Yao's stunningly beautiful pretty face swished red for a second. How did she just compromise? She admitted that she seemed to have a bit of a crush on Gangnam, but it wasn't something that was developing so quickly. This time, Meng Qingqiu, however, looked at Yu Yao, whose pretty face was incomparably red, and revealed a smile. Sun Weiwei was never the matter. The important thing was how to influence Yu Yao and become her real good sister. This was the most important thing. And now from Yu Yao's attitude, it seemed that she was already slowly getting into her Meng Qingqiu's rhythm. Don't think that Meng Qingqiu is willing to use a small set of tricks on her good girlfriends, and has been non-stop brainwashing in all aspects. It seems that she is quite not a good person. But with a little thought, Meng Qingqiu was conversely the most lucid person. With Jiang Nan's attitude towards her, Meng Qingqiu believed that she definitely had an irreplaceable place in his heart. If Jiang Nan didn't have that ability, she would naturally just be at peace and wouldn't have a single thought. But Gangnam is too capable. Even to Meng Qingqiu, if she hadn't been in an online relationship for 2.5 years, and had really approached this man without knowing him, she genuinely felt that she would be unworthy of Jiang Nan. In a relationship, the more you love the one you're with, the more humble you are. Meng Qingqiu, on the other hand, has a liking for Jiang Nan. Love, that is undoubted. A so good white rich beauty, just online love. In the case of having seen Jiang Nan looks down and out but also think of the second time to run now meet, this can not be called love deep enough? Such an outstanding Gangnam is bound to be surrounded by too many women. What she thought she could do, and that was to be her first wife, the queen of the house. The car moved slowly. It was soon back in the garage of the small villa where Meng Qingqiu lived. As soon as she returned to the main building, Meng Qingqiu wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan and kissed him passionately without any concealment at all, completely ignoring Yu Yao, who was shyly burying her head next to her and couldn't help but sneakily look over her eyes. Yao Yao, darling, and I will go up and discuss where to eat for dinner. You wait for us on the first floor. Meng Qingqiu looked at Jiang Nan with charming eyes and said softly in his ear, carry me up to the second floor and let's discuss what to eat for dinner. Jiang Nan glanced at Yu Yao, who didn't dare to look over at all. But there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Reaching out and picking up Meng Qingqiu and a princess carry, going up to the second floor without the slightest bit of effort. This Qiuqiu really wants to torture people. After Jiang Nan carried Meng Qingqiu up to the second floor, only then did Yu Yao look back at the stairs of the second floor, unconsciously gulping a bit of saliva, and suddenly stopped after taking 2 steps towards the living room. Immediately afterward, she was seen turning around again and walking quickly towards the second floor. Yu Yao's favoritism +8. Around 6:30, in the middle of the master bedroom, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly as he listened to the sound of clattering water in the bathroom of not just this bedroom. Turning off his super 5 senses, Jiang Nan glanced at the 2 small sofas next to him that were somewhat strangely arranged, and a very satisfied smile showed on his face. Who says that top beauty doesn't have a little something to offer? This 8-point increase in favorability has come at the right time, Jiang Nan muttered. Currently, Yu Yao's favorability towards him had reached a staggering 63 points. Knowing that the two of them had only met for the first time today, the speed at which this favorability was soaring was simply exaggerated. However, after a little thought, Jiang Nan did feel that this growth rate was very normal. Early on, when he didn't know, Meng Qingqiu definitely didn't know how much she had hinted, explicitly, jokingly told Yu Yao. Like Meng Qingqiu was outstanding in her own right, Jiang Nan was able to take her down wholeheartedly, so it could be imagined that in Yu Yao's heart, she also had great expectations for Jiang Nan as a person. At first sight, Yu Yao was essentially heartbroken. What is the charm of Gangnam? Coupled with the four-handedness inside the Happiness Mile restaurant, both of them even had the feeling of the four-handed soul melding between Jiang Nan and Su Yun at that time when they were at her house. Therefore, just less than a day's time goodwill soared to as much as 63 points. Jiang Nan was feeling simply don't be too normal. If you don't see Ning Risheng at that time, that progress can be called even more exaggerated. That 100 points of charisma is really something. Jiang Nan could only say this. If the charm value of 100 points could not achieve this effect, then he was afraid that he would have to wonder if this was a 1,000-point system or a 10,000-point system. There's no rush. I can still stay in Magic City for a few more days. It's still very simple to break through substantial progress with Yu Yao. As long as Yu Yao herself was psychologically prepared, there was no need for Jiang Nan to take the initiative at all. Everything would naturally unfold in a natural manner. Around 7. It was still Jiang Nan who acted as the driver, and Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao were chattering away in the back row looking at their cell phones and chatting very happily. For that matter, Jiang Nan opened the window and placed one hand on the window, driving with one hand, the breeze blowing, causing an easy smile to appear on his face. It was officially tied to the system on May 15th, and it's only May 25th. A full count is only 10 days. It was these 10 days that were a dream come true. There are more than $10 billion of deposits in hand, holding a lot of real estate car property as well as like the Chuanqing Welfare Institute and the Jiangcheng Mansion, which is worth at least $10 billion. Honestly, this was worth it even if it was a dream that suddenly woke up to Jiang Nan. Blah, 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 Raven. As soon as this thought came out, Jiang Nan's heart hurriedly poo-pooed it twice. To the present day, it is still necessary to avoid the prophecy. In case this is granted as a wish, then one day suddenly woke up. It is really mind-blowing. Pretty good this life. Just keep growing. Jiang Nan withdrew his hand, accelerated the gas pedal under his foot a little, and glanced at Meng Qingqiu and Yue Yao, who were still chatting very hot and happy inside the rearview mirror of the car, and couldn't help but smile heartily. Darling, by the way, how long are you going to stay in Magic City this time? I was thinking, how about going back with me to meet our parents? After a small meeting, not knowing what the two had talked about, Meng Qingqiu's voice suddenly sounded in the back row. Chapter 168, Meng Qingqiu, Big Brother, let's show you my object. Meet your parents? Hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment, and after pondering for 2 seconds, he returned, on the 30th, I'm going to make a trip to Kyoto to take care of things. As for meeting your parents, have you told your family yet? The current Meng Qingqiu was still young, nearly 20 years old. Also, her family wasn't said to be very powerful, but it was definitely extremely wealthy. The current Jiang Nan didn't have anything in Mordor. Did he really just come up and show Meng Qingqiu's parents his bank card balance directly? One more thing, dude has over 10 billion in deposits. Give me a good look. No? Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Nan's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. There's one thing to say, and this kind of is really the simplest and roughest for the average family. But, for Meng Qingqiu's family, it would instead drop his Jiang Nan price. Not yet, but I'm afraid my family will be really shocked when they find out I have a boyfriend out of nowhere. Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but laugh, and then holding Yu Yao's small hand, she continued, Yao Yao, if you ask me, after I tell my family, you should take the time to tell your family as well, so as to save them from being too rushed at the time, and your family being taken aback. Yu Yao froze when she heard this, and there was a kind of contrast in her expression that made the smile on Jiang Nan's face, who had glanced at the car's rearview mirror, deepen a little. It's a deal, darling, my family are all very nice to talk to, so why don't I see about asking my brother to come out for the evening, and how about the two of you meet first? Meng Qingqiu's eyes rolled around and she took out her cell phone from among a small Chanel bag by her side. Okay, Jiang Nan didn't refuse. Yes, Meng Qingqiu immediately dialed a video call. Ha, my heavenly-looking sister, she took the initiative to call me, and on a video call at that? It can almost be said that the connection was made in seconds, and a bright laugh came quickly. Big brother, let's show you my date. Meng Qingqiu directly zero frame up her hand, flipped the camera over to the back of Jiang Nan, who was driving the car, and said with a smile, darling, you focus on driving, and we'll meet formally in a while and then greet each other properly. What? Meng Qingqiu's zero frame starter could be said to have startled Meng Jingming, exclaiming, your object? Where did you get your object? Don't you dare scare me. What's the point of lying to you? Yao Yao, you talked to Big Brother. Meng Qingqiu turned the camera back and aimed it at Yu Yao next to her. Good evening, Big Brother. Qiuqiu did talk to someone. Yu Yao waved her hand bashfully, revealing a faint smile. Yu Yao, what's going on? Where did Qiuqiu meet someone? When did she meet someone? No, April Fool's Day is long over. Did you guys lose in Truth or Dare? Meng Jingming was stunned. His voice even raised several decibels. Very anxious. Where are you guys? Give me a location. I'll immediately come over to look for you guys. We're getting ready to go to dinner. I'll tell you about it later when we get to the place. Meng Qingqiu then wanted to hang up. Do not hang up the phone. You tell Big Brother where. Big Brother immediately come. Or you come to brother here. I have a few friends from Jiangcheng I am entertaining. Also not yet served. Why not come together? Knowing that his sister is like a brother. Meng Jingming listened to Meng Qingqiu's tone and knew that she wanted to hang up the phone. So he immediately suggested it. Darling, what do you say? Going to Big Brother's where the three of us just grabbing a bite to eat? Meng Qingqiu didn't respond to Meng Jingming first, but took the lead in asking Jiang Nan, who was driving the car. Hearing these words, at the same time, in the Magic City mansion, on the 23rd floor, in a large private room of a restaurant, a very handsome-looking youth stared with wide eyes. What is it, Meng? A few young men in the same private room noticed that his expression was not right and couldn't help but whisper an inquiry. Nope, nothing. His own sister unexpectedly did not listen to him. How can this make Meng Jingming not feel bad? Anything. Jiang Nan's voice came from the cell phone, and this light tone really made Meng Jingming feel even worse. Brother, give me a location. We'll be right there. Without waiting for Meng Jingming to say anything, Meng Qingqiu directly hung up the phone. Ugh. After the phone hung up, Meng Jingming sighed bitterly and also hurriedly sent Meng Qingqiu the place where he and the others were. After sending the message, he looked at his phone and waited for a short while, but he did not receive a reply from Meng Qingqiu, and sighed even more heavily. If you have a date, do you really forget about your own big brother? Meng, what's going on? A 25 or 26-year-old youth came over and handed over $100 grade cigarette and inquired. Meng Jingming took the cigarette and let this youth beside him light it for him. Hissing, Meng Jingming long inhaled and spat out a mouthful of smoke, shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "My little sister is in love." "Your sister's in love?" In addition to Meng Jingming, there were a total of 3 men and 2 women in the private room, a total of 6 people. And when they heard his words, they were all startled. It wasn't as if they hadn't heard Meng Jingming talk about his little sister. Meng Qingqiu, the #1 school beauty of Mordor University, outstanding beyond words, the only schoolmaster in their family who relied on her own strength to enter a top academic institution. This perfect persona of a goddess-like being is in love? If it was a very good boy, that would be something to think about. If it was a yellow hair, then you could imagine why Meng Jingming was such a looker at this time. Brother Meng, maybe little sister's date is very good? She's at least from Mordor University, so the one she knows won't be too bad at least. A rather attractive girl whispered. Yes, Brother Meng, like your little sister is so excellent. The contact is also bound to be very good people. It should not be yellow hair. Cough cough. A youth immediately closed his mouth when he saw Meng Jingming's eyes sweep over as he spoke. What the hell do you guys know? My little sister is so outstanding. So what if those are even high achievers from the top academies? Aren't even more bullish high achievers just one cow and horse? Meng Jingming fiercely smoked 2 mouthfuls of cigarettes. His chest rose and fell for a while, and he said in a deep voice, "No, in a while that kid comes over. And first instill some wine before saying, after all, my little sister is there. I won't do too much. Brothers will understand some meaning when the time comes. Don't worry, Brother Meng. Watch me later." A youth grinned, slammed his chest a few times, and said very confidently, "I participated in an auction in Jiangqing some time ago, and the second floor of that auction was very difficult to get up to. Hey, the only reason I was able to follow up there was my drinking prowess, and that's why I was taken along by the big boys to see the world. So Brother Meng, don't worry about it. Let's see how I'll deal with that kid later." Chapter 169, damn it, that shouldn't be my attitude. Magic City Mansion, the most iconic building in the Magic City, with none behind it. At the same time, the total building height of this building is as high as 632 meters, which is called the tallest building in China, and even in the world can be ranked 3rd. The value of this building was immeasurable, and it was not at all comparable to the Jiangqing Mansion in Jiangqing. At this point, in the middle of the underground garage, Jiang Nan slowly headed towards the elevator after getting out of the car with Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. Don't tell me why I'm feeling a little nervous. With a ding, the elevator arrived, and after the 3 of them walked in, Meng Qingqiu took a deep breath, and a slightly nervous look emerged on her face. Doesn't it make sense that I should have to be the one who's nervous? Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Meng Qingqiu's thin waist and couldn't help but smile when he heard her say this. I'm just afraid that big brother he won't see eye to eye with you. Meng Qingqiu whispered. Normal. What man would look down on the boyfriend that his much-loved little sister brought home? Jiang Nan was calm and understanding at the same time. If he had a little sister, but also as good as Meng Qingqiu, suddenly one day brought back a yellow hair to meet the parents, Jiang Nan will look at that yellow hair? Don't be offended if big brother says something heavy later. Darling. Meng Qingqiu patted her chest and whispered. She was a little worried. One was her own big brother and the other was her lover. Honestly, if the 2 sides were to meet and get into a sword fight, she would be the one who would be in trouble. She's very confident in the men she sees, but her elder brother didn't know about Jiang Nan's excellence, and just at the first glance, Meng Qingqiu had a great intuition would think that Jiang Nan was a gigolo, even if it's classy and looks very sunny. But with her knowledge of her own big brother, she understood that he was afraid that he would also still feel that Jiang Nan was just a slightly temperamental sunny little white boy. By now, she wouldn't regret making the request to meet. One day, one will have to face this situation as well, so it's better to contact big brother first before it's too late. Don't worry. Jiang Nan pulled up Meng Qingqiu's hand and patted it gently, soothing it. Seeing the 2 of them in such a state, Yu Yao was not at all appetizing, but just couldn't help but ring in her heart. I don't have so much trouble. At most, it's just the hurdle of meeting my parents. But my dad will definitely look more and more favorable after he sees Jiang Nan and cuts the zither. Yu Yao's favoritism +2. Ding. For some reason, the elevator went straight up to the 23rd floor without stopping once, and the moment the elevator door opened, a system beep sounded in Jiang Nan's mind, which caused his afterglow to glance towards Yu Yao next to Meng Qingqiu to find the latter secretly pursing her lips and smiling. At this moment, seemingly sensing Jiang Nan's gaze, Yu Yao's afterglow locked eyes with Jiang Nan. In just this instant, the hint of curvature hooked up at the corner of Yu Yao's mouth immediately went down. No 65 points of goodwill still didn't make Yu Yao much bolder in the open. In this regard, Jiang Nan felt normal. Welcome to the Star Moon restaurant. when Jiang Nan's trio stepped out from the elevator and arrived at the entrance of a restaurant. Two tall and rather attractive welcoming young ladies wearing cheongsams with meat silk embroidered shoes bowed enthusiastically, and the moment these two young ladies raised their bodies, their gazes instantly locked onto Jiang Nan. It was a scene that couldn't have been more familiar. Jiang Nan's charisma pulled full and reached a very exaggerated 100 points, and in a world that is already extremely face-oriented, Jiang Nan's killing power for the opposite sex is simply not too horrible. Please, take us to the private room number 1 on the ground, Meng Qingqiu politely said. Hearing the voice, the two welcoming young ladies immediately said in unison, I'll take the 3 of you there. I'll bring it. Didn't you just complain to me that your legs hurt from standing lately? These extra steps are definitely more uncomfortable, so it's better if I do it. Don't. Another very familiar scene. Unlike the two welcoming ladies that Jiang Nan had encountered in Zhengcheng before, this time the two argued. Headache. Meng Qingqiu slapped her forehead helplessly. Jiang Nan made a look towards the inside of the restaurant, while he pushed open the door and walked in. Rock, paper, scissors. Hey, I won. Frog fun? Where is that handsome man? The matter at the door. Jiang Nan. 3 people naturally would not pay attention to it. By the restaurant lobby manager respectfully brought them to the entrance of a private room. 3 honored guests. This is the Earth character No. 1 private room. This lobby manager is 40 years old, wearing a professional suit of mature women. Makeup, although some deep, but whether it is from the former convex body, 80 points of face value, or that very eye-catching temperament, there is a kind of old A8 sense of vision. In other words, if I meet this old A8 at the age of wearing beanies, I'm afraid I won't be able to forget it in my life, and I'll become a pure anti-controller. Labor. Meng Qingqiu was still very polite and smiled and nodded to the lobby manager, and then after taking a deep breath, she slowly reached out and pushed open the door of this private room with Jiang Nan. Yeah, the door to the private room was slowly pushed open. Big brother, as soon as you enter the door, Meng Qingqiu's call went up. Bam! Next. Just then, he heard a handsome young man in his 26 or 27 years of age walk out quickly from behind a huge barrier. In just a moment, Meng Jingming's gaze locked onto Jiang Nan. Asterisk. This glance immediately made Meng Jingming freeze. Immediately afterward, when he came back to his senses, Jiang Nan's trio had already closed the door of the private room and arrived in front of him. Under such a close distance, the impact of Jiang Nan's handsome and shocking face was even greater, making Meng Jingming a whole person even more dumbfounded. Good guy, this yellow hair, so handsome against the sky? You're Qiuqiu's boyfriend, aren't you? You're a real looker, Meng Jingming said with a gentle smile. With these words, coupled with this good attitude fell the moment. Meng Jingming's eyebrows immediately tightly frowned. Honestly, in the moment he did not see Jiang Nan. He felt that this day he definitely have to properly knock this yellow hair. However, at the moment of seeing Jiang Nan, he forgot for a moment that this is the fury, but also so mild, as if he deep down from the moment he saw this guy, somehow identified this brother-in-law in general. Damn it, that's not supposed to be my attitude. No, I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to have to knock this kid around the table later. Meng Jingming's face shifted for a moment. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu slowed down from the surprise brought about by Meng Jingming's good attitude, and her face immediately revealed a rather unexpected smile. That poisonous big brother of his own, to be so friendly? He. It seems that my man still has enough personality. Chapter 170, want to compete with a true martial arts master who cultivates both inside and outside in terms of alcohol consumption? Jiang Nan was upholding a skeptical attitude towards this great-uncle's good manners, but as the saying goes, reach out and don't hit the smiling man. Meng Jingming's superficial attitude was so good, Jiang Nan naturally would not lose his face. With a slight smile, he took the initiative to extend his hand and introduced himself. Hello big brother, I'm Qiuqiu's object. Jiang Nan. Hello, I'm Qiuqiu's big brother. Meng Jingming. Meng Jingming in the sea. Jiang Nan stretched out his hand the moment. The heart instinctively told himself not to shake hands. Do not shake hands, but who knows to see this yellow hair that sunshine after the smile, immediately followed by a smile, and stretched out his hand with a face of gentle and Jiang Nan's hand to shake. What's going on? After letting go of his hand, Meng Jingming's face showed a bewildered look. He felt a strange feeling. He clearly told himself, do not give Jiang Nan this yellow hair good face. How can not control his own good upbringing? Sighing heavily in his heart, Meng Jingming beckoned to the 3 of them before leading them to a small private room within the screen. Gentlemen, I present. Meng Jingming spoke directly. This is my own sister, Meng Qingqiu, and this is her good sister Yue Yao that she grew up with. As for this one, handsome guy, it's my sister's object Jiang Nan. Swish. A few men who were chatting immediately put their eyes on Meng Qingqiu and Yue Yao's face, and after seeing the 2 top goddesses, they couldn't help but feel a burst of amazement at the moment they really appeared in front of them. even though they had a preconception in their hearts. Beauty. It's so beautiful, and it is not the kind of beauty style with the public. Whether it is Meng Qingqiu or Yu Yao, are very beautiful with their own unique style. So handsome. The gazes of the two rather attractive girls sitting there naturally locked onto Jiangnan in an instant. Unlike the simple admiration of the few men on the table, Jiangnan this pull full of charm, for these two women, undoubtedly is not the most catalytic moment to spread out. Let a person intoxicated ecstasy, just by looking at them a couple more times. These two women had the urge to scream. It's too much for this man's charms. The two women forced down the fluttering in their hearts to favor their eyes, and then looked at each other. With just a glance, the two women instantly understood what was in the other's mind at the moment, and unanimously revealed an awkward smile. Sit down. Meng Jingming was the person in charge of this small gathering, and mildly smiled at Meng Qingqiu as well as Yue Yao. As for Jiangnan, this guy carried a sense of evil that made him not dare to interact with this guy at all. Soon, the three of them took their seats, and Jiangnan was sandwiched between Meng Qingqiu and also Yu Yao. And at this moment, a youth at the table looked at Jiangnan a few more times, with a slightly puzzled look on his face. He didn't know why, but he always felt that this dude named Jiangnan looked a bit familiar, and also, the voice seemed to be a bit familiar as well. Illusion, I guess, but this kid is really handsome, and to be able to hitch a ride on the ship of such a top goddess as Meng Qingqiu, the rest of his life will surely be worry-free. There are times when good looks really can be a meal. If he fell in love with a top white rich beauty like Meng Qingqiu, he would be able to live his whole life without struggling. But then again, it's still a white boy. Although he wasn't the heir to any multi-billion-dollar fortune, having a few $100 million in his family's fortune was definitely not average for an unusual person. And, with this current seating, there's no telling. Settled down. Meng Jingming immediately swept his eyes to a person. The latter immediately back to God, revealed a smile to, and then from the foot took a few bottles of Maozi up, opened his mouth. Jiangnan brother, my name is Li Ronghua, Jiangcheng from, first time to meet, at first sight. In the future come to play in Jiangcheng. I receive you well. Come on, brother, it's all in the wine today. With those words, Li Ronghua also quickly unsealed several bottles of Maozi, and then one of the men present handed a bottle over. Is this a bottle for one? When Meng Qingqiu saw the scene, a look of dismay came over her face. A bottle of Maozi 500 milliliters. The density of wine is naturally smaller than water, and thus although it is not quite the amount of a pound, it is definitely not much less. So, that's the equivalent of a person drinking a pound of white wine. One bottle each? Meng Jingming shook his head and laughed, pointing his finger in one direction and spoke. Little sister. This is the first time that my brother-in-law and I have met. Together with my big brother, I have several friends who play in Jiangcheng who have come to Mordor. So naturally, we have to have a good time and drink a few cups. Meng Qingqiu followed the direction of Meng Jingming's finger to see, only to see a corner overlap a few boxes of Maozi. A box is usually 6 bottles. This 1, 2, 3 boxes, adding up that is, in addition to the obvious there are as many as 18 bottles? This is not a few drinks. This is to pour her man to death. No way, that's too much. Meng Qingqiu frowned slightly. Little sister. Meng Jingming also frowned. Naturally, I'm going to drink with my great uncle and all of you. Jiangnan spoke at this time, and his hands were not idle as he unwrapped the maize. Ronghua was very good at reading the situation and immediately sent up a cup or two. Thanks. Jiangnan said a thank you, and then slowly stood up. Immediately afterward, while talking, also stood up. Everyone is a brother. I'm relatively young, so I'll drink 3 cups first. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. The moment his words fell, Jiangnan directly drank 3 cups in a row, and after finishing them, he sat down with a smile on his face without changing his color. It's not that he's whispering, but he's being polite first. These 3 glasses of white wine on an empty stomach. If he did not get the shock he wanted, then Jiangnan naturally next will not be polite a little bit. But don't forget, he was the possessor of a physical arts master level ability. This physical arts master level ability, paired with his body that had already been transformed by the body transformation liquid, and then converted into layman's terms, it was a true martial arts master who practiced both internal and external martial arts. This white wine is no longer strong and powerful, but here in Jiangnan, it is undoubtedly not the same as plain water, although it is not like martial arts novels by virtue of that, as Duanjiu is using the 6-chakra divine sword to force out the wine. But volatile alcohol is still not any problem. To use a saying in the drinking field, that is to drink not powerful drink but drink powerful. Drink powerful drink but not afraid of death. And drink not afraid of death. Can drink with the open man? Apparently not. So, competing with an internal and external martial arts master, a true martial arts master, in a drinking contest? You're kidding, darling, how are you? 3 glasses of white wine on an empty stomach. Don't you want to die? Meng Qingqiu was immediately worried. It's okay, it's only 3 drinks, have you forgotten? I'm considered a martial arts practitioner, and I can drink very well. Jiang Nan reached out and gently patted the back of Meng Qingqiu's hand under the table and smiled calmly. Darling. Meng Qingqiu was moved to look at Jiang Nan. She understood that if it wasn't for her face, not to mention these 3 cups of white wine, just taking a sip would be an extremely facetious thing to do. Chapter 171. Have you ever attended an auction in Zhengcheng before? Meng Qingqiu du Jiangnan's strength still has some understanding, although he does not know that he now has the Bugatti Divo, which is worth $200 million of God's car. But just that global limited edition Pagani Windchild is enough to represent that the background behind him is definitely not smaller than Meng Jingming, who is the eldest young master of the Meng family. Therefore, in Meng Qingqiu's eyes, Jiang Nan was able to make such a concession, which, in her opinion, was really a great sacrifice. Yes, that's awesome. 3 glasses of white wine down on this empty stomach. Jiang Nan brothers, so straight. At this point, the group of people at the table also came back to their senses, and looked at Jiang Nan with a look of admiration. There should be rules on the table, now not to mention that Li Ronghua's senses of Jiang Nan is much better. That is, Meng Jingming, looking at Jiang Nan's eyes or with a little appreciation. Ronghua, my brother-in-law walked away with 3 cups when he came up here, so I think we have to keep company too. Meng Jingming also unwrapped the maze. Jiang Nan are 3 cups of empty stomach down. If they did not catch, it is really a disgrace. Appreciation returned with a bit of appreciation, but the most outstanding little sister of his family was arched by this guy. Meng Jingming was upset or very upset. Yeah. Li Ronghua immediately answered. The same time as also unwrapped the maze, poured a cup of wine, looked at the opposite side of Jiang Nan, raised the cup. Jiang Nan brother, I trust older, call myself a brother. Come on, brother, toast you a cup. I hope that you and Qingqiu sister sweet, happy and lucky. Ahem. With the moment these words fell from Li Ronghua's lips, Meng Jingming instantly coughed, seemingly choking on his wine. Hearing Meng Jingming's cough, Li Ronghua glanced at the other 2 youths again. The latter 2 youths immediately understood the meaning and also immediately poured a glass of wine, raised the glass high and looked at Jiang Nan with a smile. My name is Kai Luan, Su Cheng, and I likewise hope that you and Qingqiu's sister will be sweet and happy for the rest of your lives. Come on. Meng Jingming stood up. Immediately after that, Li Ronghua and the other 3 also stood up immediately. In response, Jiang Nan mentally shook his head and smiled, pouring another glass of wine and similarly standing up. Meng Jingming, a few people looked at each other, but Jiang Nan is not at all procrastination. 1 or 2 cups of white wine directly a mouthful of bored, and then looked at these few hesitant guys with a smile, shook the empty cup in his hand. It seemed like nothing was being said, but then again it seemed like everything was being said. See this. Li Ronghua was the first to smother this 1 or 2 white wine in one mouthful, and the expression on his face was fine, without much difficulty. As for Meng Jingming and Kai Luan as well as Su Chang, that is dry after this cup. Immediately is a burst of cold air. Here, I'll drink another toast to your brothers. When Meng Jingming's few people wanted to sit down, Jiang Nan's voice sounded again. What? Meng Jingming froze when he heard this, and then hurriedly looked towards this Jiang Nan guy, and saw that this kid's face did not change, as if the 4 taels of white wine he just drank was water, which made him not to be shocked. I'll do it first. Jiang Nan poured a cup and directly tilted his head back to smother it, while then shaking the cup in his hand, revealing a smile. This, 5 consecutive cups of white wine on an empty stomach, still not changing color. Jiang Nan, this alcohol directly to all present were shocked. Even so, they couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this kid was really drinking water? Chiu, pour me a glass of that bottle of wine that Jiang Nan drinks. Practice makes truth. Meng Jingming handed the wine cup in his hand to Meng Qingqiu beside him, signaling her to pour herself a cup of the bottle of Mao Zi that Jiang Nan unsealed. Yes, Meng Qingqiu took Meng Jingming's glass of wine while pouring him a glass. After Meng Jingming reacquired his own wine glass and placed it in front of his nose to take a sniff, his brows immediately furrowed, and then he cast a shocked gaze towards Jiang Nan. Nice guy, they're the ones who think too much. Don Nam is not drinking the same Mao Zi as them. Drink. Wine are poured over. Meng Jingming is naturally impossible not to drink. Tilted his head back and a cup of boredom off. A face is also instantly red a little bit, but also with a little bit of hard look. It's not bull ********. Currently 7 o'clock in the evening, the presence of who did not eat dinner, empty stomach down 2 white wine, and still do not bring a pause in the kind. Really think of drinking water? I'll hurry up the one who serves the food, and we'll continue later when it's served. When Meng Jingming saw Jiang Nan pick up the maze and prepare to pour wine again, his face changed and he hurriedly said, okay. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, while sitting down. Are you okay? What about 5 glasses of white wine? Meng Qingqiu immediately became concerned, and Yu Yao on Jiang Nan's left also cast her worried eyes over. It's okay. Jiang Nan lightly laughed and shook his head. This bit of white wine was not enough to make him feel anything. Not to mention a simple and quick 5 cups, even 15 cups or 20 cups would not have any effect on him. Ha, Jiang Nan, why is the top of your head steaming? Is it hot? At this time, Yu Yao noticed that Jiang Nan's head was actually emitting some heat, which caused a shocked look to appear on her face. Swish swish swish. Yu Yao's voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't small either, immediately attracting the gazes of everyone present. At this moment, Jiang Nan's head was still really hot, and this scene made everyone freeze. I don't know, maybe it's a little hot. Jiang Nan smiled. Naturally, he knew that the reason his head was hot was simple, it was purely evaporating the alcohol. Did you turn on the air conditioning? Meng Qingqiu then tried to get up. It's okay. Jiang Nan pulled her back and was about to say something. Brother Jiang Nan, you don't sound like a native of Mordor, do you? Li Ronghua inquired with less certainty. Well, I'm from River City. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. River cities? Su Cheng as well as Kai Luan looked towards him in surprise. They initially thought that Jiang Nan was a local of Mordor. Who knew that he was actually their hometown? Where's brother Jiangcheng from? Li Ronghua. Several people also came from Jiangcheng. Speak Mandarin or stay a little Jiangcheng accent. But Jiangnan's Mandarin is a little Jiangcheng side of the accent or not. Over in Old Town. Jiangcheng smiled back. Hearing this answer, Su Cheng and also Kai Luan were okay. Their expressions didn't change much. As for Li Ronghua, he looked at Jiangnan a few more times, recalling what happened when he first saw this little brother just now when he felt that he looked a bit familiar, and even his voice sounded a bit familiar. No, why do I really feel that you look somewhat familiar, brother Jiangnan? And, the voice also sounds somewhat familiar. Li Ronghua hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, by the way, brother, have you ever attended an auction in Jiangcheng before that was organized by the Purple Sun Pavilion? Chapter 172, Jiang Shao. We toast you. Feel free. When Li Ronghua's words fell, one of his eyes stared dead at Jiangnan. He really felt more and more that this dude was very familiar. If it was really that big young man from the auction held at the Purple Sun Pavilion, I'm afraid he'd have to hurry up and give Meng Jingming the lowdown on this one. Crap. How exaggerated is the background behind the person who attends an auction and spends billions of dollars on the auction? The one who doesn't even bring a blink to his eyes? At least, not a presence that the people present could match would do. Purple Sun Pavilion? Were you there that day? Hearing this name, Jiang Nan could not help but glance at this Li Ronghua in surprise. I was fortunate enough to go up to the second floor with a big shot to meet the world once, and one of the people who bid against you once was a big shot in my private room. When Li Ronghua heard Jiang Nan's words, he rubbed his head and stood up instantly, and then took the wine cup that was poured full of Mauzi. At this moment his waist was a little bent down, and his face was even hung with a fawning smile that shocked the others beyond measure. I'll toast to you. Feel free to do as you please. The honorifics are used in a flattering manner. Tilt your head straight back and take a swig. Jiang Nan knew that this guy understood how horrible his financial power was, but did not pretend to get up because of this attitude of his. Got up and smothered a cup of Mauzi in the same mouthful. He's the equivalent of drinking water anyway, no matter how many cups it is. The two men resumed their seats, and only then did the crowd on the table come back to their senses, looking towards Jiangnan, especially Su Cheng and Kai Luan, the two men who had also come from Jiangcheng. Their eyes widened. Meng Jingming frowned and looked toward Jiangnan, a look of dismay coming over his face. From Li Ronghua's attitude towards Jiangnan, it was not difficult to see that this Jiangnan also seemed to be a top second generation, and Li Ronghua's attitude towards him could be far from this fawning attitude. So, this kid called Jiangnan, was he still the top second generation of a top family in Jiangcheng? Darling. At this time, Meng Qingqiu's face also revealed a look of surprise to her, and she softly cried out, just as she was about to inquire. Ronghua, do you mean that this Jiang? Ahem. The big young man is the top big young man that you mentioned to us before, who kills big at the auction, striking out with a few small targets, or even a dozen or so small targets? Su Cheng and Kai Luan asked in unison. What? The moment this sentence came out, Meng Jingming was directly confused. A couple of small targets out of the gate, even with a dozen or so smaller goals? What strength is this? A second generation with so much money at his disposal, relatively than him, is also considered to be the eldest son of a famous family in the Magic City. The amount of money at their disposal, at most one or two small goals, and then up. You have to be the one in the family to give the word to be able to have the right to speak. And Gangnam, direct domination of billions? This caliber of status, where was he? Meng Jingming, able to compare. Darling, are you that tough? Meng Qingqiu was also startled when she heard it and looked at Jiangnan with wide eyes. It's okay, I've bought and sold a few things. It's an investment. Jiangnan laughed lightly. He. I'm afraid that by the looks of Big Brother, he's already a little numb from the shock, but it's good. Using his friend's mouth to prove your excellence. This script arrangement is really great. Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but want to laugh, especially after seeing the blank look on her big brother's face at that moment. She had never seen her big brother with such a look on his face. After all, he had never been in contact with people on the same level as him, or with a status lower than his. Thus, at this time, Meng Jingming's expression could be described as vivid to the extreme, allowing Meng Qingqiu to even more see a different big brother from the past. Yes, no wonder I said that when I first saw this person just now, he looked somewhat familiar, and when I heard his voice, I felt that it sounded familiar. So it was the young man I saw last time when I attended the auction. Li Ronghua stood up again and refilled a glass of wine, and when he was about to make a toast, Su Chang and also Kai Luan beside him also hurriedly got up and refilled a glass of wine, and the three of them said in unison, "Jiang Shao, the three of us will toast to you. Feel free to do as you please. I hope to have the opportunity to get together in Jiang City." After saying that, these three people neatly tilted their heads back and smothered the entire cup of Mauzi. Jiang Nan didn't get up this time and raised his cup to take a sip. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door of the private room. "Come in." Meng Jingming's rather hoarse voice rang out in the middle of the field. These were Jiang Nan's first words after his identity was revealed. Sensing the gazes of the crowd toward him, he cleared his throat and also poured a glass of wine before looking at Jiang Nan, raising his glass as he stood up and looking at Jiang Nan seriously. Listening to Ronghua, "You should be powerful, but in my case just one sentence. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you are not good to my little sister, I will definitely pour out everything I have to find trouble with you as well. Don't worry, big brother." Jiang Nan stood up. The two of them were not far away, slightly closer. The cups clinked together. The two men looked at each other, smiled in unison, and tilted their heads back to swallow the glass. Just Meng Jingming's words. Jiang Nan felt that he had not given the wrong face today. Arrogant is a bit arrogant, but also very knowledgeable. The most important thing is that Li Ronghua is considered a variable, not expecting to directly lift him several heights, instantly becoming the one with the most dangling identity in this bureau. This next atmosphere was naturally far too relaxed. In addition to Meng Qingqiu as well as Yu Yao, there were also two rather attractive beauties that were followed up with a brief introduction, a meal that started promptly at 7:30 p.m. And by the time it was over, it had come to 10 o'clock in the evening. In the course of 2.5 hours, several people had already been laid across the floor. "Hey, headache." Meng Qingqiu looked at Meng Jingming, who was lying on the chair, and couldn't help but sigh heavily. "That's an outrageous amount of booze you've got." Yu Yao swept a glance at the 6 empty bottles of Mauzi on the table in front of Jiang Nan, and a look of shock came over her face. 6 bottles, and still high-intensity slam dunk come to drink. At this time is still not changed color. In addition to the head of the occasional hot air, the whole 2.5 hours on the toilet twice. The whole time are drinking. This drink, my mom seems to really like it. Yu Yao's pretty face reddened, sneaking a glance at Jiang Nan, and she couldn't help but flood her heart with a muttering. If this is the case, if we bring Jiang Nan home, as long as he shows his hand, then mom and dad should both like him very much. Yu Yao's favoritism +5. The system's beep sounded in Jiang Nan's head, surprised as he was, but at this point, these few drunkards were the things that should be dealt with. "Leave it to me, you don't need to assist." Jiang Nan saw the two sisters want to help Su Chang and Kai Luan, immediately walked over. A big hand directly grabbed the two people's collars and single-handedly lifted them up. Seeing this scene, those two sisters' eyes instantly widened. Chapter 173, Superhuman Physical Qualities. This physicality, it's just exaggerated. Lifting two adults who were both at least 140 pounds or more with one hand. That arm strength, it was outrageous. I don't know about being picked up by him. These two girls could not help but look at each other, but also gulped a little bit of saliva. Obviously did not say anything, but is such an eye to eye, really is everything is in the words. "Yao Yao, how is our husband?" Meng Qingqiu arrived at this time beside Yu Yao, who was also looking dumbfounded, and asked with a smile. "That's awesome." Yu Yao was still in shock, so much so that she didn't even reject the words "our husband." He. Meng Qingqiu laughed. "I'll go." That's when the two sisters exclaimed again, because, at this time, Jiang Nan brought up Meng Jingming and also Li Ronghua 2 more people. In other words, with 2 hands, he grabbed 4 people straight away. It's outrageous. When Meng Qingqiu saw the scene, even though she knew that her man had practiced martial arts and had extremely strong physical qualities, she was still shocked. Her small mouth opened into a big O shape, and her beautiful eyes were filled with different colors. Outrageous indeed. Yu Yao nodded seriously. Go. Jiang Nan carried the 4 men without blushing or jumping, and walked around calmly, as if he was carrying 4 puppies, without wasting a single bit of strength at all. a few women followed Jiang Nan out of the private room, attracting enough gazes to come along the way. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Am I drunk? How can I see something so incredible? One person carrying 4 adults? Holy, really drunk am I? This man must be in great physical shape if. Don't think that at this time, at 10 o'clock in the evening, there are not many people in this restaurant. The many customers in the lobby looked over, both men and women, young and old, with shock on their faces. Sir, let us help you. A couple of male waiters came running immediately. No need. Jiang Nan shook his head. I'll be fine on my own. Saving time and labor. Save time and effort? Hearing this, the several male waiters couldn't help but look at each other for a while, and in the end, they could only nod with a bitter smile. After entering the elevator, Jiang Nan also didn't put the 4 down the entire time. Tired? Why don't you put it down for a rest? Meng Qingqiu asked worriedly. It's okay. Jiang Nan was not feeling anything at all, not to mention these 4 people. He felt that sitting another Meng Qingqiu on his shoulder and Yao for a month would not be the slightest problem. Now his physical quality, absolutely superhuman level, that what peak boxing champion Tyson, in front of him, really is a snap of the fingers will be able to fly dozens of meters, hundreds of meters out. Ding! The elevator went up quickly, arriving in a hotel on the 38th floor. This way, the 2 sisters led the way at once. Soon, Jiang Nan arrived at a room with Meng Jingning's 4 men in tow. Tick-tock! A girl swiped her card and walked into a large suite. Jiang Nan unceremoniously threw Su Chang and also Kai Luan onto the bed, and then arrived in another room to throw Meng Jingning and also Li Ronghua onto a bed. Young Jiang, thank you so much. The 2 rather attractive sisters looked at Jiang Nan gratefully and incomparably, and the way they looked at him, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Meng Qingqiu and Yue Yao weren't here, subconsciously pouncing on them would be an absolute thing. It's okay. Jiang Nan waved his hand carelessly before wrapping his arms around Meng Qingqiu's thin waist. I'll trouble you 2 to take the time to take care of my big brother. Meng Qingqiu turned back to the 2 sisters and smiled and nodded. Don't worry, just leave it to us at ease. Young Meng. These 2 girls nodded curtly. In the middle of the underground garage of the Magic City building, at this point, Paramera car. This time Meng Qingqiu volunteered to be the driver, leaving Jiang Nan and Yu Yao in the back seat. As the car slowly drove, Meng Qingqiu glanced at the flushed Yue Yao through the car's rearview mirror, and then glanced at Jiang Nan, and laughed softly. Darling, are you this sober after drinking 6 bottles of white wine? Let's see. There are no outsiders now, so let's not push ourselves. Hearing this, Jiang Nan instantly understood in seconds that the first wife was preparing to mess things up. Yo, let hubby lay on your lap and rest for a while? Fruity. In the next second, without waiting for Jiang Nan and Yu Yao to say anything, Meng Qingqiu's voice continued to ring out. This isn't very good, is it? Jiang Nan countered with a rather teary remark. Meng Qingqiu wanted to make things happen, and Jiang Nan naturally accompanied her unconditionally. What's wrong with that? It's all in the family. Meng Qingqiu laughed. Yue Yao's favoritism +3. Yu Yao didn't say anything, but at this time, Jiang Nan's mind was ringing with the system's beep, which made him look towards the beauty beside him, bowed his head with a flushed face, a pair of jade hands crossed in his lap and spinning, his chest undulating up and down. Obviously at this time is also very nervous. At this time, Yu Yao slightly raised her head and met Jiang Nan's gaze, and then she only saw her shell teeth gently biting her lower lip, that touch of teenage shyness, not to mention how tantalizing it was. Next, Yu Yao gulped, her hand gently patting her thigh. See this? Jiang Nan to still pretend anything, that would be a bit ungrateful. Smilingly leaned against Yu Yao and lay down. His head was also pillowed on her pair of beautiful legs. Yue Yao's favoritism +2. Bang bang, 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 bang. Jiang Nan could clearly hear Yu Yao's heartbeat accelerating crazily at the moment, accompanied by the system beeps ringing out in his head, causing the corners of his mouth to rise slightly while his eyes slowly closed. 75 points of goodwill now. All that was needed from completing the little welfare task he had in hand was for Yu Yao's favorability to increase by another 5 points. Soon, Jiang Nan thought that this way back should still be able to rise 2 or 3 points, and even, there is a great possibility to directly arrive at 80 points of goodwill. While Jiang Nan was pondering, Yu Yao also couldn't resist staring at Jiang Nan, who was resting on her lap, looking from high to low. It should have been a very bad angle, but on this handsome face of Jiang Nan it was not affected at all. On the contrary, under such a close distance, it was so handsome that Yu Yao's little heart was about to jump out of her chest. It's perfect, this man. Yu Yao couldn't help but gulp a little, especially at this moment when Jiang Nan's eyes were still closed. Subconsciously, her head lowered, and when she was about to touch Jiang Nan, she reacted violently. This time, 4 eyes. Boom! At this moment, Yu Yao only felt that her brain exploded and instantly became blank. Yue Yao's favoritism +5. In the meantime, Jiangnan's mind also immediately rang with the system's beep, which caused the color of surprise to appear in his eyes as well. Yu Yao's favorability had already managed to reach 80 points. Chapter 174, the moment of riotous pleasure comes again, redeeming another transcendent lucky draw chance. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for successfully completing the random branch mini-quest. Reward obtained, +1 favorability of Meng Qingqiu, 1 chance to draw a prize. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Meng Qingqiu's favorability +1, face value +1, obtaining a lottery opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for successfully completing having 3 confidants with face value scores as high as 98. Reward received, the residence of King Shun in Kyoto, 5 chances to draw, and mind-reading skills. The moment of outrage is upon us. The system beeps kept ringing in his head one after another. At this time, Yu Yao's tightly closed eyes slowly opened and met Jiangnan's line of sight. Her pretty face was even more red than before. The way she looked at Jiangnan now, it was called a completely different look. This was just a mere 80 points of goodwill towards Jiangnan, but the degree of that eye drawing was not at all worse than Meng Qingqiu's eyes when she looked at him. Yu Yao shyly averted her eyes and whispered, "Ha ha ha." Jiangnan just laughed. Men aren't bad, women don't love them. Meng Qingqiu, who was driving the car, smiled and said. Meng Qingqiu naturally knew what the two had just done. Her face was filled with a happy smile, and it wasn't in vain that she had been transmitting Jiangnan's thoughts of how excellent she was to her good girlfriend Yu Yao for the past few days since her return. Yu Yao looked over at Meng Qingqiu and smiled helplessly. There is a kind of scheme called a Yang scheme, and Jiangnan's excellence, this powerful attraction, paired with Meng Qingqiu's Yang scheme, it is really a top scheme, so that she cannot resist at all, and can only slowly fall. La 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 la. Meng Qingqiu hummed happily. Next for Yu Yao. There wasn't much embarrassment. Staring at Jiangnan on her lap with love in her eyes, she thought it was marvelous, but when she thought about it, the love thing either didn't come, or when it did it really hit with the fury of a common tornado. This progress was drawn out in such a way that Yu Yao found it very unbelievable. By the time he returned to the middle of the cottage, it was already arriving close to 11 o'clock. Yo, first floor. Meng Qingqiu pulled Yu Yao's arm and whispered something in her ear. Swish, moment, only to see Yu Yao's pretty face turn red for a second. Autumn in autumn. Yu Yao looked towards Jiangnan, her voice even softer and softer. Darling. Meng Qingqiu, however, ignored Yu Yao and smilingly placed her gaze on Jiangnan. 2.5 hours later, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the first-floor living room in the middle of the cottage, Barta, Jiangnan lit a cigarette with a smile on his face. After a long inhalation and exhalation, the smile on his face deepened considerably and he praised. Cool indeed. It wasn't just that there was a huge breakthrough in his relationship with Yu Yao, it was also the fact that he now had 14 draws in hand. In other words, he was able to make a transcendent draw whenever he wanted. Jiangnan exhaled another mouthful of smoke. The corner of his mouth hooked up a trace of arc to come. He was very much looking forward to when Yu Yao's favorability reached 99 points, or even 100 points, a total of 2 chances for the transcendent lucky draw, which is equivalent to 20 chances for the normal lucky draw, and a high-caliber redhead. Jiangnan sighed heartily. Honestly, he was more than a little looking forward to meeting a beautiful woman of the opposite sex with a perfect score. He wanted to see how attractive a woman who could be rated as a 100 here in the system, pulling her face value full circle, should be. I have 100 points in charisma, so that should mean the face score can be 100, right? Jiangnan smacked his lips, somewhat shocked, to be really as charming as he is attractive. I'm afraid that this 100 points of high color girl absolutely can be called at the time of the charm of the devil. Ask which man can top. It shouldn't be. Jiangnan thought for a moment and shook his head again. If this kind of woman existed in this world, it would have long ago been absolutely taken as a forbidden domain and become a canary in a cage. Buzz off. While thinking about it, the phone in his pants vibrated. Brother Jiangnan, how come I somehow got an extra $1 million inside my card? Taking out my phone, the first thing I saw was the time, 0:32 on May 26th. It was then that he noticed it was Lin Manman who had called the video call. After the connection was made, Lin Manman, who was dressed in a pink and white halter nightgown, appeared in front of the camera and looked at Jiangnan with a surprised expression. You're just now noticing? Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I just ordered a takeout and ran out of money in WeChat. That's when I used money from my bank card. Then the message popped up, and that's when I realized I had an extra $1 million. Lin Man scratched his head. You're really careless. It's okay, soon there will be a few more millions. Jiangnan cut the screen and operated it, transferring another $2 million to Lin Manman. $1 billion of interest arrived in seconds, and his savings came to as much as $136 million. I Lua Bina. Brother Jiangnan, You turned 520 for me again? Lin Man exclaimed in shock. Buy whatever you want. If you have a favorite, just give it to me. I'll give it to you if you don't have enough money. For his own woman, Jiang Nan was generous. As long as it can be bought with money, there is no shedding in Gangnam. Brother, you are really too good to me. If only you were in Jiangchang, brother, then I could have a snack of soybean milk and donuts. Lin Man was moved to tears. I'll be back again at the beginning of the month. I'm going to Kyoto on the 30th, so I'll let you eat enough soybean milk and donuts then. And add 2 eggs for you. Jiang Nan laughed. Niani, then I'll be waiting for you to come back. Lin Man's drawn eyes couldn't be more mesmerized. Well, I'm going to take care of something, and remember, just give me a shout if you want to consume anything. After a reminder, Jiang Nan also hung up the phone. At this time, he lit the cigarette is also burned almost. Back to the coffee table. The cigarette dropped into the disposable cup filled with water. Jiang Nan slowly settled down on the sofa. His eyes flashed with an excited luster to system. Redeem a chance for me to have a transcendent drawl. And conduct this transcendent drawl. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and expectantly and incomparably mentally issued a command to the system. Chapter 175 20 years of tradable lifespan plus the resident elixir. The familiar huge carousel appeared in Jiang Nan's line of sight. Looking at the densely packed rewards, he instantly retracted his gaze, and after taking another deep breath, he moved his mind, and the pointer of the big carousel began to turn. Bu. The voice rang out. Jiang Nan's breath was held at this moment, but his heartbeat accelerated a lot. A few seconds passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully obtained a 20-year tradable lifespan plus resident skin pill *1 in this transcendent lucky draw. That's it? The first reaction. The thoughts in Jiang Nan's mind were these 2 words, but immediately afterward, a stormy look came over his face. 20 years tradable life. Resurfacing elixir. Whichever one is taken out, that is arguably a truly transcendent item. Let's not talk about the 20 years of tradable lifespan, but let's talk about the resident pill. As the name suggests, it is able to keep your face forever. What does that mean? Maybe someday he does live forever, but in reality his own face will age. And the appearance of this residence pill perfectly remedied this major problem of his aging appearance in the future. And, don't forget, the women around him needed this resident pill even more to maintain their perfect looks. It's just that I don't know if this face residence pill can have the effect of maintaining bodily functions without aging. If it does, then I'm afraid that this face residence pill is the most nice transcendent reward of this transcendent lucky draw. The more power one has after that, the more one must look backward. If there had been no face pills, even if he and his confidants around him had a long life, but their faces were old and their bodies were old, what was the difference between being alive and being dead? Not to mention a few hundred years later, even a few decades later. This would be a torture for Jiang Nan and his group of confidants. After all, what he possessed was just a mere lifespan, not the so-called immortality and longevity in the true sense of the word. When one day he gained the ability to live forever, then this resident pill would naturally not be of much use, but it's clear that he needs it badly at the moment. System, check the introduction of this face residence pill for me. Jiang Nan immediately ordered it. The moment his mind moved, a small box appeared in front of him. Face resurfacing pill, forever residing in the face, forever staying young. The introduction was as simple as that, but Jiang Nan had a smile on his face after reading it. What is youth? Whether it's looks, or the physical functions of youth, it's all about youth. In other words, this resident pill was still able to preserve his bodily functions. That's awesome. Jiang Nan got excited. He no longer thought much about the other have-nots and directly took out this resident pill. At this moment, he was twisting a small crystal clear pill in his hand. He took it to his nose and sniffed it. Besides some fragrance, there was no other flavor. Crunch! Crunch! Jiang Nan threw it into his own mouth and began to chew it. The texture was that of a small sugar bean in general. It was still a good flavor. Soon, a resident pill was eaten by him, and he got up from the sofa, while bouncing twice, only to feel that his body was much lighter than before, which caused a satisfied smile to appear on his face. Nice! Jiang Nan nodded, clenched his fists, took a steady horse stance, and under his chi sinking into the dantian, he violently blasted a punch out into the air. Crackle! In the air, a crunching sound like that of a firecracker rang out, making the satisfaction on Jiang Nan's face even greater. Muttering, I'm going to have to lie down on the board with this punch, not to mention a tiger, or a wild boar being hit by me. His physical quality was extremely strong, and currently among Jiang Nan's guesses, it was merely at the level of superhuman, but exactly how much it exceeded the human standard, he was not sure. After all, he hadn't substantially tested it. This way it looks like I still have to test my speed when I have time and how superhuman my strength is. Jiang Nan's eyes glittered with excitement. One night passed. 8 o'clock in the morning of the second day. Jiang Nan slowly woke up. With a dreamless night and his own extremely strong physical condition, the quality of sleep was still very top-notch, even though he stayed up until 3 o'clock in the middle of the night again and slept for only 5 hours. Arriving at the bathroom, Jiang Nan began to wash up. The skin condition seems more perfect, truly flawless. Jiang Nan brushed his teeth and took a few more glances at himself in the mirror, a look of amazement coming over his face. If his charm value had been pulled full before, then he felt that his current charm value had definitely broken through the full value, reaching as many as 101 points. Not that he was narcissistic, but he did feel that way. Soon, after a few minutes of shuffling, Gangnam descended from the second floor to the first. Yo, what do you think of this set? Autumn, you, oops, this is too that. What's there? Hey. Just after arriving at the door of the first floor hall, Jiang Nan heard Meng Qingqiu sitting on the sofa and Yu Yao bantering, and the words they said were really enough to make one's nose bleed. Gangnam is awake. Yu Yao's pretty face was flushed, and she was just about to say something, but her afterglow was seeing Jiang Nan, and she immediately lowered her head shyly, and whispered a reminder. Darling, Meng Qingqiu, however, did not have the slightest hint of shyness, even though her pretty face was also flushed at this time. She was more of a drop-dead gorgeous in the face of Jiang Nan's gaze. For Meng Qingqiu's slight change as the queen mother of the main palace, Jiang Nan was seeing it in her eyes. The main palace maiden was more of a pioneering role of taking the lead in making a statement, and Meng Qingqiu was clearly that. You'd have to say she's not shy, and that's absolutely impossible. There were times when Meng Qingqiu was close to burying her face in her chest, but as long as Yu Yao didn't understand any of the questions, she immediately explained them. Therefore, for Meng Qingqiu's position as the queen mother of the main palace, Jiang Nan would not change. There is no substitute for a position that has been set from the beginning. It is as gentle as the landlady Xia Jiqing, or wife sense pulled full to the extreme Su Yun. That also absolutely cannot replace Meng Qingqiu's identity as the queen mother of the palace. All this discussion this early in the morning, and if you ask me, I still haven't given you too much homework. Jiang Nan walked over and laughed lightly as he looked at Meng Qingqiu sitting on the sofa as well as Yu Yao. Chapter 176, still 2 points short of goodwill. Another chance for the transcendent lucky draw will be awarded. Yu Yao now has already been conquered by him wholeheartedly. This shrinking feet behavior is just because it is not yet adapted and thus shy to retract, but there is no other meaning. Have you had breakfast? Jiang Nan inquired. Ordered takeout. Meng Qingqiu smiled and said, Yao and I don't know how to cook, so it's bitter for darling that you can only eat takeout. Not a big problem. I'll order takeout and see if I can cook you a taste of my handiwork for lunch. Jiang Nan sat down in the middle of the two women, and Meng Qingqiu immediately and obediently came over to hold down his left shoulder. Seeing this, Yu Yao blinked her eyes and also followed suit, rather shyly, to come over and stretch out her jade hand to knead Jiang Nan's right shoulder. This divine enjoyment caused Jiang Nan to reveal a smile before taking out his phone and checking up on the takeout app. Darling, I realized how you are several times more handsome today than you were yesterday. At this time, Meng Qingqiu didn't know what the reason was, and after looking at Jiang Nan a couple more times, she let out a gasp of surprise. Jiang Nan's charm is exaggerated, and today once again see him. At first okay, now so close contact, only feel their hearts cannot stop beating wildly. Obviously already considered old married couple, but that heartbeat is how to not be able to suppress. I feel it too. The same feeling was also felt by Yu Yao. After she looked at Jiang Nan a few more times, she didn't even dare to continue to look at him more because she always felt a tingling sensation in her body. Illusion, I guess. Jiang Nan didn't tell about the resident pill. This thing would be explained when it was given to them the next time they obtained it again through a lottery or a quest. Do you guys want Sichuan or Shanghai food? Or maybe some other cuisine? Jiang Nan nodded into the middle of a supermarket store and digressed to inquire. Whatever, darling, whatever you're good at. Yo and I will eat. Meng Qingqiu wasn't a picky eater at all. At least, as long as it was cooked by Jiang Nan himself. Even if it was dark cuisine, she thought she would be able to eat it with gusto. Yes, we'll eat whatever you see you're best at. Yu Yao originally wanted to follow Meng Qingqiu's lead and call Jiang Nan darling, but in the end, she was too thin-skinned and still didn't call out. Okay, Jiang Nan nodded, but don't think that the ingredients bought outside must not be as good as those inside the restaurant. It's all the same in this society nowadays. Even if the ingredients bought outside weren't as good as those of that Happiness Mile restaurant, but with Jiang Nan's absolute cooking skills, he was confident that he was able to easily erase the gap between the two. Chicken, duck, fish and meat, and bought some more vegetables. Jiang Nan paid directly, $282.99. Good lord, to buy so much? Meng Qingqiu's afterglow saw the payment of a whole $200, which made her widen her eyes a bit and say in surprise, darling, how big a banquet are you going to make? Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh and spoke. As soon as I heard you say this, I knew you hadn't bought your own food. Chicken, duck, fish, meat and some meat dishes, and then some vegetables plus miscellaneous condiments. This $200 or so is still considered a small amount. My goodness, it's really not a family affair. Meng Qingqiu shook her head with a bitter smile. Okay, you guys did a good job of pressing me. Next, it's my turn to press you. Jiangnan swept a glance at the fact that it would end up being delivered an hour later, and immediately threw his cell phone onto the coffee table with a smile. Preparing for an early morning lesson first. Yueyao's favoritism +2. Around 12 noon. It's so flavorful. My mama, yeah. Darling, the flavor of your 8 treasure duck. It's just perfect. Table. Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened and her face was filled with shock. Chiu, this Magic City white chopped chicken is the YYYDS. It's simply countless times more delicious than the flavor we ate in happiness yesterday. Yu Yao also let out a gush of shocked sounds. Yes? Meng Qingqiu had just swallowed a piece of 8 treasure duck, and at this time moved her chopsticks to clip another piece of white chopped chicken and slowly put it into her mouth. For just a moment, the shock to her taste buds from the chicken nuggets with their skin still stained with soup directly gave her a feeling of numbness in her scalp. 2. It's so delicious. Meng Qingqiu quickly chewed, and then quickly on a few mouthfuls of rice to eat. Her face was full of unbelievable color, looking towards Jiangnan who had a light smile on his face, exclaiming, Darling, it's really not because you're our man that we're praising you so much, but your cooking is simply fantastic. I don't think even the chef of an authentic old Shanghai restaurant could make Shanghai food taste as authentic as yours. This catfish meat is not too fresh and tender, too perfect. This is the real original flavor of Shanghai cuisine. Ah, previously I eat Shanghai cuisine is what ah. Yu Yao's exclamation continued to ring out. Yueyao's favoritism +1. While marveling and praising, she couldn't help but increase her favorability towards Jiangnan by another 1 point. By now, her favorability towards Jiangnan had reached a staggeringly high 93 points, still 2 points short of goodwill. I'll be able to get another transcendent draw on Yao Yao. Jiangnan couldn't help but look forward to it. Eat, don't eat too fast. You'll choke easily. Jiangnan smiled as he looked at Meng Qingqiu as well as Yu Yao, who were eating up the food on the table without any ladylike image. It's so delicious that we can't help but eat it fast. Darling, I feel like if we live with you from now on, we'll definitely gain weight. Although Meng Qingqiu understood that this kind of binge eating would definitely destroy her stance form, there was no way around it. Gangnam made these authentic Shanghainese dishes and they were just perfect. Yeah. Yu Yao's mouth couldn't stop eating at all, only nodding her head perfunctorily to continue the conversation. That's not so much. Jiangnan smiled and ate as well, a meal that took over an hour to put together. However, the three of them only took less than half an hour to eliminate the clean, even to the point of being called a CD-ROM operation. There's no soup left. Jiangnan looked at the table, the soup of the 8 treasure duck, white chicken and other delicacies. It was clean. Hiccup. Meng Qingqiu relied on the seat, slightly squinting her eyes. Her pretty face was full of smiles of enjoyment and happiness, and she even burped very unimaginatively. Hiccup. Unlike Meng Qingqiu's lack of concern, Yu Yao, who had finished eating at this time, was a bit more coy, but still burped in a small voice. After typing it, she immediately covered her mouth and looked towards Jiangnan in embarrassment. Eat up. Looking at the two women's contented smiles, honestly speaking, Jiangnan also felt quite contented and happy. It's too bracing. Darling, don't clean up the dishes. Go aside and have a smoke. Let Yo-Yo and I slow down for a while to collect them. Meng Qingqiu immediately waved her hand when she saw Jiangnan getting up and wanting to clean up the dishes. Looking at her adorable look of frowning and wanting to get up but unable to do so because she was too braced from eating, Jiangnan couldn't help but smile and nodded. Good. This calm and cozy daily life is simply too much for Gangnam. Chapter 177, You have a weak kidney. Don't deny it. I can cure it. Getting up from his seat, Gangnam walked out of the dining room, arriving to stand in front of the living room floor-to-ceiling window. Instead of smoking, he looked out the floor-to-ceiling window at the front yard, a faint smile coming to his face. This kind of plain and cozy daily life for him was once not have. He did not feel the slightest boring feeling. On the contrary, he felt more like letting him have a kind of heart-resting sense of relaxation. Suddenly, he saw the gate to the front yard open, followed by Meng Jingming walking and gently patting himself on the head as he walked into Jiangnan's line of sight. Seeing this, Jiangnan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This great uncle is the quintessential example of being a vegetable and a fun lover. Last night at the drinking game, after half a pound, the words had started to lisp. But fortunately, despite talking with a big tongue, there is no problem with alcohol, are already in a drunken situation, and did not say or do anything out of character. Snort! There was a glass door on the side of the living room, and Meng Jingming arrived and pulled it open and walked in. Jiangnan, yesterday, cough cough, I'm so embarrassed. After Meng Jingming pulled open the glass door, he then noticed Jiangnan's presence and instantly shook his head up with a bitter smile. Close to a pound. Meng, you're already fierce enough. Nan gave a thumbs up. He thought he was not open. I'm afraid that yesterday must have been as drunk as Meng Jingming, a few people unconscious. That's why it's a mistake to drink. If he hadn't chosen to hang on yesterday, then he would have been able to take down Yue Yao yesterday and gained many rewards. Hey, compared to you, I'm a little Karami. Meng Jingming waved his hand and slowly walked to the center of the living room, sat down on the sofa with a butt, and said with immense surprise, "Those guys from Manhwa gave a drink directly into the hospital to wash their stomachs in the middle of the night yesterday, and I don't know how much more they drank after they were unconscious." Hearing this, Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. How much had he drunk? This caused an odd color to gradually appear on his face. He distinctly remembered drinking at least 5 of those 6 bottles that he had been drinking after these 3 men all along. Therefore, this Li Ronghua 3 people, at least must be drinking have 2 pounds to 3 pounds of the amount. Honestly, though, these 3 do have a straight face, but any toast to Gangnam, that's a cup and a glass. Although this had the precondition of pleasing him, the people were currently not begging him for anything. Thus Nan's senses towards these 3 old folks were still considered good. I woke up to hear that you carry 2 men on 1 arm and 4 on 2 arms back to the hotel yesterday with ease and without a breath? This time, Meng Jingming thought of something and scanned over Nan with an extremely shocked gaze. His face also filled with incredulity. He was very clear about his own weight. 140 pounds. Li Ronghua 3 people together, not to say that there is a 500 pounds, which is more than 400 pounds how to have. So, these 4 people of more than 500 pounds were so easily held by Nan and carried away like rag dolls? It doesn't weigh much, Nan said carelessly. To him, the hundreds of pounds were indeed nothing. It's not even heavy. Meng Jingming was so shocked that he jumped up from the sofa and arrived in front of Nan in a few steps, and then reached out and pinched on his arm, only to feel that although he was pinching flesh, he somehow felt like he was pinching a steel plate. Good lord, the solidity of these muscles is simply exaggerated. Be honest, did you practice? Meng Jingming stared at Nan and inquired expectantly. Yes, Nan nodded. Poof, with Nan's nod, the moment the words fell, Meng Jingming directly fell to his knees on the spot. Brother Meng, what are you? Nan looked at Meng Jingming, who was kneeling in front of him, in surprise. You are the one who is my brother. No, master, not to hide it, I actually have a practicing heart since I was a child. Can you teach me? Meng Jingming's gaze blazed incomparably. Can't teach, you're too old. Nan refused outright. Brother, I actually meant it would be nice to be able to make me physically stronger. Meng Jingming knelt on the ground and didn't get up at all. Oh, Nan looked at Meng Jingming a few more times and suddenly revealed a smile as he spoke. You have weak kidneys, don't you? I didn't. You're full of. How could I? Meng Jingming immediately denied the 3 companies. His face was red, and his eyes were even more unsteady and fluttering. Don't deny it. I can cure it, Nan faintly said. Bang, bang, bang. The moment Nan's words fell, Meng Jingming's eyes immediately became clear, and with both palms propped up on the ground, he directly began to kowtow with a thud. Darling, big brother, what are you doing? At this time, Meng Qingqiu, who had cleaned up the dishes with Yu Yao, walked over and looked with a surprised face at the scene in the living room where Meng Jingming was kowtowing to his own man one after the other. Ah, this. Meng Jingming stopped kowtowing with a constipated expression on his face. Meng is trying to ask me for advice on how to keep 1,000 cups down. Nan shook his head with a bitter smile. Ah yes, 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 Meng Jingming hurriedly said. My good brother-in-law, if you don't promise me, I'll kneel here for a long time. Big brother, Meng Qingqiu shouted breathlessly before looking at Nan and was about to open her mouth to speak. Brother Meng, I promise you just that. Nan helped Meng Jingming up, at the same time whispered. In a moment I will give you 2 prescriptions, one for internal use and one for external soaking. In less than a month's time, you will be satisfied to the core. Well well well. Meng Jingming burst into a joyful smile and hurriedly took out his cell phone. Let's add a WeChat. You can send it to me when the time comes. Ding. The 2 added each other's WeChat, and the smile on Meng Jingming's face became much bigger, and then he waved his hand at Meng Qingqiu, then saluted Nan, and spoke. In that case, I won't bother the 2 of you. Ah nope, the world of the 3 of you. At this time, Yu Yao also arrived outside the living room, and when Meng Jingming saw her, he immediately changed his tone with a smile, then headed towards the glass door. After pulling open the glass door, he seemed to think of something, and then suddenly turned back and opened his mouth. Right, Chiu, this villa is not bought for a few days. Mom and Dad said they would take the time to come over to see you. I don't know if it's these 2 days. I'll leave you a wake-up call in advance. Why didn't you say so? Meng Qingqiu froze. If a surprise inspection, Nan nothing prepared, that first impression is not wasted. Then I don't know when you got such an excellent boyfriend. Unla, if you ask me, with a man as outstanding as my brother-in-law, I'm sure mom and dad will look at him more and more favorably. Meng Jingming grinned, and then with a backhanded tug on the glass door, he briskly headed for the front yard door. Next, Dad, Mom, sister-in-law, why are you all here? Meng Jingming didn't take a few steps. The exclamation of surprise immediately rang out from outside. Chapter 178 Sister-in-law Zhao Xin. Father Meng's attitude. Dad, Mom, and sister-in-law? Meng Jingming's voice was not small, and as it entered the living room, both Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu or Yu Yao froze for a moment. Soon, Meng Qingqiu reacted and hurriedly said, "It's finished, there's really a surprise inspection. Darling, we haven't prepared anything, what should we do?" Jiang Nan also felt that it was a bit too sudden. To say that given some time to prepare, he would definitely be able to prepare some good things to pay a visit. It happened suddenly, and I think my aunt and uncle and sister-in-law and the others understand, don't they? Yu Yao whispered. In the meantime, Meng Jingming is back again, bringing his mom and dad and his sister-in-law back with him, and the moment the glass door was pulled open and a few people entered, everyone's gazes instantly locked onto Jiang Nan. Dad, Mom, Auntie, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan. Meng Qingqiu took a deep breath, quickly arrived at Jiang Nan's side, and immediately hooked her sweetheart's arm to introduce herself in a big way. Darling, this is my father and mother as well as my sister-in-law. This introduction of hers could be said to have given a few people the feeling of a flat earth. Hello uncle and aunt and sister-in-law. Jiang Nan smiled and said hello. Your boyfriend? Meng's father, Meng Tianqiao, froze, staring blankly at Jiang Nan, and then quickly came back to his senses, his highly scrutinizing gaze looking towards the object of his daughter's attention, and his brows furrowed instantly. Cool, handsome indeed, and it's not even the white boy, embroidered handsome kind. What a handsome young man. Autumn, when did you fall in love? Meng's mother spoke, a surprised face averting her gaze from Jiang Nan's face as her voice rang out in the center of the room. It's been 2.5 years of talking. Actually, Meng Qingqiu responded with embarrassment. 2.5 years? A woman opened her mouth. It was Meng Qingqiu's sister-in-law. Her voice was very melodious. Moreover, her looks were extremely beautiful. Jiang Nan cast his gaze over and was instantly stunned. The woman had a very royal look, and the makeup was that of a real working woman, and her temperament looked very cool. Just scoring with the naked eye alone, Jiang Nan felt that this woman's face value score was definitely above 95. Immediately, Jiang Nan didn't waste much time and threw an insight spell over toward the woman. Name, Zhao Xin. Age, 30. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Face value, 96 points. Favor, 10 points. Fruity. The face score is really above 95. The standard strong woman template. Autumn, you fell in love when you were 17? Zhao Xin opened her mouth to speak, and from time to time, her eyes glanced towards Jiang Nan, her cool and absolutely beautiful pretty face carrying some strange emotional fluctuations. It's so handsome. It wasn't that Zhao Xin hadn't seen handsome men before, but a man like Jiang Nan, who couldn't help but take one more look after one look, she said she hadn't really seen before. Moreover, no matter whether it is the first glance, or after a few more glances, she feels that it is as if she has just seen it for the first time, and it is still able to bring her a great sense of amazement. That's pretty much a giveaway. Cybersex. Cybersex. Meng Qingqiu spat out her tongue and whispered, Jiang Nan and I met online, and only some time ago did Ben now meet. Nice guy. Meng Tianqiao's face darkened. This daughter of his was a real show-off, not to mention the cybersex, but even more so, Ben is still in the present. Ahem. Let me say a few words. Why don't we sit down and talk? Meng Jingming cleared his throat and proposed. Right. Mom, Dad, Auntie, come sit. Meng Qingqiu let go of Jiang Nan's arm and quickly walked to the middle of his parents' sister-in-law, and then pulled one with one hand to the living room sofa and sat down. Zhao Xin followed behind Meng Qingqiu's family unhurriedly, and her gaze was also directed towards Jiang Nan from time to time, all of which was her unconscious and subconscious behavior. Where's the lad from? Meng Tianqiao took the water handed up by his daughter and looked at Jiang Nan after taking a sip and asked, he's got quite an aura. Holding a company worth over $1 billion in your hands isn't a top-tier upperclassman's, but it's definitely a real upperclassman. His tone was flat, but in reality, any other junior in front of him would have to be shocked. Uncle, I'm from Jiangcheng. Jiang Nan was not humble, smiled and looked straight at Meng Tianqiao and answered truthfully. Seeing Jiang Nan's gesture, Meng Tianqiao's face revealed a slight color of surprise to him. His heart secretly nodded appreciatively, and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a hint of a smile. I see that you're not too old. Are you studying or what are you doing? No more reading. I have a bit of spare cash on hand at the moment and I'm going to invest it. Jiang Nan said very modest, but both Meng Qingqiu also or Meng Jingming understand. This hand a little bit of free money This free money two words represent the meaning of I'm afraid quite a lot. Oh, when Meng Tianqiao heard Jiang Nan's words, He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and spoke. I also have some contacts over in Zhangcheng, so if you want to invest over there, I can give you some help. This attitude, in fact, is already very clear. Meng Tianxiao did not imagine that there were thoughts against Jiangnan. At least the attitude was not half a star better than Meng Jingming's attitude towards Jiangnan at the beginning. Then thank you in advance, uncle. Jiangnan bowed. He was able to sense that Meng Tianxiao didn't have any hint of targeting him, at least in front of the crowd, and for that he looked at this future father-in-law's senses a little higher. This is not at all a thug who judges by appearances, or who sees through a person based on a single slice and then presses them with his status. He is a true upstart. Dad, Gangnam is very powerful. Seeing that his father's first impression of Jiangnan was very good, Meng Jingming spoke up at this time. Oh, Meng Tianxiao was surprised and looked towards his son. I met up with him yesterday. Ahem. He drank me and my friends alone for a total of 4 people, and then we were all wiped out. When Meng Jingming talked about this, he didn't see any embarrassment at all. Instead he was very excited and said, the 4 of us were so drunk that Jiangnan easily lifted 2 with one hand and sent us all back to the hotel. That good? Meng Tianxiao was really surprised and looked towards Jiangnan, seeing that his temperament was really very different from the young people he normally saw. Moreover, its body carried a sense of sharpness, and there was even a feeling that made him dangerous, which instantly made him come to be interested. The more general the person, the more one-sided the vision. And like Meng Tianxiao, such a big man with a company worth more than $1 billion in his hands, how can it be possible without some wisdom? Just his own son to Jiangnan, that worship, convinced tone, as well as this young man's own temperament. Meng Tianxiao instantly looked to their own this daughter's online love for a few years of the object has a few trace of appreciation of the intention. This young man, definitely not simple. In other words, from the very beginning, as long as he passed Meng Jingming's hurdle, Jiangnan had already passed completely in the Meng family's place. Plus more, asking for free power for love. A gift of a few cents or 2 is better. Ha ha ha. Chapter 179. As long as you have money, you can have connections wherever you go. Nice. Mother Meng also smiled and nodded. Her first impression of Jiangnan was very good. People handsome, good temperament, and then their own high-minded son are so respected. Jiangnan look, but also let Meng mother very satisfied. Meng Qingqiu's sister-in-law, Zhao Xin, stared at Jiangnan for a few more moments, and her eyes were also filled with satisfaction. Yeah, feeling the support of her family, Meng Qingqiu's heart was instantly happy. She was quite worried at first, but it turned out that her parents' sister-in-law didn't seem to be so shallow, so how could she not be excited? On one side, Yu Yao's face also revealed a smile. Just the first impression let Qiuqiu's parents and sister-in-law very recognized. She believes that their parents will only be able to be more satisfied when they see Jiangnan. Your mom and I and your sister-in-law came over today just to see how you were doing with this sweet, but I didn't expect such a big surprise. Meng Tianxiao slowly got up, his gaze resting on Jiangnan, and said gently, come back with Qiuqiu for a home-cooked meal some other day, and by the way, I'll see if your kid's drinking capacity is really that great, then I'll take Gangnam back tomorrow afternoon this way. Meng Qingqiu hurriedly said, okay, then I'll see you tomorrow. We'll leave you young people alone. Meng Tianxiao looked deeply at Jiangnan before giving his wife beside him a look, and the 2 of them, as well as Zhao Xin, headed towards the glass door on the side of the living room. It came suddenly and left very quickly. When they came back again, it was Jiangnan and Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao returning. Phew! Back in the living room, Meng Qingqiu suddenly took a long breath, patted her chest, and laughed happily as if relieved. It's really scary. I thought my parents would have a very good attitude, but now it looks like it's still our dear who's too good. And just the first impression has made my parents and my sister-in-law recognize it. It's not really an endorsement. Jiangnan understood that a good attitude didn't necessarily mean complete recognition. It could also be that the quality was there. Whether or not he really recognized him as a son-in-law, what he needed to show still had to be there. It's a good start, and I'm sure that with your excellence, you'll make my parents and my sister-in-law and the rest of them thoroughly approve of you. Meng Qingqiu leaned on Jiangnan's body. What kind of gift for tomorrow's visit? Jiangnan's eyes flickered. What kind of things do your parents and your sister-in-law like? My sister-in-law isn't sure if she's free yet. She's a total powerhouse, and I don't know why she's following mom and dad here today. Meng Qingqiu pondered for a moment and frowned. As for my parents, there doesn't really seem to be anything they like. What about antique paintings and stuff? Jiangnan inquired. It's not bad, but there are quite a lot of antiques and paintings in my family. In contrast to these, I think dad's career is stronger, although he's now retired to the second line and is under the full control of his sister-in-law. But he's also very focused on the company that he's built up with his own hands. Meng Qingqiu shook her head. Okay, I get it. Jiangnan nodded. Geez, just buy some cigarettes, alcohol and skin care products. Just do it as a courtesy. Meng Qingqiu smiled and said, you'd have to say there was something missing. and she didn't really think her own family would be missing anything. Courtesy still needs to be in place. I'll make a call and ask. Jungnan took out his cell phone while arriving at the floor-to-ceiling window to dial a call. Hello. The phone connected in seconds and a cold and melodious voice rang out. I'm Gangnam. Gangnam introduced himself. Gangnam? Oh, it's Mr. Gangnam. The coldness on the phone immediately dissipated into enthusiasm. May I ask if the Xiang Pavilion behind Ms. Su has any precious antiques and paintings in Magic City? Jiang Nan directly opened the door. Miso. Moment. After hearing Jiang Nan's words, at this moment, in Magic City, inside an office on one of the floors of a building, a beautiful woman violently stood up from her seat. Yes, Ms. Su was naturally the suspected lesbian Su Sherman who managed the Purple Sun Pavilion auction house in Jiangcheng, who had previously given Jiangnan her business card. Is it an outright purchase or an auction? Jiangnan inquired. Purchased as well as auctioned. It's up to you. Su Sherman hurriedly said. You give me a location of your Purple Sun Pavilion, and I'll go check it out then. Jiangnan said directly. I just arrived in Mordor today. I came over here for a visit, and I'll have to make another trip back to Kyoto after a while. Su Sherman said. Mr. Jiangnan's WeChat is this phone number, right? I'll add you and send you a location. I'll be around anytime you come. I'll introduce you anytime. Okay, you add me. Jiangnan nodded and hung up the phone while holding it with a smile on his face. Money is really a good thing. As long as you have money, everywhere you go, you will have your contacts. Soon, an alert came from the WeChat backend. Jiangnan tapped in and agreed to Su Shimon's friend request. The moment she agreed, the woman sent a direct location over. Magic City Mansion. Mr. Jiangnan, the Purple Sun Pavilion is on the 88th floor of the building. A voice bar was sent. Okay, I'll come by later and check it out. Jiangnan replied, and then looked at Meng Qingqiu and also Yu Yao, who had walked over. Darling, would you like to go shopping for some antique paintings? Meng Qingqiu inquired. Yes. Jiangnan nodded. Cigarettes, alcohol and skin care products, these are still poorly meant. I'm going to see what suitable antiques are, calligraphy and painting or something. Like the richer people, that are very fond of these gadgets. That's fine too. Yao Yao and I will accompany you later. Meng Qingqiu nodded. Jiangnan glanced at the time, 13 o'clock, and immediately looked towards the two women, revealing a smile. 2:30 p.m. In the Magic City Mansion, in the large elevator, there were only Jiangnan, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. Darling, we are so lucky. Just come to the underground garage, there is a parking space. And just come in the elevator entrance. There is an elevator down. And inside is still empty, not crowded at all. Meng Qingqiu relied on Jiangnan's shoulder. As for Yu Yao, she stood obediently on the other side of Jiangnan, although she didn't lean on him so boldly like Meng Qingqiu, but with the adoring eyes that looked to the side from time to time. A discerning person could see that the two of them didn't have a shallow relationship. Luck indeed. Jiangnan smiled and nodded. Only he himself understood the reason why he was so lucky. He wore the title of Heaven's Destiny protagonist or a buff, and his luck value was an existence that pulled full weight. Ding! Soon, with a sound, the elevator gradually stopped and then slowly opened up. Welcome Mr. Jiangnan to the Magic City's Purple Sun Pavilion auction house. Jiangnan had just stepped out of the elevator with Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao in his arms, only to hear the sound of a warm welcome, led by Su Sherman, immediately coming from his left. Chapter 180. It's just a string of somewhat useful numbers. Jiangnan looked over, only to see several welcoming ladies bowing in unison in welcome, led by Su Sherman, and the moment Su Sherman raised her body, her gaze instantly locked onto Meng Qingqiu as well as Yu Yao, and a look of amazement appeared on her face. Beauty! It's so beautiful. These two little beauties were simply beautiful to her heart's chin. Frog fun, this Jiangnan is too outrageous. I admit that he is very handsome, even to the point that he is so handsome that he makes my heart flutter. But, the girls around him are inevitably a little too top-notch. Su Sherman thought that her own posture was also at a very good level, but whether she was comparing it to the landlady she had first encountered, or the current Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, she understood very well in her heart that she was simply no match for them, and it was the woman that even she thought she couldn't compare to, appearing 3 in a row, and even more so, all beside a man, which made people feel very shocked. Hello Mr. Gangnam. As Su Sherman froze, Jiangnan also arrived in front of her with Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao in his arms. With so two big beauties and a big handsome man in front of her, Su Sherman also immediately came back to her senses, revealing a professional and enthusiastic smile and bowing to Jiangnan, lifting her body for a split second to give way. Please come in. Jiangnan was not polite at all, wrapping his arms around the two women as he walked into the Purple Sun Pavilion auction house in this Magic City. Su Sherman ordered, and then one person followed closely behind Jiangnan, walked into this Purple Sun Pavilion in the middle. A whole hall, people also quite a lot. The front desk the surrounding seats are people walking or sitting to see a big screen. Jiang Nan looked towards the large screen with some simple messages on it. For example, there's a $1 million mini auction at 1500 hours sharp. Then, for example, there's another $10 million mini auction at 1515. Seeing this, Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. These things cannot be seen in Jiangqing's Xiang Pavilion, which shows that the Xiang Pavilion in this magic city is afraid to be a little more stocked. What about the Purple Sun Pavilion in Kyoto? Jiang Nan's face showed a slight expression of intent. This way. Su Sherman led the way, quickly leading Jiang Nan's three to arrive in an office. Have a seat. After leading into the office, Su Sherman poured a few cups of water and after serving them one by one, she retracted her gaze from Meng Qingqiu as well as Yu Yao and looked at Jiang Nan. It's like this. Our Purple Sun Pavilion has two modes. The first is the auction mode, and the second is the one-bite price. I just took a look at it. Today it's all about some $1 million, ordinary $10 million auctions. I'm not interested in anything at that level. Jiang Nan shook his head. The one-bite price may exceed the market price a bit. This I don't know if Mr. Jiang Nan can accept? Su Sherman pondered for a moment and cautiously inquired. Of course, no harm done. Jiang Nan waved his hand and said indifferently, money is trivial. What I want is to have the goods. Within 136 crores, Gangnam can make second payments. You may rest assured of this. Su Sherman revealed a smile. Doing business with a rich and powerful top-tier rich second generation like Jiang Nan was something she really felt pained by. Immediately, she didn't waste any more time, walked to her desk and searched in the cabinet for a while, and immediately returned to Jiang Nan with an iPad, offering it with both hands and explaining. This iPad contains the inventory of the Magic City's Xiang Pavilion, which is generally a precious auction of more than $50 million of this grade. $50 million. Hearing Su Shimon's words, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao couldn't help but glance at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Even though they all came from wealthy families, they had honestly never seen anything on this level. You don't know, do you? But when he was in Jiangchang, Mr. Jiang Nan spent billions of dollars at one of our auctions. Seeing Meng Qingqiu's and Yu Yao's two big beauties' surprised looks, Su Sherman immediately delivered another shocking news. Sure, it was naturally impossible for her to say anything about Jiang Nan throwing thousands of dollars to auction off the heart of romance and gift it to the landlady. She looked like a lesbian no less, but not a lesbian without any eye candy. Jiang Nan's identity was definitely expensive. At least since she had been in contact with this line of work for so many years, she had never seen the strength of a second-generation person who could dictate the expenditure of 2 billion or so at his or her fingertips. A few billions? When Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao heard Su Shimon's words, they were directly shocked into a yen character at the moment. Confused face, wide-eyed. Yeah, right. This was the expression of the two top-notch beauties at this moment. It's too much. Billions of what is this concept? Take Meng Qingqiu's family for example. Her father was indeed a substantial power holder worth billions of dollars. But, doesn't mean her Meng family can come up with billions in cash. Therefore, the concept of Su Shimon's words was really too big for Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. Not exaggerating in the slightest to say that it was big enough to make their brains pump. That's an exaggeration. My total spending at the time was about $2 billion at most. Gangnam disproved the rumor. There's still a slight difference between the description of a few billion and 2 billion or so. 2 billion or so is quite an exaggeration too. Okay. Meng Qingqiu slowed down, took a deep breath with Yu Yao, and after glancing at each other, said in awe in unison, the money you're spending out of your hand. That's an astronomical amount that many people can't earn even if they work hard for several lifetimes. Dozens of lifetimes. What's mine is yours. So feel free to spend as much as you want in the future. Money is just a string of somewhat useful numbers to your men. Jiang Nan reached out and patted the back of Meng Qingqiu's hand before casting a confident gaze at Yu Yao. Enough is enough. Meng Qingqiu, however, shook her head. Yeah, Xiuqiu and I grew up wearing good clothes, eating good food, and using good things. There isn't much of a concept of money itself, and if you let us spend it frivolously, we don't actually know what we can spend it on. Yu Yao was also very sober. Any more iPads? Bring it over for my two girlfriends to look at. Jiang Nan looked toward Su Sherman and laughed softly. Let's see what auctions we like in a while, and let's take them all together. Yes. Su Shimon's eyes instantly lit up as she bowed and spoke. Please wait for a moment. Two ladies, I'll be right back. Darling, when Su Sherman left the office, Meng Qingqiu called out with some difficulty. There's a great possibility of picking up these things, and you're all my lucky angels, so there's no chance you'll be able to bring me heavenly luck. Jiang Nan laughed, and money is used to spend, and then more money. Do not spend dry. Look what use. How about you guys look at this lot? A pair of exquisite bracelets. I see very suitable for you to wear. Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao subconsciously followed the picture of Jiang Nan's finger. only to see that it was a pair of bracelets that looked exceptionally exquisite just from the screen alone. The moment they both saw it, their eyes lit up at the same time. But a look at the value. 60 million a bite. Face immediately showed a bitter smile color too. Chapter 181, a must-have lot worth $300 million. 60 million. This is too much. Despite growing up with no food or clothing and being able to get whatever they wanted. But at this moment, this pair of bracelets is worth 60 million either for Meng Qingqiu or Yu Yao is an extremely big shock. What's the exaggeration? Jiang Nan lightly laughed and shook his head. Life is a life of wanton enjoyment. 1,000 gold can't buy me happiness. I'm happy. This 1,000 gold is worth it. With those words, he directly added the pair of bracelets worth $60 million to his shopping cart. Seeing this scene, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao exchanged another glance. Nice guy. It's really like choosing an item online. I can't believe there's a shopping cart. However, the two didn't refuse anymore. Moreover, the name of that pair of bracelets has a very good meaning. It is called Hand in Hand Until Old Age. At this time, the office door was gently pushed open, and Su Sherman walked in with 2 more iPads in her hands, a warm smile on her face. She had seen Jiang Nan's spending power. Not to say that she could clear half of the inventory of the Magic City's Purple Sun Pavilion today, but even if she cleared a few lots, it would not be a small amount. Ladies, the lots on these 2 iPads are in the ladies category, so you can check them out nicely and just add them to your cart if you come across something you like. Su Sherman presented 2 iPads. Thanks. Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao took the iPad while checking it out, with bursts of exclamations coming from time to time. Frog fun, this necklace is even more outrageous. It's worth $100 million. Holy crap, this is the life of a real upper-class celebrity, isn't it? A pair of earrings worth $70 million? Hearing Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao's exclamations, Su Sherman pursed her lips and smiled. Why can't I add this painting to my cart? At this time, Jiang Nan called out, and when Su Sherman came over, he placed his eyes on the screen he was pointing at to check it out. Mr. Jiang Nan, this pair of calligraphy and painting has been finally auctioned off by a gentleman not long ago for $5 billion. Su Sherman explained softly. Bull. Jiang Nan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This is a pair of Tang Yin's real handwriting, called Lushan Viewing Waterfalls. The iPad above did not have a price on it because it was auctioned off, but he still felt out at a glance that this pair of calligraphy and painting was not simple, which is why he inquired about it. Who knows? It really is not simple. The final auction price reached a staggering $5 billion. $5 billion? Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao looked over in surprise. This is Tang Yin's real handwriting, although that gentleman has the factor of raising the price in it, but in the eyes of a real collector, it's naturally priceless. Su Sherman explained. Indeed. Jiang Nan nodded approvingly before continuing to slide up. Soon, his finger rested on the screen, looking up slightly, and it was such a look up from him, due to the fact that he was seated, while Su Sherman was bending down and smiling to carry out the service. So, just by looking up, I saw a beautiful sight that I shouldn't have seen. Seemingly sensing something, Su Sherman also reacted immediately and met some of Jiang Nan's line of sight. If it were normal, even if any man, she immediately showed her displeasure. At this moment, a wave of displeasure also rose up in her heart for a second, but after she met Jiang Nan's very sincere gaze, she didn't know why, but she actually had a sense of being powerless to get angry. Just as Su Sherman was about to squat down, Jiang Nan was the one who put his hand out. What do you want? When Su Sherman saw Jiang Nan's outstretched hand, her eyebrows instantly tightened. Her mouth couldn't say the words, but her heart was furious to the extreme. Looking at the old lady's scenery, and you still want to blatantly attack me in front of your woman? That's a nice jade pendant you've got there. Under Su Sherman's shocked and shy emotions, Jiang Nan's hand paused and pointed at a jade pendant around her neck in surprise. Ha! Su Sherman froze, and then looked down. Although the scenery had some, but more of a jade pendant revealed itself. After reacting, Su Sherman's pretty face immediately turned red, feeling that she had misunderstood Jiang Nan. Su Sherman's favoritism plus 20. In just a moment, her various emotions were too complicated for the reason that she directly exploded 20 points of goodwill out. This 20-point increase in favorability also gave Jiang Nan a whole lot of confusion. He just had a bright idea, a change of thought statement. Who knew that it actually made Su Sherman, a suspected lace woman, directly skyrocketed 20 points of goodwill. You know, this woman has not grown a bit since the meeting since she was in Jiangxing's has had 2 points of goodwill towards him. Therefore, this sudden 20-point increase in favorability in turn shocked Jiang Nan. That's the kind of shame this woman likes? It's kind of fun. Jiang Nan mentally revealed an amused smile. This jade pendant of mine is okay, the elders in my family gave it to me. If Mr. Jiang Nan likes it, there are a lot of similar ones on this iPad, but I'm afraid the value is not high. Su Sherman opened her mouth to speak and also slowly squatted down. It's okay. Nan also withdrew his gaze before pointing at the screen and speaking, "How come this thing doesn't have a price tag? Let's see." Su Sherman had calmed down her shame of misunderstanding Nan just now at this moment, and her expression was also natural. Following Nan's finger, she saw that it was a set of tea set, and couldn't help but say, "There is no price for this set of tea set, it is the compulsory auction." Hearing these words, Nan's brows instantly furrowed, and his face revealed a slightly displeased expression. Noticing Nan's expression shift, Su Sherman hurriedly said, "Mr. Nan, this iPad already has information from a month ago, and it hasn't been completely refreshed yet. Have you guys seen anything yet?" Nan ignored Su Sherman and placed his gaze on Meng Qingqiu and also Yu Yao. "No." Both women shook their heads in unison. "Okay." Nan nodded. "Mr. Gong Nam." Su Sherman's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly said, "You don't have your eye on the others? Fancy some of them, but they're all ones with no value marked on them, or they're just auctioned off." Nan faintly said, "This." Su Sherman's face also showed a heartfelt and embarrassed smile, and then, she took a deep breath, clenched her teeth, took out her own cell phone, opened a photo album, tapped into a photo and handed it to Nan, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Nan, this is a pair of Wang Shiji's true works of ping and paste that I will bring to Kyoto for the auction in a few days. Do you see any interest in it?" Hearing Su Sherman's words, Nan's eyes lit up. He did not know that this piece sticker how much gold, but is aware of Wang Shiji authentic handwriting of these 5 words of gold. How much? Nan inquired. "The initial starting price is $100 million, and the final estimate is $300 million, Su Sherman said in a deep voice. Chapter 182 Consumption completed. Getting $4 billion rebate? Starting bidding at $100 million? Final valuation of $300 million? Okay, I'll take it. Nan revealed a satisfied smile. $300 million is undoubtedly no different from $3 for Gangnam savings. If you want to buy it at a bite-sized price, you'll have to overflow 15% of the final price of. This I'll have to give you a heads up on. Su Sherman hesitated for a moment and reminded in a low voice. This 15% premium is not something I've obtained, but something my Purple Sun Pavilion will be donating. A 15% premium is an extra 45 million, right? Nan's gaze flickered for a moment. Yes. Su Sherman nodded. No problem. Nan still couldn't wait for Su Sherman to raise the price more in his heart, but there was no way he could foolishly say that he would raise the price again. Immediately, he took out a bank card and said faintly, "Swipe it." Yes. Knowing that this one's temperament was very direct, Su Sherman accepted the bank card with both hands, while getting up and saying, "A few of you will sit in the office for a while. I'll be back as soon as I go." "Wait, there's this hand chain paid for together." Nan pointed to the bracelet worth $60 million inside the iPad shopping cart on his hand. "Okay, just a moment for a few of you." Su Sherman bowed respectfully before quickly walking out of the office. "Darling, that's real efficiency for you." Meng Qingqiu gave a thumbs up and marveled. "More than 300 million. Not right, plus that opponent chain. Your consumption this time will be enough to spend 400 million and 5 million. Just a fraction of that would be a lifetime's pursuit for an ordinary person. This is a difference in class, and when word gets out, it will definitely cause great imbalance in the hearts of the lower classes." Nan smiled without saying anything. What he could obtain by spending these $405 million could far exceed this value, not to mention being able to directly let Meng Qingqiu's family recognize his strength all of a sudden. Let's just say that the consumption rebate brought by this moment, if it comes directly to a storm, not to mention dozens of times, just a dozen or so times alone, Nan thinks that he is very satisfied. "Did you guys look again to see if there's anything else you like? Yo, what did your father and mother like?" Nan treated everyone equally. Although he might not have the opportunity to pay a visit to Yu Yao's parents at the moment, he would always find the time to pay a visit afterward. So, it's not impossible to keep an eye out in advance and be prepared. "My parents come from a family of books and don't have much need for material things. If we are hard to say, my dad should also be quite fond of these everyone's calligraphy and paintings. As for my mom, I think if you just drink a few more bottles of wine with her, she'll be very happy with you." Yu Yao pursed her lips and smiled. She was very happy because Nan had not left her out in the cold. Having this question naturally meant that Nan also had the intention of paying a visit to his house one day. "I see, there's probably nothing good in this magic city, so when the time comes, after I go to Kyoto, I'll see what's good about everyone's calligraphy and paintings." Nan was very attentive to all of his confidants, as he thought he should be. It wasn't just Meng Qingqiu, Yu Yao, a confidant who was very good in her own right, but even if it was any other confidant who came from a bad background, he definitely kept her feelings in mind. After all, one day, Nan was going to choose to have a showdown altogether, and then truly gather all his confidants under one roof. "Listen to you. Yu Yao smiled happily. Not much longer. The office door was gently pushed open again. Su Sherman was followed by two burly men with black sunglasses, both of them carrying a small suitcase in their hands as they walked in behind her. Leave your things on the table and you may leave, Su Sherman faintly commanded. Yes. After respectfully placing the two small suitcases on the desk, the two black sunglasses strong men slowly bowed their heads and exited the office. Mr. Gangnam, please enter your password. Su Sherman smiled and walked over to Jungnan, bowing slightly and holding a POS with both hands. Jungnan took the POS machine and directly entered the password. Tick-tock, click, click, click. Once the password was entered, it rang out with an audible click of the sheet coming out. A beep sounded in Jangnan's head at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Get 10 times the spending rebate, $4 billion. 10 times spending rebate, $4 billion to the account? Yes. An excited smile immediately appeared on Jangnan's face. Although it did not reach a dozen times his mental expectations, but it is this 10 times consumption rebate brought has been very great. A net profit of 36 crores. That's not cool to fly? And, after the spending rebate arrived, his savings went up several notches to a staggering 173 crores. It feels like you can do a redemption for a big welfare mission for fun. Jangnan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. It just so happened that he didn't have a mission on hand at the moment. Spending $10 billion to exchange for a big welfare mission to test the waters seemed quite interesting. There's no rush. We'll look into it when we get back later. Jungnan slowed down and returned the POS machine in his hand to Su Sherman. At the same time he also took a deep look at this woman. He consumed exactly the whole 400 million, not 405 million. This showed that the woman had directly erased the $5 million in zeros, which represented that the woman's attitude was still very good. She did not know that the erasure of the 5 million zero for Jungnan can be said to be a whole 50 million less consumer rebates, but nevertheless, with this $4 billion coming in, and then faced with this mere $50 million, it was not a matter of concern at all for Jungnan. Will you wear this bracelet now? Jungnan got up, arrived at the desk, opened a small leather case to see a pair of exquisite shining bracelets placed in the small leather case, and turned back to Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. Okay. Meng Qingqiu pulled Yu Yao to her feet and walked quickly. Jungnan smiled faintly and took out both pairs of bracelets before successively putting them on Meng Qingqiu as well as Yu Yao. That's a nice looking bracelet worth $60 million. Meng Qingqiu smiled happily. Yao Yao, look, how good hubby is to us. So yeah, at night. As she said that, she came closer to Su Yuyao's ear and whispered something unknown. After she finished speaking, one could see that Yu Yao's stunningly beautiful and pretty face swished red in an instant, and the look she gave Jungnan was a mesmerizing lass. This scene also caused Su Sherman on the side to look at it with a burst of envy. Su Shimon's favoritism +5. Jungnan couldn't help but look towards the woman in surprise as he received a system prompt in his mind that Su Shimon's favorability had increased. At this moment, Su Sherman also placed her gaze on Jungnan. In this four-eye confrontation, Jungnan's expression was bland, but on the contrary, Su Sherman was a little embarrassed and shifted her gaze away, which caused Jungnan's eyes to narrow slightly. I'm afraid this woman is more than a mere lesbian. To put it plainly, it's all like that. Or maybe it's because for some reason she's an acquired lace edge. Chapter 183. A video call from the landlady. Retracting his own gaze, Jungnan continued to open another small suitcase. The moment it was opened, the entry was an ancient piece of writing framed. A piece of writing worth over $300 million does seem to have a bit of a big impact for some reason. Meng Qingqiu came over. She didn't understand, but respected. Who is Wang Shiji? 1,000 saints of the book. I'm afraid my dad will really jump in place with joy when he sees this writing, Meng Qingqiu whispered. Although her father did not have much research on this aspect of things, but, all this level of people, have not eaten pork, have not seen a pig run, as long as uncle likes it. Jungnan smiled and nodded, before closing the small suitcase and carrying it in his hand. I'll do it. Meng Qingqiu immediately took the small suitcase and said with a smile, I'll carry the suitcase. This way you'll be able to have your hands free to put your arms around me and Yao Yao. She did think a little more thoughtfully. This made Jungnan couldn't help but reveal a heartfelt smile to him, reaching out and wrapping his hands around the two women, before looking at the somewhat dumbfounded Su Sherman and speaking. Ms. Su, I'm very satisfied with this one. I hope that the next time, if there are any better antique paintings or calligraphy, all of them can be recommended to you like me. Oh, yes. Su Sherman returned to her senses and revealed a standard professional smile, resting her hands in front of her body and bowing to Jungnan. Jungnan nodded and walked out of the office with Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao in his arms. Su Sherman followed closely behind, sending Jangnan's trio out of the Purple Sun Pavilion all the way. Take care, Mr. Jungnan. The front door of the Purple Sun Pavilion. Su Sherman bowed at the back of Jangnan's trio, Without turning his head back, Jiang Nan reached out his hand and waved it as a greeting. Ding! The elevator arrived, and the figures of Jiang Nan's 3 men entered it. It comes and goes quickly. What an efficiency! Su Sherman lifted herself up and looked at the direction Jiang Nan had left, shaking her head and laughing lightly. She was not the person in charge of the magic capital Xiang Pavilion, but for the fact that behind her was the founder of the Xiang Pavilion, she was still extremely vocal in the magic capital Xiang Pavilion. Is there such a top family in Jiangnan? Jiang family? Jiang city? Su Sherman was a bit curious. In her impression, there was only one Jiang family in the entire country that was more famous, and that was the Kyoto Jiang family. Could this Jiangnan be the second generation of the Kyoto Jiang family? Not right. Kyoto Jiang family, in addition to the identity of that old man within the player. A whole Jiang family does not seem to be much of a standard. Barely only a 10 billion family, far from the standard of a 100 billion family. Su Sherman muttered as she also slowly walked back to the Purple Sun Pavilion. In her memory, within the second generation of the Jiang family in Kyoto, there shouldn't be someone this old either. Strange. This Jiangnan is guaranteed to be the top second generation of a $100 billion family or consortium. Su Sherman only needed to understand that Jiangnan was definitely not simple. These several hundred million, more than $1 billion in his eyes, as if a few dollars in the eyes of ordinary people, more than $12 in general. This degree of confidence, simply exaggerated. At least on some of the top 2 generations that Su Sherman had come into contact with. He couldn't see a trace of the indifference to money and sense of spontaneity on Jiangnan. It's truly a blessing to be his woman. 2. Su Sherman muttered, recalling the necklace that he had thrown away thousands of dollars to gift to the women around him at the auction at the Purple Sun Pavilion in Jiangchang, as well as the bracelet that he had gifted to Meng Qingqiu as well as Yue Yao today, which all showed how good this man was to the confidants around himself. I go. Su Sherman, Su Sherman, what are you thinking? It's none of your business if someone else is nice to their woman. Su Sherman pondered and reacted furiously, the expression on her face instantly becoming odd. Su Sherman's favoritism +3. Jiangnan sighed. Just as he got into the car and started it up, the system's beep sounded in his head, which brought a look of surprise to his face. Su Sherman, this woman. This looks like words. Really is not an iron lace edge. Although the last time they met there wasn't much goodwill growth. This time it could be said to have gone up extremely dramatically. It has now reached a staggering 30 points, so don't think that's not a lot of goodwill. In fact, if Su Sherman, the woman, really liked men and women to be half and half, then it could almost be said that she was a lesbian, gaining 30 favorability points for a lesbian, which mustn't be too far off from the 60 favorability points of a normal woman? It's a bit interesting. It looks like this woman is taking a great interest in me, being able to let a lesbian have her way with me in the near future. That's a great feeling. Jiangnan couldn't help but show a look of anticipation on his face. I heard Su Sherman say that she was also going to Kyoto in a few days. The way it looked, it should be able to be encountered again at that auction in Kyoto. See you in Kyoto. Jiangnan put his foot on the gas and drove towards Meng Qingqiu's small villa. It was exactly 4 o'clock sharp when I got home. It's still pretty tiring to take a trip. As soon as they returned home, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao sat on the living room sofa. Buzz off. Jiangnan was just about to say something when his cell phone vibrated. Taking out his cell phone, he scanned it and realized it was a video call from his landlady. He didn't immediately connect, but instead glanced over towards Meng Qingqiu. Coincidentally, at that moment, Meng Qingqiu also looked over. Darling, who called you? Meng Qingqiu inquired curiously. It's Sister Xia. Jiangnan didn't hide it. Sister Xia, quickly, get on the phone. With that said, she also picked up this video call. Brat. It took so long to answer Sis's call. It looks like you are very busy. You brat. If Sis doesn't call you, you don't know how to call Sis. Really? The ambiguous humming sound came from the cell phone, which made Jiangnan not hold back a cough. He knew that he was afraid that his relationship with the landlady should not be hidden. Chapter 184, Shura? What an unfamiliar word. Seemingly hearing Jiangnan's cough, it was at this time that the landlady inside the camera looked towards the camera, only to see Meng Qingqiu looking at herself with a strange look on her face, which caused her to immediately let out a strange cry. Long time no see, Sister Xia. Meng Qingqiu smiled and waved at the landlady on camera, as if she hadn't heard her flirting with her man just now. Autumn. The landlady's expression immediately froze, revealing an extremely uncomfortable smile, and her eyes didn't dare to meet Meng Qingqiu inside the camera. At this moment, her stunningly beautiful and charming face was all red, all embarrassed. Obviously, she understood that Meng Qingqiu wasn't a fool, and just now this tone of hers were the tone that she should have towards a tenant or even her own daughter's godfather. This is not purely with their own little lover. Flirting feeling well. It's over. At this point, the landlady was really panicking and wanted to say something, but didn't know what she should say. Sister Xia, let me introduce you. This is my good girlfriend Yu Yao. You can call her Yao Yao. Meng Qingqiu still looked as if she didn't know anything, and then turned the camera on Yu Yao by her side, and then introduced the landlady, Yao Yao. This is Sister Xia, a very pretty one. Sister Xia, hello I'm Yu Yao. Yu Yao wasn't a fool and immediately understood that I'm afraid Meng Qingqiu had already known about the landlady's existence. Otherwise she definitely wouldn't be so calm at this moment. Therefore, she didn't feel any pressure at all, smiling out of the camera, looking at the somewhat overwhelmed landlady in the camera, waving her little hand and saying, ever since Qiuqiu returned to the Magic City, she's been mentioning you in my ear a lot. There's also a sister Suyun. I've also heard her talk about it a lot. Is it? The landlady gulped a bit and slowly placed her eyes on the camera. And at the moment when she saw the girl in front of her who even on first impression she thought was several points prettier than even Meng Qingqiu, her eyes suddenly widened involuntarily. Holy, what a divine face this is. Yao! Yu Yao's eyes curved into a crescent moon when she smiled, beautiful and touching at the same time, but also with a little playful and cute. In a word, every knit of her brows and smile was as if she was carrying the light of absolute perfection that attracted people. The landlady took a deep breath. It was her non-leisured side. After looking at Yu Yao a few more times at this moment, a feeling of heartbeat arose. It's so beautiful, beautiful to the point that she, as a fellow woman, was overwhelmed. Yo, you're a real looker. The landlady gave a heartfelt compliment. After boasting, she only then violently slowed down, immediately then looked toward Meng Qingqiu beside Yu Yao, hurriedly explained, Autumn, in fact, hey, sis is not pretending. Sis and Jiangnan, this kid is a little bit of a relationship. In fact, it's not like I want to intentionally hide it from you. You also know that sis lives alone. She spoke, and Meng Qingqiu didn't interrupt her, quietly listening to her. A few minutes later, I only heard the landlady sigh heavily and whispered, Sister really can't do right by you. Qiuqiu, if you want to scold, just go ahead and scold sister. If sister wants to return a word, sister is not a person. Sister Xia, I actually know all of this. Meng Qingqiu finally spoke up, looking very seriously at the landlady in the camera. And after she met her eyes in surprise, she revealed a gentle smile. A woman's intuition is spot on. Sister Xia, the way you look at Jiangnan is not the same as the way I look at him when I look at him. Love can be interpreted and faked, but true love, in my opinion, can't be interpreted and faked. Autumn. The landlady's eyes widened. It's not just you, Sister Xia, but also Sister Suyun. I guess they're all good sisters too. Meng Qingqiu didn't really have too much contact with Suyun, but was still able to see it. Yes. The landlady nodded. It's okay, we're all good sisters. From now on, it's all family. Meng Qingqiu gave enough face to Jiangnan, and likewise gave enough face to the landlady, which is the big pattern of a true queen mother. Good. Meng Qingqiu's statement, undoubtedly not let the landlady moved very much. At this time directly in front of the camera cried out. She had thought that Meng Qingqiu would yell at her and say that she was an indiscreet woman. Who knows? It doesn't. Moreover, it directly recognized her and Su Yun, the two undead sisters. How not to make the landlady want to cry. When there's time for Yao Yao and I to come back to Jiangcheng, Yao Yao is also our good sister. Ha, how about it? My good best friend is very pretty, isn't she? The pride on Meng Qingqiu's face when she spoke of Yu Yao was unconcealable. It's very beautiful. It's just that sis can't help but be moved. The landlady cried with joy, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, nodding her head vigorously at the moment. He. Meng Qingqiu laughed. The three women completely will be the relationship to pick up. Chatting about the topic as also began to gradually towards the direction of the words of the tiger and the wolf. And even the landlady began to say with Jiang Nan's experience insights. Jiang Nan, who was listening on one side, couldn't help but reveal a smile when he saw Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, who were shyly looking over towards his side from time to time. Anyone else? Ask anyone else. Shura? What a strange word, totally unheard of. From the very beginning, Jiang Nan was not worried about a Shura situation. He was very confident in his charisma, and even the title of Divine Destiny protagonist or a buff. A rollover? That's bound to be impossible to turn over a dime a dozen cars. What's a reckless life if there's an ashram? This system even had to be renamed the Frustrated Life System by Jiang Nan on the spot. It is currently known that this side has a showdown between the landlady, Su Yun, Meng Qingqiu, and the four confidants of Yu Yao. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment as he slowly walked over and sat down in the middle of Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, looking at the landlady who was smiling happily as much as she could in the camera, and asked with a light smile, Sister Xia, where's Sister Rhyme? Where did she go? Went out to pick up two little girls. Originally I also want to go to pick up, but the foot twisted a bit. but also thanks to this foot twist. Otherwise, a smile of relief came over the landlady's face. For her, the knot was also completely removed. Twisted? Did you medicate it? Jiang Nan, however, was straight to the point and inquired with concern. It's fine. It's much more comfortable with a patch of bruises. The landlady came with a happy smile. That's fine. Jiang Nan nodded. Alright, I'll lie down for a while. You guys go about your business and we'll talk again sometime. The landlady looked at Meng Qingqiu in the camera as well as Yu Yao's eyes with a slight sense of lassitude, and instantly laughed, taking the initiative to terminate the topic. Chapter 185, This is the Great Welfare Mission? It's really sending warmth. Around 6. Second floor master bath. Jiang Nan blew dry his hair and slowly opened the bathroom door and walked out, entering a bed right in front of his eyes. Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao were quietly lying on the bed in a shallow sleep, which caused Jiang Nan's face to reveal a happy smile. Snap! Jiang Nan reached out and patted his Vajra unbreakable waist, even more confident. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a plowed field, only exhausted oxen, and this saying is completely reversed in his case. The combat power brought about by this Vajra unbreakable waist, that could be said to be astonishing, sweeping the black silk as well as the white silk on the floor, and even a few sets of battle robes. Jiang Nan simply cleaned up a bit before slowly walking out of the master bedroom, straight down to the first floor. Jiang Nan arrived and sat down on the living room sofa. Barta! Jiang Nan touched out a cigarette and lit it open, and at the same time, he mentally called out the system. System, give me $10 billion to exchange for a big welfare mission. Jiang Nan had always been a determined activist, and now that he had $17.3 billion on hand, taking out $10 billion to exchange for a big welfare mission would not have much of an impact on his subsequent trip to Kyoto. What there is just a change from $1 billion a day to $100 million a day in interest. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who successfully spent $10 billion on a single exchange for a big welfare mission. Moment! A system beep then sounded in Jiang Nan's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, spending $10 billion to obtain a big welfare mission. Mission description: have 5 confidants with 98 face value points or more. Note, favorability must also be above 98 points. Quest reward, body transformation fluid *1, resident pill *1, tradable lifespan of 20 years, language master ability. Aha! The moment this so-called great welfare quest appeared, Jiang Nan froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, an odd smile came over his face. Nice guy, is this the big welfare mission? Honestly, at first, Jiang Nan still felt that this big welfare mission should be very difficult. Results, that's it? Having 5 confidants with face value scores as high as 98, the good sense has to follow suit to reach 98 points or more. Isn't that a sprinkle? Currently, he had only completed a small welfare mission, and he already had 3 confidants around him whose face value scores and favorability had reached 98 points, which meant that he only needed to have 2 more confidants whose favorability and face value scores had reached 98, and the luxurious rewards of this big welfare mission would be completely taken. It's too easy. There's but one more side mini-quest on the landlady, which means that really, all that's needed is for 1 more confidant to fulfill the conditions, and then this big perk quest will be complete. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. This great task of welfare is undoubtedly not at all as difficult as delivering warmth, body remodeling liquid, a face remaining elixir, a tradable lifespan of 20 years, and what's more, a language master, a total of 4 rewards. The body transformation liquid and the face resident pill are not to be mentioned. They're simply nice enough. The last 2 aren't bad either. Heavenly fat, Jiang Nan muttered. It didn't seem like the rewards of this big welfare mission purchased at a cost of 10 billion didn't seem like a thing, but when you took a closer look, which of these 4 rewards wasn't considered to be at the transcendent level? Among them, Jiang Nan felt that the language master ability that seemed to be of little use might manifest its more useful value in life. None of the abilities that come out of the system are crap. At least, of the abilities that Jiang Nan currently possessed, there was not a single ribbed one, and all of them were very helpful to him. Cool. Haven't even finished this quest to get these rewards yet, and I don't know why, but there's a feeling of total relief. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan couldn't help but get high on himself. Perhaps, he understood that the purpose of his non-stop money swiping in the future would have to be the need to keep carrying out the redeeming benefits grand quest, thus making himself even more powerful. His so-called power is not just about money and power, but about being truly above and beyond the inner core of this world. The day will come. Jiang Nan was very confident. Around 7 in the evening, Jiang Nan had cooked 4 dishes and 1 soup and was about to go upstairs to wake up Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao for dinner. It smells so good. Autumn, it looks like we came down at a very good point in time. Ha ha ha, when I first woke up I said I was starving. Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao's surprised voices immediately rang out. Darling, just love you so much. You deserve your 3 houses if you're so perfect. Meng Qingqiu happily trotted over and hugged Jiang Nan for a moment. Jiang, old husband, you were so nice. Yu Yao also came trotting along. In contrast to Meng Qingqiu, she was still a little introverted, shyly pulling Jiang Nan's arm and shaking it twice. Her pretty face, her eyes full of mesmerizing colors. Let's eat and go out for a stroll later. Jiang Nan gently patted Meng Qingqiu's back, and then kissed Yu Yao, then signaled the two women to sit down and spoke. Today, we're making Sichuan dishes, spicy chicken, mapo tofu, and beer duck. It smells so good, my mouth is dripping. Giggle giggle giggle. Meng Qingqiu pulled Yu Yao to sit down with her, and when Jiang Nan was also seated, she immediately picked up her chopsticks and clamped a piece of spicy diced chicken into her mouth, only to see her eyes instantly shine, chewing up and swallowing, after which a bad smile appeared on her face. Darling, do you think that I'm eating such a spicy food? If I don't brush my teeth, he. The word tiger and wolf really just comes off the top of my head. Cough cough, cough, autumn and autumn. You, how, cough, with a female flow, cough, female hooligan. On one side, Yu Yao, who had just clipped a piece of duck meat into her mouth, immediately choked when she heard her words, which caused her to glance over towards Meng Qingqiu rather sadly. Humph, who just grabbed? The second sister with me is not allowed to say big sister. Meng Qingqiu reached out her hand and gently flicked Yu Yao's head, smilingly looking at Jiang Nan, who had come over with a bowl of corn rib soup and pouting. Darling, you haven't replied to what I said yet, and I also want darling to serve me a bowl of soup. Just in time. I'll rinse my mouth. He. This autumn and autumn. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile, realizing that she had really opened up her dark attribute that she had hidden for an unknown number of years. However, the more Jiang Nan understood Meng Qingqiu's love for her. Giving Meng Qingqiu a bowl of soup, he said softly, eat first. Things for a while will be said in a while. Here he propped up. In a while where I can still eat. If you can't eat it, let Yo-Yo eat it. He. Meng Qingqiu picked up the conversation in seconds. Hey, Chiu, I can't even eat all these delicacies made by my old husband, okay? Yu Yao shyly blankly glanced at Meng Qingqiu, and then at Jiang Nan, muttering, actually, it's not impossible law. Ha ha ha. At the table, there was a burst of laughter and a nice cozy scene. Chapter 186, even if you're handsome, why do you have such a beautiful girlfriend? Half an hour to eat. A whole table of good food is not left at all. I can't. I feel like I'm going to gain weight extremely fast if I really let my husband cook. Yu Yao said this on her lips, but in actuality, her face was covered in a happy smile that she couldn't get enough of. It's great when you're eating, but it's tough when it's time to lose weight. Meng Qingqiu nodded approvingly. Not so much that these few meals have made you gain a lot of weight. Jiang Nan laughed lightly. It's over. I don't want to hang out again when I'm full. Yu Yao laughed bitterly. She was very geeky herself, which was why her face value was clearly higher than Meng Qingqiu's, but there were actually very few legends of her amongst the Magic City University. Of course, there was also the reason why she would purposely wear glasses with no prescription to hide her beauty when she was in school. Me too. I want to sleep when I'm full, but this weekend is going by so fast. Time is going by a little too fast. Meng Qingqiu sighed softly and spoke. Darling, I have classes tomorrow morning, so I can rest in the afternoon, and then we'll go back to my house this way in the afternoon. No problem. Jiang Nan nodded and got up to clean up the dishes. This time Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao didn't let him rest but got up to clean up with him. The three of them entered the kitchen with the dishes, and by the time they stepped out again, it was already arriving at 9 o'clock in the evening. This span of time, when it really knows all. Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao and walked out from the kitchen. Both women's faces were covered with a reddish haze, and their knitted brows and smiles all carried the tantalizing scent of afterglow. Suddenly I feel much more energetic again. Darling, Yao and I will take a shower and change our clothes. Let's go out for a stroll. That said, I haven't properly taken you for a stroll to see the night view of Magic City yet. Meng Qingqiu gave Yu Yao a look before pulling her to trot towards the second floor. I don't have to take a shower too. Jiang Nan chased after him. An hour later, a silver Primera slowly drove by on the streets of Magic City. Jiang Nan looked at Meng Qingqiu as well as Yu Yao, who were laughing and joking in the back row in the rearview mirror of the car. The corner of his mouth hooked up a trace of curvature. This kind of calm and cozy daily routine really made him feel very at ease. He didn't need to think about anything else. He only needed to enjoy the happiness of this moment to the fullest. Soon, the car slowly stopped in the middle of a commercial plaza. That's the Mordor Tower. But those who go there are some outsiders. Locals rarely go there. As soon as they got out of the car, the two women hooked Jiang Nan's arm from left to right, not caring about the astonished eyes of the people around them. Meng Qingqiu pointed her finger at the high tower not far away and opened her mouth. Aren't I just from out of town? Jiang Nan teased. So your two babies aren't from Mordor? Meng Qingqiu smiled and said, anyway, it is not recommended to go to play inside that tower. To see the night view, The top floor on this commercial building can be a view of the surrounding circle of the night view. Jiangnan looked up. The height of this building is not low. At least there must be a 70 or 80 floors. This height is not as high as the Magic City building, but it is not too bad. Moreover, the Magic City mansion is not far from this side, so if you really want to go to see the night view, you might as well go to the top floor of the Magic City mansion. Yu Yao whispered. She was essentially a bit sociopathic, especially at this time when she and Meng Qingqiu hooked Jiangnan's arm. Just like a trio of small couples attracted a great deal of attention from the passers-by around her, resulting in some embarrassment for her, and her voice when she spoke seemed a bit soft and weak. Let's stroll around first. Jiang Nan's reason for coming out to hang out was also just to spend more time with Meng Qingqiu and Yue Yao. He was leaving Magic City on the 30th, and when he saw them again, he would have to wait for the two girls to go on vacation, to say the least. Okay Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao responded in unison in a well-behaved manner. A walk down the commercial street underneath this commercial building. There are a variety of mid-luxury stores, and individual high-luxury stores are also very busy. Doll machine. Meng Qingqiu suddenly pointed her finger at a store and shouted excitedly. Qiu, have you forgotten the lesson from last time? We spent over $200, and in the end we only had 2 dolls. We lost money like a puppy. Yu Yao covered her mouth and laughed. Also, these stores are full of sets. Meng Qingqiu sighed. It's okay, your husband taught him a lesson today. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment as he wrapped his arms around the two women and headed towards this store for catching dolls. Once inside, the store was basically filled with young couples, and there were also some parents arriving with their children. And the moment Jiang Nan's trio entered, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Holy, what a divine face. Are these 3 sure it's not some star? Wait, how come so 2 big beauties are so close to that handsome guy? Could it be? Whispers appeared from time to time. Jiangnan's trio completely ignored it and arrived at the coin vending machine and swept 20 coins. $1 a coin. 20 coins is $20. Ha, darling, are you sure that for 20 coins you can teach this store a lesson? Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened. The last time she grabbed more than $200, she said she grabbed a doll, but it was actually the staff of the store who saw that she and Yu Yao's face was too high, thus giving them 1 each. So, you can see how difficult it is to catch this doll. A coin is at least a doll. That's all. Jiangnan smiled confidently. His passive skill of this Heavenly Destiny protagonist aura buff title is a lucky value against the sky. To catch a doll cannot be caught, then this title can really go back to the stove to rebuild. Handsome. I admit that you are indeed very handsome, but handsome in front of catching dolls is no role. This catching dolls is also need to skill. Me wipe? This time, someone beside him heard Jiangnan's words and was about to preach a sermon. However, Gangnam had already thrown a coin in a nearby crane machine as he spoke. Even in the moment before this person's words had finished falling, he saw Jiangnan merely casually shaking his shaking hand and casually tapping the grabbing button. Directly 2 Katy cat dolls were steadily grabbed and dropped. Darling is awesome. Hubby is so awesome. It wasn't Jiangnan's one-shot double shot that shocked this closer the most, or rather, it was the one-shot double shot that shocked him the most as well, because top beauties like Meng Qingqiu and also Yu Yao were actually this guy's girlfriends? The heavens and the earth. If you are handsome, why do you have 2 such beautiful girlfriends? Do you want people to live? At this moment, Jiangnan brought his gaze over and inquired. Dude, what did you just say? The dude instantly broke his defense when that came out. After smiling awkwardly, he left quickly with a rather reddened face. Darling, that Doraemon. Meng Qingqiu hugged a Katy cat and smiled as she looked toward a crane machine on one side, but at that moment, her afterglow saw a woman wearing a duck-tongued hat, big black sunglasses, and a mask coming this way in a sneaky manner. Seemingly sensing something, the heavily armored woman inclined her head over, and also seemed to freeze for a moment when her line of sight met Jiangnan's group. What a coincidence! Don't kill yourself. Chapter 187. I am not Sun Weiwei. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +3. Aha! Jiangnan had not yet turned his gaze, and thus did not know what was going on. However, when the system's beep sounded in his head, he immediately looked over in the direction of Meng Qingqiu's finger, and also instantly noticed the heavily armed Sun Weiwei. Nice guy? That's quite a coincidence. Why does this guy look so sneaky? Jiangnan recognized Sun Weiwei in this getup. As for Meng Qingqiu, she looked at Sun Weiwei a couple more times, although she felt it was a bit strange. However, she didn't think much of it, and cheerfully headed toward a doll machine. Speaking, darling, I want this Doraemon, can I take it? Simple. Jiangnan was confident beyond measure, and also withdrew his gaze from the heavily armed Sun Weiwei, arriving in front of this doll machine full of Doraemons. Click. Putting down a coin, Jiangnan still casually shook his shaker twice, and then directly pressed the grab button. Snap! Under the shocked gazes of Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao as well as Sun Weiwei who sneaked over. 1, 2, 3. Holy, That's even catching 3 at once? Meng Qingqiu counted up and watched with an incredulous face as the claws of that doll machine grabbed 3 Doraemon dolls, and bursts of exclamations of surprise rang out in the room. Well, Jiang Nan squatted down and grabbed the 3 Doraemon dolls in his hands, and as he spoke, his gaze went to Sun Weiwei, who was leaning a little closer on one side, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but tickle up a smile. That was awesome, darling. 3 Doraemons, my god. Husband, how did you manage to be so awesome? Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao's emotional value was simply pulled full circle for Jiang Nan, and this flurry of compliments made the corners of Jiang Nan's mouth that couldn't be suppressed. Cool. What, darling? Hubby? At this point, Sun Weiwei, who was right next to a doll machine moving her shaking hand haphazardly, perked up her ears to listen to the 3 people's conversation, and after hearing Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao's respective names for Jiang Nan, her glasses under the big black sunglasses immediately widened, and her pretty face in the mask revealed an unbelievable color to her. What did she hear? So beautiful 2 young ladies, actually are Jiang Nan this guy's girlfriend? That young lady, do you want to catch this crane machine? While Sun Weiwei was in shock, a gentle voice sounded in her ears. I'm not catching it, you guys catch it. Sun Weiwei subconsciously responded. Ha! The moment Sun Weiwei's voice came out, Yu Yao and Meng Qingqiu immediately took a closer look towards her. I'm not Sun Weiwei. What are you guys looking at me for? Sun Weiwei was stared at by Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao so much that she immediately waved her hand and whispered, Good. Jiang Nan had always thought that it was impossible to do something here and there. And didn't this Sun Weiwei perfectly illustrate this illusion at this moment? No, we didn't even recognize you. Why did you expose yourself? Yu Yao was on the verge of making a fortune from this woman Sun Weiwei. What a coincidence. I never thought I'd run into you even when I came out here for a stroll. Meng Qingqiu looked at Sun Weiwei a few more times and couldn't help but smile as well. Shoo, I snuck out. Don't startle the people next to you. Sun Weiwei was also on the verge of crying from her own stupidity, and hurriedly lowered her voice, while then furtively peeking a few times next to her, making a silent gesture. Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Nan instantly activated his super 5 senses. Where did Missy run off to? I've searched this doll machine store too, and I haven't seen anyone. Strange, didn't I just see her running this way? Why is she gone? You, go over there with me and take a look. Find Missy as early as possible. But Madam said that she must bring Missy back tonight. A voice came from the entrance of the crane machine store, causing Jiang Nan's gaze to flicker. The heart cannot help but shake his head, looking at the sneaky look of Sun Weiwei eyes with a little pity. This look seems, as a public figure, is not a good thing. Moreover, the background behind this Sun Weiwei wasn't small, and gaining fame wasn't a lie, but there was also a lot missing in terms of freedom. Turning off his super 5 senses ability, Jiang Nan tossed a Doraemon in his hand to Sun Weiwei and said indifferently, The person looking for you has already left, so you don't have to peek at the periphery so obscenely. Yes? Sun Weiwei stood up straight and saw the Doraemon that was thrown over and subconsciously caught it afterward, but still looked towards the surroundings with some disbelief and muttered, There's a drinking game today. My mom insisted that I go to it, saying something about introducing me to a few of the younger generation's second generation in Magic City for me to know. Hearing this, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao couldn't help but glance at each other, and at this moment they somewhat sympathized with this woman. It looks glamorous, but in reality, there is no freedom at all, and it looks as if you can't make your own decisions about your marriage in the future. Compared to Sun Weiwei, both women felt incredibly lucky. Sure, at the moment they are not old enough, they are both still attending college, and they are not yet at the point of going through this situation. Say, did I just hear you right? Sun Weiwei suddenly reacted, pointing her finger at Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao and said, You too. Just now one called Jiang Nan this guy darling, and one called him husband? Darling, honey. Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao hugged Jiang Nan's left and right arms and sweetly cried out. Jiang Nan wrapped one hand around the thin waist of one and looked towards Sun Weiwei with a smile. The smug look on his face made Sun Weiwei's eyebrows under her duck-tongued cap suddenly tighten. The news is indeed shocking enough. A person at the same time have 2 top beauty confidant. This if spread out, minutes Jiang Nan will be able to become a unique netizen. Of course, this Netflix is in double quotes, so it's obvious that it's bound to be a negative Netflix claim. Crap, boys are already having a hard time finding a date these days, and Gangnam? It would have been easy for a handsome guy to find a date, and you're ing looking for 2 in 1? That balances out in anyone's mind. So, basically, you can guess, once this thing spread on the internet, there would definitely be a large portion of netizens who are on Jiang Nan's opposing side. You guys better be careful, there's no telling what kind of paparazzi is filming me. If they catch you uploading it to the internet, that would be bad. Sun Weiwei pondered for a moment, but still whispered a reminder. Not really? Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao also looked left and right. It didn't matter to the 2 women. They were afraid of affecting Jiang Nan. It's okay. Jiangnan smiled confidently. With the system in place, how could he be afraid that someone would be able to sneak up on him? That's really looking down on the system, isn't it? It wasn't an exaggeration to say in the slightest that Gangnam had come to enjoy his life. But anything that goes a little wrong is an insult to the unbridled life system. Even if someone takes a picture secretly, as long as it can cause something that affects Gangnam, the pixels will unconsciously become worse, or the picture will disappear for unknown reasons. Chapter 188 Sun Weiwei with a straight mouth and arrogant attributes. Ha, since you guys don't care, I can't say anything more. Sun Weiwei yawned, and then gave way, glanced at the Doraemon she was holding in her arms, and faintly said, "How much is this Doraemon? I'll give it to you." Nerves. Jiangnan glanced at her and spoke, "But if you really want to pay me, you definitely won't be able to run away without $100. Where's your black heart? You want $100 for a doll?" "No." Sun Weiwei immediately took off her big black sunglasses and glared over toward Jiangnan. "Not even $100? Jiangnan smiled. "Chiu, tell her how much you lost last time." "That." Sun Weiwei, "Last time I spent more than 200 a doll did not catch," Meng Qingqiu reminded. "And, when you do the math carefully, this Doraemon of yours is actually only 33 cents. After all, 1 coin for $1 and 3 dolls captured. Then it's better that you gave it to me." Sun Weiwei immediately hugged some of the Doraemon in her arms tighter, and when she put on the big black sunglasses again, the slightly narrowed eyes were able to see that the woman was smiling. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +2. Jiangnan didn't see it, but from the 2 points of goodwill that this woman had raised, it was even more of a more intuitive feeling of her arrogant character. "Darling, I want this Pikachu too." Meng Qingqiu pointed her finger at a doll machine in front of her and said with a smile, "This time I wonder if I'll be able to keep catching 3 more out. Shouldn't be a problem, maybe get 4 out of it." Jiangnan is now purely a fighter. Wherever his woman points, he will hit. Placing down a coin, under the watchful eyes of Meng Qingqiu, Yu Yao, and Sun Weiwei, Jiangnan shook his shaker very casually, and then gently tapped the capture button. "I've got a bean." 4. This time the grab was 3 no less, but for some reason it was the one Pikachu leaning against the exit that fell out with it as it touched. Seeing this scene, Sun Weiwei's neck stretched out a bit, reaching down to pull her sunglasses in surprise, looking incredulously at Meng Qingqiu as she crouched down to hold the 4 Pikachus in her arms and exclaimed in shock, "That's awesome, hubby." Yu Yao applauded and cheered. "Mua darling is awesome." Meng Qingqiu came over and kissed Jiangnan's cheek. "Lay low, lay low." Jiangnan also couldn't help but smile. This Heavenly Destiny protagonist's Halo buff title, it was really awesome. He wasn't even considered to be any lucky value against the heavens. It was simply a matter of what his heart wanted. "You've taken the lead in paying off the owner to move these crane machines, haven't you?" Sun Weiwei looked over and stared at Jiangnan skeptically, questioningly. "I was thinking of giving you one, but now I think I'll pass." Jiangnan squinted at her and said indifferently, "Who wants yours? I can catch it myself." Saying that, but at that moment, Sun Weiwei's eyes were fixated on the 4 Pikachus in Meng Qingqiu's arms that she couldn't move away from. Seeing this scene, Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. After this meeting, she had nothing but some sympathy for this woman, but she also felt that she was a bit cute. To use a standard term, it's a mouthful. "Here." Meng Qingqiu picked a larger Pikachu and handed it to Sun Weiwei. Sun Weiwei's face showed a look of surprise, and she was just about to reach out and take it. "Ahem." Jiangnan immediately cleared his throat, and his derisive voice rang out in the center of the room. "Didn't a certain woman say she could catch it herself as well?" "Humph." Hearing this, Sun Weiwei immediately retracted her hand, grasped a Doraemon doll in her hand, turned around and ruffled a handful of long blonde hair on her shoulder, and quickly stepped towards the coin dispenser. And her voice came out, "Catch it. I don't believe that I still can't catch it. Darling, this Sun Weiwei is the one who looks like a little girl." Meng Qingqiu looked at Sun Weiwei's back and pursed her lips. "She's like 23 years old, right? She's 2 or 3 years older than us. I guess it's because of her family environment. That's why she has this straight-talking personality." Yu Yao whispered. She had not had a particularly good first impression of Sun Weiwei, but now that she had been in contact for just a few minutes, like Meng Qingqiu, she felt that this woman was a bit pitiful and a bit cute. This time, Sun Weiwei returned with her head lowered again, her embarrassed voice ringing out, "That, beauty, can you lend me a few coins? I forgot my cell phone." Meng Qingqiu, Yu Yao, The corners of Jiangnan's mouth couldn't be pressed at all. "This woman, she's just really, really stupid. You might as well follow us. Darling grabs, we pick up. He, it's all the same." Meng Qingqiu's eyes flickered for a moment as she stepped forward and stuffed a Pikachu in her arms into Sun Weiwei's arms, whispering, "If there's a bite of meat for us, there must be a bite of meat for you as well. By the way, haven't introduced myself. My name is Meng Qingqiu. You can call me Chiu. This is Yu Yao. You can also call her Yao Yao." Sun Weiwei blinked, probably because she didn't have many friends in the neighborhood, so much so that Meng Qingxiu's being so proactive, in turn, made her a bit uncomfortable, and for a while she was frozen in place. After a few seconds passed, Sun Weiwei put on her big black sunglasses again and nodded her head obediently. Darling, here's another good sister. It's all yours. Meng Qingxiu made a double entendre and looked at Jiangnan with a smile, winking playfully. Jiangnan naturally understood Meng Qingxiu's double entendre and couldn't help but glance at the woman. Sun Weiwei. The woman's face, temperament, and even her body were all top-notch. Anyone else, I'm afraid, would find the downside to be being too arrogant. But here in Jiangnan, the arrogance in turn felt like a plus. At least, within the confidants Jiangnan knew, there really wasn't a woman who acted very arrogant. Most of all, Sun Weiwei was a sister with yellow hair. Come to think of it, he felt that this woman was extremely similar to a girl named Iri in a program he had watched a few years ago, both in terms of her personality and her figure. Next, Jiangnan naturally played his Heavenly Destiny protagonist's passive perfectly, and for Meng Qingxiu's several women, it was a complete heavenly god descending to earth. In total, only 20 coins were bought, and in less than 10 minutes, Meng Qingxiu, Yue Yao, Sun Weiwei, and Jiangnan himself all had 6 or 7 dolls in their arms. Boss, please get some bags. The loot Jiangnan naturally will not throw away, and even if he wants to throw away, Meng Qingxiu's several women will not agree. A line of people is also in the whole store inside the eyes of the people. Big bags out of this catching doll store. That said, do you all like the recent daily storylines? I'm thinking that I'm quite relaxed in writing these daily, and it's not like the key isn't driving the plot, so it's not purely watering down the story. Chapter 189. Whose jitterbug number is this? Is it my fan? Put. As soon as she walked out of the store, Meng Qingxiu couldn't hold back her laughter. It was so much fun to see the envious looks from those kids just now, while everyone else went home empty-handed. We went on a feeding frenzy. Yu Yao also laughed. It's still Darling who's great. These dolls aren't expensive, but they're a great way to give us back face for our previous losses. Meng Qingxiu looked at Sun Weiwei on the side with a smile and spoke. Weiwei, you don't have your cell phone with you. How are you going to get back? You, go back first. Sun Weiwei was also carrying a large bag in her hands, and when she heard Meng Qingxiu's question, she hesitated a bit. Why don't you follow us back? It looks to me like you're hiding from something, and I have a spare room at home. Meng Qingxiu's eyes flickered for a moment as she offered. Hearing this, Jiangnan suddenly looked at her oddly. This first wife is the real efficiency. This isn't very good, is it? Sun Weiwei hesitated even more and somewhat embarrassedly glanced over toward Jiangnan. Gee, there's nothing wrong with that. Meng Qingxiu immediately said. The car can still sit down. Let's put the stuff back first. If we want to come out for a snack later, we'll just come out again. Okay, that's bothering you guys. Sun Weiwei didn't push back anymore. It was true that she didn't want to go back today, and as for what would happen tomorrow, we'd talk about it tomorrow. The group also returned to the car, with Jiangnan driving and Sun Weiwei getting into the passenger seat. The car started. Jiangnan afterglow swept a glance. It was then that he realized that this Sun Weiwei's wear, a denim ultra-short skirt, a pair of beautiful legs exposed, appeared to be extraordinarily appealing to people's eyes to see. It was quite a mistake on his part to stay so long before and not notice. Around 9:30 p.m., the group returned to the cottage. Why do you feel especially tired when it's obvious that you're just going out for a little while? Meng Qingxiu returned to the living room and placed the 2 bags on the coffee table, then looked over at Jiangnan, jogged over, hooked his arm, and said with a smile, Darling, don't you know a little bit about medicine? Then you must be good at massage, right? Why don't we go back to the bedroom and you give me a massage? The implication. Simply don't be a little too clear. Jiangnan nodded and looked toward Yu Yao, who was also a bit eager to try, and then at Sun Weiwei, who was obediently sitting on the sofa and fuming. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and he opened his mouth and said, That, Sun Weiwei, you play around down there. Seeing Jiangnan's expression, how could Sun Weiwei not know what was going on? She hurriedly shook her head and waved her hand, speaking, You guys get busy. I'll sit down below. There's an iPad on the cabinet over there. Vivi, you can play a little game or brush up on a movie. And later on you can see what you want to eat for a late night snack. Meng Qingxiu reminded. Brush up on a movie? A movie can take more than an hour or two. Is this guy okay? Sun Weiwei muttered in a small voice, also got up and took the iPad over, sat back down on the sofa again, and leaned on the sofa and crossed one's legs and clicked into the jitterbugs and casually slid up. When I first entered Shakeology, I was pushed a short video. So handsome, so handsome. The frantic screams immediately came, causing Sun Weiwei to frown and scan the number of likes. Good lord. 25 million. What the hell? Over 7 million likes? Sun Weiwei was surprised and clicked on the comment section, and then saw the comment that was number 1 in the hot comments. That's my buddy in this video. I won't tell you who exactly. Anyway, the thief is cool. He's been surrounded by a bunch of women since he was a kid. Likes, 1.23 million. There are even more buildings within buildings than you can count. Upon closer inspection, most of them are some girl avatars commenting underneath asking for a photo or something like that. In response, Sun Weiwei couldn't help but skim her lips. If she really wanted to say handsome, she felt that this Jiangnan guy was definitely uniquely handsome. Most of all, Sun Weiwei understands that Jiangnan, this guy's handsome is not just skin deep, the temperament that radiates from the inside to the outside. The charm, that is, to her, a woman who is used to seeing not knowing how many handsome men, possesses a kind of extremely fatal killing power. How handsome? How is it that you just hear staggering and whimpering and don't see a single person? But, it's still a pretty cool car, like a windjammer? Sun Weiwei closed the comments section and swept a glance at the car that appeared in the middle of the video, and her eyebrows couldn't help but raise slightly. It's probably the traffic that this car attracted. Such a top-rich second generation appearing in the public eye is indeed the equivalent of blowing up a fish pond. It's not certain that this guy has secretly bought Shake Plus. Sun Weiwei is a person in the entertainment industry and naturally sees through to many things. Immediately scratched the next video. At this time, she suddenly remembered something. Ghostly checking a glance at this iPad comes with the Jitterbug account. The avatar was a very abstract image of a titty dragon head, which made her freeze for a moment before subconsciously clicking into the middle of the like list. When this opened, Sun Weiwei froze. Nice guy. So many jittery likes about her. Is it Autumn's Shakeology account? Sun Weiwei froze, and then clicked on the attention of this Jitterbug account. There was only one unique attention, and that was the official account of her Sun Weiwei Jitterbug. Is it Autumn's Jitterbug number or yo-yos? Sun Weiwei scratched her head, and her eyes rolled around in a grunt, unable to help but mutter, whoever's Jitterbug number it is, that seems to be my fan. And, from the looks of this movement, it also seems like it might not be your average fan. Definitely the hardcore kind. The two girls have such a good eye for such a perfect love interest. Sun Weiwei didn't hold back her laughter. Wait, this Jiangnan guy has two confidants at the same time. And Xiao and Yao Yao don't seem to be repulsive to me. So am I, by any chance, very good at it? Blah blah blah. What was I thinking? Sun Weiwei's face instantly darkened, and then she shook her head, blushing her pretty face. Her mind was not at all on Jitterbug, but her fingers were frantically sliding and brushing up the short video. Just like that, an hour passed quickly, and at this time, Sun Weiwei also slowly slowed down. Her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, glanced at the time, and realized that it was already 10:30. This made her frown more tightly, got up and couldn't help but mutter, I lua bina. It's been an hour, why hasn't it come down? Setting the iPad in her hand on the coffee table, she turned to glance at the stairs up to the second floor and swallowed involuntarily, taking a small ghostly step at the same time. Going to check it out? What if something happens to? Chapter 190, I almost forgot about the mind-reading thing. Sun Weiwei's favoritism plus 10. Another half hour passed. Jiangnan slowly headed towards the bathroom, and just as he took 2 steps, the system's beep immediately sounded in his mind, which caused his steps to immediately pause, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. However, scoring 10 points of goodwill at once, Jiangnan was still very satisfied. Nowadays Sun Weiwei's favorability towards him had reached a staggeringly high 62 points. For this growth in favorability, Jiangnan didn't feel that it was much faster. There were all those who grew faster than this woman's favorability, such as Yu Yao, a top goddess with 99 face value points, who had been taken down wholeheartedly by him in just 1 day's time, and now had even reached a staggering 94 favorability points. In other words, he only needed to gain a little bit more of Yu Yao's favorability, then he would be able to obtain another chance at the transcendent draw. That was why Sun Weiwei was only 62 points of goodwill, and Jiangnan merely felt satisfied with it and didn't care too much about it. Wow! The bathroom water rattled. A few minutes later, Jiangnan walked out wrapped in a bath towel, and after putting on his clothes, he also lightly exited the bedroom. Arriving at the door, Jiangnan's eyes glanced towards the ground on the lower left. Although there were no traces of it, it was still not difficult to guess what was going on from Sun Weiwei's 10 points of goodwill that had suddenly skyrocketed just now. Walking down from the second floor to the first floor, Jiangnan looked towards the living room, only to see Sun Weiwei sitting on the sofa with her back turned. The dynamic BGM was playing. It looked like the woman was brushing short videos. It's been a long time. Are you hungry? Jiangnan walked over as if he didn't know anything, and had yet to see Sun Weiwei's front face, but just by looking at it from the back angle alone, he could see her ears clearly, and her back cheeks were a reddish color. Even so, the entire living room kept repeating the BGM that accompanied the short video that Sun Weiwei swiped, which made him couldn't help but reveal a smile. This woman, probably still thinking about that, how unsettled her heart is at this moment. Thinking of this, Jiangnan suddenly remembered the mind-reading ability he had obtained from completing the last welfare mini-quest, and with a thought, he immediately activated this ability. This guy is in such good spirits. An hour and a half. And now this mid-air voice. What a pervert. Holy, what did I just do? But, Sun Weiwei, what are you thinking? I'm convinced. Hasn't spring passed? It's like spring has just begun. A voice of Sun Weiwei's heart at the moment fell into Jiangnan's ears, which made the smile on his face deepen a bit. Not this woman. This mind-reading technique he really almost forgot. Not hungry. For the sound of a bird, an empty stomach, etc. When Sun Weiwei responded in a small voice, her stomach growled in embarrassment, instantly making her a whole person jumped up from the sofa. Her face was even more red than before, and she hurriedly said, "It's not my stomach growling, it's the sound effects of this short video." With those words, she hastily picked up the iPad in her hand and slid it around. Sun Weiwei, you can't help but be too humiliated. Sun Weiwei's heartfelt voice came. Jiangnan laughed. I'm hungry. I'll cook a bowl of noodles for dinner. Do you want to eat? Ha, you can still cook? Sun Weiwei was surprised. It's okay, I'm not a bad cook. Jiangnan returned. Eek mess, don't believe it. Instead of trusting your cooking skills, I'd rather trust my own. So, it's better for me to lay noodles for you to eat. The words came out of Sun Weiwei's mouth with a look of disbelief. God have mercy. She really didn't have any other thoughts. She just simply didn't trust Jiangnan's cooking skills. Hearing Sun Weiwei's words, Jiangnan slightly froze. He didn't even think of this dirty word, but he didn't expect this dirty word to come out from this woman's mouth. It was so much fun. Nope. Sun Weiwei saw Jiangnan that stifled laughter, a face of odd expression, immediately reacted, hurriedly nervous and embarrassed waved his hand up. You also not right. Hey, I'm convinced. Or eat takeout. Jiangnan was really the first time he had seen himself give himself a statement about being angry, and when he saw Sun Weiwei make a single drumming cheeks expression that only a secondary female character in an anime could make, he really couldn't help but laugh. It had to be said that Sun Weiwei's style was indeed definite enough, as if she was a perfect haughty goddess who had come out from the middle of a secondary yuan manga world. Trust me, I'm a really pretty good cook, and I'm hungry, so if you want to eat, come over here and hit me up for cooking, or else get your own. Jiangnan knew this kind of woman, who ate hard but not soft. The softer you are, the more arrogant she gets. The tougher you are, then her attitude is very weak. The reason why there are many arrogant women in the secondary world is purely because of the manga in Kamehameha. And generally the male lead in the dramas is a waste of soft male character. Where can be tough? Fruity. This guy has a really bad attitude. Can't you speak a little more gently? If it wasn't for the fact that I was starving and my cell phone wasn't with me, I really wouldn't have cooked, and the ghost master would have eaten the noodles you put down. The heart rings out. Footsteps sounded behind them as well. Jiangnan, who was walking in front, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. It was worth saying that Jiangnan had really discovered a problem. This arrogant girl's favorability was indeed not good at rising, unless it really touches her. It seems to boost favorability. Soon, Sun Weiwei seems aggrieved, very dissatisfied, and even from time to time also aggravated a few footsteps behind Jiangnan. In fact, don't say, this Jiangnan's body is really good. This back look, arms so secure look, also no wonder can, cough cough. I also don't know who that iPad's jitterbug account belongs to, if it's really Chiochio's or Yueao's. This looks like it's not like I can't fit into this little team and become the third, nay, the fourth person. I Lua Bean, Sun Weiwei, you are really too open. Wow, click click. But, so exciting feeling. A voice from Sun Weiwei's heart entered Jiangnan's senses, and at the third sentence, it caused him to look back rather oddly. And it was this sudden turning back of his that caused Sun Weiwei, who was thinking about herself and didn't stop at all, to hit Jiangnan's chest at once. Many thanks to brother LV Qianxuan for his explosive shift of sprinkles and rewards. Chapter 191, The Value of the Shunwang Residence in Kyoto. Sun Weiwei's shocked cry rang out. Jiangnan's physical quality was an extremely strong existence, and this collision caused the former to cover her forehead and take several steps back. What are you doing? Ouch! Sun Weiwei looked back at Jiangnan with a huff. Nothing, just popped in to ask if you eat spicy food. Jiangnan laughed lightly when he saw Sun Weiwei in this state. Eat. Sun Weiwei glared at him and crossed over to him to quickly walk towards the kitchen. Jiangnan followed closely behind and walked into the middle of the kitchen. Opened the refrigerator, casually scanned. A few eggs. Cooking noodle seasoning are not bad. The only point, that is not the Southwest F4 basically at home will be prepared a can of homemade oil chili. Oh no! Jiangnan's eyes looked toward a bottle of Old Godmother, and he immediately skimmed his lips. Who eats spicy food and eat Old Spice? Do you really think you're from Guangdong City? What do I have to do to give you a hand? By this time, Sun Weiwei looked around the kitchen and was already rolling up her sleeves, ostensibly exasperated and impatient. Actually, at this moment, she was already bursting with ecstasy inside. You cook and come. I'll play. Isn't this the post-wedding bliss I've dreamed of pursuing? Sun Weiwei's heartfelt voice came through, causing the corners of Jiang Nan's mouth to twitch twice. Why don't you wash some onions? Can you chop them? Jiang Nan took a handful of green onions from inside the refrigerator and handed it to her. Easy. Sun Weiwei took this green onion and revealed a confident smile. Jiang Nan nodded and ignored her anymore, taking out 2 eggs and starting a pot of oil. Click, click. After frying 2 eggs in a row, Jiang Nan chucked them up and set them aside, and began to season them. Without oil chile, Jiang Nan's natural first choice is to put down yangchun noodles. Chop chop. The sound of chopping green onions came from the side. Jiang Nan did not hold back and looked over to find Sun Weiwei chopping green onions with a serious face. Although the posture of holding the knife was a bit strange, but it was not so bad that she could not even cut a green onion. Done. In a short while, a whole handful of green onions were cut, and Sun Weiwei immediately looked toward Jiang Nan in triumph. Nice. Jiang Nan gave her a thumbs up. Humph. Sun Weiwei broke into a smile. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +2. A quaffle gained 2 points of goodwill, and Jiang Nan was still very satisfied. 2 bowls of yangchun noodles come out of the pot in a matter of minutes. For the final step, sprinkle the scallions and the flavor spreads. Gulp. Sun Weiwei came close and smelled it. Her face immediately showed a stunning color. Subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Hurriedly carrying a bowl of yangchun noodles, took a pair of chopsticks and quickly stepped out of the kitchen. Jiang Nan, I'll eat first. Sun Weiwei's voice came. Jiang Nan hurriedly drew out a pair of chopsticks and walked out of the kitchen with this bowl of yangchun noodles. Come to the restaurant. Jiang Nan saw Sun Weiwei frowning, shivering noodles in a very elegant and ladylike manner. Even the soulful sound of shivering noodles huffing and puffing was not there. Looking at this, it seemed as if he didn't have much of an appetite for Gangnam's handiwork in general. I drop a mom. The noodles under this Gangnamsia are so delicious. Why does it feel weird? Who cares? A bowl of Jiangnan yangchun noodles brings out Vivi's romance. A heartfelt voice accompanied Sun Weiwei's elegantly frowning and shivering face, creating a strong sense of contrast. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +3. Another 3 points of goodwill scored. Jiang Nan also walked to the dining table and sat down. In contrast to Sun Weiwei's elegance, Jiang Nan had no idle baggage at all. Huffing and puffing, the speed of that shivering noodles directly shocked Sun Weiwei next to her to the point that she stopped and stared at Jiang Nan with wide eyes. Mom, yeah. How does this guy shivering noodles so roughly not affect his good looks at all? If eyes were cameras, then at this moment Sun Weiwei would have already taken countless pictures of Jiang Nan. Less than 3 minutes. With the soup and noodles, a whole bowl of yangchun noodles was directly shivered by Jiang Nan. You clean up and remember to wash the dishes later. Jiang Nan put down his dishes and under Sun Weiwei's gaze, he got up and directly left the restaurant. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +1. Walking out of the restaurant, Jiang Nan's head rang with the system's beep, to which he just smiled faintly. He was still very satisfied with this 1-point increase in favorability. Arriving at the living room, Jiang Nan swept a glance at the iPad placed on the coffee table, and while sitting down, he also took this iPad in his hand, and at this time, the interface was stuck on the background homepage. This abstract avatar doesn't look like Yao Yao and Chiao Chio's Jitterbug accounts, does it? Jiang Nan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw the avatar of this Jane account. The abstract avatar of this milky dragon looks more in the style of a middle school, elementary school student. Tap that only concern. Found that it is Sun Weiwei. Jiang Nan is even more certain. It is estimated that this jittery account is Meng Qingqiu or Yueyao family relatives which child. Casually placing the iPad back on the coffee table, Jiang Nan also glanced at the time. It's close to 11:30 at night. He had sort of been in Mordor for 2 days, and a lot had happened in those 2 days. And he's got a lot to show for it. Harvest. Jiang Nan suddenly remembered the fact that he had obtained in addition to mind-reading skills after the completion of the last welfare mini-quest, there was also the Shun Wang residence in Kyoto, and immediately his mind moved. Next, a paper bag then appeared in his hand. Pulling out the flattest contract, Jiang Nan examined the brief introduction of the residence of King Shun of Kyoto. Located in the eastern part of Kyoto, it was the residence of a Prince Shun of the Qing dynasty. It covers an area of 10,000 square meters and has a minimum value of 20 crores. It is known as one of the largest quadrangles in the east side of Kyoto, and there is no one behind it. After reading it, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Minimum value of 2 billion. Said so, but this level of quadrangle, but also a Qing dynasty prince residence, this value is really not on the surface can be estimated. So, basically, there is no such thing as a market without a price. Moreover, this kind of quadrangle, which can be called an antique-level existence, is really not something that ordinary people can take. From here it is not difficult to see. Jiangnan, if you want to mix the circle of Kyoto, once the owner of his Shanwang residence in the open, that is really a self-confessed cattle than the second generation or a generation. Have to weigh their own energy is not enough to take the Shanwang residence. In other words, the real value of this Shanwang residence was not how much it was worth, but the status it could bring to its owner. That's the greatest value. Chapter 192, Jiangnan, it's not a coincidence. Thinking of this, Jiangnan backhanded the contract in his hand along with the document bag and it disappeared into his hand. Da-da-da-da. At that moment, footsteps came from behind. Where do I sleep at night? Sun Weiwei arrived and whispered, I have to take a shower and get ready for bed. Second floor. Jiangnan got up from the sofa. This was not his house, but not so much that he didn't know anything about it. After giving Sun Weiwei a look, he also led her up to the second floor. It's over. I'll have to change my underwear later. I don't know how I'm going to talk to this guy. At this time, Sun Weiwei's heartfelt voice came. Jiangnan also suddenly reacted. This woman, even if she had cleaned it up, but it was definitely not cleaned up, and it was inevitable that something would remain. Right. I'll go and ask Yao Yao and Chiu Chiu for you if they have any intimate clothes that they haven't worn. As he walked to the door of the master bedroom, Gangnam took the initiative to speak. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +5. This guy, he's really in tune with me. I'm still worried about something, and he's already thought of it. The increase in favorability in Sun Weiwei's heartfelt message came through, causing Jiangnan to reveal a smile. Pushing open the master bedroom door, he stepped back out a minute or two later. You'll sleep in Yo-Yo's room tonight. There are a lot of washed and unworn intimate apparel in her room. Jiangnan brought Sun Weiwei to Yu Yao's room. Although he had never been to Yu Yao's room, he had previously turned on his super 5 senses and sensed which room she had taken a bath in Diana, thus arriving at this time precisely at Yu Yao's room. As soon as I pushed open the door, the whole room had a slightly girly pink vibe to it. Looking towards the bed in the center, which was also a French princess bed with pink curtains, this is truly my dream love room. When Sun Weiwei saw the layout of this room, she was immediately moved. A happy smile appeared on her face, and she quickly arrived at the center of the room and looked around, excitedly saying, it seems that you still can't live with your family. You have to have your own private space. Hearing this, Jiangnan looked toward the woman with some surprise and spoke. You usually have to come back to the Magic City even if you're out of town after catching up on announcements and such? Not really, but it's basically at a hotel. Sun Weiwei shook her head. Then why don't you move out? Jiangnan was still a bit strange. Did this woman still not have a bit of her own small treasury? My mom is my agent. She keeps an eye on me at all times, but anytime this is brought up, there's bound to be a fight. Sun Weiwei sighed softly and whispered, there are times when I really want to not be this big star. How good it is to be an ordinary little girl. I am now. As if I am a canary trapped in a huge cage. Jiangnan was silent for a while. This kind of family atmosphere was really depressing enough. The intimate apparel is in that little cabinet, and you two aren't too far apart in size, so you shouldn't have any problems. Jiangnan sympathized, but not so much as to point a finger at Sun Weiwei's family. It's the kind of thing that needs to really explode out of her someday on her own, and that's the only way she can have her own right to freedom. Walking out of Yu Yao's room, Jiangnan turned around and gently closed the door, and in his afterglow, he saw Sun Weiwei raise her hand and wipe the corners of her eyes, and he didn't know if she was crying or what. Seeing this, Jiangnan's eye gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. A dreamless night. At around 8 o'clock the next morning, Jiangnan slowly opened his eyes. Izzy on either side was long gone. Yawning and stretching again, Jiangnan took the cell phone on the bedside table and headed towards the bathroom. While washing up, Jiangnan was also checking up on his cell phone messages. Meng Qingqiu, darling, see you this afternoon. Yua Yao, hubby, I'm going to class with Chiu Chiu, and I'll go back with you in the afternoon. But I'm going back to my own home, or maybe I'll even see my parents by then. Mrs. Landlord, Suyun asked when you'd be back. She said she missed you. A message made Jiangnan smile. After replying one by one, he too washed up and finished getting dressed. He stepped out of the master bedroom while a rush of footsteps could be heard coming from his left. Finished. Immediately afterward, Sun Weiwei's urgent voice rang out. It was already past 8 o'clock. Jiangnan looked toward the left, only to see Sun Weiwei holding an iPad in her hand, and a small black pocket. Her face was full of panic, jogging at the same time, but also while wearing a duck-tongued cap, large sunglasses, and a mask. Gangnam, can you please give me a drop? Sun Weiwei arrived in front of Jiangnan and opened her mouth. Okay. Jiangnan nodded and took out his cell phone while saying, go down first. Where are you going? Tang Palace. Sun Weiwei opened her mouth. Tang Palace? Jiangnan raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't know about the luxury residential properties in Magic City, these two words sounded extremely forced. Definitely not ordinary properties. Immediately, he searched for Tang Palace on the taxi software and chose to locate it directly at the gate of the neighborhood. Is this it? Jiangnan handed his cell phone over. Nah, that's it. Is it okay if you come out of the neighborhood with me and hit it again? Sun Weiwei nodded. Okay, I just happened to be out for a stroll and stopped for breakfast. Jiangnan locked the screen of his cell phone, and the two of them walked down to the second floor side by side, all the way out of the small villa and out of the neighborhood again. Jiangnan also took a dropshipping taxi. You didn't go home all night yesterday, so your family should be blowing up, right? While accompanying Sun Weiwei to wait for the car, Jiangnan looked at the woman a couple more times, and when he saw her marching in place, looking a bit anxious, he couldn't help but ask, I was about to blow up anyway. Sun Weiwei said bitterly and incomparably. I was thinking of rushing back before dawn, but I ended up oversleeping. Jiangnan was speechless for a while. Being a child? Sneaking out of middle school and high school to surf the internet all night and then running back in before dawn? If you want to have breakfast, there's a raw pancake bun in front of my neighborhood. It's huge and delicious. I highly recommend this one. Sun Weiwei looked at Jiangnan twice more and suggested in a small voice. Yes? Jiangnan smiled in his heart when he heard this proposal. Even though he didn't have the ability to open his mind-reading technique at the moment, he was still able to guess that this woman wanted him to stay with her for a while longer. Of course, my tastes are very hard to serve. Something that can be frantically amenable to me is definitely one of the few tastes in the world. Sun Weiwei said confidently. Okay, here's the car. Jiangnan looked ahead as a black Jetta slowly drove by. Hello please is the tail number. Sun Weiwei was the first to get into the car, and Jiangnan followed closely. When he heard the master's voice ring out, yes, Jiangnan nodded. Oh my god, you're so handsome. Do you have a date? The doors are closed. The drip master, who looked to be in his 40s, couldn't help but open his mouth and ask as he looked at Jiangnan a few times from the car's rearview mirror every now and then. Master, I'm his date. Just as Jiangnan was about to reply, Sun Weiwei's voice rang out. Moment. This drop master just embarrassingly shut himself up. Honestly, with Sun Weiwei in this full armor, the drip master didn't really notice her presence at first. At this point, don't mention how embarrassing it was. The car was awkwardly silent the entire time and lasted a full 20 minutes or so. Finally, it was Master Drip who spoke, muttering in a small voice as he wiped his own head of false sweat. Jiangnan and Sun Weiwei got out of the car, and just as the latter was about to point Jiangnan to the raw fried bun store she often ate, a group of people's figures immediately entered her line of sight. And at this moment, as if sensing something, the leader of this group of people was a beautiful woman who happened to look over, and after seeing the heavily armed Sun Weiwei, her face instantly grimaced. Jiangnan sensed something and glanced at the beautiful woman in Sun Weiwei who was subconsciously gripping his arm at the moment because of her nervousness. How could he not know what was going on? It's a coincidence. Chapter 193, You have such a handsome face. How dare I argue with you? It's finished, it's finished. The moment, as that beautiful woman's face became more and more gloomy, Sun Weiwei, who was heavily armed next to Jiangnan, had a look of panic on her face under the mask and whispered, My mom shouldn't be able to tell it's me, right? Should have seen it coming. She's already coming. Jiangnan looked toward the beautiful woman, and at the same time, the beautiful woman also placed her gaze on him. 4 eyes. Jiangnan was bashful. That beautiful woman, however, came with a stunning look on her face. Lu Yuru's favoritism +10. Yuasu, +10 in favor? Jiangnan looked towards this beautiful woman rather oddly. He had to say that Sun Weiwei's face value was indeed inherited from her mother's face value. It was really a case of having a mother who had a daughter. Subconsciously, he threw an insight spell over towards Lu Yuru. Name, Lu Yuru. Age, 36. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Face value, 96 points. Favor, 10 points. What the hell? The moment this Lu Yuru's attribute panel appeared, Jiangnan froze, a stunned look coming over his face. Age 36. And it hasn't been experienced? Where did that Sunwei come from? Picked up? Jiangnan was truly confused. Until Lu Yuro came with a few black sunglasses burly bodyguards. Jiangnan still could not get over this shock for a long time. To say that Lu Yuro and Sun Weiwei's looks were unrelated, Jiangnan felt it was very normal, but the two of them also looked extremely similar, which left him puzzled. Mom! When Lu Yuro came with a few bodyguards, Sun Weiwei cried out with her head down. You still know me as a mom? Lu Yuru's face was incredibly gloomy, her voice unusually angry, and then she looked at Jiangnan and frowned. Who is this? You were with him last night? This is me object. Sun Weiwei raised her head, hesitated, and blurted out directly. Your date? Lu Yuru's gaze condensed, her face suddenly changed, and her eyes staring at Jiangnan became somewhat unkind. Lu Yuru's favoritism -5. When a system beep sounded in his head, Jiangnan froze again. Minus the good sense? If Jiangnan remembered correctly, this was the first time that this matter of reducing favorability had happened. I don't care who you are. From now on, leave my daughter immediately. Lu Yuru's face was incomparably gloomy as she coldly said, "The two of you are not destined to be in the same class. There is no future at all." Said. She did not know what to think of. Looked at a few more eyes. Jongnan, that handsome shocking face tone slightly slowed down some. Continued, "Auntie said something heavy. You do not care too much, but it is the truth. The two of you are people of different worlds. While not to the point of deep love, it is better to break up as early as possible." Lu Yuru's favoritism +5. Nerves? Jongnan heard the system's beeps ringing out again, and 3 black lines popped up on his forehead. But he also understands that he stares at this face. Even more charisma value pull full. Really use a phrase on the internet. You stare at a face so handsome and quarrel with me. Really quarrel. I have to slap myself. Therefore, it was normal for Lu Yuru to have this attitude. Thinking of this, Jongnan directly opened his mind-reading technique. Damn, that face is so attractive. It's tempting to get angry, but I can't get angry at all. Lu Yuru's heartfelt voice came immediately. "Hello, Auntie. I would like to ask, what is the so-called class you are talking about?" Jongnan revealed a gentle smile. Lu Yuru's favoritism +2. My god, why is this little man's smile so much more overwhelming? Along with Lu Yuru's favorability growth beep, along with it was a heartfelt message from her. Are you an idiot? The internet is so advanced these days that you don't understand what class means? Lu Yuru was still immersed in this gentle smile of Jangnan's, when, behind her, a stout man around 30 years old sidestepped and took a step. Coldly speaking, hearing the voice, Jongnan squinted to look at it. This lean man was at least 190 centimeters, wearing a white military undershirt, and that upper body looked very solidly muscled. Wang Bing, this is my subject. How do you talk? Sun Weiwei took off her duck-tongue hat, removed her large black sunglasses, and looked coldly at the lean man. Miss, you don't know. Nowadays, the little white girl is like evening a rich woman, thus less walking for a lifetime. You for this kind of little white girl, that is the meat and potatoes. Wang Bing frowned. Kid, I advise you to be smart. Better hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, ta-da. At the moment when Wang Bing's words had not yet finished, Jongnan took a step out and arrived in front of this Wang Bing in an instant, lifting his hand to blast out a straight punch. His voice also rang out in the field. Or else what? Bang! Ah! As a crashing sound rang out in the field, the next second came Wang Bing's agonizing howl. What? Only after a few seconds had passed did the people in the arena react, and one by one, they looked incredulously towards Jongnan, blasting away a tall, grown man with just one punch? Lu Yuru's favoritism +10. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +5. Captain! Captain! Several black sunglasses burly men hurriedly ran to Wang Bing, who was blown away for several meters, and crouched down in front of him, eagerly calling out, "Cough cough cough." Wang Bing face iron blue incomparable along with a few little brothers help up. At this time he has spilled a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and kept coughing up. "Captain, I'm afraid this kid is no good," one of the minions warned. "Damn it, I just got sneak attacked by this kid. Real regular 1v1. I'll casually hang him." Cough cough cough. Wang Bing's mouth was incredibly hard, looking towards Jongnan grimly, and was about to say some harsh words when Sun Weiwei was trotting over, wrapping her arms around Jangnan's arm and speaking, "Mom, Jongnan and I truly love each other, so you can fulfill us. Vivi, you're not an ordinary person and your career is currently on the upswing. Can you fall in love?" Lu Yuru frowned and said in a deep voice, "So you were trying to introduce me to a couple of second-generation guys from the Magic City Circle yesterday?" Sun Weiwei sneered. "That which can be the same. Those one by one are the second generation in the top circle of Magic City. Which is, your object can be compared." As Lu Yuru spoke and looked at Jongnan again, her voice was also getting smaller and smaller, and she was also getting less and less confident. "Once I see this face, I really can't be cruel. How can a man like this exist in this world?" Lu Yuru hurriedly withdrew her gaze on Jongnan and looked elsewhere, and with a clench of her teeth, she forcefully said, "Mom is doing this all for your own good. Weiwei, you have to believe Mom. There's no way Mom would harm you." Hearing Lu Yuru's words, Sun Weiwei's whole body couldn't stop trembling. "Auntie, what's your name?" At this time, Jongnan spoke. Chapter 194, Gangnam, you're not Weiwei's mother. "Auntie, what are you screaming about?" Jongnan's tone was very calm, and no emotional fluctuations could be heard. But, in Lu Yuru's ears it sounded that harsh. In just an instant, she became enraged and glared towards Jongnan. But, at the moment of seeing this face of Jongnan, the gas did not know how, immediately dissipated a large part. A beautiful face, although still angry and unhappy, but did not speak for a while. "Dogs, without honor." Wang Bing angrily ran up, but due to the strength of Jongnan's punch just now was too big for him, so that he did not run for a few steps, and even more so, no one assisted him, and directly fell into a dog's poop, lying on the ground. Coincidentally, there really was a on the floor. He fell with his mouth open to speak and thus, better coincidentally, made a direct entrance. When he spoke this, he knew all about it, and it went straight down his throat. Vomit. Wang Bing immediately dry heaved. Hearing this voice, Lu Yaro and Sun Weiwei's brows instantly tightened. Jiang Nan looked down at this clown, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a faint sneer, saying nothing and as if he had said everything. This look let Wang Bing anger to the extreme. A whole face reddened incomparably, but do not know how. He just cannot climb up, and thus the sense of humiliation throughout the body so that his head is also involuntarily buried down. Jiang Nan retracted his gaze to come and refocused on Lu Yaro, revealing a gentle smile. Auntie, you seem to have misunderstood. My name? Lu Yaro's heart jumped, unconsciously gulped a little, took a small half step back, and opened her mouth. What does what I call myself have anything to do with you? My mom's name is Lu Yaji, Sun Weiwei whispered. You Ah Chi? Hearing this name, Jiang Nan's eyes instantly narrowed as he looked at this Lu Yaro with eyes that were full of deep meaning. Being stared at by Jiang Nan's gaze like this, Lu Yaro's heart became more and more uneasy. She felt as if everything about her had been seen through by this little man. No, impossible. Did this man know I existed? It's absolutely impossible. The only people who know of my existence are Vivian's real parents. As for her grandparents and whatnot, all of them have passed away, so how could they possibly know who I am? Lu Yaro's heartfelt voice entered Jiang Nan's mind. He smiled slightly and spoke. Auntie, chat over here? He had no intention of meddling in Sun Weiwei's family affairs, but naturally, this woman had repeatedly tried to drag him into it. Plus this woman Lu Yaro had also repeatedly emphasized the so-called class. That Jiang Nan was just about ready to play with this woman. No, just say it here. Lu Yaro forced herself to be calm. Yes? Jiang Nan laughed lightly. I know a woman named Lu Yaro. This way. Lu Yaro's face changed, and she hurriedly reached out to pull Jiang Nan over, while walking quickly towards the side. Lu Yazhou? What the hell? Sun Weiwei hadn't reacted yet. How do you know me? No. How do you know Lu Yaro? Lu Yaro pulled Jiang Nan to the side. Her stunning face was filled with panic, and her afterglow looked towards Sun Weiwei from time to time. Very nervous. Aren't you Lu Yaro, Weiwei's real mother's sister? Jiang Nan faintly said. Twins aren't the only ones who look identical. It's not impossible for sisters or brothers to look the same, even if they're a few years younger. What? Lu Yaro looked at Jiang Nan in shock. That beautiful face was full of unbelievable colors. The decibel of her voice raised several notches, exclaiming, You, how do you know? Saying that, she noticed Sun Weiwei who was looking over towards the side, and immediately lowered her voice and continued. How did you know? Something's wrong with this guy. How did he know? Or is he a descendant of some family that has befriended the Sun family before? It may be true. Otherwise, how did he know? Just for a moment, Lu Yaro's heart began to answer for herself, and then looked at Jiang Nan's eyes with an extreme amount of pleading, not waiting for him to speak, and once again lowered her voice. I am indeed Lu Yaro, but it's not that I want to become a sister, but I have no choice but to become my sister. As she spoke, she looked slightly gloomy, as if she had thought of something sad in general. All in all, I hope you don't tell Vivi the truth. She doesn't realize that her mother is dead. 2. Lu Yaro's eager eyes looked at Jiang Nan. I hope you can give Sun Weiwei the freedom she wants, instead of tying her down all the time. Jiang Nan glanced back at Sun Weiwei. This woman's pity he saw in his eyes. You're going to say why he's willing to help Sun Weiwei. Isn't that something that's out in the open? Sun Weiwei, despite her arrogant personality, was an extremely outstanding woman in every aspect. You're not fooling yourself if you say Gangnam isn't interested. Now that Sun Weiwei's favorability towards him had reached as many as 78 points, and all aspects were in line with Jiang Nan's standards, wouldn't it be a pure waste to not let her become his confidant? As soon as this was mentioned, Lu Yaro immediately fell silent. Jiang Nan squinted at the woman, just smiled faintly and didn't say anything more, and was about to turn around and leave. Wait, Ada Weibo. Lu Yaro's voice rang out. Jiang Nan froze for a moment and did not refuse. Taking out his cell phone, the two swept the code to Ada WeChat. Lu Yaro's favoritism +5. A system beep sounded in his head, which caused Jiang Nan to look deeply at the woman. The woman had been someone else for so long that no one had ever known who she really was. Jiang Nan's appearance. In Lu Yaro's heart it seemed that perhaps she could be her true self in front of this man. She was really tired of being her sister, Lu Yaji, all the time, for a period of 10 years or so. Sun Weiwei's hard time she also saw in her eyes. Not that she didn't want to give her freedom, always thinking of tying her down. Rather, it's her sister persona. That's what it is. She can't help it. There's no way around it. Over time, she didn't know if she was Lu Yaji or Lu Yaro. Today, Jiang Nan had torn apart her most heartfelt secret, and apart from panic, she was more than happy in a way. At least, she was no longer the only one who knew that she was actually Lu Yuru. Lu Yuru's favoritism plus 10. Hearing the system's beep ringing in his head, Jiang Nan wasn't the least bit surprised. It was not an exaggeration to say that as long as he wanted to, he would be able to take this woman Lu Yuru at any time, because, who she is, will be her greatest weakness, or, rather, the biggest raider's point. Thanks for the much appreciated reward from the big brother of the blow-up gang leader, plus one more chapter. Chapter 195 Lu Yuru, did something happen between you and Wei Wei? The moment. Sun Wei Wei watched with a confused face as Jiang Nan added WeChat with Lu Yuru. What's that supposed to mean? Didn't her mom just look down on Gangnam? How did the shift happen so quickly? Ma'am. This time, Wang Bing was helped up by a few juniors, and after coughing violently for a few times, he hurriedly called out and tried to walk over. Don't you come any closer. Lu Yuru immediately covered her nose very disgusted. You say you are what security company is the most powerful one? I pay millions of dollars a year to hire you. As a result of your strength today can really not see a tiny bit of have millions of value. No ma'am. I was sneak attacked by this kid. You believe me. Cough cough. My strength is really not I blow. Not by his sneak attack. Cough cough. I am absolutely able to one to beat him more than 10. Wang Bing's face changed as he was assisted by a few juniors and came in quick steps. I told you to stay away from me. Lu Yuru covered her nose in even more disgust and chided. Get lost. What the hell did you just eat? Don't think I didn't see it. Hearing this, Wang Bing's face instantly grimaced. He also knew that he had just eaten a disgusting pile of. But who was he doing it for? It's still not for your stinking cousin. Lu Yaji, let me tell you, without my protection, I'll see what kind of threats you'll be subjected to. Wang Bing wasn't a good-tempered person either, and let out a threat on the spot. You threatened me? As if Lu Yuru had heard some heavenly joke, she took the cell phone in her hand and dialed a number. Soon, phone call connected. I don't want this Wang Bing in your company to appear in my sight again. Lu Yuru merely hung up the phone directly after faintly finishing the sentence, and then placed her gaze on Wang Bing, her face full of sarcasm. What kind of thing are you? How dare you threaten me? Mud, give it to me. Wang Bing instantly broke his defense and looked at the several juniors who were supporting him, and said in a cold voice, Bing, this is the boss, and it's a legal society now. If you do it openly, you'll cause everyone to go in and squat. One of the minions said hesitantly. Right, Bing, more is better than less. Moreover, that handsome guy's power is not small. You also said it's not a good fighter. It's easy to blow away your physique with one punch. Do you think we can really be his opponent? The remaining few juniors also whispered a suggestion, looking at Jiang Nan with scorn in their gazes. Wang Bing has always been high-minded and proud of where to endure this humiliation. A pickpocket to support him. A few juniors fast stepped towards the south of the river. Bang! It was only a few meters away, and he had just taken a few steps when he saw a figure flicker. Next, under everyone's shocked gazes, Wang Bing's entire body directly flew backwards. This time it wasn't just a few meters away. Jiang Nan was kicking out and was a little bit more forceful than just now, thus directly kicking Wang Bing 20 to 30 meters away and ruthlessly hitting the fence of the flower garden on the street. Knock! The commotion was not small, and immediately drew the gazes of the surrounding people. Hey, you guys! This time, a man in a security uniform came walking quickly. We'll pay for it, Lu Yuru faintly said. Okay. This security guard recognized Lu Yuru's identity and immediately bowed respectfully. Lu Yuru's favoritism plus 10. Sun Weiwei's favoritism plus 5. At this time, feeling a gaze placed on his body, of which, the nearest gaze was blazing hot, 2 system beeps sounded in his mind at the same time. Sun Weiwei's favorability has already reached a staggering 83 points, while this Lu Yuru's favorability has also reached a whopping 42 points. Good fellow, these 2 strikes of mine have brought a sense of shock to these 2 women. It seems that this world is Mu Chang's after all. Even if it was a modern legal society, with such a powerful body like Jiang Nan, coupled with such a handsome face, and that pull all over charisma value, it would be really strange if it wasn't very attractive to women. Yes, this way. A junior brother picked up the phone and immediately responded respectfully. After hanging up the phone, he quickly stepped towards Jiang Nan and Lu Yuru as well as Sun Weiwei, who had already walked over. Seeing this man running, Lu Yuru subconsciously moved a little closer towards Jiang Nan. Sorry, ma'am, the company called. The head. Wang Bing will be brought back by us. The money you called the company will be returned to your account within 24 hours. After the man scornfully and very worshipfully glanced at Jiang Nan, he bowed deeply to Lu Yuru. No harm done. Lu Yuru is also a person who has experienced a big storm, waved his hand and said lightly, you go back and tell the leadership of your company that 1 million different back. Wang Bing has a problem, but you guys are not a problem. You guys split it. I'll tell the people up there. The man bowed again and turned to leave with one more adoring glance at Jiang Nan. A few people carried the fainted Wang Bing and left. and Lu Yuru also set her eyes on Jiangnan again. Now she had quite a lot of favorable feelings towards Jiangnan, and there was already a huge difference from the way she had looked at Jiangnan before. Thanks a lot. Lu Yuru said thank you. Mom, do you agree that I should be with Gangnam? Sun Weiwei immediately grabbed Jiangnan and looked at Lu Yuru expectantly. Let's see how you do. Lu Yuru was silent for a few seconds, and finally revealed a smile as she spoke. If you can win a movie queen in your next movie, then I definitely won't stop you from being with Jiangnan. It's a deal. Sun Weiwei immediately clenched her fist and waved it twice in the air. It's a deal. Lu Yuru smiled and nodded. Her gaze rested on Jiangnan and she spoke. Little Jiang, come over here. Auntie has something to ask you. With those words, Lu Yuru walked towards one side. Sun Weiwei obediently released Jiangnan's arm, and after the two of them exchanged glances, Jiangnan headed towards Lu Yuru. Auntie wants to ask you if anything happened with Vivi. Lu Yuru glanced at Sun Weiwei and asked in a low voice. Nope. Jiangnan shook his head. If it wasn't for this today, he wouldn't have been able to get so close to Sun Weiwei. The most important thing is what? Sun Weiwei is too decisive. The two did not even warm up feelings, directly set up a non-substantiated boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. No will do. Vivi's career is on the upswing right now, and whatever you guys are doing, I have to warn you, be careful. Lu Yuru's face couldn't help but blush slightly when she spoke of this. Obviously, she has not experienced anything, but is here to remind Jiangnan. There is really enough of that. Embarrassing. Chapter 196, Sandalwood Palace, Villa 007. Hearing Lu Yuru's words, Jiangnan just smiled and nodded, but did not say anything more. Whether something could happen between him and Sun Weiwei was purely up to fate. Jiangnan wouldn't try to force it, just as Jiangqing's cold Binghua did. That girl's favorability towards him was all the way up to 96 points, but didn't he take her down? Even to the extent that any of the confidants around Jiangnan had a substantial relationship under extremely watertight circumstances. Vivi, seeing that Jiangnan just smiled and didn't say anything, Lu Yuru naturally wouldn't say anything more on this. It was enough that she proposed and turned her head to call out to Sun Weiwei. Ta-da! Sun Weiwei came trotting in. Remember your agreement with me. I'm going back to the office now to check on things. I have an announcement to catch up on in a few days, so don't forget. After Lu Yuru finished saying this, after deeply glancing at Jiangnan, she headed towards the side of the road. A Maybach was parked on the side of the street, and when Lu Yuru arrived, a man immediately got out of the car and opened the door for her. Soon, the Maybach drove slowly away. Jiangnan and Sun Weiwei also withdrew their gazes. Gangnam, thank you. Sun Weiwei's pretty face flushed red as she lowered her head and whispered her thanks. It's okay. Jiangnan waved his hand. Looking at Sun Weiwei in this shy manner, he took a step forward and approached her, then reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist before embracing her in his arms. What are you doing? Sun Weiwei was even more shy, and a heart fluttered wildly. I can't. Does Gangnam want to kiss me in the street? Do I agree? Or do I agree? But wouldn't it be too embarrassing to smooch right here on the street? A heartfelt voice came out, causing Jiangnan to stifle a smile. At this moment, Sun Weiwei was already closing her eyes, ready to meet Jiangnan's passionate kiss. Who knows? Jiangnan merely blew a breath in her ear and spoke. Give me a few of your portraits when you have time. And yes, remember to sign them. He remembered that Li Jing liked Sun Weiwei very much, and getting her a few autographed Sun Weiwei portrait photos might be able to grow a little extra favorability. That's it? When Sun Weiwei heard Jiangnan's words, she snapped her eyes open and looked at him with an angry face, puffing out her cheeks looking very angry. Biaji. Suddenly, Sun Weiwei stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around Jiangnan's neck and kissed her directly. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +5. The raw pancake store is right over there, so help yourself. Sun Weiwei reacted, and under the gazes of the extremely large number of passers-by in the vicinity, she lowered her head and put the duck-tongued cap, mask, and large black sunglasses back on. This woman is really something. Jiangnan's right index finger crossed his lips, looking at Sun Weiwei's escape-like back to reveal a smile, and then walked in the direction of her finger. Darling, Yo-Yo and I are back. Around 2:30 p.m., in the middle of the cottage, Jiangnan heard Meng Qingxiu's voice coming from outside the living room, and immediately put his phone's lock screen into his pocket. In the morning from eating breakfast, Jiangnan returned to the cottage. Nothing to do. He is also in the jitterbug randomly select the lucky anchor to open brush up. Brush for 2 hours and rest for 2 hours. By the time Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao came back now, he had merely made a small swipe of $10 million. The rebates he received, which were also pretty good, brought his savings back up to 78 crores. It seems like we have to get a suite or something in Mordor as well, and brush up about 10 billion to head to Kyoto. So we're prepared. Jiangnan's eyes shone with a strange luster. With his grandfather gave him that piece of land could not even become the finale lot of the Xiang Pavilion in Kyoto. or there may not be a few billion, or even tens of billions of dollars worth of contraptions are not necessarily. Thinking of this, Jiangnan was even more excited about this trip to Kyoto. Darling, honey, Meng Qingqiu and Yue Yao walked into the living room and immediately trotted towards Jiangnan, one of them holding an arm. Happy smiles on their faces. It's only been a few hours. Why does it feel as if days have passed without seeing darling? Me too. Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao spoke 1 second before and after each other. Yeah? Then, Jiangnan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Around 5 in the afternoon. Sandalwood Palace. Jiangnan drove up in Meng Qingqiu's Paramera. Since Jiangnan did not raise the windows of his car, when he entered the main gate of the neighborhood, the security guard at that gate saw him in the main driver's seat, as well as a bubbly, fairy-like girl in the back seat, and his eyes immediately widened. After the Paramera drove into the neighborhood, this security guard slowed down after a while and muttered, "My dripping brother, this dangling hair is really bullish." He kissed a top beauty in the morning, and now there's a fairy inside the car that's even more top than a top beauty. It's really awesome. So nervous. At this point, Yu Yao in the backseat didn't know why, but she was inexplicably nervous when it was obvious that Jiangnan was paying a visit to Meng Qingqiu's parents. Ha ha ha, I didn't even say I was nervous. Meng Qingqiu laughed and held Yue Yao's hand, whispering, "Don't be nervous, or else you'll follow over to take a look later? You'll also have a plan in mind the next time darling visits your home. It's not good, is it?" Yu Yao shook her head and whispered, "Or forget it. Both of our families are in the same neighborhood, and this Tang Palace is just this big, so for the time being, it's better not to reveal that I'm also related to my husband." In fact, for Yu Yao, it didn't matter if she wanted this explicit identity or not. Not so much. There won't always be someone at my house. Next time I find a good opportunity, won't darling make a house call? Meng Qingqiu laughed lightly. This Tang Palace is quite big. Jiangnan had traveled all the way and had only seen one villa so far. Other than that, it's either stores that are green. That being said, the villas in this neighborhood are still really small, truly detached villas. There are only 9 villas in the entire Sandalwood Palace. Numbers 001009. My family is in 007, while Yao Yao's family is in 008. And the difference between these two villas isn't too big. It's only 1 or 2,000 meters away at most. Meng Qingqiu explained. How much is that villa in your house? Jiangnan inquired. I heard my dad say it cost $450 million to purchase at the time. Meng Qingqiu returned. 5 billion? That's not cheap. In response, Jiangnan's face showed a slight look of interest. I don't know if there are any villas left in this Tang Palace. Gossiping plus pondering, Jiangnan was also quickly traveling along the road signs into the middle of the area of Villa Area 007. Suddenly, Jiangnan's afterglow saw 2 figures, and the gas pedal slowly loosened a bit. Auntie? And, how does that heavily armed look seem like Sun Weiwei? What are they doing? Auntie looks like she's so excited. Meng Qingqiu also realized what was going on, and after freezing for a moment, she hurriedly lowered the window and called out towards the bottom of a tree along a path by the side of the road. Auntie. Chapter 197, Sister-in-law Zhao Xian's heartfelt words, have to take the time to talk to this kid. Auntie. Meng Qingqiu's voice was not a small one, and immediately drew the two under the tree. When the heavily armed Sun Weiwei saw Meng Qingqiu and Jiangnan in the car, a stunned look appeared on her face. She was genuinely surprised it was such a coincidence. Sister, are you Meng Qingqiu's sister-in-law? Sun Weiwei suddenly came back to her senses and looked at the mature and beautiful sister in front of her with an incredulous expression. You know Autumn? This woman was naturally Meng Qingqiu's sister-in-law, Zhao Xin, and when she heard Sun Weiwei's words at this time, a stunningly beautiful face also revealed a stunned look. Nice guy. She felt that she had been very lucky to stumble upon the actress she had been chasing for several years in the Sandalwood Palace. Who knew that this actress also knew Meng Qingqiu? Soon, the car came slowly. Auntie, why are you with Vivi? Meng Qingqiu looked at Zhao Xian and Sun Weiwei and opened her mouth to inquire. Chance meeting. Zhao Xian coughed twice rather uncomfortably. Seeing Zhao Xian this look, Jiangnan gaze cannot help but flicker a little, recalling Meng Qingqiu home that iPad jitterbug on the account of that abstract tits dragon head statue. It would not be this woman, right? Everywhere you look, this woman doesn't have a trace of stargazing in her. You're 30 years old and you're still chasing stars? The first reaction Jiangnan is so think. And, Zhao Xian, this woman at any time is a set of professional OL suit. That black silk high heel stepped on, full of the queen model. The aura is very sufficient. This kind of woman, she'll follow the stars? It shouldn't, should it? Thinking about it, Jiangnan also turned on the ability to read minds. Finished. Don't let Qiuqiu know I'm Vivi's behind-the-scenes station sister. Then my persona, it'll collapse. In the future, it feels weird to be in front of one's juniors. Just after opening it, one of Zhao Xian's heartfelt voices entered Jiangnan's senses. which made his mouth slightly open a little wider, and when he looked towards the woman again, his eyes were even more colorful with a little surprise. This woman, it's really a study in great contrasts, the surface persona, that of an imposing Queen Imperial. Instead, privately, it's a star-crazed and extremely abstract behind-the-scenes station sister. Kind of funny. Jiang Nan was about to withdraw his gaze, and at the same time, Zhao Xian's gaze inadvertently came up against him. Noticing Jiang Nan's rather strange gaze, Zhao Xian's heart could not help but jump. For some reason, she always felt as if Jiang Nan had seen through what was in her heart just now. It's so strange. Why does this boyfriend of Qiuqiu's have such deep eyes? And, was it just me who was wrong? There's also a hint of teasing, fun, and surprise in his gaze. Zhao Xian frowned slightly. I have to say that a woman's sixth sense of intuition is really metaphysical. At this moment, Zhao Xian's heartfelt words were picked up by Jiang Nan, and his heart was quite surprised. This woman was worthy of being the woman currently controlling the Meng family's company in the open. This sensing power, when it was really as terrifying as it was. Vivi, want to come over to my house and play? Meng Qingqiu issued an invitation. And, your family is even in Tang Palace. Ha, how many villas is your family in? Villa 009. Just moved in not long ago. Sun Weiwei whispered. I've just been running. I have to go back now. I'll go to your house next time when I'm free. As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Nan in the car a few more times before jogging away. Zhao Xian looked at Sun Weiwei's back and sighed softly. It's a pity that Qiuqiu and the others are here. Otherwise I'd really be able to take a few more pictures together. The heart sounded. And Jiang Nan glanced at the sister-in-law Zhao Xian from the left rearview mirror. Zhao Xian retracted her gaze and was about to get into the car when her afterglow also met Jiang Nan's gaze in the rearview mirror. Something's not right. This guy shouldn't really know some of my little secrets, right? The second time their gazes intertwined, Zhao Xian was immediately sure of something. Zhao Xian's favoritism +5. This emotion as if her deepest secrets were being pried into made her inexplicably feel a sense of shame. So it was even more inexplicable that she felt slightly favorable towards Jiang Nan. How strange. Why do I somehow feel a sense of shame? How could this boyfriend of Qiuqiu's know that I'm Vivi's behind-the-scenes station sister? After all, even Vivi doesn't know that I'm her behind-the-scenes station sister. Zhao Xian walked around, thinking, and also sat in the passenger seat. Could it be that the account on that iPad in Qiuqiu's house was seen by Qiuqiu's date? The only other possibility was the iPad that had been left at Meng Qingqiu's house. That's her. She'd brought it over earlier and forgotten to take it home. And she'd been so busy with work that she'd forgotten about that, too. Now it came to mind with a jolt, and instantly guessed what was going on. Meng Qingqiu basically didn't brush Shakeology. Otherwise, she would have taken the time to come over and take the iPad back a long time ago. If I really saw it, this looks like it seems that Qiuqiu's subject is extremely observant as well. It seems that when the time comes, we have to talk to this kid, but don't let more people know about my other side. Her fans of Sun Weiwei's fondness for her idol, which she pressed so well, was still detected by this man, which had to be said that this man was indeed somewhat powerful. The car started slowly. From the moment Zhao Xian came up to sit on the passenger side, her heartfelt voice did not stop being received by Jiang Nan. And, from the moment that pair of wraparound skirt black silk legs appeared, his self-aiming was instantly turned on. Humph, this kid, has he forgotten that I'm Qiuqiu's sister-in-law? From the moment I got in the car and sat down on the passenger side, those eyes have looked toward my legs at least 7 or 8 times without realizing it. Not bad. You've got a good eye. Aha, what was I thinking? Zhao Xian's favoritism +5. A heartfelt voice was received by Jiang Nan, and at this moment, as he looked over again without thinking, for some reason, Zhao Xian was moving her beautiful legs with a bland expression, not leaning towards the side of the car window, but leaning towards the side of Jiang Nan's main driver's seat. This was something that even Zhao Xian herself didn't notice, only feeling a little more comfortable with her legs leaning over towards the left. Unbeknownst to her, this small action of hers could be described as giving a crazy thumbs up in her heart for Jiang Nan. Not much longer, the car traveled into the area of Villa 007, and once he entered, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed. This was called a villa, and in fact, in Jiang Nan's opinion, it was completely equivalent to a real small manor. Even so, this entire area, all belonged to the area of the 007 villa area. This point, even more than up to the 001 villa he owns in the Jiangqing Tianfu, also with a little more forced. Chapter 198. This is Wang Xixi Peaceful Post, almost the same caliber of villa, but Magic Cities is just a little more pushy than Jiangqing's. Jiang Nan quickly drove the car into the villa area, toward the side door, and drove into the garage. This way traveling, he is also to see the environment of this Sandalwood Palace 007 villa. Although it does not look as big as his set of 001 villa in Jiangqing Tianfu, but the overall compulsion is not much difference. 1450 million and one sold for 500 million. Jiangcheng Tianfu no. 001 Villa 500 million is no. 001 Villa. The king of villas among Jiangcheng Tianfu properties. Jiangnan got out of the car and swept another glance at this garage. The garage is not an underground garage, but above ground. A very large storage room with a side gate as soon as you go out, ready to be driven out. To this, Jiangnan couldn't help but shake his head mentally. He had heard Meng Qingqiu talk about it, and Tang Palace had a total of 9 villas. Ranking starts at 001 and goes up to Villa 009, and Villa 009 was the cheapest, followed by Villa 008, and then Villa 007 where they were at the moment. Even Villa 007, which is the third last, cost a full $450 million. Can you imagine how expensive it would be if it were Villa 006, 005, 004, or even the top 3 villas? I don't know. Perhaps, the top 3 ranked villas, 001, 002, and 003, are not likely to be able to break the value of $1 billion. Gangnam, right? While Jiangnan was thinking, Zhao Xian's voice rang out. Qiu, you and Yao Yao go into the building. I'll talk to your boyfriend. Okay auntie, then Yoyo and I will go to the main building first. Meng Qingqiu didn't think much of it, and carrying a small box and a bunch of gifts, she walked out of the garage with Yu Yao, who was also carrying a bunch of gifts. Auntie won't give her husband a hard time, will she? Walking out of the garage, Yu Yao looked back and whispered, not so much. Auntie's bad temper is indeed bad, but not for those around her. Meng Qingqiu didn't turn her head back and said with a smile, don't leave for a while, just have a meal at home. Are uncle and aunt at home? I don't think my parents are home. I heard about them going out on a trip a while ago. I haven't contacted them in a while either, so I don't know if they're out or not. Yu Yao shook her head. That's just right. We'll have a meal at my house in a while. And I just realized that my sister-in-law's eyes looking at Jiangnan are also a bit strange. You say. Meng Qingqiu lowered her voice and whispered something. Chat. Inside the garage. Jiangnan and Zhao Xian both didn't walk out of the garage. The latter looked at the handsome, drop-dead gorgeous man in front of her and said softly, did you play with an iPad at Jojo's house? Aha. Jiangnan nodded, and when Zhao Xian wanted to say something, he revealed a smile and spoke. Auntie, that jitterbug account on the iPad is yours, right? Cough cough. Zhao Xian immediately coughed in a burst of embarrassment, glanced at Jiangnan rather unnaturally, and whispered, it's indeed me. As you know, I'm currently managing the Meng group, so it's inevitable that I'm mentally strained, and there are times when I'll just play around with abstracts and stuff in private. Normal. Jiangnan smiled and catered. Zhao Xian's favoritism plus 5. Just a word of catering made Zhao Xian increase her favorability by 5 points once again, which was a bit surprising to Jiangnan. This woman, if he remembered correctly, was now 25 points of goodwill towards him. That's not a high favorability rating, but it's not low either. Actually, I want to tell you that I'm still Vivi's behind-the-scenes station sister, which is something Vivi she doesn't even know, let alone Qiu and the others. So, I want to ask you to keep this little secret for me. Zhao Xian's voice rang out. Her voice was quite a bit softer at the moment, contrasting with her aura, especially when Jiang Nan's gaze met hers. This queen royal, who was supposed to be full of aura, stared at her big, fluttering eyes, which had a different sense of contrasting cuteness, even to the point where, in the next second, Jiang Nan almost thought that this woman would give him a wriggle and a pout or something. Okay. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, shook off this unrealistic thought, and nodded. Oh yeah, your iPad Sun Weiwei also played with it. It's okay, as long as you don't talk nonsense. Zhao Xian revealed a faint smile to come. Packed. Jiang Nan made an okay sign. Zhao Xian's favoritism plus 2. Zhao Xian looked deeply at Jiang Nan and opened her mouth. To give you a reminder, you must behave well at the table in a while. Qiuqiu's father's drinking is not bad, as long as you can make him drink and be happy, and you call your father-in-law on the spot. I'm afraid that he's happy to be extremely happy. This one's easy. Jiangnan can be too confident in his own alcohol, with a fantasy novel in the extremely pretentious sentence, that is, you do not enter the wine road. See me as a frog at the bottom of the well looking at the moon. Only when you enter the wine road do you realize that I am like an ant looking at the sky. Come on, I'm sure you'll be fine. Zhao Xian nodded. Sandalwood Palace, Villa 007, in the main building. At this moment, in the side room, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu sat across from Mr. and Mrs. Meng Tianxiao. Mom, Dad, Auntie, these are all Jiangnan's gifts for you to officially meet. Meng Qingqiu acted as an introducer. Xiao Jiang. It's fine when the person arrives. There's no need to be so polite. The way Meng's mother looked at Jiangnan, it was called a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked the better. Let's not talk about the temperament for a moment. let's talk about the face. Meng's mother felt that the babies this son-in-law and her own daughter would have in the future would be absolutely adorable. Dad, these are just some small meet and greet gifts, not worth a few dollars, I can tell you. The next thing, that's the really good stuff. Meng Qingqiu lifted a small suitcase from the ground and placed it on the coffee table. Oh, hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, the opposite side of the table, Meng Tianxiao's several faces revealed a look of surprise. Standing behind the sofa, Meng Jingming was also very interested, probing towards the small suitcase on the coffee table, and opened his mouth. Such a discreet look, and a combination lock. This thing can't be something good that can't be bought for thousands of dollars, right? Big brother, you're really right. Meng Qingqiu opened the combination lock, and then slowly opened the small suitcase again. At this moment, Meng Tianxiao, Meng's mother Zhao Yafeng, his sister-in-law Zhao Xin, and Meng Jingming all turned their gazes toward the small suitcase on the coffee table. Ha! Just a glance. Meng Tianxiao, a whole person, instantly bounced up from the sofa, and then a few steps out, jogged to the opposite side of the coffee table in an instant, squatted down and stared wide-eyed at the small leather box framed up a pair of words. Peace, post. Meng Tianxiao's incredulous voice rang out in the room, followed by a decibel several notches higher. Is this Wang Shixi's peace posting? Chapter 199, just over 70 in cash. Most of the people in the room at the peace post didn't know what it was. But, who hasn't heard the name of Wang Shixi, the 1,000-year-old saint of letters? This is Wang Shixi's real handwriting, isn't it? Meng Tianxiao was all a bit unsure of himself, looking at Jiang Nan incredulously. Dad, this is something that Jiang Nan wasted a lot of effort to take down for $300 million at an auction house called something like the Purple Sun Pavilion in the Magic City Mansion. Without any padding, Meng Qingqiu directly stated the value of this pair of peaceful post characters. What? How much? 300 million? Meng Qingqiu's words were undoubtedly not a flat thunderbolt that exploded in the entire arena. No, to be precise, the one-byte price is 15% more than the actual auction price, so this is a $345 million buy. Meng Qingqiu immediately added, 345 million. It is Meng Tianxiao. This kind of control a multi-billion big group behind the scenes boss heard this number is also did not have to be a little shocked. A pair of calligraphy and painting $45 million of value compared to his current living in the Sandalwood Palace 007 villa cannot be any comparison. It is not even an exaggeration to say that the actual value of this pair of peaceful post is definitely much higher than that of the villa of Tang Palace No. 007. As time passes, the peace post will only become more valuable, and this Sandalwood Palace Villa 007, it's only going to get more and more depreciated. Plus, how big is Villa 007? It's only worth $450 million. What about the peace post? It's just how small a sheet it is, and both are equivalent to the same item in terms of value, even though they are not the same item. My goodness, the strength of this brother-in-law of mine is a bit too exaggerated. Meng Jingming heart is really shocked. Healy Ronghua set up Jiang Nan's strength, but once again know the value of its gifts. Still did not have to inhale a breath of cold air. It's outrageous. Today was the first time I took the herbs my brother-in-law gave me, and I haven't had any reaction yet, so I'll just have to see how many days it takes. Meng Jingming secretly said, if it works, from now on, my brother-in-law is my god. Not to mention that the family agreed, even if they didn't. Meng Jingming would rather dump his family's money and take out his own small treasury, but also had to let his sister elope with Jiang Nan. Sure, although perhaps, Jiang Nan didn't need his bit of loose silver, but the attitude had to be made out, didn't it? Xiao Jiang, this gift is too expensive. Meng Tianxiao slowed down and took a deep breath. He had thoroughly been able to see Jiang Nan's strength at this time. What does it say about the $345 million worth of stuff that was said to be given away? At least the background behind the person was only bigger than his Meng family. There was no such thing as equality, because he couldn't do it to get his own son to give someone an expensive gift of $345 million. That's all. Uncle, this is a piece of my heart. You must keep it. Jiang Nan laughed seriously. Yes, Dad, this is a piece of Jiang Nan's heart. If you don't accept this, what will people think? Are you dissatisfied with Jiang Nan? Or something? Meng Qingqiu hurriedly said. This. Meng Tianxiao immediately laughed bitterly. He was indeed very moved by this Wang Shixi's authentic pinyin post, but the value of this was a bit too great. Put it away. It's too stressful. Old Meng, take it. This is a piece of our good son-in-law's heart. You can't let it down. Meng's mother, Zhao Yafeng, spoke up. At this moment, she was really looking at Jiang Nan as her son-in-law, the kind that no one could stop. Dad, I think it's time to take it too. Meng Jingming also followed Zhao Yafeng's words. Okay. Meng Tianxiao was also not an ordinary person. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Jiang Nan and smiled. Then uncle will accept this big gift. But everything is a gift. I know that Xiao Jiang, you are very powerful. You prepared such a big gift. I can't possibly let you leave empty-handed. Zhao Xin. I remember if Villa 009 was for sale before Tang Palace? Yes indeed, but it has been bought. Zhao Xin replied. Buy it? Meng Tianxiao frowned. Yes. Zhao Xin nodded. This is difficult to get. Tang Palace, the set of 009 Villa I also stared for a period of time before, and also thought to take it for Qiuqiu. Who knows that it was even taken by someone first? Meng Tianxiao sighed softly. Dad, it's not necessary. Meng Qingqiu got Jiang Nan's eyes to understand. Immediately said, Jiang Nan is a Zhengqing person. You give him a suite in Magic City. He does not live long, and even if I come to live, that I previously bought that small villa is not a loss. Right. Jiang Nan picked up. I don't have any idea about any of these things, but, uncle, when we have time, we can talk to see what properties or plots of land are for sale in Magic City. You give me a match. This is the real gift for me. Jiang Nan didn't care about whatever was given back to him, but if you can bring him news of the acquisition of the land and buildings, then Jiang Nan can consider this a truly great gift. Okay. Meng Tianxiao looked deeply at Jiang Nan, looking at the young man with that admiring look in his eyes. I'm going to see how the meal that Mrs. Wang made is going. Right. Jing Ming, bring over your father's Maoko that has been treasured for 10 or 20 years. Meng's mother, Zhao Yafeng, stood up from the sofa. Yes. Meng Jingming grinned at once. Mom, Yo-Yo and I will go check it out too. I wonder if we can help. Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao got up at the same time. Soon, the entire side hall was left with Jiang Nan, Meng Tianxiao, and his sister-in-law Zhao Xin. Zhao Xin was sitting on another small sofa and was about to get up. You don't have to go. Meng Tianxiao shook his head and said, I'm afraid that you now know more about some of the situation in Mordor than I do, or some of the gossip. Just now Xiao Jiang he said that he was interested in investing in a land plot or a building. You briefly said, yes. Zhao Xin nodded, then placed her gaze on Jiang Nan and said in a deep voice, Xiao Jiang, Auntie will give you a reminder that this aspect of Magic City is not so good right now. Some time ago I heard someone say, there is a foreign to quite powerful boss, spent $800 million to take a piece of land, not ready to want to develop, because of some special reasons, resulting in not being able to carry out the development of a low-priced resale out. Jiang Nan nodded very seriously. Now the Magic City is saturated in all aspects, even if you buy a few plots of land and want to engage in real estate, or other investments, but where is it so simple? Unless your capital is really too strong. It's hard, Zhao Xin said in a serious tone. By the way, if you really want to prepare to buy land to invest to engage in other, on hand the available funds and how much level? Hearing Zhao Xian's words, Jiang Nan thought for a moment and replied, I currently only have just over 70 cash on hand, but I don't think hundreds will be a problem. Not enough cash to waste a little time wandering around the Purple Sun Pavilion and you'll have everything. Chapter 200 Kyoto Caller, an apology from Senior. More than 70 cash? Hearing what Jiang Nan said, Meng Tianxiao and also Zhao Xin froze for a moment. Wait, did you say 70 plus cash? In billions? Zhao Xin quickly reacted and looked at Jiang Nan inquiringly in a very odd manner. It's a billion. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Over 7 billion? Meng Tianxiao and Zhao Xin exclaimed in unison. Well, over 7 billion. Jiang Nan nodded. Hiss. Hearing this astronomical figure, Zhao Xin as well as Meng Tianxiao sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time, a shocked look appearing on their faces. You've got more than 7 billion in your hand, and it's still cash. It's too much. Zhao Xin looked at Jiang Nan incredulously. More than 7 billion. Meng Tianxiao looked at Jiang Nan rather oddly. Not that he felt that this young man was talking big, but he was guessing what kind of heavenly background was behind this future son-in-law of his. Most of all, why play with your own investments when you can have so much cash to back it up? Why don't you just back it up with a big background behind you? But when you think about it, a rich kid who doesn't want to put together his own career is indeed a rich kid with no ambition. Just as his son Meng Jingming, behind the Meng Group, not also a person outside trying to break out of their own world. However, unlike Jiang Nan who was able to obtain billions of dollars in startup capital, Meng Jingming was only able to obtain a mere $100 million in startup capital. This looks like it seems that my words are still too early. Your capital investment of more than $7 billion is really able to do up a thing casually. Zhao Xin bitterly smiled and shook her head. If there's any land that's up for bid, I'll let you know. Good, then thank you, Auntie. Jiang Nan gave a word of thanks. This family dinner can be very harmonious. Jiang Nan had already displayed his strength completely, not to mention that he was good enough in his own right. Just his subsequent statement that he had more than $7 billion of cash in hand was enough to make Meng Tianxiao give his future son-in-law the utmost respect for the big background behind him. Sure, the premise also has to be that Gangnam itself is fine. In one meal, Meng Tianxiao had also seen how much Jiang Nan could drink, one cup after another, completely without a trace of feeling, like a cup of plain water, not red in the face, not jumping, the whole take over the rhythm of the drinking game. Dinner was served at 6, and as a rule, this kind of drinking game with small talk about the family was absolutely rock solid for 3 or 4 hours. As a result, with this high intensity of Jiang Nan's drinking, it was over in just 2 hours. Both Meng Tianxiao and Meng Jingming were directly drunk. I'm sorry to hear that. Koto, after watching her husband and son, both drunk and unconscious, being sent back to their respective rooms by Jiang Nan alone, Meng's mother, Zhao Yafeng, suddenly smiled bitterly. It shows that uncle and big brother are happy and approve of me, and that's what makes it a happy thing for me. Jiang Nan responded with a smile. Mom, Jiang Nan and Yao Yao and I will leave first and come back to get together next time. The point is I'm afraid that he'll get tipsy in a while, then we really won't be able to lift him. Meng Qingqiu spoke at this time. What's to be afraid of? Don't we have a room in the house for you to sleep in? Zhao Yafeng smiled, then looked at Jiang Nan and said, Xiao Jiang Auntie is very satisfied with you. There is a chance that your uncle Meng and I will go to Jiangqing to look for you to play at that time. At that time, both of our parents can briefly meet or something. Yes, Jiang Nan did not say anything more. This is some passing words, for the time being did not reach the point of talking about marriage. Both parents are really not necessarily able to see. But let's not forget that the current Gangnam hasn't even met his parents yet. But it's coming soon. This time when I go to Kyoto, it's not likely that my whereabouts will be told by that woman Zhao Wanqing, not to mention meeting my real parents. But that old man, there might be a chance to meet him. Jiang Nan's gaze couldn't help but flicker for a moment. By the time he returned to Meng Qingqiu's small villa, the time had already arrived at around 8:30 in the evening. Darling, tomorrow, Yao Yao and I can only stay with you in the afternoon. Parlor. Jiang Nan was lying on the sofa. Meng Qingqiu was leaning on his chest. As for Yu Yao, she came trotting with a cup of blended honey water. Here, hurry up and drink it. Yu Yao handed over a cup of honey water. Jiang Nan took it, drank it all in one go, touched Meng Qingqiu's head, who was leaning on his chest, and spoke. Then this night should be a happy night. Yo-yo, close the living room curtains. Meng Qingqiu immediately understood what was going on, and playfully winked at Yu Yao, whispering, tomorrow is close to a whole day without seeing darling, so tonight we'll let him recuperate for the whole day tomorrow. Yu Yao pursed her lips and immediately trotted to pull up the curtains in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Buzz off. A dreamless night. When Jiang Nan woke up again, he didn't wake up naturally, but was awakened by the sound of his cell phone vibrating on the bedside table as well. Jiang Nan grabbed his phone in a daze and was the first to glance at the time. 2024, May 28th, 7:55 a.m. Not a bad time to take 5 minutes off my sleep. Jiang Nan yawned, and only then did he notice who was calling. Zhao Wanqing. While getting up, he also answered the call. Hello? Connecting the phone in a few seconds. No one opened their mouths to speak. Jiang Nan came to the bathroom, surprised out loud. Ms. Zhao. Miss Zhao? I'm Jiang Yinghua. An aged voice came over the phone. Jiang Yinghua? Hearing this name, Jiang Nan froze for a moment, then quickly reacted, his heart jumping while he took a deep breath without any reason. Boy, I'm sorry. The old master's apologetic voice came out, surprisingly with a slight hoarse crying tone. Letting you stay out there alone for 21 whole years. The Jiang family really owes you a lot. No matter what, it can't make up for the debt to you. Master. Jiang Nan was a little moved by what he heard, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, your mood swings are still not too big. Not much, not much. The old man calmed down a bit and smiled. I heard from girl Wanqing that you're coming to the capital on the 30th, right? Right. Maybe from childhood to not feel the reason of affection. Or after all, is the reason that blood is thicker than water? Jiang Nan to this old man and did not imagine that kind of strangeness. Followed by a light laugh. This piece of land at that time also made a mess. I thought Miss Xiao is a fraudulent person. A piece of land. Want to become a courier. Ha ha ha. The old man immediately laughed out loud. And his middle air was also full and incomparable. When you come on the 30th, Grandpa will personally come to pick you up. Let everyone know that the eldest grandson of the Jiang family has returned. 200 chapters in. Hopefully this book will last until 400. 600 chapters. Chapter 201, Jiang Nan's small intentions, more. Master, there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and shook his head to refuse. It's fine if Ms. Zhao picks me up. I'll come to your place to pay you a personal visit in person at that time. As these words fell from Gangnam's lips, there was a short period of silence on the phone for a short while. Yes, the old master didn't dwell much on this topic and spoke. When you turn 22 on your birthday, the Jiang family will give you a big present. The announcement that I am the heir to the Jiang family? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment. Not only that, everything, you'll know when that day comes. The old man sold a laugh and let out a hearty chuckle. Good. Next, an old man and a young woman made small talk. Just like that, half an hour passed quickly. Master, it's time for you to take a break. Zhao Wanqing's voice rang out. Jiangnan, I look forward to the day I meet you, the old man said with immense anticipation before returning the phone to Zhao Wanqing. Mr. Gangnam, just hang up for now. The old man needs to take a rest. Zhao Wanqing's voice rang out. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Nan glanced at his cell phone and revealed an unknown smile to start washing up. A few minutes later, Jiang Nan walked out of the bathroom. Buzz off. The phone rang once more. Kyoto's. Jiang Nan glanced at the place where the number belonged to. From Kyoto, which made him raise his eyebrows. Hello, is this Mr. Gangnam? A gentle female voice rang out. It's me. Jiang Nan responded indifferently. It's naturally impossible for scam calls to come in on his cell phone these days, so the ones that do come in are normal calls. Hello, the Shanwang residence you purchased not long ago has been completely signed, but there are still some small contracts that need to take care of the Shanwang residence have not yet been signed. When do you think you are free to come to Kyoto for a signing? The voice was unusually respectful and gentle. Crap, an existence that could purchase the Shanwang's residence was not something that she, an ordinary laborer, could disrespect. I'm coming to the capital on the morning of the 30th. Jiang Nan replied. Can I add you a WeChat? The voices continued to come. Okay, my number is. Just add me. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. When he stepped out of the master bedroom and headed towards the first floor, a friend request popped up in the background of WeChat. Hello Mr. Jiang Nan, my name is Chen Sini. I am the person in charge of this handover of the Shanwang residence you purchased. Just after agreeing to the friend request, a message was quickly sent. I haven't booked a flight yet. Odds are I'll be arriving in the morning, so I'll make an appointment with you for the contract signing once I've booked my ticket. Jiang Nan sent a voice bar over. It's no problem. In fact, my company is able to send a private jet to transport you. Chen Sini also sent in a voice bar. Private jet? Jiang Nan's eyes lit up big time when he heard those 4 words. Yeah, how could he have forgotten that this stuff is also extremely costly? Buy a top private jet, not to mention billions of dollars. This is the best to get down. More than $1 billion is always needed, right? When the time comes it looks like we'll have to make time for a private jet. Jiang Nan revealed a smile to reply up this Chen Sini. No need. I'll contact you when the time comes. Okay, then I won't bother you. Mr. Gangnam. After reading the message sent by Chen Sini, Jiang Nan exited the chat box with her, and then checked the messages sent by many confidants, then picked a confidant transferred 2 million, soon 100 million interest into the account. With $79 billion on hand, that seems like a lot of money. But it's really just that. After Jiang Nan finished replying to all the redheads, he walked slowly to the living room sofa and sat down. The remaining light of his eyes saw a small sofa arranged in a strange orientation, and when he looked closely, there was also a small stool leaning underneath the small sofa. Seeing this, Jiang Nan cleared his throat and couldn't help but recall the events of last night. It's crazy. As for how crazy and what the details of the crazy are, that's really a secret that can't be told. All in all, the living room, the kitchen, the dining room, and the stairs, up to the second floor are one and the same. Nothing to do. Surfing the web. Jiang Nan wasn't hungry either. And even then, it was basically hard for him to feel the thing that he was hungry right now. And the reason for wanting to eat is purely to satisfy one's appetite. This was something that Jiang Nan found strange and very normal. After all, nowadays, in terms of his physical quality, he is definitely beyond the level of ordinary people. A little different, such as the incipient and whatnot, that is also more than normal. No energy. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan quit the jittery short video app. Maybe the reason for the big morning. The quality of the live broadcast is not to say how bad, but it is also not good. Not to mention the matter of rubbing the edge or not rubbing the edge. That is, there is not a good bit of the whole live broadcast room. So much so that Gangnam wasn't much interested in spending. The path of swiping money on anchors is not much fun at the moment. It's going to have to be a playful entity eventually. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment, and the first thing he thought about was whether or not to actually go and acquire an entertainment company. This woman, Sun Weiwei, in Jiang Nan's eyes, must not be able to escape him in the future. So it's always good to pave the way for her ahead of time. As for the background behind Sun Weiwei, in Jiang Nan's eyes it was completely worthless. If Sun Weiwei's limit is to be the top stream in the domestic entertainment circle, then as long as Jiang Nan wants to, he can easily push Sun Weiwei to the top stream level in the whole of Asia, and even in the world, which is not a problem at all. Quitting shakeology, Gangnam is already primed. However, this preliminary intention would have to be based on the fact that Sun Weiwei had completely become his confidant before he would have this real intention. Buzz off. Just then, the phone vibrated. Jiang Nan swept a glance and couldn't help but grin. it really was whoever he wanted. The caller was none other than Sun Weiwei. Gangnam, are you free? Sun Weiwei's metaphysical voice came out. What? John Nan didn't directly say that he was free and asked a rhetorical question. I heard Chocho say that you play the piano very well. I recently came out with a new song, which happens to be a piano piece with violin, and I thought that both Chocho and Yao would be taking lessons today, so I thought I'd ask you. Sun Weiwei didn't drag her feet and got straight to the point. Hearing this, an intriguing smile appeared on John Nan's face. Meng Qingqiu, the queen mother of the main palace, is really worried for him. It was as if, fearing that he had found her one less good sister. Thanks to the reading time over 10,000 goalkeeper Big Brother's Big God certification reward, plus a chapter. Thanks to the boss's love. Chapter 202, Sun Weiwei's invitation. Lu Yiru also issued an invitation. It's true that I'm free, but I can't possibly help you for nothing. John Nan did not know why. Teasing Sun Weiwei up was indeed interesting or something. He wanted to agree, but was subconsciously starting to tease up this woman. I'm willing to give my body to you. I wonder if you can help me out. Sun Weiwei replied with a smile, and unlike the unusual tone, her words were instead spoken in a theater accent, which really stunned Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan laughed. First things first, you're sure you've given your body in marriage, right? When? Blah blah blah. You guys really take it seriously. Sun Weiwei subconsciously actually want to be sure, but ultimately it is a haughty monster. Back to God after, is also immediately deviated from the topic, but the tone is still with a little petulant meaning. Jiang Nan, I also have no friends. You help me, okay? Me treat you to eat lollipops. No kidding. Are you at home or where? Jiang Nan wasn't going to tease her anymore, and then the phone call was followed by standing up. Home. You take a cab and get off at the side entrance of the Tang Palace. It's especially close to my house. Sun Weiwei immediately responded happily. Okay. Hang up the phone for a moment. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +5. A system beep immediately sounded in Jiang Nan's head, which made him recall how many points Sun Weiwei's favorability towards him had reached. 93 points. If he remembered correctly, nowadays Sun Weiwei's favorability towards him had reached as many as 93 points. This way maybe I'll be able to brush up to 96 points of goodwill today. Jiang Nan was somewhat looking forward to it. Around 9 o'clock, Jiang Nan arrived at the side entrance of the Sandalwood Palace. Come on. Just as he got off the bus, he saw Sun Weiwei, who was wearing a pink nightgown with a long blonde hair tied into two pill heads, waving at Jiang Nan at an iron gate. Jiang Nan couldn't help but be brightened by Sun Weiwei's outfit as well as her hairstyle today. In the past, he could see that Sun Weiwei had a good figure, but can't see a hint of a front or back. After getting closer, Jiang Nan took a few more glances and realized that this woman not only had a perfect pair of long legs, but also a pair of popping thunderbolts. Yes, it's just a blowout. Sun Weiwei's appearance carried a slight sense of innocence, and at this moment, her pink nightgown was really showing off the beauty of her delicate body to the fullest. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +1. What is this guy doing staring at me all the time? Did he not even notice my figure before? He. It had to be said that this woman, Sun Weiwei, simply didn't have too many mental activities. When the iron door was opened and Jiang Nan walked in, she did not have too many emotional fluctuations on her pure and beautiful face, but underneath her heart it was surging up with an extremely large number of heartfelt voices being received by Jiang Nan. For one of Sun Weiwei's heartfelt words, Jiang Nan all but looked as if he didn't know anything about it, only looking towards this woman's explosive thunder from time to time, and would again receive a few muffled burning words from the latter. In this regard, Jiang Nan found it quite amusing. Soon, Sun Weiwei led Jiang Nan into a villa area. This is the Sandalwood Palace's 009 villa. Said the Sandalwood Palace, this top luxury residential property in the worst, the cheapest of villa, but the actual single carry-out, is absolutely able to hang a crowd of the rest of the top luxury residential property, the most expensive and best of villa, through several small gardens. Yes, that's right, there are several small gardens in the middle of the backyard of this villa, with flowers and birds, a different kind of scenery. Your house has quite an atmosphere, with its small bridges and rivers. Sun Weiwei led Jiang Nan over another small bridge. He inclined his head to look. There was an exquisite cabin appeared in the line of sight, and nodded appreciatively. Not bad. Ha, I designed this. Sun Weiwei proudly angled her head and said very proudly, my mom said that even if I don't enter the entertainment industry, I'm definitely one of the top mansion designers in China. The design is indeed very good. The small lights around that cabin, illuminated at night, with this circle of scenery, can make people in the middle of the city enjoy the countryside at night. Jiang Nan saw through the core point of this design at a glance. The only thing to say, I'm afraid that you have to need a very good weather. And this summer, in this kind of atmosphere group, a small party will definitely be a very nice night, right? He. When I don't have an announcement in a while, Do you want to come over to my house to have an open barbecue and drink a little cold beer? I'm drooling just thinking about it. Sun Weiwei smiled happily. Okay, it's only the end of May, which counts as early summer, so there's plenty of opportunity. It's a deal. Sun Weiwei suddenly stopped, stretched out her hand and opened her mouth. Come and pull the hook and hang yourself for 100 years without changing. Jiang Nan looked deeply at the woman and similarly extended his hand in response. Those who lie are puppies. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +2. Congratulations to the host. Sun Weiwei's favorability has reached 96 points, and she has been awarded a chance to draw a prize. When the hook was pulled, what shocked Jiang Nan was that Sun Weiwei directly pulled her favorability up to as much as 96 points. At first, Jiang Nan thought that today's goal was to reach 96 points. Who knew that this had just arrived and had already accomplished the mental expectation? Yes, having pulled up as much favorability as he was currently able to achieve so quickly, Jiang Nan naturally became more ambitious about following up. I don't know, will another breakthrough into a substantial relationship lead to 97 points of goodwill? Or perhaps, with a bit more luck, after reaching 97 favorability points, a small side quest was seamlessly delivered, directly bringing both Sun Weiwei's favorability and face value score to 98? Thinking and pondering, Sun Weiwei and Jiang Nan had also arrived at the front yard entrance of the exquisite cabin. Squeak! Gently pushing open the fence at the front yard entrance of the cabin, Sun Weiwei happily bounced into the middle of the small yard. This small yard is not large, but it's not small either. Jiang Nan's gaze rested on a pink piano that was leaning on the corner of the courtyard, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It was always a bit of an odd feeling to have him play such a pink piano as a big man, but from here, in fact, it is not difficult at all to see that Sun Weiwei, this woman's teenage heart, is really exaggerated more than enough. Obviously 23 years old, with a mind not a bit different from that of an 18 or 19-year-old girl. I'm going to go in and get the violin. Wait for me for a bit, haha. After waving her hand in greeting, Sun Weiwei quickly walked towards the middle of the cabin. Buzz. At that moment, Jiang Nan was just about to sit on the pink piano stool when a vibration came from his cell phone. Taking it out and scanning it, he looked towards the inside of the cabin, and then a trace of eccentricity came to his face. The message sent was from Lu Yuru, Sun Weiwei's apparent mother, and the news, too, is quite a bit of an oddity. Xiao Jiang, can you come to Auntie's house? Auntie will talk to you about some things. Looking at the text, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. But what about a selfie with a lacy little black nightgown? Chapter 203, Jiang Nan and I are playing the piano. Don't disturb us. What's this woman's favorable opinion of me come to? Jiang Nan carefully recalled. 42 points. The system replied. It's okay, brother Tunchan. Jiang Nan's eyes flashed up a strange luster. This 42 points of goodwill surprisingly able to make Lu Yuru, this woman, so active. Honestly, visible this 36 years old, or zero charging terrible. Sure, Jiang Nan also understood very well that the reason why Lu Yuru would take such initiative was purely because the person facing him was just Jiang Nan. First, he took control of the woman's little secret. Secondly, he is handsome enough and has a good enough temperament. Otherwise it is really impossible to make Lu Yuru, a 36-year-old woman who was still zero charge, take such initiative. After slowing down, Jiang Nan didn't reply anything, but just took a picture of the cabin for Lu Yuru. One moment. Lu Yuru then snapped several question marks out, followed by the typed, when did you come to my house? Just now. Jiang Nan replied, Vivi has a song that needs an ensemble of piano and violin to try out the tune. Lu Yazhou withdrew a photo. When Jiang Nan finished typing, he saw a prompt pop up in the chat box. Seeing this, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Coincidentally, at this time, Sun Weiwei also walked out from the cabin with a violin. Aren't you going to change your clothes? Jiang Nan walked over to the piano bench, and as he put his cell phone back into his pants pocket, he looked at Sun Weiwei, who walked over and inquired. No change, none of them are outsiders. Sun Weiwei shook her head, and immediately reacted after she blurted out, gently coughing twice. Continuing, I mean, this is at home. Shouldn't I be wearing loungewear? Jiang Nan shrugged and sat down, while then glanced at an iPad on the piano stand. A sheet of music entered his sight, and when he saw the name of the song, he couldn't help but let his eyes flicker for a moment. First Love, the word name. With just the name of the song alone, Jiang Nan could probably guess that it was a little love song for a crush, which made him not help but sweep Sun Weiwei with his afterglow. As it happened, Sun Weiwei was also sneaking her gaze over. Four eyes. Crackle. A burst of electric arcs exploded. The electric Sun Weiwei did not hold back and swallowed heavily, wanting to move away from the line of sight, but could not help but stare straight at Jiang Nan, breathing so much so that it began to be a little short of breath. This guy has to not be so attractive. My mom, yeah. Help! Jiang Nan picked up all of this woman's little eyes as well as her heart, and mentally couldn't help but say, you let your mother come to your rescue. I'm afraid you want to get your mother all caught up in it. Jiangnan, check out the tune. Sun Weiwei forcibly averted her eyes, and her throat didn't hold back another slide up and down as she whispered. Finished reading and ready to try the song. Jiangnan also retracted his gaze, and the moment he was sitting upright, his temperament instantly became different from usual, and at this moment, the eyes of Sun Weiwei, who had turned her gaze over again, instantly widened a little. Strange, how come this Jiangnan guy's aura instantly became so lofty? Normally, Jiangnan's aura had the feel of a noble gentleman, and now he was pulling that aura full circle, to the point where people couldn't help but scream. This time, the first piano note is struck. Next, a single note rose up like a rain shower. For just a moment, Sun Weiwei was engrossed. 1 minute later, as the last note fell, Sun Weiwei snapped back to her senses. I think this one of yours is still just the demo version, right? Don't think that Gangnam is just an ordinary piano master level being. In fact, if you ask him to arrange a song or something, it's not a problem at all. After just a minute of playing, Jiangnan at least detected that there were several tones in the score that weren't connected so perfectly, so just now he altered them a bit in a split second. Yes, Sun Weiwei gulped and nodded dully, and then after reacting, she hurriedly said, Jiangnan, a few sounds in that section of the second stanza. You'll have to do it all over again, as well as the third stanza. Sun Weiwei's favoritism +1. Half an hour later, Jiangnan, who had played the modified version of the song First Love with Sun Weiwei, had the system's beep ringing in his head. Congratulations to the host. Sun Weiwei's favorability +1. Face value score +1. Lottery opportunity +1. Gangnam, you are perfect. This song, it's so good. The second the system prompt fell, Sun Weiwei put down her violin and directly pounced over, excitedly hugging Jiangnan without any embarrassment and nibbling. 10 seconds later, a silver line pulls away. Jiangnan and Sun Weiwei looked at each other. Bang bang. Jiangnan's heartbeat was okay, beating normally, and Sun Weiwei's heart is called a very fast beating up. That pair of big watery eyes has completely become watery. Plane is rising up a layer of fog in general. Gollum. Sun Weiwei gulped a little, her eyes staring dead at Jiangnan, her breath beating rapidly. Jiang, Vivi, as Sun Weiwei shouted out a word. Suddenly, Lu Yuru's shout rang out. The moment she heard Lu Yuru's voice, Sun Weiwei immediately woke up. Her reddish pretty face was slapped by her, and she hurriedly took the violin that was placed next to the stool to her hand. Mom, I'm in. And then she responded. Mom, this is not a good time to come. Hey, I was going to pull this Jiangnan guy into the cabin to have a seat inside. The heartfelt voice of heavy sighing was received by Jiangnan, so that he couldn't help but look at this woman a few more times. Good guy. This Sun Weiwei is really not the same person in her heart and on the surface really completely. Hearing the footsteps, Jiangnan also got up from his stool and looked back. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice, only to see a lace small black nightgown. Lu Yuru slowly pushed open the small courtyard fence, with a smile walked in. This is not the key. The key to this woman's body is extremely good. It seems to. No, I should say definitely not wearing the whatchamacallit, thus walking slightly shaky. With just a glance, Jiangnan guessed that there was a great probability that Sun Weiwei's thunder was hereditary. Ha, why is Koto here too? Lu Yuru felt Jiangnan's rather fiery gaze, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly without showing any trace of it, and quickly hid down, revealing a surprised expression. Mom, why are you out in that? Sun Weiwei frowned slightly. Mom didn't know Xiao Jiang had come to the house either. Don't you usually dress like this when Mom is at home? Lu Yuru's acting skills weren't bad either, spreading her hands with a bitter smile. This spreading out of her hand made Sun Weiwei's face change. Her afterglow swept a glance at Jiangnan and found that he was subconsciously looking away, and immediately hurriedly stepped forward a few steps and walked in front of Lu Yuru, looking at her and saying, Mom, I'm playing the zither with Jiangnan, so don't bother us. Chapter 204. Man Xiao Jiang came to play at home. Why didn't you tell Mom about it? Lu Yuru stepped out one step sideways, and as she spoke, she crossed Sun Weiwei with a smile, and then arrived in front of Jiangnan, enthusiastically saying, Have you eaten breakfast yet? Do you want Auntie to make it for you? Mom, what are you talking about? Sun Weiwei frowned even more tightly and arrived in front of Lu Yuru again, her tone with a slight aggravation, and said in a deep voice, If you want to do it, it's also for me to do it for Jiangnan, and also, I just modified the tune, and I need to rub it out a bit, so can you please leave me and Jiangnan alone? How's that for intrusive? Lu Yuru gently sighed, eyebrows lowered a little down, looking towards Sun Weiwei. This woman Jiangnan first met the aura is very sufficient, but at the moment is the appearance of a great aggrieved by the sky. Jiangnan glanced at it and also couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ah, if there is a mother, there must be a daughter. It's so actable. Moreover, Lu Yuru's acting was all natural, without the slightest trace of acting. Mom, you this. I didn't say anything just asked you to give me and Jiangnan a private space. Even though Sun Weiwei knew that her mom was very good at acting, she still couldn't resist and sighed softly, whispering, you always have to change your clothes too, don't you? Where do you have a bit of an elder's appearance? As she said that, Sun Weiwei pointed to this lace little black nightgown of Lu Yuru's. Look at me. Lu Yuru looked like she reacted, hurriedly holding her chest with a smile of embarrassment on her face, really just like what Jiangnan said, without a trace of performance. That, Xiao Jiang, have a meal at home at noon, I'll go buy food. Lu Yuru probed out and winked at Jiangnan before turning around and leaving. Seen enough? After Lu Yuru left, Sun Weiwei looked at Jiangnan expressionlessly. Jiangnan cleared his throat, pretended to know nothing, and spoke, what are you looking at? Ha! Sun Weiwei sneered, then directly approached Jiangnan and spoke, what did you say to look at? Oh, Jiangnan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Bang bang! Under such a close distance, Sun Weiwei's heartbeat immediately accelerated, and what was still expressionless, with mournful eyes, instantly became mesmerized. Gangnam! Sun Weiwei let out a soft cry and slowly closed her eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Sun Weiwei favorability +1. Face value score +1. Lucky draw opportunity +1. Around 11:30, Jiangnan helped the red-faced Sun Weiwei out of the cabin, and listening to the system beeps ringing in his head, a very satisfied smile appeared on his face. Sun Weiwei's favorability rose from 97 to 98 points, just as watery, and no side quests appeared. Although there was one less chance to get a normal draw, it didn't matter to Jiangnan. It seems that being able to reach 97 points of goodwill before having a substantial relationship might be able to break through the real limit without having to do side mini-quests. Jiangnan's eyes shone with a strange luster. Jiangnan, you said that Qiuqiu and Yao Yao can't not accept me, right? Sun Weiwei leaned on Jiangnan and asked in a small voice, would you have taken the initiative to ask me out today without Autumn telling you? Jiangnan laughed lightly. Seems so. Sun Weiwei spat out her tongue, sneaked a glance at Jiangnan, hugged his arm a little tighter, and whispered, just now, didn't T scratch you, right? Can't you see the marks on my back? Jiangnan reached out and flicked her forehead, and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh as well. I'm afraid that Sun Weiwei is one of the most reactive confidants he's ever encountered. Whether it's Meng Qingqiu, or Lin Manman, or then Ning Rusheng, none of them reacted as much as Sun Weiwei did anyway. I can't help it if that hurts. Sun Weiwei deflated in aggravation. Seeing this little expression on her face, Jiangnan laughed and reached out to rub her long blonde hair, speaking, I think you can try a double ponytail. It should suit you perfectly. Yes? Sun Weiwei's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange luster. Yes. Jiangnan nodded very seriously. When they returned to the main building, Jiangnan and Sun Weiwei simply took a shower before re-entering the first floor. When did you two get back? Lu Yuru, who was wearing a small purple mom dress and very delicate makeup, walked out of the kitchen with 2 plates of dishes and froze when she saw Jiangnan and Sun Weiwei walking down from the second floor. Moreover, she looked at Sun Weiwei a few more times and always felt that she had changed a bit, but what exactly had changed, she was unable to detect. Just got back. Sun Weiwei reached up and rubbed her nose, responding in a small voice. This cannot help but she is not vain. If Lu Yuru knows that she and Jiangnan then her mom really have to blow up. Nope. Pissed off. Lu Yuru frowned and looked at Sun Weiwei a few more times. From this girl's action look although she could see that she was in a state of weakness, but what exactly was it? Where she could guess. After all, she was also just a 36-year-old woman who hadn't charged once. Speaking of which, Jiangnan was also a little surprised that Lu Yuru, the woman, was so well maintained, because, this woman whether from the value of the face, or body seems to have not a little by the erosion of the age of traces, really is to say that she is more than 20 years old, and Sun Weiwei together hook hand to walk on the street said a pair of sisters are not the slightest bit, and, now this little purple mom dress, that rhymes simply. Mom, where did you get this outfit? How come I'd never seen you wear it before? Lu Yuru's eccentricity was also seen by Sun Weiwei, and her brows were furrowed as she and Jiangnan slowly walked down the second floor and arrived in front of her. Letting go of Jiangnan's hand, Sun Weiwei looked Lu Yuru up and down several times, and suddenly came up to her, and the mother and daughter looked at each other. Sun Weiwei stared at her strangely. This time it was Lu Yuru's turn to feel weak. After sweeping a glance at Jiangnan, she coughed gently and said, why do you care so much? You little kid? Can't mom love beauty? Moreover, I've worn many dresses that look better than this one. It's not like you haven't seen them before. Also, Sun Weiwei thought back for a moment, although she still felt a little strange, but she didn't think much about it, hugged Lu Yuru's arm, came to the 2 dishes she was carrying and sniffed them. Her face instantly revealed a happy smile. Still mom is good, knowing that I've wanted to eat sweet and sour spare ribs for a long time. That's right, if mom doesn't treat you right, who will? Lu Yuru smiled. Her afterglow swept another glance at Jiangnan and said softly, I also don't know when mom can also be subjected to these good Mom, as long as you don't keep restricting my freedom, Gangnam and I will always be good to you. Sun Weiwei smirked. Thank you, drunken brother, for the more explosive flowers. Chapter 205, having a little money on hand. I'm going to buy a few plots of land for investment. Since the last time I talked to Xiao Jiang, mom now understands that you're not so young anymore, and there's no need for mom to keep disciplining you like a child. Lu Yuro glanced at Jiang Nan again and whispered, Mom has found you a trustworthy agent, so in the future, mom will concentrate on the company. Really? Sun Weiwei was pleasantly surprised. Truer than pearls, Lu Yuru said with a smile. Lu Yuru's favoritism +5. Weiwei girl mom for you so many years has been in a single state. You also grew up. Mom think they should also pursue their own future. Mom sees that your object is really good. Outside, you call me mom. At home, in fact, it is not impossible to call me sister. Sister, I've kind of finished what you told me to do. Weiwei is really grown up now. Someday I think it's time to tell her the truth. The growth of Lu Yuru's favorability as well as a channel of her heart was received by Jiang Nan, which caused 3 black lines to pop up on his forehead. Nice guy, this Lu Yuru, really determined to pursue their own happiness but, that happiness, from the looks of it, seems to be him? You have to say that Lu Yuru is really Sun Weiwei's mom. Then Jiang Nan is naturally hesitant plus very hesitant. But no, in a true sense, Lu Yuru was Sun Weiwei's sister-in-law. The same existence as Zhao Xian was Meng Qingqiu's sister-in-law. Go with the flow. Jiang Nan took a deep look at Lu Yuru. This woman was very well maintained and looked less than 30 years old at most. So, ultimately, it's money that feeds people. This woman was definitely a bit richer than Jiang Cheng's landlady. And Jiang Nan guessed that just for maintenance, this woman had to have spent a lot of money, to say the least. Not to mention a set of mansions in Mordor. It is absolutely possible to compare a set of large villas in a new first-tier city after these years. As for the point of real age, Jiang Nan had never worried about it. As long as Lu Yuru really became his confidant in the future, the resident dam would naturally be arranged. So age and whatnot was not a problem in Jiang Nan's eyes to the very end. Soon, the 3 of them settled at the table. Jiang Nan swept a glance at the dishes on the table, and at a glance, they were all very appetizing home-cooked dishes. Xiao Jiang, come to Auntie's house more often for dinner. Auntie's craftsmanship is still very good. Lu Yuru looked at Jiang Nan with a smile. This face, I never tire of looking at it. The more I look at it, the more I like it. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment. Mom, Jiang Nan isn't from Mordor. He's from Jiangcheng. Sun Weiwei picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and ate it. Her slurred voice rang out. Oh, from River City? Lu Yuru frowned shallowly with quite a bit of loss, but soon revealed a smile. Jiangcheng is a good place. Xiao Jiang. Some other day Auntie will take Weiwei to Jiangcheng to have some fun. How about you take us to feel the night view of Jiangcheng? No problem. Jiang Nan agreed. Well, then it's a deal. Lu Yuru broke into a smile. She said she was taking Sun Weiwei with her to Jiangcheng, but in reality she wasn't Sun Weiwei's agent anymore. So it wasn't normal for that time to not match up and for her to be alone and want very much to go to Jiangcheng to have some fun and see the night scenery. It was quite an atmospheric meal. This woman, Lu Yuru, already has 55 points of favorability. And she's still short of a 98 face score confidant to reach 98 points of favorability to be able to complete that big welfare mission. After eating, Lu Yuro and Sun Weiwei cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks up, while Jiang Nan arrived and sat down on the sofa in the side hall, his eyes flashing with a strange luster coming. He currently had a small landlady side quest on hand, but unfortunately it wasn't in the time it should have been and couldn't be completed. Otherwise it would have been a real minute to complete the big welfare quest. There's no rush. Sun Weiwei has already given me a big surprise. There's nothing more to ask for. The corner of Jiang Nan's mouth curved up in a trace of an arc, and he did not dwell on this matter. Letting nature take its course is the biggest tenet as well as the attitude of Jiang Nan in the world. Buzz off. As Jiang Nan pondered, a vibrating sound came from his cell phone. Taking out his cell phone and scanning it, he froze on the spot. Zhao Xian, Autumn's sister-in-law. Just a note. Auntie, it's a microphone. Jiang Nan shouted mildly after he got through. Jiang Nan, you said earlier that you wanted to buy a land plot. I've given you some information. Do you see if you're free now? Come to the company to talk. Zhao Xian's voice came. News so soon? Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. A bit of news, but Auntie does not dare to make a promise. Can only say that people over there just happened to come to the company, chatting up this matter. A smile appeared on Zhao Xian's face when she heard Jiang Nan's rather excited tone. Okay, sister-in-law, I'll be right there. You give me a location. There is no doubt that the land in the Magic City is expensive. Jiang Nan's current hand is only more than 7 billion. In order to prevent the need, he pondered this time to Kyoto, at least must have more than 10 billion in the body, maybe more bottom. So, the opportunity to swipe money is here. So do you think Gangnam can't be excited? Jiangnan, where are you planning to go? After hanging up the phone, Jiangnan got up from the sofa, and Sun Weiwei, who had just taken the dishes back to the kitchen and walked out, saw him get up and couldn't help but inquire. Autumn's sister-in-law said that someone had revealed that they wanted to sell a plot of land, and I was going to check it out. Jiangnan explained. Oh, it's a big deal, so go get busy. But, land? Jiangnan, are you thinking of buying land in Magic City? Sun Weiwei looked at Jiangnan in surprise. That's when she snapped to attention. She didn't seem to know much about everything about Gangnam, even how many people were in his family, what his family did, and what he did for a living, all without knowing. And it was the same man who had just had a substantial relationship with her. There's really something crazy about you, Sun Weiwei. Sun Weiwei gave a heartfelt cry. Right, I have some money on hand, and I'm going to buy a few plots of land to make some investments for fun. Jiangnan approached Sun Weiwei and kissed her under her shocked and shy gaze before looking at his cell phone and quickly leaving the main building. I'll give you a ride. Sun Weiwei, who had come back to her senses, hurriedly chased towards Jiangnan. Chapter 206, Zhao Xian. I heard that the night view of Jiangcheng is good. Meng's group downstairs. Jiangnan got out of the cab. 15th floor. Jiangnan glanced at his cell phone before striding towards the main entrance of Meng group. The moment Jiangnan stepped into the Meng clan group, a gaze locked onto him in an instant. So handsome. Is this the new co-worker? It feels like with this temperament and this aura, there's a huge possibility that it's an airborne big shot. A whisper rang out. The current point in time was around 1 p.m. And it was currently on a lunch break. And the first floor was not to say that there were a lot of people, but there were definitely a lot of people. Da-da-da-da. At that moment, a sound of high heels touching the ground rang out. Jiangnan looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Zhao Xian wearing gold glasses, dressed in a professional suit, a pair of perfect long legs with a pair of black silk, the red-soled black high-heeled shoes. Every time he stepped on them, it was as if his heartbeat followed to speed up and beat a little. At least, all the men present on the first floor, with the exception of Jiangnan at this moment, were all looking at the queen with a very powerful aura in a demented manner. As usual, wherever Mr. Zhao goes, all eyes follow. It's so beautiful. I really don't know if a strong woman like Miss Zhao will marry one day. I want to be stepped on by Mr. Zhao. Gangnam. Zhao Xian arrived in front of Jiangnan and nodded with a smile. Auntie. Jiangnan returned a smile. Outside. You might as well call me Sister Xian. I'll introduce you to someone in a moment. He's interested in selling the piece of land in his hand, but the low end isn't too good. So if you have an idea, there should be a great chance that you'll be able to press the price by about 10%. Zhao Xian said softly. If the land is $500 million, and the price is reduced by 10%, that's $50 million less. Good. Jiangnan nodded, pressing the price or not. Of course, in the back of his mind, he naturally didn't care how much money was involved. He still didn't believe it. With the $9 billion he had on hand, he still couldn't take down a small piece of land? You're kidding not. Go. Zhao Xian led Jiangnan towards the company elevator. I'll be damned. It seems like an airborne rich kid. Zhao Xian and Jiangnan's companion immediately attracted the attention of all the people around them, and they speculated. In the elevator, it was just Jiangnan and Zhao Xian. Bang bang. Jiangnan's ear power was amazing, and the distance between him and Zhao Xian was not far, so he could clearly hear the heartbeat of the woman beside him at the moment accelerating by several points with the rise of each floor. Jiangnan, I've heard that your Jiangcheng has a nice night view. The next Vivi's concert will be scheduled there. When that time comes, I wonder if you're free to be a tour guide for me. The elevator quickly rose to the 6th floor, and Zhao Xian couldn't hold back any longer, reaching up and hooking her ear hair, then pushing the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose, and asking in a rather small voice, the night view is indeed nice. Auntie, did you say that Sun Weiwei's next concert is scheduled in Jiangcheng? When is it? As for the tour guide, ha ha ha, don't worry, as long as I'm in Jiangcheng, come anytime, I'll be your tour guide. Jiangnan patted his chest in affirmation. Then I'll thank you in advance. And not to say it, outside you have to call me. Zhao Xian's face revealed a slight color of delight as she lifted her scallion jade finger and gently tapped Jiangnan's arm. Sister Xian, Jiangnan shouted. Right, Zhao Xian smiled with satisfaction. Vivi had posted a dynamic before, saying that the next concert was scheduled in Jiangcheng, only that there was no accurate letter yet, and it wasn't too clear when the specific time would be. I'll ask you when the time comes. Now that Sun Weiwei was her own woman, even if Jiangnan didn't ask Sun Weiwei, the latter would definitely go to Jiangcheng to hold a concert as soon as possible. Do you know Vivi? Well, Zhao Xian asked tentatively. Quite familiar. Jiangnan nodded. So, when the time comes, can you sneak me in and ask her for a couple of autographed portraits? Zhao Xian asked in a small voice. No problem. Jiang Nan smiled. How about I push her Weibo to you now? Just say you're Qiuqiu's sister-in-law, and I can guarantee that she'll have to behave herself in front of you. That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Qiuqiu's sister-in-law is not his Jiangnan's sister-in-law, and Jiangnan's sister-in-law, isn't that her son Weiwei's sister-in-law? Yes? Zhao Xian looked at Jiangnan with some surprise, but in the face of Jiangnan's preparation to push son Weiwei's WeChat to her, she shook her head and refused. There's no need to push WeChat. Honestly, I don't have a lot of time to be able to chat with her on weekdays. There's no need to do so. It's okay. Jiangnan nodded. Ding! The elevator arrives on the 15th floor. Jiangnan and Zhao Xian walked out side by side. This way, Zhao Xian led Jiangnan into the office area, and from time to time, the sound of keyboards being struck could be heard, as well as some murmurs, but as Zhao Xian passed by, the entire office area was quiet, and all of them were casting glances. Walking to the door of an office, Zhao Xian gently pushed the door in. Jiangnan glanced along inside the office, only to see a man who looked to be in his 30s sipping tea. Mr. Zhao. Hearing the voice, the man hurriedly got up and greeted him before looking at Jiangnan, a hint of surprise coming to his face when he saw such a handsome young guy. Jiangnan, this is Mr. Wu. Zhao Xian arrived with Jiangnan and introduced. Mr. Wu, this is Jiangnan. The piece of land you have on hand is what he is very interested in. Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Wu Tailiang. Wu Tailiang did not underestimate Jiangnan at all because of his age, and enthusiastically reached out with a smile on his face. Hello, Mr. Wu. This is still the first time in Jiangnan's life to be called Jiang. Frankly speaking, the heart is a little bit of a feeling of comfort. Smiling, and Wu Tailiang shook hands. The three of them all settled on the sofa. Mr. Wu, at what price are you planning to sell this plot of land? After sitting down, Jiangnan directly opened the door and asked. Wu Tailiang was somewhat surprised that Jiangnan was so direct, and after thinking for a moment, he glanced at Zhao Xian and spoke. Although this piece of land is not the location of the center of Mordor, it's not too remote either. I have also talked to Mr. Zhao. The lowest price I am willing to sell it for is $1 billion. A billion? Hearing this number, Jiangnan's gaze flickered for a moment. The price was nothing to him. Buying it was a package deal. Mr. Wu, as you know, with the current economic downturn, there are very few who can come up with $1 billion at once. Zhao Xian spoke up. Of course I know this. Feel free, 10% down at the lowest price. That's $900 million. Wu Tailiang pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, this is my minimum concession. Chapter 207, 7 times consumption rebate. Make a big deal out of it. 900 million? Jiangnan's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this figure. That's $1 billion difference. In case of a tenfold consumer rebate, that's $1 billion difference. When Wu Tailiang saw Jiangnan's eyes narrow a bit, he became a bit nervous and was about to open his mouth to speak. Jiangnan, however, said, I would like to ask Mr. Wu, how big is your plot of land? Just an area of 10,000 square meters of land, which, there is a large supermarket is currently still in business, which is considered a commercial circle. I had originally intended to get a commercial mega commercial body before. As a result of insufficient funds, the collapse. Wu Tailiang shook his head with a bitter smile. You want to form a commercial complex with just this 10,000 square meters of land? Jiangnan looked at this general manager Wu a few more times and mentally shook his head. This amount of area sounds quite large, but in reality, it is just a small number for a commercial body. Which circle that is really called a commercial body will be less than tens of thousands or even more than hundreds of thousands of square meters? Therefore, the land owned by Wu Tailiang is, at best, a street inside a commercial body. You own that supermarket? Jiangnan inquired. Yes, Mrs. Wu nodded. The current income can only be described as a small loss. $1 billion, and this supermarket is mine too. Jiangnan's gaze flickered for a moment as he directly said. He doesn't have that much time to waste on this. He just needs to keep spending and getting rebates all the time and be done with it. 1 billion. Zhao Xian froze for a moment and was about to say something. Yes. Wu Tailiang didn't even think about it for a moment, and directly agreed to it. Okay, you draw up the contract. Jiangnan has never been a person of efficiency. He valued not fancy this piece of land after the purchase of the subsequent can bring him how much revenue. He cares about this piece of land worth 1 billion can bring him how many times the consumer rebate. Yes. Wu Tailiang hurriedly got up, while holding Jiangnan's hand, and then took his cell phone and called on the side. Jiangnan, you're being too hasty. Zhao Xian thought for a moment, but still smiled bitterly. Sister Xian, I have a great premonition. It's not likely that someone on the subsequent side will really be happy to develop it. And then this $1 billion will have a chance to increase in value by several times. Jiang Nan laughed lightly. Besides, this billion is nothing to me. That's the idea. But, you're not necessarily wrong about this hunch. Zhao Xian pondered for a moment. Softly said, that piece of land is not too suburban. At most half an hour's drive from the city center. And, it is true that before the city had leaders had a plan to make that area a new business district. Just in recent years the economic downturn reasons, resulting in delay. She was a native of the Magic City and was not a small person, so she naturally knew a lot of things. But, development and non-development are two possibilities, or a 50% chance each. Perhaps Wu Tailiang knew it too, but he didn't choose to gamble on the 50-50 odds. Right, I've got the backbone to lose money in the ground to gamble on the odds. Jiang Nan shrugged with a casual expression. Zhao Xian's favoritism +5. Jiang Nan's confidence caused a strange luster to flow up in the beautiful eyes of Zhao Xian, who was looking at him. The next is much more efficient. Just a little more than an hour. All the things are ready. Just need to sign the contract. And then Jiang Nan hit the payment is done. After having the contract scanned by the system, Jiang Nan also signed his name. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spending is complete. Get 7 times the spending rebate, 7 billion. 7 times the consumer rebate. In addition to the principal of $1 billion, pure income of a piece of land, plus a large supermarket, and $6 billion in cash. Just ask, what business is there to do that is more enjoyable and quicker to make money than this? Mr. Jiang, is there any time in the afternoon? I wonder if you can give me a favor. I'll treat you and Mr. Zhao to a meal. Wu Tailiang naturally received the news of the arrival of the payment and immediately invited it. No, I have things to take care of this afternoon. Jiang Nan smiled and refused. That'll do. Wu Tailiang was not embarrassed. The reason he issued the invitation was just a walk in the park. If he agreed, he agreed. If he refused, he refused. He immediately smiled and said, then Mr. Jiang, Mr. Zhao, I'll leave first. I'll see you off. Zhao Xian is ready to send Wu Tailiang. Zhao Xian stop. You talk to Mr. Jiang, I'll leave first. Wu Tailiang's steps are accelerated a little. Zhao Xian also sent him to the office door. Turned around and returned to the office. Looked at Jiang Nan top of the contract viewed up. Could not help but be surprised. This contract? Is there any problem again? No problem. What I'm thinking about is acquiring the entire area around this small commercial street. Jiang Nan sat on the sofa, his eyes glittering with an excited luster. If you want to engage, Gangnam is ready to make a big deal. A super commercial complex basically all wrapped up is definitely no more than $10 billion. And how big it must be to spend tens of billions of dollars to construct it into a mega commercial complex. He had more and more money on his hands, so how could he care about that? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zhao Xian, who was about to sit on the sofa, froze for a moment, and then after sitting down, she looked towards him in surprise and spoke. You want to construct a super commercial body? Even if you don't develop this area subsequently, but by smashing money, you can directly attract the attention of the leaders in the city? Zhao Xian wasn't a fool. Well, at least he was the bright face at the helm of a company with a market capitalization of billions of dollars, and guessed Jiang Nan's thoughts in just a split second. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. He did want to get a super commercial body to make that area a real commercial city, but however, he didn't care if he could attract the attention of the leaders inside the city of Magic City. Rather, he is able to make unlimited rebates whenever he spends then. The more money he has, the more he will only spend. Losses and whatnot. He is not afraid at all. Even if he spends 1-to-1 rebate, he does not bring a single bit of loss. You're such a business genius, but also need you to have enough money to be able to do that. Zhao Xian really admired Jiang Nan's idea. If he didn't have enough money, then he would only be able to wait for a 50-50 chance to see if the leaders inside the Magic City would set their eyes on his part of the region. However, if Jiang Nan's strong capital case, really determined to rely on their own strength, will be a piece of area completely into a super commercial body, a small commercial city, then there is no doubt that the city's leadership is 80% or even more than 90% of the probability will focus on this piece of area. Chapter 208, Jiang Nan's true ambitions first revealed. Hearing Zhao Xian's words, Jiang Nan only smiled faintly. There is no such thing as a business genius in this world. In his opinion, in this day and age, the vast majority of people who are able to achieve success have some foundation. That foundation, perhaps, is connections or principle. An existence like Jiang Nan who possessed a system. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that whichever line he wanted to work in, he would be able to stand at the top of the pyramid of whichever line he wanted to work in and look down on the beings in that line. There is no exaggeration. This is the stark reality. Sister Xin. Jiang Nan no longer thought much about the other have-nots and turned his gaze toward Zhao Xian. without realizing it, his afterglow, however, seemed to be turned on as if he had turned on self-targeting, instantly fixing on Zhao Xian's pair of black silk legs, and subconsciously moving downward to look at the pair of red-soled black heels. It had to be said that Zhao Xian's legs were indeed so beautiful that one couldn't stop looking away. It's what makes her attractive, but it's not one of the most attractive parts of her whole body, just one of them. Zhao Xian was also in her 30s, the same age as the landlady, but actually the two styles, that's very different. It's not just that their initial face points are different, it's more of a difference in temperament. Landlady Xia Jiqing's temperament, that is full of wife feeling. This is a real undead. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, had always been in a high position, and although this woman wore a smile in front of him from the first time he met her, in reality, Jiang Nan understood it very well. In the eyes of outsiders, I'm afraid Zhao Xian is the real queen of the cool workplace, just like Sun Weiwei's mother, Lu Yuru. The aura on this woman was also superb. If Jiang Nan had not controlled a little secret she had hidden deep inside, just the fact that he was handsome alone was not enough to make this woman completely open her heart. If Jiang Nan remembered correctly, Lu Yuru was the first woman who had a system prompt to reduce her favorability since he met so many women. Zhao Xian's favoritism +5. Why does this kid keep staring at my legs? The last time I was in the car it was, and I kept staring at my legs too. Really? A silk leg control The prompting sound of favorability plus a heartfelt voice was received by Jiang Nan, which made him instantly slow down from his thoughts, and his gaze then moved upwards along Zhao Xian's jade feet until he met her beautiful eyes that were quite a bit mesmerized. Zhao Xian's favoritism +10. Good. So wonderful feeling. With this guy on the eyes, the heartbeat cannot help but accelerate to beat up. Damn it, Zhao Xian. This is Qiuqiu's boyfriend. No can do. Quickly. Stop your heartbeat. A single glance at each other unexpectedly skyrocketed 10 points of goodwill, which caused Jiang Nan's eyes to flash through a color of surprise. But however, after the subsequent ringing of Zhao Xian's rather shameful heartfelt voice, he seemed to be understanding the reason why he was able to suddenly skyrocket 10 points of goodwill. Jiang Nan's expression remained unchanged, and even though Zhao Xian's pretty face carried more redness at the moment, he acted as if he didn't see it, and his gaze was still slightly aggressive. Sister Xian, Jiang Nan softly called out again. Ha! Zhao Xian jerked her head back and responded with a strange sonorous tone. Do you have anyone you trust? Jiang Nan looked at Zhao Xian very sincerely and opened his mouth to inquire. The current Zhao Xian's favorability towards him had reached 42 points, which wasn't exactly low, and from Zhao Xian's attitude towards him, and that one heartfelt voice, it seemed that there was a great probability that this woman would not be able to escape him. Jiang Nan has never been a very formal their favorite people. Zhao Xian's charm need not be said, but also a control of a market value of billions of dollars of the bright side of the helm. To say how good it is, it doesn't even need to go much further to prove anything. Jiang Nan appeared to be asking Zhao Xian if she had any trustworthy people, but in reality, his target was her from the very beginning. Trusted people. Zhao Xian gathered her emotions for a moment, reached out and hooked her ear hair before gently pushing the gold glasses on the bridge of her nose, her eyes showing a thoughtful look. After a short while, she shook her head and said, I know what you mean. You want to be a shirker, don't you? Want to find a trustworthy person to stand in the open, and you are the manipulator behind the scenes. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded. Hard. Zhao Xian shook her head and spoke. You are from Jiangchang after all, and although you have enough funds, you may not be able to find a wholehearted subordinate, purely as a shirker. Then you need to stand on the surface of the person is very good. Only in this way can make Jiang Nan give out every sum of money or used to the extreme. Sister Xian, I have a bold idea. Jiang Nan looked straight at Zhao Xian and revealed a smile. You don't think you want me to be the implementer of this plan of yours, do you? Zhao Xian froze for a moment. Right, Jiang Nan said very directly. This commercial body is independently established under the foundation of Meng's group, and you will take over full control of the domination, and any inputs that require funds, you can just talk to me. In Jiang Nan's eyes, the subsequent plan of a whole commercial body can get how much profit that does not matter. But where he consistently invests money and consistently gets rebates on his spending, that's his biggest source of income. He wasn't afraid of losing money, but rather a greater fear of not losing money. The more you lose, the more you will invest in Gangnam and the more frequently you will be able to get rebates on your spending. That's what Gangnam is all about. Instead of searching the world for points to consume, you should create consumable points yourself. Not only that, this plan of a large commercial body is only Jiang Nan's initial experiment. If he can really create his own a very perfect and reasonable consumption cycle point, then his eyes will not just focus on the creation of a commercial body such a simple thing, medicine, and an assortment of everything that can be incorporated into your life. At some point, when the entire world is using the living goods, medical equipment, and other things under the banner of Gangnam. There is no need to explain anything more. This, Zhao Xian's mouth opened slightly wider as she looked at the very serious Jiang Nan and involuntarily gulped a bit, and then after taking a deep breath, she revealed a hint of a smile and opened her mouth. You brat, haven't you already chosen me from the very beginning? He, Sister Xin is so smart. I can't really think of a second person who could be more suitable. Jiang Nan laughed nervously twice. That's half true and half false on his part. In fact, he had two candidates in mind. One Zhao Xin. The second was naturally the woman Lu Yuru. Chapter 209, a building or area named after Jiang Nan. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zhao Xin looked at him twice more, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Zhao Xian's favoritism +5, continuing to rise. This, on the contrary, made Jiang Nan's heart very satisfied. At this rate of growth, I'm afraid that it really wouldn't take long for Zhao Xian's favorability to reach a point where she could break through to a substantial relationship. Flowery words, but this suggestion you made, I think I'll give it some thought. This main group is not mine alone. The main person in charge is actually still Qiuqiu's father. Zhao Xian said softly. I'll ask for you. I'll give you an answer within a day. But I'm afraid it doesn't need to be within a day. Good. Jiang Nan nodded. He wasn't in a hurry, and at the same time, he wasn't worried that Meng Tianxiao wouldn't agree. This is a big action. With Jiang Nan's financial strength, he Meng's group even if he can't eat in this big action. But this plan has to be built on the basis of Meng's group. Then even if Meng's group harvested fame, that is a major good thing for the development of the group. What's more, there was also Meng Qingxiu's layer of relationship in. Jiang Nan could not think of any reason for Meng Tianxiao to refuse anyway, unless the pattern was really too small and too defensive of him. Jiang Nan, I'm going to make a phone call. Zhao Xian got up from the sofa and was about to walk towards the desk. Just then, for some reason, a center of gravity suddenly failed to stabilize. Screams rang out, and Zhao Xian fell straight down in Jiang Nan's direction. Coincidence? Too coincidental. What a coincidence. Jiang Nan sighed in his heart and reached out to hold Zhao Xian up, as he fell sideways, thus the latter was facing Jiang Nan, one hand subconsciously hooked onto his neck. As for the other hand, it was unconsciously pressed onto his leg. There's one thing about this pose, and it still carries a few ambiguities. Sister Xin. Jiang Nan became concerned. It's not twisted, is it? No. I'm fine. It's weird how somehow I fell. Zhao Xian also felt strange, was about to get up from Jiang Nan's arms. She violently reacted to what? Looked down. Good guy. His own body, not purely pressed on Jiang Nan's leg. No. Sorry, Gong Nam. Zhao Xian hurriedly got up, her pretty face instantly reddening. Zhao Xian's favoritism +5. Good guy. Gong Nam him. Shame on you. Zhao Xian, did you fall on purpose just now? Why else would you have fallen into Jiang Nan's arms? Favorability growth. There was also a heartfelt voice received by Jiang Nan. He looked at Zhao Xian, whose face was currently covered in a reddish haze, with a shy look. He couldn't help but reveal a smile too. It's okay. Jiang Nan also stood up from the sofa. He could probably guess what was going on. Everything was the title of Heaven's Destiny protagonist at work. I'm going to make a phone call. Zhao Xian gulped a little bit, and when she swept a glance at Jiang Nan, her pretty face became much redder, and while walking towards the desk, she also straightened up her professional suit, which was quite a bit wrinkled. Jiang Nan took a deep look at Zhao Xian's back and had to sigh a sigh of relief that this woman was indeed very attractive. It really wasn't the slightest exaggeration to say that a woman like Zhao Xian, faced with a man who wasn't enlightened like Jiang Nan, it could almost be said that there was no man capable of conquering this type of woman with all his heart and soul. Similarly, Sun Weiwei's apparent mother, Lu Yuru, is also such a woman. Isn't it possible to tell when one is 30 and the other 36 and hasn't experienced that side of things yet? Are they too ugly? No, it's precisely because it's so good. And, whether it's Lu Yuru or Zhao Xian, both women have their own little secrets underneath their hearts. A mother who is not Sun Weiwei's real mother, for a promise, thus turning into her deceased sister. One is even more extreme contrast. On the surface is a market value of billions of group controller, but privately is a play abstract, chasing the stars of the contrast of the female. If Hanglang Jiangnan had controlled the mind-reading technique, coupled with the fact that he himself was too good, where would he have gotten the chance to know the little secrets of these two women, thus taking a place in their hearts? Walking to the floor-to-ceiling windows in the middle of the office, just the height of the 15th floor was not enough for the amazing eyesight to see below him, as if he were looking at small ants, which made him shake his head and gently spit out a breath, muttering, "There should always be a building named after itself, or, there should always be an area named after itself. The former shouldn't be much of a problem, and the latter is still a little difficult. Yeah, well, I see. This way." Zhao Xin responded and hung up. Gong nam. Hearing the shout, Jiang Nan slowly turned his head and met Zhao Xin's gaze. Agreed. Zhao Xin flashed a smile. Then I'd like to thank Sister Xin. Jiang Nan also revealed a smile. He knew that there was absolutely no way Meng Tianxia would refuse. Jiang Nan alone compared to his Meng family a small mansion. This kind of strength, he thought of hugging the thigh cannot wait. Will still refuse this kind of good thing? It's not an exaggeration in the slightest to say that you are asking the Meng family to pour money into Jiangnan. The Meng family is absolutely willing to be the implementer of this plan. Ta-da! Zhao Xin walked out from inside the desk, stepping on her high heels and slowly coming towards Jiangnan, quickly standing in front of him, smiling and saying, "So how do you treat your sister?" Hearing this, Jiangnan's gaze flickered for a moment, then noticing the woman's eyes at the moment, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, stepping forward to get a little closer to her, reaching out to grab a handful of her thin waist before violently closing in on himself. For eyes. At this moment, Zhao Xian's breath caught in a flash. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! The heart was even beating several times faster than it usually did at a fast pace. You! Zhao Xian just opened her mouth to say a word. Next, Jiangnan bowed his head slightly. Zhao Xian's favoritism +2. Zhao Xian's favoritism +3. Zhao Xian's favoritism +2. In just a few moments, Zhao Xian's favorability increased by as much as 10 points, arriving at 62 points of favorability. And at the moment, Jiangnan and Zhao Xian also arrived at the desk from in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. You! Zhao Xian slowly opened her eyes, not daring to meet Jiangnan's eyes at all, and whispered with her head lowered. You brat! Just treat me like that? What other treats does Sister Xin need? Jiangnan asked rhetorically. Zhao Xian's favoritism +3. Just a rhetorical question. Another 3 points of favorability increase, which made Jiangnan's face even more smile, reaching out and gently picking up Zhao Xian's chin, letting it meet his eyes on. Crackle! Eye to eye. A heart-stopping arc of electricity instantly exploded. Poof! 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 Zhao Xian subconsciously closed her eyes once more. Chapter 210 Zhao Xian, bastard. Aren't you afraid I'll snitch on you with Qiuqiu? Knock knock. 1 minute later, a soft knock sounded on the office door. Mr. Zhao, there's a contract that needs your signature. Immediately afterward, a woman's voice rang out. Moment. Zhao Xian woke up with a start, opened her eyes and swallowed, quickly detached herself from Jiangnan's embrace and got down from the desk, and then hurriedly straightened up rather messy clothes. After organizing herself, she shyly and incomparably glanced at Jiangnan, after which gently patted her pretty face, arrived and sat down inside the desk, faintly saying, "Come in." That's an attitude emotion shift. Simply. 1 second it was a misty-eyed dodgy. The next moment it's a cold, frosty, domineering female president. It had to be said that Zhao Xian, this woman's temperament was really completely attractive. At the very least, it can be attacked and softened. The meaning of this is simple. When it comes to tough men, then she is the gentle icon. If she meets a man with a soft character and a little bit of that whatever tendency, then she is definitely a queenly overlord in an old hip-hugging uniform with black silk heels and a small leather whip. However, it was obvious that Jiangnan was the former, and pinning down a woman like Zhao Xian was a complete handful. Chirp or peep, of small birds. The office door was gently pushed open, and in walked an elite woman in the workplace who was also wearing an OL uniform with black silk heels. Jiangnan looked. This woman was at most 25 or 26 years old. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and she looked a little bit tasty, but really compared to Zhao Xian's aura, there really wasn't any comparison. And, from the face value, this woman in the eyes of Jiangnan, the top day on the 72 to 75 points or so, or makeup plus points, pure vegan state really cannot necessarily reach 70 points. But, a woman of this score is definitely not something an ordinary person can get their hands on either. Unless it's true love. After all, what's the saying? True love is invincible. Kiki Ma's favoritism +20. The system's beep sounded in his head, and only then did Jiangnan slow down. Maggie, I think, was the name of the woman who had just come in? Handsome. Don't look at me. Handsome. Do you know you're putting me under a lot of pressure with this casual glance? A few more heartbeats rang out immediately afterward. Jiangnan received and didn't withdraw his gaze. Instead he looked at the woman's figure 2 more times. It had to be said that this woman definitely belonged to the extreme existence in the circle of ordinary people. It's a goddess of sorts. The height is estimated to have a 170 centimeters or so, plus the high heels are at least 175 centimeters upwards. You know, a woman's 175 centimeters is visually a bit taller than a man's look. At least, with Jiangnan's vision. He also unconsciously swept a few eyes towards the woman's black silk legs. Don't look, don't look. Kiki Ma's favoritism +15. A beep sounded in his head. making Jiang Nan unable to help but laugh mentally. There was just something about his drawn-out charisma value that was over the top. Mr. Zhao. Maggie came towards the desk, and the closer she got to Jiang Nan, that favorability rubbed off on her. If this were usual, it was obviously only a distance of 10 or so steps, but because of Jiang Nan's presence, she spent more than 30 steps, dawdling before arriving at the desk. Moreover, she stood right next to Jiang Nan and spoke, but her eyes were involuntarily attracted to this man beside her. This is the contract. Please take a look at it. Good. Although Maggie stared at Jiang Nan nonstop, Zhao Xin didn't care about anything. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile if nothing else. She understood how attractive this man was. She was more than aware of how deadly the man's attraction to a woman could be. Walking hormones. This is Zhao Xin's review of Jiang Nan, and it's still the kind of ground that can drive people crazy. Just now, if she hadn't heard the knock at the door at the last second and thus come to her senses, the Ghost Moncler outlet store knew what would follow. At least, she felt like there was no guarantee that nothing would happen to her. Swish swish swish, Zhao Xin pondered, also casually swept a glance and signed, and then handed it to Ma Chichi. Realizing that the woman was still staring at Jiang Nan, she couldn't help but cough gently twice. Ki. After coughing twice, Zhao Xin realized that Maggie hadn't slowed down yet, so she immediately called out gently. Oh, I'm sorry Mr. Zhao, I just suddenly thought of something. I'm sorry. When Ma Chichi heard Zhao Xin call her name, she snapped back to her senses and went down with a rather pale face. It's okay, you can go about your business. Zhao Xin waved her hand carelessly before propping her chin up with one hand and leaning back on her desk, her gaze following one step and 3 turns back to Maggie until she left the office. Bang! The office door opened for at least a few seconds before closing. At this instant, Zhao Xin didn't hold back her head and shook her head and laughed. Her jade hand removed the golden glasses from the bridge of her nose and placed them on the desk, placing her gaze on Jiang Nan once again and spoke. Brat, I'm Qiuqiu's sister-in-law. You just treated me like that. Aren't you afraid that I'll snitch on you with Qiuqiu? Hearing this, Jiang Nan laughed along with him. Snitching? I'm afraid the report was made on the spot, and the next second Zhao Xin and Meng Qingqiu's identities had to realize a bipolar reversal. Thinking of this, the smile on Jiang Nan's face deepened a bit. What are you laughing at? Zhao Xin feigned a cold face for a moment. I'm really going to snitch on you with Qiuqiu. Sister Xin, you're not as pretty when you're cold-faced as when you're red-faced, Jiang Nan said with a smile. Ha, yeah, Zhao Xin couldn't be taught at all in front of Jiang Nan. After hearing his words, she broke in seconds, and was patting her pretty face. After being surprised for a moment, she immediately revealed a pouting expression. Come on, I'm threatening you, and you're still here to molest me? Yes? Jiang Nan stepped forward and propped his hands on the desk, staring at Zhao Xin with a smile. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I surrender. I can't stand it when you stare at me like that. Zhao Xin immediately averted her eyes, and at this moment, her pretty face was flushed red, only feeling as if there were ants crawling all over her body after being stared at by Jiang Nan for a mere 3 seconds. The feeling wasn't one of embarrassment or nausea, but one that made her feel good in a way that was hard to put into words. At this point, Zhao Xian's shell teeth gently bit her lower lip, her red lips brightly colored to the extreme, paired with her little expression of refusal, when really it's simply, oh, can't stand it? What can't stand? Jiang Nan asked knowingly, narrowing his eyes at Zhao Xin. Didn't Sister Xin say she was going to give Qiuqiu some kind of little report? Chapter 211. No more fighting. No more fighting. Hearing Jiang Nan's voice and then feeling the man's gaze, Zhao Xin hurriedly shook up her head and waved her hands back and forth. I'm afraid of you. For the very majority of women, the first thing about a man's stare is that they have to see if the man is her type. Obviously, Jiang Nan's gaze carried more aggression at this very moment, but for Zhao Xin, not only did it not cause her the slightest bit of disgust, but instead it made her inwardly joyful. Really, if Jiang Nan was single, or even if he was even less the object of Qiuqiu's affection, she really didn't know how much crazier she would be right now. Zhao Xian's favoritism plus 5. Another inexplicable 5-point increase in favorability caused the smile on Jiang Nan's face to simply stop. If he remembered correctly, the current Zhao Xian's favorability towards him was as high as 70 points. This 70 points of favorability was such that it was enough to move Jiang Nan to place the 5th goal of completing the Great Welfare Quest on her. It's already the 28th today, and I'm leaving for Kyoto as soon as I finish tomorrow. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment. Just one day. Honestly, he felt that the difficulty was certainly not too high, but only if there was always time for interaction. Not a big problem. There's always a chance here. Jiang Nan was never too deliberate. Even if he could not make Zhao Xian's favorability reach 98 points before traveling to Kyoto, when he returned to Jiangchang, He believed that there was a great probability that this woman would choose to travel to Jiangcheng to look for him. This was Jiang Nan's self-confidence. Definitely not an empty speculation. Well, I should also be busy. That, Jiang Nan, promised well. There is a chance that when I go to Jiangcheng to play, let you alone to me as a tour guide. Can it? As Jiang Nan pondered, Zhao Xian took a deep breath and looked toward him very seriously, with a slight look of expectation in her eyes. I don't know whether I'm looking forward to Jiang Nan's consent or the time alone with this man after traveling to Jiangcheng at that time. Yes, Jiang Nan came back to his senses, met Zhao Xian's expectant eyes, and nodded very seriously. When Sister Xian arrives, I'll definitely take you to enjoy the night scenery of Jiangcheng. Deal. Zhao Xian came with a happy smile. Zhao Xian's favoritism +5. It's so empowering. Another 5-point increase in favorability made Jiang Nan couldn't help but mentally applaud one after the other. Then I'll leave Sister Xian alone. Gangnam is also seeing the light. I won't see you off. Zhao Xian pursed her lips. It wasn't that she didn't want to send it, but she didn't dare to send it. I'm really afraid that if I deliver it, I won't know where to send it for a while. Good. Jiang Nan nodded. Walking out of the office, Jiang Nan glanced back and noticed that the window curtains of the office slowly rose, and he could see that although Zhao Xian on the desk was sitting in the boss chair, her afterglow was looking towards her side from time to time. In response, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Walking through the office area, from time to time there was a goodwill growth tone ringing in his ears. A blazing gaze is non-stop scanning on him. 5 senses amazing. He naturally is easy to understand these gazes in their own what place to stay. All the way out to the 15th floor, arriving at the elevator. Ding! Just arrived. The elevator arrived on the 15th floor. Several laughing Meng Group employees came out of the elevator, and 2 of the young girls immediately gathered their smiles when they saw Jiang Nan, and then subconsciously straightened up their grooming in a very proper manner. Handsome. Is this a new co-worker at the company? It feels like this handsome guy could be the company's ambassador. He's so graceful. A heartfelt voice came. Jiang Nan walked into the elevator, pressed the button to go down to the 1st floor, and looked towards the outside. The 2 young girls were still standing in place obsessively, staring at Jiang Nan in the elevator without turning their eyes. Xiao Qin, Xiao Yu. The elevator doors slowly closed towards the 1st floor, and after about 10 seconds, a line of colleagues called out several times, which slowed down the 2 young girls. So cool. Yes, yes, if I can be in the same company, in the same department with such a level of handsome man, then really every day let me work overtime without pay, I will be happy. The 2 young girls hooted with excitement at once. It's just a little thing. It was all too normal for Gangnam. The moment. Outside the Meng Group building, Jiang Nan hesitated for a moment and finally decided to walk slowly down the roadside street. It was almost about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and at the moment there were few luxury cars on the streets, which didn't seem to have the bustle of a big city as imagined. In fact, although this was Jiang Nan's first time arriving in Mordor, but in this great age of the internet, it's simply not that easy to get to know a city without leaving your home. He'd heard about this topic on the internet. The reason why Mordor didn't seem as bustling as he thought it was. The first is that you don't have the strength on your own to feel the prosperity of the city. Secondly, this kind of time period is not a point for social animals. That is a point for social animals to travel. Third, it is important to first understand why Mordor has another name. Night Shanghai. Only at night. No, it should be said that only at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning can one understand the true bustle of the magic city. Jiang Nan was naturally not interested in feeling the so-called prosperity of this magic city. 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning is a time of indulgence for those rich kids, a time to live what they themselves feel is a wonderful life. But in reality, every night, not even just night, I should say every day, in Gangnam is an extremely exciting life. He has lived a wonderful life, beyond the point where ordinary people can imagine. Try asking, who could be like Jiang Nan, who had so many high-value confidants at the same time? Buzz off. As he thought about it, Jiang Nan's cell phone vibrated. Taking it out and scanning it, a slightly surprised expression appeared on his face when he saw who had sent the WeChat message. Why is Mr. Gangnam wandering the streets alone? It's Seo Sherman. Seeing this message, Jiang Nan tapped into WeChat, but instead of replying at the first opportunity, he looked around towards the surroundings and finally fixed his gaze inside a cafe on the right-hand side. With his eyesight, he instantly locked onto a woman sitting by the window. Who was it if not the woman Sue Sherman? Come in and sit down? The phone vibrated again, and Sue Sherman once again sent a message. And at this moment, she who was sitting against the window inside the cafe also waved her hand at Jiang Nan who was standing on the street. What a coincidence! How can we meet by chance? Chapter 212, Does the Jung family in Kyoto have anything to do with you? That's quite a coincidence. At this point, in the middle of the cafe, leaning against the window, Sue Sherman stared straight at Jiang Nan. The smile at the corner of her mouth simply could not be suppressed. Yes, there is indeed enough coincidence. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, lifted the cup in front of him and gently took a sip, feeling the blazing gazes that swept across the entire cafe from time to time, in which the gaze of the woman opposite to himself was even more enthusiastic. He felt that there was nothing abnormal. This woman is definitely a double no matter where she indicates it. And, unsurprisingly, her interest in men had skyrocketed several notches as a direct result of his presence. So much so that, whereas in the past she could say that she was a pure lesbian, now, facing Jiang Nan she didn't really have the backbone to say so. Sitting with you is really stressing me out a bit. Su Sherman also felt the gazes around her and whispered, exaggerated. Jiang Nan put down his cup, and only then did he place his gaze on Su Sherman across the table, possibly not engaged in work and on her break. The woman was dressed in a minimalist outfit, jeans with a pair of canvas shoes and a slim-fitting short tee on the top half of her body. As we all know, this slim short tee is extremely set off the figure, so at the moment really no all understand. I'm not exaggerating. Few people kept looking my way before you came in. Su Sherman was very happy that Jiang Nan's gaze stopped on her for a few seconds, and after lifting the cup on the table and taking a shallow sip, she opened her mouth and said, what about those two objects of Mr. Jiang Nan? What about school? Jiang Nan returned. That being said, I'm a bit curious as to how you were able to get beauties of the caliber of Miss Mang and also Miss Yu to willingly follow you? Undeniably, Su Sherman felt that Jiang Nan's face value was indeed at a heaven-defying level. His temperament was equally so, and there was no need to say anything about his family lineage, which was definitely the existence of the top of the pyramid. But, in her eyes, neither Meng Qingqiu nor Yu Yao was a rich white beauty from an ordinary family background, and it was a bit outrageous that they would willingly follow Jiang Nan without a single contradiction. Charm. Jiang Nan smiled. Hearing this reply, Su Sherman opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but it seemed like she didn't know what to say. Su Sherman's favoritism +5. Like awkward for a few seconds, Su Sherman took a deep breath and spoke. Mr. Jiang Nan, I will be traveling to Kyoto the day after tomorrow, and on that day, there will be an auction at the Purple Sun Pavilion at the Kyoto headquarters, and the lots are all exceptionally precious, so I'm sure you should be very interested. I know. Jiang Nan nodded. I have a plot of land that will be auctioned off in this very auction. Ha! Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Su Sherman froze for a moment, and then her pupils tightened and dilated for a while, her face revealing a shocked color in the next second. Surprised? You have a piece of land to be auctioned in this auction? Yeah, Jiang Nan said carelessly. Jiang. Su Sherman's eyes narrowed, took a good look back at Jiang Nan's surname, and his voice lowered a bit as he inquired, does the Jiang family in Kyoto have anything to do with you? She had always speculated that there was some kind of Jiang family in Jiang City, but never thought about this Jiang family in Kyoto. Now it seems that perhaps Jiang Nan is still really a third generation of the Jiang family in Kyoto? The difference between the second and third generation is not a normal one. Second generation, which suggests that there is only one generation up there, and 3 generations, which suggests that there is a generation in addition to the one above. It's definitely going to be 2 levels of comparison in terms of depth, just as a 1,000-year family, so many years of heritage, and unusual family. Even if you are 100 billion family, so what? The depth of the 2 remains incomparable. There's a connection. Jiang Nan didn't deny it. Hearing this, Su Sherman also completely understood. But, the only point she was still very curious about, although the Jiang family in Kyoto has the Jiang elder who is an internal player, but in reality, it is only a few tens of billions of a family in itself, and the $100 billion family can't be counted, and it has never heard of the existence of Jiang Nan. Another problem that is, even if Jiang Nan is the hidden heir of the Jiang family, then with the tens of billions of assets of the Jiang family, it is still far from giving him so much money to spend. This Su Sherman was a bit confused. Having received this answer, Su Sherman wouldn't inquire further. Just about enough. Any more questions and she understood it would be offensive. So Mr. 30 Gangnam is coming with me? Su Sherman took another sip, and after putting down the cup, she issued an invitation. Your company has private jets too? Jiang Nan glanced at Su Sherman in surprise. That's natural. Su Sherman revealed a proud expression, slightly angled her head and spoke. Our Purple Sun Pavilion is not an ordinary auction house. Throughout the auction houses in the country, we claim to be the second. No one dares to say that they are the leading level of existence in this industry. A private jet is just a private jet. What's it worth? Say, how much does a private jet really cost? Is there any way to buy one? Jiang Nan was instantly interested. Depends on the demand. Su Sherman spoke. Private jets like the ones purchased by the Purple Sun Pavilion are customized high-end grades, and one is almost $800 million. Only $800 million? Jiang Nan was slightly surprised. He also did not understand. always thought that a high-end grade private jet would have to be $1 billion or so at least. As a result, it seems that the customized version of the high-end grade private jet is only a mere $800 million. Only. Su Sherman sweated slightly. $800 million in the eyes of Jungnan is only the word only to describe. Really too much people want to vomit. But, can you spit it out? People casually take out more than $2 billion to play auction. This $800 million in the eyes of the people. With the word talent to describe what can spit, can you get me one of those? Money is a minor issue. The issue is how expensive you can get it. Then how expensive it is. Jungnan's gaze flickered for a moment. Honestly speaking, he would subsequently have a great possibility of arming the place where he lived a bit after obtaining whatever black technology beyond the current dimension the system rewarded him with. There's no chance of purchasing an island to use as your base in the future, so having a private jet first is still a necessity. I'll have to ask someone about that for you when I get back to Kyoto. Su Sherman replied in a small voice. Good, then I'll take care of MS. Su. Jungnan smiled and nodded. Actually, Mr. Jungnan can just call me Sherman. And of course, I won't give you honorifics. How about just calling you Jungnan? Su Sherman looked at Jungnan with a smile. Okay. Jungnan couldn't help but look deeply at the woman. Chapter 213, Su Shimon's invitation. Yu Yao's dressing at school. That. Dudes, can you add a green bubble? As Jungnan and Su Shimon's eyes intertwined, a voice rang out. Plus a hair can't you see there's a woman here? Su Sherman was still immersed in her stare down with Jungnan, and when she suddenly heard this voice, she immediately became upset. What a mean auntie. Hearing Su Shimon's tone, one of the young girls who came up immediately commiserated. Auntie? Ha! Auntie? Su Sherman had never hated girls so much at this moment. No, absolutely not. She placed her gaze on the young girl and her brows furrowed, and after looking up and down for a few moments, she opened her mouth and said, You look like you're in your 20s, and you're calling someone auntie? Auntie, I just turned 18. The young sister clipped her voice and looked daintily at Jungnan as she returned. Do I look old? An 18-year-old girl shouting at herself as a 23-year-old aunt. This made Su Sherman really nearly break her defense, looking towards Jungnan and pointing her finger incredulously. Not old. Jungnan shook his head seriously, then looked at the little sister who said she was 18 and laughed. Sister, I'm really not suitable for you as a man with a date. He. It doesn't matter if it's a date. I like handsome guys with dates. This young girl instantly smiled and held her cell phone out, shaking it as she spoke. But I'm about the same age as this aunt you're talking about. It's okay, the older a man gets the better he tastes. You like old people flavor? The last sentence was naturally not said by Jungnan, but by Su Sherman on the side, who squinted at this young sister next to her with a derisive look on her face. Hey, auntie, no one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak up. The young girl was instantly offended. You really have a double standard. With those words, Su Sherman got up from her seat, and then crossed over to this young girl, and directly wrapped her arms around Jangnan's neck and sat on his lap, and then cast a provocative look towards that young girl. Little sister, you'd better change someone else and add green bubbles. My object is not happy to eat this bite of yours. You. The young girl pointed her finger at Su Sherman and left angrily. Humph. Seeing that the young sister left, Su Sherman suddenly snorted coldly. Little fellow, still fighting with sis. As she said that, she was about to get up from Jungnan's lap, but when she turned her head, she met her eyes again, still intertwining her gaze with a man at such a close distance, which made her body immediately soften. Su Shimon's favoritism plus 10. You, me. Su Sherman gulped a bit, and her pretty face instantly turned red after just 2 words. In particular, she noticed the teasing look in Jungnan's eyes, which gave her a feeling that was difficult to indicate with words. Don't you like men with dates too? Jungnan couldn't help but tease Su Sherman. Bah! Su Sherman slowed down, and after sheepishly spitting, she hurriedly got up from Jungnan's lap, and the moment she returned to her own position and sat down, an entire heart beat several frequencies faster than usual. This man, really can't stay with him more. It's so fascinating. Seo Sherman, it's not a man you like. Rub, the key this Jungnan too attractive. No wonder can at the same time let Miss Meng and Miss Moon so too. Not, Jungcheng there is another one. A heartfelt voice was received by Jungnan, which made him shake his head mentally. There are times when too much charm doesn't seem to be a good thing. Just as the young girl just now took the initiative to add him to WeChat, it is really inevitable to be jealous for him. Well, seriously, if you didn't buy a ticket, you could have come with me on a private jet to Kyoto, Su Sherman suggested. Moreover, there are also managers from the Magic City's Purple Sun Pavilion who are traveling together this time, so there's no chance that they know of a channel to purchase a private jet. Ordinary private planes, that is naturally easy to be able to find channels to buy. For someone like Jungnan who didn't regard money as money, She even suspected that the private jet worth $800 million that the upper management of the Purple Sun Pavilion had purchased wouldn't even make it into his eyes. Yes? Jungnan had a slight heartbeat, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded. What time on the 30th? Around 8 or 9, I think, Su Sherman said. Okay, Jungnan agreed. He also did not buy a plane ticket. It is just to see how this $800 million worth of high-end class of private aircraft. Next, the two of them chatted for a short while before Su Sherman hurriedly got up after answering a phone call. There's something going on over at the Purple Sun Pavilion that I need to take care of, so I'll send you a message in the morning of the 30th then. Su Sherman took her cell phone and left quickly. Jungnan did not follow and leave, withdrawing his gaze on her to come, and then also took out his cell phone to play. Around 5 in the afternoon. Mordor University. The entrance. A group of girls coming in and out looked in one direction every now and then. So cool. Is this the hot guy from our school? This is definitely the no. One schoolboy in Magic City, isn't it? This is one of the most temperamental boys I've ever seen. A whispering sound kept coming from all around Jungnan. Don't think that this kind of college girls will be reserved under the eyes of the public. In fact, Jungnan just appeared in the entrance of the Magic City University only 3 minutes less time. Has politely rejected a dozen up to come to ask for WeChat girls. And it was because of Jungnan's words of rejection that he had a girlfriend that there was a large group of girls standing around at the moment, all wanting to see who the object of this handsome mess of a boy really was. 2 minutes later, 2 girls walked out from among the entrance of Mordor University. It's Meng Qingqiu. Wait, Meng Qingqiu seems to be trotting towards that handsome guy. Holy, Meng the schoolgirl is in love? The moment these 2 girls walked out of the school, the circle of girls waiting at the school entrance and some boys who were watching widened their eyes. Darling, the 2 girls who walked out from inside the Magic City University were naturally Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu excitedly trotted towards Jungnan. As for Yu Yao, she was wearing a duck tongue cap, her hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was even wearing a big black framed glasses, and her attire was extremely ordinary. Jeans, canvas shoes, and a short shirt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That handsome guy is really the boyfriend of Meng Da's schoolmate. The moment Meng Qingqiu and Jiang Nan embraced on, just for a moment, the people around them all exclaimed out in shock. Meng Qingqiu is actually in love? Meng Qingqiu, who was known as the first school flower of Mordor University, had fallen in love? In particular, a group of girls who had asked Jiangnan for WeChat earlier all had a bitter smile on their faces at this moment. Nice guy. Who did they think the love rival would be? But it turned out that the love rival turned out to be the #1 school flower of Magic City University. This group of girls' face value, temperament are not bad, not to say to reach more than 90 points, but 80 to 85 points are several, and now after seeing that Jiangnan's object was Meng Qingqiu, he immediately lost his mind to fight. Meng Qingqiu, who had become the #1 school flower of Mordor University since before she had actually entered Mordor University. What were they going to fight for? Thank you for the 5 showers of Big Brother full of stars universe. Oh Big Brother a chapter plus more. Next month to pay back. Chapter 214 Lin Manman's video call. A super cozy scene. The moment Jungnan let go of Meng Qingqiu and placed his gaze on Yu Yao. Now he finally knew why it was obvious that Yu Yao's face value was a few points higher than Meng Qingqiu's, but it was the latter who was called the #1 school flower of Mordor University. Feeling like Yu Yao is wearing 2 completely different styles in school and outside of school. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Yu Yao's outfit, other than being able to see that she had a very good body proportion, that was not visible at all in terms of her face value, and obviously, being the highest academic institution in Mordor, there were simply not too many quality girls inside Mordor University, and as long as she didn't show her face out, then even if she had a good body proportion and was an excellent bosom friend with Meng Qingqiu, she still wouldn't have any attention. Jiangnan opened his arms and also gave Yu Yao a hug under the shocked gazes of everyone around him. Who's that? Meng Qingqiu's BFF? Holy, how can this Meng Qingqiu's BFF be able to embrace this big handsome guy? Ooh, I also want to hug this big handsome guy. If I had known that Meng Qingqiu had such a big handsome boyfriend, I would have already gotten along with Meng Qingqiu as a good girlfriend without saying anything. None of these passers-by in the neighborhood thought much about Jiangnan and Yu Yao's embrace. After all, it was just a simple hug, inaudible to everyone. At this moment, the two embraced. Yu Yao obediently shouted, "Husband, darling, what are we going to eat?" After Jiangnan and Yu Yao finished their hug, Meng Qingqiu directly hooked the arms of the two of them towards the roadside. "Look at you guys, shouldn't you locals have plenty of delicacies you can introduce me to?" Jiangnan smiled. "Then, it's over today, and I don't know what to eat." Meng Qingqiu first spoke excitedly, then after a moment of contemplation, her brows also slowly tightened, followed by hanging her head and shaking her head. "Yao Yao, do you have any recommendations?" "Yes." Yu Yao smiled and nodded. Swish swish swish. moment. John Nan and Meng Qingxiu's gazes were placed on her, only to see the latter's small tongue gently licking her lips, her gaze looking back at Jiang Nan without speaking, and as if she had said something. Yao Yao, you mean, eat darling? Meng Qingxiu immediately reacted. Autumn, you are so filthy. Yu Yao reached out and flicked Meng Qingxiu's forehead before shaking her head. I mean, I still want to eat the food that my husband personally cooked. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan burst out laughing. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, cottage living room. Jiang Nan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the light rain pattering outside, the sound of a drop of rain falling on the ground ringing in his ears. His face revealed a slight decompression smile too. At around 6:30, Jiang Nan and the others finished dinner, and then naturally, they were busy together in the kitchen for a while, and then rested for a short while when they returned to the master bedroom. At this time downstairs, only to find that it was already pattering down a light rain. Time really does fly by, and in the blink of an eye another day has passed. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. After another tomorrow, he would have to head to Kyoto. Currently he had 13.9 billion on hand, which didn't sound like much, but in reality you had a listed boss worth tens of billions of dollars take out so much cash at once. Honestly, it's really not always possible to take it. Buzz. As he thought about it, his cell phone, which he had placed on the coffee table, suddenly vibrated. Jiang Nan slowed down and turned back to walk around, picking up his cell phone while sitting on the couch. Lin Man, brother Jiang Nan. I heard from Sister Xia that there are 2 sisters over in Magic City who already know about her and Sister Rhyme's existence. When he opened WeChat, what he saw was a message sent by Lin Man. JN, yes. Lin Man, brother has no one around now, right? JN, no one. Manami Lin has initiated a video call to you. Connections. In this instant, Lin Man, who was wearing a black bunny girl corset, appeared in the camera. Brother. Lin Man cried out crisply, while taking 2 steps back, revealing her full body wear. A standard Mai schoolgirl bunny girl suit with black silk high heels, dark hair draped over her shoulders, and a rabbit ear on top of her head. There's just something about this outfit. You're killing me. Jiang Nan looked twice more at Lin Man in the video and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. He, it's been too long since I've seen my brother. I have to keep him in mind of Wanderer. Lin Man trotted close to the camera and kissed it, while then turned in place in a circle and spoke. Brother, guess where I am? While talking, Lin Man also picked up her cell phone and began to lead Jiang Nan around the room. Jiang Nan hadn't noticed it before, but as soon as Lin Man brought her cell phone up, he immediately noticed. Wasn't this room the home of his rented landlady? He, I can't believe my brother didn't even recognize his room. Lin Man opens the camera and flips it, walking out of the bedroom and arriving again in the living room. Sister Xia, Sister Rhyme, say hello to your brother. On the sofa in the living room, the landlady and Su Yun were stoned and watching a drama, and when they heard Lin Man's voice, they immediately shifted their gaze over. Brat, it's like centuries have passed since you were there. The landlady, high on melon, rolls her eyes at the camera. Gangnam. Su Yun, on the other hand, happily waved her hand at the camera. Compared to Lin Man's outfit, the landlady and Su Yun are just a set of ordinary home pajamas, and with the camera zooming in, they can still see something. In particular, the landlady, the lightning-bursting contestant, made Gangnam fail to hold back his laughter. Why isn't brother talking? Lin Man flipped the camera again and sat down on the sofa, leaning on the landlady's shoulder, and then all 3 of them came out of the camera. She compared a scissor hand. As for Su Yun, she was wearing peach blossom face, and her eyes were quite a bit lassitude as she looked at Jiang Nan inside the camera. The landlady, on the other hand, didn't look directly at the camera the whole time, looking like she was staring intently at the TV, but in fact that afterglow had been turned this way for who knows how long. Why does Sister Xia look a bit unhappy? Jiang Nan asked with a smile. The only thing that came back to him was a cold grunt. Natsu said someone didn't see fit to initiate a video call to her either. Su Yun covered her mouth and laughed. And yeah, I heard her say, all want to buy tickets to come to Magic City to look for you. Oh, before the words were finished, the landlady immediately covered Su Yun's mouth and hurriedly said, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. This brat is in the Magic City night after night. What am I going to do?